Dear family, what a wild turn of events. After repaying my debts and envisioning a bright future, I found myself struck by a massive truck, only to awaken bound to a childbirth system in a beastly world, still owing 30,000 points. Just as I encountered the strikingly handsome Fox Clan prince, Chiyu, who boldly declared his feelings for me. I now face the task of visiting a shaman to carve my form. This narrative is more exhilarating than riding a roller coaster. I must tell you, my life has become the most absurd of jokes. In the final second before my consciousness faded, a singular thought raced through my mind. Heavens, are you toying with me? Just as my good days were about to commence, why am I being thrust into an abrupt conclusion? This tale begins on the day I received my salary. I was in such high spirits, riding my little electric scooter, humming a tune, feeling as if the world belonged to me. When Grandma Song from upstairs called for me to bring up a bucket of water, I responded with an exaggerated salute, declaring, "Mission accomplished." Why was I so elated? Because today, I, Li Jiao, was finally able to settle my last debt. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jiao, a girl whose life has been marked by struggles. At the tender age of 16, I lost my parents in an accident, leaving me to care for my 13-year-old brother, who was suffering from severe pancreatitis. With no other option, I dropped out of school to work as life demanded resilience. Thankfully, our kind neighbors pooled together their resources to cover my brother's surgery, pulling him back from the brink. For 5 years, I juggled 3 jobs delivering water, working as a courier, and taking night shifts at a convenience store spinning like a top, all to raise my brother while repaying every last cent owed. Today, I am finally liberated. In the evening, I prepared a lavish feast. My brother returned with wide eyes. I popped open 2 cans of beer and exclaimed, "Cheers, Tion. Let's celebrate. Your sister is now free of debt." Tears welled up in his eyes as he acknowledged my hard work. Oh, what hardship! This boy has made me proud, winning scholarships year after year and taking on all household chores, demonstrating such maturity that it tugs at one's heartstrings. We even dreamed of the future together, planning for my university life and the sweet romance I longed to experience, to make up for my missed early love. But alas, after our meal, when we set off to repay the final debt, I was still blissfully mapping out my collegiate romantic escapades when a piercing horn blared behind us, an ear-splitting sound that shattered the air. I turned just in time to see a truck barreling towards us like a mad beast. My mind blanked, and instinct took over. I summoned all my strength to push my brother into the safety of the roadside greenery. When I regained consciousness, I was greeted by the mechanical beeping of a system. Phrases like "system binding successful," "host rescue failed," and "secondary rescue failed" filled the air. Goodness, it was alarming. This fellow seemed quite inept. Finally, it announced "rescue successful," but followed immediately with "host owes the system 30,000 points. A 3-year deadline to repay, or the host will face compulsory extermination." I was jolted awake from a near-death experience. As I opened my eyes, I was utterly bewildered to find myself surrounded by towering trees. This was no hospital. Had I been transported to the primordial Amazon rainforest? A voice echoed in my mind, "Greetings, host. I am your bound reproduction system countless. You are currently situated in the Beast World continent." I was flabbergasted. Wait, what on earth is this? A reproduction system? And I owe you 30,000 points? I just finished repaying my debts, and now you've thrust upon me a new era of cyber loans, haven't you? With no interest installments. You truly are a considerate little companion. The system, sounding quite aggrieved, explained that it had saved me 3 times due to my unstable life signs, each time costing me 10,000 points. I immediately protested. This is outrageous. Who operates like this? I resorted to a dramatic display. I refuse to accept this. Look at me, a delicate girl who has just begun to enjoy life. You've brought me to this desolate place and burdened me with debt. I can't take it anymore. Just terminate me now. Come on. Surprisingly, this tactic proved effective. The system stammered, claiming it would negotiate with the main system on my behalf, ultimately granting me a 50% discount. My heart soared with joy, and I lavished it with praise. "Countless, you are simply magnificent. You are my savior." Then the system educated me, revealing that I was no longer human, but a Beastman, my essence resembling that of a white rabbit. I decided to test this, focusing intently on the word transform. To my astonishment, I became a fluffy little bunny-adorably cute. After a moment, I reverted back. The system continued, explaining that in this realm, males outnumber females, and polyandry is the norm. My mission was to bear children to repay my debts. The more I bore, the more points I would accumulate, along with rewards. I scoffed at this. With whom shall I procreate? I've never even been in a relationship. Then the system presented me with a newcomer's gift pack. I saw items such as Reproduction Pill 2, which boasted a 100% success rate consumed after cohabitation, and one pill would lead to a litter, emphasizing cost-effectiveness. There were also painless delivery pills and beauty pills. It was astonishing. As I pondered this, I heard a distant cry of despair. My heart skipped a beat, and the system promptly informed me. Host, detection indicates a male fox beastman in the universe tier, single, poisoned, and injured. Goodness, you even know if he's single? You've truly harnessed big data. Gathering my courage, I approached to take a look. Oh my goodness. Who among you understands? Beneath the tree lay a man with flowing silver-gray hair, a high nose, thin lips, and a face so pale it bore a haunting beauty. His look struck straight to my heart. Unable to contain myself, I placed my hands on my hips and laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha. Which unfortunate girl started off with such luck? It turns out to be me. The system urgently prompted me to save him, snapping me back to reality. I quickly retrieved a basic detoxification pill from my spatial pouch and administered it to him. In no time, he regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes, his elongated, fox-like gaze made my heart skip a beat. He looked at me, his face flushing crimson as he stammered, "Little female, hello, did you save me?" Goodness, that voice was both sweet and enchanting, making my ears feel as if they might burst from delight. I, too, felt a wave of shyness and babbled something about foraging herbs by the roadside, claiming that our rabbit clan's traditional virtue is to help others. After exchanging words, we began to converse more freely. His name was Chu Yu, the young heir of the Fox clan, who had been ambushed by the neighboring hyena tribe during his ascension. I introduced myself as Li Jiao, explaining that I had become separated from my brother and had awakened here. Upon learning that I was alone, he anxiously blurted, "Then come back to the clan with me." His face reddened further as he scratched his head, adding, "I just thought it would be unsafe for you to be in the forest alone. I can protect you." Oh my, his straightforwardness melted my heart. Upon arriving at their clan, I was met with remarkable hospitality from his father, the clan leader. Chu Yu, eager to impress, offered to cook for me. Yet it turned out they only knew how to eat raw food. I was taken aback and pretended to rummage through my beast skin bag, secretly retrieving a flint from my spatial inventory to teach him how to start fire. When the first flicker of flame erupted, Chu Yu gazed at me with awe, as if I were a celestial being, bouncing with excitement. "Wow, Jiao, this truly is divine fire. You are my lucky goddess." Can you imagine that? Later that night, we roasted meat by the fire, and he had even prepared a soup in a stone pot, creating a wonderfully intimate atmosphere. The system in my mind was fervently encouraging me, host, the target's affection level is soaring. Seize the moment. With a flushed face, Chu Yu hesitantly began, Jiao, I wish to become your beast husband. I will strive to strengthen myself and take good care of you. Is that all right? What could I say? I simply raised my arms, wrapped them around his neck, and gazed into his sparkling eyes, nodding emphatically. As for what happened next, well, you can fill in the blanks. Suffice it to say, the moonlight that night was exquisite. The following day, I awoke around noon, roused by hunger. Upon opening my eyes, I found Chu Yu seated beside my bed, gazing at me with warmth, and he brought me a steaming bowl of meat soup. Dear friends, who understands the bliss of such a life? The virtues I accumulated in my past life had finally come to fruition in this one. Just as I finished eating, the system urged me in my mind, host, it's time to take the fertility pill. My heart skipped a beat. I was truly committed to repaying my debts. I swallowed the pill in one swift motion, and Chu Yu took my hand, saying, Jiao, let us go to the shaman to get our bond marked. The marking would officially certify our unique imprint. I grasped his hand in return, beaming sweetly, and replied, all right. Before long, we arrived at the shaman's cave, where Chu Yu politely greeted the shaman, explaining our purpose. Upon hearing this, the venerable shamaness exclaimed in delight, uttering several goods in succession. Without hesitation, she declared her intention to personally etch our couple's tattoo. I must tell you, despite her advanced age, this shamaness possesses an exceptionally steady hand. Beside her stood a young apprentice named Dandan, reputed to be exceptionally gifted. Typically, she manages the minor ailments within the tribe. Yet today, the shamaness insisted on taking charge herself. Gently grasping my wrist, she softly remarked, my dear, it may sting a bit, bear with it, if you will. Before I could fully comprehend, I felt a sharp, tingling sensation in my wrist. In no time, a charming and alluring little fox materialized upon my left wrist. I thought to myself, this placement is perfect. A mere lift of my hand allows me to glimpse Chu Yu's simply splendid. When it was Chu Yu's turn, the masculine mark, reserved for a single lifelong partner, was to be inscribed directly over his heart. What a moment steeped in ceremonial significance. After a while, the shamaness announced that it was complete. I leaned in for a closer look and beheld a vividly lifelike little rabbit nestled in the hollow of Chuyu's chest. He touched it gently, a goofy smile spreading across his face for quite some time. The expression on his face seemed to convey, from this day forth, I'm also a person with a family. Once this matter was settled, Chuyu's parents immediately found out. His mother was utterly ecstatic, seizing my hand with excitement and chattering away. Oh, my dear daughter-in-law. Finally, a little female has set her sights on our Yuer. I thought he would remain a lonely old beast forever. Chiyu, standing nearby, was not pleased and grumbled, Mother, what kind of talk is that? The right person is worth waiting for. If I had paired off early, how would I have met our dear Jiao Jiao? As he spoke, we held hands and exchanged a sweet smile, the sweetness palpable. His mother playfully slapped him on the shoulder, laughingly chiding, You have quite the tongue. Then, his mother began to fret, bombarding Chiyu with questions. Make sure to bring back some food. Jiao Jiao is currently your only female. Can you hunt properly? Chiyu patted his chest in assurance. Mother, do not worry. I can certainly provide for my own female. However, while I am out hunting, I would appreciate it if you could keep an eye on Jiao Jiao, as she is unfamiliar with this place, and I fear she may struggle to adapt. Oh dear, he has only just acquired a wife and already dotes on her so. The teasing look in his mother's eyes turned Chuyu's face a deep shade of crimson. Seeing him shy away, his mother ceased her teasing and turned to me, speaking gently. Jiao Jiao, now that you are bonded with Yuer, I am your mother-in-law. If you need anything or are lacking in provisions, do not hesitate to tell us. There is no need to feel embarrassed. From now on, we are family. Who could understand the depth of my emotions at that moment? Tears nearly welled up in my eyes. Ever since my parents passed, I had not heard such heartwarming words. Looking into my mother-in-law's loving gaze, I felt a surge of warmth and blurted out. Can I, like Yuer, call you mother? Silly child, of course you can. The moment I saw you, I liked you immensely. I burst into her embrace, feeling as if I had transformed back into a little girl who could cuddle in her mother's arms. Chiyu watched us with a hint of jealousy, likely thinking, Goodness, I haven't even had the chance to hold her yet, and my mother has already stolen that moment. He took my hand, saying it was time to head home. And as we left, he turned back repeatedly to remind his mother, Mother, when you have time this afternoon, please spend some time with Jiao Jiao. Don't forget. Once we returned to our little cave, Chuyu's earlier jealousy erupted as he embraced me with fervent kisses and hugs, lifting me high, showering me with affection for long, while before finally letting me rest as he went out to hunt. After he left, I began contemplating our home. I surveyed the cave, which consisted of 2 small rooms, one for dining and receiving guests, the other for sleeping. This layout was inadequate. In just 2 months, our baby would be born, and expanding the cave was a necessity. I wondered how many children we might have. With that thought, I quickly called upon my system. Countless. Quickly, tell me how many little ones are in my belly. The cheerful electronic voice responded immediately. Rest assured, host, the number will certainly uphold my illustrious reputation. However, Chuyu's beast rank isn't particularly high, so the offspring in this pregnancy will not possess exceptional innate quality. But you can encourage him to level up. Or you could seek another mate with a higher beast rank to conceive offspring with better talents. Upon hearing this, I was intrigued. Leveling up? How does that work? There are 2 conventional methods, the system began. First, you can diligently cultivate yourself. The advantage is a solid foundation, but the downside is that it takes an eternity. Second, you can consume the crystals of high-energy beasts. The advantage is rapid results. But the downside is that you might not be able to defeat the beast and could be killed in the process. However, there's now a third method. My curiosity piqued. I urged, What is the third method? Do tell. I was waiting for you to ask. The system's cheeky tone returned. Host. Our childbirth rewards include points and items, and among the items are potions that can elevate your rank, known as upgrade pills. The better the innate quality of the offspring, the more impressive the potions rewarded. Oh, I see. So it's a game of investing in offspring to level them up. Host. The female you currently are is a rarity across the continent, so there is no rush to upgrade. The priority now is to elevate your mate's level. Understood. I nodded, realizing that relying on others is less effective than relying on oneself. After this pregnancy, I must also work hard. But for now, I need to bolster my Chuyu's strength. Before long, Chiyu returned from hunting, exuberantly calling out to me, Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao, come quickly and see what delicious food I brought you. When I stepped outside, I saw him holding a pale yellow object that resembled a banana but was enormous in size. I took and asked, "What is this?" "A yellow strip. It has a particularly glutinous texture and is sweet. You must try it." "I will go roast some meat. I just caught a plump rat weighing over 20 pounds. He shook the hefty creature he had caught, which resembled a bamboo rat. I took a bite of the yellow strip. Wow, it truly tasted like a banana, but with a thinner skin, easy to eat, and not bitter at all. However, I dare not eat too much, as I needed to save room for the barbecue. Before long, the enticing aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air, the meat sizzling and glistening with oil, simply seasoned with coarse salt, making my mouth water. Chiyu noticed my eager gaze and quickly took down 2 skewers of perfectly roasted meat, blowing on them before handing them to me. Savoring the flavors, I felt that it had been ages since I had enjoyed meat this well. After devouring 2 skewers, I picked up another 2 skewers and offered them to Chiyu. He froze in surprise, staring at me blankly. Later, he explained that in the tribe, females eat first, and only after they finish can males eat. So he had never seen such a scene. Seeing him hesitate, I reassured him. "They've cooled down, they aren't hot anymore." With that, he quickly took a bite, seemingly afraid of upsetting me. His cautious demeanor made me want to laugh and cry at the same time. I cupped his face in my hands, gazing earnestly into his eyes. "Chiyu, listen. We are equals, comrades, and family. We will eat together and share everything. I hope to stand by your side, not always sheltered behind you. Our family does not practice favoritism. Do you understand?" Chiyu moved, wrapped his arms around me tightly, his voice thick with emotion. "Jiao Jiao, I am truly blessed by the beast god. Before meeting you, I could scarcely dream of such things." "Silly boy," I patted his back, then recalled something important. "By the way, you mentioned that you were ambushed by the hyena tribe when you were about to level up." The mere mention of this provoked Chiyu's ire. "Yes. I was just about to ascend from the universe level to the yellow level when those rascals attacked. And I was poisoned by snake venom. If it weren't for you, I would have been done for." Strangely enough, when I woke up this morning, I felt not only unaffected, but also capable of attempting to level up again soon. "It must be the luck you brought me." I knew the answer and immediately called upon the system. "System, is this due to the effects of the strengthening pill?" "Yes, host," the system confirmed. His foundation was already sufficient, and the strengthening pill produced by the system helped stabilize his condition. By tomorrow at the latest, he will ascend to the yellow level. "That's impressive, system." After finishing our meal, Chiyu took me for a stroll around the tribe, explaining the geographical layout to me. Our fox tribe is located in the Chuming mountain range, which houses 7 tribes arranged like the Big Dipper: hyena, fox, tiger roar, divine dog, earth rabbit, jumping mouse, and sky eagle. We are neighbors to the unscrupulous hyena tribe, who harass us daily, driving us to frustration. This time, they dared to strike during Chiyu's level up, deepening our enmity. The next afternoon, while Chiyu and I were cozied up together, he suddenly trembled, exclaiming that he felt an impending surge of power, indicating he was about to level up. Without another word, he turned and dashed into the cave. Moments later, a deep, resonant roar echoed from within. I dared not venture inside, remaining at the entrance as I kept vigil. His parents hurriedly arrived, joining me in the anxious wait. After approximately half an hour, a profound stillness enveloped the interior. Chiyu emerged, drenched in sweat, and his father, the clan leader, excitedly patted his shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done, my boy. Your daily training has not been in vain. You've managed to ascend to the Huang tier even after being poisoned. Truly, the beast god has blessed you." With eyes full of affection, Chiyu gazed at me and said, "It is thanks to Jiao Jiao. She helped me detoxify." He was overwhelmed with emotion, and I shared in his joy. At that moment, my whimsical system activated. "Host, your beast husband has successfully ascended to Huang tier. You may seize the opportunity to conceive another cub. This next one's talent will undoubtedly surpass the last." I was utterly bewildered. "What? Another child? Am I not already expecting?" "Host, allow me to clarify." The system explained, "Your beast form belongs to the 2 tribe, which possesses 2 wombs. Thus, you can carry 2 litters simultaneously or stagger their births." I was astounded. Who would have thought? Previously, I only savored the delectable, spicy rabbit head. I had no idea rabbits possessed such a remarkable physiological structure. A dual-core processor, indeed. This beastly realm was tailored to my every need, with both hardware and software perfectly aligned. That evening, leaning against Chuyu's shoulder, I deliberately extended my hand and gently pinched his silver-gray ears. He stiffened, initially intending to admonish me against touching a male's ears, but upon noticing my mischievous grin, he understood instantly and, with a mix of exasperation and affection, called out, "Jiao Jiao." The following morning, The first thing I did upon waking was, at the system's behest, consume another fertility pill. All right, it was time to prepare a grand surprise for my dear Chuyu. The atmosphere in the tribe had been tense lately, as Chuyu and his companions formed a patrol team, vigilantly guarding against the hyena tribe. The clan leader also dispatched messengers to seek aid from the Hu Shao and Divine Dog tribes. Counting the days, I realized it had been 13 days for my first pregnancy and 7 for the second. It was time to unveil the truth. As soon as Chuyu returned, I said, "Chuyu, would you accompany me to consult the shaman?" He immediately grew anxious, pulling me close to inspect me. Jiao, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Have you fallen ill? I clasped his hand, smiling brightly. I'm not sick. I just want to confirm something. Without another word, he scooped me up in a princess carry and rushed towards the shaman's cave, shouting, "Shaman Granny, please come see what's wrong with Jiao." His strength was such that he nearly dislocated the shaman's arm upon arrival. Upon seeing me, Shaman Granny's face lit up with joy. I felt slightly embarrassed as I said, "Shaman Granny, I would like to touch the pregnancy herb." Pregnancy herb? Her eyes sparkled. Jiao, could it be that you are? I nodded shyly. Meanwhile, Chuyu stood beside us, utterly bewildered. Shaman Granny swiftly retrieved the herb, and as I touched it, it instantly changed color. Chuyu was left speechless, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. Am I truly to become a father? This happiness is far too sudden. I couldn't help but tug at his hand, and he snapped back to reality, embracing me excitedly. Jiao, is this real? Am I truly to become a father? Before I could respond, Shaman Granny gently pulled him away, saying, "Easy now, let me examine her properly." I lay upon the stone bed as Shaman Granny meticulously felt my abdomen. The more she examined, the graver her expression became, until she finally asked uncertainly, Jiao, why do I sense that you are carrying 2 litters? I nodded. Yes, Granny. One is 13 days along, and the other is 7 days. This revelation left not only Chuyu, but even the old shaman in shock, their mouths agape. After a moment, she regained her voice and, trembling, asked, "Could you possibly be from the legendary Tian 2 tribe?" She explained that thousands of years ago, the ancestors of the D2 tribe were actually known as the Tian 2 tribe, possessing extraordinary reproductive abilities, even featuring twin wombs. Somehow, this ability was lost, leading to their renaming as the D2 tribe. I thought to myself, this narrative is splendid. I must play along. I truly do not know. I only discovered this after becoming bonded with IU. It must be the blessing of the beast god. Indeed, it must be the blessing of the beast god. Shaman Granny was beside herself with excitement, eager to share the news, but was instantly halted by a suddenly alert Chuyu. His mind raced. Granny, let's keep this under wraps for now. The hyena tribe is lurking. If they learn of Jiao's identity, she will be in danger. After we reach an agreement with Shaman Granny, we want to see my parents. Upon hearing that I was pregnant with twins, they were ecstatic. My mother nearly emptied the family coffers to ensure my health. The clan leader thought further ahead and suggested, Jiao, why not consider taking Chu, he, as your beast husband as well? He is also a Huang tier, just like you, and 2 Huang tier beast husbands would better protect you. Chuyi is Chuyu's cousin. I was about to voice my desire for a love based on mutual affection when Chuyu, suppressing his jealousy, encouraged me. Jiao, my cousin is a good person. Please consider it. Just as I was about to retort, a deep voice resonated. Clan leader, we have completed our patrol and found no abnormalities. I turned to see Chu-He. Good heavens! This man was an entirely different style from Chuyu, with chestnut-colored hair, striking eyebrows, and a commanding presence. Just as I was internally screaming about how handsome he was and that perhaps feelings could develop, my system chimed in. Ding! Host! A single Huang tier Fox tribe Beastman with commendable character has been detected nearby, suitable for partnership. I thought to myself at that moment, there was only one phrase echoing in my mind. Pure love warrior, and I was utterly taken aback. Chuyi noticed me as well, his gaze shining like a spotlight. Recognizing the situation, Chuyi seized the opportunity, introducing me. Chuyi, this is my little female, Jiao. I need to patrol shortly. Could you escort her home? On the way back, as we neared the cave entrance, Chuyi paused, took a deep breath, and stood before me, his gaze intense. He boldly declared, Hello, Jiao. I am Chuyi. If you are still considering beast husbands, would you be willing to think of me? Oh dear, how direct. I had been pondering how to find an opening, and he had come straight to the point. I steadied myself and decided to clarify. Chuyi, I am pregnant with twins. Chuyu fears that he cannot protect me alone. Chuyi looked enlightened. Yet his gaze only grew more resolute. I understand. However, my desire to become your beast husband stems not from any ulterior motive. It is simply that the moment I laid eyes on you, you captured my entire heart. Well then, I was ready to respond. I smiled and extended my hand, then let us seek out Shaman Granny for a marking. He grasped my hand, his palm clammy with nervousness. Observing his endearing demeanor, I felt compelled to rise on my toes and plant a gentle kiss on his cheek. This seemed to ignite a fire within him, and he reciprocated with a kiss that bore the scent of fresh grass, slightly assertive yet tender. After the marking, he transformed into his beast form and swiftly carried me back. That night, Chu-Yu, being considerate, refrained from returning, granting us ample space. The next morning, I awoke to find chunks of raw meat prepared by Chu-Hee. Eagerly, I took out my flint and demonstrated fire-making through friction. His astonishment was palpable. Jiao Jiao. You can control heavenly fire? Are you a celestial maiden? I chuckled. Not a celestial maiden, but I am indeed from the Tiantu tribe. I also shared the news of my pregnancies with him, promising that once Chu-Yu had delivered these 2 litters, I would bear him a child next. Really? His eyes widened with joy as he spun me around several times. Then, with reddened eyes, he recounted his backstory. His mother had perished during childbirth, and his father had never cared for him. Growing up, he was only supported by the clan leader's family, a pitiful soul. My heart ached as I embraced him, listening to his choked words. Jiao Jiao, thank you for choosing me. I promise to protect you and our cubs. I thought to myself, such a wonderful man deserves my utmost kindness, and I shall strive to treat him even better in the future. I taught him how to grill, and he learned exceptionally quickly. With those broad shoulders and narrow waist, his muscles quivered while he worked, causing me to cough lightly. I embraced his waist from behind and playfully said, Chuha, how are you so amazing? He was deeply moved, burying his head in my shoulder like a dog that had just received a treat. At that moment, Chu-Yu returned from patrol and walked in on this scene. I noticed a hint of jealousy flash in his eyes, but more prominently, I saw the comfort and joy of having another protector by my side. My goodness, let me tell you, Chu-Yu's gaze was a delightful mix of jealousy and paternal pride. How could I not understand? My emotional intelligence must be divinely inspired. I promptly leaped from Chu-Yu's side and dove into Chu-Yu's embrace, nuzzling my head against his chest with a voice dripping with sweetness. Oh dear, you're back. I missed you so much after just one night. With my charming display, how could Chu-Yu possibly resist? I tilted my head back, pouting my lips, making my intentions clear. Come on, give me a kiss and a hug, or this matter won't end today. Any trace of his earlier disappointment vanished in a thin air as he gently cradled the back of my neck and pressed his lips to mine. The sweetness was utterly intoxicating. After our affectionate interlude, Chuha announced that dinner was ready, and the 3 of us joyfully sat down to eat. Once we were satisfied, I began to engage in my ambitions, taking a small stick to sketch out my real estate blueprint on the ground. I told them, family, our 2-bedroom apartment is no longer sufficient. We must expand. Let's plan for 5 new units. Each of you will have your own room, and when the little ones arrive, they will need a nursery, right? After I give birth to this child, I still need to have one for so we must reserve a space for that. Finally, we need to set up 2 large warehouses to stockpile food. What do we call this? Strategic reserves. Chuha immediately grasped the essence of my proposal and agreed. Makes sense. We'll dig together when we're both home. If one of us is on patrol, the other will focus on taking care of you. Safety first. I couldn't help but praise him. You are my internet spokesperson. You understand me so well. Without further ado, Chu-Yu and Chu-Ha transformed into action. Their claws, I must say, were as sharp as Wolverine-esque, and they began to furiously dig at the stone wall. However, the rock was remarkably hard. These 2 strong men toiled until noon and had only made a dent in their task. Watching them work, a thought flitted through my mind. Sandwich cookies. I laughed aloud, picturing them not separated during patrol, us 3 sharing a bed, making me the delightful filling. Chu-Yu, ever perceptive, leaned over and asked what I found so amusing. Upon sharing my thought, his expression quickly changed. He playfully tugged at my earlobe, his voice dropping an octave. Oh, you want to be a sandwich cookie? Well, when I return from patrol tomorrow, I might just discuss that with who could understand the speed at which my heart raced. I blushed deeply and waved my hands frantically. No. I didn't mean that. You mustn't say such things. He swiftly changed the subject. Are you tired? Jiao. Still taken aback, I foolishly replied. Not at all. I'm full of energy. His mischievous grin widened as he leaned closer, lowering his voice. Then let me tire you out a bit. It dawned on me then. I had fallen into a trap. I quickly pleaded, no, no, no. I am tired. I am very tired. You gidge, I was wrong. The rest of my protest was swiftly silenced. Soon enough, my belly swelled like a balloon. With only a week left until my due date. Just then, I tell you, reinforcements finally arrived. The grand forces of the Tiger Clan and the Divine Dog Clan came marching in. However, guess what? They were over a month late. Upon inquiry, we learned that the Hyena Clan had been a true menace, launching attacks everywhere. Not only upon us, but also stealing from our allies, employing insidious tactics involving poison. The young masters of the Tiger Clan, Hu Jintian, and the Divine Dog Clan, Wang Yikai, were both affected, their strength plummeting from Xian to Yu, leaving them in a dire state. Our sentinels sent for assistance had also been ambushed, leading to significant delays. Now that they had finally arrived, they were fueled by rage, determined to obliterate the Hyena Clan. Leading the charge were the two unfortunate young masters, Hu Jintian and Wang Yikai. Upon arrival, they took a moment to regroup before heading directly to my father-in-law, Chu Chongtian's Beast Inn, to strategize their battle plans. My father-in-law was elated at their arrival and personally welcomed them at the entrance. The three of them, Chu Yu, Hu Jintian, and Wang Yikai, had been inseparable friends since childhood. My father-in-law had watched them grow up, and upon their reunion, he patted their shoulders and jovially scolded. What are you calling yourselves? Just call me Chu Uncle. The two young men chuckled and complied. After a few pleasantries, my father-in-law began to play matchmaker, inquiring if they had found partners. Hu Jintian scratched his head, mentioning that his father had introduced him to a member of the Jumping Mouse clan, but he was not interested. Wang Yikai was even more resolute, declaring that achieving success was far more important than finding a mate. My father-in-law, likely calculating in his mind, smiled and replied, You cannot say that. Take Chu Yu, for example. He was just like you, and now he has found his beloved little female. Both of them were taken aback. Just then, Chu Yu arrived, embracing his two friends warmly before inquiring about their poisoning. This question stirred the hornet's nest. Hu Jintian was furious, explaining how he was on the verge of breaking through to the earth level when the hyenas struck, leaving him with lingering poison that reduced him to mere U-level strength. Wang Yikai was in a similar predicament, looking as disheartened as a wilted eggplant. Suddenly, Hu Jintian pointed at Chu Yu, exclaiming, Wait, you were poisoned too, weren't you? How come you are now at the yellow level? Did you cure the poison? Chu Yu beamed with pride, nearly bursting with joy as he replied. It wasn't he, a shaman. It was my little female. I fell off a cliff due to the poison, and she rescued me with a special herb, curing me. Within days, I successfully leveled up. Hu Jintian was momentarily speechless, pointing at Chu Yu in jest. Oh, look who's talking. Who used to say little females were annoying. Now you've been proven wrong. Chu Yu was quick to defend. She is different. She is not like all the other little females. Upon hearing that there was an antidote, my father-in-law's interest piqued, and he asked Chu Yu if he could take them to find the herb. Chu Yu was naturally concerned about my safety with my large belly, but upon hearing there was hope, Hu Jintian and Wang Yikai insisted on accompanying Chu Yu back to meet me. Thus, they came marching in a grand procession. At that moment, I was swinging in the yard, wearing the flower crown that Chu Ha had just woven for me, and a cute top made from a pinkish-white bee skin crafted by Chu Yu. My legs swung back and forth as I munched on snacks, smiling sweetly while Chu Ha wove me a bracelet. However, the moment the three of them arrived at the door, they were utterly mesmerized. Chu Yu looked at me with gratitude towards the beast god. Hu Jintian was awestruck as if a celestial being had descended, and Wang Yikai, the career-focused one, wavered in his life principles, pondering the importance of finding a little female. Just as Chu Yu was about to introduce us, Hu Jintian, with his unconventional thought process, decided to catch my attention by showcasing his so-called kingly aura. He let out a resounding tiger roar. The sound was so thunderous that it nearly knocked me off my feet. I was sitting on the swing at that moment, and his loud call startled me so much that I lost my grip, tumbling headfirst from the swing. Chu Ha, quick on his feet, transformed to catch me. But he was just a moment too late, only able to cushion my fall with his body. My head collided with his stomach, but my own belly slammed directly onto the ground. Chu Yu rushed towards me in a frenzy, supporting me as he bombarded me with questions. Jiao Jiao, how are you? Is your stomach hurting? I was rendered speechless, feeling a sudden warmth surging from the root of my thigh. My water had broken. I was in a state of utter despair, feeling as if I were fracturing. Chu Yu held me tightly and dashed into the cave, while Chu Ha calmly instructed, Stay with her. I will summon the shaman. He shot a glare at the troublemaking Hu Jintian and sped away. Before long, the shaman arrived. I writhed in pain on the animal hide. I swear, I had never experienced such agony in my life. Just as I thought I might succumb to it, a flash of inspiration struck me. I realized I had the pain relief elixir gifted by the system. I quickly urged Chuyu, I need water. Seizing the moment to drink, I discreetly consumed the miraculous medicine. Within a minute, I assure you, the effect was instantaneous. The pain vanished entirely. However, the performance had to continue, so I persisted in feigning great discomfort. Seeing me in pain, Chuyu was nearly in tears, regretting that I had become pregnant. I realized I had to manage his emotions. I couldn't let him be traumatized. As I looked forward to raising our children in a happy life, a clever idea struck me, and I instructed him to fetch a specific herb from the storeroom that the system had mentioned would provide mild pain relief. Once he returned and I consumed it, I pretended to feel better, comforting him. Ayu, I'm all right now. Please don't be sad. Both Chuyu and the shaman were astonished, exclaiming at the miraculous turn of events. The shaman remarked, perhaps the beast god is watching over you. I chuckled inwardly. Indeed, the system was my divine benefactor. Then, it felt as if the child was about to emerge. The shaman urged me to push, while Chuyu gripped my hand tightly, trembling even more than I was. In the next moment, my mind was inundated with notifications. Ding! The host has given birth to the first offspring, female, blue fox. Just as I registered the first notification, another chimed in, ding! The host has given birth to the second offspring, female, prairie fox. What? Twins? Ding! The third offspring, male, Tibetan fox. My mind went blank. Dear family, had I stumbled upon a den of foxes? And it didn't stop there. Ding! Fourth and fifth. When that three-tailed colorful fox emerged, the rewards doubled. Seventh and eighth. Right up to the 10th notification. Ding! The host has given birth to the 10th offspring. I tell you, not only was I overwhelmed, but even the system in my mind was going haywire, flooding me with notifications. Congratulations, host, on successfully giving birth to 10 offspring. Bonus rewards. 300 points, 5 birthing elixirs, 5 painless delivery elixirs. The rewards poured in like rain. After the delivery, my mother-in-law rushed in, witnessing Chuyu holding my hand, crying profusely. She feared I had encountered a mishap. Her face draining of color as she approached and slapped Chuyu, exclaiming, "Why are you crying? Jiao Jiao has safely given birth, and you're mourning. You scared me to death." Chuyu, amidst his tears, lamented, "I was worried for Jiao Jiao. To give birth to so many must have hurt her greatly." Just then, Chuha entered with my favorite meat soup, a timely blessing. While savoring the soup, I discreetly consumed several recovery and beauty elixirs. The effects were remarkable. My uterus contracted back instantly, and the stretch marks visibly faded. When a shaman brought over the 10 little bundles, my heart melted at the sight of those fluffy creatures. The shaman, upon examining me, was astounded. "Jiao Jiao, your recovery speed is nothing short of miraculous." My mother-in-law shared her astonishment, and they exchanged glances, immediately deciding that this matter must be kept confidential. Such an extraordinary ability could lead to unwanted attention, and I would become the center of unwanted desire. The little ones were crying for food, so I transformed into my beast form to nurse them. Initially worried about my milk supply, my mother-in-law was soon relieved to see all 10 little ones with full bellies. Watching them, tears of joy streamed down her face. In that moment, I truly felt the long-lost warmth of maternal love. Inside the cave, harmony reigned, while outside, thunder roared. Chuha confronted the troublemaking Hu Jintian, his gaze icy enough to freeze. "What brings you to my home? What was that roar about? You scared my female into premature labor. How shall we settle this score?" Hu Jintian stammered, "I just saw her and liked her too much. I wanted to show off my charm." Chuha had no patience for his excuses. Without hesitation, he transformed, looking exceptionally handsome, and unleashed a flurry of punches upon Hu Jintian. Despite being a Xiantier, Hu Jintian was merely a weakling in front of Chuha's prowess. He howled in surrender. "Chuha, please stop. I concede." "Ouch, not my face." After the scuffle, Chuha coldly remarked, "You scared my female into premature labor and expect her to detoxify you? Dream on." Hu Jintian could only repeatedly apologize, promising compensation. Once Chuha returned, I hurried to check for any injuries on him. His heart melted at my concern. I gestured for him to lower his head, planting a kiss on his cheek, causing him to blush deeply. Once he went to prepare a meal, I began to tally the rewards I had reaped: points, elixirs, various items. Truly a night of prosperity. After discussing debts and unlocking the shop with the system, I realized that to acquire more treasures, I needed to continue giving birth. However, first, I had to address the two outside. I called Chuyu over and asked, "You were those two like? Are they worth helping?" Chuyu responded, "They grew up together. Their character is solid, though Hu Jintian could be a bit impulsive. Yet, he was still irate, not wishing for me to intervene. I was no saint. I understood the bigger picture. I told Chuyu, "Fool, what time is it? We must unite against external threats. Once they regain their strength, they can assist in dealing with the hyenas, and you'll be safer, right? This is called vision. It's 2025. Who still plays petty love games? If we're going to play, let us aim high. Please bring them in. I need to assess the situation." Chuyu gazed at me with admiration, though concern for my well-being lingered. I assured him, "I'm fine. The shaman said my recovery is excellent." He summoned the two, who appeared slightly bashful upon seeing me. I stood up and got straight to the point. "Gentlemen, I need to assess your conditions." Then I called out in my mind, "System, activate." The system promptly replied, "Detection complete. Both are afflicted with Xiantir poison and require intermediate detoxification elixirs combined with strength-enhancing elixirs for optimal effect." I relayed their condition to Chuyu and instructed him to fetch a specific herb from the storeroom for brewing, all part of the ruse. Once the concoction was prepared, I assure you, the results were immediate. Hu Jintian and Wang Yikai gulped down the herbal soup eagerly. In an instant, their eyes widened as a surge of warmth erupted from their dantians, and their long-lost Xiantir powers returned. Their gazes towards me shifted from admiration to sheer reverence. Clearing my throat, I calmly informed them, "You will fully recover by tomorrow." They showered me with gratitude, and I replied, "No need for thanks. Just ensure you look after Chuyu and Chu-Ha during the hyena hunt." Unexpectedly, Hu Jintian, the tall and robust figure, awkwardly apologized for startling me earlier. Observing his demeanor, I noted the stark contrast between his imposing appearance and his endearing, clumsy charm. I pondered who was to blame, my timid nature or my overwhelming allure that compelled him to attract my attention in such a foolish manner. Oh well, I decided to be magnanimous and forgave him, even praising Chu-Ha for being overly concerned for my safety. Hu Jintian was profoundly moved, but suddenly, the previously inconspicuous Wang Yikai boldly interjected, asking, "Can we be your beast husbands?" It was at that moment I finally noticed him. Indeed, he had been quite forgettable. To my surprise, he followed up with an even bolder declaration, swearing on his parents' lives that he would treat me well for eternity. My family, who could possibly understand this? I nearly burst out laughing, imagining his parents fleeing in the dead of night, thinking, "How noble you are, swearing by us to win your beloved." Hu Jintian, growing anxious, exclaimed, "Wang Yikai, you are cutting in." He insisted that he should be the first, claiming his position as third in line while Wang could only be fourth. Wang retorted, "I confessed first, and besides, you made a mistake. Chuyu said you must defeat him to earn your place." My head was spinning with confusion as I glanced at Chuyu, whose expression clearly indicated he wished to send these two away. I hastily attempted to mediate, stating that it was not the time for such discussions and that we should first resolve the issues with the hyena tribe. Once those two departed, Chuyu returned, carrying a meat broth, insisting that I, being with child, needed to eat 5 meals a day. Thus began my delightful dilemma. Chuyu fed me a piece of grilled meat, while Chuyu offered me a spoonful of broth, and I reciprocated by feeding each of them in a joyful cycle of sharing. After our meal, I decided it was time to be forthright. I pondered the lavish rewards for giving birth and thought, why not take advantage of them? I called the two over and, with a serious demeanor, announced, "I have something important to discuss with you." They both immediately tensed up. After a moment of contemplation, I continued, "You are aware that I belong to the Tian-Tu clan and that I can bear twins, correct? In fact, I have a secret. I can communicate with the beast god. The beast god believes that reproduction on this continent is exceedingly difficult and has sent me to amend the situation. With each birth, the beast god rewards me." With that, I dramatically revealed all the items from my space, creating a spectacular display before them. Their mouths gaped in astonishment, their minds racing with the singular thought, "My little female is a celestial being." I began to introduce the items, picking up a crossbow and effortlessly shooting an arrow into a large tree 100 meters away. The arrow struck true, causing the massive tree to shudder. I explained that this device, called a crossbow, had an extensive range, high precision, and could fire multiple shots, far surpassing the technology of this era. Each of you take one and practice diligently. I then held up a powder and remarked, "The hyena tribe enjoys playing with snakes, do they not? This powder, when scattered, will send any snake within 10 meters fleeing." Additionally, I revealed a sleep-inducing potion, which, when added to their food or water, could render them unconscious for 3 days and nights. Since they prefer to play dirty, we would outsmart them. Finally, I produced a promotion elixir. Behold, a high-grade promotion elixir that elevates one by 3 levels with a single dose. I handed each of them one, and they exchanged glances before swallowing without hesitation. In the next moment, their formidable energies erupted from the cave as they both ascended to the celestial stage. Their physiques enlarged, their fur gleamed, and their aura was simply awe-inspiring. Chuyu, brimming with excitement, grasped my hand and declared, "Let us consult with Father about the timing of our assault." The following day, we visited the clan leader. When Chu Chantian and his mother, Hua Ying, beheld the celestial Chuyu, their eyes nearly bulged out. Chuyu explained that I was the celestial being sent by the beast god. Chu Chantian, nearly overwhelmed with emotion, almost knelt before me, but I quickly supported him, urging, "Please do not. Such reverence would shorten my life." I then showcased my arsenal once more. They immediately began discussing a list of individuals to be promoted, preparing to enhance the abilities of reliable beastmen. Remarkably, overnight, our fox tribe transformed from primitive weaponry to advanced artillery, boasting 3 celestial warriors. I also took Hua Ying aside, encouraging her to select a few female beasts who had not conceived in a while. Teasingly, I asked Mother, "Would you like to have a brother or sister for Ayu?" Her cheeks flushed, yet her eyes sparkled with desire. Soon, 9 young females were chosen, and I distributed the birthing elixirs, assuring them of their success. The young females were so overwhelmed with joy that they wept. Thus, the plan was set. We would depart in 3 days to confront the hyena tribe. On the journey, Chuyu transformed into his beast form to carry me. Under the moonlight, he earnestly expressed his gratitude for all I had done for the fox tribe. I leaned closer to him, teasingly asking, "Is your gratitude merely for being the young master? What about as my beast husband?" He instantly shifted back in a human form, wrapping his arms around my waist, his gaze intense as he declared, "As your beast husband, I wish to say that meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life." I embraced him tightly, planting a kiss on him, proclaiming, "Chuyu, I love you." Upon returning home, Chuyu had already prepared everything for the little ones. Concerned for my health, I whispered in his ear that the beast god had bestowed upon me a recovery elixir, assuring him I was perfectly fine. That night, in a hazy state, I heard him ask, "Jiao Jiao, can you bear me children?" At that moment, I had only one thought. Yes, I would bear as many as he desired. I then stealthily consumed the birthing elixir. 3 days later, the main force assembled. Our scouts returned with reports that everything had gone smoothly. The hyena tribe's streams and food supplies had been tampered with. When our army approached, the entire hyena tribe was thrown into chaos, with half of them lying unconscious on the ground. Chuyu stood at the forefront, radiating authority, and commanded, "Warriors, the hyena tribe, regardless of gender or age, shall leave none alive. Attack." I must tell you, the scene was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Chuyu wielded the crossbow, dispatching enemies with precision, while our morale soared as we advanced, cutting through them like a hot knife through butter. The hyenas, still in slumber, had no chance to react before meeting the beast god. As Chuyu stated, to show mercy to such a ruthless tribe was to be cruel to ourselves. Soon enough, they discovered that the hyena tribe's leader, Scar, was missing. Chuyu led a search, locating him within a complex cave. Scar attempted to resist, but against the celestial Chuyu, he was defeated in mere moments, silenced by a swift strike to the throat. After eliminating all the hyenas, it took us 2 days just to manage the aftermath. On our return journey, we collected a bounty of game, joyfully making our way home. By the time we returned, 7 days had passed. Meanwhile, a momentous event occurred on our side. Hua Ying and the 9 young females were all pregnant. The entire tribe erupted into celebration, gazing at me as if I were a divine being, reverently calling me a celestial maiden. When Chuyu returned, I rushed to embrace him, whispering in his ear, "Ahi, you're going to be a father." He froze in surprise, then joyfully enveloped me in his arms, overwhelmed with emotion and unable to articulate his feelings. 3 more days passed, and just as I finished breakfast, labor began. Calmly, I ingested the painless birthing elixir, while Chuyu hurriedly restrained Chuyu, who was preparing to venture out to hunt. In a flurry, he dashed towards the shaman's cave. The shaman and Dan Dan were already prepared, gathering their supplies to rush to our cave. Having experienced this before, I felt no panic. Watching the shaman lay out the animal skins and instruct Chuyu to boil water, I noticed Chuyu beside me, nervously sweating. I reassured him, do not worry. I have taken the painless birthing elixir. I'm not in pain right now. But let me tell you, even though it was painless, seeing Chu Yu's worried expression made his face contort with concern. In just 20 minutes, my mind suddenly erupted with notifications. My family, who could possibly comprehend this? The sounds were akin to a phone incessantly buzzing with notifications. Ding! Congratulations! The 11th birth, a white fox sister. Ding! The 12th birth, a five-tailed colorful fox sister. Ding! The 13th birth, a black fox sister. I was utterly stunned. It felt like opening a blind box, 3 fox cubs appearing in an instant. Before I could process this, another wave followed. Ding! The 14th birth, a black fox brother. Ding! The 15th birth, an Arctic fox brother. Good heavens! This was far from over. The fox-themed event has concluded, and we now transition to the rabbit-themed showcase. A series of announcements from the system rings out, proclaiming the arrival of the 16th offspring, the graceful Zhonghua, by Tu Mei Mei, followed by the 17th, the elegant Tani Air Tu Mei Mei, and finally the 18th, the charming Xiangbin Tugij. My mind nearly implodes as the system continues to enumerate names, from the 11th all the way to the 22nd. A total of 12, 2 more than the last time. Is my belly a kindergarten? Eventually, the system delivers a grand summary, congratulating me on the successful birth of 20 offspring, accompanied by additional rewards such as points, elixirs, and expansion vouchers, all of which are suddenly showered upon me, emphasizing an overwhelming fortune. Once my thoughts settle, the Wu, Enai and Dan cautiously approach, their jaws nearly dropping at the sight of the line of little ones. Just as I am reeling from the system's generous rewards, I hear my father-in-law, Chu Chantan, outside, exuberantly exclaiming. His wife, Hua Ying, quietly informs him that he is about to become a grandfather again. At that moment, he seems to short-circuit, his mouth quivering as he repeatedly questions whether it is true, culminating in a loud shout that reverberates throughout the area, leading anyone unaware to think he's been stepped on. The joyous news is bound to spread quickly. Meanwhile, Hu Zhen Tian of the Tiger Clan and his father, Hu Yitong, have also received the message. The messenger, Hu Feng, darts in with remarkable speed, announcing the significant news. Hu Yitong, maintaining his composure, urges him to take his time. The Fox Clan's young master, Chu Yu, has found a female companion from the Tiantu clan. What? The Tiantu clan? Hu Yitong can no longer remain seated, inquiring how many offspring were born. The messenger shakes his head. Surely not 5 or 6. Again, the messenger shakes his head. Frustrated, Hu Yitong slaps the table, demanding the truth. 10. 10 in total, chief. Hu Yitong's eyes nearly bulge out in astonishment. Just as he is about to instruct his son to pursue the matter, the messenger takes a deep breath and adds that the young master frightened the female companion, causing her to give birth prematurely. In that moment, Hu Yitong is left flabbergasted, feeling a buzzing in his head, likely contemplating how to reprimand his wayward son. It is no wonder that both father and son are aware that Hu Zhen Tian will face a scolding upon returning home, and he drags his feet on the way back. Upon entering, without a word, he collapses at his father's feet, weeping, "Father, I've suffered a heartbreak." The family members can hardly comprehend his dramatic performance, which would surely outshine many in the upcoming Actor's Birth 2025. Seeing his son in such distress, Hu Yitong's raised hand falters, half his anger dissipating. He then begins to consider, "Son, you have made a mess of this affair. Perhaps we should send your brother to try instead?" The foolish boy, still with tears on his face, suddenly brightens at the suggestion. "Yes, my brother is level-headed. Together, we shall complement each other. Father, let us do this." Meanwhile, Wang Yikai of the Divine Canine Clan returns home, enveloped in an emo state, diving headfirst into his training, convinced that I find him lacking. His father, Wang Ting, upon hearing of my prolific capabilities, is visibly envious and contemplates sending his cousin, who is of Earth rank, to give it a go. Thus, yet another brotherly duo is in the works. After giving birth, I felt quite pent up, and after 3 days of rest, I asked Chu He to take me out for some fresh air. I must say, the wonders of this beastly world seem to have undergone a massive magnification effect. The ferns towered taller than I, and I needed Chu He's assistance to reach them. Then, Chu He took me to see a waterfall, which was nothing short of spectacular, akin to a wild 5-star scenic area. The mist was filled with rainbows, ensuring a perfect photo opportunity. The waters were teeming with large fish, humorously dubbed Ci Tiaolong, which made me laugh out loud at such a whimsical name. Upon realizing these fish were edible, Chu-He transformed into his beast form and swiftly dove in, causing a veritable rain of fish to fall onto the shore. And I could hardly intervene. After enjoying a delicious fish soup at home, my father-in-law arrived to discuss what gifts we should send back to the Tiger Clan and Divine Canine Clan. I promptly retrieved several dozen pounds of coarse salt and several pairs of flint stones from the system space, leaving him momentarily speechless, ready to kneel in gratitude to the beast god and the heavenly maiden. I quickly lifted him back up, insisting that such reverence was unnecessary. I also casually mentioned my desire to weave some baskets from bamboo. However, my clumsiness led to a cut on my hand, which greatly concerned Chu-He, who immediately took over the task. Remarkably, while I struggled with the tutorial, he learned the craft in a single glance. Chu-Yu, observing nearby, also picked up the skill. Are these beast folk all prodigies? Am I to be overshadowed as a modern individual? The next day, my courtyard was bustling with people, as Chu-He and Chu-Yu took on the role of instructors. Everyone was fervently engaged in crafting bamboo chairs, tables, baskets, and even a crossbody bamboo bag for my snacks, a limited edition handmade item. It was then that I remembered to inquire with the system about the outcome of my previous encounter with Chu-He. The system's cheeky electronic voice chimed in. Congratulations, host. You are incredibly fortunate. The first pregnancy is already 25 days along, and the second is 10 days along. Good gracious, my belly is operating in dual mode. The system also provided me with a plethora of new items, such as loyalty elixirs, designed to prevent me from overfeeding my companions to the point of rebellion. Quite considerate. Indeed, with a collection of upgrade elixirs in hand, I sought out my father-in-law. I couldn't just strengthen myself. The entire clan must rise together. I established a new rule. Those weakest among the clan, the Hong rank beast folk, must cultivate to the Zhou rank before they can line up for elixirs to level up. Want to take it easy? Not a chance. Everyone must strive together. Soon, the team preparing to deliver gifts to the Tiger Clan and Divine Canine Clan was ready. My husband, Chu-Yu, volunteered to lead, stating that he would leave Chu-He to accompany me until the children are born. While I was reluctant to see him go, the bond between the two brothers is genuinely strong. On the eve of his departure, he insisted on a moment of intimacy, bringing me to the very spot where we first met beneath that grand tree. I had been so preoccupied with his handsome features that I had never noticed the beauty of the location, where the ground was not dirt but a layer of sparkling crystal stones. My husband truly knows how to cherish moments, understanding that once he leaves, Chu would be busy caring for the little ones and unable to take me out for adventures. He made this romantic detour before setting off. However, as the atmosphere became charged with romance, I must admit that the wilderness offered a unique charm. We indulged in affection from dawn until sunset, leaving me to ponder whether my stamina was lacking or if all Tian rank beast folk were simply extraordinary. On our way back to the tribe, he expressed his insecurities, fearing that the Tiger Clan and Divine Canine Clan would surely offer several beasts as suitors for me. I reassured him, "Dear, do not worry. No matter what happens in the future, you will always be my one true love." This man, despite being of Tian rank, still lacks the confidence I possess. The following day, Chu-Yu departed with a grand entourage. I handed him the formidable bow and crossbow, feeling that the more I love him, the more I worry for his safety. As soon as he left, my mother-in-law, Hua Ying, arrived to assist in taking care of the children. She was also pregnant, having consumed the strengthening elixir I provided earlier, and was eager to lend a helping hand. The moment she arrived, she exclaimed with the excitement of discovering a new world, pointing at one of the little ones and shouting. I leaned in to see, and, it was merely 3 tails something was already aware of. I calmly informed her, "Mother, that's not all. Among that litter, there's one with 5 tails. Family, who understands?" My mother-in-law's expression at that moment was one of sheer astonishment, her eyes nearly bulging out, overwhelmed with excitement to the point of stumbling over her words, her hands trembling as if she might kneel before me, proclaiming that I am the hope for the revival of the Fox clan. This ancestral phenomenon truly astonished her. I thought this excitement was not enough, so I casually pointed out, "Mother, look at that colorful one with 3 tails born of the Huang tier. Over there. Those few are the Yu and Zhou tiers, just for fun. In that nest of rabbits, both Xian and Huang tiers are present." My mother-in-law was utterly flabbergasted, her mouth agape enough to fit an egg, her CPU seemingly overheating, repeatedly murmuring about my beast deity. Realizing this was too much excitement, I quickly changed the subject and inquired about her health. She began to complain that after taking the elixir I gave her, her strength was boundless. Yet she seemed to have developed wrinkles and spots on her face, which saddened her. I chuckled internally. An opportunity had arisen. I swiftly retrieved an elixir from my spatial pouch and handed it to her. Ding, ding, ding. Eat this. She swallowed in one gulp, and I teased her to go look at herself by the water. Before long, she returned, utterly ecstatic, her skin so tender it seemed to glisten with moisture. Overjoyed beyond measure, I quickly sent her back to show my father-in-law to prevent her from further examining my little ones. Once she left, I immediately summoned Chu, pulling out the comprehensive carpentry guide bestowed by the system and presenting it to him. This fellow was truly a chosen carpenter. Upon receiving the book, his eyes gleamed with envy as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary secret. Although illiterate, he was adept at interpreting images. I must say, his capacity for learning was astounding. By the end of the afternoon, he had crafted an exceptionally beautiful wardrobe. He even blindfolded me for a surprise. Oh, who could withstand such excitement? I embraced him fervently. With the wardrobe completed, I pointed to the illustrations in the book, gazing eagerly at Chu-hee. I desire a wooden tub for bathing. This stone vat is too heavy and the water cools too quickly. Without hesitation, Chu-hee agreed on the spot. His craftsmanship was remarkable. In the time it took for me to take a brief nap, a fragrant wooden bathtub was ready. As I crawled out of bed, Chu-hee's longing gaze fell upon me. With a swift motion, he scooped me into the new tub, insisting on testing its utility. During these days when Chu-hee was absent, Chu-hee was nothing short of a polymath, proficient in hunting, cooking, and caring for the children. My father-in-law, concerned we might be overwhelmed, arranged for food to be sent daily. With the rainy season approaching, the tribe was frantically stockpiling provisions. I overheard them saying that every year, the rainy season brought floods, and last year, several individuals were swept away, causing my heart to skip a beat. I promptly called Chu-hee over. Since we experience floods annually, why not dig some channels to divert the water into the Great Lake? To my astonishment, both Chu-hee and my father-in-law's eyes lit up, as if they had unlocked a hidden pathway, slapping their thighs in realization. Right. How do we not think of that? Previously, we lacked the tools, but now we have everything. The orcs have also leveled up, making work incredibly swift. Let's get to it. My father-in-law immediately organized the tribe. 2/3 of the individuals began digging trenches while 1/3 continued hunting. The scene was bustling, with high-tier beasts transforming into their beast forms to claw at the earth, while those of lower tiers transported soil in bamboo baskets. After over 20 days of relentless effort, just 3 days before the rainy season arrived, a massive trench, 10 meters wide and 20 meters deep, was completed. On the eve of the rainy season, my husband Chu-yu finally returned, and he did not come alone. He was accompanied by a grand entourage of 4 handsome young men from the Tiger Clan and the Divine Dog Clan. I tell you, when they entered the tribe, their jaws nearly dropped in disbelief. They must have thought, goodness, it's only been a little over a month. Has the Fox Clan truly experienced a transformation? How is it that high-tier orcs are everywhere? Upon arriving home, Chu-yu saw our family joyfully basking in the sun with the children, and his heart melted. He dashed over and embraced me tightly. I quickly patted him, whispering, Hey, easy now. If you squeeze too hard, the baby in my belly will be pushed out. Only then did he realize I was close to giving birth, and he hurriedly released me. My father-in-law, ever perceptive, noticed everyone had gathered and took my mother-in-law back to their home, leaving space for our family. Chu-hee quietly attended to the children, focusing on companionship. Chu-yu, in a grand gesture, swept me up in a princess carry and placed me on the bed, showering me with kisses. After realizing I was nearing labor and could not engage in further activities, he sighed in frustration. That evening, our family processed the game we had hunted. The meat piled high like a mountain. I pondered where to store it all. I called out to the system in my mind. Countless. Use all 52 of my space expansion vouchers. Expand it for me. The system's mechanical voice sounded almost excited. Host, you possess 52 space expansion vouchers, each capable of increasing 5 cubic meters. Adding your original 10 cubic meters, you will have a total of 270 cubic meters. Do you confirm usage? At that moment, a singular thought crossed my mind. Absolutely. It must be confirmed. I wondered just how large 270 cubic meters truly was. When would I be able to see it? I felt a bit anxious. Then, guess what happened? The system promptly responded, stating that as soon as the mall was activated, I could enter the space, and upon reaching level 3, I could bring others along. Goodness, was this not just a tantalizing promise? However, it elaborated that the space was divided into 2 sections. One static, where items are stored much like a time capsule, eternally preserved and far superior to a refrigerator. The other was a living area, which I could frolic in once unlocked. Upon hearing this, I thought, well, that sounds splendid. I just need a final push. With over 1,800 points, if I strive a little, I shall achieve it. I tell you, just as Chu and Chu finished processing that mountain of beast meat, I waved my hand in front of them, and 2 mountains of meat vanished in an instant. The shock on their faces was priceless, their pupils dilating as if their CPUs were about to overheat. I quickly called out to the system, "Help me. How do I explain this?" The system remained calm. "Host, simply say this is a special ability." I thought this excuse was quite clever, so I inquired why only I possessed it. It informed me that just a few days prior, it had upgraded and patched itself. And now, any orc who reaches the Tion tier has a chance to awaken one of the 7 special abilities: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, or space. Goodness, why did you not mention such a significant update earlier? The system defensively replied that it only learned of this after the upgrade. It further explained that the main system urgently upgraded due to other orcs awakening their abilities, fearing that I, the chosen daughter, might be outmatched. I quickly explained to my 2 husbands, invoking the name of the beast deity, saying this was a new revelation granted to me by the beast deity, and that everyone would have a chance to become a mage, provided they worked hard to reach the Tion tier. Their expressions were a mix of shock and elation, instantly fueling their motivation to level up. However, the following day, the skies opened up, and what was promised to be a clear day turned into a heavy downpour, raining incessantly for 3 days and nights, with thunder and lightning shaking the entire tribe as they huddled in their caves, trembling in fear. On the 3rd night, the rain finally lightened, and Chu could no longer remain still. He insisted on checking the large trench we dug to see if it could withstand the deluge. As soon as he stepped outside, the flowers and plants I had cultivated in the yard were utterly ruined, and the swing was blown into a corner. But here comes the crucial point. The areas that had historically been prone to flooding in the tribe were completely fine this year. The mountain torrents, as if guided by an unseen hand, flowed obediently into the trench we had dug, moving in a single direction. The trench was both wide and deep, and the floodwaters barely filled it halfway. Family, who understands? The joy of being a construction enthusiast is as simple as that. Many orcs rushed out to see, and upon spotting Chu, they praised him profusely, claiming that if it were not for me, they would have faced another disastrous year, insisting on bringing me food once the rainy season passed. My husband stood tall, filled with pride as he listened to their praises. As Chu completed his patrol, ensuring the ditches were secure, he was about to head home when he spotted an orc rushing towards him, anxiously shouting from a distance, "Young master, the celestial maiden is about to give birth." Chu's face turned pale with alarm, and he sprinted back. Halfway, he learned that Chu had already sent for the shaman, prompting him to change course and head directly to the shaman's cave. Unfortunately, the shaman had been bedridden for days due to a resurgence of an old illness exacerbated by the heavy rains. Realizing this, Chu swiftly summoned her apprentice, Dan. By the time they returned, I had already consumed the painless delivery potion provided by the system and lay there as if nothing was amiss. Chu was visibly anxious, his palms sweaty as he gripped my hand, muttering about how after this birth there would be no more. His distressed demeanor shattered his usual aloof persona, which amused me greatly. I reassured him, "It's all right, I took the divine medicine. It one tea hurt, just a bit tiring." Doubting my words, he needed only my declaration of love to soothe him. When I mentioned wanting some meat soup, Chu, overhearing, immediately brought me a steaming bowl. After consuming it, I felt my strength returning. Suddenly, the system notification in my mind began chiming incessantly, akin to the sound of dumplings falling, overwhelming my senses with a flurry of notifications. In one go, I delivered 12 little ones, all foxes. Sand foxes, white foxes, black foxes, Arctic foxes, and those with tails, 3-tailed, 5-tailed, 7-tailed. Their beastly ranks were impressive, with several being of the earth tier. Finally, fortune had smiled upon me. Remarkably, upon the arrival of the 30th cub, the system awarded me a grand achievement, with rewards pouring in abundantly. As the last little fox was born, Dan quickly marked the offspring, lining them up beside me. Chu stood there, utterly dumbfounded, gazing at the fluffy little creatures. It took my call to snap him back to reality. After quenching my thirst and consuming some recovery and beauty potions, the onlookers were astonished to see my complexion improve post-delivery, glowing radiantly. such as the capricious favor of the beast deity. I gently told Chu He that I was tired and would rest for a moment, then plunged my consciousness into the system's space. I was so thrilled I could barely contain myself. System. Quickly tally my treasures. Points 3760, childbirth potion 114. Space expansion voucher 155. The subsequent list dazzled me. Blacksmithing techniques, comprehensive housing construction guides, and cold weaponry manuals left me in awe. The system deducted half my points. And with my remaining total, I had exactly 3,015 points. Congratulations, host. You can unlock the level 1 mall. Would you like to proceed? Yes, absolutely. My excitement nearly caused me to squeal. Level 1 mall unlocked. Free entry into space unlocked. I bombarded the system with questions. How do I enter? Can I leave at will? Can I teleport inside? The system informed me that it operated via thought control, allowing free entry and exit, and due to the recent upgrade. It now included version 10 of spatial movement, enabling me to direct my location within a radius of 5 kilometers. Just as I was about to experiment, the system reminded me that my husband was nearby, and I shouldn't startle him. Remembering I could bring someone along, I asked the system, but it informed me that required a level 3 upgrade. Fine, I would explore them all first. Murmuring the word mall, a dazzling golden interface nearly blinded me. After I complained about the system's tacky aesthetic, it sheepishly switched to a refreshing light blue. I found it reminiscent of a computer desktop, neatly categorized: hot weapons, cold weapons, potions, books, and crops. The cheapest hot weapon, a handgun, was priced at 8,000 points. Outrageous. Among the potions, there was even a resurrection potion for 3,000 points. Given that the system had saved me for 30,000, this suddenly seemed quite reasonable. What truly caught my eye was a down jacket disguised as animal skin, albeit rather pricey, suggesting I would need to learn to make it myself. After browsing, I felt like a small fortune holder with so many cubs born. My worries were vanquished. When I emerged from the system, I was greeted by Chu He, his eyes red and fixed on me. When I inquired, he embraced me tightly, his voice trembling with emotion as he confessed he had called for me repeatedly, fearing something had happened. I realized that while I was enjoying myself in the system, I couldn't be heard outside, and I quickly apologized while holding him close. He continued to express his concerns, insisting that once this child was born, there would be no more, revealing his genuine fear. I could only cup his face and plant a kiss, assuring him that, as the celestial maiden, under the protection of the beast deity, I would not perish. Just as we were basking in warmth, the cubs began to whimper in hunger. I quickly transformed into my beast form, and, with the aid of the milk-increasing potion, the 12 little gluttons soon had round bellies. It was then I remembered that during this birth, the shaman hadn't come. Dan sadly mentioned that her grandmother was seriously ill and could not leave her bed. Alarmed, I immediately entered the space and, without hesitation, exchanged 500 points for a longevity potion that could extend life by 5 years, along with a strength-enhancing potion, urging Chu Yu to deliver them at once. Upon reaching the shaman's cave, Chu Yu fed the potions to her. To our astonishment, the effect was instantaneous. One moment she was bedridden, and the next, she was revitalized, able to rise and kneel in gratitude towards our home, thanking the beast deity and the celestial maiden. Chu Yu then helped prepare a meat soup before going to share the joyous news with his parents. Upon hearing that they had gained 12 more grandchildren, Chu Chantian and Hua Ying were overjoyed. By the time Chu Yu returned home, dawn was approaching. Chu Yu was busy preparing gruel for the older cubs while tidying up the yard. Chu Yu took over, encouraging him to come inside and keep me company. They exchanged smiles, a brotherly bond evident. As I awoke, a warm bowl of meat soup was presented to me. I cuddled up to Chu He, declaring, "I am so happy. The greatest fortune of my life is meeting you and Chu Yu." He replied earnestly, "Meeting you is the true blessing for both me and Chu Yu." Just then, voices from outside interrupted. Chu He stepped out to find Hu Jintian and his companions had arrived. These friends had been caught in the downpour and missed their chance to make their presence felt in front of me, waiting until dawn to visit. Having heard about my childbirth, Chu Yu remained calm as he had brought them back, but Chu He was less pleased. His handsome face turned cold and dark upon seeing Hu Jintian. I found it amusing and playfully rubbed his face, teasing, "You don't want me to find another beast husband, do you?" After a moment of hesitation, he confessed it wasn't that he disagreed. But seeing Hu Jintian reminded him of the danger I faced, and he didn't want to give him a pleasant expression. His mix of grievance and indignation was utterly endearing, prompting me to plant a kiss on him. Looking deeply into his eyes, I said, "Ahi, if you disagree, I will only bear cubs for them, but not take a partner. He pondered for a moment before suggesting that Hu Zhentai might be considered. While Hu Zhentian was out of the question, I tentatively asked, what if I consider both? He fell silent for a lengthy pause, ultimately stating, I respect your decision. Alas, I confess my own dilemma. Hu Zhentian was vivacious, while Hu Zhentai was more handsome. I also held fondness for Wang Yikai and Wang Yuan. Could I possibly take them all? I quickly consulted the system, which informed me. Host, all are suitable. I rolled my eyes, retorting, do you deem any single handsome man suitable? The system proudly claimed it could assess character. It proceeded to list their attributes. Hu Zhentian, a playful fool. Hu Zhentai, a romantic old soul. Wang Yikai, a loyal family man. And Wang Yuan, a charmingly foolish handsome man who understands the family dynamics. The system had just opened 4 SSR blind boxes for me. As I pondered whether it was inappropriate to pursue both brothers, the system presented a plethora of data, revealing that many females in the beast realm form partnerships with multiple brothers. I was left utterly speechless. The individuals outside have already been invited by Chu Yu into the meeting cave. Upon entering, they resembled Lu Lao Lao stepping into the Grandview Garden, marveling at the myriad of novel items within, incessantly inquiring about everything, their desires for companionship nearly inscribed upon their faces. Hu Zhentian held a bamboo cup, flipping it over in curiosity, and exclaimed, Ayu, isn't this the bamboo that the iron-eating beast loves? Are you using it to hold water? What an ingenious idea. I must tell you, it is not just him with such thoughts. His brother Hu Zhenhai seemed nearly overwhelmed with excitement. One moment, he was touching our bamboo-woven basket, and the next, poking at the wooden cabinet, his expression akin to that of a primitive man who had just discovered the internet, everything appearing so fresh to him. Ultimately, he became overly curious and attempted to flip through the book of treasures belonging to Chu Ha, which was the wooden comic book I had gifted him. Alas, our dear Chu Ha, jealous as ever, dashed over with a stormy expression, coldly stating, that was a gift from me. This immediately halted Hu Zhenhai's hand mid-air. Recognizing the situation, he promptly apologized. Meanwhile, the 2 Wang brothers were not idle either. Wang Yikai fixated on the swing I had crafted, his gaze nearly etching the words I want to play onto his face. Wang Yuan, resembling a curious child, explored everything, his fascination with me, the so-called little female, nearly materializing. Chu Ha, visibly annoyed, rolled his eyes and retreated to my cave to complain. I had just emerged from the system space when he approached me with a pitiful expression, saying, Jiao Jiao, that Hu Zhenhai wants to flip through the book you gifted me. His demeanor was simply adorable, instantly softening my heart. I took his hand and said, come, let me take you out to assert our presence. As soon as we stepped outside, lo and behold, the 4 individuals stood at attention, their 8 eyes shining like searchlights, all directed at my face. Who understands the pressure? My friends? While I do not suffer from social anxiety, being scrutinized by 4 muscular men left me at a loss for where to place my hands and feet, feeling so awkward that I could have dug a 3-room apartment with my toes. I quickly cleared my throat and called for my companions, Ayu and Aha, to join me in the cave for an internal meeting. Upon entering, I got straight to the point. We all know that I am here to fulfill the Beast Goddess KPI, correct? They both nodded. This KPI cannot be achieved solely through the internal consumption of our Fox clan. They nodded again. The elixir we provided to the young females in the tribe was my year-end bonus after giving birth. They nodded emphatically. Taking a deep breath, I dropped the bombshell. Therefore, I intend to accept all 4 of them, provided they are willing. Chuyu appeared slightly surprised, likely thinking I would only seek a couple more. Observing their expressions, I added, of course, if you're uncomfortable with this, I could refrain from forming partnerships with them and merely have offspring to fulfill the task, thereby repaying the favor for their previous assistance. Upon hearing this, they were deeply moved, feeling that I considered them in all matters. However, they were also acutely aware of the harsh realities of this beastly world. Males rejected by females faced dire consequences. Thus, our esteemed Chuyu, embodying the dignity of a rightful consort, declared, I have no objections, Jiao Jiao. Those fellows are decent and possess considerable strength. Chuha quickly followed suit, affirming, I will defer to your judgment. Oh, how this touched my heart. I bestowed a kiss on each of them, and Chuha gently returned the gesture. With our internal consensus established, the 3 of us strode out with renewed confidence. The 4 outside appeared as tense, as if preparing for an interview, particularly Hu Zhentian and Wang Yikai, fearing I might utter a dismissal. As we emerged, they all stood up in unison, and in a moment of excitement, Wang Yiyuan stumbled over a chair leg, transforming back into his beast form with a thud. And then, I must tell you what happened next. Goodness gracious! A Samoyed. A fluffy, smiling Samoyed. An angelic smile, my friends. Back in a modern world, I had longed for the one kept by a supermarket employee, and here I was, possessing one myself. My mind went blank as I unconsciously approached, seizing Wang Yiyuan's fluffy head. In that instant, the air seemed to freeze. Wang Yiyuan was stunned. As with the other 5, I paid no heed to them, but gazed excitedly at the remaining 3, eagerly asking, could I see your beast forms? Upon hearing this, their eyes sparkled with excitement. This was their moment to shine. Without hesitation, they transformed. Hu Jintian became an imposing South China tiger, his fierce visage softened by an endearingly foolish glint. His brother Hu Jinhai transformed into a golden tiger. The golden white fur aligned perfectly with my aesthetic. Wang Yikai became a radiant golden retriever. Unable to contain my delight, I reached out and ruffled their heads. My heart was bursting with joy, though I maintained composure. Clear my throat to address them. Transform back, please. You are aware of my identity. I am here to fulfill the breeding task assigned by the beast god. If you are merely seeking offspring, that is acceptable. You may pursue the females you desire, and I will assist with elixirs. However, the beastly husband I seek must wholly belong to me. Of course, if you do not mind, I can simply bear one litter for you without forming a partnership, as a gesture of gratitude. And guess what happened next? Each of the 4 expressed their unwavering loyalty. No, I am willing. Jiao Jiao, I like you. I only wish to be with you. Even without offspring. I like you. Nothing else matters. I had anticipated at least a couple would consider opting out for the sake of freedom, but to my surprise, they were all love-struck. It made sense. The strong always seek companions who match their prowess, creating a powerful alliance of mutual pursuit. Very well, I declared, once the rain subsides in a couple of days. We shall proceed to carve the forms. Excellent. They chorused in unison, their faces beaming like blooming flowers. With this matter settled, Chu He's icy demeanor finally thawed. Soon enough, everyone had clear responsibilities. Those who were to bear offspring did so, while others learned to craft furniture, and the entire household became bustling with activity. Equally preoccupied were the shaman and priestess of our tribe. First, Chuyu's mother, Huaying, was about to give birth. So I quickly provided Chuyu with 3 elixirs, one for painless delivery, one for postnatal recovery, and one for lactation, ensuring comprehensive care. When Chuyu arrived, his mother was moaning in pain, but one dose of the painless elixir alleviated her discomfort instantly. However, the performance must go on. Huang mimicked my earlier demeanor, feigning emotional turmoil. When the shaman arrived, the birthing process proceeded smoothly, akin to a high-speed sequence. While I was at home nurturing relationships with my future husbands, my mind was bombarded by system notifications. Huang gave birth to the first offspring, male, white fox, yellow tear. Huang gave birth to the second offspring, female, black fox, yellow tear. Huang gave birth to the third offspring, male, red fox, universe tear. Chuyu's father, Chu Changtian, was utterly ecstatic, cradling the 3 cubs, including one little female, overwhelmed with joy as he knelt at the cave entrance in gratitude. Just as Chuyu finished attending to his mother, the shaman, scarcely taking a breath, was whisked away again. Shaman, quickly, my Yindwa is about to give birth. Let me tell you, that entire day and night, the shaman and her apprentice, Don Don, ran around the tribe as if in a battle, splitting into 2 teams, racing through the entire clan. My mind was flooded with system notifications. Male, female, female, male, reward points 40, 20, 80, akin to winning the lottery. By the next morning, the world had finally quieted down. I requested a tally from the system, and to my astonishment, 10 little females had collectively birthed 37 offspring, 26 males and 11 females. The most remarkable among them, named Mimi, delivered 5 cubs at once, 2 of which were female. She and her husbands were nearly beside themselves with joy. Upon the emergence of this news, the entire tribe erupted in excitement. Previously, it was a struggle to conceive even one, yet now the minimum had risen to 3. How could this not create a sensation? Everyone knelt in gratitude before the beast god, as well as for me, the celestial maiden. On my end, I reaped tremendous rewards, with my points soaring to 1100, accompanied by a plethora of medicinal elixirs, and 2 families producing Xin-level offspring, earning a special reward of 20 kilograms of coarse salt. This wave of fortune exemplified a strategy of thin profits and high sales, emphasizing abundance. I could almost envision a continuous stream of points rushing towards me in the future. With the significant matters of the tribe settled, it was time to address my familial affairs. On a rainy day, with time to spare, I suddenly recalled a pressing question and posed it to Hu Jintian and Hu Zhenhai. Now that both of you have chosen to follow me, who will take over as the leader of your tiger clan? Hu Jintian chuckled innocently and reassured me that it was not an issue. The tiger clan did not adhere to a hereditary system, but rather an electoral one, based on merit, with several candidates already in the wings. I then inquired with Wang Yikai, who similarly noted that his father had surely prepared for his departure to pursue me. All right, with no concerns holding me back. What was there to wait for? I donned the bamboo hat that Wang Yiyuan had just crafted for me, and with a grand gesture declared, "Let us proceed to the shaman's cave to etch the shapes." Chu Yu expressed concern for my well-being, fearing that carving 4 in one day might prove too painful. I reassured him, dismissing the difficulty, and proceeded to teach them the timeless game of rock, paper, scissors. The pairs competed, with the winners joining me today and the losers returning tomorrow. In no time, Hu Zhenhai and Wang Yikai emerged victorious. I must say, Hu Zhenhai was remarkably attentive, ensuring my hat was fitted perfectly, then wrapping me snugly in a large beast hide, afraid that I might catch even a drop of rain. He then transformed into a mighty tiger and offered me a ride on his back. Such service was impeccable. Upon reaching the shaman's cave, the elder shaman welcomed me with warmth, grasping my hand in gratitude, stating that without my elixirs, her frail body would not have endured this rainy season. Hu Zhenhai and Wang Yikai stood nearby, listening to our conversation about the will of the beast god, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. They must have been thinking, wow, our Jiao Jiao is not merely a celestial maiden, but she can converse directly with the beast god. What a tremendous gain. The etching process went smoothly. The shaman inscribed an adorable little white rabbit on each of their chests, while I carved Hu Zhenhai's golden tiger on his left shoulder and Wang Yikai's golden retriever on his left arm. When we returned, Chu had already begun teaching Hu Zhentian and Wang Yiyuan how to cook. The tantalizing aroma had the newcomers salivating. When Chu Yu returned from his patrol, I declared the meal ready, and the group descended upon it like starving wolves, finishing in a whirlwind, each patting their full bellies with silly grins. After dinner, I announced, "Tonight, Ahai will accompany me." Hu Zhenhai's head snapped up, his expression a mix of surprise and disbelief. Meanwhile, Chu He and Chu Yu, though slightly disappointed, were soon comforted by the surrounding cubs. Hu Zhenhai maintained a facade of composure, resembling an experienced elder as he stepped into my cave. Following Chu Yu's instructions, he filled the bathtub with warm water and gently said, "Jiao Jiao, the water is ready. You may bathe first." He turned to leave, but I could not let him go, softly calling out, "Ahai." His body stiffened immediately. When he turned back, his nose began to bleed profusely, like a faucet unleashed. He fumbled to wipe it, fearing he might soil my beast-hide skirt. I nearly burst into laughter. After finally regaining composure, he met my gaze, only to be caught in a daze again, causing another gush of blood. Surely, he was cursing his own embarrassment. The scene was both awkward and amusing. Once he managed to tidy himself up, I found his mixture of anxiety and desire utterly delightful. He approached slowly, his hands trembling slightly, and took a deep breath to softly ask, "Jiao Jiao, may I?" Hardly had he finished speaking when I sensed a resurgence of blood flow in his nose. Truly, what a spectacle! With no words to say, I responded with enthusiasm. That night, as the rain pattered outside, within the cave, the others could not find rest. Hu Jintian and Wang Yiyuan regretted their loss in the game, while Chu Yu and Chu He engaged in fervent self-reassurance against jealousy. The following morning, as I awoke beside the slumbering, golden-haired handsome man, his long eyelashes and prominent nose, strong arms enveloping me, I felt an overwhelming sense of security. I reached out, gently touching his nose, which startled him awake. His gaze, filled with tenderness, met mine. "Good morning, Ahai," I said with a sweet smile. "Good morning, Jiao Jiao," he replied. Internally, I couldn't help but think, where's the stoic elder? This is far from the truth. As we emerged, we were greeted by a harmonious scene. Chu Yu, alongside Wang Yiyuan, had scrubbed the cubs clean, while Chu He and Wang Yikai prepared breakfast, and Hu Jintian took charge of cleaning. Observing these 6 gentlemen, each fulfilling their roles, I marveled once more at what I had always envisioned as the life of a queen. It was a delightful experience of companionship and child-rearing. Suddenly, the system reminded me it was time for the Shengzi Dan. I replied that there was no rush, as I intended to elevate both them and myself first. ensuring that the offspring born would possess greater quality and yield more substantial rewards. During our meal, watching the 4 new members clumsily yet earnestly learning to use chopsticks filled me with warmth. After dining, I instructed Chu Yu to tally the orcs who had recently ascended to Hong level, preparing to distribute the elevation elixirs, while also registering the eager females wishing to conceive, to prevent a repeat of the previous days when the shaman was overwhelmed. Then, I took Hu Jintian and Wang Yiyuan to etch their shapes. This time, I specifically engraved Wang Yiyuan's adorable Samoyed form prominently on my right shoulder. Upon my return, Chu Chantian had already gathered everyone, a vast assembly awaiting. I first distributed elixirs to those wishing to conceive, organizing them to ensure the shaman could manage only 2 families each day, significantly lightening her workload. Then came the highlight, distributing the elevation elixirs. The potions cascaded from my hands, with Xian levels ascending to D levels, Huang levels to Xian levels, and Zhou levels to Yu levels. Each received a loyalty elixir. Like dumplings, the number of high-level orcs in our fox tribe surged, reaching a scale comparable to that of a large tribe. With the tribe in order, it was time to attend to my harem. I summoned the 6 orc husbands together and bestowed upon each a high-grade elevation elixir. Having just witnessed a grand spectacle, Hu Jintian and the others were now buzzing with excitement at the sight of the magical potions. I also gave one to my father, Chu Chantian, eager to see if a Tian-level orc would awaken any latent abilities upon consumption. Upon hearing this, my father's jaw dropped, able to fit an egg within. The others were similarly astonished, yet their faith in me had become blind. After consuming the elixirs, Hu Jintian and Wang Yikai felt their inner power explode. Unable to restrain themselves as they howled at the sky, their beast forms expanding significantly. Hu Zhenhai and Wang Yiyuan successfully broke through, ascending to Tian level. Gazing upon these 4 formidable figures, I felt a sense of satisfaction. I inquired of the system, if a Tian level consumes another high-grade elixir, can they awaken their abilities? The system replied, it's unclear. The main system hasn't specified. The host may give it a try. Well, even the system seemed uncertain. Very well, I shall attempt it. I turned to Chu Yu and my father. Who wishes to be the first guinea pig? I'll go first. Chu Yu always volunteered first. He accepted the elixir and swallowed it whole. We all held our breath, fixated on him. Slowly, Chu Yu's body relaxed, a wave of warmth spreading within him. And he sighed contentedly, ah, how delightful. Upon consuming the elixir, a sensation enveloped me akin to luxuriating in the world's most exquisite hot spring, with every pore exulting in triumph. When I finally opened my eyes, the world appeared in vivid clarity. That rascal, Chu Yu, upon awakening, exhibited a remarkable transformation in his demeanor. In his excitement, he grasped my hand tightly and exclaimed, Jiao Jiao. I feel an infusion of 2 distinct powers within me. 2 powers? Impressive young man. Before I could commend him, he pointed to a bedraggled flower in the corner, battered by the rain. In an instant, a green light shot forth, and miraculously, that forlorn flower revived, flourishing before my eyes, ultimately blossoming and bearing fruit. I plucked it and took a bite. It was both sweet and crisp. This newfound ability was splendid. Fruits would be abundant in the future. Is there another? I inquired eagerly. With a mischievous grin, he seized my hand, and in the blink of an eye, we vanished from our spot. The onlookers outside were taken aback, ready to shout for help. But we reappeared just as swiftly. Chu Yu triumphantly declared, I have awakened my wood and spatial abilities. His father, the venerable clan leader Chu Chantian, watched in awe, immediately requesting a pill for himself. The result mirrored his son's. A rush of warmth coursed through him, and with a flick of his hand, he unleashed a fireball into the courtyard. What a spectacle! The elder gleefully played with flames, conjuring small flickers and grand fire dragons, thoroughly enjoying the display. I turned to the remaining 4, asking if Hu Jintian and the others wished to try as well. Surprisingly, they remained composed, expressing a desire to cultivate their abilities further before making any attempts. Very well, I admired their ambition. We retreated to my beast den, where it was time for Chu He. In front of his brother, Chu Yu demonstrated his ability to conjure a tree with bare hands, leaving Chu He astounded. He then took his brother on a brief teleportation escapade. Upon emerging, Chu He excitedly pounded his chest, saying, Impressive, you have 2 powers. I handed him the elixir, reassuring him to remain relaxed, even if he did not awaken any powers. He nodded and consumed the pill. Chu, he is indeed exceptional. Mere moments later, he opened his eyes wide, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through steel. Suddenly, he dashed out of the cave, and we hurried to follow. Outside, he raised his hands to the heavens, and with a thunderous crack, several bolts of lightning descended upon him. Chuyu turned pale with fright, and I quickly reassured him. Stay calm. He has awakened his metal abilities. Indeed, Chuyu remained unscathed, and with a mere flick of his finger, a bolt of lightning shot forth like a laser, cleaving a tree the size of a person in half, the stump smoldering. Incredible. Ahi! I exclaimed in exhilaration. He absorbed the lightning and coolly remarked, there is also spatial power. This was extraordinary. My two trusted allies were each more formidable than the last. I jested from now on. My life shall rest in your capable hands. I requested to see their spatial realms. Upon entering, I discovered their spaces were entirely identical, barren expanses. The system informed me that their realms were suited solely for agriculture and poultry. Placing perishable goods within would lead to spoilage. I pondered this, then invited them into my space. The moment they entered, their jaws nearly hit the ground. My realm stretched infinitely, teeming with resources piled high, resembling a strategic reserve far surpassing theirs. I explained, my space is an upgraded version, with one area for inanimate objects and another for living ones, perfectly devised. There will be an abundance of seeds, and they may cultivate within their own spaces while I serve as the repository. Our lives will surely flourish. After our meal, I consumed another upgrade elixir, propelling my cultivation from the yellow tier to the earth tier. However, I felt a twinge of anxiety. Such a high rank could render me a target. I needed something to conceal my level. Then came the most thrilling moment of the day, the card flipping segment. Tonight, Ishu's Wang Guillon. This little Sammy had blushed as I entered the den. I asked him to come closer, and he stammered about fetching me some animal hide. I feigned a coy tone, insisting no, embrace me. His nervousness rendered him unsure of where to place his hands. To those who understand, teasing such an innocent little pup is utterly intoxicating. Ultimately, I had to take the initiative. Otherwise, I would not be savoring meat that evening. I closed the distance and embraced him, causing him to stiffen instantly. Guess what happened next? This seemingly naive little pup, once the door to a new world was opened, transformed into a ravenous wolf in an instant. In the following days, Wang Yikai was rather impatient, and Hu Jintian's antics had me doubled over with laughter. The atmosphere was naturally conducive to success. When it was time for my dearest Chuyu, he displayed a hint of jealousy, given the extended queue, but with a little coaxing, he softened, and his touch was as gentle as a summer breeze. On the sixth day, it was Chu He's turn. Noticing my fatigue, he surprisingly refrained from being troublesome and simply held me while we slept. Oh, such thoughtfulness is difficult to resist. On the seventh day, it was Hu Junhai. Tomorrow marked my due date, and Chuyu had specifically instructed him to take it easy. However, my birthing elixir remained unused, and I had to conceive a little tiger cub before giving birth. You understand, of course. The next morning, shortly after breakfast, my body began its labor. Calmly, I consumed a painless delivery pill and reclined on the bed, ready to receive system rewards. The system notifications were incessant, ringing like a madman. Congratulations, host, on giving birth to the 35th offspring. The 36th, I was nearly lulled to sleep, wondering when it would end. Ultimately, the midwife revealed that I had birthed a total of 13. Goodness gracious, 13. Had I stumbled into a rabbit warren and a fox den simultaneously? Afterward, I consumed a recovery elixir and felt revitalized. My consciousness immediately delved into the space to tally my gains. System, let us settle the accounts. At that moment, I comprehended the meaning of immense wealth. My points cleared all debts, leaving a surplus, and the marketplace upgraded to level 2. Elixirs, equipment, expansion vouchers, I was overwhelmed. However, I noticed a peculiar trend. All the rewards were defensive gear, protective shields, and teleportation elixirs. The system feigned ignorance. No matter, I resolved to spend. I rushed to the level 2 marketplace, and my eyes landed on the coveted beast tier concealment elixir. Belmano. Though it stung a bit, I purchased 8 without hesitation. Safety first. Returning to consciousness, I beckoned Chu he to witness my newborns. Before he could examine them closely, I presented a colorful little fox. Ehi, look at our daughter. Count her tails. Chu he leaned closer, his eyes widening as he stammered 1, 2, 3, 99 tails. He abruptly looked up at me, his excitement rendering him nearly speechless. Jiao Jiao. Is this real? A 9-tailed celestial fox. Pinch me. He spun me around several times in his joy. and the commotion drew everyone from outside. Upon seeing the little fox wiggling its 9 colorful tails, the entire cave erupted in jubilation. The Fox clan was poised for greatness. Chuyu observed his brother, feeling both joy and a tinge of envy. I quickly approached to comfort my precious one. Fear not. Once I deliver a child to each of the newcomers, I shall bear another for you, and we will ensure our lineage is the most illustrious. I then distributed the concealment elixirs, and we collectively activated our stealth mode. The clan leaders were eager to commence a grand sacrificial ceremony, but I halted them, suggesting we wait until the rainy season passed and the cubs reached their first month. We were not in a rush for this additional month. This news spread like wildfire, reaching not only our territory but also the Hushao clan, the Divine Dog clan, and even the distant Tianing clan. An eagle Beastman, named Ingo, recuperating from an injury, heard tales of my illustrious achievements, particularly regarding the 9-tailed celestial fox, and hastened to our tribe as soon as he recovered. Meanwhile, our tribe, once the rainy season concluded, was alive with excitement, fervent energy surging through. The males were roaring as they set out to hunt, eager to present the finest offerings to the beast god. What delighted me even more was that the young females in the tribe began to flourish as well. The notification chimes in my mind continued unabated. Ding! Arya has given birth to her first offspring, earning 40 points. Ding! Sanhua has given birth to her first offspring. The entire tribe was swept up in a fervent baby boom. I must tell you, this wave of births brought me immense fortune. In just 11 days, 44 young females collectively gave birth to 215 offspring. The system's notification sound transformed into a concert in my mind. I quickly calculated. Astonishingly, each female produced an average of 5 young. Such productivity was simply remarkable. The system promptly reported, Ding! Congratulations, host, you have earned a total of 600 points, 300 childbirth pills, 300 loyalty pills, and 280 basic promotion pills. I nearly lost my breath from excitement, feeling as if I could soar into the sky. Over 10,000 points. The shop was instantly unlocked to its highest level. At that moment, a single thought crossed my mind. I've struck gold. From now on, I shall walk with pride in this beastly world. Without hesitation, I rushed into the shop, and the icons gleamed as if it were the new year. I bought a plethora of items such as tillers, seeders, sickles, and hoses if I were stocking up. Although I spent 6,000 points, my teeth ached at the expense. Just the thought of a future of fully automated farming made it worthwhile. After acquiring the equipment, it was time to rally the troops for work. With a sweeping gesture, I organized the team. Hu Zhenhai and Wang Yiyuan would take on the roles of caretakers and chefs. Hu Zhentian and Wang Yikai, the golden hunter duo, would head out to hunt. Chu He and Chu Yu, with their spatial abilities, would join me to clear land for cultivation. I specifically instructed them to capture any docile and delicious creatures alive for sustainable farming in the future. My family understood, at that moment. I finally grasped why ancient societies cherished sons so dearly, for their labor was invaluable. I led Chu He and Chu Yu into my personal space, pointing at the brand new tiller to broaden their horizons. However, as soon as I started it, the noise startled the two of them, and they instinctively pulled me behind them, ready to confront the machine as if it were a threat, shouting, Jiao Jiao. Danger, get away. I couldn't help but laugh until tears nearly streamed down my cheeks. I quickly reassured them. Don't be alarmed, it's just us. This is our farming tool, completely safe. After a moment of scrutiny, they realized the metal contraption posed no threat, and they finally relaxed. Initially, I wanted to demonstrate how to operate it, but they insisted on taking over. Jiao Jiao, you rest. Just tell us how to do it. Fine by me. I was happy to take a break and became a hands-off manager, holding the manual and guiding them. I must say, these two scholarly husbands were truly impressive. After I explained once, they picked it up effortlessly. It was a smooth operation. I transformed into a cheerleader, showering them with praise. My goodness, a you and a he. You are incredible. This is so easy. You're like the Einsteins of the Beastmen, both handsome and capable. Simply perfect. My compliments fueled their enthusiasm. One operated the tiller while the other managed the seeder, finishing 100 square meters in no time. I, on the other hand, took a rejuvenating nap in the tent. When I awoke, Chu was waiting nearby, his gaze as gentle as flowing water. He swallowed hard and said, Jiao Jiao must be hungry. I'll prepare you some grilled fish. Groggy from sleep, I reached out to him, and he hugged me. He immediately pulled me into his embrace, summoning a bolt of lightning above the nearby river. causing several plump fish to leap onto the surface. Meanwhile, Chuyu was busy too, using his wood-based powers to make the newly planted seeds sprout visibly, creating an agricultural miracle. After devouring a few grilled fish, we were all re-energized. I ate a bit hastily, getting fish juices on my lips. Chuyu chuckled at me and pointed his own mouth. Thinking he wanted a kiss, I leaned in without hesitation and pecked him on the lips. He was momentarily stunned, then simply smiled. And I thought, this beautiful misunderstanding deserves full marks. As we exited the space, Hu Jintian and the others returned from hunting, herding several live wild boars and sheep, along with some wild chickens. I praised each of them, ensuring to distribute my compliments evenly. Remarkably, since my arrival, the tribe's atmosphere had transformed. The young females were no longer fragile and began to cherish their beastmen, while the males worked with renewed vigor, leading the tribe to flourish. Just as we were basking in our success, the eagle tribe unexpectedly arrived at our doorstep. That day, we were holding a grand ritual for my little nine-tailed fox, my daughter. The tribe was bustling with activity when the guards reported that a male beastman from the eagle tribe requested an audience. I was puzzled. We were worlds apart from the eagle tribe, with no ties to speak of. The visiting beastman, named Ingo, arrived wide-eyed, as if he had stepped into a grand palace. Our tribe's guards were formidable, ranging from the Xian and Huang ranks to earth and heaven levels, leaving him utterly astonished, likely shattering his previous worldview. Upon meeting our tribe leader, Chu Changtian, he was even more bewildered, as our core members, including myself, concealed our beast ranks for the sake of discretion. I could almost hear Ingo's internal monologue. Why is the leader of the fox tribe so weak? Is this even viable? He maintained a polite facade, claiming to have heard of our tribe's nine-tailed divine fox and brought a bag of powdered crystals to congratulate us. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Thus, Chu Changtian welcomed him inside, just as the ritual commenced. Chuyu led him to the ceremonial platform. I stood in the center, cradling my recently born little nine-tailed fox. The voice of the shaman, Granny, rang out, and the entire gathering fell silent. Upon her completion of the incantation, she commanded, "Kneel." Instantly, all tribe members knelt in unison, creating a scene of sheer awe. I placed my little nine-tailed fox on the central stone pillar, and the little one, unaware of the significance of the moment, began to play with the patterns on the pillar. Suddenly, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, striking my daughter. I was so startled that I nearly lost my wits, shouting at the system, "What is happening? What was that light?" The system replied meekly, "Host. That was orchestrated by me. The main system said beastmen respond to this." I responded, "All right, you're impressive." As expected, the onlookers erupted in frenzy at this divine phenomenon. A divine fox. A divine fox. The beast god has manifested. The uproar was deafening, with many elder beastmen weeping tears of joy. In that moment, their grievances and hopes that had been pent up for millennia erupted. After the ritual concluded, I conferred with Chu He about naming our daughter. I pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about Xingyu?" Meaning star, S joy. I hope she shines as brightly as the stars. Chu He doted on me, replying, "Of course, that is wonderful. Our child must carry your surname." I was deeply moved. Just then, Hu Jinhai chimed in, eager to join the conversation, saying he had already thought of names for our child. If it's a boy, he proposed Yenmo or Yenhui. If a girl, Yenran or Yenyu. And he listed several more, leaving me utterly stunned. This fellow was far too enthusiastic. As we were discussing, Chuyu returned with Ingo. The latter's gaze fixated on me, bluntly stating, "Little female, how did you and your partners manage to produce a nine-tailed divine fox without revealing your beast ranks?" Well, how direct. I didn't even glance up, clasping my hands in prayer and gazing skyward. This is all a blessing from the beast god. You wouldn't believe it. He actually bought it. He believed it. And he looked at me with envy and jealousy. I could only imagine him plotting how to gather his tribe to seek a heavenly maiden from our tribe to produce divine offspring for the eagle tribe as well. This incident served as a wake-up call for me. That evening, I convened a family meeting, only to discover that it was Hu Zhan Tian and Wang Yikai from my clan who had returned to their tribe to share joyous news, resulting in the information spreading. At that moment, alarm bells rang in my mind. What if other tribes grew envious and formed a coalition to seize me? Would they capture me for research purposes? The system, disturbed by my wild imagination, quickly reassured me. "Host, what are you afraid of? You are now so strong, with a defensive shield. Who could possibly harm you?" I considered this, Yet I understood that a sense of security must be earned through one's own efforts. Without hesitation, I instructed Chu, go inform your father to gather everyone. We shall conduct the fourth collective ascension of our tribe. This time, I truly felt like a wealthy patron. With ample elixirs at my disposal, I initiated the grand distribution of benefits. Those at the earth level ascended to the celestial level. Those at the mystic level advanced to the earth level. The yellow level jumped straight to the earth level. Even those at the cosmic level were elevated. After the series of actions, our tribe, excluding my family, boasted an additional 6 celestial ranks and over 60 earth ranks. Such power, who could dare to challenge us? My sense of security surged to its peak. However, a new issue arose. Upon reviewing the current size of our tribe, which had expanded to over 30,000 square meters, I realized that the defensive shield awarded by the system was woefully inadequate, barely able to encompass everyone. This realization dampened my spirits. I hung my head, feeling useless. Sensing my distress, Chu hurried over to comfort me. Chu embraced me, saying, "You have done excellently. It is our duty to protect our kin." Chu transformed into his beast form, inviting me to ride on his back, nuzzling my cheek to soothe me. "Silly girl, do not blame yourself. Cool me. I will take you to see a beautiful place that I'm sure you will love." They led me for nearly an hour until we arrived at a forest I had never seen before. The expanse of red leaves, ablaze like fire, danced in the wind alongside my snowy white hair, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Standing amidst the crimson, with my arms outstretched, it felt as if all my worries were swept away. Yet, inexplicably, gazing at the scene before me, I suddenly longed for home. Uncontrollably, I began to hum a tune. The leaves swirl, sighing softly, bidding farewell to this destined bond. I must tell you, this song is a cherished melody from my childhood. When I was 10, my parents took me to Xiangshan to admire the maple leaves, where I heard an ant singing it and became utterly enamored. Pestering my parents for a tape when we returned home. Alas, singing this tune brought forth a wave of emotions, and memories of my parents flooded back. In a modern world, I could at least look at photographs and visit their graves during festivals to talk to them. But here, I had no tokens of remembrance. As these thoughts consumed me, tears began to flow like a burst dam. Chu, alarmed by my sudden tears, felt as if his breath had momentarily stopped. He quickly embraced me, his voice tender. "Jiao, do not fear regardless of what happens. I am here." Leaning against his chest, I cried so hard that I could barely catch my breath, struggling to articulate. I miss my parents. They have been gone for so many years, and I have no photos, no videos, nothing left. Chu was taken aback, likely seeing me in such a vulnerable state for the first time. I was usually vibrant and lively, akin to a little son, and he had never witnessed this fragile side of me. Chu, too, was visibly pained, his eyes reddening. Silently, he retrieved a soft piece of animal hide from his embrace and handed it to me, still warm from his body, to wipe my tears. In the midst of my sobs, my stomach grumbled unexpectedly. I found myself caught in an uncomfortable silence, unable to continue crying. Chu, both amused and sympathetic, ruffled my hair, his gaze brimming with affection. Jiao, remember, no matter what happens, we will always stand by your side. No one can bully you." At that moment, Chu, who had been frowning, suddenly spoke up, revealing that not only was he formidable in strength, but his emotional intelligence was equally impressive. He suggested, "Jiao, if you miss your father and mother, you could gather items they cherish to create a tomb of clothing. That way, you can visit them whenever you wish." He shared that this was how he coped. His mother had tragically passed away during childbirth, and his father had held him accountable, never treating him kindly. When he thought of his mother, he hunted for the most exquisite pelts, knowing that she had adored them in her lifetime. Who could understand family? He had saved those precious pelts for years, and now they would be made into clothing for me. Upon hearing his idea, a light bulb went off in my mind. Yes, a tomb of clothing. How had I not thought of this before? I sprang back to life, bouncing around them in excitement. Your idea is simply brilliant. I can establish a tomb of clothing for them, and then I can frequently pay my respects. Though they didn't fully comprehend what a tomb of clothing entailed. Seeing my joy eased their worries. Chu observed us with a complex expression, but he quickly smiled and said to Chu, "I will go hunt some game. Take good care of Jiao." With that, he dashed away. This fellow, perceptive as he was, recognized that my bond with Chu, he was different, and kindly facilitated our moment together, leaving me both touched and amused. As soon as he left, I felt a wave of shyness wash over me. Burying my face in Chu He's chest, I quietly asked, was I particularly ugly while crying just now? To which he delivered a sweet compliment. No, Jiao Jiao is always the most beautiful in my heart, my goddess. How had I never noticed his sweet tongue before? I shot him a playful glare. Oh, is that so? He leaned in closer, grinning mischievously. Then it seems Jiao Jiao didn't like me enough in the past. After so many kisses, you still didn't realize my lips were sweet? With that, he shot me a teasing glance, leaning down to kiss me. Wait, that wasn't my intention. Hold on, why had Chuyu returned so quickly? Goodness, his ability was practically cheating. With a mere wave of his hand, vines erupted, ensnaring the prey in a bind, preventing any escape. Yet, he remained level-headed, rarely using this ability, fearing that one day it would vanish, leaving him powerless. Today, he had only unleashed it to ensure I wouldn't go hungry. After finishing our meal and returning home, as soon as I opened the door, the fluffy little ones dashed toward me like cannonballs. The earlier pangs of homesickness were instantly healed by these adorable creatures. I patted each of their heads, suddenly realizing a critical issue. Have you thought of names for the little ones? They've been born for quite some time now, and I still call them little ones, which leads to a chaotic scene whenever I call. Chuyu rushed over, eager to take credit. We have thought of names. Listen to this. He began listing them off. The girls would be called Ning Jing, Ning Yuan, and Ning Xian, while the boys would be named Ning Yi, Ning Chong, and Ning Kong. All their names contain the character Ning, symbolizing a hope for a peaceful life. Then came the age-old question, what surname would the children take? Chuyu looked at me with hopeful eyes, expressing a desire for the little ones to take my surname. I felt overwhelmed, responding, isn't that a bit inappropriate? You are the heir. How would the tribe perceive it if the children all bore my surname? How about this? Those with parents can take their surname, and those like he can take mine. As the words left my mouth, I noticed the light in Chu Yu's eyes dimming, his expression one of disappointment. To my surprise, Chu Yu stepped forward to advocate for him. Jiao Jiao, why not let them choose for themselves? They can take whichever surname they prefer. The glimmer of hope reignited in Chu Yu's eyes. Seeing the situation unfold, I consented. Let them choose freely. I still want the little ones to take your surname. Chu Yu was the first to express his preference, fearing I might change my mind. Hu Jintian and Wang Yikai scratched their heads, opting to keep their own surnames. Hu Zhenhai and Wang Yuan had already been clamoring to take my surname yesterday. Hey, what about you? Everyone turned to look at Chu He. He produced another list. The girls were named Xingyue, Xingyun, Xingyan, while the boys were called Xingya, Xingli, and Xingchen, all bearing the name Xing, which carries a beautiful connotation. The next segment was the most amusing, as they began to recite the names to a group of fluffy little creatures. Each time a name was called, the respective little one would wag its tail if it was fond of it. Soon enough, all the little ones had their own names, bidding farewell to the ordinary Zhang Wei and Li Jing. Before we knew it, winter was fast approaching. From Chu Yu, I learned that winter here was akin to a hellish ordeal, divided into 3 phases: minor cold, major cold, and blizzards, with the snow accumulation potentially exceeding 4 meters. Each year, some frail orc, young females, and cubs could hardly withstand it. Could I endure this? The wisdom of modern humanity was about to ignite a revolution in warmth within this orc realm. My target, down jackets. I immediately began to direct. You, go fetch your father, and bring me 50 agile orcs to enclose our yard with wooden stakes. Come with me into the space to process the wild ducks. Do your best, and take care of the kids at home. With clear divisions of labor, we commenced. My space had transformed into a super farm where the flow of time was thrice that of the outside world, resulting in the rapid growth of chickens and ducks. When I took Chuha inside, I was astounded by the sight of countless ducks captured by the orcs during their hunts, exceeding 50,000. Chuha was left speechless. Jiao Jiao. When did we amass so many? I smiled mysteriously, instructing him not to ask, but to focus on the task. Chuha's electrical abilities proved invaluable at that moment. With a mere raise of his arm, a flock of wild ducks would drop, stunned by the current. We loaded several hundred pounds of ducks into large baskets and transported them outdoors, where the 50 orcs had successfully enclosed the yard. I immediately began a lesson, teaching them how to pluck the softest down from the ducks without harming them. Be gentle. If you pluck them bald, we need to raise them for the next time. Remarkably, these orcs worked efficiently, processing over 3,000 ducks in just one morning. At noon, I had Hu Zhenhai prepare a grand feast of roasted meat to reward them, and they devoured it with delight, praising the excellent food. Some even expressed a desire to learn from me, mentioning their own young females found their cooking lacking. After 5 days of plucking, we spent another 10 days washing, drying, and ultimately amassed half a ton, precisely 1,000 pounds of pure down. I calculated that with 500 young females and cubs in the tribe, 2 down jackets each would suffice. The remainder could be allocated to 300 robust workers, each receiving an exceptionally thick jacket with 600 grams of filling. Perfect. Chiyu, concerned, took my hand, saying I'd grown thin for the tribe. I pinched the flesh on my waist, thinking how charmingly he flattered me. Wang Yiyuan asked expectantly, "Jiao Jiao, will each of us have one?" I smiled, assuring him, "Everyone will have one, and no need to make it ourselves. The beast god shall bestow us with finished products." Indeed, I would purchase the finished items using system points, prioritizing pamper my husband. The naive orcs were in awe of how favored I was by the beast god. In the following days, families from the tribe sent representatives to learn how to make down jackets, bringing various local specialties, such as beautiful animal hides, delicious fruits, and colorful stones, leaving me profoundly touched. With clothing resolved, the issue of warmth also needed addressing. Otherwise, would the entire family resort to smoking cured meats in the cave during winter? The next project, charcoal production. I retrieved the comprehensive guide to charcoal production awarded by the system, learning as I went. It appeared simple, yet was undoubtedly a skilled task. I decided to start with a small earth kiln to test the waters. I summoned Chiyu, Wang Yikai, and Hu Jintian, gesturing animatedly to describe the type of pit I wanted to dig. Wang Yikai, from the Divine Dog Clan, lit up at the mention of digging, confidently assuring me he would excavate it beautifully. We found a flat area, and within half an hour, the pit was excavated according to my specifications, complete with small channels and slopes. I then directed them to chop specific types of wood, placing the logs vertically in the pit, covering them with straw, and finally sealing it with layers of mud, tightly compacted with wooden strips to form a sturdy kiln top. This was a hardcore task. If the top collapsed, it would all be in vain. With everything in place, I produced a flint stone, igniting the dry straw. I solemnly instructed them, "Listen carefully. The key to burning the kiln is to achieve complete combustion at once. We must not let the fire die midway." I stationed Hu Jintian at the fire entrance, continuously adding fuel. Flames erupted from the chimney, creating perfect airflow. Gazing at the roaring kiln fire, I knew this winter was secured. After several hours, estimating the wood within had fully ignited, we concluded our work and returned home for a meal. When we returned to the kiln, we found the wood at the entrance reduced to ashes, with the chimney emitting only wisps of blue smoke, resembling a dying incense stick. Upon seeing this, I decisively declared, "Prepare to seal the kiln." Hu Jintian, in his innocence, asked, "How do we seal it, Jiao Jiao?" Wang Yikai promptly smacked him. "Are you foolish? ISNT it all written in the books." With my command, Chiyu, exhibiting great perceptiveness, quickly sourced some wet mud, sealing the fire and chimney openings tightly. Having completed the task, we returned home. As soon as we entered the cave, Chuha approached me, inquiring what I had been up to that day. I tell you, I was brimming with excitement, nearly wagging my tail in glee. I mysteriously revealed to Chuha that I had accomplished something monumental. If successful, the entire Orc continent would bow to me this winter. Chuha's eyes sparkled with curiosity. I shared the details of the charcoal heating endeavor. His astonishment left his mouth agape, and his gaze towards me was filled with admiration. I waved my hand, urging him to be patient until the kiln was open the next day to see the results. The following morning, I was impatiently eager to visit the kiln. What a spectacle! It resembled unveiling a blind box, with a throng of orcs gathering to watch the excitement. As Chiyu pried open the mud, I eagerly leaned in. In that exhilarating moment, I leaped onto Chuha, exclaiming, "It worked! Family, it worked!" Inside the kiln, gleaming black charcoal was neatly stacked, each piece radiating quality, producing a metallic sound when struck, indicating it was premium silver silk charcoal. It burned steadily and produced minimal smoke. I immediately directed Hu Jintian and the others to carefully extract the charcoal, kindling a fire nearby and tossing a piece into it. A miracle occurred. The previously choking smoke vanished instantly. The flames surged, radiating heat that could be felt from afar, warming our faces. One obstinate male orc, disbelieving, reached out towards the flame, which was no larger than my lighter, and in a moment of folly, burned his hand, yelping in pain. Now, who would dare question me? The gazes of all the orcs towards me had transformed, filled with admiration. Next came the collective production. With a single command, the orcs collaborated. Those digging new pits were busy, while others chopped wood, their enthusiasm rivaling that of double 11 shopping sprees. I assure you, when the enormous new kiln was opened on the third day, revealing neatly stacked silver-black charcoal, the entire tribe erupted in jubilation. The cheers were thunderous, seemingly capable of shaking the mountains. Everyone, in a frenzy, chanted Heavenly Maiden. Heavenly Maiden. The scene was truly awe-inspiring. In a moment of tender vulnerability, a young female, amidst her laughter, was suddenly overcome with tears as she recounted the tragic demise of her offspring from 2 years prior, frozen to death. This revelation struck a chord within me, making me realize the significance of my endeavors. Once everyone regained their composure, I summoned Hu Jintian and Wang Yikai, instructing them to master this crucial technique. To my astonishment, before I could finish my sentence, tears cascaded down Wang Yikai's cheeks as if a dam had burst. "Jiao Jiao, do you no longer want me?" he lamented, prompting Hu Jintian to frantically circle around me like a headless fly. I was left with the bemused expression of a subway elder engrossed in a phone, pondering if these two had some sort of mental disconnect. I quickly intervened, exclaiming, "Stop! Allow me to finish." I explained that this technique was not meant to be hoarded. Once they mastered it, they were to return to their respective tribes as technical advisors, passing down this invaluable skill. Our mission was to lead the way toward a future of shared prosperity. As they would teach their kin, they could return to me just in time to hibernate before winter. Upon realizing I was not dismissing them, the two of them were overcome with emotion, astonished that I was willing to share such a valuable technique. I couldn't help but laugh, remarking, "You too, the young master has taken me as a spouse. Would I ever neglect your kin?" Thus it was settled. Exhausted, I turned to Chu He, playfully demanding a hug. He, filled with concern, offered to massage my shoulders. In a moment of joy, I blurted out, "Thank you, dear husband." This piqued Chu He's curiosity, prompting him to inquire about the meanings of dear and husband. After my explanation, he promptly mimicked me, his deep voice earnestly calling out, "Wife, dear wife." At that instant, my heart melted, and I lunged forward like a hungry tiger, planting a kiss on him. Meanwhile, the technical training class officially commenced. Wang Yikai, embodying the spirit of a top student, achieved a remarkable 95 carbon yield after 3 attempts. In contrast, Hu Jintian struggled, hovering around 80 even after 4 tries. It seemed Wang Yikai would graduate first. As he prepared to leave, I gifted him a plethora of items, including a leather pouch containing 50 loyalty pills and 50 basic ascension pills. I explained that the ascension pills would elevate his abilities, while the loyalty pills were a precaution against betrayal. After all, one can never be too cautious. To my surprise, Wang Yikai grasped my intent and solemnly affirmed his understanding. Seeing his comprehension, I decided to sweeten the deal. Another leather pouch filled with 20 pairs of flint stones, along with a hefty bag of 50 kilograms of coarse salt. Wang Yikai was left speechless, overwhelmed with excitement, and he embraced me tightly, tears streaming down his face as he exclaimed, "Jiao Jiao, how could you be so wonderful?" I whispered into his ear, "Is this good enough? When you return, I shall bear you a litter of offspring, all right?" To my amusement, he froze, his eyes wide with shock, and his ears buzzing as he stuttered, "Jiao Jiao, I think I didn't hear you clearly." I stifled my laughter and repeated myself. The next moment, he erupted with joy. "Ah, Jiao Jiao, I love you. You promised you wouldn't go back on your word." I chuckled as I nudged him along, urging him to set off. He turned back multiple times, leaving with his companions and supplies, his heart brimming with joy. With Wang Yikai gone, it was now Hu Jintian's turn, who looked dejected like a scolded cat, lamenting his inability to produce quality charcoal. I meticulously reviewed his every action, akin to watching a surveillance replay, and identified the issues. The kiln top was not sealed properly, and the wood was too coarse, leading to insufficient burning time. I refrained from scolding him and calmly stated, "This matter concerns the survival of your entire Hushao tribe. You must handle it wisely." This comment resonated with him more than any reprimand could. He seemed to awaken, as if a light had been switched on, and then, like a player on a winning streak, he meticulously executed each step with heightened attention to detail. The next day, as he opened the kiln, his ecstatic cries of success filled the air. "I did it. I finally succeeded." Witnessing his excitement brought me joy as well. I handed him the potions and flint stones I had prepared, and he embraced me once more in gratitude. This fellow, too, left with reluctance, as if parting from a dear friend. Thus, Wang Yikai departed 4 days late, while Hu Jintian returned to the Hu Shao tribe in just 10 days, having traveled a shorter distance. Upon entering the tribe, the patrolling members rushed to report his arrival. His father, Hu Yitong, immediately reacted, "Did you get sent back?" His mother, Shi Yun, was even more direct, delivering a playful slap to his head. "Did that young female reject you?" Hu Jintian felt wronged, quickly revealing the bag of salt and flintstones. "Look, all of this is from my Jiao Jiao." Upon seeing the overflowing bag of salt, his parents' eyes widened with disbelief, their smiles revealing their joy. His father pointed at the bag of potions, inquiring what it contained, but Hu Jintian teased them, insisting they let him eat first, as he was famished. After the meal, he solemnly announced, "I have brought back the miraculous charcoal that will prevent our tribe from freezing during winter." He then produced the ascension pills, stating that one could elevate a being's rank by a level. He casually boasted, "And I am now at the celestial tier." His parents were left in shock, speechless at his revelations. Meanwhile, Wang Yikai also arrived home, his voice echoing through the tribe as he called out, "Father, mother, I'm back." His mother, Mu Yao, immediately reacted, "Did you upset your young female?" I found it amusing that parents in this orc world seem to share a unified training. Wang Yikai, puffed with pride, boasted that Jiao Jiao adored him and had promised to bear him offspring. However, during dinner, he took a bite of their tribe's communal meal and nearly gagged. Having grown accustomed to my culinary delights, the transition to their coarse fare felt like plummeting from a Michelin star to swill. The ancient saying about the difficulty of adjusting from luxury to simplicity rang true. His mother shot him a glare, prompting him to swallow hastily, not daring to make a sound. Once the meal concluded, the family gathered together, and Wang Yikai cleared his throat, stating, "I have 3 matters to discuss upon my return. First, I'll inform you that my cousin, Hu Jintian, is expecting offspring, and not just 1 or 2. Jiao Jiao said at least 10 to start. Most importantly, Jiao Jiao herself promised that it would be my turn next." The thought of this made me chuckle uncontrollably. My parents exchanged glances, their expressions conveying that they believed I was beyond saving. The second matter was that Jiao Jiao had sent me back as a technical advisor to teach our tribe how to produce charcoal. This miraculous substance is the key to surviving winter. The charwood burns without smoke, allowing us to stay warm in our caves without being suffocated by smoke. This was Jiao Jiao's black technology. She specifically wanted Hu Jintian and me to return to our tribes for technical assistance. My father, upon hearing this, stood up in excitement, snatching the charcoal from my hands, examining it fervently while muttering blessings from the beast god, realizing how many younglings and females it could save. "Father, hold your horses. There's a third matter, and it's the most explosive," I said mysteriously, pulling out a small vial. "This is the Beast Ascension pill. 1 pill elevates a being's rank by 1 level. Jiao Jiao gifted me 50 of them, allowing you to select the most reliable orc from our tribe, enabling them to ascend instantly. Soon, our tribe's strength will soar." My father, with a hint of skepticism, accepted the elixir, and I immediately puffed out my chest, proclaiming, "Father, look at me. I have ascended to the celestial tier. This is the key to my elevation." To my astonishment, my father circled around me, bewildered, and remarked, "But son, why have you lost your beast tier?" At that moment, I smacked my forehead, realizing I had overlooked that detail. I hastily explained, "Father, I am indeed at the celestial tier. Not just me, but my cousin, as well as Atian and Ahai. We 4 are now celestial elites." It was Jiao Jiao who cleverly concealed our ranks, promoting an air of modesty. Can beast tiers truly be hidden? My father's jaw almost dropped in disbelief. My pride swelled. Others may not have the capability, but Jiao Jiao is no ordinary girl. She is a celestial maiden. Do you comprehend the value of a celestial maiden? No sooner had I finished speaking than my mother dashed to the cave entrance, peeking around as if she were a thief. After confirming no one was present, she returned and delivered a sharp slap to the back of my head. "What are you doing? Shouting so loudly? Is this something to be discussed openly? Do you want to invite trouble upon Jiao Jiao?" I quickly covered my mouth, realizing I had let my excitement get the best of me. I promptly admitted my fault, lowering my head like a chastised puppy. "Enough of that. Let us discuss serious matters." My father patted me on the back, and I produced another type of elixir. "Father, this is complimentary. When we distribute the ascension elixirs, this one should be consumed as well." "What is this?" I explained, "This serves as our insurance." I did not need to elaborate further. My father understood instantly. It was a precaution against anyone who might ascend and then turn against us. The following day, We sprang into action. The brothers of the Fox tribe, along with myself, engaged in various tasks. Some dug pits while others gathered firewood. And soon we had ignited the first charcoal kiln. My father was equally swift. By the time I returned after managing the charcoal kiln, 50 elite members of our tribe stood in perfect formation, akin to a formal award ceremony. I stepped into the center, cleared my throat, and declared, "Warriors, the elixirs are limited, so we shall distribute them in batches. As long as you are diligent and committed, you will surely have your turn next time or the time after." What a spectacle it was. As the elixirs were distributed, 2 per person, upon ingestion, the scene erupted like fireworks, with golden lights flashing as individuals experienced breakthroughs. Many who had been stuck at a bottleneck for years were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. In an instant, the strength of our Shun Quan tribe soared, as if propelled by a rocket. "Thank you, young master. Thank you, celestial maiden." Everyone knelt simultaneously. The display was nothing short of extraordinary. After 2 more days, the first batch of charcoal was ready, perfectly produced. I immediately showcased it on site. First, I piled up dry firewood, and the thick smoke billowed, causing everyone to tear up. Just as they could bear it no longer, I tossed the charcoal into the fire. The effect was instantaneous. The world seemed to clear, filled only with warmth and devoid of smoke. The crowd went wild, clamoring to learn my technique. Some even asked, "Young master, is your little female truly a celestial maiden? Is she exceptionally beautiful?" I felt an immense sense of pride as I replied, "Beautiful? That is merely the least of Jiao's virtues. She is intelligent, diligent, kind-hearted, and caring not only for her tribe, but also for the Shun Quan and Hu Shao tribes. She even sent me back with 20 pairs of flint, ensuring we shall never fear the extinguishing of our fire again. Thank you, young master. Thank you, celestial maiden." The cheers erupted once more. In the days that followed, the entire tribe seemed invigorated, fervently engaged in charcoal production, and soon a group of individuals became proficient. Just as everything was falling into place, I realized it was time to return to Jiao. However, unbeknownst to me, significant events were unfolding back home. Merely 10 days into my absence, Jiao gave birth. It was my cousin Hu Jinhai's child. What a remarkable event it was. Jiao, akin to opening one of those surprise boxes, exerted herself, and out came one. Moments later, another. The system's notification echoed in her mind like a barrage of fireworks, incessantly chiming. Ding! The host has given birth to a South China tiger. Ding! The host has given birth to a white tiger. Ding! The host has given birth to a black tiger of the Earth tier. Who among the family can comprehend the chaos of childbirth resembling the dropping of dumplings into water? A total of 15 cubs arrived in a single litter, tiger cubs and rabbit cubs, a vibrant mix of colors and breeds. The rewards poured in, overflowing with points, elixirs, space expansion vouchers, and various cutting-edge blueprints, nearly overwhelming the system. Especially upon the birth of the 50th and 60th cubs, milestone rewards triggered, multiplying the bounty. Jiao could not contain her excitement, exclaiming internally, "Oh dear, what should I do with so many points that I cannot use? Can I repay early?" The system promptly retorted, "Host, no boasting allowed." I was thoroughly amused. Once she finished giving birth, utterly exhausted, she fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Hu Jinhai, seeing her unresponsive for a while, grew anxious and cautiously reached out to check her breathing. Just as his hand approached, Jiao opened her eyes, creating an awkward moment. Later, with tear-filled eyes, Hu Jinhai recounted how he had witnessed an elder sister bleed out during childbirth in his childhood, leaving him with a lasting psychological scar. Jiao, both amused and empathetic, held his hand to let him feel her warmth, reassuring him, "Silly boy, I'm a celestial maiden. I will be just fine." Hu Jinhai, deeply touched, repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Jiao playfully responded, "My struggles last only a few months, but your hardships are long-lasting. For the primary responsibility of caring for the cubs falls on you. As long as you desire, I can continuously bear more for you." What a statement. Who could withstand such words? Hu Jinhai was immediately overwhelmed, insisting that Jiao was too courteous to him, indicating a lack of affection. Jiao, with no other option, adopted a commanding tone. "All right, I understand. Quickly fetch me some soup." Only then did he scurry off, tail between his legs. The man certainly had some peculiar traits. The next day, Jiao had recovered as if nothing had happened, radiant and lively. She fed the little cubs heartily, and the family gathered in the newly built pavilion in the courtyard for a meal, basking in the joy. However, Just as we finished dining, the identical scenario unfolded again. Jiao Jiao's belly was in motion once more. This time, it was my brother Wang Yiyuan's turn. The poor fellow froze, unsure where to place his limbs, until Chu Yu prompted him to hurriedly carry Jiao Jiao back inside. As the shaman arrived, just as Jiao Jiao ingested the pain-relieving elixir, the system notifications erupted once more. Ding! The host has given birth to a Samoyed. Ding! The host has given birth to an Earth-tier German Shepherd. Ding! The host has given birth to a Labrador. Ding! The host has given birth to a Shiba Inu. What a spectacle! It was as if we were opening a kennel. Samoyeds, German Shepherds, Labradors, Border Collies, and even Huskies made an appearance. It seemed as though we were gathering every renowned breed on Earth. Another litter arrived. The system rewards surged again in a frenzy, triggering a massive milestone reward upon reaching the 70th cub, with an additional bonus of 14,000 points. I tell you, this was no ordinary childbirth. It was akin to a mobile KPI printing machine. Once this litter was born, Jiao Jiao finally felt some relief in her belly. As she opened her eyes, she saw Wang Yiyuan anxiously waiting at her bedside. Before I could feel any sense of gratitude, the notifications bombarded my mind like a firecracker display, and I was overwhelmed by the sheer volume of rewards. This time, 13 cubs were born, one of which was even at the celestial tier. How remarkable! Another celestial cub graced us. The system praised me profusely, declaring that some are born in Rome, and my cub is indeed a Roman-born rabbit. I found myself venting to the system, "Don't just flatter me." My husband's 2 litters had lower beast tiers. Is there any way to use the ascension elixirs to elevate their ranks? The system suggested that the cubs were too young and might struggle to control their power, advising that I wait a few years before considering it. Fair enough, that was reasonable. I inquired about the previous matter concerning his application for an early point redemption. He immediately broke into a grin and, with his silver tongue, insisted that through persistent persuasion, the main system had finally acquiesced. Upon hearing this, I sensed something amiss and remarked, "Why are you being so sycophantic today? Usually, I am the one who supports you. Speak plainly." Only then did he hesitantly reveal his request. He wanted me to spend 5,000 points to elevate his status and manifest a physical form. 5,000. I nearly choked on my disbelief. That's extortion. Absolutely not. How exorbitant. With 5,000 points, I could acquire a plethora of splendid items. Consequently, he launched into a theatrical display of feigned sorrow, accusing me of being untrustworthy. He then began to paint a grand vision, claiming that with a physical form, he could be customized to my liking, assist with childcare, and serve as my spatial steward. Cultivating crops, harvesting produce, he could do it all. My curiosity was piqued. Wasn't this the legendary chosen worker? No longer would I toil in the fields alone. A mere thought would summon my loyal assistant to handle everything. It was a bargain. I cleared my throat and feigned composure as I inquired about my current point balance. To my astonishment, he recited an impressive figure. Over 17,000 points were awarded for my recent endeavors. After settling my debts and granting him an upgrade, I would still have over 2,000 left. Very well, I acquiesced. After all, he is my most cherished companion, a laborer. His joy was palpable as he proclaimed he could initiate the process immediately. I envisioned crafting his appearance to resemble my dear brother, Li Tian. Consider it. I would be reluctant to command a handsome visage, while an unappealing one would be unpleasant to behold. My brother's face was just perfect, with a steely resolve. I confirmed the transaction. 5,000 points, just like that, they vanished. My heart ached, dear friends. The system prompted me to envision a form, and I diligently focused on my brother's likeness. 3 minutes later, a voice echoed in my ear, "Host." Upon opening my eyes, I was taken aback. A living replica of my brother, Li Tian, stood before me. He addressed me as host, which felt exceedingly awkward. I promptly instructed him, "Do not call me host from now on. Refer to me as sister. I shall rename you Li Tian." He timidly remarked that this required an application, to which I urged him to expedite the process as I took my leave. Upon returning to my own body, I discovered Wang Yiyuan diligently wiping the sweat from my brow with a warm hide. Upon noticing my awakening, he smiled adorably and mentioned that he had consulted the witch doctor and Chu Yu, realizing I was merely fatigued, thus alleviating his concerns. I mused to myself, well done. This is far more sensible than the foolish Hu Jinhai. Suddenly, this little pup had an epiphany, and with utmost sincerity, he planted a kiss on my forehead. I was momentarily taken aback, my heart melting, I inquired if he had seen the little ones, and he beamed with happiness, expressing his astonishment at the abundance of offspring, attributing it all to my benevolence. My heart swelled with warmth. I thought to tease him, requesting a kiss to see if he would blush. To my surprise, he swiftly obliged. When he released me, I was still dazed. I asked softly how he suddenly ceased to be shy. He declared that, as a father now, he could no longer afford to be bashful, and such behavior would cease henceforth. Oh, I must say, that kind of resolve captivated me. After tending to the little pups, I decided to enjoy the fresh air outside. Our family gathered by the pavilion, relishing fruit and engaging in light-hearted conversation. It was sheer bliss. My stomach finally felt empty for the first time since my arrival, a sensation both liberating and surreal. In my excitement, I proposed to perform a dance. After all, I had been honing my classical dance skills since the tender age of 4. Donning the new dress crafted by Chu-hee, I hummed a tune and began to dance gracefully, feeling like a little sprite as my skirt billowed around me. Alas, my grace was short-lived. While turning, my foot caught, and I stumbled backward with a yelp. Chu-yu, quick as lightning, caught me in his arms. Embarrassed, I smiled sheepishly at the others, exclaiming, "It's been so long since I danced, I've lost my touch." That evening, it was Chu-yu's turn to embrace me as we entered the beast den. What transpired thereafter? Well, you can imagine. I was utterly exhausted, unable to lift my arms. Nestled in his embrace, he marveled at the delightful surprises I possessed. I thought to myself, if only I could reveal that I hail from a highly advanced future civilization, would they not be utterly astonished? The following day, I awoke refreshed and summoned Chu-hee and Hu Junhai, expressing my desire to brew wine. I possessed the technical manuals, I declared. The two exchanged bewildered glances and inquired, "What is wine?" I promptly led them into the space. Upon entering, Chu-hee immediately sensed an unfamiliar aura and assumed a defensive stance. It was my oversight to have forgotten about the newly manifested worker. Countless. Oh no. Now it was Li Tiantian, tremblingly emerged from the storage, sensing Chu-hee's imposing energy, and cried out, "Sister, save me." Chu-hee promptly queried, "Who is this?" I was at a loss for words. How to explain? Luckily, Chu-hee, ever considerate, suggested, "Is this your long-lost brother?" Seizing the opportunity, I exclaimed, "Yes, yes. This is my brother, Li Tiantian." I then spun a tale, claiming he had been injured and rescued by the beast god, but the price was confinement to my space. I had forgotten to mention this amidst my busy day of childbirth. Hu Junhai, ever the simpleton, chimed in, "As long as he's back, that's what matters." Chu-hee furrowed his brow, and my heart tightened. He surely sensed the lack of joy typical of a long-lost sibling reunion. Yet, he said nothing, silently accepting my explanation. I hastily diverted the topic, announcing that henceforth my brother would be responsible for all tasks within the space, and led them to observe the brewing materials, sorghum and grapes. We began our work dividing tasks. Chu-yu and Wang Yiyuan tackled the grape wine, while Chu-hee and Hu Junhai focused on the sorghum liquor. We scrubbed grapes and steamed sorghum, functioning like a well-oiled machine. Utilizing the space's acceleration feature, we managed to complete fermentation, typically a month-long process, in just 10 days. Once the wine was ready, I sampled the sorghum liquor and immediately spat it out. My goodness, what on earth was this? It smelled delightful, but tasted overwhelmingly spicy. Wasn't my father fond of this? Turning to the grape wine, I found it delightful, sweet and fruity. Wang Yiyuan took a sip and declared it delicious. But when I glanced back, he appeared dazed, his tongue stumbling over itself. Goodness, was he already tipsy? Before he could finish his thought, he toppled over, and Hu Junhai quickly carried him away. In the courtyard, only I, Chu-yu, and Chu-hee remained. I observed Chu-hee savoring the fiery sorghum liquor, appearing to enjoy it greatly. Chu-yu chimed in, asserting that the lingering aftertaste was quite pleasant. Very well, they seem to have a robust palate. I proposed a toast, a little wine with barbecue, and youth shall never wane. Chu-hee promptly set to grilling. As we feasted and drank, the moon rose high, and I felt a delightful lightness in my head. I realized these two had impressive alcohol tolerance. After all this time, they appeared unaffected. In my tipsy state, I saw double. Yet, those two, Chu-hee and Chu-yu, began to interrogate me. Chu-hee initiated, raising his glass to toast, expressing gratitude for the home I had provided him. Chu-yu followed suit, and as I became more inebriated, I returned the gestures. Once the drink flowed freely, my tongue loosened, and I divulged secrets about the system, the truth regarding my worker brother, and the accident that had claimed my life. I wept as I clung to them, expressing my longing for my parents and my brother, Li Tiantian, tears streaming down my cheeks like rain on blossoming pear trees. They were left speechless, their hearts aching for me as they showered me with comfort. Chuha later found himself engulfed in regret, feeling that he ought not to have delved so deeply into matters best left untouched. He even struck himself across the face in frustration. Ultimately, I found myself weeping and, in the embrace of Chuyu, succumbed to slumber. The following day, long before dawn, I was abruptly awakened by my newly appointed worker, a mere replica of my younger brother, who filled my mind with an incessant chant. My poor host, the host who speaks without restraint, the host on the brink of demise. My head throbbed painfully, and I dashed into the confines of my space, delivering a sharp reprimand. "Are you cursing me?" His expression was one of wounded innocence as he lamented. "Perhaps you should reflect on your actions from last night." I strained to recall, piecing together fragments of the previous evening, drinking, barbecuing, and then, oh heavens, had I truly laid bare my entire self? My system, in a dispassionate, synthesized voice, chimed in, "Sister, do you think upon waking they might bind you and offer you as a sacrifice?" A chill ran down my spine. Surely not. I have been exceedingly well behaved. I even bore them numerous offspring. Yet this wretched system coldly reminded me. However, we have impersonated the beast god and the celestial maiden, and now we have exposed ourselves. It constitutes a grand deception. I was incensed. Who had impersonated whom? It was they who had conjured this narrative in their minds. I had never confessed to any such thing. My family. Who comprehends how this burden fell upon me? Regardless, you did not deny it, the voice sighed, suggesting that this month's sales champion was lost, and the next host might not be so amenable to procreation. To my astonishment, the system's concern was its KPI. My very existence was at stake. I feigned bravado, insisting, "Do not frighten me. My husbands treat me exceptionally well. They would never harm me." Yet, truthfully, I felt a profound unease, given that our relationship had blossomed for less than a year, and now my facade was crumbling. Who could predict their thoughts? The system proposed yet another ill-conceived idea. Why not hide in the space and flee, embarking anew on a different map? No, I gritted my teeth. Whether life or death, I must venture forth. I could not retreat in disgrace. Resolutely, I dashed out of the space. To my bewilderment, the scene outside was chaotic. Chuha and Hu Junhai were in a flurry, their expressions akin to ants upon a hot skillet. Chuyu, with his keen senses, immediately detected my presence and bellowed. "Jiao Jiao has returned. I can smell her." In an instant, they dashed back. Chuha swiftly enveloped me in a tight embrace, words failing him as tears streamed down his face. "Jiao Jiao, where have you been? I thought you had forsaken us." I stood frozen, utterly stunned. Wasn't there to be a reckoning? What had happened to the pyre? I was at a loss for words. I finally managed to return his embrace, explaining that I had merely been in the space for a brief moment, refraining from disturbing him as he slept. It was all due to that infernal system, which had terrified me to my core. The next time I entered, I would surely have to format it. Hu Junhai, realizing there was no cause for alarm, exhaled in relief and resumed his preparations for breakfast, his voice gentle. "Jiao Jiao, you must be hungry. The meal will be ready shortly." Chuyu, filled with remorse, apologized. "Jiao Jiao, I should not have brought up your sorrowful memories last night. I am sorry for causing you distress." Chuha, with tear-filled eyes, gazed at me like a forsaken golden retriever. "It is all my fault. I insisted on questioning you. If you are angry, punish me, scold me, but please, do not leave us." Their fervent emotions left me dazed, and I tentatively inquired, "You are not angry with me?" Chuha appeared bewildered, while Chuyu echoed his confusion. "Why would we be?" I inhaled deeply, my voice barely above a whisper, "Because I am not a celestial maiden." Chuha's confusion deepened. Chuyu pressed further. And then, should you not be upset that I deceived you?" Their reactions ignited my inner turmoil. Chuha finally comprehended, looking at me with earnestness. "Why would we be upset? Regardless of whether you are a celestial maiden, you will always be our little female, will you not?" I bit my lip, my eyes welling with tears, overwhelmed by their unwavering belief. "Do not cry, do not cry." Chuha panicked. "When you cry, it feels as though my heart is being crushed." I lamented. I feared you would be angry and might sacrifice me to the beast god. In that moment, I divulged the entire tale of that wretched system. Upon hearing my plight, Chuha's expression turned grave. "Jiao Jiao, hear me. No matter your true identity, before everyone, you will forever be the celestial maiden. This matter shall remain a secret among the three of us. From now on, never again speak of your identity as anything less than a celestial maiden, even if you are not one. Everything you have done for the tribe could only be achieved by a celestial maiden. I nodded, eager to clarify my origins, but they interrupted me, their eyes filled with urgency. Jiao Jiao, you need not disclose where you came from. You need only answer one question. Will you leave us? How was I to answer that? I hastily grasped each of their hands, pulling them into my space. Come, let us inquire of the source. In my space, I found Busheng, who had been leisurely basking in the sun, startled by our sudden arrival. He leapt up, anxiety etched upon his face. Sister, what do you intend to do? I have a question. Will I have the possibility of returning? If your points are sufficient, it is not impossible. Upon hearing this, my heart skipped a beat with a flicker of hope. Yet, Chuha and Chu Yu's faces drained of color. Although they could not comprehend the concept of points, they clearly understood the implications of not impossible. Tears began to flow from Chu Yu's eyes like a burst dam as he clutched me, pleading, Jiao Jiao, please do not leave. Chuha's eyes mirrored his distress. Busheng, unable to bear the tension, cleared his throat to address the situation. Ahem. I know my sister cannot bear to part with you, but now that you are aware of her greatest secret, it leaves her feeling vulnerable. Chu Yu immediately pledged. Jiao Jiao, I swear, I shall never divulge your identity. Chuha appeared deeply regretful, seemingly wishing for death. Busheng, seeing the moment was ripe, presented a solution. However, I possess a special elixir that can erase the memories of the past few days. I was taken aback by the prospect of such a miraculous remedy. I want it. I must have it. Chuha and Chu Yu chimed in unison, resolute in their demand. Sister, shall we buy it? I hastily inquired. Are there any side effects? None. Only that it is expensive. How many points? 1,000 for a single pill. My heart sank. I had only accrued several hundred points for birthing a child. This was what I would term cybernetic oblivion. Very well, I shall take 2. Can we specify which memories to erase? I hope I do not consume it and forget even my own identity. Fear not, sister, it will be a precise deletion, cleaner than clearing memory from a phone. Once the elixirs were procured, the two of them closed their eyes and swallowed. I watched in astonishment as golden glimmers of light escaped from their heads, dissipating into the ether. How wondrous! While they remained with eyes shut, I pulled Busheng aside and murmured, Why did you not provide me with a sobriety elixir before? You let me speak freely. You protested, sister, on my honor. How was I to know your tolerance was so poor? When you drank too much, it was as if you were holding a press conference. I called for you, but you ignored me. Very well, it is my fault. He leaned closer, sister. They have crossed a line this time, particularly Chuha, who pried information from you while you were inebriated. They must be punished. How about forbidding them from your bed for 2 months? I considered this proposal and found it quite agreeable. Just as I was articulating my thoughts, the two of them completed their memory purge. Upon opening my eyes, I found myself in a space, utterly perplexed. Jiao Jiao, how do we end up in your space? I had already concocted a story, speaking nonchalantly. Oh, didn't you mention that the crops in your space were ripe? You said you would bring them here. Oh, right. Look at my memory. They genuinely believed me, bustling about to retrieve the crops from their space. My excuse was flawless. After emerging from the space, I commenced my plan of punishment. I broke the rule of 1 person per day and allowed Hu Zhenhai and Wang Yiyuan to enter my room daily. Chu Yu and Chu He appeared as forlorn as wilted eggplants, peering longingly from outside, yet hesitant to inquire. Eventually, Chu He, unable to contain himself, called out to me one evening after I had revealed someone else's secret. Jiao Jiao, could you step outside with me? In the courtyard, he grasped my hand, his palm icy cold. Jiao Jiao, have I done something wrong to upset you? Seeing his woeful expression softened my heart, but recalling all that had been said, I steeled my resolve and recited my pre-prepared statement. Because you both tried to extract information from me while I was intoxicated, the beast god has decreed that you must be punished. They were momentarily stunned, their faces reflecting disbelief at my supposed actions. The beast god's decree was clear. For the next month, you are forbidden from entering my beast den. I understand. I'm sorry. Jiao Jiao, Chu Hie's voice faltered. It wasn't intentional. I know, hence this small punishment. They resembled remorseful school children, fervently promising to improve and rectify their wrongs. Once I had dealt with them, I entered my room to find Hu Zhenhai waiting for me, completely undressed on the bed. Days passed in this manner until one day. A resounding tiger roar echoed from outside the tribe. Hu Zhentian had returned. This fellow had been away for 37 days, missing me to the point of madness. Before he even arrived, his booming voice announced, Jiao Jiao. I'm back. I had been waiting at the door. Upon seeing me, his eyes lit up like a little sun as he dashed over, enveloping me in a whirlwind embrace, twirling me around before lifting me high. His sparkling eyes gazed into mine. I missed you so much. Jiao Jiao, did you miss me? Of course I did. I cupped his face and planted a hefty kiss on his forehead. However, this great tiger pressed his advantage, seizing my lips and kissing me fervently. Throughout dinner, he could hardly contain himself, boasting about how he had taught the tribe new techniques and exaggeratedly claiming he had found a celestial maiden as a partner, glorifying our tribe to the skies. His brother, Hu Zhenhai, sat nearby, perspiring profusely, and smacked the back of his head. You fool, praising Jiao Jiao to the heavens. Do you not fear attracting unwanted attention? Oh, come on, brother, we're formidable. Did you just reveal our beast rank? Hu Zhenhai's face darkened. No, I didn't dare. Hu Zhen quickly pleaded, clutching his ears in contrition. That night, everyone tacitly ceded the right to my companionship to the freshly returned Hu Zhen. Upon hearing he could sleep beside me, he sprang back to life, hastily bathing at a speed that left a blur in his wake. It was a night of unrestrained passion. The following day, I ached all over, and he, filled with remorse, began to massage my back while apologizing profusely. Just as we were lost in our affection, I suddenly recalled something and asked him, Tion, you will soon become a father. His hands froze mid-massage, his eyes widening like saucers. Really? I'm going to be a father? Indeed. Your little one is already in my womb. I had planned to take a birth-enhancing pill this morning, but Shua Buqing informed me. No need. It's already here. Your beast husband is quite vigorous. My face flushed with embarrassment. This troublesome system was becoming increasingly indiscreet. Just as I was reveling in the moment, Shua Buqing suddenly blared a warning in my mind. Host. Warning alert. A group of high-ranking beastmen is approaching our tribe, approximately 10,000 kilometers away. Startled, I sprang from Hu Zhen's lap, my forehead colliding with his chin. What's wrong, Jiao Jiao? Nothing. I pressed my forehead, frantically questioning Shua Buqing. Is it Wang Yikai and the others? No, their aura is familiar. This group consists of strangers, and their intentions are malevolent. Based on their speed, they could arrive in 6 to 7 days, or at worst, 10 to 15. Panic surged through me. My protective barrier was insufficient to cover the entire tribe. What should I do? Shua Buqing suggested. We must gather the tribe's people towards the center to safeguard the core area. There was no alternative. I hastily requested Chu Yu to take me to see his father, the clan leader, Chu Changtian. On the way, seeing Chu Yu's cautious demeanor from before, my heart ached. So I took his hand, assuring him that all was well, and bestowed a kiss, finally easing his worries. True to his reputation, upon hearing my account, Chu Changtian remained composed, decisively declaring, all young females, infants, and low-ranking beastmen must relocate to the center of the tribe, while all high-ranking males should be stationed on the periphery. This way, the protective barrier will prioritize safeguarding those in greatest need, while we high-ranking ones can still fight. Such efficiency in decision-making was astounding. With a single command, the entire tribe sprang into action without a word of hesitation. Everyone began relocating and reinforcing defenses in an orderly fashion, fully aware that a fierce battle loomed ahead. Yet, just as you might guess, before the anticipated battle could commence, a fire ignited in my backyard. I must tell you, Chu Yu's father, the old clan leader, summoned Chu Yu for a public inquisition, starting with, what is going on between you and Jiao Jiao? This honest child promptly confessed everything, revealing how he had attempted to extract information from me while I was inebriated. The old clan leader fell silent, likely experiencing a spike in blood pressure, before finally exclaiming, you two truly are my troublesome sons. What shall we do now? Chu Yu, looking despondent, replied, Chu He and I are punished for a month, forbidden from entering Jiao Jiao's beast den. The old clan leader paused. Is that all? Chu Yu appeared even more bewildered. Yes, that's it. I must tell you. Upon hearing that this was the extent of the punishment, the old man erupted in laughter, slapping his thigh. Ah, the celestial maiden is truly benevolent. May the beast god bless. I thought Jiao Jiao would expel you both. How could family understand? As a father, all that mattered was that my son retained his position. Just then, my fourth husband, Wang Yikai, who had just returned from a trip, arrived at the tribe. Upon entering, he was taken aback to find the periphery swarming with skilled warriors. He quickly grabbed a familiar face, Huang Zheng, to inquire about the situation. Huang Zheng explained that it was the clan leader's order to station high-ranking beastmen outside to protect the females and infants inside. After a brief exchange, Huang Zheng urged him, "Hurry back to see Duo. She misses you dearly. Spend the night with her while Huang Huan and I patrol." "All right. Thanks for your hard work, brother." In the next moment, Wang Yikai dashed back to my beast inn like a gust of wind. "Jiao Jiao, I'm back." His voice reached me before he did, and as soon as he saw me, he enveloped me in a massive bear hug, burying his head in my neck, nuzzling me like a golden retriever, tickling me mercilessly. "Jiao Jiao, did you miss me while I was gone?" I playfully teased him. "Not at all, not even a bit." His expression instantly shifted from that of a golden retriever to a forsaken puppy, looking utterly dejected. I quickly took a deep breath. "How could I have only missed you a little? I missed you immensely." Ah, such sweet nothings flowed effortlessly, and upon hearing this, he playfully bit my neck, his gaze shifting, and the atmosphere became palpably intimate. What followed is understood by all. Straight into the den, light out. The next day, I consumed the birth-enhancing pill, and the sensation of new life blossomed within me again. Simply delightful. 2 days have passed, and the relocation of our tribe has been successfully completed. Standing atop the highest hill of our settlement, I waved my hand, and a colossal transparent protective shield descended with a hum, enveloping a significant portion of our tribe in a secure embrace. Curiously, I picked up a stone and tossed it to test the waters. To my astonishment, the stone soared halfway before colliding with an invisible barrier, bouncing back to me with remarkable speed. "Watch out!" Shuhi, quick on his feet, caught me just in time, rolling us both out of the way as the stone zipped past. My heart raced, realizing the impressive power of this shield. Eager to investigate further, I dragged Chuhi to the edge of the barrier. An amusing sight awaited us. A hapless fellow had found his home cleaved in two by the shield, with one half inside and the other outside. Intrigued, I inquired of Chuhi whether anyone resided within. Uncertain, he called out into the enclosure, and to our surprise, a jovial man emerged, exclaiming, "Yes, there are people here. Brother, you are quite late." Upon recognition, it was by Tian, who was taken aback to see us. Tian knew. "What brings you here?" I explained my intent to examine the protective shield and requested to see his dwelling. He graciously welcomed us inside. As I entered, I marveled at the shield's precision, having sliced through stone walls as effortlessly as cutting tofu, leaving behind an invisible barrier even within the beast den. By Tian, oblivious earlier, curiously touched the membrane, exclaiming, "Tian knew. Is this the protective shield?" I nodded affirmatively. With a bold push, he attempted to breach it, only to hear a resounding pop as his hand passed through. In a panic, he knelt before me, pleading, "Tian knew, spare me." I shattered our tribe's defense. I struggled to suppress laughter at his bewildered expression. "Rise, my friend. Our tribe members may come and go freely." Skeptical, yet curious, he approached the barrier again, and indeed, as he stepped through, it resembled piercing a bubble, seamlessly restoring behind him. To illustrate further, I drew my crossbow and shot an arrow into the empty space beside him. The arrow struck the barrier with a resounding thud, ricocheting back at an accelerated pace, embedding itself firmly into the wall. Tian was left dumbfounded, finally grasping the shield's extraordinary capabilities. I explained that only those who had consumed the elixir I provided could traverse the barrier, thus rendering outsiders unable to enter, while our own young ones were equally confined. Later, his friend Huang Zheng returned from patrol, and Tian eagerly sought to demonstrate the shield's functionality. He dashed inside, beckoning Huang Zheng from outside to deliver a mighty punch. Perplexed yet compliant, Huang Zheng obliged, delivering a solid blow to Tian's face. Tian, clutching his face, burst into tears, exclaiming, "Ah, I forgot you were also part of our tribe." The scene erupted with laughter, marking a comical moment among friends. That evening, I convened a grand assembly, unveiling the shield's capabilities to the entire tribe. Words alone would not suffice, so I instructed Chuyu and Chuhi to stand outside while I prepared for a demonstration. They unleashed a barrage of arrows towards us, 50 in total, cascading like rain. Unaware observers might have mistaken it for an enemy assault. Yet, as anticipated, all arrows halted mid-air, reversing direction and returning to their origin. The crowd erupted in excitement, chanting praises for the Tian Nu, nearly shaking the mountains with their fervor. The elder chief's eyes glistened with emotion, expressing the tribe's eternal gratitude. Meanwhile, far from our tranquil existence, calamity loomed in the Phoenix clan. Their young chief, Feng Xiao, was on the verge of a significant transformation, an event of monumental importance. However, his conniving cousin, Feng Hua, had devised a sinister plot. As Feng Xiao ingested a concoction meant to assist his metamorphosis, he sensed something amiss, but had no choice but to proceed. Transforming into his beast form, flames enveloped him as he ascended into the sky. Yet, an unsettling chill coursed through him, akin to being doused in ice. Before he could comprehend the situation, a mysterious orb of light struck him from above, sending him plummeting to the ground with a harrowing scream. His two loyal companions, witnessing their leader's abrupt disappearance, were struck with terror and rushed to inform the chief. Upon learning of the incident, Chief Feng Qi acted swiftly, dispatching a team to eliminate Feng Hua while he mobilized a large contingent, even enlisting allies from the neighboring dragon clan to search far and wide for his son. Where had this unfortunate child landed? You guessed correctly. He was headed straight for our tribe. At that moment, I was gathering fruit with Chu He on the mountain. In his effort to protect me from a fall, he scraped his leg on a branch, causing a deep wound that bled profusely. My heart ached for him, and I quickly disinfected the injury, secretly administering a recovery elixir. Remarkably, the wound visibly healed before my eyes. As we shared a tender moment, my internal system suddenly blared, alerting me. Host! Host! A celestial fireball descends. Glancing upward, I was stunned to see a massive fireball hurtling toward us from the heavens, its trajectory unwaveringly aimed at our tribe. Just as I prepared to pull Chu He into the safety of my space, the system reassured me, do not fear. It will not strike us. It will collide with the protective shield. Indeed, the children of the tribe observed the spectacle, innocently questioning, Father, has the sun fallen? Meanwhile, the adults hastily sought refuge indoors. The fireball collided with our shield, rebounding like a rubber ball, bouncing several times before careening into the adjacent forest. When we arrived at the scene, I was left speechless. There lay a blackened mass on the ground, resembling freshly charred charcoal, still emitting wisps of smoke. The system informed me that this was the phoenix. In that moment, I could not help but think, was this creature's appearance not astonishingly ahead of its time? After scanning, the system announced, Host, there's still hope. Administer the resurrection elixir for 3,000 points. Upon hearing the price, I was ready to flee. 3,000 points. How much salt would I need to sell to afford saving a lump of charcoal? It seemed hardly worth the effort. Yet the system began to paint a grand vision. Host, consider this, a phoenix, the king of all birds. Its speed rivals the latest interstellar motorcycles of 2025. Rescuing it will forge new connections for you. Reluctantly, I succumbed to the temptation of this vision, gritting my teeth as I purchased the elixir, instructing Chu He to administer it. I then retrieved a large basket, asking Chu Yu to carry the charred remains home. I instructed Wang Yikai to clean the scorched creature while also feeding it a loyalty elixir, for one must always be cautious of betrayal. Midway through the washing, the bird stirred awake. As Wang Yikai scrubbed its body, he began to chatter, commenting on the extent of its burns. Oh dear, you've suffered quite a bit. Will you still be able to fly? Let us hope this doesn't affect the next generation, my friend. The phoenix, or rather Feng Xiao, appeared utterly petrified, his eyes reflecting despair and confusion about his avian existence. When Wang Yikai presented him before me for questioning, he was still grappling with his identity. I initiated the conversation, introducing myself. Greetings, I am Li Jiao Jiao of the Hu clan. Do you recall how you arrived here? Initially lost in contemplation about his own fate, Feng Xiao's eyes widened in shock upon hearing me accurately identify him as a member of the Feng clan. His pupils dilated as he scrutinized me, a mix of pride and defiance evident in his demeanor. Despite his aloofness, he responded to my inquiries. I leaned in, genuinely asking, Are you inherently unable to speak? He shook his head. Then is it an injury to your throat? He nodded, with clarity dawning upon me. I pressed forward. Did something go awry during your metamorphosis? His reaction was one of sheer astonishment, as if he had encountered a specter, his mind racing with disbelief. How does she know? Who is she? Observing the expression on his face, I realized my conjecture was indeed correct. Beside me, Wang Yikai, ever the curious soul, leaned in and inquired, Is your Feng tribe particularly distant from us? And guess what happened? That bird shot him a disdainful glance, completely ignoring him. It became evident to me that this was a quintessential Sundara creature. Perhaps he had discerned my insight with just a glance, which is why he reluctantly granted me a modicum of respect. Very well, I decided not to press further. I promptly retrieved a reinforcement pill and handed it to Wang Yikai, urging him to feed it to our avian companion so that he might recover swiftly. My mind was racing with thoughts of gratitude. Surely, I could request Wang Yikai to introduce me to a few eligible bachelors from his tribe later on. This would be a splendid investment. Wang Yikai, with an exuberance that was almost comical, called out to the bird, "Hey, bird brother. Open wide, it's time for your medicine." I must say, Feng Zhao's eyes nearly rolled back into his head. The subtext was clear. You are the bird brother. Your entire family is made up of bird brothers. His beak remained tightly shut, refusing to partake. Realizing the situation was dire, I took it upon myself to intervene. This is a remedy, not poison. I saved your life. I have no intention of poisoning you. Upon hearing my words, his demeanor shifted dramatically, and he promptly opened his beak. It wasn't fear of us that held him back, but rather his distaste for the title of bird brother. Wang Yikai administered the pill, unable to resist a quip. "Hey, are you judging us based on your own standards?" I quickly attempted to smooth things over. "Kai, let us refrain from calling him bird brother in the future. Let us just refer to him as brother." Upon hearing this, Feng Zhao immediately nodded fervently, displaying an eagerness that was quite endearing. During this time, back at his home, chaos reigned. His father, Feng Qi, the chieftain of the Feng tribe, wore an expression as grim as a thundercloud, having dispatched numerous individuals in search of his son, only to have them return empty-handed. The search radius of 3,000 miles had yielded not a single feather. In a fit of rage, Feng Qi commanded, "Bring Feng Hua to me." When Feng Hua entered, he was greeted by the fearsome visage of Feng Qi, and inwardly he was elated. He feigned sincerity. "Chieftain, has the young chieftain not been found?" Feng Qi scrutinized him intensely, seeking any sign of deceit, but found none. He coldly inquired, "Feng Hua, tell me honestly, did you have a hand in Feng Zhao's predicament?" Feng Hua instantly knelt, adamant and innocent. "Chieftain, it was not me." His unwavering gaze and expression could have earned him an Oscar. "Where were you when Feng Zhao underwent his rebirth?" "I was right there providing protection." Several can attest to this. The bystanders wore expressions of incredulity, caught between wanting to refute him, yet unable to do so. Feng Qi grew frustrated. Could he truly have wronged him? Feng Hua lowered his head, concealing his smugness, and as he turned to leave, the cold glint in his eyes was lethal. Those who understand family dynamics know this was a true palace intrigue. Meanwhile, Feng Qi was in despair. He was a single father, having lost his wife a decade prior, and had raised a son alone, nursing old wounds in his body, all while hoping his son would take over the family legacy. The situation weighed heavily on his mind, and suddenly, an epiphany struck him. What about the dragon tribe? Yes, the dragon tribe's Long Lan had previously enjoyed a closer relationship with Feng Hua. Why would he suddenly express a desire to unite with Feng Zhao? There must be some hidden agenda at play. Back to our household. In the evening, my husbands returned one after another from their hunting expeditions, some preparing meals, others tending to the children, while I reclined like a landowner, leisurely indulging in fruits. Feng Zhao observed the array of men in our home, and his expression was one of disbelief, likely wondering how I could manage so many without succumbing to exhaustion. After consuming the reinforcement pill I had given him earlier, he felt his body healing at an accelerated pace, as if his bones were being restored, and his curiosity about my potion reached new heights. When it was time to dine, a veritable swarm of little ones emerged from their burrow, and Feng Zhao's expression froze. He likely thought our home was a nursery for younglings. However, when he detected that these children shared the same essence as my husband's, he could no longer contain himself and blurted out, "Did you give birth to all of them?" The moment he spoke, every gaze turned toward him. Feng Zhao himself was taken aback. "Huh? I can speak." To his delight, he realized his voice had returned, and he attempted to shift into human form, but alas, it was still beyond his reach. Nonetheless, being able to speak was a monumental achievement. Chu eyed him and asked, "You can talk now?" "Yes. I am immensely grateful for everyone's assistance. When I return, I shall repay you handsomely." His voice was surprisingly melodious. I inquired leisurely, "Where are you from?" "Greetings, little female. I am Feng Zhao from the Feng tribe. I was ambushed during my rebirth." He refrained from elaborating further, likely due to our lack of familiarity. Hu Jintian asked about his age, and he replied that he had just come of age yesterday. This revelation shed light on his previously haughty demeanor. It turned out he was still quite young. He expressed his gratitude profusely, especially towards me, and sweetly asked, "Sister, may I call you sister?" The expressions on my 6 husbands' faces transformed into something quite remarkable. I, however, was unfazed and smiled, "Of course you may." To my surprise, The next question left me momentarily speechless. Did you give birth to all these little ones by yourself? Yes. Is there a problem? His pupils dilated in shock. You are incredibly impressive. In our tribe, we generally have only one, at most two. After the meal, he joyfully engaged with the children, revealing that he, too, possessed a childlike spirit. Days passed swiftly, and Feng Xiao seamlessly integrated into our family. However, despite his beastly form having recovered, he remained unable to revert to human shape. I sought assistance from my omnipotent system. System, please help me understand what is happening with him. Host, summon him over, and I shall conduct a scan. Certainly. Feng Xiao, come here. He bounded over with a comical gait, resembling a feathered creature, and I couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Sister, is it inappropriate for you to laugh so openly at me? The Tsundra mode was back in full swing. All right, I apologize for laughing. Come closer. I need to determine why you cannot transform. As he approached, the system advised, Host grasped the tips of his wings for a more accurate diagnosis. Though bewildered, I complied and gently held the tips of his wings. I must say, Feng Xiao's face flushed a deep crimson, his heart likely skipping several beats. Though his current form obscured his features, I wagered that his mind was racing with countless romantic scenarios. The overbearing sister falls for me, the Tsundra Phoenix's heartbeat. The trials of aspiring to be the seventh beast husband. While I was engaged in dialogue with the system, the analysis concluded, Host, there are toxins within his body which are preventing his transformation. Can it be cured? A trivial matter. Our detoxifying pill is perfectly suited for this. Having grasped the situation, I noticed Feng Xiao still dazedly holding the medicine. I sighed. Could you perhaps consume the pill before pondering your romantic entanglements? Oh, right. As soon as the pill was ingested, the effects were instantaneous. I encouraged him to attempt transformation, and, as he chanted the incantation, transform, in the next moment, a strikingly handsome young man appeared before me. This was the epitome of an embarrassing moment. Feng Xiao's face turned a vivid shade of crimson, and he frantically covered himself. I remained surprisingly composed, casting a quick glance. Well-defined muscles, a harmonious physique, and an extraordinarily handsome face. He was precisely my type. I stifled a laugh and suggested, perhaps you should transform back and don some clothing first? He finally came to his senses, feeling so awkward that he fidgeted on the spot, then quickly transformed back into his avian form and dashed away. When he re-emerged, dressed appropriately, I must say, he appeared as if he were an entirely different person. With fiery red hair and porcelain skin, he radiated a luminous glow under the sunlight. Approaching me earnestly, he said, Sister, let me take you out for some fun. I want to fly you up to the heavens to see. The longing in his eyes seemed to inscribe the words, I wish to be alone with you upon his face. In their avian society, the males typically allowed only their favored females to perch on their backs. Such an invitation could hardly be more overt. Although Chu Yu and the others felt a pang of envy, they acquiesced, with Chu Yu kindly offering me a cloak, remarking on the chill of the heights. In an instant, Feng Xiao transformed into his beast form. I noticed that after the poison was purged, his feathers were no longer dull, but shimmered with vibrant colors. Truly breathtaking. I climbed onto his back, and Chu Yu gallantly embraced me. With a powerful flap of his wings, we soared into the sky like a rocket. The sensation of weightlessness was akin to riding a free-fall ride. Instinctively, I clung tightly to his neck. Once we stabilized, the experience was simply sublime. The entire tribe, the distant maple groves, and the grand waterfall unfolded before us, a 3D panorama of breathtaking scenery. In that moment, I thought how delightful it would be if I could transform into a bird myself. We circled the tribe, and I pointed to a mountain peak opposite the waterfall, expressing my desire to go there. Feng Xiao, with remarkable skill, landed gracefully on a large boulder. Sliding off his back, I gazed at the rainbow refracted by the waterfall's mist, excitedly pulling him along. Ah, Xiao, look, a rainbow. Sunlight glinted off the droplets on my face. And Feng Xiao gazed at me with an expression of profound admiration. I thought to myself, this young man must be about to confess his feelings. He indeed took my hand, and my heart raced in anticipation. However, he took a deep breath and said, Sister, I must leave. Did you hear my heart shatter? Who understands the heartache of family? What a twist. Leave? Return to the Feng clan? I couldn't bear the thought. Noticing my distress, he quickly clarified, Sister, I like you. I want to be your beast husband, but I must first return to resolve some matters. Can you save the seventh position for me? How intriguing, a delayed confession. I immediately surmised. You're going back to investigate who harmed you? Indeed. I have been missing for so long that my father must be terribly anxious. He shared his suspicions about a person named Feng Hua with me, but he cannot fathom how the injury was inflicted. A thought struck me, and I pointedly stated, there is only one possibility. He did not act on the day of Nirvana, but poisoned the herbs you were preparing in advance. Feng Zhao's eyes lit up with realization. Yes, that way he could absolve himself completely. I reassured him not to be overly excited, emphasizing that these were merely conjectures. He grasped my hand and implored, Sister, you must wait for me. Promise? I teased him, sure, I'll think about it. The little phoenix became anxious, exclaiming, you can't just think about it. You must wait for me. Seeing his urgency stirred a mischievous thought within me, and I leaned closer to his ear, whispering, then should you consider marrying me first? After we wed, you can return. He turned beet red, stammering, I must first go back and clarify things with my father. Oh well, he certainly had a sense of ceremony. He then recounted the story of his mother's passing, revealing how his father had been his sole guardian all these years, which tugged at my heartstrings. Upon our return to the tribe, I landed and declared, Ahai, prepare some delicious food for Feng Xiao. He is going home. Everyone was taken aback, and Feng Xiao hurriedly pulled Chuyu aside to explain that he would return at the earliest opportunity, assuring him not to worry. Our family prepared an enormous heartfelt package for him, filled with food, drink, and necessities. I even gave him a small pouch containing strength-enhancing pills, detoxification pills, and a high-level advancement pill. This remarkable item would allow him to achieve nirvana without the arduous search for rare herbs. Holding the pills, Feng Xiao was moved to tears. He bid farewell to everyone, and the little ones clung to his legs, reluctant to let go, creating a scene of deep affection. Just as he was about to transform and take flight, someone rushed in looking for Chuyu. Young master, the clan leader requests your presence at the outer tribe. The Ying clan has arrived. The Ying clan? They have finally come. I quickly inquired of the system, and indeed, it was the same group detected previously. Remarkably, there were 3 in the heavenly stage and 6 in the earth stage, an impressive assembly. The messenger, a little Beastman, excitedly reported that the Ying Beastmen had brought many shiny items, undoubtedly to barter for supplies. Upon hearing this, Chuyu promptly gathered Chu He and hurried over. I contemplated how to persuade Feng Xiao to stay for a few more days, as having more skilled allies would provide greater security. Yet he spoke first, Sister. I will not leave just yet. I want to see what they are here for. Oh dear, this young man is far too astute. I urged him not to rush, suggesting that Hu Jinhai accompany them to assess the situation. Hu Jinhai quickly caught up with Chu Yu and the others. Upon arriving at the tribe's entrance, I spotted my father-in-law, Chu Changtian, warmly greeting an impressive young man from the Ying clan, named Ying Fei, who appeared to be the young leader of the Tianying tribe. The Tianying tribe, I must say, resembles an ancient multinational logistics company, specializing in the exchange of goods among various mountain tribes. Originally, Ying Fei was not meant to lead this year, but it was said that a month ago, they encountered the Yinggo who had previously escaped from us, learned of the significant changes in our tribe, and thus the young leader came personally. After some mutual flattery between Chu Changtian and Ying Fei, they welcomed a large group into the tribe's largest hall for hospitality. Upon entering, the eyes of these old hawks widened in amazement at everything, akin to Lu Lao Lao stepping into the Grand View Garden. After some pleasantries, Ying Fei inquired, Uncle Chu, have this year's trade goods been prepared? Chu Changtian laughed heartily. Certainly. We have been waiting for you. He then instructed Chu Yu to gather the people and set up a stall at the sacrificial platform. I must tell you, the scene was bustling. However, the funniest part? In previous years, this group of foxes would scramble for coarse salt as if they were starving. But this year, they were captivated by a stall selling crystal bracelets and pendants. Being beastmen looked utterly bewildered. What was going on? When questioned, our beastmen simply smiled mischievously, concealing their capabilities. Little did they know, salt was now distributed based on need, who still regarded it as a treasure. Everyone was now trading with the accumulated bee skins and bamboo baskets for items that would enhance their quality of life. But we also had a bestseller, charcoal. When the Ying beastmen saw that the charcoal burned with hardly any smoke and provided significant heat, each of their jaws nearly dropped in astonishment. Ying Fei could no longer contain himself and approached Chu Changtian, exclaiming, Uncle Chu, where did this divine item come from? Is there more? Chu Changtian, the old fox, was bursting with joy internally while feigning difficulty. Ah, this was crafted with great effort by our clansmen. The terms of exchange must be understood. Ying Fei was quite perceptive. Such a precious item could not be exchanged for ordinary goods. In the end, we prepared 40 baskets of charcoal, which they completely cleared out. What did we receive in return? I tell you, 400 kilograms of coarse salt, 2 heavenly stage crystal cores, 16 earth stage crystal cores, and a pile of trinkets they had traded from other tribes. Who understands the plight of our family? In previous years, we had to beg for the finest beef skins and jerky to exchange for a mere bit of salt. This year, we declared we did not want it, yet they insisted on offering it. This triumph was simply unparalleled. In the evening, Ying Fei and his companions clutched their charcoal with the exuberance of a hefty child. For this commodity would significantly reduce the mortality of females and younglings in their tribe this winter. Chu Chantian, displaying his generosity, gifted them 5 pairs of flint stones. When Ying Fei witnessed the stones ignite upon contact, he nearly experienced a cardiac arrest from excitement. With the trade concluded, it was time to engage in other matters. I must tell you, Chu Yu and Chu He, having endured a month of confinement, were quite famished. As soon as their punishment was up, they could hardly wait a moment longer. The commotion that night was so loud that Feng Xiao, residing next door, struggled to sleep. Emerging the next day with dark circles under his eyes, looking as forlorn as a cast-off concubine in a royal court. Upon encountering him, I feigned surprise. Xiao, did you spend the night chasing thieves? The look in Feng Xiao's eyes was quite telling. He gazed at me with an expression that likely harbored thoughts too inappropriate to voice. The very next dawn, before the sun had fully risen, Ying Fei and his entourage blocked my doorway. Chu Chantian, worn down by their persistence, could only wait alongside them. As I stepped outside, I was greeted by a throng of individuals. Ying Fei's eyes lit up upon seeing me, and in a sweet voice he exclaimed, "You must be the celestial maiden." I nodded and extended my hand. "Greetings, I am Li Jiao Jiao." He hastily wiped his palms on his beefskin skirt before cautiously shaking my hand, his subtle disdain prompting me to ponder whether my appearance displeased him. Perhaps it was simply my lack of conventional attractiveness. I inwardly inquired of the system. "System, is this fellow the expert you mentioned? What is his character like?" The system replied dejectedly, "Host, to be frank, the character of this group of Eagle Tribe Beastmen leaves much to be desired." Very well, then, I had nothing further to say and decided to pass on them. I politely invited them to the pavilion, only for them to shower me with flattery, praising my beauty, kindness, and skill. After a lengthy prelude, the true intent emerged. One rather foolish individual boldly asked, "Celestial Maiden, could you teach us these skills as well?" Instantly, another interrupted, "What are you saying?" At that moment, I thought, finally, someone who understands that such knowledge is a closely guarded secret. However, the next statement left me utterly speechless. A beautiful and graceful celestial maiden like her would surely be willing to assist us and share her skills. What? Is this even rational discourse? In the year 2025, are there still individuals making such pedestrian remarks? My forced smile faltered, and the expressions on Chu Yu and Chu He's faces darkened immediately. I stood up and addressed the old patriarch. "A foo, I need to attend to the cubs, so I shall excuse myself from this conversation." As I departed, the countenances of the Eagle Tribe members fell as well. Ying Fei sarcastically remarked to Chu Chantian, "Uncle Chu, what does your celestial maiden mean by this? She has taught the Hu Xiao and Xinquan tribes, so why not us?" Chu Chantian, equally frustrated, managed to laugh it off and sent them away. Once they had left, I promptly summoned Chu Yu. "Let's head to the high slope and reopen the protective shield." These individuals appeared to be no benign characters. It would be best if they departed quietly, for should they not, we would not hesitate to reduce the Beastman world by one more tribe. Chu Yu expressed his concern. "Jiao Jiao," their words were so harsh. "This is moral coercion." I imparted a lesson to him. "Yu, remember, as long as I possess no morals, they cannot coerce me." The following day, Ying Fei and his companions returned. Feigning a desire to apologize, I reasoned that hiding would not suffice. I would confront them with all my husbands, including the vibrant Feng Xiao. Upon their arrival, their eyes widened at the sight of Feng Xiao, likely pondering, "What is this? How is there a phoenix hidden within this fox den?" Feng Xiao recognized Ying Fei and quietly informed me, "Sister, this person is a blatant opportunist. His demeanor shifts faster than the turn of a page when there is no advantage to be had." I scoffed. Indeed, Ying Fei's gaze was fixated on me. Having likely gathered from some cub chatter that I possessed remarkable fertility, his intentions nearly transparent. He presumed that we had only Feng Xiao at the celestial tier, while the rest were mere warriors. With ulterior motives, he seemed ready to forcibly seize me, my husband's, not to be trifled with. Immediately encircled me upon sensing the tension in the air. Ing Fei continued his act, claiming that the noble Beastmen speak directly and that a kind-hearted beauty should not take offense. Yet his insinuations still sought to pressure me into sharing my knowledge. I rolled my eyes, my patience waning. Thank you for the compliments, but I will not teach. If you desire knowledge, bring something of sufficient value to exchange. Let's be clear, do not harass me again. With that, I prepare to leave. Seeing that gentleness would not suffice, Ing Fei tore off the facade. If you refuse to teach here, then come with us back to the Tianning tribe. Before his words settled, he transformed into an eagle, claws aimed at me. My husband's reacted with remarkable swiftness, forming a protective circle around me. Chuyu swiftly whisked me into the protective shield. I then leisurely observed the foolish bird's performance. Ing Fei, believing he had an opportunity, dove down with a triumphant grin. What happened next? A resounding crash. He collided with an invisible barrier as if a high-speed fly had hit glass, being propelled away with greater speed than he had approached, vanishing like a shooting star. The remaining followers stood in stunned silence, unsure of what had transpired. Seizing the moment, our Fox tribe warriors charged forth and delivered a thorough beating. Upon witnessing the absence of their young patriarch, the Eagle tribe members scattered in panic, some limping with injured wings, while the unharmed still dragged away 40 baskets of charcoal. Valuing wealth over safety, the scene was utterly comical. As for Ing Fei, he was flung into an unknown ravine, awakening bloodied, his wings broken, wincing in pain. Never comprehending what had struck him, his followers searched for 2 days before finally locating him in a cave. Upon meeting, they exchanged grievances. One named Ing Tan, with a particularly blunt temperament, confronted him. Young patriarch, you truly disappoint. You fled as soon as the fighting began. Ing Fei trembled with rage. I was ambushed. Regardless, enmity had been established, and after 2 days of recuperation, they trudged home with downcast expressions. With Ing Fei and his band departed, it was time for Feng Xiao to leave as well. Yet, he had yet to undergo his rebirth, having faced an unexpected incident last time. After deliberation, we decided to conduct the ceremony here for safety. Upon consuming a high-grade ascension elixir, Feng Xiao transformed into a blazing fireball that shot into the sky, exploding like fireworks. Upon descending, he emanated an awe-inspiring aura. Having successfully upgraded, he was so exhilarated he could hardly articulate his gratitude. Before his departure, I filled 2 large bags with provisions for him. 50 kilograms of salt and 5 specially crafted plus version insulated boxes designed for the young birds, capable of incubating eggs and serving as warming boxes. Feng Xiao, overwhelmed with emotion, carried the hefty bags, flying slower than usual. When he finally returned to the Feng tribe, the gatekeeper Beastman shouted in excitement. The young patriarch has returned. His father, Feng Qi, stumbled out, and, upon realizing it was indeed his son, tears streamed down his face. His appearance markedly changed. Feng Xiao presented the insulated boxes and coarse salt, explaining the events, which delighted the tribe. Once the crowd dispersed, Feng Xiao conferred privately with his father, suspecting that the prior incident during his rebirth was orchestrated by that scoundrel Feng Hua. Just as they were discussing this, Feng Qi suddenly erupted in a violent cough, spitting out blood. Feng Xiao was alarmed and quickly summoned a shaman. Yet the shaman could not ascertain the cause, only suggesting it resembled poisoning. After consuming a bowl of herbal medicine, Feng Qi began coughing even more violently, ultimately losing consciousness. At this critical moment, Feng Xiao experienced a sudden flash of inspiration. She remembered, among the pills I had given him, there was indeed an antidote and a strength-enhancing elixir. Regardless, I decided to take a chance. She quickly retrieved the pills and administered them to her father. Remarkably, within moments, Feng Qi's breathing began to stabilize. Having previously been in a state of unconsciousness accompanied by coughs, which had now ceased, color returned to his face as if he had been miraculously revived. Just as I was in awe, my father, Feng Qi, awakened. Initially, I wished to enact a touching father-son moment, perhaps to hear his final words. But before he could speak, I eagerly inquired, "Father, how do you feel now? Are you able to breathe comfortably?" Feng Qi appeared dazed, momentarily at a loss as he assessed his condition. His expression resembled that of someone who had seen a ghost. After attempting a couple of coughs, he exclaimed to Xiao, I think I'm better." His voice trembled, as if he could hardly believe he had won the lottery. "Try standing and walking a few steps." I urged, ready to assist him. However, to my surprise, he required no support. With a swift motion, he sprang from the bed. More agile than I, he flexed his limbs, twisted his feet, and even conjured a small fireball effortlessly. It was evident that he had truly regained his life. Ah Shao, what on earth is happening? Wasn't I on the verge of death? I cleared my throat, prepared to boast about my earlier preparations. Father, it was the miraculous elixirs brought back by my little female that saved you. You had just fainted, and the shaman shook her head, claiming she could not comprehend the situation. It is understandable she couldn't comprehend. I consulted her days ago, and she merely advised me to drink more hot water. These elixirs were brought back by my sister. Upon hearing this, my father immediately beckoned me to sit down, his inquisitive eyes gleaming with interest. Quick, sit and tell me more about this little female. I was filled with pride as I extolled her virtues. She is kind-hearted and beautiful. It was she who saved me. And her beastly husbands are all impressive warriors. While I recuperated at their home, I received nothing short of VIP treatment. After pondering my words for a considerable time, my father's expression turned grave. Finally, he spoke. Ah Shao, you know our Feng clan has always held our pride, adhering to the principle of one husband and one wife for a lifetime. However, considering this little female has saved you twice, it may not be unreasonable to form a bond with her. Yet, it would be a shame for you, the young patriarch of our clan, to become a second beast husband. Upon hearing this, I felt a pang of guilt and mumbled, Father, I am not a second beast husband. His eyes brightened. What do you mean? Has her beast husband met with misfortune? Are you to become the primary? No, they're all well, I clarified. What I meant is that she has more than one beast husband. My father's heart skipped a beat, a foreboding sensation washing over him. How many does she have? It cannot be 2 or 3. I raised my hand to indicate 7, then sheepishly withdrew my thumb and index finger, whispering 6. Including me, I would be the 7th. In that moment, my father nearly toppled backward, almost fainting once more. I rushed to steady him. Father, hold on. She is truly wonderful. In fact, she is the most beautiful little female I have ever seen. You are simply enamored by her beauty. Have you already formed a bond with her? And no, I quickly reassured him. She may not even have an interest in me. She is aware of our Feng clan as one husband and one wife system, and specifically asked me to return to seek your approval. At this revelation, my father felt a wave of relief wash over him, though he maintained a proud demeanor. Why would she not be interested in you? My son is not lacking in worth. Ah, the universal truth of parental bias, where one can speak of their own, but not of others. It is I who feel unworthy, Father. I truly like her. Please give your consent. You have only just come of age. Perhaps you should reconsider? Is not the Dragon Clan's long lawn a suitable match? She is like you since childhood, robust in stature, and clearly capable of bearing young. I thought to myself, can she compare to my sister? But I refrained from voicing this. Additionally, I do not harbor feelings for her. Besides, is it not Feng Hua who likes her? Yet, the Dragon Clan's leader does not hold affection for Feng Hua. Suddenly, a chilling thought struck me. Father, have you ever considered why, on the day of my rebirth, the Dragon Clan leader conveniently sought you to discuss my union with Long Lawn? Why was it that particular day? My father froze in shock, quickly realizing, Ah Shao, do you mean to suggest that the Dragon Clan leader and Feng Hua are colluding? Almost certainly. One poisoned me with an exotic herb, while the other seized the opportunity to strike me down. They intended for me to perish. But why? This matter requires inquiry with my dear cousin. My gaze hardened as I declared, I suspect the poison within you was also the doing of Feng Hua. Father, continue feigning illness. I will summon the clan's male beasts. Today, we shall cleanse our ranks. My father, ever the dramatist, promptly applied some powder to his face to appear pale and began to feign coughs. I left to inform the others to gather for salt distribution, specifically seeking out Feng Shui and Feng Qing. On the way, I encountered them, and upon learning of my return, they rushed to my home. Upon entering, they recounted the events of that day's herb gathering in detail. We went to collect the exotic herb, and the fierce beast was sleeping nearby. We coordinated. Ah Qing was quick, diving down to retrieve the herb while I drew the beast away. There was no interference the entire time. Both were deeply remorseful over the incident. I chuckled derisively. Feng Hua never touched that herb. He poisoned it directly, so when you went to gather it, it was already tainted. Is that so? What should we do now? Do not fret, simply follow my lead. As I spoke, individuals from various households began to arrive. Upon entering, they offered congratulations. The young patriarch is remarkable. From misfortune comes fortune, and he has returned with so much salt. Indeed, this salt is far superior to what we received from the Eagle clan. My eyes were drawn to Feng Hua, who was huddled silently in the corner. Once everyone had assembled, I cleared my throat. All right, it seems we have enough people. Let us commence the salt distribution. Ah Qing will keep track, while Ah Shui will distribute 100 grams to each person. The Feng clan is not numerous, totaling around 400 individuals, and the distribution was completed swiftly. Once finished, I called out, "Everyone, please wait." I turned and brought out my ailing father. Upon seeing him, the male beasts erupted in chaos. What has happened to the patriarch? Was he not well just days ago? Once they had voiced their concerns, I solemnly announced, "The shaman has declared that my father is poisoned." Poisoned? The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. This leads us to inquire with my dear cousin, does it not? Feng Hua. In an instant, all eyes turned to Feng Hua. He faltered for a moment before regaining his composure, glaring at me. "Cousin, what do you mean? The patriarch's poisoning has nothing to do with me. If I am not mistaken, the poison my father has is the same as mine, is it not? The venom of the golden-tailed serpent." Feng Hua's complexion paled. How could he know? The others were equally shocked, and those quick-witted immediately deduced. The young patriarch went missing on the day of his rebirth because he was poisoned. Not only poisoned, but also schemed against. Feng Hua, explain how you persuaded the Dragon Clan leader to assist you, seeing that he could no longer conceal the truth. Feng Hua decided to abandon all pretense and angrily swept the salt he had just received onto the floor. "Oomph. A trifling gain has bought your loyalty. Pathetic." He pointed an accusatory finger at me. "I simply cannot stand you. Why should you be the young patriarch? I am far superior to you, far more talented. Why is it not me? Should you feel aggrieved, challenge me to a duel. What skill is there in resorting to such underhanded tactics? And what of the Dragon Clan leader? I do not wish to waste words with him. Oomph. He is merely aiding his daughter. If you have an affection for Long Lan, pursue her yourself. Why drag me into this? I truly fail to comprehend such convoluted reasoning. Yet she does not harbor feelings for me. Her affections lie solely with you." After venting his frustration, Feng Hua let out a bitter laugh, lamenting how he had devoted so many years to her, only to be summoned and dismissed at her whim. "What right does she have to treat me this way? In what aspect am I inferior to you?" Feng Shui muttered quietly from the side, "With your unremarkable appearance. How can you even compare to Ah Xiao?" Instantly, Feng Hua's face flushed crimson, glaring at him before roaring at me. "Aside from not being as handsome as you, where else am I lacking? So, you intend to ally with Long Lan to eliminate me?" My tone turned icy. "Lan'er despises you. Naturally, I must eliminate you on her behalf." "Very well, one administering poison, the other launching a surprise attack. What a ruthless duo." "Oomph. Since you're already aware, let us dispense with idle chatter. Come forth. Today we shall settle this once and for all. Whoever loses must depart from the Feng clan." With that, Feng Hua transformed into his beast form and charged at me fiercely. "Oh, my family, who understands? This fellow genuinely believes he can prevail." I spread my wings and retreated. The two phoenixes engaged in an aerial battle. Flames erupted from my mouth, catching Feng Hua off guard, forcing him back several meters in a most embarrassing fashion. He was left dumbfounded. When did Feng Xiao succeed in her rebirth? But he had no time to ponder further. He dove down, attempting to claw at me. Let me tell you, his claws are as sharp as daggers. Yet what have I not witnessed? In a flurry of evasive maneuvers, I countered with a swift claw strike to his back. Feathers cascaded like snowflakes, and blood instantly stained half of his body red. Ultimately, we began to unleash waves of fire against one another. Yet my flames, having undergone rebirth, were exceptionally pure and profound. As the contest reached its climax, Feng Hua could no longer produce even a spark, begrudgingly plummeting from the sky. He attempted to rise and struggle several times, but to no avail. I descended slowly before him like a proud king. "Today, I spare your life. But remember your words. Leave the Feng clan and never return. Otherwise, next time, it shall not be so simple." Feng Hua glared at me with malice, ultimately being supported by a few Beastmen, limping away. The clan members quickly surrounded us, showering me with praise. My father approached with a nonchalant expression, explaining to everyone that it had merely been a performance. Once the crowd dispersed, only the two of us remained. My father, looking somewhat apprehensive, remarked, "My son, when did you successfully undergo rebirth? You should have informed me. You nearly frightened me to death." "Father, would you believe me if I said that little female helped me?" My father's mouth fell agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. Seizing the moment, I pressed on, She has saved my life, assisted my rebirth, and now saved you. Don't you think I should pledge my devotion to her? Yet what does it matter for a phoenix to engage in such matters? I love her, and she loves me. That is the most crucial aspect, is it not? Observing my infatuation, my father finally relented. Very well. Let's prepare some gifts and express our gratitude in person. Really? Father, you agree? I exclaimed, thrilled and spinning in circles. Wait, what? Am I not welcome? He replied, if you go and do not return, I must know which vixen has lured you away. Welcome, welcome. I eagerly embraced him, asking what gifts we should bring. My father shot me a disapproving glance. You rascal, you aren't thinking of pilfering your mother's treasured gemstones, are you? Oh, father, what are you saying? What's yours is mine. It is all meant for me. I retorted. I'm going to propose and express gratitude. Surely I cannot bring wild boar meat as a gift. She has so many beast husbands. Do you think they lack food? I must present her with something truly special to secure a first-class position in her heart. My father regarded me with a complex expression before ultimately conceding. Thus, the day after my return, I set out once more with my father. I burst into his cave, gathering all the rare treasures he and my mother had collected over the years. After some consideration, I decided to leave behind the token of our love. For one must always leave a trace. We flew at breakneck speed, reaching the Hu Clan's settlement in just 2 days. Upon our arrival, 2 grand phoenixes descended from the sky, prompting the entire tribe to emerge and gawk at us as though we were extraterrestrial beings. I shouted at the top of my lungs, Sister, I have come with my father to present our gifts of gratitude. My father stood beside me. So embarrassed, he seemed ready to dig a hole into the ground. Ligiagio was startled to hear my voice, fearing something had happened to me so soon after my return. Chuyu and the others hurried to welcome us into their dwelling. Hello, uncle. I am Ligiagio. I quickly introduced. Father, this is the little female I mentioned to you. Isn't she extraordinarily beautiful? Indeed, my father had to admit, having seen Ligiagio in person, that my taste was quite discerning. Next came the crucial discussion between our families. My father expressed his gratitude, and Ligiagio candidly shared details about her family, assuring us that although they could not practice monogamy, their family atmosphere was harmonious and devoid of internal strife. Observing the joyful dynamics of their family, my father felt reassured. Then, the main event commenced. Chef Hu Jinhai showcased his culinary skills to entertain my father. When the dishes were served, my father was left speechless at the sight of an entire row of young ones seated around the long wooden table. What is this? I proudly declared, Father, these are all the children of my sister and brothers. She is currently pregnant as well. My father felt as though his worldview had been shattered. All of these are from Jiao. My father's mind reeled. Indeed, is she not remarkable? I affirmed. Certainly, remarkable, he muttered, still in a daze. And I hastily offered him a piece of meat. As soon as he tasted it, his eyes lit up. Delicious. In an instant, his shock dissipated, and he dove into a hearty meal. The following day, Ligiagio and I went to carve our marks. She chose a spot on her collarbone for a small phoenix totem, which from afar resembled a delicate pendant. As I caressed the small bunny mark on my chest, I felt like the happiest beast in the world. My father, witnessing the depth of our bond, finally felt at ease and returned home that very day. That evening, the animal skin skirt conveniently fell away, and I was overjoyed to finally hear my sister calling my name throughout the night. When I awoke the next day, my sister was still asleep. Feeling utterly soft-hearted. Once she awoke, I tended to her every need, serving her water and bee skins until she was completely comfortable. She smiled sweetly and gave me a peck on the cheek. My goodness, that sent my heart racing, and I pulled her close, kissing her passionately. Thus, we enjoyed another exhilarating morning practice. When my sister awoke once more, it was already midday. The other beast husbands had gone hunting, so I followed Wang Yikai's example in caring for the young ones. The little ones were overjoyed to see me return, surrounding me and excitedly calling me brother. I gently informed them, from now on, you must call me Feng Xiao Baba, though they did not fully understand. Upon hearing Baba, they sensed my permanence and eagerly switched to calling me Feng Xiao Baba, melting my heart. In the evening, the hunting party returned. Ligiagio, accompanied by Chuyu and Chuha, sought out the elder clan leader, Chu Changtian. Let me tell you, she was up to something significant this time. First, distributing salt. Second, promoting all clan members, including the little females. Third, taking stock of those who wish to bear young. Goodness, I listened as they reported the figures. After the last promotion, there had been 6 in the Tianjie and 64 in the DJ. After some time devoted to cultivation, there had been further advancements. Then, Ligia Geo unleashed her grand plan. The 67 and the DJ each received a basic promotion pill, elevating them all to Tianjie. Those in the Xuanjie, Huangjie, Yude, and Zhoujie received intermediate promotion pills, advancing 2 tiers. The remaining over 100 in the Hongjie received advanced promotion pills, elevating them straight to Huangjie. 121 adult female members of the Fox tribe had all consumed the primary ascension elixirs and loyalty potions. As a result of this strategic maneuver, the number of adult males in the entire tribe surged to 84 at the celestial tier, 19 at the earthly tier, 20 at the mysterious tier, and 188 at the yellow tier. The 4 lower tiers of the cosmic wilderness were completely cleared. The females also experienced a collective elevation. The entire clan fell to their knees, fervently chanting for the blessings of the beast god and the celestial maiden. The scene was utterly breathtaking. Hovering in midair, I gazed at Li Jiao, who was being venerated by the crowd, and a singular thought filled my mind. What kind of divine sister have I truly found? A few days later, my culinary skills flourished as I dedicated myself to the exploration of new dishes. One day, I mysteriously led Li Jiao to my cave and instructed her to close her eyes. "Sister, you may open your eyes now." As she did, she beheld a glimmering heap of gold upon my stone bed. "What is this?" Her inner system was in a frenzy, exclaiming, "Ah, gold! It's gold, host!" Unaware of her excitement, I proudly presented, "I found this while hunting by the river. I thought it looked beautiful." "Sister, do you like it?" Li Jiao's eyes widened at the sight of the substantial gold, which must have weighed around 2 kilograms. "I love it. It's exquisite. Where did you find it?" "Just near the river where I was hunting yesterday. There are quite a few more there. I figured since you like those shiny stones, you would appreciate this as well." "Thank you, Xiao. This is called gold, and I adore it." Her eyes sparkled with delight, making her even more enchanting. Her inner system was urging her, "Host, hurry and let him take you there. Quickly." Li Jiao inquired, "Is it far?" "Not far. It will take just a morning flight to reach it." "Would you like to see?" "Yes." After greeting Wang Yuan, she climbed onto my back. I let out a triumphant cry, transforming into a vibrant phoenix, soaring towards the golden hillside with my treasure girl. As we flew, Li Jiao marveled at the scenic vistas she had never witnessed before. Her spirits lifted. Indeed, one must travel often to appreciate the world. After flying for a little over an hour, Feng Xiao gradually folded his wings, preparing to descend. Looking down, Li Jiao spotted numerous exposed gold nuggets shimmering in the sunlight, dazzling to behold. Feng Xiao gently set her down, and she eagerly dashed off to collect the gold. These gold pieces had likely been washed ashore by the river for ages, gleaming brightly on the surface. "We're going to be rich. If we craft jewelry from this, it will surely sell like hotcakes throughout the beast realm." However, the question arose of who would make it. "Oh, never mind. Let's just gather it first." Seeing Li Jiao's exuberance, Feng Xiao was also influenced. "Sister, why don't you take a rest while I collect?" "A Xiao, I love gathering. Let's do it together. After all, who wouldn't want to collect treasure?" At that moment, the midday sun blazed down, causing Li Jiao to feel overheated. "It's so hot," she exclaimed. "Huh, this should cool you down." Feng Xiao laughed, splashing a handful of water on her. "Ah," Li Jiao playfully scolded, unable to dodge in time as the icy river water splashed her face. She tossed the gold in her hands aside and engaged in a water fight with Feng Xiao. The two playful souls frolicked for a while. Eventually, Li Jiao grew tired and lay down on a large stone beneath a tree to rest. Feng Xiao approached her with a smile. "Sister." The moment he called out, he halted, captivated by the sight of Li Jiao. Her face adorned with tiny droplets of water glistening in the dappled sunlight, enhancing her alluring charm, resembling a fairy who had accidentally fallen to the mortal realm. Feng Xiao quietly approached her, embracing her, savoring the unique aura that surrounded Li Jiao. He became somewhat entranced and kissed her tempting red lips. Caught off guard for a moment, Li Jiao soon reciprocated passionately. Their delicate voices echoed through the tranquil mountains, stimulating every cell in their bodies, while the gentle autumn breeze offered a refreshing touch to their love. After some time, tranquility returned to the forest. They exchanged satisfied smiles, having gathered a considerable amount of gold, filling Feng Xiao's prepared animal skin pouch to the brim. As Feng Xiao attempted to lift it onto his shoulder, he found it too heavy. I didn't exert my full strength just now," he chuckled awkwardly. Biting his teeth, he tried again. but it only lifted slightly off the ground. Sister, it seems a bit heavy. Perhaps we should take some back first, and I can make a couple of trips later. Li Jiao smiled, but said nothing. She approached, and with a mere touch, the entire animal skin pouch vanished. Feng Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister, where did the pouch of gold go? How did it disappear? Chapter 81. The winter that strikes fear into hearts. Curious to know? Let me show you. As she spoke, she took Feng Zhao's hand and vanished into her space. Feng Zhao covered his mouth, stifling a gasp as he beheld the neatly arranged plants and the groups of animals in the distance, unable to believe his eyes. Sister, where is this? Feng Zhao asked, his voice trembling. This is my space. Space? What is space? It means that this entire area is my domain. Without me, no one can enter. Sister, you are truly amazing. There are so many things here. What are they? Feng Zhao pointed at a vast array of vegetables. Before Li Jiao could respond, a multitude of voices chimed in. These are food supplies. Silly bird. Every day. Li Jiao's tone turned serious. Oh, sister. The multitude quickly adjusted their demeanor. Feng Zhao cautiously observed the voices, positioning Li Jiao protectively behind him. Sister, who is this? Do you know him? Feng Zhao's tone shifted from naive to serious. Don't be alarmed. This is my brother. In front of the beast husband, we must refer to each other as siblings. Brother? Feng Zhao thought. Isn't your brother me? Li Jiao sensed his confusion and clarified. Ah, yes, brother, as in sharing the same parents. His name is Tian, and due to certain circumstances, he cannot live normally outside and must remain in my space. Li Jiao provided a succinct explanation without waiting for Feng Zhao to ask further questions. Everything here is maintained by Tian. The vegetables, flour, and rice you inquire about are what we typically consume. Will your brother be lonely by himself? Will he become tired? Next time, I can come in to help him work. The multitude's eyes lit up, ready to agree, but Li Jiao interjected. No need. A shall. He uses machines, so he doesn't get tired. He can manage on his own, right, Tian? The multitude forced a smile. Yes, sister, brother-in-law. I can handle it alone. Feng Zhao felt dizzy at being called brother-in-law. Ha! The sister's brother knows how to flatter. He called me brother-in-law. Li Jiao pulled out a sizable chunk of gold and handed it to the multitude. Here. This is for you. Upon seeing it, the multitude swiftly changed demeanor, scampering over to accept it. Thank you, sister. You are so kind. Next time, be a bit more courteous to my beast husband. Li Jiao offered a small warning. There won't be a next time. The multitude replied sheepishly. Let us head out. We need to return. Yes. The sharp-eared Feng Zhao felt a delightful warmth in his heart. His sister had just offended him. The two individuals returned home empty-handed. With only 4 days remaining until the winter countdown, Li Jiao gazed at the clear, cloudless sky, unable to fathom what the impending winter would truly be like. In these final days, all the male beastmen in the tribe were busily engaged in hunting, storing food, producing charcoal, and honing their skills, thoroughly preparing for the winter. Although the tribesmen still felt a twinge of fear when mentioning winter, the thought of the tribe's remarkable transformation this year brought smiles to their faces. Each person silently prayed for the safety of everyone during the winter. After dinner, Li Jiao gathered all the beastmen together and distributed the extreme cold-down jackets awarded by the system. With a leisurely spirit, she embroidered each person's name onto their clothing. A good master of serving water must ensure fairness and equality to maintain harmony within the family. The beastmen were deeply moved by her thoughtfulness. When Wang Yikai and Hu Jintian returned home, they completely forgot to ask for a few down jackets for their parents. Fortunately, they now had the means to fly. No, they had flying birds. Over there, Wang Yiyuan and Hu Zhenhai were discussing with Feng Zhao. A Xiao. We were wondering if we could trouble you to take us back to the tribe. They wished to deliver the down jackets to their parents and also to visit their grandparents, who had yet to see their grandchildren. Feng Zhao recalled that when her father left, Li Jiao had already sent items along with him, and Ahai and the others had prepared plenty of food for the journey. I can do it, but I'm afraid I won't be able to carry so much, Feng Zhao admitted, feeling slightly embarrassed. The Phoenix clan was primarily renowned for their speed in flight, which limited their carrying capacity compared to the Eagle clan. If she were to take Hu Zhenhai and Wang Yiyuan, along with their chubby 20 or so little ones, Feng Zhao feared she might falter mid-journey. The group was simply too large, and their intentions, though noble, were beyond her capacity. After pondering for a while, Li Jiao came up with a brilliant idea. I have a great suggestion. Would you like to hear it? Hu Zhenhai and Wang Yiyuan immediately perked up, their drooping heads lifting. What is it? Your idea must be excellent. I could put all of you into my space, and then a Xiao would only need to carry me. Upon hearing this, the two recognized the merit, but shook their heads in unison. No. Why? Li Jiaojiao was perplexed by their rejection of what she believed was a fantastic idea. The speed during the journey will be too brisk, and you will feel cold. Wang Yiyuan replied earnestly. Li Jiaojiao turned to Hu Zhenhai. Is that your reason as well? Yes, Jiaojiao, you might struggle on the way. I appreciate your concern for me. However, you need not worry about that, as I can flash into the space myself. When the time comes, a Xiao can just place me into a bee skin bag, and I can enter midair. We can emerge once we reach our destination. In truth, ever since her recent advancement, Li Jiaojiao had been able to move to different locations within her space, though she had not shared this with anyone. After all, the quickest way to enhance relationships among beastmen is through mutual assistance. It was settled. They would set off the next day. Hu Zhenhai, feeling moved, put in extra effort that night. The following day, Li Jiaojiao sent the beastmen and little ones into her space. The little ones were ecstatic to finally see Li Jiaojiao. You all should take a break these next few days and play with the little ones to relax, she advised. The innocent little ones were unaware that a challenging weekend awaited them. Joyfully hopping around, they exclaimed, "Hooray! We can finally rest." Hu Zhenhai and Wang Yiyuan exchanged knowing glances and stifled their laughter. An hour later, the little ones were already sweating profusely. 3 hours in, they could barely lift their legs. Why didn't anyone tell me that playing with the little ones would be so exhausting? Regret filled me. Could I still return to farming? Meanwhile, Hu Yitong heard from the guards, tribe leader, Ahai has returned. Hu Yitong was taken aback. With winter fast approaching, why had he returned at this time? Had something gone amiss? He sprinted toward the tribe's entrance. As he approached, he saw a large crowd of tribesmen gathered. What could have happened? Surely no one was injured. His pace quickened. Upon reaching the outer circle, he distinctly heard the cries of small milk tigers, the barks of little dogs, and the squeaks of small rabbits. Could it be that they brought back the little ones? He gasped in astonishment. What grave error had occurred that warranted their return along with the young? Trembling, he called out Ahai. The tribesmen quickly parted as Hu Yitong arrived, allowing him to see not only Hu Zhenhai and the little ones, but also a remarkably beautiful female standing beside Ahai, along with Wang's nephew and a male from the Feng clan. Wait a moment. The Feng clan. Hu Yitong couldn't help but scrutinize them again and confirmed they were indeed from the Feng clan. Hu Zhenhai, holding several little ones, approached, saying, "Father, I brought my female and our little ones back to see you and mother." Hu Yitong's eyes instantly filled with tears. Why did you return so suddenly? Winter is upon us. This is reckless. How can you make it back in just 3 days? Father, it was Feng Xiao who brought us back. She flies very quickly. We must express our gratitude to her. Hu Yitong hastily wiped away his tears, pretending all was well. This must be Jiaojiao. She is indeed beautiful and capable. Hello, father. Iam Li Jiaojiao. Last time, Tian returned and taught our tribesmen many skills. Now every household has produced sufficient charcoal, so we need not worry as much about winter this year. Thank you for the blessings of the heavenly maiden. Saying this, she solemnly bowed to Li Jiaojiao. The tribesmen followed suit, bowing in unison. Thank you for the blessings of the heavenly maiden. Please rise, father. Since Ahai and Tian have become my beastmen, I naturally must take care of their kin. Upon hearing Li Jiaojiao refer to Hu Yitong as father and mention that the formidable skills were imparted due to Hu Zhenhai and Hu Zhentian, the others couldn't help but feel a deep respect for the Hu brothers. Yes, let us hurry back. You must be exhausted from your journey. And let's also thank a Xiao for bringing you all this way. Hu Yitong turned to express his sincere gratitude to Feng Xiao. Uncle, it's no trouble at all. You are Ahai's father, which makes you akin to my own. It is only right to come and see you. They all proceeded to Hu Yitong's home. The tribesmen, having seen enough of the commotion, returned to their own abodes. Once home, Hu Zhenhai presented the down jackets. Father, these are the winter bee skin skirts that Jiaojiao prepared for you. You must wear them during winter. Hu Yitong was once again overwhelmed with emotion. Having a partner changes everything. You've become more considerate. Come, let me see my little grandchildren. She also embraced the little ones, showering them with affection. After the kisses, she hurried back into the beast den and emerged with the bee skins Hu Yitong had prepared for her. Ahai, take these with you. Make sure to create a few more bee skin garments for the little ones. Mother, it's unnecessary. We have prepared plenty for them. It will suffice. You should keep these for yourself. After multiple assurances that they had enough, Xian felt slightly disheartened as she began to withdraw the beast skins. Seeing this, Li Jiaojiao stepped forward to stop her. Mother, I like this piece. Li Jiu pica a pink floral beastaskin. Seeing her delight, Xian's spirits lifted. Jiaojiao. Quickly see if there are any others you like. Choose a few more. All right. Thank you, mother. Li Jiaojiao gently responded with a smile. She selected 3 light-colored skins, and Xian joyfully exclaimed, Jiaojiao loves these light colors. In the future, whenever your father hunts skins of these hues, he shall save them for you. All right. I shall thank my father and mother in advance. Hu Zhenhai observed the harmonious conversation between his mother and Jiaojiao, as if suddenly grasping a deeper understanding. Jiaojiao then presented 5 constant temperature boxes, instructing them meticulously on their usage. Hu Zhenhai prepared a sumptuous dinner, and Jiaojiao decided to stay the night, allowing the little ones to spend more time with their grandparents. She discovered that the bond between generations was indeed a timeless truth, evident even from ancient times. That night, the little ones played until they were utterly exhausted before finally drifting off to sleep. Later, as Jiaojiao lay nestled in Hu Zhenhai's embrace, she hesitated for a long moment before speaking. Hi, should we leave 2 little ones for your parents to raise? Why? Because both you and Tian have been taken away by me. Silly girl, they will gradually get used to it. The 2 younger brothers at home are enough to give them headaches. True. The matter was then set aside. With their parents' cave nearby, they refrained from any mischief and simply embraced the soft little female to enjoy a peaceful night's rest. The following morning, Jiaojiao announced their intention to depart, as they still needed to visit Wang Yiyuan's home. Wang Yiyuan's father had met with misfortune while hunting years ago, and her mother had followed him early. Thus, Wang Yiyuan was, in a sense, half a son of Wang Ting. They exited the Hu Shao tribe and, employing their previous method, swiftly arrived at the Shenquan tribe. After delivering their items and explaining their usage, they allowed the little ones to play with Wang Ting and his companions throughout the night. Wang Ting and Mu Yao, reassured by the close bond between Wang Yiyuan and Jiaojiao, felt relieved, especially upon hearing that Jiaojiao was expecting little Kai and little Tian's offspring, making them even more cautious. The next morning, Jiaojiao said, Father, Mother, we are preparing to return to the tribe. Yes, it cannot be delayed any longer. Please be careful on your journey and pay attention to safety. Xian was in tears. Do not be sad, dear mother. Once winter has passed, we will bring the little ones back to stay. It's a promise. You must return after winter. At that moment, the countdown to winter stood at 1 day. Wang Ting understood they could not linger any longer. If they encountered unforeseen circumstances on the way, failing to return on time could lead to serious issues. Feng Xiao wasted no time and took flight. On their journey, no unexpected events occurred, and by the afternoon, they successfully arrived at the Hu tribe. The Beastmen had calculated the timing, prepared the food, and awaited Jiaojiao and her companions. Upon seeing Feng Xiao land calmly and Jiaojiao arrive safely, the Beastmen finally relaxed. Ayua, he, Tian, Kai, I have missed you all so much, she exclaimed, kissing each of them in turn. It must be said, these days surrounded by handsome men were truly delightful. That evening, a series of creaks and clatters echoed through the cave. Jiaojiao groggy. Opened her eyes and heard Chuyu ask, What is it, Jiaojiao? Did I wake you? What is that noise outside? It's the sound of branches breaking under the weight of the heavy snow. Jiaojiao instantly became alert. Has it snowed that heavily on the first day? Are you cold? He inquired, placing her hand in his warm palm. I'm fine, not cold. Is there charcoal burning outside? She felt a gentle warmth wafting into the cave. Yes. He ignited the charcoal before the snow fell, and he is tending to it now. Will he stay alone until dawn? No, we have arranged for shifts. You are so considerate. You truly are my beloved husband, Jiaojiao said, planting another kiss on Chuyu. I am the lucky one to have encountered you, Jiaojiao. The next morning, Jiaojiao rose from bed. As she approached the cave entrance, she heard the wind howling fiercely. The door was nearly impossible to push open. After much effort, she managed to create a small gap and peered outside. Oh my goodness, the entire tribe is nearly unrecognizable. The snow from last night has piled up over half a meter deep. Chapter 82. Fishing for small fish and enjoying barbecue. Jiaojiao, come inside, it's cold outside. Chuyi had just finished his shift and was preparing to sleep when he saw Jiaojiao peeking her little head out. He quickly wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her back. Wow, it's really cold out there. He said, noticing her flushed cheeks and nose, tenderly warming her with his hands. Thank you for your hard work last night, she said, hugging him back. To protect Jiao Jiao and our children from the cold and illness, how could I feel it was hard? Ahi, you are wonderful. Jiao Jiao nestled her head into Chuhi's chest. Jiao Jiao, don't nestle. Chuhi's voice suddenly became husky, holding her even tighter. At first, Jiao Jiao did not comprehend, but upon sensing Chuhi's unusual demeanor, her face turned crimson. I won't nestle anymore. Perhaps Jiao Jiao can help me? How? Chuhi's gaze darkened as he remained silent, guiding her hand beneath his fur skirt. We should return to my cave. In broad daylight. Right at the entrance of the guest cave, this is indeed a bold move. At his words, Chuhi bent down and carried Jiao Jiao toward her cave. My arms are so sore, she muttered. Then could Jiao Jiao help me in another way? Chuhi looked at her with puppy eyes. Hey, whether it's my arms or my waist that gets tired, one must be chosen. Ultimately, Jiao Jiao opted for a sore waist, as at the very least. She can enjoy it too. After their passionate encounter, Jiao Jiao nestled in Chuhi's arms for a cozy nap. By midday, Hu Zhenhai had prepared the meal, and Jiao Jiao awoke. Hi, your cooking is getting better and better. It seems Xiao has put some pressure on you. Ha, sister, we are progressing together. Feng Xiao joyfully replied as she emerged from the kitchen with a dish. Mother, Father Feng Xiao. A woof, woof, squeak. Wang Yuan and the others had also washed the little ones' hands and brought them to the dining table. The little ones happily greeted their mother and various fathers. Jiao Jiao tenderly patted each of their little heads, leaving none out. The little ones wagged their tiny tails and ears in excitement. Eat well, and after we finish, Mother will take you to play in Mother's space. Mother is so nice. The little ones chimed in. The little ones grew rapidly, perhaps due to their beast rank. Within the same litter, those of higher rank tended to develop better than those of lower rank. Additionally, Wang Yuan and the others took excellent care of the little ones. After the meal, the Beastmen placed the little ones into baskets, each carrying one, and Jiao Jiao transported them all into her space. The hard-working helpers continued their diligent labor. Suddenly, upon seeing them all arrive, their eyes widened in astonishment. They instantly recalled the soreness in their limbs from the previous days of carrying the little ones. Hey, sister, how did you all get in here? Of course, we came to see you, dear uncle, Jiao Jiao said with a steady heart. Haha, really? If you don't believe me, just ask. Uncle, we miss you. Ning Yi was the first to call out. Ning Yi is Chu Yu's eldest son. Do you still remember the little one? Jiao Jiao realized that Ning Yi was quite the clever boy, with a particularly sweet tone. We miss you, uncle. The other little ones chimed in. Haha, uncle also misses you all. Let me see if the little ones have grown a bit. Woof. The Beastmen released the little cubs from their baskets. On the lush green grass, the children frolicked like little sprites, their joyous laughter ringing like melodious silver bells. Numerous little ones joined their games, with their tall figure standing out prominently on the grass. They began a game of hide-and-seek, where he would intentionally leave hints for the cubs to find him easily. When the children discovered him, he would burst into hearty laughter and envelop them in a warm embrace. After their game of hide-and-seek, they flew kites together, with him leading the way and the cubs chasing behind. The scene of their spirited running was truly magnificent. During their play, Xingya accidentally fell, scraping his knee. Xingya is Chu Hie's cub. He hurried over, cradling Xingya in his arms, gently tending to his wound, and comforting him, saying, "Do not fear, uncle is here. I'll blow on it, and it will stop hurting soon." Seeing the anxious expression on his face, Xingya, with tears and snot unbothered, cupped his face and planted a kiss on him. "Ah, little messy creature," he exclaimed dramatically, pretending to wipe away the tears and snot onto Xingya. This made Xingya burst into giggles. Li Jiao Jiao and several beastmen were busy fishing by the riverbank with their newly purchased fishing rods. Each chose their spots, set up their gear, and eagerly awaited a bite. As the competition commenced, the beastmen focused intently on the water's surface, and soon there was commotion near Chu He. He excitedly lifted his fishing rod, only to discover he had caught a piece of waterweed. Li Jiao Jiao and the other beastmen could not help but laugh heartily at the sight. A little while later, Li Jiao Jiao suddenly felt her rod dip, and her heart soared with joy. "Ha! A big fish is here," she exclaimed, pulling up the rod with all her might, only to find a small fish. Feng Xiao teased from the side. "Sister, is this your trophy?" As time passed, the beastmen's luck improved, and they caught several large fish, while Li Jiao Jiao remained empty-handed. Big fish, come quickly, my bowl," she murmured softly, eliciting laughter from the others. Just as she was about to lose her patience, she finally hooked a large fish. She squealed with excitement a Tian. Come help me pull it up. The nearest Hu Jintian rushed over to assist, and together they pulled the fish ashore. Now he went to go hungry, Li Jiaojiao beamed. Once fishing was nearly done, Hu Jinhai and Feng Xiao began preparing to grill the fish. They found a clear spot by the riverbank, constructed a simple grill from stones, and skewered the clean fish. Igniting a fire. Before long, the fish was grilled to perfection, filling the air with an enticing aroma. Sister, you must try this. Feng Xiao called as she brought the grilled fish to Li Jiaojiao. Delicious. Cubs, come wash your hands and eat grilled fish. Li Jiaojiao called out to the cubs who were still playing hide-and-seek in the distance. Several beast fathers picked up the grilled fish, carefully removing the bones for the cubs. Jinai father, Feng Xiao father. So tasty. Ning Yi's sweet tooth was once again on display, causing the two beastmen to grin from ear to ear. Thank you. Chu He father, Zhan Tian father, Yi Kai father, and Yi Yuan father for catching fish for the cubs. Chu Yu joyfully ruffled his son's little head, marveling how sweet his little mouth was. After the cubs had eaten, they ran off to play again. The beastmen washed their hands and savored the fruits of their labor from the day. Li Jiaojiao looked at the beautiful scene and mused that living in this space might not be so bad after all. Chapter 83. Golden Necklaces. Golden Jewelry. The more, the better. The delightful day came to an end as Li Jiaojiao led everyone out of the space. It's so cold. Everyone had gone into the space to play, and the beast den had not been heated, leaving it icy cold. Chui suggested, Jiaojiao, why don't you take everyone into the space for a while? I'll stay outside to keep the fire. But you'll be cold too. Li Jiaojiao expressed her concern. Let me handle the fire. Chu He Ge. Feng Xiao stepped forward. I have fire. My attribute is also fire. So I'm not afraid of the cold at all. You all go inside. Feng Xiao nudged Chu He back towards Li Jiaojiao. After a moment's thought, Li Jiaojiao said, all right, once you have the fire going, just call for me. I can't hear you from inside. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao. It's no trouble, sister. Hurry inside, so the cubs don't get frozen. Okay, Li Jiaojiao led everyone back into the space. Shortly after, Feng Xiao called for Li Jiaojiao. Quick as a flash. After everyone washed up, they all went to sleep. Thus, the first day of winter came to a close. In the following days, they indulged in feasting and brewing sauces. Li Jiaojiao felt that any weight she had gained was quickly burned off in bed. The snow outside had not ceased for a single day, accumulating to over a meter deep. It's only the minor cold period now. With snow this deep, how thick will it be during the blizzard? Li Jiaojiao asked with slight worry. Every year, during the minor cold period, the snow can reach about 2 meters. And during the major cold period, it can reach around 3 meters. In the days leading up to the blizzard, the snow will melt to about 1 meter. But during the blizzard, it will accumulate to over 4 meters. My father said that my grandfather once experienced a winter where the snow reached over 10 meters deep. However, neither my father nor I have seen it. In previous years, it's usually around 4 to 5 meters. No need to worry, Jiaojiao, this year. The clan has prepared ample food and charcoal, so there is no cause for concern. For now, we can still go out, and I'll take a look to see if the clan needs any assistance. The next day, Chuyu prepared to go out and check on the clan. I'll go with you, so I can help if anything comes up, Chuyu called after him. All right, make sure to dress warmly. Li Jiaojiao brought out some down jackets for Chuyu and Chuhi to wear. Thank you, Jiaojiao. Chuyu cupped Li Jiaojiao's face and gently kissed her forehead. Chuyi did the same, kissing her as well. In truth, both wanted to say they were not cold, as it was not yet the blizzard period. It was only when the blizzard truly arrived that the temperatures would be bone-chilling. Yet, Jiaojiao's concern filled their hearts with sweetness. The snowflakes continued to fall gently, blanketing the entire tribe in a thick layer of snow, rendering the beast den nearly invisible. It was only because Chuyi was familiar with every beastman's home that they could find their way. They trudged through the snow, which was nearly as deep as Chuyu and Chuhi. Li Jiaojiao had specifically asked them to bring along 2 wooden shovels. As they walked, they cleared the snow to the sides, and after a while, they arrived at the nearest beastman's home. They knocked on the door, and after a long while, it finally opened, revealing an elderly male beastman who had lived alone for many years and was now unable to hunt. His mate had passed away long ago, and he had only one son who had found a mate from the Earth Rabbit clan, returning only in autumn to help him gather some game for storage. Thus, Chuyu moved his den closer to them. Young clan leader, what brings you here? I came to see if you need anything. Thanks to the clan leader. Young clan leader and the goddess, this winter has been the most prosperous one yet. The clan had arranged to distribute food daily during the summer to those elderly with no hunting ability, and in autumn, they would distribute large quantities of food periodically. Sufficient for storage. Is the charcoal enough? Is the food sufficient? All is well. Young clan leader. Chu Yu entered the house and felt the warmth envelop him, noting the abundance of food. Very well. He and I shall take our leave. If you require anything, simply call for me at the cave entrance. I shall hear you. All right. Thank you, young clan leader. With that, Chu Yu and Chu he went from house to house, checking on the well-being of their kin. Apart from a frail young female, whom Chu he provided with a strengthening elixir, the rest appeared to be in good health. Chu Yu made a special visit to see Chu Changtian and Hua Ying, along with his younger siblings. All was well. The two then trudged back home through the snow. In the past few days, Li Jiaojiao, having found herself with idle time, suddenly recalled the sack of gold she and Feng Xiao had collected, which remained unprocessed. She hurriedly retrieved the gold from her spatial storage and purchased various tools for purification. The process of refining gold is intricate and complex, requiring multiple steps to extract it from its natural state. To prepare, Li Jiaojiao specifically acquired books and various chemical reagents to eliminate impurities and other metals. Once the preparations were complete, it was time to commence practical work. The first step involved heating the mixture to induce a chemical reaction, allowing the gold to dissolve into the solution. Subsequently, impurities were removed through filtration and precipitation, yielding a pure gold solution. This stage demanded utmost caution to ensure no gold was lost. Thereafter, the gold solution underwent additional chemical treatments to precipitate the gold out of the solution. The precipitated gold could then be collected for further refinement and processing. After numerous trials and practices, it was ultimately Wang Yikai who achieved the best purification results. It was gratifying to discover his aptitude. He truly was a science student. Li Jiaojiao also procured several air-powered lamps for illumination. Indeed, these lamps illuminate as long as there is air. Upon witnessing them, Li Jiaojiao marveled at the capabilities of the system. Such extraordinary inventions exist. Ultimately, it was unanimously decided that Wang Yikai would handle the purification, while the others would craft the gold into the adornments Li Jiaojiao desired. Following the steps outlined in the craft book she had purchased, the Beastmen spent several days fashioning pendants and necklaces in their own unique styles for Li Jiaojiao. She was utterly delighted. How beautiful! Li Jiaojiao tried on each piece, asking them one by one, "Is it lovely?" "It is lovely. Jiaojiao looks good in anything." Li Jiaojiao resolved that whichever Beastman attended to her would earn the privilege of her wearing his necklace. It was quite evident. Next, they could also create gold bracelets and earrings. How delightful! Soon, she too would be a wealthy lady. Chapter 84. Two Young Heavenly Tigers. As a note to my esteemed readers, could you kindly assist this humble author by providing some ratings? I am immensely grateful for the over 10,000 readers, yet there are so few who have rated my work. I truly would be moved to tears. In the blink of an eye, Li Jiaojiao's due date approached, coinciding with the onset of the extreme cold season. The shaman had arranged for Dan Dan to arrive 2 days early. Upon seeing Dan Dan braving the wind and snow, Li Jiaojiao was deeply touched. Tang Yu, dun dun, for making the difficult journey in this heavy snow. Do not mention it, Jiaojiao. As a shaman, it is my duty to assist in the birth of the young females. Moreover, the changes you have brought to our tribe make it worthwhile. Even if there were daggers falling from the sky, I would gladly come. You are truly wonderful. Dun dun. Regardless, I must express my gratitude. However, I may need to trouble you to stay a few more days, as my next due date is in 4 days. No waities. I shall wait until you have given birth to both before departing. Chiyu had long prepared a beast den for Dan Dan and her mate. He was currently escorting them to the den for rest. A ping. You may use anything within here. If you need anything, just let us know. Dan Dan and her mate Jun Ping had only recently become a couple. He was a sturdy and earnest fellow who had just ascended to the heavenly tier during the last promotion. Young clan leader, you need not be so polite. Jun Ping said in a deep, rumbling voice. We truly appreciate your willingness to assist. Li Jiaojiao felt a profound sense of comfort. Having encountered predominantly kind individuals since her arrival here, devoid of any melodramatic plots or those seeking to harm her. Each day, she could peacefully enjoy her meals, sleep, and raise her offspring. Upon waking, warm water would be brought to her lips, and each night, someone would warm her bedding, sparing her from the drudgery of a 9-to-5 job fraught with the fear of being dismissed, or the burdens of an emperor preoccupied with myriad concerns and treacherous court intrigues. Such a life, if it could last 1,000 years, would be a dream come true. On the third morning, after Li Jiaojiao had risen and finished her meal, labor commenced. "Ayu water." Shu Yu promptly brought her water. Li Jiaojiao hurriedly consumed a pain relief elixir and quietly awaited the onset of delivery. Before long, the system began its announcements. Ding! The host has given birth to the 76th offspring, a male, beast form. White tiger, beast tier, Xian tier. Rewards, 160 points. Birthing Elixir X9, Intermédiate Promotion Elixir X3, Loyalty Elixir X3, Coar Salt 80 kg, Barbecue Seasoning 500 g, Defensive Shield 300 cubic meter. Ding! The host has given birth to the 77th offspring, a female, beast form, black tiger, beast tier, Xian tier. Roar, 160 points. Birthing Elixir X9, Intermédiate Promotion Elixir X3. Loyalty Elixirs X3, Outdoor Tents X5, Defensive Shield 300 cubic meters. Ding! The host has given birth to the 78th offspring, a male, beast form, black tiger. Beast tier, Earth tier. Rewards, 320 points. Birthing Elixirs X11, Advanced Promotion Elixirs X1, Loyalty Elixirs X5, Core Salt 100 kilograms, Space Expansion Vouchers X20, Defensive Shield 500 cubic meters. Ding! The host has given birth to the 79th offspring, a male, beast form, golden tiger, beast tier, Earth tier. Rewards, 320 points. Birthing Elixirs X11, Advanced Promotion Elixirs X1, Loyalty Elixirs X5, Core Salt 100 kilograms, Metal Detectors X3, Defensive Shield 500 cubic meters. Ding! The host has given birth to the 80th offspring, a female, beast form, snow tiger. Beast tier, Earth tier. Rewards, 320 points. Birthing Elixirs X11, Advanced Promotion Elixirs X1, Loyalty Elixirs X5, Water Repelling Elixirs X5, Core Salt 100 kilograms, Fine Salt 500 g. Defensive Shield 500 cubic meters. Ding! Congratulations to the host on successfully giving birth to 80 offspring, with an additional reward of 28,000 points. Birthing Elixirs X40. Pain Relief Elixirs X40, Recovery Elixirs X40, Beauty Elixirs X40, Strengthening Elixirs X40, Milk Boosting Elixirs X40, Basic Promotion Elixirs X40, Intermediate Promotion Elixirs X40, Advanced Promotion Elixirs X40, Loyalty Elixirs X40, Teleportation Elixirs X40, Space Expansion Vouchers X640, Defensive Shield 16,000 cubic meters. Ding! The host has given birth to the 81st offspring, a female, beast form, Sumatran tiger. Beast tier, Earth tier. Rewards, 320 points. Birthing Elixirs X11, Advanced Promotion Elixirs X1, Loyalty Elixirs X5, Water Repelling Elixirs X5, Core Salt 100 kilograms, Fine Salt 500 g. Defensive Shield 500 cubic meters. Ding! The host has given birth to the 82nd offspring, a male, beast form, Northeast tiger, beast tier, Earth tier. Rewards, 320 points. Birthing Elixirs X11, Advanced Promotion Elixirs X1, Loyalty Elixirs X5, Pod Crafting Technique X1, Space Expansion Vouchers X20, Defensive Shield 500 cubic meters. Ding! The host has given birth to the 83rd offspring, a male, beast form, South China tiger, beast tier, Xian tier. Roar, 160 points. Birthing Elixir X9, Intermédiate Promotion Elixir X3. Loyalty Elixirs X3, Papermaking Technique X3, Space Expansion Vouchers X15. Ding! The host has given birth to her 84th offspring, a female in the form of a Bengal tiger. Ranked at the Earth tier, rewarded with 320 points, 11 birth pills, 1 advanced promotion pill, 5 loyalty pills, a complete set of kitchen tools, 20 space expansion vouchers, and a defensive shield measuring 500 cubic meters. Subsequently, she welcomed her 85th offspring, a female in the form of a Caspian tiger, ranked at the Heaven tier. Rewarded with 500 points, 15 birth pills, 3 advanced promotion pills, 7 loyalty pills, 7 water repellent pills, 40 space expansion vouchers, 500 g of fine salt, 200 kilograms of coarse salt, and a defensive shield measuring 1,000 cubic meters. Following this, the host gave birth to her 86th offspring, a female in the form of a Dodge rabbit. Ranked at the Earth tier, rewarded with 320 points, 11 birth pills, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 500 g of fine salt, a defensive shield measuring 500 cubic meters, and 20 space expansion vouchers. The 87th offspring, a female in the form of a golden tiger, ranked at the Heaven tier, was rewarded with 500 points, 15 birth pills, 3 advanced promotion pills, 7 loyalty pills, 7 water repellent pills, a complete set of house-building tools, 3 40-space expansion vouchers, and a defensive shield measuring 1,000 cubic meters. Lastly, the host welcomed her 88th offspring, a female in the form of a begonia dwarf rabbit, ranked at the Earth tier, rewarded with 320 points, 11 birth pills, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 5 water repellent pills, 500 G of fine salt, a beverage-making technique, and a defensive shield measuring 500 cubic meters. Li Jiao mused that perhaps there were no more to come, and indeed, silence followed. To her surprise, among the naturally conceived offspring by Hu Jintian, there were 2 of the heaven tier. She wondered if this was a result of her recent ascension to the heaven tier. Dan had experienced numerous such occurrences and expertly marked all the cubs, ensuring Li Jiao's safety and confirming that her belly was now free of cubs. She promptly turned to wash the little ones. Fortunately, although it was quite chilly outside, the temperature inside Li Jiao's beast inn remained around 20 degrees, allowing her to bathe the cubs without worry. Upon opening her eyes, Li Jiao found Hu Jintian fervently praying with his hands clasped together. She chuckled softly. "What are you doing, Tian?" Hearing her voice, Hu Jintian immediately rushed to her side. Jiao, you've worked hard. I was praying to the beast god for his blessings upon you." Li Jiao smiled, even more brightly. "Perhaps the beast god has already heard your prayers. This litter contains 2 heaven-tier cubs." Indeed, Hu Jintian's tiger eyes widened even further in astonishment. "Really? When have I ever deceived you?" "Thank you, beast god. This is also thanks to Jiao's efforts. From now on, I will lie down instead of standing. I will drink soup instead of eating meat." Unable to contain herself, Li Jiao burst into laughter. "This person is so amusing. Who taught him to say such things?" Once Dan had finished cleaning the cubs, Feng Xiao arrived to carry them to the fire pit, arranging them in a circle to dry them off. Chu He, the carpenter, noticing that it was difficult for the cubs to dry off after their baths in the winter, constructed a circular table with an empty center, surrounded by a raised edge to prevent the cubs from falling. This served as an effective drying station. The cubs merely needed to turn over after one side dried to continue warming the other side. Li Jiao couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Chu He for his ingenuity. While this peaceful scene unfolded, unbeknownst to them, 2 tribes had already set their sights on them. Chapter 85. What a wretched situation. Returning to Ing Fei and his group, they were in a state of utter disarray as they finally returned to the Tian Ing tribe at the tail end of autumn. Their bodies bore injuries from a lack of timely treatment and exhaustion from their journey. By the time Ing Fei flew over the Tian Ing tribe, he was already on the verge of collapse. Upon seeing his father, the pent-up breath he had been holding finally escaped him, and he plummeted to the ground. Ing Chi nearly fell backward in shock at this sudden turn of events. However, being the leader of the tribe, he quickly steadied himself and dashed forward to catch his eldest son. But he had not studied physics and was unaware of the consequences of attempting to catch a hawk weighing over 100 kilograms, plummeting from a height equivalent to 10 stories. The tribe members only heard a sharp crack. His arm was instantly broken, and he collapsed to the ground under the immense force, creating a large crater where Ing Fei landed. A hoarse, suppressed growl escaped him. Onlookers winced, feeling as though their own bones had shattered. Ing Chi's fractured bone even pierced through the skin, jutting out alarmingly. The untrained eagle beastmen hastily carried Ing Chi and Ing Fei into the beast den. Without a stretcher, they awkwardly lifted Ing Chi under the armpits and by the legs, undoubtedly causing him further injury in the process. Furious, Ing Chi wanted to curse them out, but he had no formal education and, after much stuttering, managed to mutter, "Are you all fools? Can't you be gentler?" When the elderly shaman finally arrived, Ing Chi's face was already pale, drenched in cold sweat. Ing Fei was not faring much better. Although Ing Chi had cushioned his fall to some extent, the height from which he fell was simply too great, as the little ones know how high eagles typically fly. He already had internal injuries, and his external wounds were not fully healed. Now he was left bloodied and bruised. The shaman nearly believed he was on the brink of death. After checking for a pulse, the shaman hesitated, contemplating whether to save him. Not to mention the likelihood of reviving him in such a half-dead state, she was reluctant to save someone who had always carried himself with such arrogance. Dismissing the affections of many admirers within the tribe, including his own unfortunate great-granddaughter. With her heart heavy for Ing Fei, the shaman, Fei Hua, earnestly tried to persuade his lovesick great-granddaughter multiple times, but to no avail. If she allowed him to die now, would perhaps cure her lovesick great-granddaughter? Despite her age, Fei Hua was still quite sharp-witted. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to first attend to the tribe leader. Yes, that makes sense. I will tend to him first. And if he survives long enough, I will consider saving him again. If not, then it cannot be helped. With this thought in mind, Fei Hua wobbled over to Ying Qi to examine his injuries. What on earth happened to you? She winced at the sight of the exposed bone. Ying Qi's face had turned ashen, and he could barely speak. One of the male beastmen who witnessed the entire ordeal recounted the events. Upon hearing how several male beastmen clumsily carried Ying Qi into the den, she fell silent for several seconds. She understood Ying Qi's style of handling matters. If he discovered that the beastmen's actions had caused him even greater harm, those few would likely not survive the encounter. Thus, Fei Hua calmly instructed you all, quickly fetch me 3 straight wooden sticks, peeled, and as long as the tribe leader's arm, and find some soft bee skin to tear into strips. The group hurriedly dispersed to fulfill her orders. She then turned to her apprentice, Ermu, and instructed, go to the shaman's den and bring me our healing herbs. The tribe had seen other shamans, but unfortunately, they all had short lives and perished before Fei Hua. She had trained 3 shamans who all met their demise. The latest events have yet to unfold. For now, I can only assume the role of an apprentice, learning beside Fei Hua. Soon, several individuals returned. Ying Qi observed Fei Hua's unsteady approach with trepidation, fearing she might inadvertently cause him further injury. However, the apprentice beside him, who flinched back at the sight of the wound, was undeniably bothersome. Gritting his teeth, he could only wait for the shaman to arrive. Fortunately, despite her tremulous gait, Fei Hua's hands displayed a commendable steadiness when it came to work. Before commencing, she took a piece of animal hide and stuffed it into Ying Qi's mouth. Confused, he only understood its purpose when Fei Hua lifted his arm, swiftly repositioning the bone, twisting it a few times to ensure proper alignment before hastily securing it with a prepared stick. Ah, now I comprehend the purpose of the hide in my mouth. Once they attended to the chieftain, Ying Fei's breathing grew even weaker. Ying Qi commanded 2 tribesmen to assist him in reaching Ying Fei's side. Witnessing his beloved eldest son in such a dire state filled him with profound sorrow. His eyes, aflame with anger, appeared to blaze with fire. His chest heaved violently, and a tempest of rage enveloped the entire beast cave. His voice thundered like a storm. Who harmed my son? I shall make them pay. The accompanying tribesmen were brought before the chieftain, their heads bowed, unable to meet his gaze. The chieftain's cold eyes swept over them as he pronounced, "You useless wretches. How could you allow my son to be injured? I will ensure you understand the cost of your errors." With a command, several robust tribesmen lunged forward, forcing the others to the ground. He ordered a whip to be taken up, mercilessly lashing them, each strike infused with his wrath. Those acting under the chieftain's watchful gaze dared not show mercy. The cries of the punished tribesmen echoed with agony as they pleaded for mercy. "Chieftain, it truly has nothing to do with us. It was those vile fox tribes that caused the injury to the young chieftain." One particularly battered beastman could no longer endure the brutal beating. With numerous untreated wounds, he could see maggots writhing within. The lashes stung, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Yet the chieftain displayed no compassion. "It is your failure to protect him. You deserve this punishment." After the punishment, the chieftain, still not satisfied, ordered the tribesmen imprisoned, withholding food and water from them. The entire tribe was steeped in the chieftain's fury. No one dared to speak or defy his orders, nor did anyone venture to plead for leniency. They all knew their chieftain was a cruel and obstinate man. Observing the wretched beastmen confined, a shiver coursed through everyone. With winter approaching, without treatment, medicine, sustenance, or water, how long could they possibly endure? As night fell, the Tianying tribe members gathered in the chieftain's cave to deliberate on how to confront the fox tribe. The chieftain stood elevated, his piercing gaze scanning each member. "Has the fox tribe encountered some grand opportunity this year?" he inquired in a deep voice. The brothers who returned reported that their young chieftain discovered a small female in the forest this early summer, whom they refer to as the Heavenly Maiden. She can communicate with the beast god, leading to numerous divine manifestations upon the fox tribe this year. Furthermore, it is said that this Heavenly Maiden has given birth to a 9-tailed fox, which has garnered the beast god's approval. They claim their tribe will revert to the name Shinhu, tribe henceforth. A young eagle tribesman recounted. "Regardless of their divine proclamations, let them frolic through this winter. Once the season passes, we shall launch a surprise attack, catching them off guard." "A splendid notion," The tribe members resounded in agreement. However, we must prepare thoroughly. We need to train the Beastmen, ready our weapons, and devise a detailed battle plan. The chieftain asserted gravely. Indeed, chieftain, the tribesmen replied in unison. In the dim, damp dungeon, the gravely injured tribesmen lay in disarray, their wounds festering and emitting a foul odor. Their lips were chapped, their eyes filled with despair and helplessness. A member groaned weakly. The conditions of Ingtan and a few others of higher rank were slightly better, as they had sustained fewer injuries during the skirmish. The others, severely wounded, incessantly cried for water, their cacophony a lamentable chorus. Who could have anticipated that after their arduous journey, they would return to such a fate? Wait, just wait, Ingtan murmured. The cold walls enclosed them, the darkness suffocating, with no sign of food or water. The floor was frigid, snow beginning to fall outside, and they attempted to rise and move, but the pain rendered them immobile. Their desperate pleas went unanswered. On the 10th day, the chieftain stood outside the cell, coldly observing them, his gaze devoid of any mercy or sympathy. Chieftain, why do you treat us this way? What wrong have we committed? One tribesman struggled to sit up. Confusion and anger etched on his face. You dare question what you have done wrong? You accompanied the young chieftain, yet failed to protect him. That is reason enough for your punishment. The chieftain bellowed. The dozen or so eagle beastmen were filled with despair upon hearing his words. They understood that their lives were forfeit. Several had already perished in the dungeon. Ingtan mournfully contemplated his fate. Suddenly, the dungeon door creaked open, a faint light spilling in. He looked up to see a familiar figure. It was his friend Ingma, carrying provisions and some rudimentary medical supplies. Ingtan, how are you? Ingma swiftly approached, offering him food and water before tending to his wounds. Ingtan shared the provisions with the others. I cannot linger. If the chieftain discovers my presence, it would be disastrous. Thank you, Ingma. Have you heard how long the chieftain intends to keep us imprisoned? Not yet, came the solemn response. Silence enveloped the dungeon once more. After a moment, Ingtan spoke. All right, you must leave quickly. With Ingma's aid in food and water, the group gradually regained some strength. On the eve of the blizzard, the chieftain finally relented and released the remaining few. Ingtan surveyed the scant company left. Including himself, they totaled only 8. How ironic, he mused. In 1 month's time, 26 had been taken away. Those who had not perished in the hunt or in battles with rival tribes had succumbed to the chieftain's punishment. As the dungeon door swung open, a noxious stench assailed them, causing their waiting relatives at the entrance to recoil instinctively. My son, Ingtan's mother, upon seeing his frail form, wept bitterly. Mother, what brings you here? Ingtan's eyes widened in surprise. We heard the chieftain agreed to release you, so we hurried to bring you home. Another eagle beastman's brother interjected, noticing their mother's inability to speak. God knows how they had endured the past month. Each time they heard of someone being dragged off and thrown from a cliff, they would descend to see if it was one of their own. In the past month, the residents of Ingtan have endured considerable hardship, and their families outside have shared in their anxiety. Without further ado, each family supported their own as they journeyed to the Ingtan household. The Ingtan family is the farthest from the patriarch's den among the few individuals present. The shaman was already waiting for them there, facilitating the healing process, which would have been nearly impossible to manage by visiting each household individually during the heavy snowfall. Ingtan's father had prepared a large pot of tender meat soup. Tanner, you should first have some gentle nourishment to ease your stomach, he advised. Having gone without food for quite some time, they were grateful for the handfuls of snow that the clansmen guarding the dungeon had reluctantly offered to them. Ingtan had only visited 3 times, each time bringing only a meager supply of food. Ingtan's mother, feeling her son's cold hand, was choked with emotion and struggled to speak. Father, how is the young patriarch? She asked. He is better. I have heard he can open his eyes and speak now, came the reply. No wonder they let them out. It turns out Ingtan Fei is still alive. Ingtan scoffed softly. Although their bodies were weak, the fire within their hearts burned ever brighter. After a long period of contemplation, Ingtan finally spoke. Father, what do you think of the patriarch? Surprised, Ingtan's father looked up suddenly. Tanner, do you mean? Ingtan nodded in silence. They began to strategize for a rebellion, fully aware that while dangerous, they were prepared for the challenge. Of course, they first needed to restore their health. The heavy snowfall persisted for a full month, with snow reaching depths of 6 meters. By the end of the month, Ingtan and his companions had nearly recovered. During the blizzard, Ingtan Chi's warriors had halted their training. Now that the snow had passed, Ingtan Chi called everyone together to commence drills, and Ingtan and the others were included. When they heard that their patriarch intended to attack the Xinhu tribe, they internally scoffed, thinking him reckless. However, they maintained a facade of composure. That evening, they gathered at Ingtan's home to discuss their countermeasures. "What do you think we should do, Tan?" one asked. "I propose that before they launch their attack, we gather our forces and eliminate them first." Another voice chimed in, "I have a different idea. We could feign an alliance with them to attack the Xinhu tribe, while secretly sending a warning to the Xinhu, allowing them to prepare. In that way, we could strike them from within and completely annihilate them. Are you suggesting we leverage the Xinhu's strength? Would it not be unwise?" Ingtan queried. "Consider this. If we join forces, they will surely view us as reliable allies. Next year, they may even teach us those skills. But they would depart at the end of winter. When could we send the warning? I still believe we should eliminate them ourselves. But we must also consider casualties. Currently, only about half are willing to rise against them. That half is not weak, and my little female is pregnant with my child. To be honest, I fear for our lives. There's no harm in utilizing their strength, is there?" The others fell silent. Ingtan Su's point was valid. Minimizing casualties would indeed be ideal. In the end, they all concurred with this plan. Would it be best to send the warning? They pondered. Going in winter poses significant risks. How about this? As soon as winter passes, I will set out. My beast rank is low, so when the main force moves, I will not draw attention. You can take a few days to delay them, allowing me some time. After considering, Ingtan and the others agreed that this seemed the best approach and tentatively settled on the plan. During the subsequent major and minor cold seasons, all the male warriors of the clan continued their training as usual. Ingtan discreetly glanced at Ingtan Fei. Well, how should I put it? He may not have long left. Though his external wounds had healed, he continued to cough up blood. The shaman was at a loss for remedies. Had it not been for the fact that she was the only shaman in the tribe, Ingtan Chi would likely have eliminated her by now. If only Li Jiao were here. She might have realized that his injuries were internal and beyond salvation. What was most nauseating was that Ingtan Chi had left half of the charcoal they had exchanged for Ingtan Fei. The little females and cubs in the tribe received very little. "Asu, it's so cold. I'll light the fire for you, Fei. But it's so smoky. Can't the patriarch give us something that doesn't produce smoke?" Ingtan Su lamented, feeling disheartened that they had brought it back but received nothing for themselves. Ingtan Chi scolded, "You all have committed such grave errors. Do you still have the face to ask for things?" At that moment, a profound sense of helplessness surged within them, further solidifying their resolve to overthrow Ingtan Chi. Chapter 87. A twisted romance on another front, just days before winter's arrival. Feng Chi returned in high spirits. Upon arriving at the tribe, the clansmen gathered around him. "Patriarch, how is it? Is the little female that the young patriarch found truly as he described?" The joy on the patriarch's face indicated his satisfaction. "I'm exceedingly pleased. Feng Xiao is indeed quite remarkable. I must say, my Feng Xiao has impeccable taste." Feng Chi praised enthusiastically. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed another male warrior in the tribe, Feng Zhua, who had always trailed behind Feng Hua like a shadow. If not for the lack of evidence against him regarding his detrimental actions towards the tribe, Feng Chi might have sought to expel him as well. For now, he could only ensure that someone kept a watchful eye on him. Upon his assertive return to the Feng clan, Feng Chi promptly began preparations to clear out the vacant dens near his own. Just before winter, he relocated the weaker females and young cubs to this area. Throughout the winter, the Feng clan experienced no disturbances, unlike the Long clan. The patriarch of the Long clan, Long Yu, glared at Feng Hua with displeasure. "Feng Hua, are you utterly useless? You cannot even defeat a mere Feng Xiao?" Long Lan interjected, "Father, please stop. Can't you see Feng Hua is injured?" Just as Feng Hua was about to feel touched, Long Lan added, "Couldn't you wait until he recovers before scolding him?" This father-daughter duo proved to be a disappointment. He lowered his head, and a flicker of malice flashed in his slender, phoenix-like eyes, unnoticed by Long Yu and his daughter. Regardless of Long Yu's insults, Feng Hua remained silent. Finally, tiring of his tirade, Long Yu sneered at Feng Hua. "If not for the fact that you are a reborn phoenix and have a heart for my Long Lan, I wouldn't even look at you in my next life." Feng Hua quickly jumped from the bed and knelt before Long Yu. "Thank you, father, for this opportunity. You are quite adept at climbing the social ladder. It is due to your father's generosity that I will treat Lan'er well in the future." "Do you dare treat her poorly? If you do, I, along with several of Lan'er's brothers, will teach you how to be a proper mate." Feng Hua's fists clenched tightly at his sides. Long Yu turned and left. Long Lan feigned concern as she helped Feng Hua to his feet. Feng Hua, please do not take offense. My father merely worries that I might be wronged. He truly thinks highly of you. Lanner, did your father agree to our pairing? Yes, but Feng Hua, I adore a certain beaded necklace made from colorful stones, which can only be found on the Gong Mountain of your Feng clan. Could you find a string for me as a gift for our pairing? But Lanner, my injury may take time to heal. Let's pair first, and I will find it for you once I recover, all right? That won't do. I want to wear it when I get marked. You don't know. Our tribe shaman has a string that her mate gifted her, and she flaunts it every day, saying my mate is useless, unable to find even a few colorful stones. I am indifferent. If you choose to be surpassed by others, I shall not impede you. Feng Hua once again clenched his fists tightly. Lanner, yet Fengqi forbids me from stepping back onto the territory of the Feng clan. My injuries have yet to heal, and I fear that should I go, I may not return alive. Oh, very well, then I shall refrain. Once your injuries have mended, we shall depart. Long Lan waved her hand dismissively. Feng Hua stood in a daze for a moment. Depart? Lanner, where do you expect me to go? Of course, back to where you came from. Lanner, you know well that I can never return. Huh, what does that matter to me? You are already defying my words. What need have I for such a beastly husband? To merely vex myself? I harbor no intention of defiance. Lanner, you know how much I cherish you. You claim to hate Feng Xiao, and without hesitation, I sought a way to confront him, did I not? Do not speak so self-righteously. Do you not wish for his demise as well? Now you use me as an excuse? Feng Hua was struck by her words, and dared not retort. Either you bring me the colorful stones within 3 days, and we shall bond, or you must leave our long clan once your injuries have healed. Choose wisely. I choose the first option. Feng Hua lowered his head once more, contemplating if Feng Xiao were present. Would Long Lan treat him similarly? That is more like it. With that, she turned and strode away. Feng Hua slumped weakly onto the bed. After resting for 2 days, he could no longer delay. He flapped his injured wings and flew towards Gongshan, praying that the snowfall during the Shaohan period would keep the mountain deserted. Otherwise, in his current state, he feared he would be no match for anyone. The sky was blanketed with heavy snowfall, making it particularly arduous for Feng Hua to fly. Upon finally arriving at Gongshan, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. For indeed, the mountain was devoid of any presence. However, due to the snow, the colorful stones proved even more elusive. He had to dig through the deepening snow to search for them. Before long, his hands and feet grew numb from the cold. Feng Hua sought refuge in a cave to catch his breath before continuing his search. Just before nightfall, he managed to gather enough stones to form a string. Without delay, he hastened back to the Long clan. Lanner, I have returned. I found the colorful stones, he exclaimed, producing a bee skin bag from his chest to present to Long Lan. Truly, Feng Hua, I knew you could do it. Long Lan joyfully leaped up and embraced Feng Hua, just as he intended to return the embrace. Long Lan had already released him to seize the bee skin bag from his grasp. Upon opening it, her face instantly fell. Is this all there is? She remarked, visibly disappointed. Lanner, please listen. The snow just began falling today, and the colorful stones are buried beneath it, making them difficult to find. I nearly froze to death out there. Then why did you not go in the days prior? In the past few days, there were still Beastmen guarding the mountain. I feared that my wounds had not yet healed, and I would stand no chance against them. Ultimately, it is merely a reflection of your own inadequacies, Long Lan scoffed. Feng Hua wished to say something more, but Long Lan interrupted. Enough of that. Just put it on and let me wear it. Allicht, Lania. Feng Hua, now all smiles, quickly pierced the stones and strung them onto the beast's skin, adorning Long Lan's wrist. You look lovely wearing it, Lanner. Long Lan raised her hand to examine it. Not bad. It might even outshine the shamaness. With that, she stepped towards the cave entrance. After walking a few paces and noticing Feng Hua lagging behind, she turned with a furrowed brow. Aren't you coming? Oh, yes, coming. He hurriedly followed after Long Lan. Upon arriving at the shaman's cave, they found only the shamaness present, with no sign of the shaman. Where's the shaman? Long Lan entered, tilting her head and addressing the shamaness in a sharp tone. The shamaness did not even glance up, clearly ignoring her. Hey, I'm speaking to you. Long Lan marched up in front of the shamaness, Longzhu. Oh, so you're talking to me? Longzhu replied slowly. Is there anyone else here besides you? Perhaps you're merely imagining things and shouting into the void. You. Long Lan's temper flared, yet her words faltered, leaving her frustrated. Is there something you need? Longzhu, uninterested in banter, inquired. Carve a shape for me and him. She pointed at Feng Hua. Oh, do you still have space to carve? What do you mean by that? Literally what I said. Long Zhu shrugged. Then carve on my wrist. Long Zhu chuckled lightly. Fine. Long deliberately extended the hand adorned with the bracelet. Oh, is that not a colorful stone? Such a large string. Indeed, much larger than your string, she retorted, casting a smile at Fenghua. Seeing Longlon smile at him, Fenghua couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Enduring all this suffering is worth it. Longzhu found Longlon's childishness tiresome, dismissing her thoughts as she quickly carved the shape and sent them on their way. On the way back, Longlon grew weary of walking and insisted on being carried by Fenghua. Despite the pain coursing through him, he painstakingly carried Longlon back to the beast cave. Upon returning, Longlon wrapped her arms around Fenghua and sweetly called out, Fenghua. Fenghua's heart fluttered, and he leaned down to kiss Longlon's lips. Just as Longlon was about to feel the moment, Fenghua faltered. No, I cannot. Fenghua awkwardly confessed. Loner, my injuries have yet to heal. I find myself lacking in strength. Chapter 88. A group of self-satisfied little Karami brother Fenghua. It matters not, just try harder next time. Longlon teased in a high-pitched voice. The robust physique. Indeed, the scene was too beautiful to even contemplate. Fenghua exerted himself, and after much effort, he managed to rise again, barely passing the threshold. Longlon rolled her eyes when facing away from Fenghua, insisting on giving him insincere praise for his prowess. However, their father had repeatedly advised him, and he felt he still had some worth to their father, so he did not display his disdain openly. Yet, watching the two from a distance, Longlon's third beast husband, Longquan, nearly burst into laughter. Fenghua always flaunted his higher beast rank before him, boasting with arrogance. Little did he expect that this masculine strength would prove so lacking. Longlon would surely be reluctant to bear his offspring in the future. Ha ha ha, let us see how he continues to flaunt his might before me. In the depths of an underwater cave, a plot against the Feng clan was being devised. Long Yu summoned his children together. Loner, what do you think of Fenghua? Longlon pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Not much. If it weren't for that ungrateful Feng Xiao, I would never have looked at that waste of Fenghua. Previously, she had thought of him as the second male of the Feng clan to achieve nirvana in hundreds of years, believing he had some merit. Now, that was truly. Longlon thought to herself, not only was he less handsome than Feng Xiao, but he couldn't even fight back, lacking any presence. It was foolish of her to think of using him to provoke Feng Xiao. Enough of the complaints. We are counting on him to lead the charge against the Feng clan. Be kinder to him. Do not wait until you need to use him and find him unresponsive. I understand, father. Unexpectedly, their young clan leader, Feng Xiao, possessed some capability. Even poisoned, he did not perish and could still achieve nirvana. He was indeed qualified to battle me. Longlon's second brother, Long Erfei, remarked. Indeed, brother. Do not forget who has set their sights on that male. Longlon listened to her second brother praise Feng Xiao, overwhelmed with admiration. Are you foolish? He's yours now. His successful nirvana will only lead to greater casualties among our kin. How can you still be pleased? Third brother Long Sanchu harshly tapped Longlon's forehead. Oh dear. Father, look. Third brother is bullying me. Enough, enough. Let's discuss serious matters. Long Yu glared at both of them. Father, I say, there are hardly any members of the Feng clan. They pose no threat. We can strike at any time. Why waste time deliberating? Lao Long Yixiong nonchalantly remarked, You. How many times must I remind you to not underestimate your opponents? You will surely suffer great losses. Why do you never seem to remember? Long Yu was filled with frustration, wishing he could give him a couple of slaps. Father, being cautious is only necessary for those without strength. Look at our family. Even the weakest, Longlon, is at the Xin level, not to mention we have 3 at the Tian level. Do others dare to bully us? Can they even compete? We should still exercise caution. Let's not even discuss Feng Xiao. I have heard that her chosen little female possesses some ability and can communicate with the beast deity. Before Long Yu could finish, Longlon interjected. Father, do not mention that wretched person. She must have seduced Feng Xiao, causing him to overlook me. I hope I do not encounter her, or else she will surely regret it, she said, waving her fist. Enough. Stop dwelling on Feng Xiao. Long Yu interrupted impatiently. Lania, you may return. I will discuss matters with your brothers. Oh. Longlon stood up, brushing off her backside as she left. There exists a natural great cave within the territory of the Feng clan, hiding countless treasures. The Feng clan has guarded it fiercely for generations. We must seize it. Long Yu spoke in a hushed tone, his voice brimming with desire. However, we must not underestimate the strength of the Feng clan. We need a flawless plan. Reminded Long Erfei. I have heard that the Feng clan becomes unusually weak every spring mid-season for some unknown reason. Father, is this true? Long, since you inquired. Gazing at Long Yu. Indeed. Therefore my plan is that this will be the optimal time for us to launch a proactive attack and decisively take them down. Long Yu nodded in agreement. Xianger, how is that little white dragon we have imprisoned? Father, rest assured. The heart-eating poison he is afflicted with can only be cured by me. As long as he wishes to live, he must heed my commands. Good at that time. Let him lead the charge against Feng Hua. When they have stirred the Feng clan into chaos, we shall easily conquer them. Father, once we have subdued the Feng clan, may we visit the Chu Ming mountain range to see what that legendary little female is truly like? Long Fei looked at Long Yu with eager anticipation. It is merely a little female. Why must we venture so far to find her? Long Yu was puzzled. Father, you do not understand. I have heard from her beast companions that she is remarkably beautiful, Long Fei said dreamily. However, she is Feng Zhao's little female. Long Yu reminded him. Once we annihilate the Feng clan, what concern will Feng Zhao have? Long Yu conceded. Their eyes gleamed with ambition and greed, sharp claws glinting ominously in the darkness. Ever since the incident with Feng Zhao's rebirth, he felt as though someone in the clan was watching him. When Feng Zhao returned and discussed these matters, there must have been the involvement of the Long clan. Yet, during this time, he had not seen the Long clan cause any trouble. What schemes could they be concocting? Feng Qi decided to remain dormant. Firstly, he had no evidence, and rashly severing ties could lead to dire consequences. Secondly, the Long clan's strength was indeed significantly superior to his own. To put it simply, they were outmatched, especially now that Feng Hua had sided with the Long clan. And Feng Zhao had ventured so far to the Fox clan. Currently, the Feng clan had very few at the Tian level. Most importantly, apart from himself and Feng Zhao, there had been no successful rebirths, leaving them ill-equipped for an offensive. Better to prioritize defense for now. Chapter 89. A record broken unintentionally in the Fox clan's territory. On just the second day, these two little tiger cubs could open their eyes. How impressive! Dan Dan and Li Jiao Jiao marveled. Dan Dan spent every available moment by the cradle, observing the little cubs. At this moment, Li Jiao Jiao and she were exchanging insights on pregnancy and child-rearing. Host, this little female is pregnant. She has 3 cubs. A multitude of voices suddenly chimed. I did not give her the birthing pill. Li Jiao Jiao exclaimed, in surprise. It is a natural conception. Then congratulations to her. However, since I did not give her the birthing pill, I will not earn any points from her cubs. Li Jiao Jiao said, feeling slightly melancholic. With an exasperated sigh, she continued, Host, do you truly not care about the marketplace? What do you mean? There is a type of pill in the elixir repository called the conception pill, which, as the name suggests, can increase the number of cubs. The quantity is random. That's incredible. But is there a time limit? For instance, how long after conception can one take this pill? Surely it cannot be effective if too much time has passed. That is exactly why I say you are exceptionally clever. Indeed, if taken more than 3 days after conception, it will not work. This is because if the time of successful conception varies too greatly within 1 litter, the later conceived cubs will be relatively weaker. Understand. I will ask her if she wishes to have more. I am unsure whether to say it is due to Li Jiao Jiao's good fortune or that her beast husband is remarkably skilled. However, this timing for pregnancy is perfect, right after winter. At this moment, Dan Dan herself was still unaware, gazing enviously at Li Jiao Jiao's cubs. Dan Dan, would you like to hear some good news? Yes, you are pregnant. 3. Li Jiao Jiao said, wiggling her fair hand and slowly extending 3 fingers. Dan Dan immediately rushed to touch the pregnancy grass, and Li Jiao Jiao thought it looked quite lovely, as Chu He had dug up many to plant as ornamental potted plants. Dan Dan saw it had not changed color and looked at Li Jiao Jiao in confusion. It is only the first day. It cannot change yet. But I can assure you it is true, and there are 3. I trust you, Jiao Jiao, but I did not take that pill. Silly, what does that imply? It means being with Jiao Jiao allows you to conceive without medication. With a laugh, Li Jiao Jiao nearly spat out her water. Shouldn't that indicate your beast husband is exceptional? Hee. Jun Ping, standing beside them, grinned foolishly. The celestial maiden's words must refer to the events of last night. Hee. How wonderful. What are you grinning about? Dandan esayili nudgid Jun Ping. I am happy. Dan Dan, are you happy? Jun Ping unabashili embrachet Dandan. Of course I am happy. Then, there is an even happier matter. Would you like to hear about it? Li Jiao Jiao nestled in Wang Yikai's arms. looking at them inquiringly. Junping asked, "What could be happier?" The celestial maiden, "Now that Dan Dan is carrying 3 cubs, I can help you have more. Do you want them? Is it truly possible?" Jiao Jiao asked, excitement bubbling as she jumped up. "Indeed, but I cannot guarantee how many more you will have. It depends on luck. I am willing. I am willing. Perhaps Dan Dan should reconsider." "Why? Do you not like cubs?" Dan Dan looked at Junping in confusion. No. I adore them, but I worry about your health. The more cubs you carry, the greater the pressure on your body, and I am concerned for you. If that is your concern, I can resolve it. Look, Jiao Jiao has already considered everything for us. No need to worry. I truly wish to give you more cubs." As the two spoke, their gazes began to intertwine. Li Jiao Jiao and Wang Yikai, with keen insight, took the little cubs back to their den. On the 4th day, as her belly tightened, Li Jiao Jiao calmly took out the painless childbirth pill. The system diligently chimed in again. Ding. The host has birthed the 89th offspring. Male. Beast form. Maltese's beast rank. Tion. Rewards. 500 points. 13 birthing pills. 3 advanced promotion pills. 7 loyalty pills. 500 G of barbecue seasoning. 40 space expansion coupons. 500 G of fine salt. 40 G of coarse salt. 1,000 cubic meters of defense shield. The host has given birth to the 90th offspring. Female. In the form of a German Shepherd at the Earth tier. Rewards include 320 points, 11 birth pills, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 3 papermaking techniques, 100 kilograms of coarse salt, 500 G of fine salt, and a 500 cubic meter defense shield. Congratulations to the host for successfully giving birth to the 90th offspring. With additional rewards of 56,000 points, 45 birth pills, 45 painless delivery pills, 45 recovery pills, 45 beauty pills, 45 strengthening pills, 45 milk enhancing pills, 45 basic upgrade pills, 45 intermediate upgrade pills, 45 advanced upgrade pills, 45 loyalty pills, 45 teleportation pills, 45 water repellent pills, 12 80 space expansion coupons, and a 32,000 cubic meter defense shield. The host has given birth to the 91st offspring, female, in the form of a Labrador at the Earth tier. Rewards include 320 points, 11 birth pills, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 1 pair of firestones, 500 G of fine salt, and a 500 cubic meter defense shield, along with 20 space expansion coupons. The host has given birth to the 92nd offspring, male, in the form of a border collie at the celestial tier. Rewards include 500 points, 13 birth pills, 3 advanced upgrade pills, 7 loyalty pills, 7 water repellent pills, 60 G of barbecue seasoning, 40 space expansion coupons, 40 G of fine salt, 200 kilograms of coarse salt, and a 1,000 cubic meter defense shield. The host has given birth to the 93rd offspring, female, in the form of an Akita at the profound tier. Rewards include 160 points, 9 birth pills, 3 intermediate upgrade pills, 3 loyalty pills, 3 water repellent pills, 20 G of barbecue seasoning, and a 300 cubic meter defense shield. The host has given birth to the 94th offspring, male, in the form of a border collie at the profound tier. Rewards include 160 points, 9 birth pills, 3 intermediate upgrade pills, 3 loyalty pills, 5 outdoor tents, and a 300 cubic meter defense shield. The host has given birth to the 95th offspring, female, in the form of a Maltese at the Earth tier. Rewards include 320 points, 11 birth pills, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 5 water repellent pills, 100 kilograms of coarse salt, 20 space expansion coupons, and a 500 cubic meter defense shield. The host has given birth to the 96th offspring, female, in the form of a Bichon Frise at the Earth tier. Rewards include 320 points, 11 birth pills, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 5 water repellent pills, 20 G of fine salt, a 500 cubic meter defense shield, and 20 space expansion coupons. The host has given birth to the 97th offspring, male, in the form of a husky at the Earth tier. Rewards include 320 points, 11 birth pills, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 20 G of fine salt, 3 extreme cold down jackets, and a 500 cubic meter defense shield. The host has given birth to the 98th offspring, female, in the form of a Dodge Rabbit. At the profound tier, rewards include 160 points, 9 birth pills, 3 intermediate upgrade pills, 3 loyalty pills, 50 kilograms of coarse salt, and a 300 cubic meter defense shield. The host has given birth to the 99th offspring, female, in the form of a lion rabbit at the Earth tier. Rewards include 320 points, 11 birth pills, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 100 kilograms of coarse salt, 1 fine salt refining technique, 20 space expansion coupons, and a 500 cubic meter defense shield. The host has given birth to the 100th offspring, male, in the form of a Huagwa white rabbit at the celestial tier. Rewards include 500 points, 15 birth pills, 3 advanced upgrade pills, 7 loyalty pills, 40 space expansion coupons, 40 G of fine salt, 200 kilograms of coarse salt, a 1,000 cubic meter defense shield, and 6 extreme cold down jackets. Congratulations to the host for successfully birthing 100 offspring, with additional rewards of 11, 200 points, 50 birth pills, 50 painless delivery pills, 50 recovery pills, 50 beauty pills, 50 strengthening pills, 50 milk enhancing pills, 50 basic upgrade pills, 50 intermediate upgrade pills, 50 advanced upgrade pills, 50 loyalty pills, 50 teleportation pills, 25 60 space expansion coupons, and a 64,000 cubic meter defense shield. The host has given birth to the 101st offspring, female, in the form of a lilac rabbit. At the Earth tier, rewards include 320 points, 11 birth pills, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 5 teleportation pills, 20 space expansion coupons, and a 500 cubic meter defense shield. The host has given birth to the 102nd offspring, female, in the form of a lilac rabbit at the Earth tier. Rewards include 320 points, 11 birth pills, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 5 water repellent pills, 20 space expansion coupons, and a 500 cubic meter defense shield. This birthing session has concluded. The function is quite remarkable, isn't it? Host, I shall provide whatever you desire. The reminder feature is indeed splendid, saving me from waiting endlessly without knowing if the births have concluded. Congratulations, host. You have once again broken your own record, birthing 3 celestial tier offspring this time. At this rate, it is certain that all your future progeny will be of the celestial tier. Oh, how delightful! However, even if they are not of the celestial tier, it matters not, for I can assist them in their ascension. Your offspring are truly fortunate to have you as their mother. I am envious beyond count. Indeed, it is I who am fortunate to have these husbands and so many adorable offspring. If one day you could return to the modern world, would you choose to go back? Ha ha, that seems improbable. If it were possible, I would certainly bring my husband and children with me. But in the modern era, it is a monogamous society. If I were to bring these husbands back, they might not withstand the scrutiny of others. If returning would bring them harm, then I would choose not to return. Life here is quite splendid. I rise with the sun and rest with the moon, living healthily without the intrigues of the world. In a beautiful environment, with charming husbands and delightful children. Such a life is surely beyond what even the immortals could experience. I wish to return only because I am left with only Tion in the modern world. I miss him somewhat. Yet, I have faith that he will thrive and lead a good life. Countless words remain unspoken, yet it is rather commendable for you to think this way. Host. Jiao Jiao. Rise and drink some meat soup to replenish your energy. Wang Yikai gently helps lead Jiao Jiao to sit up. Thank you, Yikai. Your words make me unhappy. It should be I who thanks you. You have no idea how adorable our offspring are. I, Jiao Jiao, will certainly treat you better in the future. As she spoke, her voice became choked with emotion. Are you implying that without offspring, you would treat me poorly? Li jiao jiao desa. No, no, no. That is not what I meant. I meant that regardless of circumstances, I will always treat you well. If you tell me to go east, I shall never go west. All right, I was merely teasing you. I see you were frightened. Bring the offspring over so I could take a look. Wang Yikai eagerly prepared to go. Oh wait, Dan called out to him. The offspring are still warming by the fire. Let us wait a bit. But Jiao Jiao wants to see. Yikai, let us wait a moment. We and T want the little ones to catch a cold. Oh, all right, I will heed Jiao Jiao's wishes. Wang Yikai trotted back to lead Jiao Jiao's side. Jiao Jiao, I see you are in good condition. Thus, Junping and I are preparing to return. That is wise. In a couple of days, a heavy snow will fall, making it even more inconvenient to be outside. Then I shall not keep you. Thank you for your efforts these past few days. I will ask Chuyu to send you back. Yikai, please inform Chuyu. All right. Wang Yikai found Chuyu and conveyed the message. Good. I shall call on Chu He, a Hai, and a Yuan to accompany you. Very well. You handle the arrangements. I will return to keep Jiao Jiao company. Chuyu carried a large amount of wild beast meat, while Chuyu bore a basket of fruits. Hu Zhenhai and Wang Yiyuan cleared the path of snow to prevent the priestess from falling. Jiao Jiao had specifically instructed them to be cautious since the priestess was pregnant. Jun Ping took a particularly thick and soft bee skin, wrapping Dan Dan snugly to shield her from the cold wind. Only then did the group venture outside. After escorting everyone home, Chuyu produced a small bee skin pouch containing the strengthening elixir and milk-enhancing pills that Jiao Jiao had prepared for the priestess. After elucidating their effects, the four of them returned together. Dan Dan stared blankly at the retreating figures, prompting Jun Ping to inquire, Dan Dan, what are you gazing at? Dan Dan murmured, Jun Ping, I have an inexplicable feeling that Jiao Jiao will inevitably become the queen of this continent. That sounds splendid. Your bond is strong, and once she ascends to the throne, you shall benefit from it too. Jun Ping replied with a silly grin. Yes, you are right. Jiao Jiao is deserving. In the blink of an eye, the blizzard season arrived. Li Jiao Jiao finally experienced the terror of winter. The fierce cold wind howled for 5 consecutive days, and the snow outside was swept away before it could touch the ground, swirling in the air. The temperature plummeted by more than 10 degrees compared to the extreme cold period. Li Jiao Jiao even bought a thermometer to check, discovering it was a chilling -40 degrees. No wonder every year some little cubs and female bees succumb to the freezing temperatures at such a degree. No matter how thick their fur, they could not endure for long. Moreover, Chuyu mentioned that during the middle 10 days of the blizzard, the temperature would drop even further. On the first day of the blizzard, Li Jiao Jiao took her entire family into the space for refuge. Outside, only one person would intermittently emerge to tend the fire and guard the entrance. Li Jiao Jiao positioned each tent quite far apart, primarily because of the lack of sound insulation. Several times, while she and Chuyu were engaged in intimate activities, they were overheard by the neighboring Chu He, who promptly requested to join in. On another occasion, while discussing the profound truths of life with Hu Zhenhai, they were again overheard by the young Wang, resulting in another unexpected encounter. Li Jiao Jiao lamented that she could no longer bear it. Thus, she decided to move their tents far away. Otherwise, at the rate she was indulging, she feared she might not survive until spring. That night, Feng Xiao stood behind Li Jiao Jiao, wrapping his arms around her. Resting his chin on her shoulder, his voice, slightly hoarse with emotion, softly uttered, "Shall I help you out of your clothes, sister?" Li Jiao Jiao remained silent. Feng Xiao deftly unfastened the delicate sleepwear that clung to Li Jiao Jiao like gossamer. The garment slipped away silently, and Feng Xiao gazed at her smooth back, instinctively swallowing hard. "Sister, may I join you?" The innocent young man's eyes were now filled with desire. "Just give me a kiss, and you may." Li Jiao Jiao replied, slowly turning to meet his gaze, a smile gracing her features. Unlike the slight bulge she had when pregnant, her stomach was now taut and fair, striking Feng Xiao's heart directly. Though this was not their first encounter, it was the first time they had been so open with each other, as previous moments had been tinged with caution due to her pregnancy. Li Jiao Jiao's words fell on deaf ears, as Feng Xiao's heart raced loudly in his ears. Unable to control himself, he moved toward Li Jiao Jiao, his warm hand firmly grasping her waist while the other caressed her face. Their eyes locked, each seeing their reflection in the other's gaze. "Sister, you are so beautiful," Feng Xiao exclaimed. Li Jiao Jiao said nothing, rising onto her toes like a dragonfly skimming the water, gently pecking Feng Xiao's soft lips. In that moment, it was as if gunpowder had ignited. Feng Xiao's gaze darkened, and without further ado, he lifted Li Jiao Jiao, striding toward the bathing tub. Instantly, the passion between them erupted like fireworks. As the water temperature gradually cooled, their body warmth intensified. Chapter 91. Ah, how thrilling. Are viviparous creatures laying eggs? Feng Xiao embraced the soft, water-like Li Jiao Jiao, planting an apologetic kiss on her forehead. "Sister, I am sorry. I lost a bit of control and got a little carried away." Feng Xiao thought to himself, troubled by the overwhelming urge his every cell felt when near her. "Silly, what are you saying? There's no need to apologize. Did you not see that I enjoyed it too?" Feng Xiao's eyes brightened. "Then shall we go again, sister?" "Naughty. Let us take a break. You need to conserve your strength for a long time. Don't wear out so quickly." "Sister, are you looking down on me?" Feng Xiao's eyes sparkled mischievously. "No, I did not mean to." Li Jiao Jiao hastened to clarify, not wishing to hear his incessant doubts. After much reflection, she realized that actions spoke louder than words. The next morning, as Li Jiao Jiao was about to consume a reproductive pill, an incessant voice exclaimed, "Host, there is no need to eat the reproductive pill. A growth pill will suffice." This little brother is quite impressive. How many did I win? Ha! Host, you know that phoenixes lay eggs, right? Oh, does that mean I'm going to lay eggs? How exhilarating. A mere rabbit would lay eggs. Indeed, host. Hey, don't you find it strange? I, a viviparous creature, am now going to lay eggs. Not strange at all, host. The beast world is just like that. All right, but how big are the phoenix eggs? Not very big. About the size of a goose egg, came the response. Li Jiao's eyes widened slightly. That did not seem small. How many do I have now? 6. Huh, only 6? Because phoenixes usually only conceive one at a time. So few? Then these 6 are quite a lot for me, right? If there were more, will my belly explode? No, host. Your uterus has been modified by the system. It can accommodate 20 with ease. Really? Then give me a growth pill. Li Jiao waved her hand grandly. After consuming a growth pill, she heard the voice say, "Congratulations, host. You have randomly increased by 6 eggs. Very good. How long is the incubation period for these eggs?" Well, typically the incubation period for phoenix eggs is 1 year, but since you are not a phoenix, the period will remain the same as before, 2 months. Since they spend much less time in the womb, you will need to eat a lot to provide sufficient energy for them. This method of inducing them won't cause any issues, will it? Host, please trust your system. We are a professional reproductive system and will not cause you to give birth to deformed beastmen. The voice sounded almost as if it wanted to swear an oath. All right, it's just I've never done this before, so I feel a bit anxious. I understand. Another night rolled around for Feng Xiao to attend to his duties. As he prepared to engage with Li Jiao, he suddenly felt a strange sensation emanating from her belly. Sister, Feng Xiao exclaimed loudly. Li Jiao jumped in surprise. What is it? Sister, you. What is wrong with me? Seeing the glimmer of excitement in his eyes was somewhat unsettling. You're pregnant with my offspring? Feng Xiao gazed at Li Jiao. Disbelief etched across his face as he softly inquired. How did you know? I was planning to surprise you. Li Jiao had not yet revealed this to anyone. So how did he find out? Because we phoenixes and dragons can sense our own bloodline. Can't other beastmen feel it? Li Jiao had never heard the other beastmen mention sensing bloodlines. My father said they cannot. Only the dragon and phoenix clans can. Can you sense how many eggs there are? Li Jiao smiled sweetly at him. Feng Xiao gently placed his hand on her belly, closing his eyes to concentrate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 11, 12. Feng Xiao stared in astonishment at Li Jiao. Her eyes wide open, then uncertainly closed them again to carefully sense. Indeed, she could distinctly feel the vitality of 12 offspring. 12. What does this signify? This number rivals the total births of the Feng clan in an entire year. Feng Xiao was somewhat bewildered. Sister, pinch me. Li Jiao hesitated to do so, instead opting to tiptoe and plant a kiss on his cheek. Sister, I can't be dreaming, can I? No, Li Jiao replied, gently yet firmly. I am truly about to have 12 offspring. Is this real? Indeed. Sister, you are incredible. Feng Xiao exclaimed with excitement, but then suddenly recalled something. With a serious expression, she looked at Li Jiao. This isn't good, sister. Your body might not handle it. Is there any way to reduce the number of offspring? I fear there is no way. Then what should we do? Father said our Feng clan's females typically lay only 1 egg per pregnancy. Many who have carried 2 or 3 eggs did not survive until delivery. What should we do? Sister, I don't want you to die. I'll seek the shaman. I'll ask her if there is a way to reduce them. If it comes to it, I don't want any at all. Sister, please take me out. Feng Xiao was in a frenzy, darting around and murmuring anxiously. Noticing that Li Jiao remained still, she stepped forward and grasped her hand. Sister, please take me out. I need to find a shaman. I shall. Please calm down and listen to me. I'm fine. After discovering my pregnancy, I consulted the beast god, who assured me that I would be all right. Hearing Li Jiao's calm and steady tone, Feng Xiao felt somewhat reassured. Yet, her heart was once again lifted with concern. Is there danger? Not at all. The beast god mentioned that since my beast form is that of a rabbit, the gestation period for this brood will align with that of rabbits. But how can that be? The Feng clan's eggs require 12 months of gestation. Feng Xiao felt overwhelmed by the evening's revelations. Therefore, I must consume copious amounts of food to ensure they develop within 2 months. So, merely eating is sufficient? You aren't deceiving me, sister. I truly am not deceiving you. Though I cherish you and wish to bear you offspring, if my life is at stake, I would certainly hesitate. With Li Jiao's words, Feng Xiao finally exhaled in relief. Thank goodness, it was merely a matter of eating, something she could manage. Sister, Are you hungry now? I will prepare food for you. I am hungry. What would you like to eat? I will cook it for you. I want to eat you. Sister Zhenhai Ge, Xianhai Feng Xiao, having barely slept, eagerly jumped up to find Hu Zhenhai. What is it, Xiao? Hu Zhenhai rubbed his eyes, gazing at Feng Xiao. Zhenhai Ge, could you teach me how to cook a few more dishes? Why? Don't you already know many? Not enough. I want to prepare varied dishes for sister. What's going on? Sister is already carrying my offspring. She needs a substantial amount of food to sustain the little ones. Here, this is a recipe book. Take a look. Hu Zhenhai handed over a thick cookbook to Feng Xiao. She flipped through it and said, Zhenhai Ge, I don't recognize these symbols. All right. Then for now, just prepare what you know how to make, and I will gradually teach you these characters. Thank you, Zhenhai Ge. I must also find Chu Ge. I'm off. Chu Ge. Feng Xiao bounced off to seek out Chu Yu. Ah Xiao. Chu Ge. Could you do me a favor? What is it? Could you use your abilities to grow some fruits and vegetables for me? Of course. What do you want? The seeds are right here. I will plant them for you. Chu Ge, you are wonderful. Aren't you going to ask what I need them for? This is the first time you've proactively asked for my help. Aside from it being for Jiao Jiao, I can't think of another reason. Chu Yu said with a twinkle in his eyes. Chu Ge, you are indeed clever, but it might take a while, around 2 months. Jiao Jiao is pregnant? That is why I say you're clever. Very well, just let me know what you need, and I will grow it for you. Thank you, Chu Ge. Feng Xiao was overjoyed as she meticulously prepared various delicacies. On the first day, steamed fish, tomatoes, scrambled eggs, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, chicken soup, a delightful balance of meat and vegetables. On the second day, braised beef, radish soup, blanched broccoli, braised chicken legs. On the third day and fourth day, Feng Xiao ensured that each day was unique, continuing this for a month, 2 months. Today marks the final day of the minor cold period. Winter is finally coming to an end. Chapter 93. The Eggs Are Hatching, Part 2. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully giving birth to 120 offspring, with an additional reward of 44. 800 points, 60 birthing pills, 60 painless delivery pills, 60 recovery pills, 60 beauty pills, 60 strength pills, 60 lactation pills, 60 beginner upgrade pills, 60 intermediate upgrade pills, 60 advanced upgrade pills, 60 loyalty pills, 60 teleportation pills, 10, 240 space expansion vouchers, 25, 600 cubic meters of defense shield. Ding. The host has given birth to the 121st offspring. Beast form, Yuan Zhu. Beast rank, Earth rank. Reward, 320 points, 11 birthing pills, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 1 handicraft skill, 20 space expansion vouchers, 500 cubic meters of defense shield. Ding. The host has given birth to the 122nd offspring. Beast form, Qingwan. Beast rank, Earth rank. Reward, 320 points, 11 birthing pills, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 300 kilograms of coarse salt, 20 space expansion vouchers, 500 cubic meters of defense shield. Ding. The host has given birth to the 123rd offspring. Beast form, Qingwan. Beast rank, Earth rank. Reward, 320 points, 11 birthing pills, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 5 water avoidance pills, 20 space expansion vouchers, 500 cubic meters of defense shield. Ding. The host has given birth to the 124th offspring. Beast form, Heifeng. Beast rank, Earth rank. Reward, 320 points, 11 birthing pills, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 1 cold weapon manufacturing skill, 20 space expansion vouchers, 500 cubic meters of defense shield. Ding. The host has given birth to the 125th offspring. Beast form, Hofeng. Beast rank, Earth rank. Reward, 320 points, 11 birthing pills, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 20 space expansion vouchers, 500 cubic meters of defense shield. Ding. The host has given birth to the 126th offspring. Beast form, Heifeng. Beast rank, Earth rank. Reward, 320 points, 11 birthing pills, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 500 G of fine salt, 20 space expansion vouchers, 500 cubic meters of defense shield. Ding. The host has given birth to the 127th offspring, female. Beast form, Angora white rabbit. Beast rank, Earth rank. Reward, 320 points, 11 birthing pills, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 5 water avoidance pills, 500 G of barbecue seasoning, 20 space expansion vouchers, 500 cubic meters of defense shield. Ding. The host has given birth to the 128th offspring, male. Beast form, black rabbit. Beast rank, Earth rank. Reward, 320 points, 11 birthing pills, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 300 kilograms of coarse salt, 20 space expansion vouchers, 500 cubic meters of defense shield. Ding. The host has given birth to the 129th offspring, female. Beast form, velvet-eared rabbit. Beast rank, earth rank. Reward, 500 points, 15 birthing pills, 3 advanced upgrade pills, 7 loyalty pills, 300 kilograms of coarse salt, 40 space expansion vouchers, 1,000 cubic meters of defense shield. The host has given birth to the 130th offspring, a female with the beast form of Z Ding Xiang 2, classified at the earth tier. Rewards include 320 points, 11 Sheng Zi Dan, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 5 water avoidance pills, 300 kilograms of coarse salt, 20 space expansion coupons, and a defensive shield of 500 cubic meters. Congratulations to the host for successfully giving birth to the 130th offspring, with an additional reward of 89. 600 points, 65 Sheng Zi Dan, 65 painless delivery pills, 65 recovery pills, 65 beauty pills, 65 strength pills, 65 milk boosting pills, and various upgrade pills across different levels. 65 loyalty pills, 65 teleportation pills, 20 480 space expansion coupons, and a defensive shield of 51 200 cubic meters. The host then gave birth to the 131st offspring, a male with the beast form of Huaguo Bai 2, also classified at the earth tier. Receiving 320 points, 11 Sheng Zi Dan, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 20 space expansion coupons, and a defensive shield of 500 cubic meters. Subsequently, the 132nd offspring was born, a female with the beast form of Haitang 2, also at the earth tier, with rewards identical to the previous births. Finally, the system's notifications ceased. My dear beast god, Dan was in a state of shock, repeatedly uttering this phrase, her hands moving mechanically. Li Jiao, not hastening to regain her consciousness, instead slipped into the space to converse with the countless entities within. I remarked on how my belly seemed larger than before, only to discover that I was carrying over 20 eggs, along with several little bunnies. How could the system not have informed me earlier to prepare myself mentally? The system replied, Dear host, the size of your belly does not correlate with the number of offspring. What is it related to then? Li Jiao Kastunat Pujlat. It appears you have been overreading, dear host. Furthermore, you have wronged me. I am your loyal servant. Had there not been explicit regulations from the main system, I would have certainly informed you. I assumed your phoenix husband could sense the bloodline power of his offspring, and thought you would inquire with him. As I previously mentioned, your body has been modified, meaning regardless of the number of young ones you carry, your belly will only expand to the size of your earlier pregnancies, and not beyond that. Li Jiao felt a touch of embarrassment, pondering if she had indeed overeaten. It was all Feng Zhao's fault. She insisted on feeding me 10 meals a day. After much contemplation, Li Jiao suggested, why not modify it further so I do not appear pregnant at all? It's somewhat alarming to have a protruding belly, fearing a bump. That would not do, dear host. If you appear pregnant, your beast husband will better understand the challenges of your childbirth. You truly care for me. Let's not dwell on that matter any longer. By the way, why did I not hear the system announce the genders of the offspring? Dear host, the gender of oviparous beastmen is influenced by the temperature of the incubating environment. Higher temperatures yield more females, while lower temperatures favor males. Would using an incubator suffice? Yes. Dear host, you may place them in 2 containers and adjust the temperatures accordingly to control the ratio of males to females, the system patiently explained. That indeed sounds promising. Upon regaining her awareness, Li Jiao observed Feng Xiao and Dan bustling around to assist. A Xiao, she gently called. Sister. Upon hearing Li Jiao's voice, Feng Xiao rushed over. Are you hungry? Thirsty? She inquired while bringing water and food. I'm indeed a bit hungry, Li Jiao thought, reaching for the bowl. Feng Xiao turned her body, refusing. I will feed you. You just sit and eat quietly. She settled at the bedside, propping Li Jiao against her shoulder, feeding her lovingly, creating a scene of affection and sweetness. Meanwhile, the Tianning clan was rallying all available male beastmen, preparing for their departure. Chapter 92. The eggs are hatching. This world is truly fantastical. Just the day before, there were 2 to 3 meters of snow, yet on the first day of spring, if not for the muddy ground evidencing the snow's presence, one would hardly believe that winter had just passed. The snow had completely melted overnight. The temperature had shifted from below freezing to a balmy 12 or 13 degrees the following day. Li Jiao wondered if she had experienced a false winter. However, she had no time for reflections, as the time for her eggs to hatch had arrived. Additionally, with 5 more female offspring due today, the shaman hurriedly visited each family. Dan Dan arrived alone to assist Li Jiao Jiao. Having safely given birth to 6, 3 males and 3 females, including one with 3 tails and another with 5, she was quite pleased. When Xiu came to fetch Dan Dan for assistance, Junping was there, happily playing with the young ones. Jiao Jiao, how are you feeling now? Dan Dan began checking on Li Jiao Jiao as soon as she arrived. This being her first time laying eggs, Li Jiao Jiao felt a bit anxious. Dan Dan had never seen a female offspring lay eggs either, leaving her uncertain. I feel quite well, similar to the previous times, but this time I'm birthing 2 clutches. It was only later that Li Jiao Jiao realized that her night of passion with Feng Xiao had resulted in 2 clutches, and having consumed a fertility pill, she was curious as to how many she might deliver this time. The system, however, remained tight-lipped, claiming it wished to surprise her. Initially, Li Jiao Jiao had intended to conceive a higher-tier beast offspring for Chuyu, but now she could only wait for these 2 clutches to be born and hope to welcome 1 or 2 9-tailed divine foxes. Suddenly, her belly tightened, prompting her to quickly consume a pill, fearing her stamina might falter. She also ingested a strength-enhancing pill. Shortly thereafter, the system began announcing the births. The host has given birth to the 103rd offspring, with the beast form of Qing Wan, classified at the Earth tier. Rewards include 320 points, 11 Sheng Zidan, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 5 water avoidance pills, 20 space expansion coupons, and a defensive shield of 500 cubic meters. The host has given birth to the 104th offspring, with the beast form of Qing Wan, also at the Earth tier, receiving identical rewards. The host has given birth to the 105th offspring, with the beast form of Hua Feng, classified at the Earth tier. Rewards include 320 points, 11 Sheng Zidan, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 100 kilograms of coarse salt, 1 refined salt technique, 20 space expansion coupons, and a defensive shield of 500 cubic meters. The host has given birth to the 106th offspring, with the beast form of Xian Tian Kai Feng, classified at the celestial tier. Rewards include 500 points, 15 Sheng Zidan, 3 advanced upgrade pills, 7 loyalty pills, 300 kilograms of coarse salt, 1 marine plant encyclopedia, 40 space expansion coupons, and a defensive shield of 1,000 cubic meters. The host has given birth to the 107th offspring, with the beast form of Hong Hu, classified at the Earth tier. Rewards include 320 points, 11 Sheng Zidan, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 5 water avoidance pills, 20 space expansion coupons, and a defensive shield of 500 cubic meters. The host has given birth to the 108th offspring, with the beast form of Yuan Ji, classified at the mysterious tier. Rewards include 160 points, 9 intermediate upgrade pills, 3 loyalty pills, 500 G of refined salt, 10 space expansion coupons, and a defensive shield of 300 cubic meters. The host has given birth to the 109th offspring, beast form, Fire Phoenix. Beast rank, Earth rank, reward, 320 points, 11 birth pills, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 20 space expansion coupons, 500 cubic meters of defense shield. Ding. The host has given birth to the 110th offspring, beast form, Yuanju, beast rank, Earth rank, reward, 320 points, 11 birth pills, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 100 kilograms of coarse salt, 20 space expansion coupons, 500 cubic meters of defense shield. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully giving birth to the 110th offspring, with additional rewards, 22, 400 points, 55 birth pills, 55 painless delivery pills, 55 recovery pills, 55 beauty pills, 55 strengthening pills, 55 milk increasing pills, 55 primary upgrade pills, 55 intermediate upgrade pills, 55 advanced upgrade pills, 55 loyalty pills, 55 teleportation pills, 5 120 space expansion coupons, 12 800 cubic meters of defense shield. Chapter 94. The Tianying clan prepares to depart in the evening. Ing Su, Ing Mo, and others gathered at Ing Tan's home. Ing Tan said, "We can no longer delay. I will set off tomorrow." After contemplating, Ing Tan added, "I will seek out the shaman later to discuss if we can find an excuse to delay Ing Chi and the others for a few days to buy you some time." Ing Mo patted Ing Su's shoulder and said helplessly, "Though your beast rank is not particularly high, your flying speed is on par with ours. After considering everything, You are indeed the most suitable candidate. If you are absent, it may not attract Ying Qi's attention. However, you must exercise extreme caution as you will be going alone. Yes, I understand. I believe I am the most suitable. Do not worry about me. I will undoubtedly complete this task, Ying Su declared with resolute determination. Jing Dando Sekirif, saying, do not act foolishly. Your safety is paramount. If you encounter any unforeseen circumstances on the way, prioritize your own safety. Do you understand? All right. Then you should return to rest early. Set off early tomorrow morning and try not to be seen, Ying Mo advised. No need. I will go alone. Too many people will attract attention. Ying Su then turned to Ying Tan's parents, saying, Annie, I must trouble you to take care of my little female. She is pregnant. Rest assured, we will frequently check on her. And Ying Tan replied readily. The group then dispersed. Ying Tan's father inquired, Tanner, are you certain about this? If it fails, the Tianying clan will have nowhere to turn. Father, if we do not resist and continue living here, we may lose our lives without warning one day. I do not wish to live in constant fear any longer. The two elders fell silent, realizing that their support was what he needed most at that moment. Father and mother, I will visit the shaman. Having said that, Ying Tan left the house. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? An aged voice echoed. Shaman Granny. Is Ying Tan. Coming just a moment. Ying Tan then heard the sound of heavy footsteps dragging across the floor. My great-granddaughter Kai Xin is a love-struck fool. She has gone to care for Ying Fei. Even if the shaman disagreed, she would stubbornly attend to him. She believed she was wholeheartedly taking care of him, yet failed to notice the disdain in Ying Fei's gaze. Meanwhile, Ying Qi continued to persuade Ying Fei of Fei, do not keep a cold face towards Kai Xin. Many in the tribe wish to be her beast husband. She is so robust and will surely bear strong offspring. Why do you refuse her? Ying Fei thought. How could she compare to Li Jiao, even with a single finger? Once he healed, he would certainly reclaim Li Jiao himself. Father, I will accompany you to the Fox clan. Do not be foolish. Your body is not yet healed. How can you withstand long-distance flight? Ying Qi said sternly. I am much better now. Look, my wounds have healed. Ying Fei expressed some impatience. But you're still coughing and coughing blood. I'm fine, father. Ying Fei roared. I will personally retrieve Li Jiao. Are you interested in her? Ying Qi questioned, astonished. Father, you do not know how extraordinary that little female is. I do not care. I will definitely reclaim her. Do you not care for your own health? If you truly like her, I will help you reclaim her, all right? No, a true warrior would not let others seize a female for him. Ying Qi sighed in resignation. Very well, let us go together. However, if you cannot fly during the journey, we will find someone to carry you. Sayu. Kai Xin entered with medicine. Ying Fei. It is time to take your medicine. I do not want to drink it. I am already well. Ying Fei turned away, unwilling to look at her. But you are still coughing. Kai Xin gazed at him with concern. If you do not take the medicine, you will not recover. Are you cursing me? Ying Fei glared at Kai Xin with a dark expression. Seeing his ominous countenance, Kai Xin instinctively took a step back. No, how could I? I'm just worried about you. Please take your medicine. Ying Fei angrily flung the medicine to the ground. I have already said I am not sick. I am well. Hearing the commotion, Ying Qi hurried in. What is happening here? Tribe leader, Ying Fei does not want to take his medicine, Kai Xin replied. Tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Alas, Kai Xin, if he does not wish to drink, let it be. Quickly leave. I do not like you. Do not linger in front of me. Ying Fei ruthlessly dismissed her. Wailing, Kai Xin could no longer bear it and ran outside, covering her face. Meanwhile, Ying Tan entered the shaman's home and hastily supported her. Ying Tan, what brings you here? Shaman Granny, I wish to discuss something with you. Unexpectedly, after hearing Ying Tan's plan, the shaman asked eagerly, you were trying to buy Ying Su some time to warn the Fox clan, correct? Yes. Excellent. I will assist you. Tomorrow I will speak to the tribe leader. What will you say, Shaman Granny? You need not worry about that. I will surely find a reason to delay their departure by a few days. How many days do you require? 6 days if that is possible. If not, 5 days will suffice. Ying Tan calculated based on Ying Su's flying speed. All right, return for now and wait for my news tomorrow. Then I will entrust this to you. Shaman Granny. As Ying Tan exited, he saw Kai Xin running back, crying. What a foolish girl. The next morning, before dawn, Ying Mo came to find Ying Tan. Ying Su has already left. I just visited his home, and there is no one there. Well, it is better to set off early, that way. The clansmen will not see him. What do the shamans say? Ying Mo inquired. She said to wait for her news. Tribe leader, I have consulted the divination. It is not suitable for you to travel far in the next 2 days. Oh, really? Indeed, the most opportune time is 6 days from now. Departing the next 2 days would yield a low success rate, the shaman asserted confidently. The tribe leader hesitated, then let us postpone a few days. There is no rush. He then turned to the guards, instructing, spread the word. We will depart in 6 days. For now, everyone should conserve their energy and recuperate. Upon receiving the news, Ing Tan and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. At least, they had gained some time. May everything go smoothly for Ing Su. Chapter 95. The Phoenix clan seeks aid. Ing Su flew tirelessly in the direction Ing Tan had indicated. While Ing Chi and the main force of the clan began their departure, Ing Su had already flown over the Tiger Howl clan. Ing Su was one of the few Eagle Beastmen in the Tianying clan with exceptional flying speed. In optimal condition, he could fly nearly 200 kilometers in an hour. Conversely, Ing Chi's large contingent, which included several yellow and earth-rank beastmen, could only manage a speed of 70 kilometers per hour, significantly slower than Ing Su. Tribe leader. The Phoenix clan has sent someone. They are looking for Feng Xiao. A guard from the Fox clan rushed to report to Chu Chong Tian's beast den. Oh, I will go ahead first. You then relay a message to Tiannu, asking them to take a look. As spring arrives, Li Jiaojiao insisted that Chu Yu take her to encircle the entire Fox clan tribe. We now possess a formidable defensive shield that can accommodate over 120,000 cubic meters of individuals. Indeed, quite impressive. Originally, the tribe occupied less than 40,000 square meters. Yet Li Jiaojiao has directly expanded it to an area of 50,000. The people who had swapped with the beast den have returned, as residing in one's own home is far more comfortable. Chu Chan Tian hurried towards the entrance of the tribe, pondering why the Feng clan had come so early in spring. Feng Xiao was incubating eggs when she heard the Fox clan guards calling for her at the entrance. Chu stepped out to check and found it was Feng Qing calling for Feng Xiao. So he inquired, is there something urgent regarding Feng Xiao? She is currently occupied with her eggs. The young clan leader, there are visitors from the Feng clan. It is Feng Qing, who claims to have urgent matters to discuss with your young clan leader. Upon hearing that Feng Qing had arrived, Feng Xiao quickly moved the eggs to an incubator and rushed out. Li Jiaojiao sat atop Chu Yu's back, accompanying Feng Xiao to the entrance of the tribe. Chu Chan Tian had already welcomed the visitors to the specially designated reception cave near the tribe's entrance. Li Jiaojiao indicated that the guests were to be received here. An entry into the tribe required consuming a loyalty pill, ensuring no threat to their clan. Qing, what brings you here so suddenly? Is something amiss? Feng Qing surveyed the area, noticing many people present, which made it somewhat difficult for him to speak. Feng Xiao understood his hesitation and introduced, this is my little female, Li Jiaojiao, and this is Chu Yu, the young clan leader of the Fox clan, as well as my little female as first beast husband. Turning back to introduce them, he continued, this is Feng Qing, my brother whom I have grown up with. Speak freely. We are all family, Feng Xiao urged. Without hesitation, Feng Qing stated, recently, our patrol team has discovered that the Dragon Clan and the Xuanwu Clan are gathering forces, preparing to unite against us, the Feng Clan. The clan leader fears they might take advantage of our clan's vulnerable period that occurs each year. He specifically sent me to retrieve you, believing that an extra person could bolster our strength. Feng Xiao hesitated slightly, concerned about her cubs. However, if she did not return, how would her father and the others withstand the incursions of two clans? Li Jiaojiao perceived Feng Xiao's dilemma and proactively said, Xiao, you should go back. Your father and the clan need you. But what about the cubs? Xiao, you have cubs now. Didn't you just become mates not long ago? Feng Qing exclaimed in shock. I will accompany you. Li Jiaojiao was unaware of the special period Feng Qing mentioned, but she could discern that the situation was certainly unfavorable for the Feng clan. Otherwise, there would be no need to travel such a distance to summon Feng Xiao back. This is unacceptable. The journey is too far, and the high altitude is cold. How could you endure it? I can manage. Have you forgotten that we previously visited the Divine Dog tribe and the Tiger Roar tribe? If I go as well, I can bring the cubs with me. Li Jiaojiao continued to persuade Feng Xiao. In truth, she thought that her current defensive shield was sufficient, but it was clear they could not win in a one-on-two situation. Was it possible to have them maintain the defensive shield for now? A few days prior, she had been reminded repeatedly that a large group from the Eagle clan had arrived. Thus Chu Yu and the others were temporarily unable to assist the Feng clan. The best course of action was for her to go. Feng Xiao was somewhat swayed by Li Jiaojiao's arguments and fell silent. Li Jiaojiao decisively stated, "It is settled then. We will return and make arrangements," setting off immediately. Li Jiaojiao produced a loyalty pill for Feng Qing, who swallowed it without question. Afterward, he quietly asked Feng Xiao, Xiao, what was that?" Feng Xiao shot Feng Qing a glance. "It's nothing, just a health supplement. Your little female has such fine things." "Thank you." The group swiftly returned home. Li Jiaojiao pulled Feng Xiao aside in the beast den. Xiao, could you explain what your clan's special period entails?" "Of course, sister. I did not intend to keep it from you. Every spring in the middle of the second month, all male beastmen in the tribe enter a weakened state unless they have successfully undergone nirvana, which renders them unaffected. So come next month, the only males in your entire tribe capable of fighting will be you and your father? Is it really that dire? If I don't go, won't your clan become easy prey for others? That would be a fair assessment. How did you manage in previous years? We had not faced any special treatment, as we had generally coexisted peacefully with those two clans. Li Jiaojiao Nuda Faling Silin. She stored away the incubators containing the eggs and brought Hu Jintian and Hu Zhenhai into her space. She then instructed Chu Yu and Chu He. Ahi, the Eagle clan is sending people. Estimating the time, they should arrive in about half a month. It will be a full-scale mobilization. However, there is no need for concern. Our tribe is already quite powerful, and we have the defensive shield, so they cannot penetrate our defenses. The Feng clan needs Feng Xiao now, and their strength is not particularly strong, so I must ask you to guard the home front while we await the Eagle clan. Jiao, we want to accompany you. We heard everything you just discussed. The Feng clan is facing two clans. While our Fox clan currently has 84 individuals at the heavenly level, there is no one on the entire continent who can rival us. Thus, you can leave this to my father. We will not allow you to go alone." After careful consideration, Li Jiaojiao agreed with Chu Yu's proposal. The group hastily gathered all the cubs, this time not storing them in Li Jiaojiao's space, but placing them in Chu Yu's space instead. During winter, Li Jiaojiao had exhausted over 30,000 space expansion vouchers, and now Chu Yu and Chu He's spaces had been enlarged to match her own. The only drawback was that their spaces lacked rivers and water. Each time they needed to plant vegetables, they had to go out to fetch water, which significantly hampered efficiency. Currently, those two spaces mainly housed the poultry that Li Jiaojiao had raised earlier, with only 2 water ponds dug to provide water for them. After questioning numerous times, she learned that there was nothing he could do about it. Li Jiaojiao decided to enter Chu Yu's space with a few beast husbands, while Feng Xiao carried Chu Yu. They first went to explain the situation to Chu Changtian, informing him about the impending arrival of the Eagle clan. "Why don't you and Jiaojiao take more people along? We can still handle those few from the Eagle clan," Chu Changtian suggested. "It's all right, father. We will be sufficient," Li Jiaojiao politely declined. "Then take care." After bidding farewell, Feng Xiao carried Chu Yu, bringing along the astonished Feng Qing as they flew towards the Feng clan. Chapter 96. Ascending to Nirvana is a piece of cake. In a high sky, Xiao, your little female, Feng Qing hesitated before finally speaking. "King, I will explain it to you in detail once we return to the tribe." The following afternoon, Feng Xiao and Feng Qing descended as the last rays of sunset faded. "Xiao, you're back. I truly apologize for calling you back from such a distance." Feng Xiao first set Chu Yu down before responding. "Father, you needn't say such things. I'm also a member of the Feng clan. When the Feng clan is in trouble, I must return." Feng Qi then noticed Chu Yu and asked in surprise, "You're here too?" "Uncle, it has been a while. How have you been?" Chu Yu greeted politely. "I am quite well. What brings you here? If you're at the Feng clan, what of Jiaojiao?" "Because Jiaojiao has come as well," Chu Yu replied, bringing out Li Jiaojiao and the other beast husbands from his space, each carrying a large basket filled with cubs. Feng Qi looked at the cubs with affectionate eyes, pondering when he might finally hold a grandchild. Suddenly, Feng Qing's voice broke in. "Xiao, didn't you say you had cubs?" "Indeed." Upon mentioning his cherished child, Feng Xiao, a gentle demeanor enveloped him. He then retrieved 2 temperature-controlled containers housing phoenix eggs, seeking assistance from Li Jiaojiao with an imploring gaze. Li Jiaojiao approached the group, stating, "Allow me to elucidate. This is a spatial anomaly, a unique ability bestowed by the beast god. There are various forms of extraordinary powers, and this is one among them." She expressed no concern about Feng Qing overhearing, as she could always procure a memory-erasing elixir. The primary purpose of her explanation was to enlighten Feng Qi. "Father, please elaborate on the circumstances of the Dragon and Xuanwu clans," she urged. "Let's enter the cave." and I shall expound further. As the group settled inside, Feng Qi sighed deeply. Our Feng clan, along with the Dragon and Xuanwu clans, have historically maintained amicable relations. Their sudden aggression has taken me by surprise. I suspect it may be linked to the cave behind our mountain. What purpose does this cave serve? Li Jiao Jiao Inkirat. Turning her head. It is a legacy passed down from our ancestors over a millennium ago, said to house a fruit that can restore life. Traditionally, only the clan leader is permitted entry during times of grave peril, hence my ignorance of its interior. However, rumors have circulated that it is filled with rare treasures. The Dragon Clan's leader, Long Yu, has tested my resolve several times, but I dismissed him. This time, it appears they believe our Feng clan to be weak and vulnerable, hence their alliance to confront us. What is the strength of these two clans? The Dragon Clan currently possesses 8 Celestial level warriors, 15 Earth level, 37 Xian level, 55 Huang level, and approximately 50 beasts of Cosmic level or below. The Xuanwu clan has 12 Celestial level, 10 Earth level, 28 Xian level, 36 Huang level, and, similarly around 50 beasts of Cosmic level or below. Our Feng clan has 6 Celestial level, 8 Earth level, 25 Xian level, 40 Huang level, and only 30 beasts of Cosmic level or below. Has the population of the Feng clan always been this sparse? Indeed, the Feng clan can only lay 1 egg per birth, with very few producing 2, and success in hatching is not guaranteed. In contrast, the Xuanwu and Dragon clans fare much better, typically laying 3 or 4 eggs, at the very least 2 or 3. Thus, the disparity in population has progressively widened. I understand, Father. If I could ensure that the majority of our warriors achieve successful rebirth, would we not stand a chance against the Dragon and Xuanwu clans? Li Jiao Jiao asked earnestly, gazing intently at Feng Qi. Feng Qi was taken aback, nearly choking in disbelief. After a prolonged cough, he replied, Jiao Jiao. Such words must not be spoken lightly. This is an exceedingly arduous endeavor. No one can ascend multiple levels in such a short span, let alone achieve successful rebirth. I have neither heard of nor witnessed such feats. I can do it. You must believe in me. Li Jiao Jiao's resolute tone inspired an involuntary trust among her listeners. Father, let us disregard those closely allied with Feng Hua, Feng Xiao suggested. Do not worry. I have a means to ensure their loyalty to the Feng clan. Li Jiao Jiao assured him. Gather everyone here. Soon, Feng Qi assembled all the male warriors of the tribe in the courtyard. The clansmen chattered curiously, speculating on the purpose of their gathering. Feng Qi wasted no time. Once everyone was present, he stood at the center to address them. I presume you have all heard of the movements of the Dragon and Xuanwu clans. I summoned you today to gather your thoughts and opinions on this matter. One of the Earth-level warriors spoke up. Leader, I propose we take the initiative and strike first, defeating them one by one. Indeed, that takes courage. Feng Qi commended. Does anyone else have differing opinions? Another clansman interjected. Leader, I believe it would be wiser to send envoys for reconciliation. In a 3-way confrontation, it is often the young females and cubs who suffer the most. Our breeding is already challenging. Should the number of females and cubs dwindle further, we would not need an external force to annihilate us. We would perish ourselves. The others fell silent, recognizing that the difficulty of reproduction was indeed the tribe's greatest challenge. If I were to offer assistance in elevating your levels and achieving rebirth, would you have confidence in overcoming the Dragon and Xuanwu clans? Li Jiao Jiao gradually stepped forward from behind several beasts. What? How could that be possible? Is this the young female the little clan leader has sought? She is indeed beautiful, but her claims are quite audacious. Indeed, who has ever heard of such capabilities? Could it be that she possesses a multitude of beast crystals? How could that be feasible? How many beast crystals would suffice for all of us to ascend, let alone achieve rebirth? Everyone knows that extraordinary herbs are scarce, and with beasts guarding them, it is only early spring. There can be none to be found. As Li Jiao Jiao listened to their murmurs, she raised her hand. Perhaps her calm demeanor instilled a measure of trust and anticipation in the crowd. Now, form lines according to your respective levels. The crowd glanced at their leader, who remained silent, then at the young clan leader, whose eyes were fixed on the little female. Without further ado, they began to line up as instructed by Li Jiao Jiao. Here concludes today's update. Wishing everyone a joyous Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 97. Successful Rebirth for All. Li Jiao Jiao produced 100 loyalty pills. To elevate your levels and successfully achieve rebirth, you must consume these first. As she spoke, she scanned the expressions of the crowd. According to Feng Xiao, a few among them were closely associated with Feng Hua. As expected, those few were the first to leap forward, attempting to incite the sentiments of the tribe. Little clan leader, what is this? Surely it is not poison? Indeed, little clan leader, we have done nothing wrong. Must we perish at your hands? Moreover, the dragon clan is soon to attack. Even if our levels are low, we can still resist in battle. Why must we be poisoned by an outsider now? With a few instigators stepping forward, the originally eager crowd now displayed hesitance. Only Feng Qing and Feng Shui unhesitatingly took the pills and swallowed them. Ha! Li Jiao scoffed coldly. Indeed, those with guilty hearts see everything is tainted. You few are in cahoots with Feng Hua, are you not? You, what nonsense are you spouting? One among them turned pale, shouting at Li Jiao with a feigned bravado. How dare you speak to my little female in such a manner? Feng Xiao, shedding his usual cheerfulness, unleashed a powerful strike. The speaker was sent staggering back 5 meters, blood trickling from his mouth. Li Jiao strode confidently toward him, asking with certainty, "What benefits has Feng Hua promised you?" While stroking her chin, she continued, "Let me guess. He surely told you to cooperate with him to ambush us when the Feng clan is at its weakest next month, correct?" The battered individual could only remain silent, unable to utter a word. How did this little female know? It was as if she had been present during their conspiracy. Now confess. Which of you have allied yourselves with Feng Hua? She pointed at the instigators. No, not me. I'm not. The individuals retreated, vehemently denying her accusations. I possess a certain elixir known as the truth pill. Anyone who consumes it cannot utter a single lie. The only drawback is that those who take it will endure excruciating pain, akin to being gnawed upon by ants, causing unbearable itching. Who among you wishes to be the first to try? As she spoke, she took out a pink pill. This Jinyan Dan, as countless reminders had told her, could be purchased in the marketplace, costing her 200 points. Feng Xiao stepped forward to take the pill, grasped the man's chin, and forced the medicine into his mouth. The effects were swift. His complexion flushed instantly, and his body twisted in agony, contorting into a mass of flesh. After a pained cry, Li Jiao approached him. The man, fueled by desperation, clenched his fists and lunged towards Li Jiao. Feng Xiao, quick-witted, swiftly scooped Li Jiao out of harm's way, while Hu Zhanhai and Hu Zhantian immediately positioned themselves in front of her for protection. Chu Yu and Chu he transformed into their beast forms, darting towards a man like lightning. Their celestial-level prowess crushed him. One of them restrained his limbs, forcing him to kneel on the ground. "Speak, I will tell you," he exclaimed. "Feng Hua contacted me a few days ago, asking me to reach out to a few individuals I was close with, claiming he possessed a herb that would prevent us from becoming weak during that period. He instructed us to secretly poison the clan leader. What benefits did he promise you to entice such treachery against our clan and tribe?" Feng Xiao asked furiously. Feng Hua said that once we annihilate the Feng clan together, we could choose any little females we desired. The treasures of the back mountain would also be ours to claim. What is his motive behind such chaos? Li Jiao coldly inquired, crossing her arms. He claims he simply wishes to become the clan leader. What qualifications does he have to be the leader? Someone in the clan suddenly shouted. Indeed, he expects to select little females at will. Dream on. Have you considered your own worth? Exactly. Among you, you're the laziest. Reluctant to hunt. Unwilling to train. If you were to harm the little females, that would be a disgrace for our Feng clan. The clan's people were incensed, wishing they could end a man's life right then and there. Now, which of you are the culprits? The blackbird trembled as it pointed to a few individuals in the crowd. Those individuals attempted to flee, but one, a Xian level, was struck down by Feng Zhao's fireball, while the other two, both Huang level, were blocked by the clan's people. Feng Qi ordered the immediate detention of these traitors. All right, we need not concern ourselves with them any longer. Everyone, return to your previous positions, Feng Qi commanded, raising his hand to signal the clan's people. Feng Xiao and the others distributed the loyalty Dan. This time, no one hesitated. They swallowed it without delay. Father, does our Feng clan have a relatively concealed place where the clan's people can undergo nirvana without being discovered by the Dragon Clan? Li Jiao quietly asked Feng Qi. Let me think. There is. The Xianwu clan and the Dragon Clan reside in the sea. If we head westward, there is a flat expanse atop a mountain, far removed from both clans. We can attempt to go there. Very well. Inform the clan's people to proceed in that direction. We must achieve nirvana silently and catch them off guard when they come to us. Feng Xiao carried Li Jiao on her back, while Chu Yu and the others mounted the backs of other Feng Beastmen. Feng Qi led the way towards a mountain peak. As they soared into the sky, Li Jiao instructed Feng Xiao to pause and relax the spatial defense barrier. All right, no need to worry about the little females and cubs in the tribe. Sister, thank you. Thank you for everything you have done for us. Li Jiao rested on Feng Xiao's back, stroking her smooth and lustrous feathers. Is that all? No other form of gratitude? Well then, perhaps I should suffer a loss and pay with my flesh, she teased, eliciting laughter from Li Jiao. Who exactly is at a loss here? The group flew for nearly 2 hours before reaching their destination. No wonder Feng Qi claimed the Dragon Clan would not discover them. They were indeed 2,000 miles away from the Feng Clan. Upon landing, the Feng Beastmen instinctively lined up. Li Jiao distributed a high-grade Ascension Dan to each of the 6 celestial-level warriors. The moment they consumed the pills, a warm current coursed through their meridians, intensifying until they could no longer contain it, transforming into their beast forms and soaring into the sky. In an instant, the sky was illuminated by 6 blazing fireballs. The resounding cries of the phoenix echoed throughout the land. On the ground, Li Jiao was not idle. She provided each of the 8 Earth-level warriors with a primary Ascension Dan, and the onlookers watched in envy as they swiftly ascended to celestial level. Wipe your drool. Soon, you'll be in the same state, Li Jiao remarked, noticing the drool threatening to fall. 25 Xian-level individuals received Intermediate Ascension Dawn, while 40 Huang-level individuals were given high-grade Ascension Dawn. All successfully ascended to celestial level. Only the 30 individuals at the U level or lower ascended in 2 groups, 10 at a time, consuming the pills and soaring skyward to undergo nirvana. The spectacle was truly magnificent. Finally, as the sun set, aside from Feng Xiao and the clan leader Feng Qi, the other 99 male beastmen of the Feng clan had successfully undergone nirvana. The clan's people knelt before Li Jiao in unison, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Celestial Maiden, for the gift of the pill. Remember, I am the Celestial Maiden, representing the beast god to propagate the beastly realm. What I wish to witness is unity and harmony among the tribes, not the covetousness displayed by the Dragon Clan and the Xian Wu clan for things that do not belong to them. I also do not wish to see shameless traitors like those captured today, betraying their own clan. I hope you all remember that only through unity can we strengthen our tribe. Only when our tribe grows stronger can we avoid becoming prey on other shopping blocks. Yes, we will heed the teachings of the Celestial Maiden. Their return journey was twice as swift. Truly, the Nirvana-successful beastmen proved their strength. And Li Jiao finally understood the distinction between success and failure in Nirvana, as Feng Qi had mentioned. Next, they needed to deal with those traitors. Chapter 98, Awakening Abilities. Feng Xiao and Li Jiao sat together, gazing at Feng Qi across from them. They were relieved to have exposed the traitors, otherwise Feng Qi would have likely perished without understanding how. Thus, a foolproof plan was essential to punish them. Feng Xiao clenched her fists, determination flickering in her eyes as she declared, "These traitors must pay the price for their actions. We cannot easily forgive them." Li Jiao nodded slightly, contemplating for a moment before suggesting, "I have an idea. I believe we can use them to turn against Feng Hua and relay false information to him, causing him to lower his guard." Feng Xiao agreed. "That is a sound plan. We cannot kill them just yet to avoid alarming the enemy." Feng Qi looked at Li Jiao, his eyes glistening with gratitude. Jiao, thank you so much. Your generous assistance will surely lead us to victory in this impending war. Father, we are family. There is no need for formalities. Now, there is another matter, the awakening of abilities. You are all aware that Chu Yu and Chu He possess abilities related to space, correct? Feng Xiao and Li Jiao nodded. Not everyone can awaken such abilities. I will summon Ahai and Tian soon. You are my most trusted allies. You will all attempt to awaken your abilities in the space realm. Sister, you have already helped us so much. Let's cultivate our abilities slowly, Li Jiao said. Foolish child, what are you saying? The enemy is right in front of us. We do not have the luxury of time. Moreover, only when you become stronger can you protect me and the cubs, right? After careful consideration, Feng Xiao realized the truth in Li Jiao's words and ceased her reluctance. Indeed, only by growing stronger can we better protect you and the cubs. What cubs? Feng Qi inquired, looking puzzled at Feng Xiao. Oh dear, how could I forget to mention such an important matter to father? Upon mentioning cubs, Feng Xiao leaped in excitement. Father, You're going to be a grandfather. My sister has given birth to numerous little ones. Sister, hurry and take A Fu to see our little ones. Feng Xiao urged excitedly. All right, let me call a few of them to join us. Jiao Jiao replied. Come on, and he will also go in and take a look. Chu Yu naturally wrapped his arm around Jiao Jiao's waist, speaking tenderly. Okay. Jiao Jiao responded with a radiant smile. The group leaned against each other, and with a single thought from Jiao Jiao, they all entered the space. Upon entering, they were greeted by the jubilant voices of the little ones. Uncle, uncle, I'm over here. Come catch me. Count to 3, run. I'm about to catch you. Hey, taking care of the children is truly a delightful endeavor. Upon turning around, he was startled to see a large crowd enter. What is happening? Why are you all here? There is something important. This is A Xiao's father. He turned to Feng Qi and said, A Fu, this is my brotherly Tian Tian. Without further explanation, Jiao Jiao provided a brief greeting, and Feng Qi, with great discretion, did not inquire further. Jiao Jiao distributed the advanced ascending pills among them. Watching the beastly husbands consume the high-grade ascending pills, Jiao Jiao's heart brimmed with anticipation, hoping these elixirs would aid them in awakening various extraordinary abilities and enhancing their strength. Before long, the bodies of the beastly husbands began to transform. Each of them radiated a distinct glow, symbolizing the attributes of their awakened powers. Jiao Jiao recalled how, at the time of Chu Yu's awakening, he was enveloped in a faint green halo, while Chu He had emitted a golden light. They transformed into their beast forms, their sizes doubling from before. Hu Zhenhai's imposing gaze now appeared even more formidable. He had awakened a gold attribute power, allowing him to control the form, movement, and properties of metals. At that moment, he waved his arm, causing a hoe used for weeding to spin mid-air, accelerating rapidly. As it spun, the hoe transformed from a solid state to a soft one, resembling a length of hemp rope, and flew straight toward the poultry nearby. A slender iron rope coiled around a wild chicken's neck, and with a gentle squeeze from Hu Zhenhai, the chicken's neck snapped with a crack. Jiao Jiao felt a rush of excitement. This was a way to kill a chicken without a knife. Wang Yuan was enveloped in a green glow, indicating the awakening of wood attribute powers, which could manipulate plants, much like Chu Yu. Wu Yinqing had mentioned that wood powers also possessed healing abilities and could sense danger through plants. If this were true, wouldn't it be a waste to have always asked Chu Yu to use his powers to grow fruits and vegetables? How careless of me. Wang Yikai was surrounded by a blue light, indicating an awakening of water attribute powers, enabling him to control water elements. When it comes time to farm, we won't even need to mention watering. Excellent. Hu Zhentian was glowing with a brown light, awakening earth attribute powers, allowing him to manipulate soil. Wu Yinqing had mentioned that earth powers could build walls, control stones, and even trigger earthquakes. Quite splendid. In the future, tilling the land 1T require tiller. Feng Xiao and her father glowed with red light, indicating the awakening of fire attribute powers, allowing them to control flames. This left Jiao somewhat perplexed. The Phoenix clan's rebirth already resembled the awakening of fire powers. Now, to say they had awakened fire powers again seemed redundant. Wu Yinqing quietly approached. Host, you may not know, but the fire attribute powers they awakened are different from the fire they obtained during rebirth. Jiao Jiao crossed her arms. Elaborate. You understand the 5 elements, right? Yes, I do. Originally, the Dragon Clan and the Xuanwu Clan excel in water. If your little beastly husbands were to attack using the fire from rebirth, their destructive power would be minimal. However, awakening fire attribute powers changes that. This fire cannot simply be extinguished by water. Is that so formidable? What if they accidentally burn the wrong person or thing? Jiao Jiao asked with concern. Host, it's an extraordinary ability. It can only be wielded by the user. If they burn something mistakenly, they can simply recall the fire. Jiao Jiao was astonished. It can be manipulated like that? Of course, just like your big, beastly husband, who awakened wood powers, can sense danger through plants and use vines to entangle enemies. If he mistakenly entangles someone or wants to release someone, he can just recall the vines. Oh, that makes sense. After a while, everyone slowly approached Jiao Jiao. Looking at the large, beastly forms, Jiao Jiao remarked, it will be much more challenging to climb onto them in the future. How does everyone feel? Sister, I only awakened a fire attribute power, but no space. Feng Xiao felt a bit disheartened. I don't have space either. Neither do we. The others echoed, their spirits low. Jiao Jiao cleared her throat. Hey, I thought something was wrong. Awakening even one extraordinary ability is quite remarkable. Isn't it? In the entire beast world, only we few possess extraordinary powers. Oh wait, there's one more. The beast god once mentioned to me that there is already one self-awakened individual on this continent. Does Jiao Jiao know who it is? I don't know yet. Perhaps they are far away. If they were near, the beast god would have given me a hint. So the rest no need to worry. The group decided to drop the topic. Upon exiting the space, only Chu Yu and Chu he remained with Jiao Jiao, while the others headed up the mountain to find a place to practice their powers. Merely possessing them is not enough. They must be mastered. The next day, after Jiao Jiao and the others had left, Ingsu arrived at the Fox Clan tribe, dragging his weary body. Who goes there? The patrolling brothers of the Fox Clan took defensive stances, one wielding a wooden stick at Ingsu. This brother of the Fox Clan, I kindly ask you to relay a message. I have urgent news for your clan leader. The leader, a Fox Clan youth named Jin Chung, eyed Ingsu with suspicion. What business do you have with our clan leader? It's a matter of great importance. It concerns the future of the Tian clan and the Fox Clan. Ingsu's urgency was palpable, bewildered by the Fox Clan guards in action. You don't seem like a good person. You're not here to scout our defenses for an attack. Are you? How would you know? After realizing the impropriety of his words, he added, what I'm saying is indeed about the Tian clan planning to attack you. Jin Chung and the others thought to themselves, we've known this for a long time. This heightened vigilance is to guard against the Tian clan. Aren't you from the Tian clan? Are you betraying your own people? I am from the Tian clan, but I'm not here to attack you. Our clan leader is bringing people here, and I quietly came to deliver the message. How do I know you're not just putting on a show for us? What I say is the truth. I swear to the beast god, if I, Ingsu, speak a single falsehood, may my beast soul find no peace in death. Jin Chung observed his resolute demeanor, which did not appear to be that of a liar, and instructed a companion to seek out Chu Chong Tian. Go tell the clan leader about the situation here. We'll stay on guard. Understood. Before long, Chu Chong Tian arrived. So, you say the Tian clan is planning to attack us? Yes, Fox Clan leader, greetings. I am Ingsu of the Tian clan. Our clan leader has summoned all the male beastly members and is on his way. They may arrive in a few days. What is the reason? The reason is that our young clan leader was gravely injured during the winter exchange, and he may not survive much longer. The clan leader believes it is your fault and intends to take revenge. Why should I believe your words, patriarch? I assure you, I speak nothing but the truth. To be candid, I was present during the last barter, and we received only a meager share of the coal, most of which was taken by the patriarch for his son. Furthermore, we were severely punished for failing to protect the young patriarch and were imprisoned in the dark pit, bloodied and beaten. Ultimately, only 8 of my companions remain. As Ingshu spoke, he could not suppress his sorrow, tears streaming down his face. These were brothers he had grown up with, not merely comrades, but true kin. He could only watch helplessly as they met their untimely end before his very eyes. How ruthless! If this continues, we will surely perish at the hands of the patriarch. The young guards of the Hu tribe, upon hearing Ingshu's words, were equally incensed, clamoring for the patriarch's assistance. They were grateful to have been born into the Hu tribe, free from such a tyrannical leader. Come with me, Chu Chantian instructed, leading them to the meeting cave. Patriarch, nearly half of our tribe is resolutely determined to unite against the patriarch. We have come to inform you of our intentions and hope to collaborate with you to overthrow his rule. Is your patriarch aware of your arrival? No. He has been preoccupied with a young patriarch. I left stealthily in the dead of night. Chu Chantian scrutinized Ingshu's expression and found no trace of deceit. Very well. I believe you. Would you mind taking a medicinal pill? What is this? A pill that ensures one cannot betray us. Ingshu accepted it without further ado and swallowed it whole. After more than half a month of flight, the great army of the Tianying tribe finally reached the vicinity of the Hu tribe. Everyone has been weary from the journey. Let us rest today. Tomorrow, we shall send 2 individuals to scout the Hu tribe situation and make further arrangements. Ingshi, hands clasped behind his back, gazed solemnly in the direction of the Hu tribe. Yes, the group divided into smaller teams to seek caves, hunt, and rest. As dusk fell, Ingshi approached Ingfei's beast cave. Fair, how is your health? I'm fine, father. Ingfei attempted to suppress the itch in his throat, but succumbed to a fit of violent coughing. Cough, cough, cough. Ingshi quickly patted his back to ease his breathing. I told you not to come. Cough. I'm Fine. Father. Cough. You carry on normally, don't mind me. Ingfei had never faced such a setback before. This humiliation must be redeemed personally. Then rest well. I will send someone to prepare medicine for you. Before departing, Ingshi had instructed the shaman to bring ample medicine for the journey. Unbeknownst to him, their medicine had long been tampered with. The concoction brewed daily was not harmful, but it would yield no beneficial effects. Before long, the medicine was ready, and a tribesman presented it to Ing Fei. The bitter aroma of the potion mirrored his current mood. He regretted his impulsiveness. Why had he pressed on with so few allies, leading to this predicament? Yet, as he pondered, his thoughts turned to Li Jiaojiao's alluring visage and graceful form. The mere thought of defeating those wretched foxes and reclaiming her presence ignited his blood with fervor. In his excitement, he coughed violently, this time spitting blood. He hurriedly wiped it away with animal skin, ensuring no one saw. However, the keen senses of the Beastman were unparalleled. Ing Tan approached Ing Fei daily, checking on his condition, and happened to be nearby when the scent of blood wafted into his nostrils. Ing Tan paused, then discreetly departed. The following morning, Ing Chi dispatched 2 individuals to scout the Hu tribe. They dare not approach too closely, flying high above. Fortunately, their exceptional eyesight allowed them to observe the tribe's circumstances clearly. However, being distant had its drawbacks. They could not see the Beastman's ranks or the Hu tribe's defensive measures. Ing Shu had been assigned to reside in a cave within the tribe. As he stepped outside to bask in the sun, he felt a strong sensation of being watched. He quickly withdrew, peering cautiously, and spotted the 2 tribesmen high above. A wave of anxiety washed over him, unsure of how to proceed. After some time, the feeling subsided, and upon confirming no Tianying tribe members were present, Ing Shu hurried to the entrance of Chu Chantian's cave. Chu, the Tianying tribe has arrived. I just saw them dispatch 2 individuals to gather intelligence. Chu Chantian Ganli Mge. Yes, I am aware. He turned to a nearby tribesman and instructed go. Execute the original plan. Yes, Patriarch. Noticing Ing Shu still lingering, Chu Chantian inquired, what is it? Is there something else? Ing Shu, taken aback, wondered why everything seemed so unremarkable. Was this truly all? Was there no intention to investigate? Patriarch Chu, will you not personally assess how to confront the Tianying tribe? Not necessary. Is Patriarch Chu reliable? Ing Shu's heart raced with uncertainty. Chu Chantian perceived his worry and reassured him. Do not fret. We have long been prepared. Their arrival signifies a one-way journey for them. Use this time to consider how to inform your companions in the tribe about the impending rebellion, ensuring they do not charge forward recklessly. We will not be responsible for any casualties. Understood. I will find a way to notify them. The 2 scouts meandered for some time, observing only 2 patrol teams of 10 outside the Hu tribe's perimeter, noting no other anomalies. To be fair, the presence of so many younglings in the Hu tribe was unusual, but it was irrelevant to the impending confrontation. So the 2 wise scouts reported nothing out of the ordinary. Ing Chi, upon hearing their report, chose not to send more scouts. As night fell, Ing Shu stealthily returned to the Tianying tribe's encampment, which was not far, merely around 10 miles away. He refrained from making his presence known, troubled by how to locate Ing Tan and Ing Ma's cave, when suddenly, a figure swiftly approached him. It turned out that Ing Tan and the others had chosen a position on the outskirts and were taking turns guarding the cave entrance, ensuring they could quickly bring Ing Shu inside. Ing Shu conveyed Chu Chantian's intentions to the group. Are you saying the patriarch of the Hu tribe has made no defensive preparations and is behaving as usual? Ing Ma inquired. Indeed, I wonder if he doubts me and is feigning calmness, Ing Shu replied. Or perhaps they are genuinely well prepared. Otherwise, they would not have instructed you to inform us not to rush in. I suspect they are entirely ready, Ing Tan mused, recalling the composed demeanor of Li Jiaojiao and her beastly partners during their last encounter. We shall proceed, as Patriarch Chu advised. When they charge forward, we will retreat, waiting until they falter before striking from behind, ensuring we eliminate them all. Very well. Shall I accompany you to the Hu tribe? No need. We will set out together tomorrow. You have worked hard these past few days. Go rest now. Ing Ma patted his shoulder, offering a straw nest to Ing Shu. On the following day, before dawn had even broken, Ing Chi had already assembled his team and set forth towards the Hu tribe's stronghold with great fervor. Within mere minutes, they soared above the Hu tribe's territory, where the landscape lay shrouded in darkness. With a commanding shout, Ing Chi cried out, "Charge! Annihilate the Hu tribe!" The piercing cries of eagles echoed incessantly. Like meteors streaking from the heavens, Ing Chi and his companions dove towards the Hu tribe, propelled by an overwhelming force. However, The defensive shield of the Hu tribe proved to be an impenetrable barrier, instantly reflecting their assault back upon them. The group was met with a fierce backlash that sent them hurtling through the air, akin to kites severed from their strings, soaring for dozens of miles away. Ing Tan and his companions had deliberately slowed their descent, and they watched as their fellow eagle warriors were catapulted back upwards like cannonballs. Fortunately, they reacted swiftly, flapping their wings to evade the oncoming onslaught. Ing Chi and his comrades tumbled through the air, desperately flapping their wings, yet to no avail. In despair, they realized they could no longer control their bodies and ultimately crashed heavily to the ground. Dust billowed high as they collided violently with the earth, producing a resounding thud. Groans of pain escaped their lips as they struggled to rise, but only a few of the stronger members could muster the strength to stand. The rest, of lower beast rank, lay helplessly on the ground, bloodied and battered. Ing Chi surveyed his surroundings and noted with a flicker of relief that not all of his kin had been flung away. There was still hope. Meanwhile, the Hu tribe's warriors, who had been poised for battle, found their anticipated clash abruptly curtailed. Just then, over 30 eagle warriors descended from the sky, landing outside the protective shield. Leading the group was Ing Tan, who greeted the Hu tribe's warriors with a respectful nod. "Greetings, brothers of the Hu tribe. Might I trouble you to summon your chief?" Before long, Chief Chu Changtian arrived. "You are the eagle warrior leading the rebellion as mentioned by Ing Su?" "Greetings, Chief Chu. I am Ing Tan, and I instructed Ing Su to notify you in advance." "Indeed, we appreciate your warning, even if it bore no tangible benefit for us. I trust you shall soon engage in a fierce battle, so I shall not delay you further. Once you have secured victory, do come visit the Hu tribe for a brief respite." Ing Tan discerned the implication in Chief Chu's words and replied with a respectful gesture, "Thank you, Chief Chu. We shall attend to our matters." With that, he led his companions away. Before long, they located the scattered eagle warriors in the forest. Seeing them, Ing Chi exclaimed joyfully, "Splendid. Ing Tan, you are unscathed. I command you to lead the remaining warriors to seize the Hu tribe." Ing Tan scoffed internally, recognizing the naivety in Ing Chi's words. "Chief, you may be unaware that we cannot conquer the Hu tribe. Ing Tan, your failure to protect the young chief last time was met with my leniency. Now, before you have even begun to fight, you are already conceding defeat? This is not the spirit of our Tian Ing tribe's brave warriors. Chief, you consider it leniency to beat us severely and withhold food and water for a month? Such kindness I would gladly offer you in return. Are you challenging me, the chief of our tribe?" Ing Chi's voice darkened as he glared at Ing Tan and his comrades, sensing a flicker of apprehension. Ing Tan's expression hardened, a glint of determination shining in his eyes. He ceased to speak further and gestured with his hand, prompting his companions to surge forward like a pack of wolves. Their movements were swift and ruthless, as if intent on delivering a fatal blow to those on the ground. The scene filled the onlookers with terror as they attempted to resist, yet they were rendered powerless against Ing Tan's formidable assault. The cacophony of fists and feet reverberated through the air, accompanied by cries of anguish. In that moment, Ing Tan's mind was consumed by a singular thought. Today, it would be either their lives or his. Having already rebelled, there was no turning back. He had to fight for his survival and that of his companions. In the midst of the chaotic melee, blood spattered everywhere, and the scene was one of utter devastation. Yet Ing Tan and his allies showed no mercy. Every punch and claw was imbued with rage and resolve. Time seemed to freeze, with only the sounds of battle echoing in the atmosphere. Eventually, those on the ground gradually lost their ability to resist and collapsed into a pool of blood. Ing Tan and his comrades were drenched in crimson, yet their gazes reflected a sense of liberation and determination. After a long silence, Ing Tan spoke, "Let us depart and wash by the river." "Wait, Ing Tan. There's still one person left to deal with." Ing Tan turned to see the last remaining adversary, and a group of them surged towards the cave where Ing Fei rested. Upon hearing the commotion, Ing Fei hurriedly emerged to investigate, only to be struck by the sight of his comrades, bloodied and battered. "Have you suffered defeat?" "No, young chief." The moment Ing Fei heard this, a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. Ing Tan continued nonchalantly, "It is you who have been defeated." Ing Fei was momentarily taken aback, not grasping the implications of Ing Tan's words. Ing Tan, however, had no intention of elaborating. In a swift motion, he lunged towards Ing Fei, his claws extending and retracting, leaving several bloody marks across Ing Fei's body. "What are you doing, Jing Tan?" Ying Fei cried in terror, his emotions surging wildly, causing him to cough uncontrollably. Observing Ying Fei's distress, Ying Tan's intent to kill dissipated. Take him and Ying Qi back to the dark cave. They must not die so easily. They should experience the slow erosion of life in that desolate place. Chapter 100. Return of the Tian Ying tribe to their settlement. After Ying Tan had settled the subsequent matters and cleaned himself, he carried a few large pieces of beast meat to the Hu tribe's settlement. The guards, upon seeing the Tian Ying tribe approach, fixated their gaze upon them. Ying Tan felt uneasy under their scrutiny. Ahem, my good brother. Could you please inform your chief that Ying Tan of the Tian Ying tribe requests an audience? Some swift-footed individuals had already dashed off to summon Chief Chu Chang Tian as soon as they spotted Ying Tan and his companions. Just as Ying Tan's words fell, Chief Chu appeared at the entrance of the settlement. You have resolved matters so quickly? Indeed, had it not been for Chief Chu leading the charge, we would not have been so successful. Here is a token of our gratitude. We hope you will accept it. As he spoke, the warriors behind him brought forth the beast meat. Chief Chu politely replied, there is no need for such formality. We are grateful for your risk in coming to warn us. Otherwise, our Hu tribe would have suffered significant casualties. Please, Chief Chu, accept it. My brothers have also sustained injuries, and we cannot carry the meat back. We would appreciate your assistance in resolving this. Chief Chu, no longer able to refuse, stated, if that is the case, I, as your elder, shall graciously accept. This way, please come inside and rest. Thank you, Uncle Chu. The group proceeded to the guest cave. Uncle Chu, may I inquire how you managed to send them all flying at once? That. It is rather inconvenient to disclose. Understood. My apologies for being so forward, Uncle Chu. With a laugh, the topic shifted. It seems you have sustained considerable injuries this time. To be honest, Uncle Chu, our Tianying tribe is now left with only a handful of us. Besides those present, there are merely 20 or 30 younglings remaining in the settlement. This time back, we cannot withstand even the slightest adversity. Fortunately, both internal and external troubles have been resolved. From now on, we shall cultivate ourselves well, hoping that the Tianying clan will not face extinction at our hands. Not at all, not at all. You possess certain natural geographical advantages, making it difficult for other tribes to launch an attack. Uncle Chu, I have an unreasonable request. Do tell. I have heard that your tribe has a celestial maiden capable of leading her people to thrive. Therefore, I wish to inquire if we could enlist her assistance. I, Ying Tan, am willing to pay any price. Well, my dear nephew, although my son is the beast husband of the celestial maiden, I cannot act as her master. Might we at least have the chance to meet her? Ying Tan stood up, filled with excitement. The celestial maiden is not present in the tribe. As soon as Chu Chang Tian finished speaking, a wave of disappointment washed over Ying Tan's face. He thought it was merely a pretext from Chu Chang Tian to prevent them from meeting the celestial maiden. However, he soon heard Chu Chang Tian continue. Recently, the Feng clan sought assistance, claiming they were in some difficulty. The celestial maiden has gone to aid them. Ying Tan abruptly stood up, his voice rising in alarm. What? Is the celestial maiden in danger? After speaking, he realized his reaction was somewhat inappropriate. Chu Chang Tian cast a meaningful glance in his direction, smiling as if indifferent to his sudden outburst. It should be fine. They are likely capable of handling it. Yes, the celestial maiden is so powerful. I was merely... Understand. The sky is darkening. Dear nephew, you should rest after your meal before departing. No, Uncle Chu. There is no one in the tribe. It is best we return early. Thank you for your kindness, Uncle Chu. Ying Tan and his companions rose to leave. Do come by more often. I shall not keep you any longer. After exiting the Fox tribe, Ying Tan turned to rally his companions, sharing his thoughts. Brothers, you may return first. I wish to. You want to go to the Feng clan? Ying Ma interrupted, inquiring. Yes, I wish to see if I can offer any assistance. Why would you do that? Ying Xiu asked in confusion. I am not certain. Perhaps I just wish to ensure the celestial maiden is safe. Ying Tan's heart was in turmoil. Could it be that he had developed feelings for the celestial maiden? Yet he had only seen her once. However, if it were not love, what then explained the figure that haunted his dreams and the unease in his heart? Ying Tan could not articulate it. He only knew he wished to be by Jiao Jiao's side at that moment. However, the tribe still needs you to oversee matters. Ying Shi reminded him. Ying Ma, you should return and take charge. You are more suited for it. Ying Tan patted Ying Ma's shoulder. By the way, please inform my father and mother not to worry about me. I'm leaving now. Stay safe on your journey back. With that, Ying Tan waved goodbye and prepared to soar towards the Feng clan. Do take care of yourself. Ingshu cautioned. Concern etched on his face. Ingtan waved in the air, remaining silent, his gaze resolute as he flew towards the Feng clan. Meanwhile, Li Jiao and several beast husbands were leisurely fishing, barbecuing, and flying kites, attending to the children. Feng Xiao was diligently incubating eggs. Typically, Feng clan bird eggs require a month to hatch, but their time in the space had inadvertently shortened the incubation period by 1/3. And the day of the little phoenix's hatching was approaching. Feng Qi led the tribe members in secret drills, all awaiting the dragon and Xuanwu clans to come to them. Jiao, eat this. I have removed all the bones from this piece of fish. Chu Yu extended a meticulously prepared piece of fish toward Li Jiao. She was completely engrossed in watching the fishing rod, oblivious to Chu Yu's gesture. As the fish neared her lips, she instinctively opened her mouth and accepted his offering, her eyes still fixated on the water's surface, seemingly waiting for a fish to bite. Observing her focused demeanor, Chu Yu felt a smile tugging at his lips. He gently placed the fish in her mouth, feeling the softness of her lips brush against his fingers, sending ripples through his heart. As Li Jiao savored the fish, she emitted a sound of satisfaction. Turning to Chu Yu, she flashed a radiant smile. Thank you, Ayu. Chu Yu's intense gaze remained fixed on Li Jiao, causing her to feel a shiver run down her spine. The air was thick with flirtation, and time seemed to stand still in that moment. Li Jiao's mind raced with thoughts. Oh no, I really want to devour this person. What should I do? It seemed as if Chu Yu could read her thoughts. He continued to enchant her, whispering, Jiao, have you had your fill? His warm breath brushed against her neck, sending shivers down her spine. Li Jiao intended to reply that she was full, but the word escaped her lips. Well, in that case, nothing more needs to be said. Chu Yu stiffened momentarily before sweeping her into a princess carry, rushing towards the tent. Chapter 101. Come, let us capture the turtle in the urn. 2 days prior to the mid-spring season, Feng Qi arranged for 2/3 of the tribe members to proceed in batches towards the dragon and Xuanwu clan's rear, preparing for a pincer attack to ensnare them. Meanwhile, within the unaware dragon clan, Long Yu summoned Feng Hua. Feng Hua, later you will head to the Feng clan to investigate their situation. The poison can be released now. Yes, father, Feng Hua replied, his head bowed. Recently, Long Lon had been preventing him from approaching her, and he was nearly bursting with frustration. If he could successfully execute this offensive against the Feng clan, he believed Long Lon would regard him differently, and he would no longer find reasons to refuse his advances. Feng Hua flew towards the Feng clan, noticing nothing amiss. Upon arriving outside the Feng clan's territory, he discreetly signaled the traitor Feng Han to come forth. Feng Han trembled as he approached Feng Hua. Feng Hua slapped Feng Han on the shoulder, sternly chiding. Why are you shaking? I am a bit scared. What if we get discovered? What is there to fear? How is the Feng clan faring? Has anyone noticed anything? It would be strange if they hadn't. Upon hearing this, Feng Hua felt relieved and produced the prepared poison, handing it to Feng Han. This herb is colorless and tasteless. That old fool Feng Qi will never detect it. Just poison him, and once done, you can choose anything besides the position of clan leader. Feng Han trembled for a while, seemingly having made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. All right, Feng Hua, we must agree on this. You cannot go back on your word. After saying that, he took the package of herbs and turned back to the tribe, hidden in the shadows. Feng Xiao and others observed Feng Hua's gloomy demeanor as he spat on the ground. Bah, how dare he negotiate with me? When I invade, I will expose him as the one who poisoned Feng Qi. By then, the tribe will kill him without my needing to lift a finger. Feng Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Feng Han. Do you see? This is the new leader you wish to ally with. He has no intention of letting you live in peace. Feng Han felt a wave of fear wash over him, trembling lips murmuring. Feng Hua's heart is so malicious. He intends to use me and then eliminate me. This is even more ruthless than killing the donkey after the grind. Meanwhile, Long Yu dismissed Feng Hua and called for his eldest son. Xiang, go bring that little white dragon here. Father, what do you want with him? What is so special about that little white dragon? Long Yixiang asked impatiently. Are you foolish? Summon him to have him, and Feng Hua lead the charge. Naturally, there are instructions to give. Or do you wish to take the lead? If I go, I will go. Although he said this, his feet were already moving toward the dungeon. This dungeon was situated at the bottom of a sea crevice, deep, dark, and narrow. Open the door. Long Yixiang commanded the 2 shrimp generals guarding the dungeon. Yes, young clan leader. A rustling sound followed. The lock on the dungeon where Chanpei was held was a special vine found in the sea, known as thorn vine. that Long Yixiang had specifically procured. This vine exhibits remarkable resilience, adorned with numerous barbed thorns. Upon first encountering this peculiar entity, Long Yixiang instinctively concluded that it would serve perfectly to bind Chunpei. As the guard opened the door, a foul stench assaulted Long Yixiang's nostrils, compelling him to pinch his nose. His footsteps echoed ominously in the dark, malodorous dungeon, causing Chunpei to tremble involuntarily. Deliberately slowing his pace, Long Yixiang approached Chunpei with a sinister grin and taunted, "Hey, are you dead yet?" Chunpei's eyelashes fluttered slightly, yet he chose to ignore him. Each time Long Yixiang visited the dungeon, Chunpei's heart would leap in trepidation, for he understood that this heralded yet another impending nightmare. The lack of response ignited a surge of anger within Long Yixiang. "You brat! Today you will once again taste the sting of this flaying whip." With that, he lashed the whip mercilessly against Chunpei's body. Gritting his teeth, Chunpei endured the pain, stifling any sound. As the whip fell, the thorns of the barbed vine sank deeper into his flesh, his heart swelling with hatred. He despised Long Yixiang, but his animosity towards Long Yu was even more profound, for they were the architects of his parents' demise. The whip fell like rain, and Chunpei's body became a canvas of scars. The once pristine dragon scales, now stained a dark crimson from the persistent seepage of blood, reflected his despair and helplessness. He could not fathom when this torment would cease. Suddenly, Long Yixiang halted his assault, gazing down at Chunpei with disdain. "Enough for today. Bring him down and take him with me." Chunpei numbly allowed the guards to extract each barbed thorn from his body, the blood once more saturating his dragon scales. "I advise you to behave. Your sister Chun, she is still in our custody. If you wish to spare her from similar torment, you would do well to comply." A sharp pang of pain pierced Chunpei's heart. He recognized the threat in Long Yixiang's words. With his parents gone, his sole purpose became the protection of his sister, willing to sacrifice anything for her safety. "As long as you release my sister, I will obey your every command," Chunpei uttered with great difficulty. Long Yixiang's face broke into a triumphant smile. "Smart of you. Now take him away." Chunpei was ushered into Long Yu's beast den. As soon as the guards released him, he collapsed to the ground. Long Yu, observing this scene, understood immediately what had transpired. With his hands clasped behind his back, he spoke to Long Yixiang in a deep voice. "You, knowing full well my intentions for him, how could you inflict such severe punishment? If he is damaged, how can he lead the charge?" Long Yixiang shrugged nonchalantly. "If he cannot lead, then so be it. I can always step in myself." Silence. Chunpei, still seated on the floor, began to grasp the situation. He realized that Long Yixiang had not brought him out of the dungeon without cause. He was to take the lead. "Chunpei, we are about to engage in battle with the Feng tribe. Rest well these next few days, and in due course, you will lead the charge alongside Feng Hua. Complete the task, and I will permit you to meet your sister." A flicker of hope ignited within Chunpei's cold heart. "Is that truly the case? Indeed, when have I ever deceived you?" Upon hearing this, Chunpei's long-buried memories surged forth. It was Long Yu who had deceived his naive self, substituting colorless, tasteless poison for medicine, which led to his parents' inability to defend themselves during Long Yu's rebellion. He had been scorned by the Beastmen of the dragon tribe, and his sister Chun, she had severed ties with him. The mere thought of this sent fresh pangs of agony through his heart. How could Long Yu dare question when he had ever lied? Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, Chunpei tasted the metallic tang of blood on his tongue, pulling him back from the brink of losing control. "I hope the leader speaks true. Of course. Now, do not confine him to the dungeon. Let him recuperate in the adjacent beast den." The guards led him away. Long Yu approached Long Yixiang. "You, inflicting such severe punishment." Long Yixiang, picking at his teeth, replied nonchalantly, "What is there to fear, father? With his bizarre, self-healing abilities, by the time we depart in 2 days, he will be completely healed. Such brutality may provoke him into desperation. His parents have already fallen before us. What is there to fear? Furthermore, as long as he is concerned about his sister suffering in our hands, he will not dare to act." "Enough, enough, return now." Long Yu was exasperated by his son. 2 days later, the Xuanwu tribe and the dragon tribe prepared for departure. Within the Feng tribe's territory, an air of tranquility prevailed. The forces of the dragon and Xuanwu tribes stealthily approached, their faces betraying uncontrollable pride as they envisioned an effortless conquest of the Feng tribe and the acquisition of treasures. The Xuanwu tribe moved swiftly through water, yet on land, they resembled tortoises. The dragon tribe soared through the air, inciting their frustration. Long Yu flew to Xuanwu tribe leader Xianifeng. I say, Brother Yifeng, can you increase your pace? At this rate, when shall we reach the Feng tribe? Xianifeng, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, Long Yu, this is our speed, or would you have your dragon warriors carry us for a stretch? Long Yu's voice escalated in pitch. What do you take our dragon tribe for? We are not your mounts. Oh, what a thing to say. Are we not allies? Or do you no longer require our assistance, Brother Long Yu? Xian Yifeng observed Long Yu with an unflappable demeanor. Long Yu felt a swell of frustration. This truly was a vexing situation. However, confronting him now would be unwise. Very well, I shall endure this moment. Once we have secured the Feng tribe, I will deal with those creeping on the ground. He then turned to Chen Pei, barking, Chen Pei, come here. Carry the warriors of the Xuanwu tribe upon your back. Chen Pei lowered his head, his gaze darkening. The grip of his dragon claws relaxed and tightened, and he inhaled deeply several times to steady his emotions. Hurry. Long Yu snapped impatiently. Yes, Chief. Chen Pei's voice was low. He bent down, allowing the weight of the Xuanwu Beastmen to settle upon him, making it difficult for him to breathe. He could not determine whether it was the weight of the tortoise Beastmen or the pressure within his heart that rendered him breathless. Feng Hua observed this scene nearby, secretly pleased. It seems I still hold some status within the dragon tribe. Once the Xuanwu tribe mounted the dragon tribe's backs, their overall speed improved. In half a day's time, they arrived above the Feng tribe. Long Yu, exuding authority, hovered outside the Feng tribe's encampment, his voice resonating deeply. Feng Qi, I challenge you. Step forth to face me. A shout, though merely a facade of bravado, concealed his knowledge that Feng Qi was incapacitated by poison and could not respond to the challenge. Long Yu gestured for Feng Hua and Chen Pei to prepare for the assault. Suddenly, a voice rang out. What is this, Brother Long? Are you preparing to intrude uninvited? Ah, but this atmosphere does not seem fitting for a friendly visit. Long Yu stared in disbelief at the vibrant Feng Qi before him, suspecting his eyes had deceived him. Just as he turned to inquire of Feng Hua, he noticed her equally astonished expression as she gazed at Feng Qi, involuntarily exclaiming, How can this be? How can what be? My dear nephew, it has been far too long. Are you displeased to see your uncle? How can you be standing here in perfect health? Should I not be? What does my dear nephew think? That I should be lying in a beast den? Ah, see now, I require your assistance. Had you not returned to inform me that Long Yu intended to poison me, I would have remained unaware of the traitor within our Feng tribe. Upon hearing this, Feng Hua was alarmed and quickly glanced at Long Yu, who glared at her coldly, muttering, We shall settle this later. Then he turned his head and said to Feng Qi, Little brother, since you know we are coming, you might as well surrender obediently, which would save you from casualties. It is laughable that our Feng clan, one of the 4 great divine clans, would surrender just because of a little scare from your insignificant dragon clan. Ha, your tone is rather bold. Do you know why we have come at this time? Your Feng clan is at its weakest every year at this moment. Apart from you and your son, who else can stand against us? Surely, you do not believe you can halt our advance? And do you know why I remain so composed? Upon hearing this, Long Yu felt a vague sense of unease. Indeed, Feng Qi seemed unnaturally calm. However, the arrow was already knocked and could not be unstrung. Could it be that you have reinforcements? Has Feng Xiao returned? I have returned. Feng Xiao emerged from a nearby beast den, followed by the Chuyu brothers, the Hu Jinhai brothers, and the Wang Yiyuan brothers. You little brat, what makes you think you can speak here? Long Yu questioned. You do not believe that just the few of you can defeat us, do you? Of course. We cannot alone, but what if we add them? Upon finishing, Feng Xiao whistled, and around 30 Feng beastmen soared into the air. Long Yu squinted and instinctively retreated 2 steps. What is going on? How did they gather so many Tian-level beastmen in such a short time? Little did they know, it was far from over. Behind them, Feng Qing led about 30 individuals. On the other side, Feng Shui brought over 30 more, converging from 2 directions to form a 3-sided assault against Feng Xiao and his group. Feng Xiao initiated the attack with a blazing fireball that shot directly towards Long Yu. In a panic, Long Yu grabbed Chen Pei to shield himself. Chen Pei was caught off guard by Long Yu's action and was struck directly by Feng Xiao's fireball. Not intending to confront the Feng clan, Chen Pei feigned death and fell to the ground. The turtle beastmen around him fell in a similar fashion. Just before hitting the ground, he transformed into his beast form, using his hard turtle shell for protection. Unexpectedly, the place where the turtle beastmen landed was under the protection of a defensive shield. Before they could touch the ground, a force rebounded them into the air. Although the turtle shell provided some protection, It could not withstand the repeated bouncing. In no time, they were dizzy and rolled to the edge of the defensive barrier. Seeing Chun-Pei so easily overwhelmed, Long Yu cursed in anger. Chun-Pei, you better pull yourself together. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee you will see your sister again. Initially planning to feign death, upon hearing this, Chun-Pei had no choice but to rise again and engage Feng Xiao in combat. Chun-Pei excelled at water attacks. Only those of true dragon blood could unleash a continuous stream of water. Those like Long Yu could never achieve such mastery, which was why Long Yu had refrained from killing him. However, Feng Xiao had already awakened his unique powers. The fire he produced could not be extinguished by Chun-Pei's water. As Chun-Pei dodged fireballs, he expelled streams of water. At that moment, Li Jiao on the ground gazed at the rushing water, momentarily stunned. This protective shield could not hold back water. What to do? Just when she was at a loss, countless reminders echoed in her mind. Hurry, host, have your two husbands used their space to collect the water? Chu was locked in a fierce struggle with the turtle Beastman when he noticed the water rushing towards Li Jiao. In a hurry, he leaped to her side, ready to take everyone into the space. Before he could act, Li Jiao said, use the space to collect the water. Chu, also hearing this, quickly jumped to Li Jiao's side. The two focused their thoughts on controlling the space, while onlookers saw the water divide into two streams, heading towards Chu Yu and Chu He, yet neither of them bore a single drop of water. At this moment, Chun-Pei saw that the Dragon and Xuanwu clans were already on the brink of defeat, so he decided to surrender without further resistance. Meanwhile, Long Yu was charred black by Feng Qi's fireball, barely clinging to life. Long Yixiong was pinned to the ground by the Feng clan's Beastmen, who rubbed him in the dirt. He had always prided himself on being Tian level, unaware that on this battlefield, everyone was a Tian level contender. He finally paid the price for his arrogance. When Long Erfei arrived at the Feng clan, he immediately spotted Li Jiao standing beside Feng Xiao. Her stunning beauty made his long-held infatuation worthwhile. He had initially planned to defeat the Feng clan and bring her back to the Dragon clan, but now that was unnecessary. Wang Yiyuan was the first to notice the repulsive gaze fixated on Li Jiao. As Long Erfei rushed towards them, Wang Yiyuan activated his powers, causing the vines on the ground to tightly ensnare Long Erfei. The Tian level Long Erfei was no pushover. With a surge of strength, he snapped all the vines. Wang Yiyuan, realizing physical attacks were ineffective, prepared to close in. Hu Zhenhai pulled him back and shouted to Wang Yikai, Akai, water. Wang Yikai swiftly unleashed a torrent of water upon Long Erfei. Immediately after, Hu Zhenhai summoned a bolt of lightning from the sky that struck Long Erfei. In an instant, he toppled to the ground. Seeing his older brothers fall, Long Sanshu prepared to flee. Hu Zhentian would not grant him that opportunity. A towering earthen wall knocked Long Sanshu dizzy, and before he could regain his senses, nearby stones began to rain down on him. Initially, there were screams, but soon only muffled groans could be heard. This battle lasted a full day. The Feng clan and Li Jiao's beast husbands displayed formidable strength, leaving the Dragon and Xuanwu clans regretting their rash actions without proper reconnaissance. The Dragon and Xuanwu clans were thoroughly defeated. Realizing that the Feng clan was no longer what it used to be, the Feng clan's beastmen captured Chun-Pei, preparing to deal with him alongside the remaining Dragon and Xuanwu clan members. Just then, Feng Xiao called out to them, "Wait. Young clan leader, what is it?" Feng Xiao approached Chun-Pei, looking at him with uncertainty, and asked, "Are you Chun-Pei?" Chun-Pei, with a heavy head, slowly raised it upon hearing his name. Chapter 102. Saving Chun-Pei. Initially, Feng Xiao had not clearly seen the person Long Yu had pulled out to block the fireball. Now that he was closer, the resemblance to the white dragon, Chun-Pei, who had saved him from nearly drowning during his childhood at the beach, became increasingly apparent. "You are Chun-Pei, right? Do you remember me? I am Feng Xiao." Feng Xiao excitedly rushed over and embraced him. Chun-Pei, unable to withstand Feng Xiao's vigorous hug, emitted a muffled grunt. "Xiao, what is happening?" Li Jiao inquired from the side, perplexed as to why Feng Xiao was so familiar with the person attacking the Feng clan. Realizing this, Feng Xiao suddenly asked, How did you end up attacking the Feng clan with Long Yu?" I was weakened by Chun-Pei's aura," he began, but before he could finish, he fainted. Feng Xiao quickly caught him, preventing him from hitting the ground, and intended to carry him back to the tribe. "Wait," Li Jiao called out. "First give him a pill, or he won't be able to enter." She had nearly forgotten this detail. After swallowing a loyalty pill, Feng Shao carried him towards the beast den while calling for a shaman to come. Soon, the shaman arrived. After a thorough examination, her frown deepened. How is it, Shaman Granny? Feng Shao asked anxiously. Young clan leader, this child is gravely injured. Is it due to my fireball? Not entirely. Your fireball burned the skin on his abdomen. But that is not the fatal injury. His most serious wound is to his heart. He was afflicted by a poison known as Shirshine due every full moon. His heart endured excruciating pain akin to being gnawed upon by ants. This venom was notoriously difficult to cure, necessitating regular intake of an antidote. Even if he sustained no injuries today, without the antidote, he would not survive until the next full moon. The shaman could not concoct a remedy for Shirshine dew, only tending to his wounds before shaking his head in despair and departing. Feng Shao, in a state of agitation, had completely forgotten that Li Jiao had once provided him with an antidote. Li Jiao produced a high-grade detoxification pill and approached Feng Shao, saying, "Ah Shao, do you remember that this very antidote you took when you were poisoned cured you? Perhaps it could help him as well. My abilities should assist in healing his wounds and alleviating his suffering." Wang Yuan stepped forward, saying, "I shall lend a hand too." Feng Shao expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you both for your willingness to help. I will convey my thanks on behalf of Chun Pei." He then administered the antidote to Chun Pei and cleared space beside the stone bed for Chu Yu and Wang Yuan. After all, they were family. Such formalities were unnecessary. Together, he and Wang Yuan harnessed their powers, infusing warmth into Chun Pei's body. As their abilities were unleashed, a faint green aura enveloped Chun Pei, and color gradually returned to his face, easing the pain etched upon it. After a considerable time, beads of sweat began to form on the foreheads of Chu Yu and Wang Yuan. Finally, Chun Pei slowly opened his eyes. Feng Shao, noticing his movement, hurried to his side, asking with concern, "Chun Pei, how do you feel? Are you better?" Chun Pei instinctively recoiled. "Chun Pei, do you not remember me? You saved my life when I was a child by the seaside. Does that ring a bell?" With a bewildered expression, Chun Pei looked around, sensing no malice from anyone. His muscles relaxed slightly. "Could you be mistaken?" After a long pause, Chun Pei replied, "How could that be? You saved me. There is no way I could forget you. Think harder." Chun Pei clutched his head, memories flashing through his mind of being deceived by Long Yu into poisoning his parents. He recalled his parents praising him for being considerate, realizing their pain. He remembered Long Yu attacking their clan, his parents looking at him with disappointment, and the clansmen shouting for his execution. He saw his sister Chun Shi crying and pleading for her parents back. I remember nothing," Chun Pei suddenly exclaimed. "Calm down, take your time," Feng Shao said, feeling somewhat at a loss. "Forget it. Ah Shao, do not press him. It is evident he has suffered some severe trauma. Let him rest." Li Jiao walked over, taking Feng Zhao's hand and guiding him away. "Please take care of him." Feng Shao instructed the two Feng Beastmen at the entrance. Just then, they encountered Feng Qi, who greeted them. Father. They exchanged pleasantries. "I have imprisoned all those who still breathe together," Feng Qi said, looking at Li Jiao. "Very well, it is best for father to make the decisions." Li Jiao replied, unwilling to interfere in clan matters. Feng Qi stated, "We cannot let them off easily, yet we must avoid unjustly harming the innocent, as some among them were coerced. Father has considered this thoroughly. Let us interrogate them. Those unaware can be released, but the ringleaders cannot claim innocence." In the end, they decided to categorize the captives into two groups. One comprised those guilty of heinous crimes, whom Feng Qi executed without mercy. The other consisted of those misled or forced in a battle, whom Feng Qi released. Feng Shao inquired about Chun Pei's situation. "Father, I saved the little white dragon." "Oh, why did you do that? Do you remember? When I was 8, I nearly drowned by the seaside, and it was a white dragon that rescued me. This very one." "I see. Yet, it is curious. The White Dragon clan was entirely exterminated 10 years ago. Where did this one come from?" "Father, do you know what happened 10 years ago? The specifics elude me, but I know that Long Yu ascended to become the Dragon Clan leader at that time. It was said that the White Dragon Clan was intolerant, relentlessly oppressing the Black Dragon Clan, to the extent that even their sons rebelled against their parents. Eventually, they were rejected by their kin and perished." The group spoke earnestly, unaware that Chun Pei had silently approached them from behind. Unable to contain himself, he burst into tears, exclaiming, "No, that is not true. Chun Pei, why are you up? Quickly lie back down," Feng Shao urged, supporting him back to the stone bed. "My parents treated them well. They were the ones who were insatiable. coveting the position of clan leader, deceiving me into believing the poison was a remedy, which led to my parents being unable to resist their attack, ultimately falling victim to them. My sister and I were imprisoned. Chapter 103. Another grievous news. Though Chun-Pei's words were succinct, it was evident to all that the past decade had been arduous for him. Overwhelmed, Chun-Pei could no longer speak, burying his face in his hands and weeping. Feng Xiao held him, sharing in his sorrow. A cathartic release was necessary to purge years of accumulated grievances. Let all the misfortunes of the past be wept away. Their cries gradually subsided. Li Jiao finally spoke. What are your plans moving forward? Chun-Pei then noticed the presence of a small female beast. Having never interacted with one before, his mind became blank, completely oblivious to what Li Jiao had just said, merely staring at her in a daze. Feng Xiao stood and approached Li Jiao, introducing Chun-Pei. This is my little female, Li Jiao. Oh, hello, Chun-Pei stammered, lowering his head, embarrassed to meet Li Jiao's gaze. Now that the Black Dragon clan has suffered significant losses, what do you plan to do next? Li Jiao raitarata. I don't know. I hadn't thought about it. I never expected them to be defeated, Chun-Pei murmured. Your parents are gone, then? Yes, I have no parents left. No, I still have my sister. Chun-Pei's eyes suddenly sparkled. Yes, he still had his sister. With Long Yu and the rest defeated, he could return to find her. He must take good care of her. He had neglected her far too long as her brother. So, do you intend to return to find your sister? Feng Qi inquired. Clan leader Feng, thank you for sparing my life. Attacking the Feng clan was never my intention. They threatened my sister. Regardless, I share in the blame. I apologize. Chun-Pei bowed deeply. Rise, do not blame yourself, child. You're still recovering. Rest for a couple of days before returning. Chun-Pei smiled faintly, saying, Clan leader Feng, to speak candidly, I have little time left. I must hurry to find my sister and arrange for her future. Are you referring to the time limit due to the poison? Feng Xiao interjected. How did you know? Chun-Pei looked at Feng Xiao in astonishment. My little female has already detoxified you. Check your body. Chun-Pei focused on his body, realizing that the piercing pain had dissipated, and he noticed his wounds had healed. My little female detoxified you. Her first and fifth beast husbands healed your wounds. Thank you. Chun-Pei bowed once more. Upon witnessing Long Yixiang's defeat, he bitterly smiled, realizing that this time, he truly faced death. Without Long Yixiang's antidote, he could not survive much longer. However, the poison that had tormented him for a decade was suddenly alleviated by a mere female. Alleviated, he would no longer suffer from such heart-wrenching agony. His emotions surged wildly throughout the day, and tears instantly welled up in his eyes. He pondered whether he needed to do something to repay their life-saving kindness. After much deliberation, he spoke. Feng Xiao, thank you all for saving me. I wonder what I can do to repay your kindness. Who said you need to repay anything? To be honest, you saved my life once, and now my little female has saved you. If anyone owes a debt, it is I who owe her. So you need not worry. Feng Xiao reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Now you need not fret about how much longer you can live. Feng Qi teased him. Chun-Pei smiled awkwardly. Feng clan leader, thank you for your concern. I still wish to return early to see my sister. We have not seen each other for 10 years, and I am very worried about her. All right, then I will find a few male beastmen to accompany you back. What if you need help? No. Feng clan leader, I have already troubled you enough. Observing the situation, Feng Xiao quietly asked Li Jiao, sister, should we accompany him? The sparkle in her eyes was full of anticipation. Li Jiao also wished to see the seaside, so she spoke up. If you don't mind, may we visit your tribe? Chun-Pei was taken aback, not expecting this little female to want to accompany him to the Longzhu. He was so astonished that he could not find his voice. Is that all right, Chun-Pei? Feng Xiao shook his arm, bringing the dazed Chun-Pei back to reality. Yes, you are welcome. Then let us go. Off we go. The group set off on their grand journey to the Longzhu, with Chun-Pei's heart brimming with expectation and joy. He was grateful for Feng Xiao's companionship and looked forward to reuniting with his sister. Chun-Pei invited everyone to ride on his back, and they swiftly arrived at the seaside. However, as he gazed at the vast ocean, he suddenly felt troubled. The Longzhu had lived in the water since childhood, but how would the little female and her beastmen descend into the sea? Li Jiao noticed his concern and smiled brightly at him. Do not worry about us. We have our ways. She produced water avoidance pills and distributed them to everyone. These pills were time-based. One pill would last a day, allowing them to enter and exit the water countless times. On land, one would feel nothing, but upon entering the water, a transparent shield would envelop them. Once prepared, they all entered the water, led by Chun-Pei, and soon reached their tribe. The Longzhu tribe was vast, with the Beastmen living quite scattered. Relying on his memory, Chun-Pei frantically searched throughout the Longzhu territory, his heart filled with anxiety and unease. He meticulously searched every corner and cave, hoping to find any trace of his sister. However, as time slipped away, his hopes gradually diminished. Just as he entertained fantasies that his sister might simply be out playing, he overheard two tribeswomen conversing around a corner. Ah, that child Chun-Pei is truly pitiful. Having suffered for so many years, and still unaware that his sister she has long since passed away. What? She has died? The words struck him like a bolt from the blue, plunging him into a chasm of despair. Aunties, what did you just say? Chun-Pei suddenly appeared before the two women, startling them. Oh, it's Chun-Pei. We weren't saying anything. I didn't hear clearly. What happened to my sister Qin-Shi? Alas, to speak the truth, your sister. She was killed by Long Yu and the others long ago. This news was like a dagger to his heart, filling him with unbearable grief. He could not accept this cruel reality. His sister was the closest person to him in this world. Impossible. This cannot be. Long Yixiang gave me something of my sister's just last year. I can still smell her scent. Chun-Pei's gaze became hollow and vacant, standing there as if devoid of a soul. His heart was filled with self-reproach and regret. If only he and T made such foolish decisions back then, perhaps all of this could have been avoided. Silly child. That was something Long Yixiang had kept for many years. One of the aunts said, unable to bear witnessing Chun-Pei's state. Auntie, do you know where my sister's remains are? The dazed Chun-Pei murmured. At the underwater ravine. Thank you, Auntie. Chun-Pei numbly bowed and swam towards the underwater ravine. Chapter 104. A turn of events. Qin-Shi is not dead. The underwater ravine was far from the tribe. It was a large fissure created by an underwater earthquake. No one knew how deep it was. They swam for a long time. Finally, they reached the edge of the ravine. Looking down, it was a pitch-black abyss, unfathomable. Feng Xiao felt a twinge of fear and uncertainly asked, Chun-Pei, those two tribespeople wouldn't be deceiving you, would they? It's far too deep. We can't see anything. How will we search? Chun-Pei turned to face Feng Xiao and the others. Once again, he bowed in gratitude and declared with conviction, regardless of whether what they said is true or not. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I must go and take a look. Feng Xiao, thank you for accompanying me on this journey. And thank you all for not uttering a word of complaint while helping me search. The next phase may be dangerous. I cannot allow you to accompany me any further. You should return, but knowing you might encounter danger, how can we just leave you behind? That would not be what friends do. Li Jiao observed Feng Xiao wanting to assist him, yet conflicted by Chun-Pei's warning of danger, her brows furrowed in distress as she spoke. However, sister, Chun-Pei is right. It is too dark and perilous below. I cannot let you take such a risk. Perhaps I should accompany him myself. I will do my best to ensure my safety. Feng Xiao tightly grasped Li Jiao's hand. Have you forgotten what I possess? Li Jiao winked at him. Do you not understand? Jiao is worried about you concerning Chun-Pei. If you go alone, she will also be uneasy. Going together allows us to look out for one another. He explained to Feng Xiao from the side. Sister, you are truly wonderful. Wu Feng Xiao hugged Li Jiao tightly, planting a fervent kiss on her forehead. Chun-Pei, observing from the side, felt his face flush. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. What would it feel like to embrace such a delicate and soft little female? As the thought emerged, he scolded himself for his shamelessness. Finding his sister's remains was of utmost importance, and he should not entertain such notions. Meanwhile, Chu Yu and the others exchanged knowing glances, having recognized the sparkle in Chun-Pei's eyes. All right, once Chun-Pei's matter is resolved, the sky's the limit. We shall have everything that flies, runs, and swims. Just as the group prepared to depart, Li Jiao suddenly called out, Wait, I need to prepare some things. Saying this, she purchased several searchlights from the shop, handing one to each of them. When she placed the light on Chun-Pei's head, his face turned crimson. Stammering, he said, Little female, I can do it myself. You might not be able to manage it. Let me help. Li Jiao smiled at him, making Chun-Pei feel as if his heart might melt. Such a gentle little female. Li Jiao's hands moved around to the back of his head to fasten the clip, and the unique fragrance emanating from her enveloped Chun-Pei's senses, causing his face to burn like fire. Suddenly, a wave crashed over them, and Li Jiao was pushed toward Chun-Pei. Feng Xiao, closest to Li Jiao. was about to reach out to catch her when he saw that Chunpei had already swiftly steadied her. All right. Even this fool has noticed the change in Chunpei's gaze. They discreetly refrained from approaching further. Are you all right? Chunpei asked, filled with concern. Fortunately, you caught me in time. Otherwise, I would have been swept away by the wave. Thank you, Chunpei. No need for thanks. Chunpei, with a flushed face, dared not meet Li Jiao's gaze. Could you please let go of me for now? Your spotlight is not properly adjusted, she remarked, lifting her hands that were being held. Oh, my apologies, it was unintentional, he replied. I understand. No need to be anxious, Li Jiao said with a sweet smile. If the moment had been more opportune, she would have boldly asserted herself. Family, who understands? A pure-hearted little Bai Long, blushing and adorably gazing at you, struck directly at Li Jiao's heart. Ready? Let's proceed, Chunpei instructed. Little female, stay behind me. Should any danger arise, I can swiftly guide you away. All right. As the spotlight flickered on, the surroundings illuminated brightly, as if it were day. Chunpei led them downstream. After a considerable time, instead of finding Chun-Shi's remains, they stumbled upon an ancient and hidden Dragon Clan relic within a crevice of the seabed. It turned out that things were not as simple as they appeared on the surface. Who goes there? A sudden shout echoed from around the corner. Chunpei and the others turned to look. The blinding light from the spotlight caused several individuals to squint and raise their arms to shield their eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Chunpei launched an attack. Feng Xiao and the others also initiated their strikes. Out of the corner of his eye, Chunpei noticed Chuyu shielding Li Jiao in his embrace, shaking off his arm and engaging in combat. After years of pent-up frustration, he finally had the chance to showcase his abilities. The guard stationed below, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. A dozen guards were no match for Chunpei. No one had anticipated that he would find his way here one day. Thus, the remaining guards were not particularly formidable. After dispatching the guards, Chunpei and his companions spread out to assess their surroundings. Chunpei, come look. Li Jiao and Chuyu had discovered a little female bound to a wooden frame. The little female's face was pale, devoid of any vitality. Uncertain if this was Chunpei's sister, Li Jiao quickly summoned him over. Upon arrival, Chunpei beheld the figure ensnared by thorny vines. See. Initially, he was elated that it was not a corpse, but upon realizing that the bound individual showed no signs of life, tears began to flow uncontrollably. See. Chunpei choked back his emotions, hesitant to approach. Li Jiao exchanged a glance with Feng Xiao, who cautiously moved forward to investigate. Gently probing the little female's nose with her finger, she carefully assessed her condition. There is still breath. Chunpei, your sister is alive, Feng Xiao exclaimed, leaping in excitement. Trembling, Chunpei stepped forward, wishing to free Chun-Shi, but the multitude of thorny vines left him at a loss for how to proceed. He stood there, helplessly watching Chun-Shi, tears streaming down his face. Li Jiao felt immense pain for him. When Chunpei was forced to attack the Feng clan, had he also been imprisoned in such a manner? Observing the rigid thorns on Chun-Shi's body, Li Jiao too began to weep. In that moment, witnessing Chunpei's helplessness, she could no longer hold back and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Do not fear, I will rescue your sister. You will no longer have to worry. You shall not endure this kind of life again. Chunpei could utter no words. His sorrowful cries of regret, guilt, and fury echoed throughout the depths of the crevice. Chuyu and Wang Yuan employed their wood-based abilities, extracting the thorns from Chun-Shi one by one. Though they were careful, each extraction caused her body to shudder on the wooden frame. Countless times, they wondered if any elixirs could alleviate Chun-Shi's pain. An anesthetic pill should suffice. Quickly, procure a few to try, Li Jiao urged as she administered the medicine to Chun-Shi. As Chuyu and Wang Yuan continued to remove the thorns, Chun-Shi showed no further reaction. The two hastened their efforts, and once the thorns were removed, they promptly tended to her wounds. Li Jiao, still anxious, even procured a resurrection pill for Chun-Shi. At last, after a long and arduous endeavor, Chun-Shi's complexion appeared less ashen. Chunpei gathered Chun-Shi into his arms, attempting to provide her warmth. Finally, after a lengthy wait, Chun-Shi slowly opened her eyes. Chapter 105. Rushing to meet death for the first time. Brother, I must be dreaming. How could you be here? Chun-Shi murmured weakly to herself. Shi looked closely. It is your brother. I came late. I am so sorry. Chunpei exclaimed, his joy apparent upon seeing her awaken. Initially closing her eyes again, Chun-Shi opened them once more, uncertain, and gazed at him. Feeling the warmth radiating from Chun-Pei, she asked again, "Brother, is that really you?" "Yes, she. It is your brother. I am sorry for your suffering." "Oh, brother, why did you take so long to come?" "They locked me up here, beat me, denied me food, and pricked me with thorns. It hurts so much. I am sorry, she. I had no idea they treated you so cruelly. I apologize for my inability to rescue you sooner. However, rest assured, those black dragons have been defeated, and they will no longer torment us." The siblings embraced, weeping profusely. Li Jiao led the Beastmen a short distance away, granting the siblings privacy to converse. Chu Yu and Chu He stood guard over Li Jiao, while the other 5 surveyed the area, finding no signs of further abnormalities. Meanwhile, Chun-Pei and Chun-Shi had calmed significantly. Chun-Pei approached them, cradling his sister. "Chun-Pei, nothing seems out of the ordinary here. Let us depart." "All right. I will forever remember everything you have done for me. I hope to repay you all someday. Hey, what do you think about becoming our brothers?" Feng Xiao jovially invited. Chun-Pei glanced at Li Jiao before quickly averting his gaze. "Feng Xiao, do not jest. How could a little female ever look my way?" he thought. Chun-Shi observed her brother's reddened face and seemed to grasp something in an instant. Chun-Pei led the group back to their former home, which had long been abandoned and was now in disrepair. "We should perhaps return to our Feng clan tribe and wait until your sister's wounds heal a bit before rebuilding the beast den," Feng Xiao suggested hesitantly. "I believe Feng Xiao's proposal is quite reasonable." Wang Yikai agreed. "Alternatively, we could leave 2 individuals behind to assist Chun-Pei," Hu Jintian proposed. "I think not. You are unfamiliar with this area. If any Dragon Clan members cause you trouble while we are away, it would be difficult to manage." Li Jiao countered after some consideration. "Indeed, the Dragon Clan is in disarray with countless casualties. It is not suitable to linger here." Chu He analyzed the current situation. "Then, we must trouble Feng Xiao to accommodate us for a while longer." "No problem. Furthermore, we need to return and deal with Long Yu and his sons." Just as they prepared to surface, they suddenly heard a little female calling out, "Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao, is that really you? Have you come to find me?" Li Jiao followed the voice and saw a stout little female, theatrically wringing her fingers while gazing at Feng Xiao. "All right, theatrical is the only word on my mind right now," she thought. "What are you saying? Please, do not utter such distasteful words. Who knows you?" Feng Xiao retorted, involuntarily shivering. "Feng Xiao, it is me, Long Lan. How could you speak to me like that?" Long Lan huffed, tossing her head and stamping her foot. Suddenly, she noticed the white figure behind the group. Unsure, she called out little by long, "What brings you here?" "Oh yes, Feng Xiao, why are you here? Where are my father and brothers?" Long Lan then realized something was amiss. Her father and brothers were supposed to be attacking the Feng clan, so how could Feng Xiao be present? "This is strange. They are dead," Feng Xiao stated expressionlessly. "You lie. They are so formidable. How could they possibly be dead?" Long Lan shouted vehemently. "Why else would we be here?" Long Lan cannot fathom the reason for Feng Xiao's presence, claiming to be searching for her, yet she is acutely aware of the improbability of such a notion. Could it truly be as Feng Xiao suggested? No, that is impossible. They are far too formidable. The entire Long clan stands no chance against them. By Long, pray tell, what has become of my father and brothers? Chun-Pei gazed coldly at her, remaining silent. Upon witnessing the Long family, a fire of indignation surged within Chun-Pei, threatening to overwhelm him. Li Jiao gently tugged at him, and in an instant, the wrath in his mind diminished significantly. "Let us depart," Li Jiao declared, and everyone complied obediently. Just as they were about to leave, Long Lan swiftly swam in front of them, blocking their path. "Halt! Did I permit you to leave?" Feng Xiao was amused by the audacity. "Who do you think you are? Do you truly believe you can obstruct us? Who is that beside you?" Long Lan pouted, gesturing towards Li Jiao. Feng Xiao wrapped her arms around Li Jiao and planted a kiss on her cheek. "What do you think? You all, you intend to provoke me, do you not?" Long Lan shouted at Li Jiao in exasperation. Li Jiao regarded her with an expression of disbelief. "Are you all right? If you are unwell, perhaps you should seek medical attention. You have stolen my Feng Xiao, and now you dare flaunt your superiority before me? I shall end you." With that, Long Lan transformed into her beast form and charged at Li Jiao. Feng Xiao encircled Li Jiao's waist, retreating slightly. Li Jiao patted Feng Xiao's hand. "Ah Xiao, let go of me. I have yet to experience a fight. Allow me to try today." "No. What if you sustain injuries? How could that happen? You are unaware of the prowess of your little female. Command them not to intervene." With that, she pried Feng Zhao's hands away and rushed towards Long Lan, aware that her beast form would not match Long Lan's strength. Li Jiao opted to remain in her human form for the battle. She drew a crossbow from her space and aimed it at Long Lan, loosing a fierce volley. Li Jiao's arrows flew swiftly and accurately. She deliberately avoided targeting vital areas, unleashing 50 bolts that embedded themselves densely into Long Lan's body. "Ah, you wretched creature!" Initially intending to cease her assault, Li Jiao was provoked by Long Lan's vicious insults and retrieved another 50 arrows. "I warn you, utter another foul word, and these shall also find their mark upon your body. You vile creature, you are so cruel. Feng Zhao will never favor you." Ignoring her incessant prattling, Li Jiao shot the remaining arrows into Long Lan's form. Long Lan writhed in agony within the water, and at that moment, Feng Zhao felt compelled to exclaim, "My sister is truly formidable. I adore her. I cherish my little female, just as she is." Infuriated and humiliated, Long Lan attempted to charge at Li Jiao, but Chuyu intervened just in time, summoning seaweed to bind Long Lan securely. "I had no desire to engage with you, yet you insisted on seeking your demise, and now you shall reap the consequences." Li Jiao whispered to Long Lan. Pulling the arrows from her body one by one, Long Lan emitted a wail akin to a slaughtered pig. "Li Jiao, you bind her mouth with seaweed. It is unbearably loud." "Very well." The seaweed effectively sealed Long Lan's lips, and in an instant, the world fell silent. Once Li Jiao extracted all the arrows, she swam before Long Lan and declared, "This is merely 1,000th of the suffering you have imposed upon Chun Pei and Chun Shi. You ought to be grateful that your father and brothers share the burden alongside you." "You? What do you mean? My father and brothers are not dead." "They were not dead before, but upon our return to the Feng clan, that may no longer hold true. Allow me to remind you. Prepare their graves post-haste." Chapter 106. Repaying Kindness with Kindness. Having spoken, she disregarded Long Lan and led her group back to the Feng clan. Upon seeing that everyone had returned safely and that Chun Pei's sister had been rescued, Feng Qi felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Rest well. You have all endured much recently." Feng Qi addressed the crowd. "Father, where Long Yu and his sons detained?" Feng Xiao inquired. Recalling Li Jiao's words during their time in the Long clan that they would deal with Long Yu upon their return. "They're confined outside the tribe. They cannot enter, and we fear unforeseen circumstances should they attempt to do so." "Indeed, Father has arranged everything meticulously," Li Jiao praised at an opportune moment. "By the way, Jiao, the tribe has implemented a defensive barrier, so safety is no longer a concern. However, the young females and cubs within the tribe cannot exit. Is there a solution to this? I've been so busy these past few days that I completely overlooked this matter." Li Jiao said, producing loyalty pills, strength pills, and breeding pills. "Father, this is the loyalty pill. Any beastman who consumes it will remain loyal to the tribe for a lifetime, and every individual must partake in it. This is the strength pill, which can enhance the physical constitution of the young cubs. This is the breeding pill. You may inquire among the young females in the tribe, if any wish to conceive. As long as they have consumed the pills, they will be permitted to enter the tribe freely." "Ah, excellent. Thank you, Beast God. Thank you, Jiao. I express my gratitude on behalf of the tribe. I shall summon the cubs and young females at once." "Sister, does this breeding pill enable one to conceive?" "Indeed. After cohabitation, consuming it will allow for pregnancy. So, our tribe's population will not dwindle?" Feng Xiao exclaimed in delight. "Precisely. You are quite astute. Henceforth, the number of beastmen in the Feng clan will flourish like that of the Hu tribe." Li Jiao pinched his cheek. "I shall take Chun Pei and Chun Shi to see where Long Yu and his sons are confined. I will await Father and the others here. I shall accompany you." Chu Yi stepped forward. Li Jiao nodded, understanding Chu Yi's motivations, for his space contained the thorny vines they had retrieved from the seabed. She had witnessed him collecting them. Such an observant beastman. He shall be rewarded handsomely tonight. Feng Xiao led the group out. Long Yu and his 3 sons were barely clinging to life. Feng Xiao waved his hand, dismissing the guards. Chun Pei and Chun Shi's eyes were bloodshot, fixed intently on the architect of their misfortune. Their bodies trembled with rage, their hatred burning like a fierce flame. Were it not for them, they and their sister would have grown up in a happy, healthy, and harmonious family. Feng Xiao grasped Chun Pei's arm tightly. Chun Pei remained calm. "Such individuals are not worth our hands being sullied. Chu He retrieved several thorny vines from his space and approached Long Yu and his sons. Long Yixiang's complexion turned pale upon seeing the thorny vines in Chu He's hands. He was all too aware of the agony that awaited should these vines pierce their flesh. He had suffered a similar fate when he first encountered these vines, a memory that remained etched in his mind. Feng Xiao understood Chu He's motives for following them. Chu He handed the thorny vines to Chen Pei. Jiao mentioned that the best way to deal with enemies is to repay them in kind, allowing them to experience the suffering you have endured over the years. Chen Pei approached Long Yu, his voice icy. You once sweet-talked and deceived me into poisoning my father and mother. I was too foolish to see through your sinister machinations. For all these years, you have continued to lie to me, claiming you did nothing to my sister. When I found her, she was on the brink of death. Is this what you call doing nothing to her? Long Yu, you are despicable. Your entire family is vile. You all deserve to perish. Today, I shall employ the same method against you, allowing you to feel how we have endured all these years. With that, he swung the thorny vines, lashing them towards Long Yu as if they were whips. The sound of the wind howled as the vines whipped through the air. As the thorny vines extended and retracted, they swiftly carved a long gash into Long Yu's flesh. With another lash, Long Yu's already burned skin became a gruesome sight, blood and flesh intertwined. Chen Pei concentrated his fury on Long Yu and Long Yixiang. Soon, the two of them fell silent and fainted. At that moment, a Feng Shouren appeared outside, holding something in hand. Is there something wrong? Feng Xiao inquired. Xiao Zhujiang, the Tian Nu asked me to deliver this, saying it should be dissolved in water and then dipped with the thorn vine to enhance its effectiveness. Chen Pei was taken aback. He had initially worried that his current demeanor might leave a cruel impression on the little female. Little did he expect that this action from her would truly bring tears to one's eyes. I have never tormented you. Chen Pei, don't hit me. Despite his weakness, Long Air Fei shouted with all his might. Chewy stuffed several pieces of bee skin into their mouths to silence them. Too noisy. Chen Pei spared none. The thorn vine dipped in salt water stung their skin, adding to the experience. Long Yu and Long Yixiang were given special attention, alternating between fainting and waking. Ultimately, they could no longer withstand it and collapsed to the ground. Feng Xiao checked their nostrils and found them lifeless. Chen Pei and Chen Shi looked at their bodies, and the resentment that had accumulated for a decade seemed to dissipate in an instant. The siblings exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they saw a shared sense of relief and joy. Shi, we have finally avenged father and mother, as well as ourselves. Brother, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you back then. It is I who owe you an apology. If I had not been so foolish and committed such silly acts, we would not have endured these hardships, and father and mother would not have perished. Brother, let it go. They were the ones who were too wicked. They exploited you, and you need not shoulder all the blame. Shi, thank you for still being willing to forgive me. Chen Pei embraced Chen Shi tightly. All right, from now on, things will surely get better for you. Let us not dwell on the past. Feng Xiao interjected to lighten the mood. Yes, we should rejoice in avenging our great grievance. Feng Xiao, everything you have done for us siblings, I will forever cherish. Then consider joining our family. Let us become true brothers. I fear that little female may not like me. I possess no merits. Who says? My brother is so handsome. The little female will surely be captivated by his charm. Even Jiao will definitely like you. Brother, be more confident. Shi, do you truly think so? Yes. Chen Shi nodded earnestly. Then I shall give it a try. Chapter 107. Congratulations. Another member joins the Beast Husband Army. Go on, brother. I am sure you will succeed. Chen Shi encouraged Chen Pei. Gulme, let me tell you what my sister likes, so you can cater to her preferences. Feng Xiao pulled Chen Pei back. Chui watched their retreating figures, his gaze darkening. It seems his family is about to welcome another member. Passing by the guards at the entrance, Feng Xiao instructed, burn and bury those corpses inside. Yes, Xiao Zhujiang, my little female enjoys beautiful things. Beautiful things, Chen Pei murmured, suddenly struck by inspiration. What about pearls? Not bad, not bad. Your mind works quickly. Feng Xiao beamed with pride. Then let us hurry. I shall accompany you. We are leaving now? Chen Pei clearly did not expect Feng Xiao to be so decisive. Indeed, the longer we wait, the more dreams we may have. The sooner we go, the sooner we return. Once Chen Pei and his sister became mates, he could join them and walk alongside his sister. Heaven knows how much he had longed to try this after seeing the other beast husbands strolling together. Feng Xiao led Chen Pei, and they set off without delay. They soon arrived at the seaside, where Feng Xiao swallowed a water-repelling pill and plunged into the water with Chunpei. The seabed was abundant with pearls and splendid red corals. They filled 2 beast skins to the brim with treasures and returned to shore. Well, they spread the pearls on a piece of laid-out beast skin and began discussing how to craft jewelry. Feng Xiao took out a book, which he had previously borrowed from Li Jiao, titled The Complete Guide to Jewelry Making. He diligently selected suitable pearls according to the methods described in the book, slicing the soft and resilient beast skin into thin strands. They carefully drilled holes in the pearls, threaded them, and crafted a stunning necklace. Chunpei, following the book's illustrations, selected several larger pearls to create an exquisite bracelet, along with a matching pair of earrings and a ring. They toiled until nightfall before returning. Upon arrival, they discovered that Li Jiao had already gone to rest, and accompanying her that night was Chu He. Feng Xiao felt indifferent, yet Chunpei appeared dejected, his small ears drooping. Had it not been for the hardness of his dragon horns, Feng Xiao suspected they would droop as well. No worries. My sister is unaware that we want to prepare gifts for her. Moreover, it is customary in our family to take turns. I have yet to ask you, do you like my sister? Do not let my encouragement sway you. I'm not sure. To be honest, Feng Xiao, aside from my sister, I have never been so close to any other little female, so I cannot determine if my feelings for Jiao are affection. Chunpei raised his bewildered gaze, staring intently at Feng Xiao. Let me think of a solution. Tomorrow, I shall take you around our tribe for a couple of rounds. You can see if you blush and your heart races upon meeting other little females. That sounds like a plan. Then you should return to rest. I will come to find you tomorrow morning. Chunpei departed. Feng Xiao glanced back at Li Jiao's beast den before heading to rest as well. Inside the beast den, Jiao, I shall take you for a bath. The water temperature has been adjusted. Li Jiao set aside her book and smiled charmingly at Chu He. Thank you, He. Chu He squinted his eyes, casting a dangerous glance at Li Jiao. Jiao, what are you thanking me for? There is much to be grateful for. Thank you for taking care of me during the journey, for shielding me in times of danger, for entertaining the little ones alone these past few days, and for the little gift you prepared for me. I truly adore that hairpin. Thank you for bringing back the thorn vine. Chu He felt a warmth in his heart. It turned out that everything he had done was known to her. I feel like I love you more and more. What should I do? My heart is filled with you. Nonsense. You have so many beast husbands. Each occupies a space in your heart. I suspect I only hold a small corner. Though he spoke lightly, Chu He felt warmth within. However, the tears evoked by Li Jiao's words were teetering on the brink of falling. Li Jiao took Chu He's hand and placed it on her chest. Feel for yourself. Is this heart not filled with you? Chu He's hand grazed a softness, and in Li Jiao's bright eyes, he saw his own reflection. Chu He lowered his head tenderly and kissed Li Jiao's rosy lips. Sweet breaths flowed between them, leaving only the sounds of their heavy breathing and the gentle flow of water in the beast den. The next morning, Chu He massaged Li Jiao's sore waist. Li Jiao shot him a resentful glance. You exhausted me last night. Chu He chuckled softly. Who was it that kept calling for brother in my ear? It was not me. Li Jiao shyly buried her head in Chu He's embrace. No, it was not Jiao, it was me, Jiao. Do continue to tease me. As he spoke, he guided Li Jiao's small hand downward. Sister, are you awake? Feng Xiao called from outside, interrupting their flirtatious atmosphere. What is it? Li Jiao inquired. I have something for you. Oh, then wait a moment. Chu He helped Li Jiao get dressed while stealing a few more playful touches, causing her legs to weaken. Li Jiao playfully slapped him. Feng Xiao is still outside. We can all come together. As Li Jiao stepped outside, she saw Chunpei and Feng Xiao standing together, holding 2 bee skin bags. Xiao, what is this? Sister, open it and see. Feng Xiao joyfully handed the animal skin pouch to Li Jiao. Upon seeing the gifts prepared for her, Li Jiao was filled with elation. Her spirit seemingly lifted into the air. How splendid! A myriad of colors, various designs, and styles. She selected an entire set, adorning herself with a necklace, bracelet, earrings, and a ring, radiating an enchanting glow. Thank you all. These ornaments are simply exquisite. Li Jiao smiled at them, her warmth akin to the sun in spring. Chunpei could only observe the delicate movements of her rosy lips, yet the sound of her voice eluded him, his mind consumed by the rhythmic thumping of his own heart. Sister, all these pearls were gathered by Chunpei and me together. He even painstakingly drilled each one and strung them together. Indeed, his craftsmanship is remarkable. I adore them. Thank you for the gifts. Feng Xiao nudged Chun Pei with her shoulder, signaling him to speak up. Regaining his composure, Chun Pei took a few deep breaths and summoned his courage to say, Jiao Jiao, I wish to be your beast husband. Is that all right? Li Jiao Jiao remained silent, gazing at him for a while before finally asking, Do you like me? Chun Pei nodded vigorously. Earlier that day, Feng Xiao had taken him around the entire Feng clan, but he noticed that none of the other young females looked at Li Jiao Jiao with the same feeling. At last, Chun Pei was certain that his feelings for Li Jiao Jiao were indeed love. Every one of her expressions would be etched in his memory. If this was not love, then what could it possibly be? Then, welcome to our family. Chapter 108. Bonding with Chun Pei Jiao Jiao. You agreed? With such a handsome young man professing his feelings, how could she possibly refuse? Li Jiao Jiao Sumilat Ayuringli. Kaptibating Shen Pei's Gaza. So, when does Chun Pei wish to bond? Before he could even voice his question, Li Jiao Jiao readily replied, Let's seek the shaman to bond right now. All right. Chun Pei was overjoyed. Suddenly, a multitude of voices erupted. Ding. Host, the system has detected the awakened abilities of the Beastman. What is happening? Is this real? Why has it appeared so suddenly? Where is it? Li Jiao Jiao was taken aback. We are very close. Other details are currently unknown. No further information? None. I was planning to leave a surprise for Li Jiao Jiao. Hearing this, Li Jiao Jiao pouted. Inside the shaman's cave of the Feng clan, greetings, esteemed shaman. We kindly request you to engrave a symbol for us. Fair maiden, please take a seat. What do you wish it to be engraved? Li Jiao Jiao Kuntamplata. Let it be on my collarbone. The shaman's skill was exceptional, crafting a small dragon that appeared to be resting upon her collarbone. Together with the phoenix mark nestled between her collarbones, it looked truly magnificent. Chun Pei took Li Jiao Jiao to the mountaintop to watch the sunset. His slender fingers rested over the soft fur of the little white rabbit on his heart, and as he gazed up at the sky, a warm current surged within him. Father, mother, do you see? I have found my happiness. Seeing the redness in his eyes, Li Jiao Jiao tenderly embraced him. If you wish to cry, then cry, she softly reassured him. Her gentle voice soothed the myriad wounds in Chun Pei's heart accumulated over the past decade. He had never imagined that such a day of happiness would come to him. Resting his head on Li Jiao Jiao's lap, he asked Jiao Jiao, Is all of this real? Am I not dreaming? I want to wake up to find myself back in that cold, dark dungeon, will I? Every day spent there was filled with despair and pain. I have contemplated ending it all countless times. Yet I also imagined the day I might escape, leaving Shishi all alone without anyone to care for her. I fear that the beast god would not accept me, a person who harmed their own parents. As Chun Pei spoke, hot tears fell one by one onto Li Jiao Jiao's lap, igniting her heart with warmth. Chun Pei, it is all real, not a dream. When you awaken tomorrow, everything will still be here. It will not vanish. You have suffered in the past, but we shall not speak of those unhappy days again. From now on, we will be very happy and joyful. Shishi will also find her happiness and will live well. The beast god will not blame you. You acted without malice. You were merely manipulated by wicked individuals. Do not bear the burden of guilt alone. It is not worth it. Jiao Jiao, I was just thinking, perhaps the past 10 years have been so harsh that the beast god sent you to my side. Chun Pei choked on his words. Surely that is the case. From now on, we shall live well. You have already interacted with several of the beast husbands at home. They are all easy to get along with. Li Jiao Jiao spoke softly, sharing many comforting words. Chun Pei offered no response, and when Li Jiao Jiao glanced down, she saw the unnatural flush on his pale face. Reaching out to touch his forehead, she realized with alarm, Oh dear, he has a fever. Chun Pei, Li Jiao Jiao called softly, but the man on her lap showed no response. Let us go. Li Jiao Jiao brought Chun Pei into her space. Recently, countless upgrades had stealthily enhanced the space to version 20, allowing movement within a radius of 50 kilometers. The distance from the mountaintop to the tribe could be covered in just 2 moves. With this thought, Li Jiao Jiao first moved once to the base of the mountain, then entered the space to move again to the entrance of the beast cave. Seeing Li Jiao Jiao suddenly appear, Chu Yu and Wang Yuan, who were playing with the cubs, were startled. Jiao Jiao, weren't you out playing with Chun Pei? How did you appear so suddenly? Where is Chun Pei? He is in the space, she said, bringing out the feverish, unconscious Chun Pei. Chu He, who had heard the commotion, hurriedly caught Chun Pei, his expression darkening. What happened to Chunpei? If Jiao did not possess these abilities, what would happen if he fainted and left her alone? He has a fever. Ah Xiao, please fetch the shaman. All right. Ah Xiao cast a worried glance at Chunpei and quickly ran to find a shaman. Before long, the shaman arrived. Chunpei's tense nerves finally relaxed, and his body could no longer withstand it. I will first bring down his temperature. Feng Xiao brought a basin of warm water and meticulously wiped down Chunpei's body. As Li Jiao undid his animal skin skirt, her heart ached at the sight of his emaciated frame, tears streaming down her face. It's all right, Jiao. I will prepare delicious meals for him every day to help him regain his strength. Hu Jinhai comforted her, gently wiping away her tears. Do not cry. If you keep crying, you will turn into a little flower-faced cat. Ahai. Chunpei has truly suffered too much. Yes, from now on, we will all be his family, and we will get along well with him. Wang Yikai soon finished preparing the medicine. After administering a bowl of the concoction and wiping him down a few more times by midnight, his temperature had finally lowered a bit. She was worried about Chunpei, but Li Jiao assured her that with so many of them around, they could take good care of him. Sister Jiao, I feel that my brother is very fortunate to have met you. Meeting you all is also my good fortune. Shi, have you ever considered becoming a shaman? Your brother is very concerned about your future. I was thinking, if you have an interest in healing others, you could learn from the shamans of the Feng clan for a few years. Alternatively, when we return to the Hu clan tribe after some time, you could also study with the shamans there. Sister Jiao, can I really? Chunxi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Of course. You are so clever, and I see you have a natural talent for this. As long as you are willing to put in the effort to learn, you will surely succeed. Once you are trained and return to the Dragon Clan, there will be a place for you. Then, in that case, my brother will not need to worry about me. Li Jiao observed Chunxi as she perused the medical books laid out on the table during her free time, and after reading through them twice, she could correctly identify many similar herbs. Given time, Li Jiao firmly believes that Chunxi will undoubtedly become an exceptional shaman. Regardless of whether she resides among the Longzhu or alongside them, she will possess her unique skills, ensuring she is not underestimated. Teaching a person to fish is far more valuable than merely giving them fish. By identifying and nurturing one's strengths, the results will surely be magnified. Once her health improves, she will gradually ascend, allowing Chunpei to feel more at ease. Chapter 109. The first encounter with the Panda Beastman. After several days of meticulous care from the Beastman, Chunpei's condition has finally stabilized, with no recurring fevers. Chunpei is no longer in a dazed state. Seeing Chunpei in such severe illness, Chuhi's frustration over his earlier fainting has dissipated. At this moment, he is gently tending to Chunpei's body, observing Chunpei's frail and scarred physique. He feels a surge of compassion. Although his own childhood was fraught with difficulties, it pales in comparison to Chunpei's struggles. As Chunpei opens his eyes, he sees Chuhi attending to him, and his face instantly flushes. Mistaking Chunpei's reddened cheeks for a fever, Chuhi quickly places his hand on Chunpei's forehead, only to find it cool, not hot. Then why is your face so red? Are you embarrassed? We are all beastmen here. There is no need to feel shy. Chunpei, however, feels a tinge of inferiority. Li Jiao's partners are all robust, while he himself is so frail that a gust of wind could sweep him away. Lacking any semblance of the Dragon Clan's might. Understanding the emotions reflected in Chunpei's eyes, Chuhi reassures him, do not worry. Ahai and Xiao excel in cooking. They have devised a tailored diet for you over the past few days. They assure me that within 3 months, you will be as strong as us. Chunpei is momentarily taken aback. In their household, besides Li Jiao, Chuhi's expression is typically stoic, and Chunpei has harbored a bit of fear towards him. Now, hearing him speak so kindly, he begins to question whether he is still dreaming. I will go fetch Jiao. Chuhi says, standing up after tending to Chunpei. Chunpei, you are awake. I have sent a Xiao to summon the shaman. Li Jiao and Chunxi rush in together. Brother, you scared me so much these past few days. Chunxi exclaims, throwing himself into Chunpei's embrace. I apologize for worrying you all and for being such a burden. Chunpei responds. Look at you. Here we go again. Falling ill is not your fault. You need not feel guilty. We are all family. There is no need for embarrassment. Li Jiao feigns a stern expression. I was wrong. I will not say that again. Chunpei quickly apologizes, sensing Li Jiao's irritation. Sitting beside him, Li Jiao holds his hand. I'm not truly angry. I was merely teasing you. I hope you could be less cautious. We are family now. There is no need for such formality. I will gradually change, Jiao Jiao, he replies. Silly boy. Li Jiao gently cradles Qinpei's face and kisses him softly on the lips. Qinpei feels the softness of her lips, his heart swelling with sweetness akin to sipping honey. Meanwhile, Chenxi shyly covers his eyes. Oh, shouldn't the little one step outside? You could choose not to. Li Jiao play fuyi. After the kiss, she refrains from further actions. Come on, my Beastman is all bones. If I were to act coy, it would be too much. Before long, the shaman arrives. After closely inspecting Qinpei's condition, her face relaxes significantly. Qinpei is recovering well. It appears you have taken excellent care of him. Indeed, Jiao Jiao's partners have been diligently looking after my brother, Qinxi adds. We are family, so of course, we care well for one another. Will he need more medicine? Li Jiao inquires of the shaman. Yes, just a few more days. Very well, I shall accompany you to fetch it, she replies, rising to follow the shaman. On their way, Li Jiao mentions her desire to send Qinxi to learn medicine under the shaman's guidance. The shaman readily agrees. I have noticed that child. She possesses considerable talent. Please send her over in a few days. Shaman, I would prefer her to come after some time. She has endured much hardship and has yet to recuperate. I fear she may lack the strength to climb mountains in search of herbs. That is reasonable. We shall wait a while. Upon entering the shaman's cave, they find a chubby Beastman mixing potions inside. Li Jiao is surprised to see another person here, chatting and laughing with the shaman. The melodious sound of her voice reaches the Beastman's ears. Jinrui abruptly turns to see the source of such a sweet voice. What greets him is a petite female with silvery hair, a dainty face, and delicate long ears that accentuate her charm. Jinrui, this is our young clan leader's female. Li Jiao. Jiao. Let me introduce you to my distant relative, Jinrui, who is here for a few days. Oh, a distant relative? Li Jiao Moses. Wondering why this Beastman resembles a panda. Shaman, what clan does this Beastman belong to? Ah, Jinrui is from the Shihi clan. Oh, the Shihi clan? What? The Shihi clan. Host, the Shihi clan are indeed the panda Beastmen. Upon hearing this confirmation, Li Jiao's eyes instantly brighten. Jinrui notices the sudden sparkle in her gaze and instinctively takes a step back, feeling as if she might devour him. Li Jiao, entranced by his adorably trembling black ears, yearns to gently ruffle them. What to do? Oh my, this is a panda Beastman. How utterly adorable. May I touch his fur? She silently screams in excitement. Host, please remain calm. Did you not just become partners with a little white dragon? That does not matter. She retorts. Quickly scan him for me. Scanning initiated. Jinrui, single. 27 years old. Shihi clan Beastman. Very amiable, beast tier. Celestial, abilities, wind, wood, and spatial manipulation. This must be the Beastman you once mentioned who awakened his own abilities. Li Jiao gasps in astonishment. Possessing 3 abilities is incredibly powerful. If all goes as expected, it should be him, the voice replies. Ah! Li Jiao Mantali exclaims. How powerful can one be? Why is he still single at 27? Does he have some physical ailment? Host, he is perfectly healthy, fit, and strong. However, typically, geniuses can be a bit proud. He believes he has yet to meet someone he truly desires. Then he must be meant for me. I simply must win him over. Li Jiao immediately takes a liking to the panda Beastman, Jinrui, with his round physique and striking black and white fur, making it nearly impossible for her to resist the urge to reach out and touch him. Jinrui, noticing her gaze, turns to her with a polite smile, his large, dark circles accentuating his charm. Li Jiao's heart races. Oh my, a national treasure. Caught off guard by a smile, she steps closer, gently stroking Jinrui's fur, savoring its warmth and softness. Jinrui is startled by her boldness. This little female is unusually daring. However, he finds it strange that he does not feel the urge to retreat as he usually would with other females. In fact, he does not mind her touch at all. Suddenly, Li Jiao snaps back to reality, realizing how forward her actions have been. The two lock eyes for a few seconds, as if time itself has come to a standstill. As Li Jiao was about to withdraw her hand from the soft fur, Jinrui swiftly reached out and gently clasped her hand. Chapter 110. Handsome guy. Would you mind becoming my 9th beast husband? Li Jiao attempted to pull her hand back but found herself unable to do so. What does this giant panda mean? Is he interested in me as well? Wow. My charm is indeed formidable. Is it really this easy to win him over? I wonder what this young man holding my hand is thinking. Li Jiao gazed at him curiously. So, after touching me, Are you planning to leave without any sense of responsibility? Intriguing. Well then, Jean Rouet, would you mind being my ninth beast husband? Li Jiao slowly uttered this phrase, sincerely gazing into Jean Rouet's eyes. Jean Rouet was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to make a playful remark to test her. This little female is indeed bold and direct, just to his liking. However, did she say the ninth beast husband? Did he hear that correctly? You mean the ninth beast husband? Jean Rouet hesitantly inquired. Yes, indeed. Jean Rouet was torn. Wasn't she asking for too many beast husbands? He was quite clear that he did not reject her and found her appealing. But the ninth? Isn't that a bit excessive? After waiting so many years, finally meeting a female he admired, yet he could only be the ninth? Even though he had been here for many years, he struggled to accept such a polyandrous arrangement. But if he declined, who knows where he might find another female he doesn't dislike. Moreover, calculating it with 9 beast husbands, he could only spend 3 nights a month with her. After much internal struggle, Jean Rouet spoke. Can a little female give me some time? I need to think it over. All right. Li Jiao looked down at her hand, still firmly held, and shook it gently. Can you let go of my hand now? Oh, of course. Jean Rouet internally berated himself. How embarrassing. The shaman came out with the prepared medicine. Do you need me to carve a mark for you? No need, Granny Shaman. Jean Rouet rejected. I didn't refuse. I just said I would think about it. Jean Rouet quickly clarified. Thinking about it is essentially a refusal, right? Li Jiao turned to him, tears brimming in her eyes, yet she stubbornly held them back, her delicate demeanor making one want to embrace and cherish her. Jean Rouet nervously defended himself. No, I truly didn't refuse. So does that mean you agree? Granny Shaman, let us begin. Li Jiao's face instantly brightened. Saying this, she exposed the spot on her collarbone opposite the dragon's shape. The shaman glanced at Jean Rouet, but did not immediately step forward to carve for Li Jiao. She was well aware of her distant relative's temperament. At this moment, she merely smiled, waiting for Jean Rouet's response. Jean Rouet felt his face flush under the shaman's teasing gaze, closed his eyes, steeled his heart, pulled open his beast hide, and declared to the shaman, please start with mine. Li Jiao was amused by his gallant demeanor. However, as Jean Rouet had his eyes closed, he was unaware of Li Jiao's playful remarks. Granny Shaman, judging by Jean Rouet's expression, it doesn't seem like he's willing. It looks like I'm forcing him. Perhaps we should reconsider? After saying this, she lowered her head, feigning a pitiful appearance. Jean Rouet, who was as tall as Hu Zhenhai, did not notice the smug smile at the corner of Li Jiao's mouth. I am very willing. In fact, I am quite eager. Look at me, my smile reaches my ears. I am quite curious. This is our first meeting, right? You clearly cannot accept that I have so many beast husbands, so why put on such a facade? Li Jiao crossed her arms, observing the person before her with a discerning eye. Despite her own desires, she knew to remain cautious around someone with an unknown background. This person seemed quite peculiar. I can't quite tell. Is there something wrong with him? Host, trust in my abilities. Yet, I still sense a dissonance with him in this world. Host, don't overthink. His records are quite clean. All right, Li Jiao refrained from further conversation with the enigmatic presence. Do you believe in love at first sight? Jean Rouet asked, trying to appear as calm as possible. I do not. How is this little female not following the script? Then I shall speak frankly. I do not like females with so many husbands. I was hoping to find one without a husband. Oh, I mean without beast husbands. But after searching for so many years, I've realized it seems impossible to find a monogamous partner in this world. Jean Rouet's voice grew softer as he spoke. Then he recalled something and added, moreover, the most important thing is that you are the first little female I do not feel aversion to when touched. So although you are offering me the position of the 9th beast husband, which is indeed difficult for me to accept, I still wish to choose you. Jean Rouet thought that Li Jiao hadn't heard his quiet murmurs, or perhaps he assumed the terms he used were foreign to her. However, only Li Jiao understood how shocked she was to hear his words. Jean Rouet used the term husband and mentioned the concept of monogamy, which was utterly inconceivable in the beast world. The inhabitants of this world could not possibly comprehend the notion of husband or possess any awareness of monogamy. Therefore, there was only one possibility. Jean Rouet might also be from the modern world. Can't you tell this person might also be from modern times? He could easily be from Huagua like me. But host, I cannot sense the presence of other systems. Is it possible he has no system at all? After a moment of silence, the enigmatic presence replied, it seems that is not entirely impossible. I need to probe him. Li Jiao decided firmly. Now, the presence asked. Of course not. Since he may also be from the modern world, we cannot reveal too much. Otherwise, it would be suspicious when he notices our modern behaviors. Instead of waiting for the bomb to explode later, it would be better to bind him to me now. Regaining her composure, Li Jiao looked at Jean Rue with a knowing smile. Oh, so you cannot touch other little females. You could say that. Jean Rue felt a shiver at her gaze. Thus, you chose me because you are not physically repulsed by my touch. To be precise, that is the reason. Jean Rue opted for honesty, feeling as if Li Jiao's intense gaze stripped him bare, making his admission of love at first sight sound somewhat insincere. All right, Granny Shaman, please assist us with the marking. Very well. Who would have thought that after so many years of being single, Jean Rue would fall into the hands of Jiao? Haha. Chapter 111. All right, another one brought back. The shaman had excellent skills, carving quickly and painlessly. In no time, the two had marked each other. Li Jiao looked at the panda design on her left collarbone, nodding in satisfaction. All right, let us take the medicine Granny Shaman prepared for my 8th beast husband and go. Li Jiao commanded Jean Rue without hesitation. Jean Rue was still caressing the little rabbit on his chest when he heard Li Jiao's words, hurriedly taking the herbs to follow her. Can I call you Jiao from now on? Li Jiao turned back and smiled at him. Of course. All 7 of my beast husbands call me that. Why 7? Don't you have 8 beast husbands? Because one of them calls me something else. Jean Rue noted with caution. Among so many beast husbands, only that one was special, indicating a significant place in Jiao's heart. Ha! Little did he know that the other simply called her sister due to being younger than her. Soon, Li Jiao and Jean Rue returned to the beast cave. 7 distinct and handsome men are currently in the courtyard, each engaged in various activities. Some are cooking, others are tending to children, some are cleaning, while others are immersed in different crafts. None of them are idling. Jiao, you're back. Wang Yikai inquires. Chu Yu also notices them, and his gaze quickly lands on the slightly open collar of the imposing Beastman behind Jiao, revealing half of a rabbit beast form. Though he cannot see the entirety, Chu Yu recognizes it as Jiao's beast form. His expression dims slightly. They have only been apart for a brief moment, and yet she has returned with another brother. The others also spot the Beastman, following closely behind Jiao. Jiao keenly senses the subtle emotions of her beast husbands, with Chunpei's disappointment being the most pronounced. She approaches him with medicine in hand, saying, Chunpei, this is the new potion the shaman prepared for you. You will need to take it for a while longer. Thank you, Jiao. I appreciate your help. Jiao furrows her brow lightly, sensing jealousy. However, she refrains from saying anything further. Turning around, she pulls Jean Rue to her side and introduces, This is Jean Rue. We just became mates. From now on, we'll be one family. She adds, I have one more thing to say. I will no longer be looking for beast husbands. This is the last one. So, everyone, please lift your heads. It pains me to see you all so downcast. Jiao reflects on her preferred types and styles, feeling that she has gathered quite enough and could not handle more. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the beastmen brightened slightly. All right, Jean Rue, please introduce yourself. Jean Rue, looking at this group of handsome men, internally thinks, this little female certainly has exquisite taste. Clearing his throat as if presenting himself on the first day of a new job, he says, Hello everyone. My name is Jean Rue, a panda beastman from the iron-eating tribe. I'm 27 years old and just fell in love with Jiao at first sight. I hope to integrate into our big family as quickly as possible, so I look forward to your guidance, brothers. Jiao squints at him, convinced he is undoubtedly from the modern world. Listening to his introduction is reminiscent of a new employee reciting a script. There are no older brothers. Chui suddenly interjects without context. Jean Rue looks puzzled. They're all younger than you. Jiao clarifies for him and proceeds to introduce everyone. This is Chu Yu, the young patriarch of the Fox tribe, my first beast husband. This is Chu He, my second beast husband. She continues, introducing each one until she feels slightly parched. Just as she thinks about getting some water, Chu He appears beside her with a cup of warm water. Oh, where's Feng Xiao? Jiao scans the area, but does not see him. Oh, I sent him to inquire with the Feng patriarch to see if someone could be dispatched to our tribes to report our safety. Father and mother must be quite worried about us. Ayu, you are very thoughtful. How could she not love her 2 husbands, who are always so meticulous and considerate? Just then, Feng Xiao returns. Sister, I was just saying I would check to see if you were back. If not, I was going to the shaman to fetch you. I just got back a little while ago, and I brought back another brother. Hu Zhentian gestures towards Jin Rue. Feng Xiao follows his gaze and sees the somewhat clumsy-looking giant also watching him. Hello, I'm Jin Rue, a panda beastman. Feng Xiao. Jin Rue studies Feng Xiao carefully, noting his colorful hair and that, though not the most robust, he is indeed the flashiest of the group. No wonder Jiao treats him differently. Feng Xiao muses, what about my good brother Chen Pei? He is still weak and has not yet been with sister. Does this newcomer intend to cut in line? As the two exchange glances, they hear Hu Zhenhai calling, let us wash our hands and eat. The food is ready. What about the children? Jiao suddenly remembers her offspring. The older ones have gone out to play. Just then, a chorus of chattering voices calls out, Father, Mother. Jin Rue stares in astonishment at the suddenly crowded space. Is this an animal park? Please do not tell him that all these children are Jiaos. Ning Yuan, Xingyu, take your younger siblings to wash your hands. Chuhi instructs. All right, Chuhi father, Ning Yuan replies. Got it, father. Xingyu adds. Suddenly, a voice cries out from the beast inn. Ah, what is the matter? Chuyu quickly rises to check. The others follow suit. Before they can enter, Feng Xiao rushes out, holding something in his hands. Xingyu sees it clearly and exclaims, Feng Xiao father, are you bringing us a dish of bird eggs? Feng Xiao, unable to set the egg down as he holds it with both hands, can only shout, Chuhi brother, your child has tried to eat my little cutie. Chuhi raises his hand, ready to swat Xingyu's little behind, but she quickly runs away, saying, Feng Xiao father, don't be angry. I was just joking. Is this a sister or a brother? As soon as she poses the question, Feng Xiao's attention shifts. I don't know yet, he says carefully, cradling the egg that is about to hatch. The egg shakes slightly, with a force pecking at the shell. The older siblings, having washed their hands, gather around with bright eyes, eager to witness the hatching of their siblings for the first time. Finally, a small crack appears, widening slightly to reveal a pale yellow beak to everyone's astonishment. Father, should we help our brother or sister? Xingyu quietly asks Chuhi. No. Father knows you feel they are struggling, but this step must be completed by them alone. Otherwise, it will only harm them. Chapter 112. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron. The group waits in silence for a moment longer, and a bald little head pokes out. The little brother is so ugly. A tiny voice exclaims. No. The little brother isn't ugly. He just hasn't grown his feathers yet. Once they grow in, he'll look beautiful. Jiao gently explains. I know. Just like when we were born, we didn't have much fur either. One of Hu Zhentian's little ones adds. Right? Hu Zhentian nods, petting the little tiger's head in agreement. After a while, the little phoenix emerges entirely. Feng Xiao tenderly cradles the little one in his arms. Xiao, how many more are about to hatch? I estimate they will all hatch in the next day or two. Great, let us eat first. Jin Rue approaches Jiao and quietly asks, Jiao, did you give birth to all of these? Yes. Fortunately, their fathers are quite capable. Supporting them is not a problem. Jin Rue, with an inscrutable expression, remarks, you are impressive. My goodness, he has never seen anyone give birth to so many at once. In the years he has been here, he has visited over 10 tribes, and the most he has seen born at once is 4. How many can you have at once? Jiao glances at him and crosses her 2 fingers. Jin Rue's eyes widen in disbelief as he exclaims, 10. Jiao is certain that in the beast world, this gesture does not signify 10. Does Jin Rue not realize he has let slip his true self? Well, there are a few litters with more than 10. The most I think is 16. Jin Rue shifts his gaze to Jiao's abdomen. I can't tell you've had so many children. Yes, I'm also curious. Every time I give birth, it feels as if nothing happened. Once I finish with the first few beast husbands, I'll have a few for you as well. Jin Rue hurriedly waves his hands. No rush. Jiao feigns confusion and looks at him. Aren't you 27? Why aren't you in a hurry? No rus. Then he mumbled softly, I'm still just a baby. Li Jiao found it amusing, but suppressed her laughter. Witnessing someone awkwardly reveal their true self in front of him was truly amusing. Once Jin Rue took a seat at the table, he sensed something was amiss. The food was a mix of meat and vegetables, and most of it resembled what one would find in the modern world. Even the flavors of the seasonings transported him back to that era. Jin Rue raised his eyes and anxiously scanned the room, observing everyone around him. He found no one who resembled individuals from the modern world. So, what was the story behind this food? He then pretended to casually compliment the dishes, saying, This food is delicious. Which brother prepared it? Hu Zhenhai glanced at him without a word, pondering. What is wrong with this person? Calling someone brother right after entering the house? Li Jiao couldn't help but laugh at Hu Zhenhai's expression and chimed in. This is a Hai's culinary skill. Ah Xiao can cook too. And so can the other beastmen. The sparkle in Jean Rue's eyes dimmed with her last two remarks. With so many capable chefs, how could he discern which one was his fellow townsman? Suppressing his excitement at finding someone from his hometown, he finished the meal. Chu Yu approached him, guiding him around various beast dens while explaining their daily routines in detail, including Li Jiao's habits. He hesitated to say something further, his lips moving but words failing to escape. Forget it. Chunpei hadn't slept with Jiao yet, so he would need to consult her about arranging for Jean Rue to share a bed tonight. However, Jean Rue misinterpreted Chu Yu's hesitation, thinking it was due to the embarrassment of meeting a fellow townsman. Thus, he mustered his courage and whispered, hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron. Chu Yu frowned in confusion. And just when Jean Rue thought he had misunderstood, Chu Yu exclaimed, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon. Jean Rue erupted in laughter, startling everyone around him. Coming back to his senses, he sheepishly chuckled. I apologize, everyone. I got a bit carried away. Chu Yu was perplexed about what had elicited such a reaction from him, his brows furrowing deeper. Jean Rue, oblivious to these expressions, was consumed with the joy of finding a compatriot, leaning closer to Chu Yu and asking, brother, when did you arrive? Chu Yu, even more puzzled, turned to look at him but said nothing and walked away. Hey, brother, don't go. Chu Yu left, and Jean Rue found himself wandering alone in the beast den. Suddenly, he spotted a wooden shelf holding a book. A book? He approached cautiously and confirmed, indeed. It was a book, a recipe book. Those familiar Chinese characters, those well-known dish names, those familiar recipes. Oh, wait, the recipes were unfamiliar. His excitement surged, his hands trembling. Just then, Wang Yikai passed by, and he hurriedly grabbed him, asking, excuse me, is this book Chu Yu's? Wang Yikai assumed he wanted to learn how to cook and replied, that's a Hai's. If you wish to learn, ask him to teach you. Jean Rue, still uncertain, inquired, are you sure this is a Hai's and not Chu Yu's? No, it's definitely a Hai's. He cherishes it dearly. You should return it before it gets damaged, or he might scold you. Jean Rue's expression froze. How could it belong to Hu Zhenhai? Could it be that both of them were from the modern world? Could he really be so fortunate? After so many years without encountering anyone, now he found two? He continued to wander. However, he soon noticed a bamboo basket, tables and chairs crafted with mortise and tenon joints, a wardrobe, and a cradle. Upon inquiry, Wang Yuan informed him that these were all made by Chu He. Jean Rue's heart raced. How could there be another Chu He? Who exactly were these people? He felt utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Chu Yu took Li Jiao aside and shared his observations about Jean Rue's odd behavior. It's quite strange. He even knows the periodic table we learned. Upon hearing that Jean Rue used hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, and boron as a code, Li Jiao burst into uncontrollable laughter. She laughed even harder when she recalled how Jean Rue called Chu Yu brother as he left. Chu Yu quietly waited for Li Jiao to finish laughing, gently wrapping his arms around her to withstand her playful punches on his shoulder. After finally calming down, Li Jiao rubbed her aching cheeks and said, it's fine. He currently poses no danger. Chu Yu hesitated before speaking again. Tonight, he doesn't need to accompany you. Let's have Chun-Pei come over to make up for this time. His health should be better by now. Jiao worried about Chun-Pei feeling jealous, yet understood how to console him. Well, yes, he is the newcomer. He cannot be compared to us veterans. Chu Yu feigned jealousy and turned away. Li Jiao tilted her head and remarked, oh, what does this sour taste like green fruit? Chu Yu shot her a glare. Li Jiao gently grasped Chu Yu's hand and said earnestly, I've said before, no matter how many beastmen I have in the future, you and Ahi will always be my favorites. That sentiment remains unchanged. Hearing such sweet words, Chu Yu's ears flushed, and he pulled Li Jiao into his embrace, cautiously asking, Jiao, is Jean Rue truly the last one? Yes, I promise. Li Jiao nuda ernasli. I believe you. Truthfully, every time I see a new brother, my heart feels both sour and swollen. Jiao, is this wrong? Li Jiao looked at Chu Yu's pitiful expression and smiled brightly. Not at all. I absolutely adore you this way. Really? Absolutely. Li Jiao cupped Chu Yu's face and kissed him. Chapter 113. Bringing Chun-Pei into the space after a passionate kiss. Chu Yu nearly lost control and wanted to indulge in a wild encounter with Li Jiao in the outdoors. However, he feared exhausting her. If she lacked strength at night, Pei might misunderstand that Jiao didn't like him. Chu Yu ceased his advances, and Li Jiao cast him a wistful glance. Behave. In a few days, it will be my turn, and I will take good care of you. Li Jiao whispered seductively in Chu Yu's ear. Li Jiao smiled shyly, her heart filled with anticipation. She settled on Chu Yu's lap as they returned. Upon their return, Li Jiao approached Pei and asked, Pei, have you taken your medicine? Yes, I have. Is your health better now? Much improved. Ahai and Xiao have been providing me and Shi with extra meals daily, so I'm recovering quickly. Then, will you sleep with me tonight? She said, gazing at him with tenderness. Pei's heart skipped a beat at her gaze. Noticing his silence, Li Jiao asked, Are you unwilling? No. I am willing, he replied, flushing red. Then let us go. Li Jiao extended her hand. Pei felt warmth in his heart. He thought tonight Li Jiao would be with Jean Rue. Jiao seemed to care more than he initially believed. I will go fetch some water. You said you need to bathe every night. Okay, I will wait for you in the beast den. Pei moved quickly, and soon the entire beast den was enveloped in mist. Li Jiao lay on the stone bed, propped up on her hands, her waterfall-like long hair cascading down, leaving Pei mesmerized. Pei, could you carry me to bathe? Despite his face turning crimson, Pei gathered his courage and walked over, lifting Li Jiao to carry her. Wait, I haven't taken off my bee skin skirt yet. Li Jiao watched as Pei nervously swallowed several times. Could you help me? She continued to gently stoke the fire. Pei placed her back on the stone bed, trembling hands searching for the strap of her top. He didn't find a strap, but touched something else instead. Li Jiao let out a soft moan. Pei's face turned beet red, his white dragon horns blushing too. Pei, do I look ugly? No, not at all. You're the most beautiful little female I've ever seen. Why don't you want to look at me? Could you please lower your head and glance at me? Li Jiao said, feigning a sense of grievance. Pei listened to her slightly nasal voice, fearing he might anger her, and hurriedly turned to look at her. Li Jiao grasped Pei's shirt and yanked him towards her, catching him off guard, causing his upper body to lean in. Their soft lips met, and a sweet sensation instantly enveloped his heart. Li Jiao led Pei on a playful adventure. As the tender kiss lingered, Li Jiao had revealed her true feelings, and Pei felt similarly unreserved. At this moment, Pei was no longer shy. He confidently embraced Li Jiao and made his way towards a bathtub. The battlefield shifted from the bathtub to the bed. Li Jiao sensed that Pei was still somewhat restrained. In her mind, she called out countless times, Tongzi, make some space for me. Countless times, oh, why did I materialize as a light bulb back then? Now, I am burdened with endless chores and have to tend to the cubs. I must always create space for them to engage in their wild escapades. Enough chatter. Let us get on with it. We're coming in. Oh, let us go. Li Jiao smiled contentedly and said to Pei, Pei, I want to take you somewhere. Before Pei could respond, with a flash of thought, they vanished into the space. What is this? Pei looked around in astonishment. This is my exclusive space. Sometimes when we have nothing to do, we come here to play. How wondrous. This secret is known only to my beast husband. I understand. I'll one tell anyone. Li Jiao Chocolat. She didn't mind whether they spoke of it or not. Even if they did, others might not believe it, and even if they did believe, they could not enter. What I mean is, you are all my closest ones. I will only share it with you. Jiao, I thought you didn't like me. Why would you think that? Li Jiao gazed at him. Because we have been partners for a long time. And you have never let me sleep with you? Pei replied, blushing. Silly, it's my fault. I should have clarified things with you earlier. When you and Shi first arrived, your health was so poor. How could I dare? I can't neglect your health just for my own enjoyment. Can I? Look at you now. You've recovered quite a bit. Haven Tea, I arranged everything for you right away. Pei, I want to tell you again. In front of me and any family member in this household, you do not need to be cautious or try to please anyone. Show the pride and spirit of your dragon lineage. I never dared to imagine that one day I would have a dragon husband. To meet you is my fortune. Pei felt a surge of emotion. The psychological shadows from his years of imprisonment were not easy to dispel. However, he knew he needed to make an effort. Everyone in the family was concerned about him, all trying to help him. Chu Yu and Chu He taught him diligently every day. Hu Zhen Tian Wang and Yi Kai told him jokes to lighten his mood. Hu Zhenhai and Feng Xiao prepared delicious meals to nourish him, and Wang Yiyuan guided the cubs, helping them to call him Chun Pei Fu. I understand, Jiao Jiao. Chun Pei wanted to cry, but he held back. Silly. From now on, you're only allowed to cry in front of me. Li Jiao Jiao tiptoed and kissed Chun Pei's eyes. The hot tears instantly fell into Li Jiao Jiao's mouth. Her warm lips traveled down from his brow to his eyes, to the tip of his nose, and finally back to Chun Pei's lips. They rolled into the nearby tent together. Their heated breaths reddened their skin, igniting a fire within Chun Pei's scarred heart. Chapter 104. Meeting a fellow villager, tears welling up. Early the next morning, Li Jiao Jiao awoke to find Jin Rui looking glum, with his ears visibly drooping. What's wrong? Li Jiao Jiao approached him. Nothing, Jin Rui replied weakly. After responding, Jin Rui buried his head, sitting at the wall's base, deep in contemplation. Who could it be? He couldn't just directly ask if they were from modern times, right? What if none of them were? He would be treated like a monster. No, that one do. I can't act impulsively. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. But who could it be? After his probing yesterday, everyone seemed a possible candidate, yet they all looked at him with confusion. If they truly were, shouldn't they be as excited as he was to find a fellow villager? Li Jiao Jiao observed him for a while, noting that he seemed to have an idea one moment, then frowned and shook his head the next, his expression almost wrinkled like a bun. It was clear he was troubled by the inability to find a fellow villager, which made her secretly chuckle. She had gestured to him yesterday, yet it seemed he hadn't guessed that she was the one. Li Jiao Jiao covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, and sat beside Jin Rui, pretending to divine. Let me calculate. Jin Rui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jiao Jiao, you can divine? Li Jiao Jiao felt a bit speechless. This person's mind seemed rather slow. Couldn't they just return him? There was no such thing as divination in this beast world. Even after she had hinted at it, he still didn't think of her. How rude. Was she not worthy of crossing over? Forget it. Let us tease him some more. I see in my calculations that you're searching for someone very important. Jin Rui's eyes lit up even more. Jiao Jiao, you're amazing. Can you tell me where that person is? Li Jiao Jiao tried to hold back her laughter. Not far from you. Jin Rui looked around, his gaze landing on Chu Yu directly in front of him, his expression brightening as he prepared to rush over. But then his eyes darted to Feng Xiao and Chu He, who were training the cubs on the other side. He halted, uncertain again, turning back to Li Jiao Jiao. He asked, Jiao Jiao, can you accurately divine who it is? Li Jiao Jiao stood up, smiling as she approached him. Far in the distance, yet close at hand. You mean it's you? You're teasing me. Jin Rui didn't believe it. What, do I not seem like the chosen one? Li Jiao Jiao Pota. Jin Rui was dumbfounded. Jiao Jiao. Yu stammered for a long time, unable to finish his sentence. It's me, Li Jiao Jiao, she stated emphatically. Jin Rui covered his mouth, staring at Li Jiao Jiao in disbelief, his mind flashing through several scenes. Li Jiao Jiao's nonchalant reaction to the term husband, her crossing hands in a gesture, and her earlier divination act and lines. He slapped his forehead, realizing how foolish he had been. Jiao Jiao had made so many obvious gestures, yet he hadn't thought it was her. Jiao Jiao, it's really you. Where are you from? Are you from Huagua? They both spoke at the same time. After asking, they exchanged glances and laughed. You go first, Jin Rui chuckled. Are you from Huagua? Yes, I'm from Heisheng. Oh, that is quite far away. I'm from Yucheng. Ha ha ha, not far at all. It's only a few thousand kilometers apart. Here, two tribes can be separated by thousands of kilometers. True. Who would have thought we would encounter a fellow villager here? How long have you been here? About 5 or 6 years. Isn't it a coincidence? If we were both in modern times, we might not have met at all. Who would have thought we would rekindle our connection in this beast world? Did you come here just like this? Li Jiao Jiao Ruflad, Jin Ruiz Pandayos. And he comfortably lay his head on her lap. Jin Rui squinted his eyes in comfort and replied, Yes, when I opened my eyes, I wanted to rub my eyes. But then I saw the black fur on my arm and screamed in shock. You didn't hear wrong. I was squeaking. I thought I had returned to my ancestors. But then, hey, I realized I truly had. Li Jiao Jiao looked at him and smiled. When did you come to accept your current self? Speaking of this. Jin Rui straightened up, showing off to Li Jiao Jiao. I initially found it hard to accept. One time, while wandering in the forest, I encountered a wild beast. I thought to myself how unlucky I was, fearing for my life. In that moment, all I could think was to quickly find a place to hide. As a result, I hid in my own space. I thought this must be my special ability. I quietly chanted a few words, and then I saw that wild beast crash into a tree right in front of me and die. You wouldn't believe it, but I actually quite like being like this now. In my previous life, I always wanted to visit Sichuan to see our national treasure, but never had the chance. Now, I finally got my wish. How about you? What brought you here? Was it due to overwork? Jinrui opened his small eyes and lamented. I just worked too many overtime hours and died from exhaustion. Our unscrupulous boss treats us like livestock. Before I came here, I worked overtime for more than 3 consecutive months. I could only sleep 4 or 5 hours a day. My heavens, thinking about it, that was no way to live. Sometimes I think about it. Being here is quite nice. What about you? How did you end up here? I was hit by a big truck. Oh my goodness. That must have hurt a lot. I didn't really feel much pain. I just died instantly, and when I opened my eyes again, I was here. No worries. From now on, Big Brother will take care of you and protect you. Let me tell you, I'm quite formidable. When I first came over, there was a space, and I discovered that time passed incredibly quickly inside. 3 days and there felt like just 1 day outside. So I found excuses to run outside the tribe. And after coming out, I went into the space to cultivate. In this way, I cultivated for 3 years inside, which is equivalent to 9 years of cultivation outside. Why didn't I think of this method before? You didn't think of the benefits of having a space? After saying that, as if remembering something, he asked, do you have a space? Yes, not only do I have one, but Chu and Chu he also have one. Oh my goodness. Have we stumbled upon the lair of spaces? Li Jiaojiao covered her mouth and laughed. Can your space accommodate others? Of course. Would you like me to take you in to have a look? Sure. After greeting the distant Chu, she took Jinrui's hand and entered the space. This space. Li Jiaojiao began but stopped mid-sentence, finding it too barren. Jinrui scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. I'm not good at planning things. Occasionally, when I hunt too much, I throw a few in here to raise. But wait, don't you have a wood-type ability? Why can't you keep things alive? Maybe I'm a bit slow? Don't you also have a wind-type ability? Jinrui's eyes widened in surprise. How do you know all this? I know quite a lot. Li Jiaojiao smiled mysteriously. What else do you have? Besides the space, I also have a system. Wow, that's amazing. That's a must-have skill for time travelers. Is this system useful? It's just okay. It's a breeding system, which means I have to keep having children here. But how can you even manage that? How many do you have to give birth to? Jinrui exclaimed. It's not just me. The others who I help give birth also count. Well, that's a relief. Let's go outside. This barren space doesn't even have a place to sit. My feet are sore. Chapter 115. Li Jiaojiao's dominant protection of her husband. Countless beings protested upon hearing Li Jiaojiao introduce herself. What do you mean, by just okay? There is probably no system better than mine. Host, you tell me. What have I not provided for you? Li Jiaojiao hurriedly comforted it. Hey, look at you, I just didn't want to inflate your ego. But you can't describe me as just okay. All right, I was wrong. I'll change my words to restore your image. Forget it, I'm not that petty. Countless beings replied graciously. I knew you were the best. The two stepped outside and found no one in the courtyard or the beast cave. The cubs are also gone. Li Jiaojiao found it strange and called out, he. Where are you? Outside the door, Chu-He and Feng Xiao rushed in. Jiaojiao, we're here. Where are the others? Sister, they were called away by my father to see the seaside. What about the cubs? The little ones are in my space. And the older ones went off to join the commotion. What are they doing? There are visitors from the Dragon Clan, saying they want to invite Chun-Pei back to take charge. Chu-He gently hugged Li Jiaojiao and said, he hasn't fully recovered yet. He means he wants to go back and see if anyone is competent enough. He doesn't want to worry about it. Sister, why don't we go take a look too? All right, let us go see and support Chun-Pei. After saying this, she took Chu-He with one hand and Jinrui with the other, sending them into the space before stepping out herself. Chu-He released the little cubs. Upon seeing countless beings, the little cubs excitedly ran over. Uncle, uncle, uncle. Countless beings felt overwhelmed, regretting the decision to materialize. Most of the little cubs were not mischievous. Only a few were, and countless beings could manage them. However, when a group of little cubs called out to one person at the same time, it was quite overwhelming for the ears. Seeing the cubs were off to play, Chu-He walked to the storage room, picked up his fishing rod, and went fishing. Jinrui was still in shock over the splendor of Li Jiaojiao's space. Noticing how familiar Chu-He was with the space, he knew they must have known about it for some time. He approached Chu-He, trying to befriend him. Brother, call me Chu-He. Chu-He remained indifferent. Jinrui was momentarily taken aback and corrected himself. Chu-He, I heard Jiaojiao say you and Chu-He also have spaces? What does your space look like? It can plant, can raise, but cannot store food. Hey, then ours are the same. Chewy glanced at him, but didn't he respond? Jean Rouet continued to ask, what about Chu US? Is it similar to yours? Do you have water in your space? Yes. That's amazing. I wonder where the water comes from. It even has fish. I don't know. What do you plant? Everything. What do you raise? Anything. The conversation was at a standstill. Can't you say a few more words? Jean Rouet exclaimed in frustration. You scared the fish away. Jean Rouet pursed his lips and finally fell silent, angrily heading to the storage room to grab a fishing rod. Chewy glanced at him. That's Chu US. Jean Rouet switched rods. That's AKS. Unwilling to give up, he switched again. That's a yuan-s. You all have them, and I don't. Are you bullying me? Chewy spoke calmly. Chun-Pei doesn't have one either. All right, then Jiao Jiao will buy one. Jean Rouet glared at Chu He in annoyance and turned away to stop talking. Outside, Li Jiaojiao sat on Feng Xiao's back, flying towards the seaside. From afar, she saw the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan floating in midair, discussing something. Once Feng Xiao flew closer, she saw the Dragon Clan members bowing their heads, pleading, please, Chun-Pei, take the role of the Dragon Clan leader. Return to the Dragon Clan to take charge. I really don't want to go back. My beast rank is only at the Earth level. I don't have the ability to lead everyone in development. Most importantly, every time I return to the seabed, it brings back those bad memories. I don't want to go back. But our Dragon Clan has suffered greatly from this battle, and among the younger generation, only you, Chun-Pei, could take on this responsibility. An elderly voice rang out. The crowd turned to see the oldest and most respected male beast of the Dragon Clan. Upon hearing his voice, Chun-Pei's eyes turned red. Great-grandfather, Chun-Pei, come back. The Dragon Clan needs you. Chun-Pei bit his lip tightly, his body trembling slightly. His fists clenched at his sides. Great-grandfather, I don't want to go back. The venerable grandfather, repeatedly contradicted by Chun-Pei, wore a countenance as dark as a stormy sky. Qin-Shi, standing beside Li Jiaojiao, rushed forward with a look of distress and exclaimed, Sister Jiaojiao, you have arrived. My brother is being bullied to death. What is happening? Please tell me slowly. They are pressuring my brother to return as the clan leader. He does not wish to go back, and they are applying pressure one by one. Look, even this old man has come. Qin-Shi pouted at the old Bai Long. Li Jiaojiao, noticing her disdain for the old Bai Long, inquired, do you dislike him? It is not so much dislike as it is a sense of injustice. When my brother and I were suffering, they never thought of us. No one came to see or assist us. Now, with a mere phrase about the Dragon Clan needing my brother, they wish to summon him back, entirely disregarding whether he can accept it. It is unfair to him. Indeed, you are right. I will go take a look ahead. Observing the situation with Chun-Pei, Li Jiaojiao gently patted Feng Xiao beneath her, signaling him to fly over to Chun-Pei. Upon seeing Li Jiaojiao, Chun-Pei's previously anxious heart was instantly calmed. His voice gained considerable strength. Grandfather, I cannot bear the responsibility of the clan leader. Please seek another. I only wish to live a good life with my little female. You. Nonsense. How can the dignified leader of the Dragon Clan refuse his duty, spending all his time around a little female? Before Chun-Pei could finish, Li Jiaojiao interjected. Of course, he is around me because he likes me. Does the old Bai Long not have a little female he fancies? Chun-Pei tugged Li Jiaojiao's hand, signaling her to cease. Jiaojiao, grandfather was abandoned by his little female. Why? Because he loved two at once, and both eventually forsook him. Ugh, what a scoundrel. Li Jiaojiao almost spat water on Chun-Pei's face. My apologies, Pei. I was not cursing you. It is quite all right. Li Jiaojiao turned to the old Bai Long and declared, if you are unhappy, do you wish to see me and Chun-Pei also unhappy? You. Without a strong leader, the Dragon Clan will soon face extinction. Chun-Pei, you would do well to think carefully. Oh, spare me the moral high ground. What does your extinction have to do with Chun-Pei? If you perish, it would be even better. I could have several litters of offspring with my Chun-Pei, thereby strengthening our own Dragon Clan. Upon hearing that Li Jiaojiao wished to bear offspring, Chun-Pei's cheeks flushed, transforming him into a little pink dragon. The old Bai Long was greatly angered, shaking his finger at Li Jiaojiao. You have not shown yourself for ages? He turned to leave, but Li Jiaojiao called out, wait. The old Bai Long, impatient, turned back to glare at her. My Chun-Pei does not wish to return now. When he does, he will naturally go back. Do not bring this up again, and do not think about secretly uniting with some short-sighted tribes. We have already vanquished you once. We can certainly do it again, and a third time if necessary. Oomph. The old Bai Long was so furious that his whiskers trembled incessantly. Chapter 116. New positioning function. The Dragon Clan returned in a dejected manner. Qinpei gazed at Li Jiao's formidable demeanor, his heart trembling with admiration. What should I do? I love Li Jiao even more. Qinshi flew over to them, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Sister Jiao, you are so impressive. How dare they bully my beast husband? Let them face the consequences. Let's go home. Qinpei, joyfully swishing his large tail, led Li Jiao and the others back, feeling warmth in his heart. Upon arriving home, Qinpei pulled Li Jiao into the beast den. An ardent kiss followed, overwhelming Li Jiao like a beached fish, gasping for breath. Qinpei's sudden fervor left Li Jiao somewhat flustered. Outside the beast den, Feng Xiao, who had carried Chuyu and others back, exclaimed, "Oh, Chuyu, you are so heavy. You are exhausting me. Be grateful. I placed the little ones in storage before climbing onto your back. When they're all on board, you will truly feel exhausted. Oh no, we need to find a brother capable of carrying heavy loads." Chuyu playfully knocked his head and murmured, "Do you think we do not have enough brothers?" Feng Xiao awkwardly fell silent. Li Jiao and the others tidied themselves and emerged just in time to see Feng Xiao rubbing his reddened forehead. What happened to you?" "It's nothing, just a little bump," Feng Xiao replied with a grin. Li Jiao brought several individuals from storage out. Chuhei emerged carrying a small basin of well-cooked fish meat, carefully deboned, along with dozens of roasted fish. Naturally, the deboning was done by Li Jiao. The group feasted joyfully. Li Jiao even produced several jars of wine, first consuming a detoxification pill before joining them in their revelry. Hu Zhenhai had also roasted plenty of meat suitable for the little ones, and the cubs could hardly wait for the food to cool before devouring it, eliciting hearty laughter from Li Jiao and the beast husbands. Suddenly, Li Jiao recalled something and called forth an endless stream. "What is it, host? Why do you sound unenthusiastic? Try taking care of a bunch of kids for a day. Aren't you their uncle? What is the problem?" "But there are too many. Did you not ask me to give birth to them?" Countless retorts were swallowed back, and an irritable huff escaped, ignoring Li Jiao. "Dear ruler, stop. Enough. What are you plotting?" "Hey, I'm just calling out to you. It sounds more intimate. Cut to the chase. Truly, you are my clever, diligent, and resilient ruler. I desire a positioning system." "What is that? Did I hear you wrong?" No way. Ruler, is this too much to ask of you? Are you not the greatest ruler in the universe?" "Of course I am, but your request is rather excessive. Now, that is unkind. Who seamlessly handled one litter after another to maintain your top position? Who knew you favored gold and brought you plenty? And who claimed that we would be closer than siblings?" Countless retorts were silenced, and upon hearing the last statement, clarity returned. "I never said that." Countless was astonished to find himself still conscious. I said it. Look at us, we are practically siblings. Does it matter how much I ask for? Brother, I truly need it. Look at today's situation. If Chuhei and Feng Xiao Mei had stayed behind waiting for me, would I not have been unable to find them? Would that not be dangerous? Countless fell silent, pondering. "See, I'm about to give birth again. Your main system should reward me a little, right? I will go apply and see." "All right, I wait good news." Li Jiao understood that whenever Countless said "I will try," it essentially meant it was likely to happen, so she indulged in a few more drinks. Hu Zhenhai had been busy roasting meat, hardly managing to eat a few bites, and Li Jiao stood beside him, feeding him the roasted meat. Hu Zhenhai was tired yet content. After Li Jiao had her fill, she suddenly felt a tightening in her abdomen. "All right, it is time to give birth." Chuyu noticed Li Jiao's dazed expression and quickly supported her belly. Instantly understanding the situation, he promptly lifted Li Jiao and entered the beast den. Chuhei calmly instructed Feng Xiao, "Xiao, please summon the shaman." Feng Xiao tossed aside the skewers in his hands and flew out. Hu Zhenhai immediately rekindled a fire next to the grill to boil water, before the shaman could arrive. Li Jiao heard the system's announcement ding. The host has given birth to the 133rd offspring, a female, beast form, Angora white rabbit, beast rank, earth rank. Reward, 320 points, 1 advanced promotion pill, 5 loyalty pills. Ding! The host has given birth to the 134th offspring, a female, beast form, Chinese white rabbit. Beast rank, earth rank. Reward, 320 points, 1 advanced promotion pill, 5 loyalty pills, 500 cubic meters of defense shield, 20 space expansion vouchers. Ding! The host has given birth to the 135th offspring, a male, in the form of a Himalayan rabbit, classified at the earth tier. The rewards include 320 points, 1 advanced promotion pill, 5 loyalty pills, 20 space expansion vouchers, 500 grams of barbecue seasoning, and a defensive shield of 500 cubic meters. The host has then welcomed the 136th offspring, also a male, of the same species but classified at the heaven tier, earning rewards of 500 points. 3 advanced promotion pills, 7 loyalty pills, 40 space expansion vouchers, 500 grams of fine salt, 100 kilograms of coarse salt, 500 grams of barbecue seasoning, a defensive shield of 1,000 cubic meters, 20 kilograms of fruit seeds, and 40 kilograms of grain seeds. Subsequently, the host has birthed the 137th offspring, a male Himalayan rabbit of the earth tier, receiving identical rewards as before. Following this, the 138th offspring, a male in the form of a velvet-eared rabbit at the heaven tier, grants the host 500 points, 3 advanced promotion pills, 7 loyalty pills, 40 space expansion vouchers, 500 grams of fine salt, 100 kilograms of coarse salt, 500 grams of barbecue seasoning, and a defensive shield of 1,000 cubic meters. The 139th offspring, a female lilac rabbit of the earth tier, bestows 320 points, 1 advanced promotion pill, 5 loyalty pills, 20 space expansion vouchers, and a defensive shield of 500 cubic meters. The 140th offspring, a female 9-tailed white fox at the heaven tier, provides 500 points, 3 advanced promotion pills, 7 loyalty pills, 40 space expansion vouchers, 500 grams of fine salt, 100 kilograms of coarse salt, 500 grams of barbecue seasoning, a defensive shield of 1,000 cubic meters, 20 kilograms of fruit seeds, and 40 kilograms of grain seeds. Congratulations are in order for the host who has successfully birthed 140 offspring, earning an additional reward of 179, 200 points, 70 birth pills, 70 painless delivery pills, 70 recovery pills, 70 beauty pills, 70 strength-enhancing pills, 70 milk-enhancing pills, 70 primary promotion pills, 70 intermediate promotion pills, 70 advanced promotion pills, 70 loyalty pills, 70 teleportation pills, and 40,960 space expansion vouchers, alongside a defensive shield of 102,400 cubic meters. The 141st offspring, a female sand fox of the earth tier, yields 320 points, 1 advanced promotion pill, 5 loyalty pills, 20 space expansion vouchers, and a defensive shield of 500 cubic meters. The 142nd offspring, a male sand fox of the earth tier, grants 320 points, 1 advanced promotion pill, 5 loyalty pills, 20 space expansion vouchers, a defensive shield of 500 cubic meters, 6 advanced defensive outfits, and 2 thermoses. The 143rd offspring, a female 9-tailed colorful fox at the heaven tier, provides 500 points, 3 advanced promotion pills, 7 loyalty pills, 40 space expansion vouchers, 500 grams of fine salt, 100 kilograms of coarse salt, 500 grams of barbecue seasoning, a defensive shield of 1,000 cubic meters, 20 kilograms of fruit seeds, and 40 kilograms of grain seeds. The 144th offspring, a male 7-tailed white fox of the earth tier, rewards 320 points, 1 advanced promotion pill, 5 loyalty pills, 20 space expansion vouchers, a defensive shield of 500 cubic meters, and 6 advanced defensive outfits. The 145th offspring, a male 9-tailed red fox at the heaven tier, bestows 500 points, 3 advanced promotion pills, 7 loyalty pills, 40 space expansion vouchers, 500 grams of fine salt, 100 kilograms of coarse salt, a defensive shield of 1,000 cubic meters, 20 kilograms of fruit seeds, and 40 kilograms of grain seeds. The 146th offspring, a male 7-tailed black fox of the earth tier, yields 320 points, 1 advanced promotion pill, 5 loyalty pills, 20 space expansion vouchers, and a defensive shield of 500 cubic meters. The 147th offspring, a female 5-tailed white fox of the earth tier, grants 320 points, 1 advanced promotion pill, 5 loyalty pills, 20 space expansion vouchers, and a defensive shield of 500 cubic meters. The birthing process has concluded. Congratulations, dear host. A double celebration. Was the second joy. The main system has agreed. It has added a positioning pill to the medicinal options in the shop. Once consumed by the required beasts or offspring, their real-time locations will appear on your screen. How will they check each other's locations? Well, aside from you being able to see everyone's locations, currently, only your various beast husbands can sense your location and that of their offspring, while the offspring can sense your location and that of their fathers. What if, hypothetically, their father were to pass away? Then, the offspring of the same father will sense each other. Well, at least I can see them now. It would be wonderful if one day they all had electronic screens. Ligia murmurat sufli. Countless stumbles nearly led to her downfall. Chapter 117. The Purse is Empty. My dear host, you truly dare to dream. Upon Li Jiaojiao's consciousness returning, she found Chen Shi and Chu Yu bustling about together. It turned out the old shaman had gone to assist a small female in the tribe who was giving birth for the first time and could not leave. With no other options, Feng Xiao had to call Chen Shi, an apprentice at the old shaman's side, back to help. Li Jiaojiao had already given birth many times, and her birth canal opened quickly. By the time Chen Shi arrived, Li Jiaojiao had already given birth to 8 little ones. Fortunately, Chu Yu had seen how the shaman handled things a couple of times, so he mimicked the shaman's actions he had observed, carefully unwrapping the coverings of his offspring, clearing their airways, and marking them. Chen Shi watched as Chu Yu performed even better than her, a novice shaman. Jiaojiao, you are awake. Chu Yu turned his head and saw Li Jiaojiao opening her eyes. He quickly approached her side, offering a cup of warm water to her lips. Li Jiaojiao smiled gratefully, accepting the water and swallowing a pill, instantly recovering her vitality. Chen Shi had just seen Li Jiaojiao's face lacking color, and now, when he turned back, he saw her glowing with health. He exclaimed in wonder, Sister Jiaojiao, you look great. You don't look like you've just given birth at all. Chu Yu sat beside the bed, holding Li Jiaojiao's hands, kissing her gently, and said, Our Jiaojiao is a celestial maiden, protected by the beast gods. Wow, Sister Jiaojiao, you are truly amazing. Will you give my brother many offspring in the future? He would definitely make a wonderful and caring father. Discussing such matters with a still youthful sister-in-law made Li Jiaojiao feel a bit shy. She could only smile gently and say, Yes, as long as he desires it. I can give him many. Sister Jiaojiao, you are so kind. Meeting you has truly brought my brother and me a great fortune. How have you been learning from Granny Shaman? Very well. Granny Shaman is very patient with me. She praises my talents and says I am progressing quickly. While saying this, Chen Shi felt a bit shy. Li Jiaojiao patted her head and said, Study well. It will be a valuable skill for you in the future. Yes, yes. Thank you. Sister Jiaojiao, I understand. It was you who spoke to Granny Shaman, which is why she agreed to teach me these things. No, it was not. Chen, she looked at Li Jiaojiao in confusion. Li Jiaojiao continued, It was Granny Shaman who recognized your talent in this area and thought it should not be wasted. So she wanted to teach you. You are excellent on your own, and your brother is also very capable and outstanding, which is why I chose him as my beast husband. You continue to strive, and as you become increasingly remarkable in the future, you will be able to find a high-quality beast husband, which will be beneficial for both yourself and the little ones. Yes. Chen Shi listened with great enthusiasm, nodding vigorously. After finishing her tasks, Chen Shi stepped outside. Chu Yu, still holding onto Li Jiaojiao's hand, occasionally bestowed gentle kisses upon it. Jiaojiao, thank you. For what? You fool. Who would have thought that within this pregnancy, there would be 3 Jiawei cubs? No longer would I have to secretly envy Chu He. Yes, yes. Jiaojiao, you are a treasured person in our fox tribe. I do not care about my position in their hearts. I only care about my position in yours. You are irreplaceable and unique in my heart. Thank you, Jiaojiao, for giving birth to so many cubs for me. That is the fruit of our love. It was the first time Chu Yu had heard such words, and he found them to be incredibly fitting. Yes, the fruit of love. While Li Jiaojiao was nursing the little cubs, she suddenly remembered that she had yet to purchase the positioning pills. She quickly opened the shop and found the positioning pills on the menu, only to see the price. 500 each. Uncountable. Li Jiaojiao exclaimed in disbelief, What is going on? One positioning pill costs 500. It would be more reliable to just rob you. Host, the pricing of this pill is genuinely not exorbitant. The main system is actually offering us a discount of 50 for consistently exceeding our tasks. Even with a 50 discount, it's still 500. Host, consider this. From a moment they ingest this pill, you will be able to monitor their location at any time. Isn't that akin to having a satellite? I honestly believe the main system would never agree to this, but not only did it agree, it also set such a low price. This is truly astonishing. While it may not seem expensive at first glance, the quantity I need is enormous. I have over 100 cubs. This will lead me to bankruptcy. Host, allow me to remind you that you have already earned 185, 220 points just from the recent birth. Let me calculate how many family members I have. With that, Li Jiaojiao began to count on her fingers. You have 147 cubs, 9 beast husbands, and their families total 8, making a grand total of 165 people. In total, you will need 500. Li Jiaojiao's eyes widened. She had never spent such a large sum all at once. Why did it feel as if she could hardly breathe? Hey, host, take a deep breath. You've earned so much. Spending this little is not an issue. You can earn it back with another pregnancy. What do you know? You've never been poor. Money is never too much. But not buying is not an option either. The children are growing up and will inevitably want to go out. Oh, my points. After struggling for a whole day, Li Jiao finally made up her mind, sweeping her hand dramatically to purchase 165 positioning pills. Watching her balance drop by nearly 100,000, she felt a pang of heartache that left her speechless. Once the pills were purchased, she packed them into a leather bag and presented them to Chuyu. These are positioning pills. After consuming them, I will be able to sense each of your locations, and you will also be able to sense mine and the cubs' locations. As the cubs grow and start to play outside, they may become mischievous, and I will be able to find them if they go missing. If one day we happen to get separated, we can also locate each other. Yes, this pill is truly effective. You should distribute them to everyone. Once you finish, I have something to discuss with you. All right. Chuyu stepped outside and quickly returned. So soon? Chuyu smiled slightly. You have so many capable beast husbands. Just tell them what to do, and they will handle it well. Indeed. Li Jiao felt delighted that Chuyu was not like the first beast husband she had seen in other families, who assumed they were superior simply for being the first. Instead, he consulted with everyone on matters, and the other beast husbands were also easy to get along with. Although Chuyu appeared a bit cold, he was, in fact, a meticulous and warm-hearted gentleman. The others were quite carefree, and even Chun Pei had noticeably become much more cheerful recently. Jiao, do you have anything else for me to do? Li Jiao broached the main topic. I want to produce salt. Chuyu's eyes widened in surprise. He had never realized that salt could be produced. Chapter 118. Producing salt. Chuyu stared blankly at Li Jiao, a wild thought striking him. Could Jiao truly be a celestial being? Jiao brought them things that had never existed in the beast world, completely unlike anything that should appear in this realm. Perhaps even the beast god was unaware of the items Jiao had introduced. Upon regaining his senses, he heard Li Jiao say, "We need to check the environment first. Spring has arrived, and I must hurry back to teach the tribe how to cultivate vegetables. My initial purpose in coming here was to see if there were conditions for salt production by the seaside. Jiao, before your arrival, we had never consumed refined salt. We only had coarse salt with soil or stone debris, unaware that salt could be produced ourselves. But how is salt made? Have you ever tasted seawater?" Li Jiao suddenly inquired. Chuyu was taken aback and replied, "I have." "What does it taste like?" After pondering for a moment, Chuyu said, "Bitter." "Do you know why it is bitter?" A sudden realization struck Chuyu. Jiao, could it be that seawater contains salt? He gazed at Li Jiao with a hint of disbelief. "Come with me first. After we check, I will explain everything in detail." Li Jiao stuffed the cubs into her space and flew with several beast husbands towards the seaside. A group of them flew along the coastline in great spirits. After a thorough inspection, Li Jiao felt quite satisfied. This primitive society was wonderful, free from any industrial pollution. The seawater was exceptionally clear, and there was a vast area of flat, open land suitable for constructing salt pans should large-scale production be needed in the future. However, the book mentioned that the best locations for salt production are those with abundant sunlight and low rainfall, as this benefits the crystallization and drying of the salt. Considering the climate of the beast world, production could only occur in the spring and autumn seasons. Li Jiao instructed Feng Xiao to take Chuyi down to collect seawater. Before setting off, she had already prepared several large stone jars in her space. Chun Pei eagerly ran over to assist, utilizing his unique abilities to fill several large jars in no time. Jinghui, upon hearing that Li Jiao intended to produce salt, was somewhat astonished. Jiao, do you have the necessary equipment? Does a book count? That counts, haha. After collecting the seawater, Li Jiao released the cubs, and the entire family joyfully caught shrimp and fish by the seaside, thoroughly enjoying themselves. The two main chefs worked tirelessly to grill fish and shrimp. Whenever Li Jiao attempted to help, she was promptly shooed away. "Never mind. I'll just sit back and enjoy the attentive service of the beast husbands." In no time, Li Jiao's belly was round and full. As she rubbed her belly, she couldn't help but exclaim, "If it weren't for the various pills I possess, I would never dare to indulge so freely." As dusk fell, everyone had nearly finished eating. Feng Xiao flapped her wings and flew back to the tribe with Li Jiao and the others. Jean Rue, who had loved eating oysters in the modern world, had gone to the seaside to search for them, but unfortunately lost the battle against his inability to swim. Today, he was fortunate to benefit from Li Jiao, who helped him gather a large bamboo basket full of them. However, while eating was enjoyable at the moment, once they returned to the beast den, he felt something was amiss. He was burning with heat, and his face was already flushed to his neck. Originally, it was Chunpei's turn for the night, but seeing Jean Rue in such a state, he feared that if he did not allow him to mate, Jean Rue might burst from the pressure. Thus, he had to relinquish his night to Jean Rue. Jean Rue's mind was already somewhat hazy. Observing him, Li Jiao asked, "Is there any way to help him regain some clarity?" What do you mean? Host, do you wish for him to be sober while engaging with you? It is not quite so. Primarily, he hails from the modern era, and his mindset likely still leans toward monogamy. Observe how he is not particularly proactive towards me. I sense that he is still unable to accept me in his heart. If we were to engage in something now, would he not accuse me of taking advantage of his vulnerability? What if his actions were deliberate? That seems improbable. Regardless, you should rouse him. If he is willing, it will be a joyous occasion for all. Jean Rue, in a daze, has begun to undress. Li Jiao gazes at his finely sculpted muscles and the proud strength they exude. Swallowing hard, countless voices echo within her mind. Host, administer a clear-headed elixir to him. You truly fulfill every request. You possess everything. There's an air of pride in that statement. Li Jiao feeds him a pill, and Jean Rue instantly awakens. Although his body remains heated, he is now cognizant of his surroundings and his actions. He notices Li Jiao's eyes fixed on his chest muscles, and his face flushes instantly. Upon realizing he is completely exposed, he wishes for a crevice to hide within. I did not take advantage of you. You undressed yourself, not I. Li Jiao retreats a couple of steps, waving her hands. Jean Rue feels a pang of hurt at her retreating gesture. Does Jiao not wish for us to share something? After all, we are married. It's primarily because I fear you may not be able to accept it. Jean Rue remains silent. Well, the elixir I just gave you will only awaken you. It cannot alleviate your heat. You must return to seek your fifth miss for resolution. Jean Rue observes Li Jiao's serious demeanor and opens his mouth, yet chooses not to speak, rising to return to his beast den. Before departing, he calls Chunpei to Li Jiao's den. Chunpei looks bewildered, unsure of what has transpired. He refrains from asking questions, assuming that Jean Rue has angered Li Jiao. Shortly thereafter, Jean Rue hears the breathless sounds emanating from Li Jiao's room, causing an involuntary reaction in his body. After a long moment, he exhales deeply, internally chastising himself for being so sentimental. The next morning, Li Jiao consumes a birth elixir and rises with Chunpei's massage. Shui has already set several large water barrels in the courtyard. Li Jiao retrieves a book and hands it to Hu Zhenhai. Following the instructions in the book, Hu Zhenhai methodically begins his operations. He first pours seawater into a pot to boil, then prepares bamboo tubes filled with charcoal made from rice husks, mixing it with yellow clay. Once the water reaches a boil, he pours it into the bamboo tubes. The filtered seawater flows out from the bottom of the tubes. This filtered seawater is then placed back into the pot for further boiling. The seawater is boiled down to a density of 13, allowing for sedimentation. After half an hour, the sedimented seawater is gently poured into the pot, discarding the remaining 13. What remains is brine. This brine is then boiled down to create coarse salt, which appears pale yellow and has a slightly bitter taste. The dried salt is then further processed to remove moisture. Once cooled, it is dissolved in clean water and poured back in. A vigorous boil is initiated. After boiling, the mixture is left to settle for 15 minutes to half an hour, after which the upper layer of water is removed and the lower layer is discarded. The upper layer continues to be boiled down to eliminate moisture. Ultimately, a stone pot filled with snow-white fine salt is presented before everyone. Chapter 119, we can go back. The group gazes at the final crystallized fine salt, their excitement rendering them speechless. Hu Zhenhai's confidence surges, and he swiftly finds a container to store the salt he has produced before commencing another batch. Li Jiao remarks, actually, there's a quicker method to enhance production. Jean Rue recalls their recent flight along the coastline and suddenly realizes, Jiao, are you suggesting we create salt flats? Li Jiao casts an appreciative glance at him. Precisely. The other beastmen look perplexed, unable to comprehend their conversation. Do you know how to do it? Li Jiao inquires of Jean Rue. I have a rough idea. Then let us consult Feng Zhao's father and ask him to send a few people to assist you. You and Chunpei shall handle this matter. I possess a book detailing the entire process, and later I will provide you with a set of distillation equipment. What about you? Jean Rue feels a sense of unease as he listens to Li Jiaojiao's directives. This is my plan. In a couple of days, we shall return to the Hu tribe while you remain here to experiment with the salt flats and see if you can achieve success. With Feng Xiao around, our travels will be convenient. Should you require anything urgent, Qinpei can fly, and he is even faster than Feng Xiao. Upon hearing that Li Jiaojiao intends to leave him and Qinpei behind, Jean Rue feels a pang of sorrow. Is it because he is not yet considered her husband that she can so readily abandon him here? But Qinpei is still her new love. What is she truly thinking? Jean Rue is bewildered, and the others exchange glances, ultimately deciding to give the final days to Qinpei and Jean Rue. That evening, it is Jean Rue's turn. Li Jiaojiao, believing he would not come, is surprised to find him waiting on her stone bed, clad only in a bee skin skirt and exposing his upper body. What are you doing here? Did you get drunk and wander in by mistake? Li Jiaojiao teases him. To be honest, Jean Rue is conflicted. On one hand, the concept of monogamy he has held for over 20 years is deeply ingrained in his mind, while on the other, the reality of this world informs him that monogamy is unattainable. Noticing his silence, Li Jiaojiao patiently waits. After a considerable time, Jean Rue finally speaks. I thought, since I am here, I might as well adhere to the customs of this place. Had I known you were also from the modern era, perhaps we would have already crossed certain boundaries. Li Jiaojiao remains silent, simply observing him. Jean Rue finds himself growing uncomfortable under her gaze. Li Jiaojiao then addresses him directly. If I were to tell you that there is a chance to return, would you still be willing to commit to me? Jean Rue suddenly lifts his head, searching her face for signs of jest, but all he sees in her clear eyes is sincerity. You speak the truth. Li Jiaojiao nods. Jean Rue's mind becomes a whirlwind. He longs to return. Initially, he was elated to escape the burdens of overtime work, relishing in the freedom to hunt and explore at will. However, it wasn't long before thoughts of his parents, teachers, classmates, and girlfriend began to haunt him. He cannot fathom how devastated they would be upon learning of his sudden disappearance. As his parents' late-born child, he and his girlfriend had reached the stage of discussing marriage. Had he not been abruptly transported to this world, they might have already been wed, raising children and leading a simple yet blissful life together. He had attempted various means to return, plunging into water in hopes of drowning, standing beneath trees in hopes of lightning striking him, and even offering himself to venomous snakes. Yet none succeeded. Gradually, the desire to return faded. While Jean Rue remains lost in thought, Li Jiaojiao repeatedly calls out, Tunzi, Tunzi, where are you? Host, what can I do for you? I remember you mentioned that accumulating a certain amount of points would allow a return to the modern era, correct? Indeed. How many points are required? 5 million for a one-way trip, 10 million for a round trip. That does not seem overly expensive. Quickly, show me how many points I have accumulated. Li Jiaojiao responds with excitement. The points earned from the tribe's little females giving birth and your own childbirth amount to 1,034,490 points. After deducting the expenditures of 100,290 points, your current total is 930,250 points. Li Jiaojiao was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated that the total had already accumulated to such an extent. It seemed that 5 million points were indeed not exorbitant. Regaining her composure, she noticed Jean Rue still in a daze and remarked, Akai mentioned that he heard you calling out Qing Tian in your dreams. I believe that must be the name of a girl very dear to you. Jean Rue was rendered speechless, wanting to explain, but unsure of how to begin. He could only nod in agreement. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. She is my fiancée. We were classmates in high school and college. Li Jiaojiao understood. My system can transport individuals back, but my current points are insufficient. It may take a year or two. If you can wait, I can send you back then. Do you not wish to leave? We could depart together. I do not wish to leave. I relish this place. There's no 9-to-5 grind, no exhausting labor. To be honest, I quite enjoy this way of life. Since you have made up your mind, I shall send you back when the time comes. During this period, I will not engage in any inappropriate behavior towards you. Jean Rue was initially elated to hear that Li Jiaojiao could send him back, yet upon hearing her words, he felt a tinge of disappointment. He could not fathom his own feelings. All right then, return to your den and kindly summon Qinpei for me. Thank you. Jean Rue, with a complex expression, stood and walked out. Upon reaching the entrance of the beast den, he glanced back, realizing this was the second time he had entered and exited. Qinpei had already settled down for the night, and, upon hearing Jean Rue call him, initially thought he was imagining things. It was only when Jean Rouet knocked that he realized Jean Rouet had been driven out again. He opened the door and cast a dim look at Jean Rouet, contemplating a question, but hesitating to ask. Noticing where Chun Pei's gaze lingered, Jean Rouet felt a rush of embarrassment and promptly turned to leave. What did that look mean? He must think I am inadequate. Yet I have no way to explain. How frustrating. Entering Li Jiao's Beast Inn, Chun Pei found her bathing. The mist swirled around, enhancing her exquisite visage with an ethereal aura. Chun Pei felt a tightening in his throat. Pei, have you bathed? Yes, but I believe I might indulge in another bath. Li Jiao smiled enticingly. Chapter 120. Awakening the Skill of Cultivating Vegetables. This night was destined to be another wild one. The following morning dawned bright and sunny as Li Jiao awoke after consuming a shengzi dan. She then took Chun Pei, Jean Rouet, and Feng Xiao to seek out Feng Qi. Father, good morning. Jiao, good morning. Is there something amiss so early? Yes. There are two matters. Li Jiao informed Feng Qi about her plans to create salt fields and cultivate vegetables. Feng Qi was so excited that he repeatedly slapped his thigh. Jiao, you are truly a benefactor to our Feng clan. I will promptly find suitable individuals to assist you with the salt fields. Although Feng Qi was not well versed in the process, it did not deter him from unconditionally supporting Li Jiao. Before long, Feng Qi gathered several robust young men. Upon hearing that they could produce salt themselves, they were so thrilled they were rendered speechless. Jean Rouet climbed onto Chun Pei's back, and together with several beastmen of the Feng clan, they soared towards the seaside. The general location of the salt fields had already been selected by Li Jiao a few days prior. The salt fields would primarily consist of evaporation pools and crystallization pools. The first step involved channeling seawater into the salt fields' saltwater dam. This was also the reason Li Jiao had Chun Pei remain there, as his presence would eliminate the need for multiple trips to transport water. After allowing the sun to evaporate the water to a certain extent, the water would then be directed into the crystallization pool. Throughout the salt production process, the most crucial step was the sun-drying of the salt. This process required constant manual intervention, necessitating individuals to traverse the salt pool, harvesting, pushing, and collecting salt. I believe that in no time, we shall have heaps of pristine white salt. After Jean Rouet and Chun Pei departed, Li Jiao retrieved various vegetables and fruits, each weighing 200 kilograms from her space. These vegetables and fruits will sustain us through cultivation, and consuming them is beneficial for our health, particularly for the young females and the little ones. Their teeth are generally weak, and they struggle to consume much beast meat. These vegetables not only provide essential nutrition, but are also tender. Jiao, your considerations are truly thoughtful. Feng Qi said, his eyes brimming with tears. He recalled almost opposing her union with Feng Xiao. Yet fortunately, a Xiao was persistent enough. Li Jiao, riding on Feng Xiao's back, began her search for suitable land around the Feng clan. It had to be nearby, level, and most importantly, possess a water source. Thus, Feng Xiao flew towards the vicinity of the water source. They spent the entire morning without finding a suitable spot. Xiao, you must be tired. Let us rest over there. Li Jiao pointed to a large rock beside a waterfall. Feng Xiao gently descended, and upon seeing the surrounding scenery, he couldn't help but smile. What are you laughing at? Li Jiao inquired. Sister, does this scene not feel somewhat familiar? Li Jiao looked around. The waterfall's spray shimmered in the sunlight, creating a dazzling halo. A rainbow. Indeed, the first time we ventured out alone, we landed on a rock like this one. Yes. And then someone confessed their feelings for me, wanting to be my beast husband. I never imagined we would now have little ones, so many of them. Are you happy? Li Jiao asked. Sister, are you happy? Do you feel happiness because of me? Yes. I am grateful for saving you. It is because of you that we have a series of stories. I shall remember your grace for saving my life for eternity. Who said you must remember such a favor? So, what should I remember? The various moments of our union? Feng Xiao laughed teasingly, gently lifting Li Jiao's chin with his fingers and kissing her. Their tongues intertwined as Li Jiao melted into Feng Xiao's embrace. Feng Xiao effortlessly carried Li Jiao to a nearby patch of grass. Sister, did we forget something? Li Jiao shot him a look. We have yet to find a suitable location for planting vegetables. Then let us hurry. Fortunately, just as the sun was setting, Li Jiao finally spotted a piece of land halfway up a slope that was perfect. She tapped Feng Xiao to land. Indeed, it was very suitable. This plot of land was a good 20 to 30 acres. Furthermore, There was a thicket adjacent to it, also estimated to be around 20 to 30 acres, making it convenient for future expansion. A mere 50 meters away was a tributary of the waterfall, from which water could be easily diverted using bamboo tubes. The land was level, requiring little effort to prepare. Li Jiao and Feng Xiao joyfully returned. The next day, Li Jiao brought part of the male Beastman from the Feng clan to the site, where they cleared weeds, tilled the soil, dug channels, and diverted water. They spent an entire day on preparatory work. Initially, she thought the land was so even that it wouldn't require much work, but she had not considered the sheer size of the area. Unfortunately, she could not retrieve large machinery. Otherwise, fetching the rotary tiller from her space would have greatly increased efficiency. Still too young. On the third day, Li Jiao distributed various vegetable seeds to the members of the Feng clan, meticulously instructing them on how to sow. He crafted many useful tools for her. She began by taking a small hoe and digging small holes in the ground. Then, she delicately placed the seeds into the holes and gently covered them with soil. Following that, she picked up a bucket and watered each little hole with an appropriate amount of water, ensuring that the seeds would fully absorb moisture. The members of the Feng clan watched Li Jiao's demonstration attentively, then eagerly picked up their tools to start sowing in accordance with her method. Some dug holes, some placed seeds, and some watered, all bustling with activity, working together in perfect harmony. Under the guidance of Li Jiao, the members of the Feng clan swiftly completed their sowing tasks. Observing their industrious figures, Li Jiao felt a profound sense of satisfaction, believing that she was indeed imparting valuable skills. Just as she reveled in her contentment, a multitude of voices interrupted. Host, good news. The main system has announced that from now on, actions such as skill teaching, like what you're doing now, will also earn you points. Really? Does that mean my previous efforts count? They do count. Wow, the main system is truly magnificent. If it weren't for the crowd, Li Jiao would likely leap for joy. How much is the reward? Well, it varies according to contribution, ranging from 10,000 to 100,000. It was indeed a bit strange that the system had become so communicative since the last time it encountered a glitch, and rewards had increased as well. The main system is quite generous. Li Jiao's eyes narrowed in delight. After Feng Xiao dug a trench, he raised his eyes to see beads of sweat on Li Jiao's forehead. He immediately approached her, retrieving a soft beast hide to wipe her sweat. The nearby male Beastman exclaimed, "Oh, our little clan leader is so gentle. Take notes." With a proud flick of his head, the aloof Feng Xiao planted a kiss on Li Jiao's cheek. That evening, Repay and Jean Rue returned with good news. The outline of the salt field has been roughly excavated. Recently, many places have experienced a drop in temperature. Everyone, please keep warm. Chapter 121. Repay senses the offspring. Li Jiao was elated. So your progress is quite smooth. Jean Rue was momentarily dazzled by Li Jiao's smile. Repay responded, "Yes, it seems there are no issues. We're nearly done here as well. Tomorrow, we will return to the Hu clan's tribe first, and I will trouble you and Jean Rue to keep an eye on things here. I will do my utmost to manage this matter, Jiao. Lower your head. I have something to tell you." Repay obediently lowered his head. "What do you wish to say, Jiao?" Li Jiao stood on her tiptoes, bringing her lips close to Repay's ear, pulling his hand to rest on her abdomen, whispering, "Feel this." Li Jiao recalled Feng Xiao mentioning that the dragon and Feng clans could sense their own bloodlines. Repay had not dared to consider that possibility until his hand rested on Li Jiao's belly, where a powerful vitality distinctly pulsed into his palm. He carefully sensed it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 40, 10. My goodness, there are 10 eggs inside, Jiao. Li Jiao gazed at him with curiosity as he gently withdrew his hand. Repay's heart raced, unsure of how to proceed. "How is it? Did you feel anything? Jiao, could you be in danger? You are carrying 10 of my offspring." Upon hearing the number, Li Jiao felt a tinge of disappointment. "Oh, just 10? I thought there would be more than 20. Repay, at a loss, looked at Li Jiao. "Jiao, our dragon bloodline requires an enormous amount of energy. Historically, our clan has only ever birthed 1 per pregnancy. This is not 1 pregnancy, but 2. Li Jiao corrected him. "Even so, to conceive so many in one go worries me. I fear you may be drained of energy. No, I must take you back to the dragon clan. The clan shaman can help reduce the number of fetuses inside you. We must return immediately." As he spoke, Repay attempted to lead Li Jiao back to the dragon clan. Wait, I'm fine. Don't be hasty. Listen to me. Chun-Pei paused his steps. I truly am fine. I asked the beast god 2 days ago, and he assured me there would be no issue. Of course, Li Jiao had not inquired. Considering how many fetuses she was carrying, she believed there would be no complications since the system had not indicated any problem. Yet, she had never anticipated that there would only be 10. If it weren't for Jean Rouet and Chun-Pei being present, she would have rushed into the space to ask the system if this counted as a blemish on its reputation. Chun-Pei, still skeptical of Li Jiao's words, inquired again. The beast god truly said you would be all right? Yes, indeed. Li Jiao felt a pang of regret. She had assumed the number would not be so few. Had she known 2 days earlier, she would have had Chun-Pei feel her belly then. She could have taken a fertility-enhancing pill, but now the opportunity had slipped away. Chun-Pei, not convinced, asked once more, the beast god really said it's fine? Li Jiao noticed the nervous tremor in his dragon horns and gently rubbed his head. Silly, it truly is fine. Unfortunately, I cannot summon him to assure you personally. Suddenly, Chun-Pei knelt before the entrance of the tribe, bowing his head several times. Great beast god, forgive me. Chun-Pei did not mean to question you. It is simply unprecedented to conceive 5 eggs in one pregnancy. I am genuinely concerned for Jiao's well-being. Please pardon me. After bowing a few more times, he stood up. It seemed he had come to trust Li Jiao's words and no longer insisted on returning to the Dragon Clan. However, he gazed at Li Jiao intently for several seconds before stating, I want to accompany you to the Hu clan. I cannot leave you alone. Very well. Let's ask Fengqi Fu to find a couple of male beastmen and have Jean Rouet assist. Jean Rouet, would you be able to? Li Jiao turned to Jean Rouet and inquired. Jean Rouet's gaze fixated on Li Jiao's abdomen, a strange emotion swelling within him. He responded in a muffled tone. Yes, I can. He then turned away, no longer looking at them. Li Jiao found his behavior perplexing. Are you all right? I'm fine. You all should return. I can manage on my own. Hearing this, Li Jiao smiled brightly. I knew you could. Otherwise, I wouldn't leave you here. Thank you for your hard work. This salt field is quite important. I hope they will have the freedom of salt in the future. Yes, I understand. Rest assured, I will not forget the promises I made to you. Meeting you is fate, but the current conditions are not yet sufficient. I will return to earn enough points to open the passage. Jean Rouet, with drooping eyelids, asked in a low voice, Do you truly wish for me to leave? Li Jiao was taken aback, unable to grasp his meaning, yet replied, Yes, I do not wish to return. My brother is still over there. Since you want to go back, I thought you could help me check on him. Please tell him that I'm doing well, and he need not worry about me. He should focus on living his own life. Upon seeing the happiness radiating from Li Jiao, Jean Rouet suddenly found himself reluctant to leave. What if I choose not to go? What do you mean? I'm fine. Accumulating points does not require my involvement. You need not feel troubled or embarrassed. It is settled. You focus on the salt field while I earn points. Jean Rouet had intended to ask Li Jiao if she was genuinely happy here and if she truly did not wish to return. However, looking at her bright countenance, he felt there was no need to pose the question. Li Jiao took Chun-Pei's hand and turned back towards the beast den. Chun-Pei, puzzled, inquired Jiao. I vaguely heard you mention that Jean Rouet wants to return. Is he homesick? Should I take him back to the Shur-Tai tribe? I can fly quickly. The distance isn't far, and we could reach there in a day or two. Li Jiao, noticing Chun-Pei's earnest expression, pinched his cheek. Silly, that's not it. He wants to go elsewhere, but he cannot just yet. Don't worry about him. But isn't he your beast husband? If he leaves like this, others will mock you. Jiao. Li Jiao burst into laughter. I'm a celestial maiden. Who would dare mock me? Furthermore, life is lived for oneself. Others' opinions do not matter. If they wish to laugh, they cannot be stopped. As she spoke, Chun-Pei gazed at her with sparkling eyes. Jiao, I feel you have such clarity in life. Over the past decade, thoughts of my kin's disdain and Cece's disappointed gaze have plagued my mind daily, each recollection piercing my heart with profound sorrow. Indeed, I have been a fool, punishing myself for the transgressions of others. Promise me, do not act so foolishly in the future. I swear, I shall never be so foolish again. I will heed only Jiao's words. Li Jiao, seizing my hand as I swore, corrected me. No, first you must listen to yourself. Even if we become partners, you remain yourself first, then my beast husband. Do you understand? Chapter 122. Returning to the Hu clan tribe. Chun-Pei nodded, still in a daze. Well, I have something important to discuss with you. Li Jiao produced 2 advanced elevation pills and handed them to me. consume them, one at a time. What are these? I inquired, taking one and placing it in my mouth. You did not wait for my answer before consuming it. You trust me so readily, Li Jiao teased. I was momentarily stunned, then broke into a silly grin. Jiao would never harm me. Can you feel any changes within your body? I took a moment to sense, feeling a warm current coursing through my meridians, and looked at Li Jiao in astonishment. Jiao, what is this? An advanced elevation pill. Consuming one elevates you by 3 ranks. You were initially at the Earth rank, and after consuming this, you will ascend to the Heaven rank with surplus energy accumulated. Afterward, you can take another, and I wish to see if you can awaken your extraordinary abilities. I was taken aback by Li Jiao's words. I had only heard of consuming beast cores to elevate ranks or self-cultivation. My father had fed me beast cores a few times during my childhood, allowing me to reach the Earth rank at a young age. Yet now, after all these years, I had remained at the Earth rank. My thoughts drifted, but the surge of power within me reached a crescendo, compelling me to clench my fists and let out a suppressed roar. Li Jiao winced at the sudden sound, and Chu Yu and the others rushed in. Jiao, what happened? I managed to suppress my dragon's roar to utter that one word. Realizing Li Jiao was covering her ears, I quickly apologized. Jiao, I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself. Silly, how could one control such a surge? Do not blame yourself. It was my oversight. Is Repay elevating? Chu Yu asked. Yes, I gave him an elevation pill, and he will take another soon to see if he can awaken his abilities. Let us go to my space. That way, the dragon's roar will not cause any disturbance. Chu Yu suggested. All right, Chunpei, you should enter the space with Chu Yu. After about half an hour, Chu Yu emerged from the space with Chunpei. Upon exiting, Chunpei excitedly rushed towards Li Jiao. Jiao, I have awakened my extraordinary abilities. Really? Li Jiao beamed with joy. What abilities have you awakened? One related to wind and another to water. I recall you could already spout water, correct? Indeed, but this water ability differs from my previous one. I just tested it in Chu Yu's space. This one can freeze water. Furthermore, while using the wind ability to create a gust, I simultaneously unleashed the water ability, witnessing the river's waters transform into towering waves, which then instantaneously crystallized into ice, taking the form of ice spikes. Chu Yu described enviously. Wow, Repay is so impressive. Li Jiao's eyes sparkled, clapping in delight. Chunpei blushed, feeling bashful. You must practice diligently. Your abilities will only grow more adept. Chu en Gao. Chunpei remained in a state of ecstatic excitement, his smile unwavering. Pei, shall we return to the Hu clan tribe? Cici, what are your plans? Do you wish to stay here or come with us? I shall ask her. All right. Chunpei set out to find Shenxi. Brother, I want to be joining you. I feel quite at home here. Granny Wu treats me well and teaches me with great care. I can help Sister Jiao tend to the vegetables and salt fields here. But can you manage alone? Rest assured, brother, Uncle Feng takes good care of me. If I miss you and Sister Jiao, I will come find you. No, you're just a little female. Don't wander off alone. If anything arises, have clan leader Feng send word. Understood? All right, I understand. With that, Chunshi made a cheeky face. The next morning, everyone prepared their belongings. Except for Feng Xiao and Chunpei, Li Jiao led the remaining beast husbands and cubs into Chu Yu's space. Father, please take good care of yourself. I know. Jiao left me plenty of pills. I can manage well. You should frequently bring Jiao back when you have time. Father, do not worry. We will visit often. If anything happens, send someone to find us. Good. Travel safely. Feng Xiao spread his wings and flew towards the Hu clan tribe with Chunpei. They traveled swiftly, and by the afternoon, as the sun brushed against the mountains, the cubs playing in the open space of the tribe spotted a great white dragon and a colorful phoenix hovering above the Hu clan tribe. The sharp-eyed cubs shouted, "The young clan leader brother is back. The young clan leader has returned." So Yu has returned. Huang, walking with the cubs, looked up to see Chu Yu. Chu Yu allowed Chunpei and the others to land outside the tribe, and then brought Li Jiao and the others out. Chu Changtian rushed to the tribe's entrance with a group of people. Upon seeing Chu Yu, he embraced him tightly. "You have returned. Father, mother, are you well? Is everything in the tribe all right?" Yes, everything is good. Spring has arrived, and a new batch of cubs has been born among the little females in the tribe. There are now even more cubs. Those days kept Granny Wu and the 2 girls, Dan, quite busy. As long as everything is well, that is all that matters. You Why didn't you think to bring the children back to discuss later? After such a long journey, the children must be tired. Hua Ying stepped forward, prying Chu Chong Tian away. Haha, look at me, too caught up in my joy. Let's return home, quickly. Once home, Chu Chong Tian busied himself preparing a feast and brought out the wine he had brewed himself. You heir, Jiao Jiao, you must try this. I brewed it according to your recipe. Tell me how it tastes. Turning around, he noticed Chun Pei. Oh, this is a youth from the Dragon Clan. Yes, father. This is Jiao Jiao's 8th beast husband, Chun Pei of the Dragon Clan. Ah Pei, this is my father, the clan leader of the Fox Clan. Greetings, clan leader Chu. I am Chun Pei. Ah, Ilo. This child is truly handsome. Zhu Jian Tian Plies. Indeed, every one of Jiao's beast husbands is remarkable. Huang chimed in. The entire family joyously finished their meal. Upon seeing Chu Yu and the others, Chu Chong Tian had already arranged for someone to clean the beast den for Li Jiao Jiao. As Li Jiao Jiao gazed at the flourishing chili tree in the yard, she noted the numerous budding flowers, indicating a bountiful harvest of chilies come autumn. Chu Yu and the others swiftly prepared water to clean and groom the cubs. While the cubs were settled, Li Jiao Jiao faced a dilemma regarding the beast husband's den. Chapter 123. The Resurgence of All Things and the Male Awakening. Originally, each beast husband had a separate den, but with Chun Pei's arrival, and having previously thought he would remain in the Feng clan, I had allowed him to share a bed with Li Jiao Jiao for several nights. Now that he had returned, it was clear that the rotation system must be reinstated, and he could no longer share a bed with Li Jiao Jiao. However, this posed a new issue. If Chu Yu were to share a bed with Li Jiao Jiao, then Chun Pei would have to sleep in his den on his stone bed. However, the Xiongshou Run possess a strong territorial instinct towards their beast dens. Under normal circumstances, they would not permit other beastmen to sleep there. Chu Yu found himself in a dilemma. He did not wish to concede the right to accompany Jiao Jiao to Chun Pei, nor did he want to relinquish the beast den to him. Ultimately, it was Chu He who suggested, why not let a Pei spend the night in my space for now? Chun Pei looked at Chu Yu with a hint of unease, realizing that his presence had caused some inconvenience. Li Jiao Jiao, noticing Chun Pei's troubled expression, felt a pang of compassion and, fearing that his sensitive nature might lead him to overthink, said, You may enter my space. Chun Pei's expression relaxed slightly. Pei, do not overthink it. Tomorrow, I will have a new beast den dug out for you. Li Jiao Jiao reassured him. I want to overthink, Jiao Jiao. You should go out and keep you company, Chun Pei smiled. As soon as Li Jiao Jiao exited the space, Chu Yu coiled around her like a serpent. Playfully whining, Jiao Jiao, I have allowed him several days already. If I concede again tonight, I fear I might lose my sanity. I know. I have missed you dearly as well, she exclaimed, leaning in for a kiss. Chu Yu's eyes widened in surprise at her reaction, realizing that with a husband like him, who was prone to jealousy, mere words were futile. A kiss was far more effective. Thus, they engaged in a passionate exchange of lips. Li Jiao Jiao gazed dreamily at the ceiling of the beast den, while Chu Yu lifted his head, brushing against her ear and softly inquiring, Jiao Jiao, how do you feel? Her face flushed instantly, and covering her face with her hands, she shyly responded, Oh dear, what are you doing? Why are we discussing this? Is there a crevice for me to hide in? Chu Yu kissed the back of Li Jiao Jiao's hand, causing her to withdraw slightly, revealing her fair, rosy complexion. Chu Yu felt a surge of desire. Every time he saw her shy yet timid demeanor, he was compelled to envelop her completely in his embrace. Increased communication will deepen our bond and help me learn how to bring you more joy, he declared. I really like what you just did, Li Jiao Jiao confessed, feeling too bashful to meet his gaze. Chu Yu was elated and thus worked even harder to please her. The following morning, the two emerged from the beast den, refreshed and hand in hand. You today let us dig a beast den for Chun Pei, Li Jiao Jiao suggested. Jiao Jiao, I can handle it myself. It's a good opportunity for me to practice my wind elemental abilities, Chun Pei replied. That's fine. Just decide where you wish to dig the den, she agreed. I will take a look shortly. You need not worry, he assured. Their current beast dens formed a semicircular arrangement. Chu Yu and Chu He flanked Li Jiao Jiao, while the Hu Zhenhai brothers were next to Chu Yu, and the Wang Yuan brothers were adjacent to Chu He, with Feng Xiao beside Wang Yikai. After surveying the area, Chun Pei chose a spot next to Hu Zhentian, perfectly accommodating four on that side. Once the location was selected, Chun Pei focused and activated his wind abilities. The wind blades sliced through the stone walls with precision, creating a rough entrance to the new beast den. This ability is truly remarkable, Li Jiao Jiao exclaimed. It would be incredibly convenient for crafting tools in the future. It seems I will have little to do after this. Chewy remarked from behind, his tone laced with envy. How could that be? Ligio Gio Raspunda Exasperata. The tools created by that ability will likely be basic farming implements, whereas your creations are more intricate. She comforted the second jealous party. Chewy huffed in response, but remained silent. Li Jiao chuckled softly to herself, pondering the recent surge of jealousy among her husbands. On the way back yesterday, Wang Yikai had grilled a fish for her, while Hu Zhanhai insisted on preparing a skewered potato, making a snarky remark about whether she no longer cared for him since she had consumed the 5 skewers of shrimp he had grilled for her just minutes before. She was momentarily taken aback by his ridiculous accusations. After their meal, Chu brought the little ones to play near Li Jiao, and Wang Yiyuan gathered all the children around her, playfully claiming that their mother could not show favoritism and must pet each little one. Feeling overwhelmed by the brewing tension, Li Jiao mused about the puzzling transformation of her once harmonious husbands into jealous beings. Ah, spring has arrived, one of them remarked wistfully. Li Jiao, confused, responded, so? It's the season of renewal. The animals are in heat, he explained. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as realization dawned upon her. No wonder her beastly husbands had been acting strangely lately. What should we do? Li Jiao inquirat. What else can we do during mating season? He replied, exasperated, as if expecting her to rely solely on her pristine system to enlighten her on how to manage the male beastman's urges. She chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to delve further into the topic. As her thoughts wandered, she contemplated the absurdity of their behavior and, if necessary, wondered if it would be better to let pairs of them come together. Upon this thought emerging, she shook her head in rejection, realizing she was losing her mind. Time to focus on serious matters. She decided to bring Chu Yu along to find Chu Chong Tian. Father, Jiao, you've come. I was just thinking of giving you more time to rest before calling you. Chu Yu et Lai. It's primarily Chun Pei and Feng Xiao who are tired. They just need some rest. Father, do you need us for something? Yes, as you know, a few months ago, some little ones were born in the tribe. The strength-enhancing pills you left before you left have been distributed, but we are still a bit short. Consequently, some of them cannot leave the tribe. And there are also some little females wishing to conceive again. Oh, I came for that matter as well. That's wonderful. I'll summon them now. Soon, the little females arrived. Tian Nu, you're back, they exclaimed. We missed you terribly while you were away. Where have you been? One asked. I know. She went to the seaside and brought back a handsome dragon beastman. Another chimed in. Oh, Liwa, are you envious? No matter how envious you are, he is still Tian Nu's partner. Don't even think about it. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Chu Chong Tian, feeling overwhelmed by the noise, raised his hands for silence. Everyone quiet down and listen to Tian Nu. As he spoke, the room fell silent. Li Jiao cleared her throat and addressed them. Thank you all for your concern. I have been well during this time, and I just heard from my father that you all seem to be doing well too. Yes, Tian Nu, thanks to you, none of the little ones in our tribe have fallen ill this year, and none have passed away. Indeed, we are grateful for the blessings of the beast god and for your gifts, Tian Nu. Thus, as long as we possess adequate skills, we can protect our little ones. Correct? Yes. And we must also thank Tian Nu for the pills. My little ones said that after taking the pill, they felt full of energy and are no longer sickly as before. Tian Nu, my newborn did not receive the pill. May I request your blessing? I called you all here for this reason. Those little ones who have not received the pills, please stand to the left. I need to take account. The little females quickly arranged themselves accordingly. Chu Yu distributed the strength-enhancing pills according to their numbers. Just as he finished, a cheerful voice piped up, Tian Nu, is there still any of that childbirth pill left? I would like to have a little one with my 5th beastman. Yes, that is the second matter for today. See, I told you not to be anxious. Tian Nu has been thinking of us. Dear Heavenly Maiden, please do not take offense. I am rather anxious. Not all. I completely understand. The young females consuming Shengzi Dan should indeed coordinate among themselves, avoiding clustering together and staggering their schedules. Otherwise, the shamaness may become overwhelmed, which could pose a danger. Understood, Heavenly Maiden. We shall discuss this shortly. Ayu, please distribute the medicine to them. Chu Yu nodded in agreement. Li Jiao gazed at the more than 100 young females holding Shengzi Dan and could already envision the substantial points she would accumulate in a couple of months. When she visits the Hu Xiao tribe and the Divine Dog tribe in a few days, she would be able to enjoy effortless gains. How delightful to think about. Eventually, once everything was settled, the young females dispersed. Father, I have another matter to discuss. I wish for the tribe members to engage in large-scale cultivation of vegetables and fruits. Are you referring to the green grasses you and your mother enjoy during winter? Yes, they're called vegetables, and consuming them is beneficial for both young females and cubs. Naturally, it is also advantageous for the male beastmen. Absolutely, of course. I intended to inquire about this when spring commenced. Is it still timely to plant now? It should not be an issue. Very well. I shall now seek out the male beastmen in the tribe. Father, please do not be overly excited. We still need to find a suitable piece of land for cultivation. What type of land would be appropriate? It should be flat, expansive, near a water source, and not situated too low. Chu Chong Tian contemplated for a moment, then clapped his hands. I know just the place. He signaled for Chu Yu to carry Li Jiao Jiao as they proceeded together. After a little more than half an hour, Chu Chong Tian came to a halt. He turned to Li Jiao Jiao and said, Jiao Jiao, look, this is the location. Li Jiao Jiao surveyed the area, and indeed, it was a splendid place. Approximately 100 acres of lush green grass, dotted with a few low shrubs. Not far off, there was a waterfall, and the terrain was elevated, akin to that of the Feng clan, positioned halfway up a mountain. It was indeed an excellent choice for cultivation. Li Jiao Jiao was elated and remarked to Chu Chong Tian, Father, this place is truly perfect. How come I have never seen it before? Chu Yu explained, this area used to be a low-lying region, home to many wild fruits, but during the annual floods, they would wash away, and gradually, no one came here anymore. However, it appears that the upstream soil has leveled it out. Perhaps it was all destined for us. Chu Yu looked at Li Jiao Jiao's radiant smile and affectionately said, You are right, Jiao Jiao. It may indeed be so, since it is suitable. I shall organize the male beastmen in the tribe to commence work. Father, before we begin, let's first have them visit our place. Very well. What do we need to go there for? We must prepare the tools first. Upon returning, Chu Chong Tian swiftly gathered a male beastman from each household in the tribe to congregate in Li Jiao Jiao as courtyard. Ahi, I entrust you with teaching them how to make tools. Take a Hai, a Tian, a Kai, and a Yuan along. They need to learn, as they too will return in a couple of days. Understood. Chu Yi observed Li Jiao Jiao, feeling that her confidence and brightness made her radiate. Chu Yi led the group up the mountain. He taught them meticulously, and the male beastmen learned diligently. In the evening, Chu Yi embraced Li Jiao Jiao on the stone bed, lamenting, My dear, a Tian is not suited for this. He lacks patience. And the tools he makes are both ugly and unusable. Li Jiao Jiao frowned. Is he inattentive or simply unable to learn? Perhaps you should assess it yourself tomorrow. I cannot say much. Noticing his weariness, Li Jiao Jiao rolled onto him and gently pecked his brow. You have worked hard, he. After saying that, she pecked him again. Chu He felt delighted. Then let me hear you call me husband. Li Jiao Jiao leaned close to his ear and softly whispered, Brother he. Chu He was taken aback, suddenly exerting force and pinning Li Jiao Jiao beneath him. The following day, as Chu He led the others back up the mountain to craft farming tools, Li Jiao Jiao called out to him. I want to go too. Chu He smiled faintly. Hu Jintian was momentarily stunned, frantically thinking, It's too late. I've learned so poorly. If Jiao Jiao goes, she will surely see my ineptitude. He hurriedly interjected, attempting to dissuade her. Jiao Jiao, the mountain is not very safe. Fear not. I will stay close to you, and you will protect me. Right, a Tian? Li Jiao Jiao's endearing plea overwhelmed Hu Jintian. Yes, I will protect you. Jiao Jiao, you shall remain by my side, and I will ensure you are not harmed in the slightest. Excellent. Then let us depart. As he spoke, he patted Hu Jintian, who then dutifully bent down to allow Li Jiao Jiao to mount. The beast forms of Hu Jintian and Hu Zhenhai were quite large, nearly the size of elephants. Li Jiao Jiao sat atop, feeling immensely comfortable. Upon reaching the mountain, she observed Hu Zhentian's clumsy attempts, nearly getting cut by the stone knife several times. Chu Yi repeatedly instructed him, but he just could not retain the information. Hu Zhenhai shook his head in exasperation. Li Jiao Jiao assessed the situation and concluded that Hu Zhentian was simply not adept at such tasks. After several days, the farming tools were nearly complete. Chu Yu and Chu He formed two teams, each leading dozens of individuals, demonstrating the entire process of weeding, tilling, sowing, and diverting water. Most of the participants grasped the techniques well, but the most impressive were Wang Yikai and Hu Zhenhai. Hu Zhenhai, who had a passion for cooking, learned quickly due to his interest in vegetable cultivation. What surprised Li Jiao was Wang Yikai. Not only did he excel at crafting farming tools, but he also mastered the entire process of planting after a single demonstration from Chuyi. Li Jiao surveyed the results of their 10 days of hard work and nodded in satisfaction. Next, it was time to explore the markets of the other two tribes. Chapter 125. Dividing into two routes to return to Hushao tribe. Upon returning to the tribe, Chu Chong Tian approached Jiao. You have truly worked hard these past few days. Father, witnessing the tribe improve day by day is our shared aspiration, is it not? I heard from you that you had 3 little Jiawei, Hu cubs in your last litter. Li Jiao smiled. Yes, father. Chu Chong Tian was overwhelmed with joy, turning to Hua Ying and saying, when you informed me, I could hardly believe it. Look, I told you. Our Hu clan tribe is destined to rise. Hua Ying inquired. However, we do not know when the other young females will give birth to Jiawei Hu. Do not worry, mother. This is a process. Just as the disappearance of the Jiawei Hu occurred gradually, in time, others will arrive. Father believes in you. You are the heavenly maiden. If you say it will happen, it certainly will. We just do not know when we shall restore the title of our divine fox tribe. There is no rush regarding that matter. We have indeed become much more powerful than before. However, I believe we should remain low-key and develop further. It is best that our debut is as a formidable tribe. You are right, Jiao. We must become even stronger. Once we are sufficiently powerful, we shall summon the major tribes to participate in our ceremony to restore our title. Chu Chong Tian envisioned the future in his mind. Indeed, there is no hurry regarding this matter. We can set it aside for now. Father, we plan to visit the Hushao tribe and the Divine Dog tribe in the coming days. Chu Chong Tian pondered for a moment and understood the intention behind Li Jiao's visit. It is indeed time for such a trip. We are, after all, brother tribes, and as we grow, we must not leave them behind. To be honest, I've been thinking along those lines as well. Their proximity to us means that growing together will only benefit us. Yes, indeed. By the way, during your return, why did you not encounter the Tian Ying tribe's Ying Tan? Li Jiao looked at Chu He with a puzzled expression. Chu He was perplexed and inquired, who is Ying Tan from the Tian Ying clan, and why would the clan leader think he would be with us? This left Chu Chong Tian equally bewildered. Hasn't this child come to find you? Li Jiao and Chu He exchanged glances, responding no. I had thought he might have sought out Jiao. Chu Chong Tian continued. At that time, when the Feng clan sent someone to summon you, just a few days after your departure, a representative from the Tian Ying clan came to me, claiming that the clan leader intended to attack our Hu clan. However, they were already divided into 2 factions. They proposed that when the Tian Ying clan leader acted, we should collaborate with them to ambush the faction aligned with the leader. I agreed, and everything progressed smoothly. I assumed that once their matters were settled, they would return. Unexpectedly, their leader, a young man named Ying Tan, stated he would fly to the Feng clan to find you. I thought he had gone. Chu Chong Tian recounted the entire sequence of events. It was then that Li Jiao realized that the Ying Tan her father mentioned was one of the first Beastmen who had accompanied Ying Fei. We haven't seen this person you mentioned during our long stay in the Feng clan, nor did we encounter him on our way back. Could it be that he returned to the Tian Ying clan without visiting the Feng clan? Chu Chong Tian found this curious. Let us not dwell on it for now. We can discuss it later. If they have urgent matters, they will likely come back. This indicated that the Tian Ying clan would not pose a threat. Chu Chong Tian nodded. Indeed, I merely asked out of curiosity. It's best not to concern ourselves with it. Upon returning to the beast den, Li Jiao instructed Hu Zhanhai and Hu Jintian to prepare their belongings for departure the following day. Wang Yuan and Hu Zhanhai were elated, realizing it had been over half a year since they last saw their friends and family. Chunpei volunteered to accompany Li Jiao, primarily because she needed substantial energy daily due to carrying numerous dragon eggs. Chunpei could not ease his mind if he did not see Li Jiao each day. Aware of Chunpei's feelings, Li Jiao also wished for him to have a chance to wander around, treating it as a leisurely trip. Feng Xiao expressed his desire to join, but was halted by Li Jiao. You have tasks to attend to, should any matters arise in the Feng clan. You must be able to relay messages. Feng Xiao pouted. Here I am, the esteemed king of birds, reduced to a mere messenger. Li Jiao affectionately ruffled his hair. Oh dear, my little Xiao has been wronged. What shall we do? Your unparalleled flying speed leaves us no suitable replacement. So it seems you must endure this for a while. However, you are right. It is indeed unbefitting for the phoenix, the king of birds, to be merely running errands. I wonder if there are any suitable messengers among the avian species? After pondering, the term eagles suddenly sprang to mind. Indeed, the Tianing clan would be quite suitable. They had previously transported goods between various clans. While their flying speed could not rival that of Phoenix, Li Jiao mused that with some enhancement, they could improve. Moreover, their size was considerable, and few avian species could match them, making them ideal for carrying items or running errands. It seemed that if the Tian clan did not seek her out, she would have to make a journey to their clan herself. With a bright smile, Li Jiao kissed Feng Xiao. Be good, my Xiao, endure a bit longer. When we return, I shall find a solution to this issue. It's not too difficult. Feng Xiao replied as Li Jiao placed her hand over his mouth. Yes, I understand everything. Warmth filled Feng Xiao's heart, and his minor grievances dissipated. He was not truly arrogant. As the king of birds, he harbored a slight sense of pride, but knowing that Jiao understood his feelings moved him deeply. Are you all ready? Li Jiao called from outside. Yes, we're all set. They responded. Then let us depart. With that, she led the four of them and the little ones into the spatial realm and climbed onto Chunpei's back. Sister, please return soon. Chunpei waved, his eyes reddening with emotion, feeling a pang of sadness at the prospect of being apart from his sister for an extended time. Chu Yu and the others also waved silently, their eyes filled with reluctance, concerned that the wind might be too harsh for Li Jiao. Chunpei did not dare to fly too fast, and they only reached the Hu Xiao clan by afternoon. From a distance, Li Jiao instructed Chunpei to stop, allowing Hu Zhenhai and the others to disembark and walk back to the Hu Xiao clan. Even from afar, the guards of the Hu Xiao clan spotted them and hastily sent someone to relay the news, while others rushed to greet them. Young clan leader, Brother Zhenhai, why have you all returned together? Chapter 126, dividing into two paths to the Divine Dog clan. Clan leader. The messenger hurriedly entered the clan, arriving at Hu Yitong's beast den. Cough. What has happened? Hu Yitong, nearly choking on his drink from the shock of the announcement. Young clan leader. The messenger gasped for breath, struggling to articulate his words. Calm down. Catch your breath first. What about the young clan leader? Has he returned? Hu Yitong sipijulatit. The messenger nodded vigorously. Yes. He has returned. Well, he has returned. I expected they would be back soon. Before winter, Jiao promised to return in spring. Did she return along with him? Yes, they returned together. The messenger finally managed to catch his breath, but just as he was about to leave, he paused, saying, but there's a dragon clan Beastman accompanying them. Hearing this, Hu Yitong's eyes widened in astonishment. They were far from the dragon clan. How could a dragon come here? Did they come together? Yes. They appeared at the same time. Then there should be no issue. Let us hurry and see. Xian urged, stepping outside. Yinner, wait for me. Hu Yitong and the others quickly made their way to the entrance of the clan. The area was already crowded, with Chunpei surrounded by the beastmen of the Hu Xiao clan, who were fascinated by the dragon. Wow, is this the dragon clan? Mother, is this really the dragon clan? That big brother from the dragon clan looks so majestic. Look at those two whiskers. Silly, those aren't whiskers. They are dragon whiskers. Look, he even has horns on his head. I want to touch them. Cough. Why is everyone crowding around? Hu Yitong's authoritative voice broke through the chatter, prompting the crowd to part and create a path. Father, mother, Hu Zhenhai and Hu Zhentian were excited to see Hu Yitong and rushed towards him. Xiania, hi, you are back. Xian embraced her two sons. Jiao, are you well? She asked, turning towards Li Jiao after briefly hugging her sons. I am well. How about you? Li Jiao replied. We are good. Hurry home. We can talk more there. Everyone disperse, please. Move along. Hu Zhentian's loud voice commanded attention, causing the clan members to gradually disperse. Oh dear, who is this dragon beast man? Xian asked, holding Li Jiao's hand. Mother, this is my 8th beast husband. Seeing Chunpei's imposing stature, Xian silently rejoiced, thankful that her two sons had acted quickly. Had Jiao met a dragon or a beast man from the Feng clan earlier, her two foolish sons might have faced more competition. Upon returning to the beast den, Hu Zhentian boasted as he removed his back basket. Father, mother, look, these are the little ones Jiao has given me. Xian leaned in for a closer look. Oh my, how many are there? 1, 2, 3. Oh dear, Yitong, come count them. I can't keep track. You can hold them. Once you hold them, counting will be easier. Hu Yitong stretched his head out and was taken aback. Hu Zhenhai gently set down his offspring. As the basket tipped over, the little ones scampered out on their own, rushing towards Hu Yidong and Shiyun, calling out, Grandfather, Grandmother. Xian couldn't contain her laughter. her smile wide and radiant. Hu Yitong appeared almost foolish, simply grinning from ear to ear. In no time, the ground was alive with little tiger cubs and bunny kits, running and hopping about. Shi Yun embraced one and petted another, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Li Jiaojiao. Jiaojiao, thank you for bringing so many little ones into our family. It must be quite challenging to care for them all. You have truly worked hard. As she spoke, tears began to stream down her cheeks. Mother, I am fine, truly. The beast god has favored me, and I have not suffered much. A Hai and a Tian have treated me well. They do not let me do anything besides nursing. It should be their responsibility. If it weren't for their inability to nurse, I would be reluctant to have you care for so many little ones. It is too taxing. Mother, I assure you, I'm perfectly well. I treat Jiao Jiao very well. If you don't believe me, you can ask a Xiong, a Kai, a Tian, or a Pei. Shi Yun, wiping her tears away, playfully slapped his arm. All right, I understand. Hu Bangxia walked in and was stunned to see the myriad of little ones. These are a Tian and a Hai's offspring? Bangxia, a father, Li Jiaojiao, stood up obediently and greeted. Oh, Jiaojiao, you gave birth to all these? Li Jiaojiao smiled slightly. Yes. Bangxia, my little female is extraordinary, isn't she? Hu Zhantian grinned broadly, his smile seemingly of little value. Indeed, I was just preparing a meal and was unaware of so many little cubs. Perhaps I did not prepare enough food. Hu Bangxia felt somewhat embarrassed. It's all right. Father Bangxia, I will take care of it. Yes, let a Xiong cook. His meals are delightful. You still dare say that? Why aren't you helping? Mother, I am not good at cooking. Then what are you skilled at? Xian playfully slapped him. I excel at eating. Before long, Hu Jinhai had prepared a sumptuous feast, and the little ones, with their round bellies, lay nearby, stretching and yawning. The atmosphere at the table was particularly joyful due to Hu Zhantian's presence. Jiao Jiao, your return is not merely for a visit, is it? Hu Yitong inquired. Indeed, father, I have several matters to discuss upon my return. I will share them with you tomorrow. Xian playfully scolded Hu Yitong. What are you thinking? The children have just returned, and you can't even let them rest before asking? Oh, look at me. I am merely chatty. Let's eat. Early the next morning, Wang Yikai and Wang Yiyuan expressed their desire to leave first. They had previously arranged to return Hu Zhenhai and Hu Zhentian home before Chunpei would take Wang Yikai and his brother back, ensuring no one would be delayed in the Hu Shao tribe. Uncle Hu, we will take our leave, they said. All right, once you've finished, do come back to visit. You head back first. Once everything is settled here, I will come find you in the Shun Quan tribe. Li Jiaojiao hugged Wang Yiyuan and Wang Yikai one by one. We understand. Jiao Jiao, do not worry about us. Upon our return, we will inform uncle and aunt to begin planting vegetables and fruits. We can discuss the rest when you arrive. So obedient. Li Jiaojiao looked at the adorably naive Wang Yiyuan and couldn't resist pinching him. Wang Yiyuan turned red as he and Wang Yikai climbed onto Chunpei's back, heading towards the Shunquan tribe. On Li Jiaojiao's side, Hu Yitong had gathered everyone from the Hu Shao tribe. Chapter 127. Distributing the elixir's greetings. Celestial Maiden, you have arrived. The tribe members were exhilarated upon seeing Li Jiaojiao. She was as enchanting as ever, captivating all in attendance. The young females gazed at her with envious eyes. Standing at the forefront, Li Jiaojiao raised her hand for silence. Everyone, I have several matters to discuss with you today. The crowd fell silent in an instant. Firstly, I can assist the males of your tribe in ascending in rank. Secondly, I can help your young females conceive and bear offspring. Thirdly, I can guide you in cultivating various fruits and vegetables, achieving freedom in produce. As soon as Li Jiaojiao finished speaking, the crowd was momentarily stunned into silence, before an eruption of chatter ensued. How is this possible? I am aware of the rank ascension. The Celestial Maiden helped by ascend before winter, and he returned directly to the tribe leader after ascending a rank, with effects akin to consuming a beast's crystal core. But the notion of conception and bearing offspring seems far-fetched. Someone voiced skepticism. It may indeed be possible. Have you not noticed the increase in births among the Fox tribe in recent years? Without the Celestial Maiden's influence, who could have endowed them with so many little ones? Another countered. How can a Celestial Maiden manage conception? Should we expect her to enhance our male prowess while we are engaged with the young females? Remarked a male with a mocking grin. His words incited laughter among several males. Hu Zhenhai, sharp-eared, shouted, What nonsense are you spouting? The other males exchanged glances, yet none dared to speak further. Li Jiaojiao shot a cold glance, curious to see how Hu Zhenhai would respond. In an instant, Hu Zhenhai transformed into his beast form and swiftly approached the mocker. The imposing, beastly figure made the man involuntarily shudder, taking a step back. Sansin Uzines Fiesoha. He turned to flee. However, Hu Jinhai's massive paw pinned the mocker's tail firmly. The man winced in pain. Hu Jinhai, what are you doing? Do not think that just because you're the tribe leader's son, you can treat tribe members as you please. You are neither the tribe leader nor the deputy leader. Though I am not the deputy leader, if you insult my young female, am I not permitted to retaliate? Who insulted her? Ah, still refusing to admit it. What is happening? Hu Yitong confronted the group. A father, Xiao Tian, just insulted Jiao Jiao, claiming I am neither the deputy leader nor the tribe leader, and thus have no right to deal with him. Is this true, Ahai? Hu Yitong's gaze swept over the group, and the previously huddled males were immediately compelled to kneel under his imposing presence. Reporting to the tribe leader, Ahai speaks the truth. Xiao Tian indeed said so. That one named Xiao Tian was preparing to argue, but the others quickly turned him in. Hu Yitong stepped forward, pinning Xiao Tian's head down with his paw. Take him away. 30 lashes. Cancel his eligibility for rank ascension granted by the Celestial Maiden. A few timid young females gasped in shock. 30 lashes would surely leave their skins torn. Tribe leader, please no. Spare me. Hu Yitong ignored him, turning to address the crowd. Any further offenders will face double the punishment. The group that had been close to Xiao Tian fell silent, not daring to utter a word. Hu Jun Tian stepped forward, standing in the center, and spoke. My young female could do nothing at all. Yet her kind heart cannot bear to see everyone suffer due to their low beast ranks during winter. Nor can she bear to witness young females deprived of offspring for years, nor the frail little ones struggling to survive. This is why she wishes to help us. If anyone does not require assistance, they may simply turn away. We do not wish to aid those who are ungrateful. We will never forget the great kindness of the Celestial Maiden. Thank you, Celestial Maiden, for your immense grace. For a fleeting moment, Li Jiaojiao felt a twinge of guilt, although she genuinely wished for their well-being. However, I am not entirely selfless in my dedication. My efforts stem from the fact that as their beast ranks rise, the offspring born to the little females will also possess superior quality. With higher quality comes greater rewards. Alas, I cannot share these thoughts with them. Let them think as they wish. The subsequent processes proceeded smoothly. The items sent by Li Jiaojiao were all primary elevation elixirs. Once consumed, the entire Huxiao tribe's ranks transformed into 8 at the Tian level, 25 at the D level, 30 at the Xian level, 18 at the Huang level, 46 at the Yu level, 50 at the Zhou level, and 112 at the Hong level, with none at the Huang level. The atmosphere of the entire Huxiao tribe felt akin to the changing of seasons in autumn. The little females, witnessing the joy of the male beastmen, found themselves filled with anticipation. Li Jiaojiao had them meticulously tested, leading to the identification of 86 suitable candidates for pregnancy. 35 were excluded due to frailty, advanced age, or illness. Li Jiaojiao sought the consent of these 86 little females, distributing a birthing elixir to each. Subsequently, she arranged a schedule based on the tiger's gestation period of approximately 100 days, dividing the little females into 5 groups, planning for the Fox tribe shamans to provide assistance. It was imperative to adhere strictly to the timeline I provided. Otherwise, if they clustered together to give birth without a shaman present, any ensuing dangers would be beyond my capacity to manage. Your Highness, with your current arrangement, there may be over 10 births in a single day, and a lone shaman would be overwhelmed, one little female ventured. Li Jiaojiao turned her gaze towards her. The one who spoke, fearing she had offended the goddess, trembled and hesitated to reveal her name. Your Highness, her name is Leonie, announced another little female, standing across from her, wearing an expression of amusement. Recognizing the misunderstanding, Li Jiaojiao perceived that Leonie was indeed quite meticulous and felt compelled to inquire about her name. It seemed, however, that the one who answered was not particularly kind. Upon hearing her name called, Leonie's face turned pale, filled with regret for having spoken out. Before she could lament further, Li Jiaojiao remarked, Leonie, your name is truly lovely. Moreover, your attention to detail is commendable. According to my arrangements, there will indeed be over 10 little females giving birth each day, but you need not worry. I will ensure that the shamans from our Fox tribe will be present. It appeared that the goddess had anticipated this all along. Some individuals simply worried unnecessarily. Hearing Jinlan's words, Li Jiaojiao furrowed her brow in displeasure. Leonie's concern about my planning was quite reasonable, she defended. Jinlan, realizing that Li Jiaojiao was supporting Liani, huffed in annoyance and sashayed away. Li Jiaojiao disregarded her and continued. This elixir must be consumed within a day of mating. If the time elapses, it will lose its efficacy. Thank you, Your Highness. We shall remember. Before departing, Li Jiaojiao observed each individual consuming their loyalty elixir, finally feeling reassured as she returned to the beast den. Chapter 128. Journey to the Divine Dog Tribe that evening. Within the beast den, Jiaojiao, please do not be upset about today's events. With a large tribe, there are all sorts of tigers. I am not so petty, besides. You all protect me, so I bear no grievances. Jiaojiao, how can you be so beautiful, so kind, so magnanimous, and so capable? Do you think I have any shortcomings? Hu Jinqian pondered seriously for a moment, then shook his head. None. Do you know why? I do not. Hu Jinqian appeared eager for further explanation. I suspect it is because you love me, Li Jiaojiao teased, standing on her tiptoes to peck him on the cheek. He lifted her in his arms, murmuring, So, it is because of love? Li Jiaojiao nodded. In our land, we have a saying, in the eyes of lovers, there is only beauty. She sure is a figure of exceptional beauty in our culture. The implication is that because you adore me, everything about me appears splendid. Indeed, I cherish you. You are the best in my heart and eyes, my very own Shi sure. Li Jiaojiao lauga hartili. Hu Jinqian carried her towards the stone bed, showering her with tender kisses along the way. The following morning, Li Jiaojiao rode on Hu Jinqian's back as they ascended the mountain, seeking an appropriate location for planting crops. Jiaojiao, why don't you remain in the tribe? Hu Jinqian and I can go find it ourselves. Hu Jinqian worried about tiring her. No worries. I wish to explore as well. I have yet to visit the surrounding forests of your Hu Shao tribe. It is fine, brother. The two of us can certainly protect Jiaojiao. Hu Jinqian suggested. Once we find a suitable spot, let us take Jiaojiao to the cave we often played in as children. Is there something special about that cave? Indeed, the stones within are beautifully shaped. The water is crystal clear, and it is home to the fish you adore. In the past, we were unaware of their edibility, allowing them to grow large. Excellent. Let's go see it soon. As they traversed towards the direction Hu Yitong indicated, they soon discovered a sizable flat area, albeit not vast, measuring only about 20 acres. Considering the current population of the Hu Shao tribe, Li Jiaojiao believed it would suffice for the little females and their offspring. They could plant fruit trees along the sloped sides, thereby conserving the flat land. The only drawback was the distance to the river. After surveying the area, Li Jiaojiao envisioned that replicating the Fox tribe's method of using bamboo tubes to channel water would not be feasible. They would likely need to dig a canal to divert the water. Upon sharing her thoughts with Hu Jinqian and Hu Jinqian, both waved their hands dismissively. Then let us dig. However, neither had experience with digging canals. Although Chu Yu did possess experience, he was currently unavailable. Just as they pondered this, a shadow passed overhead. They looked up to find it was Chun Pei. Feng Xiao, what brings you here? As Feng Xiao folded his wings and gently descended, he was greeted by a rushing Li Jiaojiao. Sister, I missed you so much. I missed you too. Did you come alone? I came with Chu He. He was concerned about you and wanted to check in. Where is he? We went to the Hu Shao tribe first. The tribe leader retained him for a discussion. Upon learning you were on the mountain, I hastened to find you. What perfect timing. Please return and fetch Ahi. I have something for him to do. Hearing that Li Jiaojiao was seeking him, Chu He quickly stood up to leave, and Hu Yitong followed him up the mountain. After Li Jiaojiao shared her ideas, Hu Yitong erupted into joyous laughter. Jiaojiao, your mind is truly brilliant. However, this may impose some burden on Ahi. Tribe leader Hu, if we can assist you. That is enough. Without delay, Chu He took Hu Jinqian and others to gather materials for tools. After a bustling afternoon, they finally crafted the necessary implements for digging the canal, then continued tirelessly to create tools for planting crops. Ahi, take a break and have some water. Li Jiaojiao offered, presenting a cup to Chu He. Thank you, Jiaojiao. You should rest as well. You have worked tirelessly all afternoon. I am fine, not fatigued. Come sleep with me tonight. I miss you. Li Jiaojiao whispered close to Chu He's ear. He smiled warmly. Very well. With Chu He's expertise on board, the progress of digging the canal and planting crops proceeded smoothly. Father and mother, we are preparing to visit the Divine Dog Tribe tomorrow. Oh dear Jiaojiao, you have truly worked hard during this time. Shi Yun gently grasped Li Jiaojiao's hand, expressing her concern. I am fine. It is a Hai and a Tian who have been doing the work. But you are pregnant now. You must take extra care. Understand? Yes, I know. Thank you for your concern, Amu. By the way, Amu, please take extra care of the pregnant females in the tribe. I will let the shaman of the Fox tribe come over a few days in advance to assist. Oh, I don't know how to thank you for your kindness. Li Jiao took out the prepared health-enhancing and fertility pills. This yellow pill strengthens the body. If any little ones are unwell, they can take one. And this pink one is for fertility. The other day, there were over 30 who were not in good health. You can have a shaman help them recover. And when they are better, you can give them the pills if they wish to conceive. After a moment's thought, she whispered to Shi Yun, if a Mu wishes to give birth, I can ensure your safe delivery. You child, you're teasing me. I am far too old for such things. I am not teasing you. I speak only the truth. Then I shall ask your to a fu, Shi Yun said with a shy smile. Very well. I will come back in a few days after I finish my tasks in the Divine Dog tribe. And if you have made up your mind, I will prepare everything for you. Thank you, a Mu for now. Come on, Jiao, what did you just discuss with a Mu? Hu Zhen Tian curiously leaned in. I asked a Mu if she wished to have more little siblings for you. Li Jiao looked at Hu Zhen Tian, who was utterly astonished. While Hu Zhenhai chuckled, let us go. We are off to find a Kai and a Yuan. Chapter 129. An immature idea, the group hurriedly made their way to the Divine Dog tribe. Li Jiao felt that this was not a sustainable solution. The crops had been planted, but they still needed to prevent pests and teach them about weeding and fertilizing, and perhaps later instruct them in other skills. If they continued this exhausting back and forth, it would be quite overwhelming. It seems the journey with the Tianying tribe must be expedited. When Li Jiao and her companions arrived at the Divine Dog tribe in the afternoon, Wang Yikai and Wang Yuan had already taken care of the farming matters. Li Jiao could not help but want to commend them. Mu, Chu Hiafu, Zhen Tian Afu. The little ones, with their sweet mouths, rushed over for hugs upon seeing Li Jiao. Oh, Jiao is here. It's been so long. Mu has missed you. Mu Yao held Li Jiao tightly. Mu, how have you been these days? Yes. Good. Very well. I just miss you all. Have the little ones caused you any trouble in these days? Our little ones are so lovable. How could they cause trouble? Mu, a Yi and a Nai have been so good to us, bringing us delicious fruits every day. Several older little ones were enjoying the wild fruits that Wang Ting had gathered for them. Li Jiao patted their fur affectionately, saying, if you like a Yi and a Nai, you should spend more time with them. Really, Mu? You are so wonderful. Mu, can we stay for a few days? A little border collie cub stretched out its tiny paw to count its toes, but when it reached 3, it could count no more and simply extended its whole paw in excitement. Li Jiao gently held that little paw, smiling as she nodded. Of course. Yay. Mu is the best. The little ones cheered joyfully. Jiao, quickly go inside the beast den to rest. Wang Yuan stepped forward to assist Li Jiao. Upon entering the beast den, Li Jiao noticed that aside from the familiar style of her beast den in the Fox tribe, it was adorned with many decorations, showing Wang Yuan's thoughtful preparations. Thank you, Yuan. Your decorated beast den is so beautiful. I'm glad you like it. I missed you. It's been several days. Wang Yuan gently rested his chin on Li Jiao's forehead, holding her close. I miss you too. My most adorable big dog hasn't returned in a while. Does it feel particularly dear to you? I am fine, but Akai is especially happy. I see the little ones are quite joyful. Yes, being among their kind in the tribe makes them feel more at ease. After hearing this, Li Jiao fell silent for a moment, gazing at Wang Yuan, and asked, Yuan, is it better for little ones like them to grow up with their own kind? Generally speaking, we are social beings, and living among our own kind is certainly preferable. But we need not worry about our little ones. We have so many. There are over 100 already, and in a couple of years, there may be even more than 200. We are comparable to a small to medium-sized tribe. They have plenty of companions to play, learn, and grow with. So we need not be concerned. Wang Yuan comforted Li Yao softly. Hearing you say, that puts my mind at ease. However, I have an immature idea. Li Jiao continued. What do you think about us establishing our own tribe? Wang Yuan was somewhat taken aback. Li Jiao had just heard Wang Yuan mention their numbers being comparable to a tribe, and this thought suddenly emerged in her mind. With her beast husband and children, in 2 years, they would have at least 200. Indeed, they had the qualifications to form a tribe. She thought to herself, if she established a tribe, wouldn't it eliminate the need to run from one tribe to another? Once they finished their tasks, they could hold a family meeting to discuss it. The more Li Jiao contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. Aside from wishing to teach the tribespeople how to farm, we also plan to promote everyone in the tribe. Wait, Jiao, did I hear you correctly? You mean everyone? Yes, a fool. Then I truly do not know how to thank you. Wang Ting was somewhat excited. A foo. There is no need for such formality. We are a family now, and the two tribes are allies. Our wish is to develop and grow together. Only when everyone is strong can we better protect our families. Right? Yes, indeed. Should I call them now? Yes. The last time they ascended, there were 3 at the celestial tier, 10 at the earthly tier, 20 at the mysterious tier, 18 at the yellow tier, 22 at the cosmic tier, 40 at the temporal tier, 37 at the flood tier, and 98 at the wasteland tier in the entire divine dog tribe. In the past 6 months, they had emulated the cultivation method of the fox tribe, where higher tiers mentor lower tiers, and indeed, many have ascended. Therefore, as of now, the orcs gathered in the courtyard consist of 3 at the celestial tier, 14 at the earthly tier, 25 at the mysterious tier, 23 at the yellow tier, 23 at the cosmic tier, 32 at the temporal tier, 43 at the flood tier, and 85 at the wasteland tier. After promoting them all by 1 tier, they would become 17 at the celestial tier, 25 at the earthly tier, 23 at the mysterious tier, 23 at the yellow tier, 32 at the cosmic tier, 43 at the temporal tier, 85 at the flood tier, and none at the wasteland tier. Wang Ting looked at the tribe as strengthened overall power, tears of joy welling in his eyes. It is no exaggeration to say that he had never been so moved even upon seeing his son's remarkable achievements. Afu, please calm down. I have one more thing to say. Jiao Jiao, go ahead, I am listening. I can help the little females in the tribe conceive and give birth successfully. Jiao Jiao, are you serious? Muyao rushed over, tightly grasping Li Jiao Jiao's hand. Yes, Amu. They can conceive even when not in heat. Wang Ting, now slightly calmer, could hardly believe it. He knew how challenging their reproduction was, and hearing Li Jiao Jiao say this so suddenly left him in disbelief. Yes, they can conceive even when not in heat. Nonsense. Li Jiao Jiao, holding the miraculous pill in her hands, seemed to have never known what a heat cycle was. Chapter 130. Chu Hu's majestic defense of Jiao Jiao. Quick, quick. Wang Ting, what are you still dawdling for? Summon all the young females. Mu Yao urged with palpable excitement. Before long, the clan leader asked, did you call us for something? I summoned you to inquire if any young females wish to conceive and bear offspring. Clan leader, did I mishear? Have you truly become so formidable that you can command our fertility? It is not I, but the heavenly maiden. The heavenly maiden. If mere beauty sufficed to earn the title of heavenly maiden, I dare say I could claim it too. A disdainful voice interrupted, accompanied by a flick of her hair. Li Jiao Jiao turned to see the speaker, who, while possessing some beauty, was certainly among the more attractive in the entire Shinchuan tribe. Wang Ting frowned deeply and reproached, Pingla, do not be disrespectful. This is the heavenly maiden. Just observe Jiao Jiao's fertility and the wonders she has created to realize her rightful claim to the title. Her ability to conceive does not guarantee that all young females will be able to do so, Pingla retorted, rolling her eyes. Do you know how many offspring the Hu tribe has given birth to during the autumn and winter seasons? Li Jiao Jiao stepped forward, choosing not to engage further in idle banter, for data was evidently more persuasive. Since last summer, our tribe has welcomed 32 new lives. I refuse to believe you could surpass us significantly. For 191, Li Jiao Jiao stated slowly and emphatically, ensuring each word was distinctly heard. All the young females gasped collectively. Good heavens! Nearly 500 young females born in just half a year. How is this even possible? Of course, this does not account for the additional 160 offspring of my own. This declaration struck them like a thunderbolt, causing the atmosphere to erupt. If you do not believe it, feel free to send your beastly husbands to the Hu tribe for verification. Witness for yourselves the reality of your heavenly maiden. Before she could finish, all the young females knelt before her, with the exception of Pingla. Pingla, with a sullen expression, remained obstinate. A familiar young female tugged at her hand, urging, Pingla, quickly kneel. Li Jiao Jiao ignored her, focusing instead on the kneeling young females. Please, heavenly maiden, grant us your blessings. Bestow upon us the sacred elixir for childbirth. The fervent cries of the gathering only served to render Pingla a figure of ridicule. Li Jiao Jiao distributed the elixirs and meticulously explained their usage. The young females expressed their gratitude profusely after receiving the medicine. Pingla contemplated storming away. Yet she was reminded of her 3 years without conceiving, which had begun to draw criticisms from her chosen beastly husbands. If not for her lingering beauty, they might have abandoned her entirely. With this thought, she felt as if her feet had rooted to the ground, unable to move. Li Jiao deliberately averted her gaze from her. After ensuring the other young females had collected their elixirs, she turned to head towards the beast den. Pingla, frantic, called out, "Why did you not give me one?" Li Jiao feigned ignorance and continued on her way. Pingla stepped forward to seize her wrist. You possess quite a bit of strength." Li Jiao winced at the pressure on her wrist. "What do you mean by this?" she inquired, lifting her captured hand. "You cannot leave. I'm also a young female of the tribe. Why did you distribute the elixirs and not include me? If your mind is troubled, seek out the shaman for guidance." Li Jiao snapped, shaking off her grip and striding away. "Please, I beg you, grant me one. I too wish to conceive. Regrettably, I am rather petty. It is simply beyond my capabilities to act as if nothing transpired between us moments prior. Moreover, the elixirs are mine to distribute as I see fit. You cannot compel me otherwise. How can you claim the title of Heavenly Maiden with such behavior?" Pingla exclaimed, exasperated and at a loss for words. "I would gladly allow you to assume the title of the Heavenly Maiden. Now, do return to your beast den." Pingla, overwhelmed with frustration, turned and fled, sobbing, leaving onlookers to believe Li Jiao had been cruel to her. Though Li Jiao had indeed been unkind, she found herself indifferent to it now. Wang Yiyuan and Wang Yikai, having heard of the incident, hurried back, abandoning their hunt. "Jiao, are you unharmed?" They surrounded her, inspecting her closely. "With my father present, I shall be fine." What is the matter with Pingla? She was never like this before. Wang Yikai pondered, perplexed. Li Jiao had gleaned some insight from Mu Yao regarding Pingla's long-standing struggles with infertility. Yet, she was not one to suffer in silence. Being confronted in such a manner warranted a lesson. "I shall confront her, mate," Wang Yikai declared, prepare to march out. "What are you doing? She is a young female. I cannot resort to violence against her, but I can certainly deal with her mate." But her most formidable mate is merely at the Xian level. You, being at the Tian level, would surely find a lopsided contest. Meanwhile, Chuha silently withdrew from the room. Inside, Li Jiao managed to calm the tempers of Wang Yiyuan and Wang Yikai. Just as she was about to discuss with Mu Yao the distribution of elixirs to the next batch of young females, a male beast approached with urgent news. "Young clan leader, you must come quickly. The second mate of the Heavenly Maiden is fighting with Pingla's first mate." Li Jiao gasped. Her second husband certainly enjoys engaging in significant matters quietly. Feng Xiao soared with Li Jiao towards the sacrificial altar of the Xinchuan tribe. Upon arrival, Li Jiao was taken aback. This was no mere brawl. It was sheer domination. Chuha and his opponent remained in their human forms, and Li Jiao watched as Chuha's massive, hammer-like fist struck Pingla's first mate squarely in the face, visibly swelling. Chuha then lifted the man and brutally slammed him to the ground, as if he were a mere doll. The impact caused the man to cough up a mouthful of blood. "Oh my goodness, if this continues, Chuha may well beat him to death." "Chuha, cease this madness." Li Jiao leapt down from Feng Xiao and rushed towards him. Seeing her approach, Chuha instinctively raised his hand to cover her eyes, shielding her from the gruesome scene. To the man writhing on the ground, he declared, "Return and inform your young female. If she dares to bully my Jiao again, I shall punish all her husbands. For every act of bullying, there shall be retribution." When Pingla arrived, she found her second and third mates supporting her first mate, who was nursing his injuries and preparing to seek the shaman. While it was natural for her mate to retaliate after her disrespectful remarks, it was clear that he was outmatched, and she had no defense for her first mate's behavior. However, when her first mate learned that she had prioritized her own pride over securing the elixir for childbirth, he nearly lost his breath in disbelief. Chapter 131. Pingla's apology. Pingla's first mate, Ka Chung, with a swollen face, took a few deep breaths to compose himself. "Pingla, I have always complied with your wishes over these 3 years. Whatever you requested, I endeavored to fulfill. I have never complained about our lack of offspring. But why is it so? Why do you wish to strip me of my desire to be a father? Why is it so crucial to argue with the celestial maiden when you have the opportunity?" Ka Cheng's face was filled with hurt. "Cheng, that is not how I feel." Ping Lu attempted to defend himself, yet he realized that the reasons he had rehearsed in his mind seemed somewhat feeble. In this matter, he indeed acted a bit willfully. However, upon speaking, it transformed into, "I never expected it. I never thought that celestial maiden would be at fault. Yes, it's all her fault. I merely exchanged a few words with her. It is she who is petty, unwilling to grant me the elixir, not me. I bear no blame." As these words escaped his lips, Not only did Ka Chung's face darken with disappointment, but the other two Beastmen also found it hard to agree with Ping Lu. They had always heard how understanding and benevolent the Celestial Maiden was, how she cared for her kin. Just this morning, when she distributed the elevation elixirs, Ka Chung and the others were among the beneficiaries. How could it be that only Ping Lu could not tolerate the Celestial Maiden? Enough. I no longer wish to discuss this. Ka Chung waved his hand, limping back to his beast den. Ping Lu's second Beastman, Ka Chi, promptly followed, assisting him. Only the third Beastman, Qian Shui, remained standing there. Shui, I did not mean to. Ping Lu felt extremely wronged. Usually within the tribe, he could retort against anyone, as no little female dared to defy him. Why was it that today, the Celestial Maiden had to be so troublesome? Ping Lu, regardless of the circumstances. The Celestial Maiden indeed considers the tribe first. Just the other day, I overheard the Tianing tribe say that our Fox tribe is about to leap into becoming a super tribe. Can you imagine? They have added 500 to 600 younglings in just half a year, all of them robust. Throughout the entire winter, not a single one perished due to accidents. Last winter, our tribe survived the cold only because the Celestial Maiden had the young chieftain relay the charcoal burning technique. We should cultivate a heart of gratitude. Ashri? Ping Lu, you are typically too headstrong. You speak without thinking. In this matter, you were indeed in the wrong. I have inquired with the young chieftain, and he indicated that the Celestial Maiden seldom loses her temper like this. I believe, if we sincerely apologize, we can surely earn her forgiveness. No, I will not go. If I do, how will I ever hold my head high in front of those little females in the tribe? Upon hearing this, Ping Lu immediately rejected the notion. And what do you think will happen when everyone has 2 or 3 younglings and you're left with none? How will you lift your head then? Ping Lu was at a loss for words. Qian Shui was right. Among the same batch of adult little females, he was the only one who had not birthed any younglings. If he did not seize this opportunity, wouldn't others mock him even more? Seeing Ping Lu isitat, Qian Shui continued, if you are worried about your pride, I will accompany you. After much internal struggle, Ping Lu finally nodded. Let's go. Qian Shui took Ping Lu's hand and led him outside. Shui, you are truly kind. Once I obtain that elixir, I will be the first to bear younglings for you. Qian Shui halted his steps, turned to Ping Lu, and solemnly stated, Ping Lu, Chung is your first Beastman. I witnessed his attentive care for you, even before we became mates. Therefore, your first offspring should not be with me. Do you comprehend this principle? Ping Lu puted. But just now you saw how fierce Ka Chung was. Was Chung not beaten and returned covered in wounds? Did you offer him a word of comfort or concern? Ping Lu fell silent once more. Human hearts are tender. You cannot take advantage of Ka Chung's affection for you and harm him without restraint. If you truly obtain that elixir, remember, your first offspring must solely be Ka Chung's. Fine, although it sounded unpleasant, at least he had acquiesced. In the past, whenever you caused trouble outside, it was always Chung who fought others, suffering injuries each time, and he never uttered a word of complaint. This time, he merely desires to have his own youngling. When he returns, remember to show more concern for Chung. Do you understand? I understand, Ping Lu replied glumly. Upon reaching Wang Yikai's doorstep, Qian Shui paused to reiterate, when we enter, be sure to maintain a good attitude, all right? I will also ask the young chieftain to speak on our behalf, as I have known him since childhood and we share some rapport. MHM, understood. Young chieftain. Shui, what brings you here? Just as he finished speaking, Wang Yikai's gaze fell upon Ping Lu, whose presence darkened his expression. I brought my little female here to apologize to the Celestial Maiden for her indiscretion. Li Jiao and Chu, he were currently playing hide and seek with the younglings. Upon hearing Wang Yikai's conversation, they turned their attention toward him. Ping Lu hastily approached and knelt before Li Jiao. Celestial Maiden, please forgive my momentary lapse of clarity and my reckless words. Can you find it in your heart to pardon me? I promise to never behave this way again. Young chieftain, I kindly ask you to intercede for my little female with the Celestial Maiden. She now recognizes her fault and is sincerely here to apologize. Wang Yikai pulled Qian Shui aside and whispered, Shui, with so many little females in the tribe, why did you specifically choose Ping Lu? Her temperament really does bring trouble upon you frequently. Young chieftain, you know that I lost my parents at a young age. It was Ping Lu who occasionally assisted me, sharing her food with me. That does not necessitate making her your beast man. In truth, Ping Lu may have a sharp tongue, but her heart is kind. I suppose I will have to speak to my little female. However, I cannot guarantee whether she will listen. Regardless, Thank you, young chieftain. Hey, are we still being so polite among brothers? Wang Yikai gently punched Qian Shui before striding toward Li Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, could you possibly find it in your heart to forgive her? Her third Beastman has been my companion since childhood, and he assured me that Ping Lu will not behave this way again. You may rise. Li Jiao Jiao could not bear having someone kneeling before her. Has the celestial maiden forgiven me? Ping Lu asked, excitement evident in her voice. I hope you will remember this lesson. Words can lead to disaster. Always think thrice before speaking. Yes, I will remember. Celestial maiden, about that elixir. Li Jiao Jiao, not wishing to further complicate matters, decided to be lenient. After all, she had caused her first Beastman to be injured, and her third Beastman had to accompany her to apologize. It was said that her first Beastman had faced this predicament more than once. Being her Beastman was indeed unfortunate. Akai, please fetch the beast skin bag beside my stone bed. Li Jiao Jiao retrieved Shangzi Dan and handed it to Ping Lu, instructing her. Take it within a day after mating. Ping Lu trembled with excitement, astonished that such a small item could lead to pregnancy. I will definitely do so. Thank you, Celestial Maiden, for forgiving me. I promise not to be so indiscreet again. You should consult the shaman to understand her schedule, attempting to avoid having too many little females conceive on the same day, or else the shaman may be overwhelmed. All right, thank you for the advice, Celestial Maiden. We shall go now. Qian Shui chimed in, while Ping Lu's ears were already buzzing with excitement, filtering out other sounds. Thank you, Jiao Jiao. Wang Yikai remarked suddenly. Thank you for what? I overheard you speaking with my mother yesterday, saying that you would wait for the next batch of Shangzi Dan to allocate to Ping Lu. You are only giving it to her now because her Beastman is my childhood friend? Li Jiao Jiao playfully pinched Wang Yikai's cheek. Yes. Since she pleaded for your sake, I must consider my dear Kai's face as well. I truly envy myself. Wang Yikai sighed. What do you mean by that? Chapter 132. Falling off a cliff. Look at how happy I am. You have never resorted to scolding us without reason, always showing concern and even giving birth to so many little ones. I have found such a remarkable little female, and all the male beastmen in the tribe are envious of me and a Yuan. Even I occasionally find myself envious of my own good fortune in encountering someone as wonderful as you. Oh dear, today my tongue is as sweet as honey. Uffle, where's the honey? I want to eat. One little one, with ears perked up, scampered over upon hearing the sound. Wang Yikai chuckled, scooping up the little one that had rushed to nuzzle against his leg. Who wants honey? Those who want honey, follow a Fu. A Fu knows where to find it. Jiao Jiao, let us go together. I know a place with beautiful scenery and plenty of honey. Great, let us bring the little ones along. As Li Jiao Jiao spoke, she called for Chu He, and together they placed the little ones into the space, wobbling as they made their way into the mountains. The group made their ascent, traversing a winding path until they reached the summit. Indeed, Wang Yikai had not exaggerated. The scenery here was extraordinarily beautiful. A vast stretch of flatland was adorned with towering trees, lush and green, sunlight filtering through the dense foliage and casting golden halos over the knee-high grass, resembling a carpet of delicate flowers. After walking a little further, Wang Yikai pointed, Jiao Jiao, look, there's so many beehives on these branches. These bees start collecting honey every spring, and the honey at this time is sweet yet not cloying, making it the perfect moment to seek out honey. Li Jiao Jiao gazed curiously at the thick, tall trunks, wondering where the honey came from. Nearby, a valley bloomed with an array of flowers each spring, where bees would gather nectar and return to build their hives. I discovered this place when I was young, playing with friends from the tribe. I'll climb up to fetch some. Chu-He chimed in. Wait a moment, let us take some precautions first. Getting stung by bees is no trivial matter. Saying this, Wang Yikai retrieved 2 pairs of rubber gloves and a thick down jacket for Chu-He, wrapping his legs in animal skins as well. Wang Yikai laughed heartily at Chu-He's appearance. Jiao Jiao, there's no need for all this trouble. I know how to gather without attracting bee stings. You stay with Jiao Jiao, I'll go. With that, he leaped onto the branch. The branch itself was as thick as a person's waist. Upon climbing up, Wang Yikai moved effortlessly along the branch. Soon, he reached a beehive, gently extending his finger inside to retrieve a clump of glistening honey. He tasted it with his tongue, and indeed, it was the same flavor from his childhood. Wang Yikai made a small hole at the bottom of the hive, and the honey began to drip down. He pulled out a prepared animal skin bag and filled it, quickly gathering half a bag. Wang Yikai switched to several other hives. efficiently filling more than 10 animal skin bags used for holding water. Delighted, Wang Yikai jumped down, releasing the little ones who eagerly rushed to taste the honey. It's delicious. They devoured it like little kittens. Wang Yikai handed the largest bag to Li Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, this is for you. Upon opening it, she marveled at the honey's rich color. Having just witnessed Wang Yikai's effortless gathering, she felt an irresistible urge and asked, "May I climb the tree and gather some too?" "That might not be wise. The tree is too tall, and it's unsafe for you to go up." Wang Yikai replied, "Jiao Jiao, if you feel you haven't had enough, I can go up and gather more for you. It's too dangerous." Chui added, "I'm not lacking, I just want to try. I've never done this before. Look at those thick branches, I'll be fine. Moreover, I'm a Tianjia, capable of protecting myself, and I want to be alone. Akai will be there too. Please, I really want to give it a try." Li Jiao Jiao pouted, pulling on Chu He and Wang Yikai's hands. "All right, but be careful." Chui pinched Li Jiao Jiao's nose, unable to resist her charms. Once she pouted, he felt his resolve wavering. Li Jiao Jiao transformed into her beast form, mimicking Wang Yikai as she climbed up the tree for the first time. This sensation was simply exhilarating. Li Jiao Jiao cut in Warli. Before long, Wang Yikai led her to an untouched beehive. "Jiao Jiao, look, a hole is slowly forming at the bottom of this hive. The honey is still liquid, so it will flow out from this opening. We just need to catch it in the animal skin bag." Wang Yikai demonstrated several times for Li Jiao Jiao. Feeling confident, Li Jiao Jiao waved her hand. "Akai, let me try." Wang Yikai obediently stood by, watching her attempt. Li Jiao Jiao carefully supported a beehive, slowly creating a hole, and as the honey began to flow out, she exhaled in relief. "Yes, Akai, did you see? I did it." Wang Yikai also sighed in relief, smiling as he praised. "Of course, my Jiao Jiao is the best. She is the most capable little female I've ever seen." Hee. Li Jiao Jiao felt a sense of pride, quickly gathering several more. Having satisfied her craving, Li Jiao Jiao began to tire. As honey flowed from another hive, she found herself losing her balance, instinctively leaning against the hive for support. However, the hive was not securely attached to the branch. With a slight push, the entire hive fell. Li Jiao Jiao lost her center of gravity, flailing her arms in a desperate attempt to stabilize herself, but ultimately fell from the branch. With a startled cry, Wang Yikai reached out to catch her, but only managed to brush her fingertips. Below, Chui was entertaining the little ones when he heard Li Jiao Jiao scream and hurried to help. He ran a few steps, but abruptly halted. They were already at the edge of the valley. What to do? Li Jiao Jiao was plummeting straight down from the branch that extended over the valley. Kunlas Angisha Momins, Jiao Jiao. Chui shouted from the cliff's edge. Wang Yikai leapt down in a few strides. The echoes of Li Jiao Jiao's voice still lingered in the valley. Chui immediately thought of jumping down to find Li Jiao Jiao. However, the little ones, terrified, huddled together, their eyes wide with fear. Uffle, did Amu fall? Woo, Amu. The timid little ones had already begun to cry. It's all right, your Amu will be fine. I'll go down to find her right now." Chui's impulsiveness quickly gave way to calmness as he urged himself to remain composed. "You all go into a Fu-S space first. I can't let you encounter danger as well," Chui said, sending the little ones into the space. Wang Yikai noticed Chui's intent and interrupted. "Hey, this valley is peculiar. Both sides are smooth and flat, without any footholds, and it's too deep. Going down like this is dangerous. What should I do? How could I be so careless? It's all my fault. I couldn't hold onto Jiao Jiao." Wang Yikai fretted, rambling anxiously. It's all right. Jiao Jiao is a celestial maiden. She will surely be fine." He murmured, uncertain whether he was reassuring Wang Yikai or himself. "Is there a way to enter the valley from below?" "No, the valley is surrounded by steep mountains, resembling a deep pit." "Is there water below?" "When we were young, we saw that there wasn't any." Upon hearing Wang Yikai's words, Chui felt a weight settle deeper within his heart. The height was daunting. If there were water, it would provide some cushion, but without it, what could be done? What if there were nothing but rocks below? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Chui grew increasingly agitated. He forced himself to close his eyes and take a deep breath. Gradually, his sluggish brain began to function again. "All right, Akai, I will go find some vines to descend. You must hurry back to seek out Feng, Xiaocheng, and Pei. They can fly, and it won't be a problem for them to come down." Without waiting for Wang Yikai to respond, he dashed toward the grove of vines he had encountered on his way up the mountain. At that moment, A singular thought consumed him. He must find the vines to rescue Jiao Jiao. She was waiting for him to save her, and he had to act swiftly. Oh, okay. Can you manage it alone? Eh? By the time Wang Yikai processed this, Chu-He was already out of sight. But he could not shake off his concern for him. He called out loudly, but Chu-He was right. Finding Feng Xiaoqing and Pei was the best course of action. All right, you go ahead. Chu-He's voice echoed distantly. In that moment, both Chu-He and Wang Yikai ran with the speed of a bolt of lightning. Upon reaching the grove where the vines grew, Chu-He selected the thickest and longest vines, chopping down over a dozen. Once he returned to the mountaintop, he hurriedly tied the vines together, testing their strength to ensure they were secure. He then swiftly attached one end to a sturdy tree trunk and the other to his waist. Without a moment's hesitation, he slid down like a monkey, shouting loudly for Jiao Jiao as he descended. Meanwhile, at the moment Jiao Jiao fell from the tree, her mind went blank, paralyzed with fear. An array of images flashed through her mind like a film reel, culminating in a singular thought. It was over. She took a deep breath, repeatedly questioning her own existence within this system. How could she have been so oblivious as to forget herself in such a critical moment? Just as she was about to hit the ground, the voice of her system broke through her panic. Host, enter the space. Space. Enter. Jiao Jiao stepped into the space, still feeling slightly disoriented. Host, my dear, do you always forget about me? Am I non-existent? Finally regaining her composure, Jiao Jiao chuckled sheepishly. Oh, I must admit, in that moment, my mind just couldn't keep up. Thank goodness for you. Wait, am I now suspended in midair? Indeed. Wow, this is exhilarating. Will I continue to free fall once I exit? The system rolled its eyes in exasperation. My esteemed host, could you please remember some of the primary functions of the space? Have you forgotten that we can teleport within it? Oh, right. How far can we move? 50 kilometers, right? Oh dear, my esteemed host. 50 kilometers is a feature from version 20. We are now on version 30. When did that happen? I had no idea. Every month, there are system notifications. Haven't you ever checked? The system felt a wave of frustration wash over it. Perhaps I have seen some notifications. Can I teleport to the valley floor? Jiao Jiao feigned ignorance to the system's eye roll and inquired with a grin. Yes, host, a friendly reminder. In version 30, you can teleport up to 150 kilometers. You are remarkable. So diligent. The system felt a tinge of annoyance, recalling how its colleagues often spoke of their hosts wanting this or that, indulging them daily, while their own host remained so unambitious. Teleport to the valley floor. Jiao Jiao exclaimed, glancing at the system. Is this sufficient, system? Yes, host. You may now step outside to observe. Cautiously, Jiao Jiao emerged from the space, and indeed, she found her feet firmly planted on solid ground. Wow, nature is truly magnificent. She gazed around, taking in the towering mountains surrounding her. System, how deep is this valley? 3,600 meters. Jiao Jiao gasped. She was fortunate to have a space, for without it, she would have met a grim fate. The sun still shone brightly as she surveyed her surroundings. Just as Wang Yikai had described, the cliffs were smooth, yet surprisingly, flowers thrived upon them, and a sea of blossoms blanketed the valley floor. Countless butterflies and bees flitted about, mesmerizing her. After a moment, she decided it best to return. She could always come back to explore later. What if Chu-He and Wang Yikai were worried about her? Just then, a rustling sound caught her attention, sending shivers down her spine. Slowly turning around, she was confronted by a colossal python, far larger than 10 of her combined, flicking its tongue menacingly. The serpent's head towered high, its tail hidden from view, and its bulbous eyes fixated on her. Oh no, she gasped, retreating back into the space, her heart racing wildly. The system, concerned by Jiao Jiao's pale complexion, approached her. What happened outside? There's a gigantic python. It's as thick as 2 of me. I was terrified. The system chuckled. You're frightened of a mere snake? If I recall correctly, your 8th beast husband is a dragon, which is far larger. That's entirely different. My Chun Pei is handsome, with cute dragon horns and whiskers, and he is not nearly as frightening. Jiao Jiao thought to herself. The system chuckled lightly. Just because you dislike it doesn't mean snakes are unattractive. Enough of this discussion. I must return. Teleport to the flat ground at the valley's peak. After a brief pause, Jiao Jiao quietly exited the space, exhaling a sigh of relief. I made it. This function is so useful. But where was everyone? She searched around, but found no one. Where could they have gone? Surely they haven't returned home? Just as she pondered this, she spotted a cloud of dust rising in the distance. Curiosity piqued. She concealed herself behind a tree and listened intently. Wang Yikai's voice rang out at you. Be careful. The edge of the valley is right ahead. Chuyu skidded to a halt. Upon recognizing her companions in their frantic search for her, Jiao Jiao called out to you. I'm over here. Jiao Jiao, how did you get up here? Wang Yikai exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Upon seeing Jiao Jiao standing alive and well, Chuyu knelt on the ground. Clutching his chest as tears streamed down his face. Jiao Jiao hurried over, crouching beside him to embrace him. You, I'm sorry for worrying you. Chuyu, with a swift motion, enveloped the person in his arms, weeping like a child. It's all right, I'm fine. Li Jiao Jiao gently caressed Chuyu's back. I thought I would never see you again. I am a celestial maiden, protected by the beast god. Chuyu, unable to contain his tears, cried anew. Where are the others? While comforting Chuyu, Li Jiao Jiao turned her gaze towards Wang Yikai, inquiring. I said he would descend with some vines to find you. Haven't you seen him? Repay and a Shao have also flown down to search for you. Li Jiao Jiao, upon hearing that he had merely tied a few vines to go after her, was filled with anxiety. It's extremely deep down there. Those few vines are certainly insufficient. In her urgency, she rushed to the edge of the valley, calling out loudly, Ahi, I'm up here. Can you hear me? If you can hear me, hurry up. Come up. Kulme. The entire valley echoed her voice. Whether Chuyi heard or not was uncertain, but Feng Xiao and Chen Pei, who were nearing the valley floor, caught Li Jiao Jiao's voice. They exchanged glances, displaying surprise, and soared upwards. Meanwhile, Chuyi faced a dilemma, having underestimated the valley's depth. The length of the vines was far from adequate. He untied one vine and placed it into his spatial realm, hoping to extend its length. But time was of the essence. The thought of Li Jiao Jiao waiting below in uncertainty filled him with urgency. Gritting his teeth, he unfastened the vine tied to his waist and leaped downwards. After falling for a while, he murmured in and flashed into the spatial realm, calming his racing heart, before re-emerging and allowing himself to descend. After repeating this several times, he finally reappeared just over 10 meters from the ground. With a thud, he landed on a patch of flowers. Chuyi flipped over and slowly stood up, not pausing to check his injuries. At last, he had reached the valley floor. Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao. Chuyi searched frantically. Disturbed butterflies and bees buzzed around, but he found nothing. Jiao Jiao, where are you? Reflecting on the position from which Li Jiao Jiao had fallen, he thought he should have descended along the same path, yet after a thorough search, there was still no sign of her. By the time Chen Pei and Feng Xiao flew up, Chuyu had regained his composure. Ape, have you seen Ahi? Both Chen Pei and Feng Xiao looked startled. No, he must still be below. We need to go find him. They climbed onto Feng Xiao's back, and Chen Pei took Chuyu with him as they followed the vine downwards. Ahi, where are you? Upon hearing Li Jiao Jiao's voice, Chuyi felt a sense of relief. But in that moment of distraction, a giant python seized the opportunity, coiling around him tightly, rendering him immobile. And then its sharp fangs sank into his arm. Chuyi cried out in pain. The instant the python's fangs pierced him, venom coursed into his body. He felt a wave of agony accompanied by dizziness, his limbs growing heavy, and he murmured, Jiao Jiao, before collapsing. As Li Jiao Jiao, who was searching for him, suddenly felt a warmth in her arm, she was startled. Chuyi. The location of Chuyi flashed in her mind, causing an inexplicable panic. She directed Feng Xiao towards the coordinates displayed on the electronic screen. Drawing closer, Feng Xiao spotted the red figure lying on the ground. Jiao Jiao, Chuyi is over there. Chen Pei and the others followed closely. As Feng Xiao landed, Li Jiao Jiao rushed forward to check on Chuyi. His lips were blue, his brow furrowed, and his body twitched sporadically. Countless times. Quickly, check on Chuyi, Li Jiao Jiao cried. He has been poisoned. 1 high-grade, detoxifying pill. 1 life-restoring pill. Trembling, Li Jiao Jiao attempted several times to administer the pills, but was unsuccessful. Chuyu stepped forward, taking the medicine and forcefully placing it into Chuyu's mouth. Don't worry, Jiao Jiao, he will be fine. It seems he has been poisoned. The previous pill contained an antidote. If you can save me, you can surely save Ahi. Don't worry. It's all my fault. It's because I fell that all this happened. It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself. We must all be cautious. Since Ahi has been poisoned, there must be something here. Li Jiao Jiao suddenly recalled the giant python she had seen. Lifting her head to tell Chuyu it was a giant python, a very large one. Just as she spoke, the giant python reappeared. Chapter 135, Rescuing Chu He. Wow, it's enormous. Feng Xiao also spotted the vividly colored serpent and jumped back in shock. This creature was larger than Chun Pei. Chu He took a few steps forward, shielding Li Jiaojiao and Chu He behind him, while the others quickly formed a protective circle around them. The giant serpent, upon seeing Li Jiaojiao, revealed a hint of astonishment in its cold gaze. Li Jiaojiao was too preoccupied to observe the situation, her eyes fixed on Chu He. It had been a while since she had administered the pills, and Chu He's complexion had shifted from blue to pale. Meanwhile, the serpent hissed, flicking its tongue threateningly towards them. Chu Yu and Wang Yiyuan combined their wood-based powers, but unfortunately, the plants in this area were merely flowers and herbs, insufficient to wrap around the giant python and hinder its movement. In an instant, the giant python was upon them. Feng Xiao, incensed, unleashed a barrage of fireballs at the serpent, transforming it into a fiery whip that rolled on the ground, attempting to extinguish the flames. However, this fire was no ordinary flame. It wouldn't be easily extinguished by mere rolling. Thus, despite its efforts, the fire remained unabated. Coupled with the lightning attack Chu He had unleashed prior to being poisoned, the giant python now emanated a charred scent. At an opportune moment, Chun Pei unleashed a gust of wind, intensifying the flames engulfing the giant python. The serpent writhed in agony, recalling the countless beasts and Beastmen it had devoured. Today, it had suffered a tremendous loss. The giant python panicked and twisted its body, attempting to flee. Chu Yu and Wang Yiyuan immediately erected a formidable wall of wood behind it, blocking its escape. Chun Pei soared into the air, spewing water, which he transformed into ice spikes in an instant. The sharp ice descended like rain upon the struggling giant python. The serpent looked up in terror at the white projectiles hurtling towards it, and it never comprehended how ice could morph into such lethal forms from above. Chu Yu discreetly shielded Li Jiaojiao's view. Chun Pei, observing the bloodied giant python, momentarily froze in astonishment. He hadn't anticipated his ice blades would possess such destructive power. Wang Yikai approached and patted Chun Pei on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Ah Pei, well done." Feng Xiao cautiously examined the giant python's condition. Its body was charred black, with smoldering patches still burning, hissing as they made contact with the ice blades, filling the air with the aroma of roasted meat. Chun Pei felt a pang of hunger at the scent. Chu Yu knelt before Li Jiaojiao, asking, "Jiaojiao, how is Ahi? It seems the poison has been neutralized. Luckily, we found him in time. However, he may not regain consciousness for a while. Then let us take him back to the Shensi tribe." "Yes." Li Jiaojiao remained engulfed in her feelings of guilt. "Don't be upset. He will surely be fine. Let us enter your spatial realm." "All right." Chu Yu lifted Chu He and brought Li Jiaojiao and the others into his spatial realm. Chun Pei and Feng Xiao escorted Chu Yu back to the Shensi tribe. Upon their return, Wang Yikai hurried to summon the shaman to examine Chu He. After the examination, the shaman proclaimed, "It truly is a miracle. I observed that the toxins had already infiltrated his internal organs. How can this be resolved?" The shaman expressed his astonishment. "Perhaps it is a blessing from the beast god." "Excellent. So, shaman, should he consume any additional medicine?" Wang Yiyuan inquired attentively. "That is unnecessary. He is merely a bit weak and will recover after a few days of rest." "Very well, I understand," Feng Xiao said, and immediately set off to prepare food for Chu He. Li Jiao anxiously watched Chu He, her mind racing with countless questions about his condition. "Host, there is no need to worry. He is fine. Later, we can give him a strengthening pill." Upon hearing the repeated assurances from Shu Buqing, Li Jiao finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Suddenly recalling something, she hurriedly called Wang Yikai and asked, "What about the little ones?" "They're in AHS space." Wang Yikai also had concerns for the little ones, but none could enter Chu He's space. Now that he was unconscious, the little ones could not come out either. "Jiao, the little ones will be safe inside, right?" "They will be fine. AHS space is filled with fruit trees, and they will find something to eat if they get hungry." Knowing the little ones were present eased Li Jiao's worries. She previously feared they had been forgotten atop the mountain. As dusk approached, Chu He showed no signs of waking, and Li Jiao, while vigilantly guarding by the stone bed, unknowingly dozed off on Chu He's chest. Chu He's fingers twitched, and he slowly regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Li Jiao resting on him, her beautiful white hair slightly disheveled against her face. Chu He reached out to gently tousle her hair, causing her to feel a tickle. and she instinctively brushed it away with her hand. Suddenly jolted awake, her eyes flew open. Ahi, you're awake? You finally woke up. You nearly scared me to death. I was so afraid you wouldn't come back. Li Jiao, who had been trying to hold herself together, could no longer restrain her tears. Fool! I'm sorry. It's my fault for making you worry. You are so formidable. If you cannot endure, then others certainly cannot. Don't cry. Seeing you in tears pains my heart. Chuhi gently wiped away her tears. Ahi, you're awake. Wang Yikai, who had been waiting outside, entered upon hearing their voices. Chuhi propped himself up, attempting to sit. Lie down. Li Jiao insisted, pressing him back down. You need a rest. Indeed, Ahi, please lie back. I'll inform everyone that you've regained consciousness. They will feel at ease. All right. Just then, as Wang Yikai reached the entrance to the manual door, he abruptly turned back to ask, are the little ones still in my space? Yes, you can go in and bring them out. Understood. Wang Yikai entered Chu He's space with a large basket, where the little ones had exhausted themselves playing and were now huddled together, sleeping on the grass. Lacking strength, Chu watched as Wang Yikai gently placed each sleeping little one into the basket to bring them back to the beast den. Eat this, Li Jiao said, producing a strengthening pill and feeding it to Chu. What is this? It restores stamina and strengthens the body. Are you trying to do something for me? Or do you wish for me to do something for you? Chu chuckled softly at Li Jiao. Who need you to do anything? Just lie down and rest. You think too much. Chu pulled Li Jiao into his embrace. Jiao, during that moment of poisoning, I truly feared I might die. If I could never see you again, I believe encountering the beast god would not bring me joy. Fool, I will never let you die. They held each other tightly. Li Jiao rested her head on Chu He's arm, watching him drift into slumber. She then entered her space and asked Shu Buqing, is there a way for my beast husband to enter my space, or for me to enter theirs? Otherwise, if something were to happen to Chu like today, and the little ones cannot come out of the space, what should we do? Chapter 136, Discussion. Shu Buqing realized that her host, although typically silent, only spoke when it was of great importance. System, you should be able to manage this, right? You are so capable. Li Jiao essa cumpliments, Fluba Freddy. Host, this is not a trivial matter. I understand, but I believe you can overcome any difficulties, right? It must be said that Shu Buqing's desire to showcase its abilities had swelled significantly at that moment. Overwhelmed by flattery, it carelessly responded, let me apply to the main system. Excellent. I knew you were the best. You are truly the most magnificent system. Hee. Shu Buqing was still grinning foolishly while Li Jiao exited her space and went to cuddle with her husband. Before closing her eyes, she gazed at Chu He's profile and thought, how wonderful it is to have bound this system, enabling me to save the ones I love, to protect myself and my family. The following morning, as Li Jiao opened her eyes, she found Chu He gazing at her with affection, his warm hand resting on her face. Ahi, you are awake. How do you feel? She asked, rubbing her eyes lazily. Thanks to Jiao, I am already well. Really? Don't push yourself. If you haven't fully recovered, you should rest more. Chu looked at Li Jiao and unexpectedly kissed her. Li Jiao was startled, but quickly responded, igniting a passion unlike any before. Chu was somewhat surprised, but delighted by this new side of Jiao. The temperature in the beast den gradually rose, and their intimate murmurs grew louder. Li Jiao flipped over, sitting atop him. The anxiety of nearly losing her beloved taught her a valuable lesson. When together, one must love fiercely and savor every moment. In the past, she had always been a bit shy in this regard, but today marked the unlocking of a different version of herself. Chu gazed at the radiant Li Jiao, filled with love. After a short while, Li Jiao exhausted her strength and paused to catch her breath. Chu chuckled, supporting her waist, and softly said, Jiao, can you keep going, or should I take over? Li Jiao found his words quite infuriating. She retrieved a strengthening pill, gritting her teeth as she swallowed it, replying, no. Restored with energy, she continued to gallop forth. After spending nearly half a month in the Divine Dog tribe, Li Jiao returned to the Hu Shao tribe with a few companions. The little ones reluctantly bid farewell to Mu Yao, promising to visit their grandmother again soon. Mother, have you given my suggestion any thought? Li Jiao quietly pulled Shi Yun aside to ask. Jiao, I'm a considerable age. Is it truly safe? Absolutely. You could trust me, mother. All right, then I would like 2 of those pills from you, Xian said, somewhat shyly. Sure. Li Jiao had long prepared the Shengzi Dan, Wu Tong, Fenlian Dan, and Zhongnai Dan, each packaged separately, explaining their usage and dosage. She then produced 5 strengthening pills, immediately feeding Shi Yun one, while advising her to take the remaining ones when she felt fatigued. As the pills dissolved, Shi Yun felt invigorated. After thanking Li Jiao once more, she hurried back home with the pills. Jiao, what were you whispering to mother? Why did she leave in such a hurry? Hu Zhenhai had observed them for quite some time. Li Jiao covered her mouth and giggled. I want to tell you. You'll have to ask mother yourself. Hu Zhenhai tickled her playfully. Will you tell me? Li Jiao, was most sensitive to tickling, and as Hu Zhenhai continued, she laughed uncontrollably. I'll tell. Hu Zhenhai ceased his teasing and embraced Li Jiao. She playfully punched him. Why are you so mischievous? Just teasing you. Now tell me, what did you and mother discuss so mysteriously? You and Atian are about to become big brothers again. What? Is mother really having another baby? With which father? I don't know. Once most matters were settled, Li Jiao convened a family meeting. I hold this view. Although a Yu and a he exhibit remarkable speed among the tribe, it is undeniable that there remains a discernible gap between them and the winged Beastmen. Feng Xiao, the king of birds, is hardly suitable to serve as our driver daily, and Chun Pei, being one of the few from the White Dragon clan, is even less suitable for such a role. Chu Yu instantaneously comprehended Li Jiao's implication. She is indeed correct. It is precisely so. Yet, I wonder who she has in mind as the ideal driver. Li Jiao cast an appreciative glance at Chu Yu. Truly, he is her esteemed husband, immediately grasping her intentions from the outset. Consider this. Which avian beastmen would be most fitting? Li Jiao posed a question. Our avian species is indeed quite extensive. Let me ponder which bird would be appropriate. Feng Xiao mused, lowering her head in contemplation. I believe the Tianning clan would be an excellent first choice, Chu He stated calmly. Feng Xiao's eyes brightened. Oh, the Tianning clan. Yet, I am uncertain whether they would be willing to assist us, and their speed still lacks a bit. However, they do possess one advantage. Their size is substantial. Carrying 3 to 5 individuals should pose no issue. Quite right, a Xiao has considered this thoroughly. Li Jiao applauded in approval. Indeed, the most suitable candidates in my mind are the Tianning clan. I heard from Chu Yu's father that they recently endured an internal conflict, resulting in significant losses among their kin. They are likely in a phase of recuperation now. If we approach them for collaboration at this juncture, the chances of success seem promising. Moreover, regarding speed, as Xiao mentioned, I wonder if their pace would increase should they elevate their beast rank. Chen paced it up, saying, Jiao, I can relate to that. Previously, when I was of the Earth rank, my speed was among the best in the tribe. Yet after you elevated my rank, my speed has more than doubled. Thus, I believe this method should indeed be feasible. Li Jiao nodded in agreement. What are your thoughts? I have no objections. Wang Yuan replied. Neither do I. Wang Yi Kai conjured it. Hu Zhentian and Hu Zhenhai remained silent. Since there are no dissenting opinions, it is settled. We shall depart for the Tianning tribe tomorrow. Chapter 137. Unrequited Love. Jiao, do we need to prepare anything? That enormous python we defeated. Does it not possess a crystal core? Indeed, it is of the Earth rank. At that time, we were preoccupied with escorting Chu He back to the tribe and overlooked the great serpent. It was only the following day, once Chu He was stable, that Chu Yu arranged for Feng Xiao and Chun Pei to revisit the valley, leaving Li Jiao behind to avoid the gruesome scene. Upon arrival, as anticipated by Chu Yu, the giant python's body had been completely incinerated, yet the crystal core remained intact. A pure orange hue, it was quite beautiful under the sunlight. After hovering for a while without discovering anything unusual, Chu Yu and the others descended to retrieve the core. Hearing Li Jiao's inquiry, they promptly presented it to her. What is this? Is it dirt? Li Jiao noticed a dark object wedged against one side of the crystal core, and upon inspection, found it rather hard. Countless. Initiating a scan now. Host, that is iron ore. No way. Is this for real? You, where did this black stone come from? Oh, I hadn't noticed before. I must have picked it up and stored it in the spatial pouch. Perhaps it got lodged in the valley. Li Jiao was ecstatic. She had long desired to search for such minerals, and unexpectedly, this incident proved to be a fortuitous blessing in disguise. Moreover, the purity of this piece is quite high. Host, will we pass by that valley on our way to the Tianning tribe? It will take a slight detour, but Jiao, what do you intend to do there for that black stone? Indeed, this is a valuable find. Li eklemet. Her ekcitement rendering her somehat injoherent. Here is the plan. We shall split into two teams. One will collect these stones while the other accompanies me to the Tian tribe. Jiao Jiao. Can't we all go to the Tian tribe together and then collect these stones afterward? No one wants to be separated from you. Chu Yu suggested with a hint of grievance, feeling a strong premonition that Li Jiao's next words would involve him leading the team to gather the black stones. This thought had crossed Li Jiao's mind. With so many beast husbands, a few days apart seemed inconsequential. Look at the emperor in the palace. He hardly sees his concubines once or twice a month, and she felt that a brief separation from them was rather pleasant. Yet, she anticipated how clingy her beast husbands were. Have you truly missed me so much after just a few days apart? Is it my presence you miss, or my body? Li Jiao pondered, hesitating to voice her curiosity. What to do now? Very well. I shall inquire if anyone wishes to stay behind. No, I wish to accompany you to the Tian tribe. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiao shook her head vigorously. What about you all? What are your thoughts? Jiao, let us go together and return together. Chunpei gazed longingly at Li Jiao. The others remained silent, their eyes reflecting a sense of abandonment. Li Jiao felt a pang of guilt. Very well, I retract my previous statement. We need not prepare anything. The elevation elixir is already a significant gift. Within the Tian tribe, Ying Tan had returned unexpectedly over a month ago. At which point Ying Su expressed surprise. A Tan, did you not go to the Feng clan? I did not. I turned back midway. It turned out that Ying Tan encountered a celestial rank beast along the way, and after a fierce battle, he bore injuries, hence his speed was compromised. When he saw two Feng clan beastmen flying towards the Fox clan, he had intended to inquire about the Feng clan's current situation. Yet, he overheard their cheerful conversation, revealing that their recent triumph over the Dragon clan and the Xianwu clan was attributed to the Heavenly Maiden's efforts. Thus, the crisis had been averted. Ying Tan immediately retreated, realizing he would be of no assistance at this point. Reluctantly, he cast one last glance towards the Feng clan before returning to the Tian tribe. Upon his return, he fell into a state of silence. Ying Mo and Ying Su exchanged glances, puzzled by his demeanor. When they inquired, Ying Tan remained tight-lipped, isolating himself in the beast den. It had been over a month, and this once robust young man was visibly losing weight. Tan, what is wrong? Speak to me. Ying Su could no longer contain his frustration and barged in. Ying Tan, engaged in meditation, opened his eyes. I am in training. Ying Su felt a bit awkward, having assumed that Ying Tan was brooding over some matter alone in the beast den. He chuckled awkwardly. Oh dear, I was just too worried. Uncle and Auntie said you haven't been eating much lately, and we're concerned about you. Why have you locked yourself in? You can train, but you must also eat. You're looking quite gaunt. I'm not hungry. My beast rank is too low. I must focus on my training. Ying Tan's tone was somber. You're already of the earth rank. How can you still be considered low? Should we not allow those of us genuinely at a lower beast rank to live? Ying Tan remained silent. Suddenly, Ying Su seemed to grasp something, slapping Ying Tan on the back. You rascal. How ungrateful. Speak up. Have you developed feelings for a certain female? Ying Tan's previously expressionless face turned slightly embarrassed. No, I haven tea. Ying Su wore a knowing expression. You say you haven tea, yet your face betrays you. Quickly, tell me who it is. Your relentless training is surely to protect her better, right? I lack the qualification to protect her. Her beast husband is quite formidable. She has a beast husband, does she? Who is it? I haven't seen you converse with that female much. Could it be Ziyu? Or perhaps Huang Yuan? In the tribe, it seems that only the beast husbands of those two are more formidable than you. Oh, stop guessing. They are not from our tribe. Huh? If they're not from our tribe, then who are they? You hardly go out. How would you know any little female? Ying Xiu looked utterly puzzled. Ying Ma, who had been forcibly brought along by Ying Xiu, quietly listened from the side and suddenly spoke up. It must be the celestial maiden of the Fox clan. Ying Tan turned his head sharply to look at Ying Ma. How do you know? Ying Ma stood up and walked to Ying Tan, patting him on the back. Only someone as foolish as Ying Xiu wouldn't notice. I wonder how his little female has taken a liking to him. Hey, why are we talking about Ying Tan? It's not like I'm foolish. Ying Xiu shouted indignantly. Yes, you're not foolish. It's your little female who's foolish. You know what? Just call me foolish then. Ying Xiu turned his face away, unwilling to converse with Ying Ma. What do you think? That celestial maiden has had several beast husbands, each one at the heavenly level. Ying Ma paused for a moment, if I'm not mistaken. Ying Tan rubbed his already frizzed up hair. I don't even know what I'm thinking. I want to control my thoughts about her, but her figure keeps appearing in my mind. When I close my eyes, it's still her. When I try to talk to other little females, their faces just transform into hers. Jiao Jiao, did you just slip up with that nickname? Ingtan felt a bit annoyed. He usually only muttered her name to himself in his mind, but how did it slip out now? All right, continue your training. I won't disturb you. If you truly wish to become her beast husband, you must indeed put in the effort. Ingma pulled Ingshu away. Ingtan fell back into his deep, unrequited love. Chapter 138. Ingtan meets Jiao Jiao again. Meanwhile, away from Jiao Jiao and her companions, they were walking slowly, stopping intermittently, flying at a leisurely pace. Li Jiao Jiao, like a treasure hunter, would prefer to stay in the forest if they didn't need to go to the Tianying tribe. There were simply too many treasures. With each step she took, she excitedly reported, unlocking this and that. That exuberant voice kept ringing in her head, and Li Jiao Jiao was similarly affected. Every day, she fluttered about the forest like a butterfly. Nevertheless, she did discover many useful items, such as Rami and clay. Li Jiao Jiao gazed at the pile of books rewarded in her space, secretly contemplating that one day she would transfer all of them from those books into this beast realm. On the 10th day of their journey, they could finally see the Tianying tribe from afar. At the same time, the strong beastmen patrolling the Tianying tribe also noticed them. Their group exuded such a powerful aura that others could not ignore their presence. Chief, we've made a discovery. How many times must I say this? I still think Ingtan is more suited to be the chief. But Ingtan doesn't like it. The messenger scratched his head and said, moreover, it was Ingtan who told us to call you chief. Enough is enough. Every time Ingma talks about this, he feels like he might run out of saliva from frustration. What have you discovered? Ingma asked. We found 8 or 9 high-level beastmen heading our way. Tell me more. One is from the Feng clan, and another is from the Long clan. The others can't fly, but their aura is very strong. I can't see what level they are, but they are definitely above me. Ingma looked at the somewhat foolish large fellow in front of him. He was already at the Xian level. Above him, there were only the earth and heaven levels left. Ingma stood up, a hint of panic stirring within him. It wasn't that he couldn't remain calm. It was simply because their small Tianying tribe had suffered great losses after the last battle. Now, their tribe could barely muster 10 or so at the earth and heaven levels combined. How could he not be worried, knowing that his tribe needed to recuperate? As soon as Ingma returned, he organized the strongest beastmen to patrol daily. Though they lived high in the mountains, he feared that those with wings might come to attack. I'll go take a look, you inform Ingtan. Ingma stepped outside the tribe, and from a distance, saw the direction the large fellow had mentioned. Indeed, he spotted something. However, why did those visitors resemble the legendary Celestial Maiden and her beast husband so closely? Ingma immediately turned around to find Ingtan. Ingtan had seen them and called him over to confirm if it was true. The large fellow had already informed Ingtan. Upon hearing this, Ingtan understood the seriousness of the situation. If they were indeed coming to attack, preparations must be made early. Ingtan and Ingma collided on the way. What's going on? Are they really coming to attack us? Ingtan pulled Ingma and asked. They don't look like it. It's a bit strange. Huh? What's strange about it? The large fellow said there were 8 or 9 high-level ones. They can't just be passing through. Maybe you should go back and tidy up your messy for a bit. Huh? High-level beastmen are approaching, and you want me to go back and groom myself? Ingtan was speechless. Trust me. Go back and clean up a bit. Ingma pushed him back. Ingtan shrugged off his hand. I'm not a little female. If they come to attack, I can't use my looks as a strategy. I won't go. Really not going? Not going. Ingma shrugged, muttering under his breath. All right, then don't blame me for not reminding you when we meet them. What did you say? Ingtan didn't hear clearly. Nothing. Now let us go see. Feng Xiao and the others flew closer and closer. As soon as Ingtan and the others stepped out of the tribe, they caught sight of the figure they had been longing for. Instantly, they felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They couldn't move a muscle. In disbelief, they rubbed their eyes. That figure was still there. Ingtan suddenly turned around and ran, sprinting away as fast as he could. The large fellow and the others looked bewildered. Their hearts immediately sounded alarm bells. Was this a sign of danger? Only Ingma wore a smile at the corner of his mouth. Look at you. Just a moment ago, you refused to groom yourself, and now you're running faster than a rabbit. With that thought, he flew closer to Jiao Jiao and the others. Chu Yu slightly bowed. I presume this is the newly appointed chief of the Tianying tribe? Acting chief, Ingma. I am Chu Yu, the young chief of the Fox clan. And this is my little female, Li Jiao Jiao, and her several beast husbands. Indeed, it was them. seeing their relaxed expressions. It seemed they were not here to pick a fight. Are you just passing by? No, we have come specifically to pay a visit. Oh, please come inside. Ingma welcomed them in. Then he quietly instructed the large fellow, go find Ingtan. The large fellow, though confused, nodded and went. Ingtan had just dashed back home, running up to his mother, urgently saying, Mother, pinch me. Huh? Tanner, what's wrong? Mother, don't talk. Just pinch me. His mother gently pinched him. Ingtan grumbled, pinch harder. His father, unable to watch any longer, walked over and gave him a good twist. Ouch. Ingtan instantly sprang up. Father, Mother, I'm not dreaming, right? Has his child gone silly? What is he saying? I don't understand. His mother worriedly touched his forehead. Father, help me boil some water. I want to take a bath. Ingtan suddenly shouted. Then he dashed into his beast den, pulled out a white beast skin skirt, and asked his mother, Mother, does this look good on me? His mother shook her head. Ingtan ran back in, changed into a pattern one, and asked, What about this one? Is it nice? His mother shook her head again. Ingtan rummaged through to find the last one, which was black. Finally, his mother reluctantly nodded. Father, is the water ready yet? It's ready. Come wash up. Mother, give me some of the petals you use for bathing. His mother looked bewildered. What was wrong with this child? What are you preparing to do? His mother inquired. His father pulled her hand, signaling her to cease her questioning. After they stepped outside, his father cryptically remarked, This child seems to be on his way to meet a beloved young female. Where did he find such a beloved? Never mind. Let us wait until he returns to inquire further. Shortly after, they observed Ingtan's hair standing on end, drenched as if struck by lightning. A waft of floral fragrance enveloped him, and the black bee-skin skirt he wore was neither remarkable nor flawed. Just as he was about to step out, the clumsy giant arrived. Upon seeing him, his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. What brings you here? Ingtan asked. The clan leader summoned you. All right, let us go. He quickly grabbed the clumsy giant and took off. Ingtan's mother caught a glimpse inside and exclaimed, Ingtan, why have you used up all my flowers? Chapter 139. Discussing Cooperation Eagle Shah. Quickly, tell me how I look now. Ingtan anxiously grasped the clumsy giant outside the beast cave. Ingtan, you've asked several times already. You look all right, just a bit foolish. The clumsy giant tried to respond. That is good, that is good. Ingtan took a deep breath to appear more imposing and stepped inside. Inside the beast cave, Ingmo was engaged in conversation with Chu Yu and others. Upon seeing Ingtan enter, Ingmo paused, astonished at how he had transformed after grooming. My heavens! Someone fetch me water to cleanse my eyes. The trio of Feng Xiao Wang, Ikai, and Hu Zhen Tian failed to manage their expressions and burst into laughter. Ingmo quickly brought Ingtan before them. Introducing him, this is our tribe's Earth-level Beastman, Ingtan. Initially, we intended for him to become the clan leader, but he mentioned he is preoccupied with training to protect his beloved young female, so I will temporarily act as the clan leader. Turning to Ingtan, he inquired, Aren't you on the brink of breaking through to heaven level soon? Ingtan recognized that Ingmo was subtly hinting to Li Jiao that he was quite impressive. Thus, he nodded in agreement. It should be in the next 3 or 4 days. Chu Yu and Hu Zhenhai exchanged glances, momentarily puzzled about Ingmo's intention in bringing this seemingly foolish Earth-level Beastman before them. However, they maintained their decorum, offering congratulations to Ingtan. Feeling somewhat awkward, Ingtan discreetly glanced at Li Jiao, who was looking at him with a face of astonishment, and a thrill of secret joy surged within him. Did she recognize him? If he were aware of Li Jiao's thoughts at that moment, he would likely wish to find a hole to hide in. Li Jiao indeed found him somewhat familiar, yet she could not recall where she had seen him, though his wild hairstyle was undeniably reminiscent of youthful days. Since Ingtan entered the beast cave, Chu had been watching him, and he noticed the subtle glances Ingtan cast at Li Jiao. A pang of realization struck him. It appeared that yet another individual desired to join their ranks. With everyone present, Ingmo cut to the chase. I wonder what brings you all the way to our Tianing tribe. Chu stood and bowed slightly. There is indeed a matter we wish to discuss with your Tianing tribe. Please go ahead, Ingmo gestured. Chu spoke slowly. We wish to establish a long-term partnership with your Tianing tribe. We will provide elixirs to elevate your entire tribe and assist in the growth and development of the Tianing tribe. This surely isn't without cost, is it? What must we contribute? Chu Xiao Zhuzhong. Of course, it is not without compensation. Would you dare accept such generous benefits without offering anything in return? Ingmo raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the reality of the situation. We require your tribe to send individuals who can assist us in transporting goods and relaying messages over the long term. I believe this is a mutually beneficial arrangement. What do you think, Eagle Clan leader? Ingmo furrowed his brow. Is it truly that simple? The proposition sounded as though they were merely acting as messengers. Each autumn, their tribe members visited various tribes to exchange goods for winter supplies. If it were merely this task, it posed no issue. But were they genuinely so benevolent? Did they harbor no ulterior motives? Were there any additional conditions? Certainly, this is essentially a job. Every route must require your tribe members to adhere strictly to their tasks without negligence or fabrication, executing instructions as directed. However, we assure you that we will not be overbearing, treating you as friends. A job? Ying Mo questioned, perplexed. Yes. Ing Tan was growing increasingly impatient. Such favorable conditions should prompt Ing Mo to agree without hesitation. In truth, Ing Mo was also tempted. Yet, he soon considered a more pragmatic concern. Our two tribes are quite distant. This task hardly seems suitable for us. Indeed, hence, we have another condition. Relocate your tribe. Upon hearing this, the Beastmen of the Tian Ing tribe in the cave were taken aback. This Chu Xiao Zhuzhong was audacious indeed. He immediately suggested they relocate their tribe. Chu Yu continued, of course, this does not mean you must move immediately. To be honest, we plan to establish our own tribe. Those who wish to join us are welcome, while those who do not can still cooperate. Where do you intend to establish your tribe? We have yet to select a location, but we desire a flat terrain, near mountains and the sea. We wonder if you have any recommendations. Ing Tan was surprised to hear Li Jiao respond, and his heart raced uncontrollably. He quickly covered his chest with his hand. Ing Mo expressed exasperation, indicating that they should not waste this opportunity to respond. I haven't thought of anything yet. Ing Tan stammered, feeling anxious. This was the first time Li Jiao had spoken to him. He wished to say something, yet his mind was blank, and he could think of nothing. Seeing his state, Ing Mo felt frustrated but quickly attempted to lighten the mood. I recall a place I visited before that fits the Tian News requirements. Just beyond the Chuming mountain range, we often passed through there in our childhood. Ing Tan, do you remember? Ing Mo hinted a few times and nudged Ing Tan's arm, encouraging him. Brother, I've helped you this far. Stay sharp. Thankfully, Ing Tan's mind was still functional. He recognized the location Ing Mo mentioned. He clapped his hands and picked up a nearby stick to draw on the ground. Tian knew, I remember. Beyond the Chu Ming mountain range, there's a place that meets your requirements. It is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and the sea on 1 side. The center is a vast plain that could easily accommodate thousands of beastmen. Li Jiao crouched down to examine his simple illustration, grasping the general location. She looked up at Ing Tan and smiled brightly. If this place is indeed suitable, you would be doing us a tremendous favor. Ing Tan's face flushed, a mix of embarrassment and warmth. He bashfully replied to Li Jiao, whenever you wish to visit, just call for me. I will accompany you. I have been there many times and know the way well. Very well. Thank you. Ing Tan sheepishly scratched his head and returned to Ing Mo's side. Chu Xiao Zhuzhong, may I inquire how many individuals you currently have? Establishing a new tribe is no simple task. Ying Mo reminded. Regarding personnel, there is no need for concern. We are nearing 200 in our own household, Chu Yu replied. Ing Mo rubbed his ears, suspecting he had misheard. How many did you say? Chapter 140. No Principles in Martial Ethics. Chu Yu had grown accustomed to instances of intermittent deafness among mortals, and he repeated himself. Including the child in Jiao's womb, we are approaching 200. Ing Mo inhaled sharply, pulling Ing Tan aside a few steps and lowering his voice to inquire. Are you aware? Awareness? Ing Tan stared blankly at him. Are you not aware that the little female you have your eye on is so fertile? Ing Mo observed him with a teasing demeanor. Ing Tan, perplexed, replied, I know she's capable of bearing offspring, but I had no idea she had already produced so many. Furthermore, her fertility and the number of her offspring have no bearing on me. Ing Mo regarded Ing Tan with suspicion. Is it not her fertility that drives your desire to become her mate? What nonsense are you spouting? Ing Tan was taken aback. How could I be so shallow? Am I that sort of person? Ing Mo scrutinized Ing Tan from head to toe. Well, you do not seem that way. What do you mean by not that way? I'm not that way at all. Ing Tan retorted, seething with frustration. If only Li Jiao and her companions were not nearby, he would have relished the chance to pummel Ing Mo. The thought of Li Jiao and her mates misunderstanding him was intolerable. What are your thoughts then? Ying Montauk Plesset. I believe we should join them. Join them? It is evident that we would be recognized as members of their tribe. Such a partnership would lack security. What if they find more suitable partners in the future? We would be at their mercy. Moreover, collaborating sounds as though we are beneath them. Have you considered that if we join, we would lose the title of Tianing tribe? Indeed, and what does that title confer upon us? Will it aid our orcs in ascending ranks? Or assist our little females in conceiving? Ingamo was left speechless. He stroked his chin, musing, Ingtan, as long as you do not encounter Li Jiao Jiao, your wits remain intact. Yet, upon seeing her, you seem transformed. Are we truly beneath them? And do you wish to be Li Jiao Jiao's mate? That would be a fool's errand. Eagle Chief, have you reached a consensus? Chuyu interjected calmly. We have come to an agreement. And the verdict? We will join. Excellent. Welcome aboard. You have made a choice that is more advantageous for you. Li Jiao Jiao expressed her delight. This could be deemed a pleasant surprise. Having garnered the first team for the new tribe, along with a location for it. When shall we visit that site? Ingtan inquired eagerly. If you were to ask him why he was in such a hurry, he could not quite articulate it. It was simply an earnest desire to finalize matters swiftly. Well, we did not anticipate this trip would be so smooth. How about tomorrow? Chuyu suggested, glancing at Li Jiao Jiao. Tomorrow is not feasible. Jiao Jiao is about to give birth. Let us wait until after she has delivered. There is no rush in the next few days. Chuyu interjected before Li Jiao Jiao could respond. Ingtan exclaimed in shock. Jiao Jiao is about to give birth? We cannot venture far in these days. I will arrange for people to prepare the beast den for you. You shall reside comfortably until after the delivery. Ingtan's urgency made it seem as though he believed Jiao Jiao was about to give birth to his offspring. Chuyu is correct, and I have never visited such a high tribe. I find it quite amusing. Then, Eagle Chief, we shall impose upon you for a few days. They said with good humor. Why, what are you saying? We are about to become one tribe, are we not? Jiao Jiao, come this way. I will show you to the beast den. Ingtan cheerfully led the way. Do you think this Ingtan has feelings for Jiao Jiao? Hu Zhentian whispered to Feng Xiao. Do not tell me you just noticed. Listen to how he calls her. Jiao Jiao truly ought to give him a kick. Feng Xiao swung her fist as she walked at the back. Let's have Wang Yikai approach him, someone proposed. Agreed. Let us proceed. The group chuckled mischievously. Blackface bird, just wait. Ingtan escorted Li Jiao Jiao and her companions to the highest beast den in the tribe. Standing at the entrance, one could gaze down to see the white mist swirling halfway up the mountain. The crisp, fresh air refreshing Li Jiao Jiao immensely. Standing here at dusk, one can witness the most beautiful twilight, Ingtan explained. Really? Thank you. Your name is Ingtan, correct? Indeed, we have met before. We have met. Although it was not a pleasant encounter. You were present during the attack by your former young chief on us, were you not? Yes, Ingtan admitted. His head lowered slightly. What became of that young chief? His name was Ing Fei. Such a person is unworthy of being a young chief. What is his current status? Ingtan Smila Faltaret. Are you concerned about him? Not at all. I merely think that if such a combative individual were to perish, it would be too easy for him. At this, Ingtan resumed to smile. He has been imprisoned, though he should not last long. Well, that is his just deserts. Ingtan found humor in watching Li Jiao Jiao's tiny fists clench tightly. He had not anticipated that beneath her seemingly aloof exterior, Li Jiao Jiao was rather adorable in private. What to do? I seem to love her even more. Jiao Jiao, come quickly and see if you like this arrangement. Shui called out. Upon entering, Li Jiao Jiao exclaimed, It is splendid. I love it. Thank you, Ehi. Brother, since it is our first visit, could you show us around? Wang Yikai burst forth, jovially draping his arm over Ingtan's shoulder. Jiao Jiao, do you wish to join us? Our tribe has many beautiful sights. Let us rest for a moment. We have traveled a long way recently. He held Li Jiao Jiao's hand, not intending to let her venture out. Let us go. Sister is weary. With that, Feng Xiao tugged Ingtan outside. Ingtan had no choice but to lead Hu Zhentian and the others along. Jiao Jiao, what do you think of Ingtan? What? How do you mean? She responded, perplexed. He is fine, I suppose. We are merely here to discuss collaboration, not to choose a mate. Why should I concern myself with him? Li Jiao Jiao blinked her large, confused eyes, baffled. You hold no feelings for him? None, I believe. I feel nothing. Upon hearing this, Chuyu, and Shenpei sighed with relief. Meanwhile, Ingtan, who had been taken away by Hu Zhentian and his companions, sensed something amiss. These individuals did not seem interested in sightseeing. They intended to lead him to a secluded, deserted area. Where are you all headed for entertainment? You can ride on my back, and I will take you. Trying to show off your wings, are you? Wang Yikai shot him a glare. Should I prepare some food for you? Ying Tan suggested, trying to imply that you're a good cook. Hu Tian scoffed. Ying Tan realized his feelings for Li Jiao had likely been exposed. What do you all truly intend to do? Fine, let us be frank. I will tell you this. You had best extinguish any feelings you harbor for my sister. We will not allow you to become her mate. Feng Xiao spoke first. Indeed, Jiao promised us she would not seek a mate again. Hu Tian added. Ying Tan was stunned. Had Li Jiao truly made such a statement? Did this mean he had no chance whatsoever? Yet, he quickly regained his composure, thinking, as long as she had not explicitly told him she would not seek a mate, he would continue to pursue her. You are quite stubborn. Uzenai exclaimed in frustration. Unless Jiao states it herself, I will not believe it. Jiao, is that how you address her? Hu Tian snapped, striking Ying Tan with a punch. Unprepared, Ying Tan fell to the ground. Rubbing his sore mouth, he chuckled. Technically, I could challenge you. If I win, I would have the chance to be Jiao's mate. Are you not a bit too arrogant? Feng Xiao threatened to unleash her fury. Hu Zhenhai restrained her. Do not act impulsively, a Xiao. That move of yours would indeed be rather unchivalrous. Let us take care of this. With a beckoning gesture, Hu Zhenhai rallied the others, excluding Wang Yuan, to pin Ying Tan down, locking his throat, legs, and hands. A Yuan, restrain him. Hu Zhenhai bellowed, and Wang Yuan, bewildered, unleashed his wood-based abilities. In an instant, the surrounding vines seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, swiftly elongating to ensnare Ying Tan tightly, rendering him immobile. Chapter 141. An apology at the door. Since you are impervious to reason and resistant to both gentleness and force, I shall confine you here and observe how you intend to pursue Jiao. Wang Yikai glared. Are you not afraid of inciting Jiao's ire? Jiao would never be angry with us. Although they spoke thus, the confidence of the group waned, their voices diminishing. Each one lamented their earlier impulsiveness, failing to consider how they would respond if Jiao were to discover their actions. Hu Zhenhai instructed Wang Yuan, a Yuan, tend to his wounds. It would be surprising if Jiao failed to notice such an obvious injury. With a flourish of his abilities, Wang Yuan healed Ying Tan's swollen face. I admit, you are indeed formidable. If I were to aspire to be Jiao's beast partner, I would still be unworthy. You understand, then? Ying Tan glanced at Hu Zhenhai, who had interjected, but chose not to respond, and continued. However, your reluctance to accept my one-on-one challenge is unbecoming of a true Beastman. Hu Zhenhai and his companions fell silent, realizing they were in the wrong, and left in a huff. Are you not going to release me? Ying Tan called after them. The group paused, and Hu Zhenhai exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan turned back, waved his hand, and the vines instantly retracted. Ying Tan rose, rubbing his sore shoulders as he watched the group depart, then headed home. That evening, Ying Mo prepared a sumptuous feast to entertain Li Jiao and her companions. Tanya, are you not going yet? The clan leader has summoned you several times, his father called. Father, please tell the clan leader that I do not wish to go. I want to train. After speaking, Ying Tan resumed his activities, ignoring his parents. Outside, his mother's perplexed voice could be heard. Didn't you say this afternoon was for meeting your crush, a little female? Why have you returned with such a grim expression and seemingly more fervent in your training? Were you perhaps rejected? His father's voice also reached his ears. Ying Tan's mother sighed. Perhaps we should wait a couple of days to ask him again. When arranging the seating, a place was intentionally left beside Li Jiao for Ying Tan. However, despite several attempts to summon him, he did not appear. Internally, she cursed him. What is he doing? Is he willing to forego such a splendid opportunity? Eagle Clan leader, is there someone else here? Li Jiao Inkirat, eyeing the empty seat. Yes, it was originally reserved for Ying Tan, but we do not know what has come over him. He said he would not come. Li Jiao shifted her gaze to Hu Zhenhai and Hu Tian, asking, do you know what happened? Earlier in the afternoon, they had all been together, and now he was absent from dinner, which was rather odd. The group lowered their heads, feeling guilty and hesitant to speak. Li Jiao did not press further, merely observing them in silence. Unable to contain himself, one of them spoke up. Sister, we merely frightened him a little. We did nothing else. A Yuan, you speak. A Tian struck him once, then I healed him. Li Jiao found herself both amused and exasperated. So he should be thanking you? Why resort to violence? She asked again. The group remained silent, while Ying Mo seemed to piece together what had transpired. He quickly interjected. It is common for beastmen to spar. He should be fine. Let us not dwell on him. Let us eat. Li Jiao chose not to respond further. The meal was unusually quiet, with only Chu Yu and Chu He exchanging a few words with Ing Mo Feng Xiao, and the others were visibly anxious, having never seen Li Jiao so composed. After dinner, Li Jiao asked Chu He to escort her home. Chu Yi remained behind to discuss plans with Ing Mo regarding their departure and whether to bring others along. Jiao, they likely just wanted to test Ing Tan. Chu Yi explained to the group. Why? Hu Jinhai pondered, realizing that, given Li Jiao's demeanor, she must be unaware of Ing Tan's affections for her. This situation had escalated, and their reckless actions would surely come to her attention. Because Ing Tan desires to be your beast partner, Chu He stated bluntly. Oh, how do you know? You know, Chu He teased, playfully tapping Li Jiao's nose. Of course, it's because we care for you, allowing us to sense the feelings of other beastmen towards you. But I do not like him. Why did you need to resort to violence? Li Jiao addressed the others. We didn't intend to hit him. He just provoked us, and I lost my restraint, Hu Jintian admitted, his voice shrinking. As far as I know, you could have challenged him openly, correct? Yes. Then how did you choose to handle it today? The group fell into silence. Li Jiao took a deep breath. I do not wish to dwell on this matter. Prepare to go and apologize. The group looked up at her in shock, feeling that this was rather humiliating. Li Jiao smiled at them, otherwise let it be. They collectively sighed in relief, knowing she would not truly abandon them. What if I were to directly bond with him? Then he would have no objections towards you, would he? What do you think? Before they could finish their relief, Li Jiao's words reached their ears. Not hearing a response, she turned to look at them, only to find that no one remained. Chu chuckled softly. Jiao certainly knows how to handle them. They were simply too naive and did not expect that Hu Zhenhai would join in their antics. Jiao, are you truly not considering Ing Tan? I have no thoughts on that. Besides, didn't I promise you that Jean Rue would be the last? But I see you and Jean Rue seem somewhat off, they remarked. Speaking of Jean Rue, Li Jiao felt a twinge of regret. He possessed 3 types of abilities, appeared rather honest, and had a straightforward personality. It was indeed a loss not to secure him, but he had someone he cared for. What could she do? A forced affection is never sweet, is it? As for Jean Rue, Li Jiao found it difficult to articulate. Had she known he was also from the modern world, she would not have carved his likeness. Now, what could be done but to leave him be? Forget him, she decided. Has he wronged you in some way? Chu He asked, his expression serious. Alas, not really. It was just a lack of understanding before we bonded. I was unaware he had someone in his heart. Li Jiao lamenta. Later, I learned of it, and I did not wish to force him, leading to the current situation. Chu He remained silent, realizing why Li Jiao had left him alone in the Dragon Clan to produce salt. This Jean Rue truly did not know how to cherish his opportunity. So what are your thoughts? Are you letting him pursue his feelings for another? Yes, what else? One cannot hold on to the person without capturing their heart. However, it is not yet time for him to leave, so I prefer to keep my distance from him to avoid any awkwardness between them. But Haven T, you always wanted a panda beastman? Chu He asked softly. How do you know? Your brother mentioned it. Chu He retorted without hesitation. I was wondering how you knew. If you want one, you can always look for another later. There are plenty of panda beastmen besides Jean Rue. Once we finish our tasks, let us visit the iron-eating tribe to find someone even more handsome and formidable. Chu He gently pinched Li Jiao's delicate ear, lovingly adding, All right, I will accompany you then. Outside Ing Tan's den, Hu Zhentian and the others pushed each other forward, none willing to knock on the door first. Ing Tan's father was startled to see the group standing in formation. Approaching cautiously, he asked, May I help you? Uncle, hello. We apologize for the intrusion. We are here to see Ing Tan. Hu Zhenhai was pushed to the forefront, unable to remain silent. Oh, please come in. Tanner is inside. He called into the den. Tanner, you have guests. Ing Tan had heard their voices early on. He was intentionally choosing not to emerge. At this moment, he stood with his arms crossed, gazing at the group. So, have you come to my doorstep? In chapter 142, the record of birth encounters a setback. How could that be? Feng Xiao responded, stepping forward to wrap his arm around Ing Tan's neck. However, he was shorter than Ing Tan and had to tiptoe to do so. Ding Dan, slightly disdainful, glanced at Feng Xiao's elevated feet and lowered his hand. If you can't reach, don't stretch. Moreover, don't stand so close to me. We are not that familiar. Feng Xiao seethed with frustration. Had it not been for the fear of Jiao getting angry, he would not have come at all. Oomph. Ing Tan's father sensed the peculiar atmosphere and discreetly slipped away. If you need something from me, just say it directly. We are here to apologize. Hu Zhenhai stated with a serious demeanor, eager to resolve the matter quickly. An apology was indeed unexpected for Ying Tan. Yes, we should not have bullied the viewer. We apologize for our actions during the day. If you truly wish to be Jiao Jiao's mate, we await your challenge. Ying Tan's expression relaxed. There might still be hope in this situation. He had thought these individuals were merely here to warn him to keep his distance from Jiao Jiao. Hu Zhenhai continued. As for what we said earlier, it was indeed sincere. Jiao Jiao has promised us that Jean Rue would be the last. Who is Jean Rue? Ying Tan inquired, noticing that none of them had mentioned a Jean Rue. Hu Zhenhai clarified. Jean Rue is a panda beastman from the Iron-Eating tribe, currently residing with the Phone clan. Wang Yiyuan interjected. That is not the crux of the matter. The essential point is that Jiao Jiao has explicitly stated that she will not seek a mate again. We bear no ill will towards you. We merely hope you do not become too deeply entangled and face harm. A wave of bitterness surged within Ying Tan, unsure whether to envy the company of these individuals near Jiao Jiao or to mourn his own inability to be by her side. Fine, I accept your apology. Is there anything else? If not, I shall retreat to my training. This is compensation for you. It should not have caused you harm, Hu Zhenhai said, placing a bag of crystal cores, collected from their hunts, on the stone bench at the door. Ying Tan did not accept it, feeling it was unnecessary. However, Hu Zhenhai disregarded his thoughts and stated, Then we shall not disturb you any longer, before departing with his companions. Once they left, Ying Tan sat despondently in front of his home. His father, witnessing his demeanor, quickly inquired, What is the matter, Tanner? Father, the female I like, Jiao Jiao, does not wish to find a mate anymore. Did she say that herself? No, her mate mentioned it. Then you should seize the opportunity to ask her directly. What there is a change. Moreover, good females are wary of being pursued. If you persist, I believe there will come a day when she will be moved by you. Ying Tan gazed intently at his father. What is it? His father asked. Ying Tan snapped back to reality and smiled. It is nothing. I thought you would suggest I find another female to like. His father contemplated. If he could not be with the female he cherished, it might be better to live alone. Father, thank you for understanding me. For the past few days, Jiao Jiao had been indulging in various outings and feasting like a little train. On the fourth morning, after rising and sipping some meat soup, Jiao Jiao felt a surge of warmth. Oh my, it's time to give birth. She had not even had the chance to consume the painless childbirth pill before feeling the dragon eggs at the threshold. She quickly clamped her legs together to prevent the eggs from falling. Chunpei, hurry and take me back to the stone bed. Chunpei, observing Jiao Jiao's pale face, held her tightly, his palms sweating from anxiety. As Jiao Jiao had not yet taken the painless childbirth pill, her stomach was cramping painfully. Fortunately, just as she lay down, Chuyi rushed in with a cup of water. Once the pill was ingested, Jiao Jiao felt a wave of comfort. Her legs opened, and the system notifications began to chime. Beep. The host has given birth to the 148th offspring. Beast form, Qinglong Beast rank, Earth rank. Rewards, 320 points. 11 birthing pills, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 20 space expansion vouchers, 500 cubic meters of defense shield. Beep. The host has given birth to the 149th offspring. Beast form, by long beast rank, Earth rank. Rewards, 160 points, 9 birthing pills, 3 intermediate upgrade pills, 3 loyalty pills, 500 G of core salt, 10 space expansion vouchers, 300 cubic meters of defense shield. Beep. The host has given birth to the 150th offspring. Beast form, Qinglong Beast rank, Earth rank. Rewards, 320 points, 11 birthing pills, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 5 water avoidance pills, 500 G of barbecue seasoning, 10 space expansion vouchers, 500 cubic meters of defense shield. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully giving birth to 150 offspring, with an additional reward of 358, 400 points, 75 birthing pills, 75 painless childbirth pills, 75 recovery pills, 75 beauty pills, 75 strength pills, 75 milk increasing pills, 75 basic upgrade pills, 75 intermediate upgrade pills, 75 advanced upgrade pills, 75 loyalty pills, 75 teleportation pills, 81, 920 space expansion vouchers, 204, 800 cubic meters of defense shield. Beep. The host has given birth to the 151st offspring. Beast form, by long beast rank, Earth rank. Rewards, 500 points, 15 birthing pills, 3 advanced upgrade pills, 7 loyalty pills, 300 kilograms of coarse salt, 40 space expansion vouchers, 1,000 cubic meters of defense shield. Beep. The host has given birth to the 152nd offspring. Beast form, Jinlong Beast rank, Earth rank. Rewards: 160 points, 9 birthing pills, 3 intermediate upgrade pills, 3 loyalty pills, 500 G of core salt, 10 space expansion vouchers, 300 cubic meters of defense shield. Beep. The host has given birth to the 153rd offspring. Beast form, by long beast rank, Earth rank. Rewards: 320 points, 11 birthing pills, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 5 water avoidance pills, 500 G of barbecue seasoning, 10 space expansion vouchers, 500 cubic meters of defense shield. Beep. The host has given birth to the 154th offspring. Beast form, Qinglong. Beast rank, Earth rank. Rewards: 500 points, 15 birthing pills, 3 advanced upgrade pills, 7 loyalty pills, 300 kilograms of coarse salt, 40 space expansion vouchers, 1,000 cubic meters of defense shield. Beep. The host has given birth to the 155th offspring. Beast form, by long beast rank, Earth rank. Rewards: 320 points, 11 birthing pills, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 5 water avoidance pills, 500 G of barbecue seasoning, 10 space expansion vouchers, 500 cubic meters of defense shield. Beep. The host has given birth to the 156th offspring. Beast form, by long beast rank, Earth rank. Rewards: 320 points, 11 birthing pills, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 5 water avoidance pills, 500 G of barbecue seasoning, 10 space expansion vouchers, 500 cubic meters of defense shield. Beep. The host has given birth to the 157th offspring. Beast form, by long beast rank, Earth rank. Rewards: 320 points, 11 birthing pills, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 5 water avoidance pills, 500 G of barbecue seasoning, 10 space expansion vouchers, 500 cubic meters of defense shield. The birthing process has concluded. This was a brief encounter, indeed swift. It scarcely took 10 minutes. Jiao mused, having completed the births before the shaman even arrived. Although Chunpei had long known that Jiao was carrying 10 eggs, the sight of them lined up before him was still astonishing. What family of dragons could produce a whole clutch? Ha, my family can. As Chunpei laughed, tears welled up in his eyes. Upon opening her eyes, Jiao saw Chunpei weeping. What is it? Are you upset that there are too few offspring? I can give you more clutches later. Don't be sad. Jiao felt somewhat guilty towards Chunpei, as she had given birth to over 10 or 20 for other mates. But here, the total was merely 10. Ah, what a disheartening record of giving birth. Chapter 143, Intriguing. Tears still brimmed in Chunpei's eyes, and without a moment's thought to wipe them away, he hurriedly supported Li Jiao, allowing her to lean against him. With tender affection, he grasped her hand, exclaiming, "No, I am overjoyed. I am moved to tears. Our dragon clan has never given birth to so many offspring at once. I am simply overwhelmed with excitement. Jiao, you do not understand. You appeared like a beam of light, illuminating my dark and hopeless life year after year. Your arrival has saved me, saved Shishi. Without you, I might have perished in the hands of the black dragon. If it were not for you, I would not have found Shishi, who is equally trapped. You accepted me despite my low beast rank and became my partner. You awakened my latent powers to elevate my rank. It is you who tirelessly prepared nourishing meals for me to restore my health. And now you risk your life to bring forth so many offspring for our dragon clan. I am not a worthy beast husband. I have done nothing for you. Fool, I adore you. I cherish your indomitable spirit. Your tenacity reflects my own. Moreover, I did not bear these offspring for the dragon clan. What does it matter to me? Everything I do is for you." As Li Jiao uttered these words, she leaned close to Chunpei's ear. Chunpei's ears flushed crimson. Oh dear, what to do? Jiao's words are so delightful. My heart is about to lose control. Li Jiao adeptly shifted the topic. "Ah Pei, do you truly not envy Feng Xiao and the others for having 20 or 30 offspring?" Chunpei shook his head vigorously. "I know how arduous it is to bear dragon clan offspring. During this time, you have consumed so much food, and instead of gaining weight, you have lost quite a bit. If you were to bear more, your body would surely suffer. To me, you are far more important than the offspring." After a brief pause, Chunpei continued, "I would rather forego offspring than see you lose your life in the process of bearing them." Li Jiao's heart warmed at his words. "Fool, I am protected by my beast form. There is no danger. But I fear that the beast god may sometimes be too busy to look after us." Li Jiao gently caressed Chunpei's delicate dragon horns and chose not to speak further. How could there be such an adorable little white dragon? Jiao, are you all right? I have brought the shaman. A sudden voice called from outside the beast cave. Who is calling me? This unexpected shout could easily frighten someone away. It was Ing Tan from the Tianing clan. Chun Pei responded, I will go take a look. Before Chun Pei could exit, Chu Yu entered the beast cave with the elderly shaman from the Tianing clan. Jiao Jiao, Ing Tan has brought the shaman. Originally, Chu Yu intended to inquire why they had arrived so late, but upon seeing the old shaman's frail state, he swallowed his words. Upon entering the cave, the old shaman immediately noticed a bamboo basket beside the stone bed filled with an array of differently colored eggs. Indeed, to the old shaman, it appeared as a multitude, so many that she struggled to count them. Rubbing her slightly blurry eyes, she trembled as she asked, Heavenly Maiden, has the delivery been completed? Yes. Thank you, Grandma Shaman, for traveling such a long distance. Are these dragon eggs? It was no wonder she asked this. She had never seen anything like it. Yes, my 8th beast husband, Chun Pei, belongs to the dragon clan. The previous shaman of our tribe had mentioned that bearing dragon eggs severely depletes the mother's nutrition. Thus, dragon eggs are typically laid one by one. Who would have imagined that I, on the verge of meeting the beast god, will be fortunate enough to witness a single birth of 10 dragon eggs? The old shaman marveled, Truly, you are the heavenly maiden. I have long heard of your beauty and remarkable fertility, and seeing it today, I can attest to your exceptional nature. How is your health, child? Thank you for your concern, Grandma Shaman. I am quite well now. With so many miraculous elixirs, it would be difficult to be unwell. Li Jiao Jiao felt a twinge of guilt, thinking of the elderly shaman making the journey for her sake. After some contemplation, she purchased a longevity pill and a strength-enhancing pill to give to the shaman through Chu Yu. What is this? The old shaman asked, trembling as she received the pills in confusion. Grandma Shaman, this is to strengthen your body. I appreciate your efforts in coming all this way. Oh, I cannot accept this. I arrived late and was of no help. How can I take your precious gifts? They appear to be quite valuable. I cannot accept them. Please take them back. Grandma Shaman, please keep them. I would like to inquire how to incubate these dragon eggs. The old shaman glanced at Chun Pei, somewhat skeptical. Chun Pei, knowing the answer but recognizing Li Jiao Jiao's intent to persuade the shaman to accept the elixirs, followed her lead, saying, Indeed, Grandma Shaman. I have never focused on these matters and would be grateful if you could teach me how to properly incubate and care for the dragon eggs. I fear my inexperience may lead to mistakes. I actually know quite a bit about that. The old shaman's smile deepened the wrinkles on her face. When we were young apprentices, the previous shaman detailed the incubation process for us. That is wonderful. Please share this knowledge with my beast husband, Li Jiao Jiao urged, signaling Chun Pei to attentively learn from the old shaman. Chu Yu brought warm water, and as the elixirs entered Li Jiao Jiao's system, the faint signs of fatigue vanished. Outside, Ing Tan paced anxiously. What are you doing? This is not your own birthing process. You cannot think like that. Ing Tan stared at Hu Zhen Tian in disbelief, utterly perplexed by his perspective. Regardless of whose offspring Jiao Jiao bore, was she not the most important? It was incredibly dangerous for a young female to give birth. Did Hu Zhen Tian truly believe that he would only be concerned for Jiao Jiao's safety if the offspring were his? Hu Zhen Tian was momentarily speechless. That was not his intention. However, anyone who heard his previous words might interpret them that way. Of course, that is not what I meant. I was merely... But what was it? Hu Zhen Tian seemed a loss for words, realizing that he had never worried when Jiao Jiao bore offspring for other beast husbands. Panic set in. He feared that his image in Jiao Jiao's heart would be tarnished as selfish. Just as he prepared to step outside for fresh air, Li Jiao Jiao overheard the conversation between Hu Zhen Tian and Ing Tan, taking in every word. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Ing Tan was rather interesting. Chapter 144, Departure. Chu Yu assisted Li Jiao Jiao in coming outside, naturally hearing Ing Tan's heartfelt words. He had not anticipated that Ing Tan's feelings for Jiao Jiao ran this deep. At that moment, Chu Yu felt a flicker of emotion, considering that if Ing Tan truly cared for Li Jiao Jiao as the primary partner, it would not be amiss to speak favorably of him. Having another who genuinely cherishes Jiao Jiao would be a boon. The two who originally planned to leave now veered back to the stone bed. Li Jiao Jiao felt a twinge of regret, pondering whether she should have refrained from consuming the recovery elixirs so soon. Perhaps she could have tested her beast husband's affections for her. However, upon this thought, she quickly shook her head in disapproval. For what reason? Simply because human nature is the most susceptible to trials. As a child, her mother had advised her against testing others under the guise of examining their sincerity. She distinctly remembered a neighbor girl who, despite dating a tall and handsome boyfriend, often engaged in petty antics to provoke him, leading to unforeseen complications in their relationship. After several attempts, the man grew weary of the tests and ultimately found affection with someone else, claiming that the elder sister next door did not trust him. In the end, it was unclear who should bear the blame. At that time, the mother had advised her, stating that if she were to enter a romantic relationship in the future, she must refrain from such actions. Although her beast husband was a beast man, he was still a person, possessing humanity, was he not? Nonetheless, it was best not to test the waters. She was well aware of their natures. To assert that they did not care for her would indeed be unfair, yet to claim that they would willingly lay down their lives for her. Save for Chu Yu and Chu He, left 6 others shrouded in doubt. Jean Rue should not be counted, as he was not truly her beast husband. However, Li Jiao Jiao was not disheartened, for she understood that in this lifetime, it was a rarity to find someone who genuinely cared for her and steadfastly stood by her side. She considered herself fortunate to have 2 such individuals. Yu, please inform the chief of the Ying tribe that we shall set off the day after tomorrow. Understood, Shu Yu replied, ready to depart. After a moment's pause, Li Jiao Jiao added, letting Tan lead the team from the Ying tribe. Shu Yu pondered that, judging by Jiao Jiao's demeanor, Ying Tan would likely join their family in due course. Li Jiao Jiao wished for Ying Tan to lead because she sought to ascertain his true capabilities. Jiao Jiao, rise and have something to eat, Hu Zhanhai announced as he entered with 4 dishes and a soup. Do not mind what a Tian said outside. He did not mean it that way. What did a Tian say outside? Li Jiao Jiao inquired, feigning ignorance. Some matters lose their meaning when overly exposed. It was nothing significant, just a minor exchange of words between a Tian and Ying Tan. Well, that's all right. You beastmen have your own way of handling matters. I'll refrain from interfering, Li Jiao Jiao replied nonchalantly. Outside the beast den, Chu Yu stood before Ying Tan, preparing to relay Jiao Jiao's message. When Ying Tan anxiously grasped Chu Yu, asking, is Jiao Jiao all right? Chu Yu contemplated whether Ying Tan's concern was genuine or a facade, yet deemed it too insulting to inquire. No need to worry, Jiao Jiao is fine. She asked me to inform you that we shall set off the day after tomorrow to that place you mentioned. Ying Tan furrowed his brow, interjecting, we are leaving the day after tomorrow. Can her body handle it? Shouldn't a female who has just given birth rest for a while? Is my urgency causing her distress? Have I erred in some way? If Jiao Jiao departs, will I truly have no chance? If Li Jiao Jiao could read minds, she would exclaim, Ying Tan, you should consider a career in screenwriting. In just a moment, you've concocted an entire drama. You need not worry. Jiao Jiao's physique is exceptional, and her recovery is swift. There is no danger. Before Ying Tan could respond, Chu Yu continued. Jiao Jiao stated that regardless of how many from the Ying tribe come, you shall lead. Really? Ying Tan was so exhilarated he felt as if he could take flight on the spot. I shall return to prepare, he declared, but hesitated, looking back once more to ask, are you certain Jiao Jiao's health will not be an issue? She truly does not need to rest. Rest assured, she is my little female. No one worries about her more than I do. Ying Tan longed to enter the beast den to see Li Jiao Jiao, but recognized the inappropriateness of the action and could only glance back wistfully at the cave entrance. Upon returning, Ying Tan sought out Ying Mo to share the news. Ying Mo clapped his hands in excitement, exclaiming, does this mean that the celestial maiden has taken an interest in you? I'm not certain. Her beast husbands mentioned that Jiao Jiao promised them she would no longer seek other beast husbands. I currently have no confidence, and I am certainly not as handsome as that Chu Yu or Chun Pei, Ying Tan replied listlessly. Shaw, even if we turn the entire Ying tribe upside down, I doubt we could find anyone more striking than you. And here you are claiming you are unattractive? Ying Tan rolled his eyes dramatically. Have you seen what Chu Yu looks like? Hey, you are not even of the same kind. Our Ying tribe is renowned for its masculinity. It's not our fault we are strikingly handsome. It's not a question of right or wrong, but rather whether I meet Jiao Jiao's aesthetic standards. I fear she may not find me appealing. Ying Mo noticed Ying Tan's head drooping almost to the ground and patted his shoulder, offering comfort. No worries. Just pursue with all your might. If it truly does not work out, we can address it then. You haven't even given it your all yet. It's not like you, Ying Tan, to lose hearts so easily. Ying Tan felt genuinely encouraged. He shook off his feathers and motivated himself. You are right. I must perform well and secure an opportunity for myself. Chu Xiao Zhu Zhang. We are all prepared and ready to depart at any moment. Ying Tan organized 10 Beastmen into 2 teams before the entrance of the Beast Den. Good. Li Jiao settled on a Feng Zhao's back, while Chun Pei assisted Chuyu, and the others mounted various Beastmen. Hooray! Ying Tan's resounding call pierced the sky as he unfurled his wings and soared. Unlike Feng Zhao's graceful ascent, Ying Tan's movements exuded sheer power, showcasing taut muscle lines that captivated Li Jiao's gaze. Leading the way, Ying Tan took the front, with Feng Zhao and Chun Pei flanking him, while the remaining members spread out to either side. Li Jiao glanced back, suddenly recalling the lesson from her childhood about geese flying south, sometimes in a straight line, other times in AV formation. Chapter 145. Quite good. Very satisfied. Some modifications were made in the previous chapter. Dear readers may wish to review it. Ying Tan's flying speed was brisk. After a considerable time, he turned to inquire if anyone wished to take a break. However, Feng Zhao and Chun Pei appeared leisurely, as if they were on a casual outing, showing no signs of fatigue from flight. Initially concerned that Chun Pei and the others might struggle to keep up, he then realized his own ignorance. High above, Li Jiao could clearly see the vast landscape for miles around. After flying for approximately 5 to 6 hours, Ying Tan announced, "We are almost there?" Li Jiao leaned forward to look down, and indeed, she spotted a large expanse of relatively flat land adorned with clusters of unknown wildflowers. Countless. Let us get to work. Quickly scan to see how large that flat area is. Understood. Scanning initiated. Scan complete. Host, this area is truly vast, spanning over 5 million square kilometers. As Li Jiao absorbed the overwhelming scanning results, she also reveled in the scenery below. 3 sides were enveloped by an unbroken chain of towering mountains, the highest peak located to the north, still capped with a blanket of snow despite the impending summer. To the south lay a silver-white beach, dotted with shells and crabs frothing at the mouth of the waves, while the azure sea shimmered beautifully under the sunlight. Just gazing at it brought Li Jiao immense tranquility. She recalled a poem she had learned. Starting tomorrow, I shall be a happy person, tending horses and chopping wood. Traveling the world. From tomorrow, I shall care for grains and vegetables. I have a house facing the sea, where spring blooms. How perfectly it aligned with her aspirations. We are right below, Ying Tan called out, leading the way downward. In just a short while, they landed on the beach. Li Jiao immediately fell in love with the place, her face alight with joy. Upon landing, she gleefully sprinted across the soft sand. Jiao, slow down. Chu-He, ever observant, noticed Li Jiao tripping over a piece of driftwood at the water's edge and leaped forward, transforming mid-air into his beast form to cushion her fall. Li Jiao ended up landing on Chu-He's belly in a rather undignified manner. Oof. Chu-Ha let out a low groan, prompting Li Jiao to quickly rise and massage his stomach. Are you alright, huh? Chu-Ha also sat up straight, gently rubbing her slightly reddened head. I'm fine. Just be careful. Did you hurt your head? Li Jojo chuckled innocently. I'm fine. I really love it here. Chu-Ha affectionately pinched her nose. Loving it doesn't mean you can run so fast. It's quite dangerous. Chuyu ran over to assist Li Jiao, continuing to rub her forehead with concern. You really love it here? Yes. It's truly beautiful. Plus, I just noticed that this place isn't far from any tribe. Eagle Tan, observing the tender exchange among Chu-Ha, and Li Jiao, felt a pang of jealousy upon hearing her words. How do you know, Jiao? He asked in astonishment. I could tell just by looking. Li Jiao replied shyly, thinking to herself that she couldn't possibly reveal that she had calculated it through the system. Eagle Tan was taken aback. Jiao was impressive, able to discern so much from just a glance. I was about to introduce it to you, he said, stepping closer to Li Jiao and pointing to the mountain in the east. That mountain range is called Taiha. If you cross it and fly for another 5 to 6 hours, you'll reach the Feng tribe, which is near the Long tribe and the Xuanwu tribe. He then pointed to the mountain in the north. That is the Yiyang mountain range. Behind it are the Tie tribe, the Lilu tribe, and the Xiang tribe. I have seen them when I went there to trade goods. You would believe how massive the male Xiang beastmen are. Just one leg is thicker than our entire bodies. However, I heard that their tribes face greater difficulties in childbirth than ours, so despite their size, they are relatively few in number, making them a medium to small-sized tribe. Li Jiao had already guessed that the Xiang tribe must be large. After all, her 2 tiger beast husbands were nearly the size of normal elephants, so the Xiang beastmen in this beastly world could hardly be small. Nevertheless, seeing Eagle Tan so animated, Li Jiaojiao put on a rich array of expressions to show that she was attentively listening. At particularly passionate moments in Eagleton's narration, she would occasionally exclaim in surprise. To onlookers, their synergy at that moment was exceptionally harmonious. The few Eagle Beastmen trailing behind Eagleton could only describe their astonishment with one word: dumbfounded. It was as if they had never known this side of him. They had never realized that Eagleton could be so talkative. Who was that usual taciturn character? This mountain range to the west is the Chuming mountain range that we share. Besides your Hu tribe and Hu tribe, the Xinchuan tribe, and our Tianing tribe, there are also two smaller tribes, the Tiaoshu tribe and the Dita tribe. Is there any tribe in the sea before us? Li Jiaojiao looked intently at Eagleton. Eagleton felt an unexplainable warmth rise to his face under Li Jiaojiao's gaze, suddenly grateful that he had a dark complexion. His blush would go unnoticed now. Well, I haven't heard of any tribes in the sea right now, but hundreds of years ago, there were tales of a Jiao people. After that, I'm not sure what happened. No one has mentioned seeing them since. I don't know if they relocated or if there was another reason. After considering everything, it truly seemed that this location was perfectly suitable for establishing a tribe. What do you think of this place? I think it's wonderful. The flat areas are spacious enough for both agriculture and livestock. Not too far from the mountains for hunting, and it's close to the sea, which means Qinpei can frequently enjoy the water. My thoughts align with the U.S., but I have one question. Is there fresh water? Yes. Before Li Jiaojiao could even ask, Eagleton replied, "There's water over there, but it's currently flowing directly into the sea. If we decide to settle here, we could artificially create a lake to collect the mountain water." What a splendid idea. Li Jiaojiao hadn't anticipated that Eagleton was so sharp-witted, knowledgeable, broad-minded, tall, and muscular. Aside from being a bit dark-skinned, she saw no flaws in him at all. Alas, it was a pity that she had promised you and the others not to seek out more beast husbands. Otherwise, she would have surely swooped him up in no time. Chapter 146, a show of hands for voting with this thought. Li Jiaojiao slightly restrained her infatuated demeanor and turned to discuss with Chu Yu and the others. Should we bring the Hu tribe along to migrate here? Or just ourselves? Jiaojiao, it's up to you to decide, he replied. My thought is to consult with the elders. Currently, this location is spacious enough. We could even accommodate the existing tribes. However, I am concerned that based on the current reproductive rates of each tribe, if we all move together, we may only sustain this batch of offspring until they come of age. By then, when the eldest offspring form their own families, this space might not suffice. I understand. Jiaojiao means that together we can only manage for about 10 years at most. Once the oldest offspring mature, we will likely need to separate into tribes again. Exactly. Thus, we need to return and communicate this situation clearly to the elders, to see if they're willing to migrate and whether they're open to relocating again in 10 to 20 years when we need to find a more suitable area. Are we certain we want to move here? Wang Yikai asked. Yes, that is my current thought. If anyone has suggestions, please share. I like it here too. Qinpei chimed in, his voice filled with uncontainable joy. Li Jiaojiao had previously been unaware that the lone tribe enjoyed being in the water. She had thought Qinpei was fine after leaving the water and hadn't considered this issue until one time when she was looking for him and couldn't find him, only to learn from Chuha that Qinpei was soaking in the river of his space. This was also one reason why Li Jiaojiao insisted that the new tribe be near the sea. Now hearing Qinpei express his fondness for this place and observing his eagerness to jump into the water, Li Jiaojiao felt that this location was truly worthwhile. What about the rest of you? Wherever Jiaojiao is, I will be, Chuha replied calmly. Hey, I wanted to say that too. Chuha, you take back that line and let me say it. Feng Xiao pouted playfully. Fine, you can say it. Chuha seemed to enjoy her antics. Wherever my sister is, I will be, she exclaimed gleefully. I will always follow Jiaojiao, Chuha added. Chuha, let me say that too. Feng Xiao offered. I'll just give you my fist. Chuha shot her a cold glare. Ha, that won't be necessary, Feng Xiao retreated playfully. Li Jiaojiao found their banter rather childish. What about the rest of you? Hu Zhenhai. This place is quite good. Wang Yun. I also agree to settle here. All right, let's vote by raising our hands to agree on establishing our tribe here. With that, everyone raised both hands high in agreement. Li Jiaojiao watched the scene unfold, her heart brimming with joy. Well, since everyone loves this place, let us return. Once we discuss everything with the elders, we can begin the migration. As she spoke, she stood up, preparing to call over Eagleton and seek his opinion, considering they had chosen to join them. Hey, where is everyone? Li Jiaojiao looked around, but couldn't spot anyone. Chuha pointed toward the sea. They are over there. Following his direction, Li Jiaojiao saw Eagleton transform into his beast form, circling above the sea, his sharp gaze fixed on the water surface. Just as Hu Jintian was about to call out to him, Li Jiaojiao held him back. Wait, don't call him yet. In that moment, Li Jiaojiao thought Eagleton looked incredibly dashing. Before I could fully absorb the moment, I beheld Ington diving down, akin to a sword released from its sheath, plunging towards the ocean's surface. With claws that resembled iron hooks, it grasped the water and, with a powerful flap of its wings, ascended a fish, nearly the size of Li Jiao, dangling from its talons. Oh, thankfully, those claws did not catch me. Wang Yiyuan exclaimed in a dazed manner. Those claws are quite adept at catching fish. Hu Jintian teased. Ington soared towards us, carrying the fish. From a distance, it released its catch, which fell with a resounding thud. Li Jiao, this is for you. Do you think we, the Beastmasters, are invisible? Hu Jinhai asked, displeased. I meant no offense. Please don't misunderstand. I simply noticed you were discussing serious matters and thought to catch a few fish for you. Hi, Ington means well. Oh, interjected. Thank you, Ington. We will catch some ourselves later. Ington, come here. I have something to discuss with you. Li Jiao smiled at Ington. Thump, thump. Oh my, why don't look at Li Jiao? It seems fine, but every time I glance her way, my heart races uncontrollably. You all intend to join our tribe, right? What are your thoughts on this location? I cannot make that decision, but since you like it here, I will discuss it with Ingma. Great. I appreciate your efforts. Li Jiao smiled again. Li Jiao, could you please stop smiling at me? Huh? Why? Li Jiao feigned ignorance. Whenever I see you smile, my heart races uncontrollably. I fear that if it beats too fast, I might perish from it. Li Jiao covered her mouth and turned away, her shoulders shaking. Li Jiao, what's wrong? Ington asked anxiously, wanting to approach her. No, didn't you say I shouldn't smile? I simply cannot help it, so I must turn my back to you. Li Jiao continued to shake with laughter, having never encountered someone so adorably foolish. How could his words be so amusing? Finally, when Chu Yu had finished grilling the fish, Li Jiao rubbed her sore jaws. After a hearty feast of ocean fish, Ington led the group towards the Tianying tribe. Feng Xiao and Chun Pei flew towards the fox tribe. Throughout their journey, both exerted themselves, flying at the utmost speed. Li Jiao glanced at the time, 7 hours. She calculated that if the Tianying tribe, like Ington, were to fly, they could arrive in 3 to 5 days. It seems this journey is indeed not far. Upon landing, Chu Chantian was already waiting at the tribe's entrance. Father, how did you know we were returning? Chu Yu asked in surprise. Did you forget? Li Jiao previously gave us a positioning pill, allowing me to sense your approximate location. Oh, right. I forgot about that. How are the Tiger and Divine Dog tribes? Have their matters been resolved? Yes, they are all well, and their tasks are nearly complete. Chu Yu and Chu Chantian walk side by side. Continuing, we have an important matter to discuss with you. Chapter 147. The cub encounters danger. What is it, Yu? Chu Chantian inquired. Oh dear, you really are something. The child has only just returned. Can't you let him rest before discussing matters? Before Chu Yu could respond, the welcoming Huaying interrupted. Why do you always scold me? It was you who started it. Chu Chantian looked at Huaying with a pitiful expression. Huaying shot him a glance, exasperated. How shameless could he be, acting so childishly in front of the children? Mother, I spoke to father first, but we cannot rush. We must wait for the leaders of the Feng, Tiger, Divine Dog, and Tianying tribes to gather and discuss together. Is there something regarding the leader of the Tianying tribe? Huaying questioned, puzzled. Yes, mother. The Tianying tribe has reached a preliminary agreement with us. They wish to join our newly established tribe. This is wonderful news. But is there a particular reason for gathering all these leaders? Upon hearing that the leaders of these tribes were to convene, Chu Changtian's expression grew tense. Father, no need to be anxious. It is good news. Chu Yu outlined the situation, and Huaying understood. I see. Essentially, Li Jiao intends to establish a new tribe between all the tribes, and we can either migrate there together or remain in our current locations. Yes, mother. That is precisely Li Jiao's intention. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Changtian remarked, I believe it would be wise not to migrate altogether. Li Jiao's foresight is commendable. If all the major tribes were to relocate, considering our fox tribe's current reproductive capacity, that area would be filled within 10 to 20 years. In the blink of an eye, those years would pass. Where we migrate then? It is better to remain here. Indeed, what Chu Changtian said was also on Chu Yu's mind recently. However, they must all convene to discuss the matter. What if another tribe wishes to relocate? Father's considerations are valid. Once Feng Xiao and Chun Pei bring the other leaders together, we can deliberate further. I shall return to the beast den. It has been quite some time since I was home and needs tidying up. We will come to clean for you in a couple of days. It isn't too dusty, Huang said, urging him to go rest. Thank you, mother. Upon returning to the beast den, only Chu He was cleaning, Hu Jintai was cooking, and Wang Yuan was caring for the cubs. After Feng Xiao and Chun Pei returned the others, they split up to inform the various tribe leaders. Familiar with the route, Feng Xiao flew towards her home, the Feng tribe, intending to pick up the leader of the Tianying tribe along the way. Originally, they had thought to letting Tan return to notifying Ma, but Chu Yu suggested it would be better to go together, to appear more formal. Chun Pei was tasked with bringing Hu Jintian and Wang Yikai back to invite Hu Yidong and Wang Ting. The following morning, after breakfast, Ning Yi, Chu Yu's eldest son, ran up to Li Jiao and said, Mother, I want to take my younger siblings out to play. Li Jiao gently ruffled his little head and replied, Then let your father accompany you. Before she could finish, Ning Jing, Chu Yu's eldest daughter, pouted, Mother, please. We just want to play by ourselves. Father is so bothersome. He forbids this and that. And every time he accompanies us, we have to sit obediently. It's simply too boring. Li Jiao surveyed the gathered cubs and asked, Is your father really that strict? Yes, yes. They chimed in unison. Li Jiao couldn't help but laugh. Ning Yi added, Mother, don't worry, we won't run off. I will keep an eye on them to ensure they don't fight. All right, then you may go. Just be careful and return for lunch. Yay, Mother is the best. The little ones cheered and dashed outside, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chu Yu furrowed his brow, glancing worriedly at Li Jiao. Should I follow them from a distance? I truly cannot bear to worry. Put away your paternal instincts. Grant the children some trust. They will surely call for our help should they need it. Allow them to explore and grow on their own during ordinary times. Stop standing there and come push me. Ahui. Li Jiao called from a rocking chair, waving for Chu Yu. As he pushed her, Chu Yu's mind remained preoccupied with concern for the children. Li Jiao shook her head helplessly. This boy was such a worrywart. She decided to do something to distract him. Grabbing Chu Yu's arm, she pulled him down, catching him off guard as he tipped over in the rocking chair. Before he could react, Li Jiao's lips met his cheek. Chu Yu froze, and Li Jiao kissed him again and again and again. Chu Yu reached out to support the back of Li Jiao's head and reciprocated the kiss. Their tongues danced, lips entwined, and the air between them grew heavy with desire. Chu Yu gently encircled Li Jiao's delicate waist with one arm, while his other hand unconsciously rested upon a soft expanse. He briefly pulled away, gazing deeply into Li Jiao's eyes, where the beauty of her visage resembled that of a peach blossom, and her gaze shimmered like rippling water. Her recently tasted lips were a tender shade of pink. Overcome by desire, he leaned in once more to kiss her, his hand instinctively tightening around her. Li Jiao let out a soft moan, and Chu Yu could no longer restrain himself. He lifted her and made his way towards the beast den. When they emerged from the den again, it was already midday. Li Jiao was preparing to tend to the flowers and plants when a frantic voice from outside caught her ear. A foo. A moo. Help! Chu Yu's hand trembled, causing the wooden cup he held to crash to the ground, spilling the juice he had prepared for Li Jiao. What happened? He inquired anxiously. Xing Yue has been captured by several young males. They wish to harm her. We intended to assist, but their mother intervened, claiming to be Xing Yue's aunt, and insisted on taking her home, but she was exceedingly rough, seizing Xing Yue by the neck and dragging her away. What? How could this happen? Xu He, having heard the commotion, rushed out of the beast den. Xing Yue's aunt? Hey, I recall you mentioning you have two older brothers. Is the aunt referred to by the little ones one of their females? Li Jiao asked, puzzled. If not her, I cannot fathom who else could be Xing Yue's aunt. She pondered. Xu Hei's demeanor was as frigid as ice, his expression taut. After a prolonged silence, he remarked, I do not know. I have never encountered them since childhood. Li Jiao climbed onto Xu Hei's back as Chu Yu placed Ning Xin into the space. The trio sped towards the entrance of the tribe. Upon arrival, they observed most of the young cubs cowering in fear at the edge of the protective barrier. Several older siblings who usually played with them were nowhere to be found. Chu Yu and Xu Hei quickly accounted for the numbers, for were missing Ning Jing, Ning Yi, Xing Yue, and Xing Ya. Little ones, do not be afraid. A Fu and a Mu are here. Li Jiao approached, gently soothing the frightened cubs. Can anyone tell a Mu what transpired after Ning Xin fetched a Fu and a Mu? Ning Yuan stepped forward. A Mu. Allow me to explain. As soon as Ning Xin left, that fearsome female declared her intention to take Xing Yue away. Xing Ya stepped in to stop her, but their older brother merely lifted Xing Ya, telling him not to meddle. When Ning Yi and Ning Jing saw that Xing Yue and Xing Yue were in their grasp, they became frantic and cried, asserting their promise to Amu to protect their younger siblings. They could not bear to watch those villains take Xing Yue and Xing Yue away. Ning Xing added, another wicked brother sought to capture more, prompting Ning Jing to urge us to hide. As the older siblings were taken, the patrolling uncles noticed and pursued. Upon hearing that some tribesmen had chased after them, Chu Yu and Chu Hei felt somewhat relieved. A few younger cubs, still in shock, quietly wept nearby. "It's all right, do not cry. Afu and Amu will bring your brothers and sisters back. Can you go to Amu's space and play with your uncle for a while?" Li Jiaojiao consoled them as gently as possible. "Yes. All right, Amu." Li Jiaojiao placed all the cubs into the space, where countless figures were present to watch over them. "I know where the cubs are." After settling the cubs, Li Jiaojiao turned to Chu Hei and Chu Yu. "I can sense them. They're not far from us. They should not have fled too far. Then let us hasten. We do not know what their captors intend. Whoever dares to capture our cubs shall pay dearly," Li Jiaojiao declared as she sat upon Chu Yu's back. The three hurriedly followed the location indicated on the system interface, drawing closer and closer. After pursuing for over 2 hours, they could distinctly smell the unfamiliar scent of other beastmen in the air. Chu Hei identified that the scent originated from the direction of the hyena tribe. Previously, when they had eradicated the hyena tribe, they had scorched the earth, and after a year of recuperation, small grasses had begun to sprout anew. The scent intensified, yet strangely, they did not detect any trace of the cubs. Had it not been for the system's screen indicating the cubs' presence, they might have doubted their location. Clearly, their captors had taken measures to obscure the cubs' scent. In light of this, Li Jiaojiao halted, sharing her suspicions with Chu Yu and Chu Hei, who agreed with her assessment. Together, they entered Li Jiaojiao's space, where she teleported them forward. As they approached within 100 meters, Li Jiaojiao paused, retrieving the cloaks of invisibility she had previously earned, one for each of them. Fortunately, these cloaks concealed both their scents and appearances. Clad in invisibility cloaks, they boldly emerged from space. Concealed behind a tree, Li Jiaojiao observed 4 young cubs ensnared by vines, their mouths silenced. They hung from a tree trunk, but thankfully appeared unharmed. Nearby, a group of 10 or so male beastmen stood or sat, including 3 from the Fox clan, 1 older and 2 of a similar age to her mate. 2 from the Tiger clan, 1 elder and 1 younger. 3 from the Ground Rabbit clan, all young. 1 from the Jumping Mouse clan, also young, and surprisingly, a particularly tall figure from the Elephant clan. Among them were 3 young males and 1 young female cub. After surveying the scene, Li Jiaojiao began to discern their relationships. The older female likely had 2 mates, 1 from the Fox clan and 1 from the Tiger clan. The remaining young males were likely the mates of the 2 younger females. The lineage of the cubs remained unclear. This group had evidently made a beast den here, suggesting they had been residing in this location for a considerable duration. As Li Jiaojiao attempted to sneak closer, she noticed Chu Hei remain motionless, his gaze fixed intently on the elder Fox clan male. Ahei, ahei, Li Jiaojiao gently shook his arm. Chu Hei remained unresponsive. Yet Li Jiaojiao could see the redness in his eyes. Attempting to grasp his hand, she felt it trembling slightly and chillingly cold. Without further delay, she took hold of both Chu Yu and Chu Hei and swiftly retreated into the space. Hey, what is wrong? Chu Yu noticed Chu Hei's unusual state. Chu Hei remained silent, his aura disordered. Was that your Afu? Li Jiaojiao tentatively inquired. Upon hearing the words Afu, tears suddenly streamed down Chu Hei's cheeks, large droplets cascading onto Li Jiaojiao's hands. With a heart full of compassion, she cupped his face. It is all right, it is all right. No matter who he is, we must first rescue our cubs. Jiao, that is my Afu. My Afu. I cannot believe he does not know that Xing Yue and Xing Ye are my cubs. But why? Why we capture them? Chu Hei broke down in tears. It is all right, it is all right. I just saw that the cubs are unharmed. We can easily rescue them. Once we retrieve them, we shall find a moment to inquire about their motives. Does that sound agreeable? It is all right, it is all right. Chu Hei was buried in his thoughts, still sobbing against Li Jiaojiao's shoulder. He simply could not fathom why his father, who had abandoned him in his youth, would suddenly reappear after so many years. He had long believed that both his father and elder brother were dead. To his astonishment, they were not only alive, but thriving. After weeping for a while, Chu Hei gradually calmed his emotions. Sensing his improvement, Li Jiaojiao analyzed the situation. It seemed that their primary target was Xing Yue. The capture of the others was merely a consequence of their attempts to protect her. This indicated that they had been lurking around their tribe for some time, waiting for the right opportunity. Today, the little ones had ventured out to play, giving them the chance to act. Chuha responded, "It must be so. I should have followed them." Chuya began to feel guilty again. "You, it is not your fault. I asked you to give them space to grow. We could not have anticipated this situation. Now is not the time for self-reflection. We must focus on rescuing the little ones and understanding their intentions." Chapter 149. A tragic past. Very well, you. You take the little ones back and hand them over to those two, and also inform a Hai and a UN to alleviate their worries. And I will investigate the purpose behind the abduction of the little ones. "But you are only two," he protested. "That is of no concern. As long as the little ones are safe, we shall not act recklessly. Besides, if it comes to a fight, we can retreat into the space with the little ones. Nothing will happen." "All right, then I shall bring the little ones back." It was unwise to follow Li Jiao. With so many little ones, they needed to eat, and the younger ones were still unable to care for themselves. After reaching an agreement, Li Jiao placed the little ones into Chu Yu's space. Chu Yu raced towards the tribe, while Chuha wore a heavy expression. "Do not dwell on it. Let us depart." "Where to?" Chuha asked, momentarily confused. "To discover what they intend to do with the little ones." With that, Li Jiao pulled Chuha into the space, teleporting to the location where the little ones were suspended. Li Jiao donned her invisibility cloak and instructed Chuha, "I will go out to assess the situation first. I shall return shortly to fetch you." Concerned about Chuha's poor state, she felt it prudent to investigate alone. Silently emerging from the space, she was taken aback by the heightened vigilance of their captors. There were just over 10 individuals, with 3 or 4 remaining to guard the little ones. Li Jiao treaded lightly, cautiously approaching and hiding behind a tree. Upon closer inspection, she noted that the little ones were unharmed, engaged in quiet conversation. The animal hides that had been stuffed in their mouths were now absent, likely removed to prevent causing them further distress. She sighed in exasperation, marveling at their audacity. Despite the dire situation, they still found time to chat. Just then, she heard Xingye shout, "Give me some water. I'm thirsty." "Hey, you little fox brat, who do you think you're ordering around?" One of the young Dita tribe's male beastmen approached to strike Xingye. Seeing this, Li Jiao dashed forward, extending her leg. The Dita man, oblivious, tripped and fell. The little ones erupted in laughter. The fallen man, bewildered and furious, could not comprehend how he had stumbled on flat ground. As he turned to look back, he saw nothing amiss. Another male from the Hu tribe approached with a cup of water, saying, "Why argue with a bunch of little ones? Besides, Uncle Chu still has use for them. We cannot afford any mishaps." He offered the water to Xingye. "Drink up. Do you little ones want some too?" They nodded, and he went around, providing each with a sip. The Dita Beastman rose, but just as he was about to curse, he felt a warm trickle from his nose. I am bleeding," he shrieked, hastily trying to cover it. Soon, he realized something else was amiss. He tentatively touched his teeth and found his prized front tooth had been broken in half. He howled, grabbing a whip nearby, ready to confront Xingye and the others. Li Jiao stood anxiously behind him. If he truly struck, she would have no choice but to transport him into the space, letting Chuha deal with him. Before he could act, Chuha's father, Chewing, emerged from the beast den, sternly demanding, "What is all this ruckus at this hour?" Uncle Chu, the Dita man, whined, showing his broken tooth and bleeding nose. Chewing furrowed his brow. What happened? "It was him. He made me fetch him water, and I accidentally fell," he complained. "I require them for a purpose. Do not neglect their needs," Chewing instructed, his countenance serious, before turning and re-entering the den, dismissing the matter. After Chuha's mother had endured a difficult labor to bring him into the world, Chewing had harbored resentment towards Chuha, blaming him for his female's demise. Unbeknownst to young Chuha, he watched as his brothers charmed their father for treats, and he imitated them, only to be met with punishment instead of rewards. The neighbors, unable to bear it any longer, intervened on several occasions. Chewing, irritated by their interference, resorted to a new tactic. He ceased physically punishing Chuha, but intentionally withheld food. After 5 or 6 days of hunger, young Chuha remained alive, prompting Chu Zhongtian to intervene upon discovering Chewing's actions. Chu Zhongtian, deeply disappointed with Chewing, gathered the clan, and, before all, expelled Chewing from the Hu tribe. Resentful, Chewing secretly approached the Liego tribe, inciting them to provoke trouble with the Hu tribe, resulting in Hua losing a child. Taking advantage of the tribe's distraction, Chewing stealthily abducted Chuha's 2 brothers. Over the years, he wandered, befriending other beastmen who had been cast out for various reasons. Chu Ying was ruthless, advancing his own power while consuming crystal cores until he reached the heavenly level, thus becoming their leader. After leaving the Hu tribe, he encountered a young female who, captivated by his appearance and charm, willingly followed him. However, his two sons did not inherit his charm and were unable to win over a female, ultimately resorting to abducting from the Debt tribe. After numerous failed escape attempts, and with offspring on the way, the two young females gradually abandoned thoughts of fleeing and began to settle into their new lives. Nevertheless, emboldened by having birthed 3 cubs, the older female grew increasingly temperamental. When they realized they could not infiltrate the Hu tribe, she took the initiative to coax the little ones outside the protective barrier. Chapter 150. Discovery. With the explanation provided by Chu Yiming, the Earth Rabbit tribe Beastman could only glare begrudgingly at Xingye and the others, daring not to take any further action. However, his gaze remained fixated on the little ones. Li Jiaojiao, seeing that the cubs were in no danger, quietly ventured into the beast den, hoping to overhear some valuable information. To her astonishment, upon entering, she was met with shocking scenes that would be deemed inappropriate for a century. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Li Jiaojiao was rendered speechless, utterly taken aback by the thrilling spectacle before her. Goodness gracious, what a sight to behold! The little female seemed to be in pain, yet there was something else to it. As she watched, a series of inappropriate thoughts unexpectedly invaded her mind. TSK, 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 that figure is rather disappointing, lacking even a hint of abdominal muscles, a stark contrast to her several beast husbands. Turning her gaze, she spotted another TSK, TSK, TSK. Should one commend the little female's acting skills or pity her for never having tasted the good life? Such a small creature, yet crying out so loudly. Snapping back to reality, she suddenly realized what she was doing. How could she be so engrossed? In a panic, she retreated back to her space, rushing to the riverbank to splash cold water on her face, attempting to cool her flushed cheeks. Chu He, perplexed, approached her. What's wrong, Jiao Jiao? Are the cubs all right? Yes, they're fine and have suffered no harm. According to your father, keeping the cubs is useful, so they still have food and drink, Li Jiaojiao replied, lifting her head to look at Chu He, who then noticed her rosy cheeks and promptly asked, Jiaojiao, what happened? Did you get into a fight outside? Li Jiaojiao wanted to explain that there had been a fight, but it wasn't her doing, it was them. And no, it's nothing, she stammered, unable to confess to Chu He that she had witnessed some inappropriate scenes, which would be utterly mortifying. Seeing her evasive demeanor, Chu He misinterpreted her distress, growing anxious. What's wrong, Jiao Jiao? Are the cubs in trouble? No, please don't worry. I must go out to check. If it's dire, I don't care why they took the cubs. We should just take them into the space. Jiao Jiao insisted, pulling him along. It truly has nothing to do with the cubs. Then why are you so hesitant? Chu He looked at her skeptically, unconvinced. Forget it. Let him see for himself. I simply cannot articulate it. Li Jiaojiao thought, dragging Chu He out to the space. Upon seeing the scene, Chu He instantly turned crimson with embarrassment. Li Jiaojiao pulled him back into the space. For a brief moment, neither dared to meet the other's gaze. You saw that, didn't you? Li Jiaojiao cautiously inquired. Yes, I did. I didn't expect them to be so creative, Chu He said awkwardly, his toes digging into the ground. An uncomfortable silence ensued. Although Chu He had accompanied Chu Yu and the others before, their escapades paled in comparison to this. Cough, cough. Chu He broke the silence. I wonder if Chu Yu has returned home yet. Li Jiaojiao chuckled softly. He should be back by now. Chu Yu hurriedly returned, racing against the darkening sky to bring the cubs back to the tribe. Wang Yiyuan and Hu Zhenhai had long since been anxious, nearly beside themselves with worry. As Chu Yu emerged from the space with the cubs, Wang Yiyuan and Hu Zhenhai rushed over. We have found the missing cubs. This matter is somewhat related to your father, but we are still unaware of the specifics. Your mother and Chu He's father are still watching over them, and I will meet up with them shortly. We cannot care for the cubs these days, so bringing them back for you to look after is preferable. You must keep a close watch and ensure they do not wander off, Chu Yu cautioned earnestly. Wang Yiyuan and Hu Zhenhai nodded solemnly. We'll take good care of them. The cubs, no longer as frightened as during the day, joyfully scampered about upon emerging from the space. The older cubs, however, still worried about Xingyue and the others, asked Chu Yu, Father, where are Sister Xingyue and the others? Your mother and Chu He's father have already found them and will bring them home soon. You all must behave while at home. Uncle Zhenhai and Uncle Yuan will look after you. I need to assist your mother, he replied. The little ones sweetly reminded him, Father, please be safe. Come back soon. Of course, Chu Yu said, smiling with appreciation. Hearing the news of Chu Yu's return, Chu Changtian hurriedly approached to inquire about the situation. Just as Chu Yu was preparing to leave. Yue, what happened? I heard that Xing Yue and the others were captured. Yes, father. Chu Changtian was nearly frantic. Who did this? Have you found the cubs? Yes, father, please don't worry. We found the cubs. They're all fine. But this matter is related to Chu He's father. Jiao Jiao and the others are keeping an eye on things to understand why they took the cubs. Are you referring to Chu Yiming? Chu Changtian's eyes widened in disbelief. He is still alive. After so many years, he never imagined that man could still be breathing. What a resilient character. Yes, both he and Chu He's two brothers are still alive, and they are accompanied by several strong Beastmen from the Earth Rabbit tribe, the Jumping Mouse tribe, the Tiger tribe, and even one from the Elephant tribe. Their strength is formidable. We suspect they have been eyeing Xing Yue for quite some time. As for the reason, we are still unsure. You mean they primarily want to capture Xing Yue? Yes, the other three stepped forward to protect her. I will gather a few people to help you bring the cubs back. Chu Changtian declared, ready to assemble a team. Chu Yu quickly stopped him. No need, father. Too many people might alert them and endanger the cubs. Besides, we do not require such numbers to deal with them. We have our space. If we hide within, they will never find us. After consideration, Chu Changtian conceded. Very well, then you should go tomorrow morning. It's too late, and it's not safe. Li Jiaojiao and Chu He remained in the space, feeling awkward for quite some time. Let us rest for now. Are you likely one tea come tonight? All right, Li Jiaojiao said, wrapping her arms around Chu He's waist, her mind drifting elsewhere. The next morning, the two donned invisibility cloaks and carefully emerged from the space. As they approached Chu Yiming's beast den, they overheard a conversation inside. Father, why did you capture those cubs? They are after all my brother's children. Hearing his second brother's voice, Chu He's heart tightened. Don't mention that man. I have no such son. Moreover, whose children there is irrelevant. All I know is that one is a nine-tailed fox. With her, I can rally all the beastmen driven out of the tribe to establish our own. Father, I don't understand. What is so special about the nine-tailed fox? With a sharp thump, Chu Yiming struck Chu Jian on the head. What do you know? It is said that the nine-tailed fox possesses extraordinary powers. If we can harness this power, we will dominate the entire beast world. Chu Yiming's voice dripped with greed and ambition. Li Jiaojiao and Chu He exchanged glances, astonished. So this was their scheme. Just as they prepared to leave, a sudden uproar erupted from within. Their hearts sank, and they rushed in. Upon entering, they found Yiming and Chu Jiang each wielding a stone knife, pressing it against Chu He and Li Jiaojiao's throats. Upon seeing Li Jiaojiao, Chu Jiang instantly lost his composure, stunned by her exquisite beauty. He had not anticipated such a stunning little female existed in the beast world, even more so that she was his brother's mate. Chu Yiming cast a glance at his foolish son, who was clearly mesmerized by beauty. If only he had the time, he would gladly teach this fool a lesson. Suddenly, he bellowed, "It's indeed you too. I knew you would come, but I never expected you to dare eavesdrop without even possessing beast rank." Chu Yiming glanced at Li Jiaojiao and Chu He, unable to discern their beast rank, his disdain for Chu He deepening. "Since you are aware, do not expect to leave here alive," Chu He's father said menacingly. Chapter 151. I will come. Just as a stone knife was about to slice through Chu He's skin, Li Jiaojiao felt a pang of urgency. What was wrong with Chu He? Did he not know how to evade? At that moment, Chu He was indeed unaware of the danger. He was lost in a daze, his gaze fixed vacantly on his father. It seemed he was oblivious to the stone knife pressed against his neck. His lips trembled as if attempting to articulate something. Yet after a prolonged moment, no words emerged. He yearned to inquire why he had been abandoned, whether his father had ever thought of him over the years, and what wrong he had committed to be forsaken in favor of his brother. The questions flooded his mind, leaving him at a loss for where to begin. Are you truly my father? Li Jiaojiao discerned Chu He's retreat and voiced her concern. I have no son like him. Chu Yiming averted his gaze, unwilling to associate with Chu He, piercing Chu He's heart once more with his indifference. Li Jiaojiao wished to speak further, but was halted by Chu He's grip. With reddened eyes, he offered Li Jiaojiao a bitter smile, gently shaking his head, realizing there was no need to voice his queries anymore. He had always believed himself to be obedient, never causing trouble for his uncle or others. He had worked diligently to master various hunting skills. Why then had his father chosen to abandon him? He had now come to understand that some individuals would wield their mistakes as weapons to punish the defenseless, seeking to evade their own responsibilities, and they remained unrepentant. He had once contemplated the possibility of his father returning one day, and whether he would recognize him or grant forgiveness. However, it now seemed he was free from such dilemmas. Have you ever considered that your actions led to my mother's death? Chu He inhaled deeply, speaking calmly. What did you say? Chu Yiming erupted in fury, pressing the knife deeper against Chu He's throat. Is it not true? It was you who caused my mother's complications during childbirth. She endured 2 days and nights to bring me into this world. Chu Yiming shouted in rage. Then why did my mother go into labor prematurely? As a young child, Chu He often cried for his parents, bullied by other young males in the tribe, retreating to the mountains to weep over his mother's grave, questioning why she had abandoned him and why his father had forsaken him. Eventually, unable to bear the weight of his conscience, the tribe's old shaman revealed the truth to Chu He. It turned out that his mother had not yet reached her due date. It was because of Chu Yiming's peculiar temperament, constantly belittling the weaker males of the tribe. On that fateful day, he had mocked a frail male in front of a crowd, deriding him for being unable to catch even a small prey, suggesting it would be better for him to die. This taunt had proven to be the final straw for that male, who, in a fit of despair, had thrown himself into the river. Chu He's parents, rushing to save their son, were unable to reach him in time, although he had only recently come of age. Having worked diligently to strengthen himself, why had Chu Yiming repeatedly ridiculed him? The grieving father, consumed by sorrow, had sought retribution against Chu Yiming, confronting him with fists and feet. Logically, as a senior, he should not have engaged with Chu Yiming, who possessed a higher beast rank. Yet, no one could restrain a father who had just lost his child. Upon hearing of the chaos caused by Chu Yiming, Chu He's mother, alarmed by the sight of her husband being brutally beaten, stumbled and fell, leading to a premature birth. The birthing process became excruciatingly difficult as her body was unprepared. Chu He's mother lay in bed for 2 days and nights, the shaman advising her to give up. Yet she declared, "Since the beast god has granted this child the right to exist in the beast realm, I cannot deprive him of life." In the end, she gritted her teeth and delivered Chu He. Just before losing consciousness, she implored Chu He's father to care for their child. In a turn of events, all blame was placed upon Chu He by Chu Yiming. Indeed, what cannot be blamed on another? It seemed that as long as he shifted the blame onto Chu He could absolve himself of the responsibility for indirectly causing his own young female's demise. This was his reasoning and his course of action. Do you dare claim that my mother's premature birth had nothing to do with you? Chu He's voice was soft, yet Li Jiao detected a thread of sorrow within. Do you dare swear before the beast god? Chu He's tone remained calm, but to Chu Yiming, it sounded like a provocation. He raised his hand, ready to strike Chu He. Li Jiao, quick to react, swallowed a strength-enhancing pill while seizing Chu Yiming's hand before it could connect with Chu He's face. Surprised that a mere female could hold his hand, Chu Yiming attempted to break free, but Li Jiao held on with determination. You do not deserve to be a father, and now you intend to strike my beast husband. Have you sought my consent? Li Jiao held her head high, staring defiantly at Chu Yiming. Despite her height of only 1.67 meters, Chu Yiming towered over her at nearly 2 meters, making her feel like a small chick in his presence. Alas, height was lacking, but spirit compensated. Li Jiao glared fiercely at Chu Yiming. Oomph, a mere female dares to meddle in my affairs. Chu Yiming scoffed, discarding the knife and preparing to slap Li Jiao. You dare? Chu He suddenly erupted in fury, throwing a punch at Chu Yiming's chest. Chu He, have you lost your mind? You dare strike your own father? Chu Jiang interjected, rushing forward to admonish Chu He upon witnessing the blow. Unprepared for the attack, Chu Yiming was caught off guard and fell onto the stone bed. Do you realize what you have done? Who taught you to strike your own father? Are you not afraid of the beast god's wrath? Chu Yiming seethed with anger. Then I shall take action. Feng Zhao's voice suddenly resonated behind Li Jiao. Turning to look, she barely registered the sight of a fireball, blazing with intense heat, soaring above her head and crashing into Chu Yiming. Ah! Chu Yiming screamed in agony. He immediately attempted to roll to the side to extinguish the flames. Oh no, father! Chu Jiang rushed forward, grabbing a piece of animal hide to douse the fire on Chu Yiming. Ashell, what brings you here? Li Jiao hurried to Feng Zhao's side. Not just me. Besides a high-end Yuan, several others have arrived. Upon reaching the entrance of the beast den, Li Jiao discovered that a number of beast husbands had already subdued the assailants. The most striking sight was undoubtedly the enormous ice sculpture. Chapter 152, 3 Moves to Subdue Them. As Li Jiao approached, she exclaimed, Hey, This grand ice sculpture is none other than our Xiong tribe Beastman. What a pity that I have yet to witness his transformation into beast form before he became an ice sculpture. It was evident that this was the work of Pei. 4 young cubs were currently nestled in Chuyu's embrace. How did you arrive so swiftly? Sensing that she was not in the fox tribe, they feared something had befallen her. Pei had flown back recklessly. Upon discovering that someone had laid hands on their cubs, who could endure such a transgression? Thus, they rushed her side. As you were just in the beast cave, those individuals attempted to flee with the cubs. Fortunately, we arrived in time. Sister, you did not witness it, but Ape knocked those 2 to the ground with a single ice ball. The elephant tribe member tried to leverage his size to attack us, but Ape doused him with water and activated his abilities, instantly transforming him into an ice sculpture. Look at that long trunk of his still swinging about. I must say, it resembled a whip. Had we not been able to fly, we might have indeed sustained injuries. The others were subdued by a Tian and a Kai in no time. Well done, everyone. You all came through unscathed, right? Li Jiaojiao began to check on them. We are fine, sister. Li Jiaojiao turned her gaze to Chuyu. The cubs are also unharmed. Chuyu smiled gently at Li Jiaojiao. She observed the various individuals ensnared by vines, some trapped in pits, others frozen into ice sculptures, and 2 shrieking in agony from being burned in the beast cave. Indeed, our beast husbands are formidable. By the way, did you see those 3 little females and the 4 cubs? No, we only encountered these few upon our arrival. Feng Xiao replied. Quickly search. We must not allow them to escape. It would lead to complications later on. They turned the area upside down, but found no trace of the little females or cubs. Darn it, they managed to slip away. Li Jiaojiao exclaimed in frustration. They must have employed some means to conceal their presence. Our entire group could not detect their scent. Chuyu understood Li Jiaojiao's feelings. Even if you found them, Jiaojiao, you could not bring yourself to harm them. Li Jiaojiao paused, acknowledging the truth of his words. Yet, could she not imprison them instead of killing them? Never mind. In the beast cave, Chu Yiming's cries persisted. As he rolled aside, he landed on the hay, which ignited the flames even more fiercely. Chu Jiang attempted to extinguish the fire with a hide, only to discover that the fur was flammable, resulting in him catching fire as well. He cried out, Adi, help me. I am your elder brother. We are family. Save us. Chu Hie's eyes darkened, fists clenched tightly, feeling an ironic bitterness. Just moments ago, they were dismissive of him, and now they cried out for kinship. Chu He remained silent, watching them, observing his father's venomous glare directed at him, while he repeatedly shouted that the beast god would not spare him. Gradually, the voice faded and the struggles weakened. Chu He lowered his gaze, turning away from them and exiting the beast cave. Upon seeing him emerge, Li Jiaojiao embraced him tightly. She had not anticipated that Chu Hie's childhood was even more tragic than she imagined. She could hardly fathom how he endured those countless days and nights. It is over now. It is all behind you. In the future, you will have me, you, and the cubs by your side. We will always be with you. We are all your family. Jiaojiao, I will never have a father again. The last remnants of hope and expectation shattered completely. Chu He collapsed against Li Jiaojiao's shoulder, crying until his voice was hoarse, ultimately losing consciousness. Chu Yu examined him and concluded that he was merely overwhelmed by a significant shock, unable to withstand it physically. Li Jiaojiao understood this too. It was the culmination of a long-held wish that had been abruptly extinguished. They all entered Chu Yu's space and returned to the tribe. Father, mother, are you back? The little cubs at home rejoiced at the safe return of Li Jiaojiao and the others. Chu Yu brought out several cubs. Father, I am sorry. It is all my fault for not protecting my sister. Ning Jing and Ning He felt immense guilt, having promised before leaving to safeguard their younger siblings, yet failing to do so. Now, they stood before Chu Yu, awaiting their father's reprimand. Father, it is my fault. If I hadn't run out, nothing would have happened. I have brought trouble upon my brother, sister, and Xingyi. Xingyi quickly jumped forward to admit her mistakes. Xingyi also reflected on his shortcomings. It is my fault for not handling the situation properly. I should have engaged them in conversation to buy time and have someone inform father and mother. Li Jiaojiao approached and noticed the remorse on their faces. Indeed, it is commendable that you can sincerely analyze your shortcomings. It appears this experience has contributed to your growth. I am very pleased that you can think this way. However, I want to say that while your methods at the time may not have been perfect, your intention to protect your sister was undoubtedly correct. I have always worried that with so many cubs in our family, sometimes your father and I might not be able to care for you all adequately. I was also concerned that you might engage in constant competition like many families do. Seeing you love one another so deeply brings me immense joy and comfort. This time, you did nothing wrong. However, such situations may arise again in the future. This time, it was fortunate they captured you because you still held value to them. But have you considered that if they sought revenge or merely wanted your lives, you might not have been able to wait for your father and mother to come for you? Hence, I hope you will be more vigilant in the future, not allowing those with ill intentions to deceive you easily. We will remember, Mother. The 4 small cubs in front bowed their heads. We will remember, Mother. The group of little cubs behind, unsure if they understood, echoed in unison. All right, go and play, Li Jiao said, and the anxious hearts of the little cubs finally relaxed. They immediately ran to share their experiences of the past few days with their siblings. Li Jiao entered the beast cave to check on Chu He. His face was flushed, and upon touching it, he felt alarmingly hot. It must be around 38 or 39 degrees. Li Jiao fetched a basin of warm water and gently wiped down Chu He. In his dazed state, Chu He grasped Li Jiao's hand tightly, pleading, "Father, don't leave me. Don't abandon me. I will be very obedient and will listen to you. Please don't forsake me." Chapter 153. Jean Rue arrives. A pang of sorrow struck Li Jiao as she firmly gripped his hand, her heart filled with compassion. "I want to leave. I will always be here, He. Do not fear." Chu He remained unconscious, yet tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. Having been cherished by her parents growing up, Li Jiao could not fathom the heartache of parental abandonment. She struggled to imagine how Chu He had cried for someone to confide in when bullied by the young males in the tribe, or who had comforted him when injured while hunting. Now, witnessing the dreams she had woven for him shatter before her eyes was heart-wrenching. No wonder he had always been taciturn, yet when with the cubs, he displayed utmost tenderness, speaking in gentle tones. Li Jiao felt that if she were in Chu He's position, after the events of yesterday, she might be utterly devastated. Tenderly cradling Chu He's face, she fed him a strengthening pill. Chu He's fever had persisted for half a month without subsiding. Li Jiao worried weather would damage his mind, staying by his side after every meal, purchasing numerous nutritional pills from the marketplace, administering 3 each meal, which were somewhat akin to glucose in effect. She had lost considerable weight in the process. Now, she sat beside Chu He, keeping him company. Countless voices echoed. "Host, how is your second beast husband?" Li Jiao stepped into the space and approached the countless figures. "Songzi, could you please help me take a serious look at what is happening with Chu He? It has been half a month, and his fever has not fully subsided. If this continues, I fear he might become a fool. Host, I have conducted a scan and found no significant issues. I suspect that he is merely trapped in his own sorrow, unable to move on. Perhaps you could encourage the little ones to take care of him. It might prove effective." "Indeed," Li Jiao exclaimed. "Since Chu He is so concerned for the little ones, having them weep by his bedside could perhaps be beneficial. Thank you. Tongzi, I shall give it a try." As she spoke, she was about to leave when she turned back to Shu Buqing, saying, "By the way, I've noticed that your main system has become increasingly accommodating. Previously, the marketplace lacked any nutritional pills. But after Li Jiao persistently inquired about glucose for Chu He to regain some energy, the main system promptly offered nutritional pills that afternoon at an incredibly low price, only 1 point. It is indeed perplexing. Moreover, during a recent meeting, they conducted a survey to assess the basic living conditions and emotional states of hosts across various subsystems. However, upon inquiring with other systems I frequently interact with, I discovered they had not filled out such a survey. Was I the only one who did? Could it be that this is a unique survey for your reproductive subsystem? Perhaps they wish to evaluate the quality of our relationship with our beast husbands to facilitate the birth of more offspring." Li Jiao chuckled. "That seems plausible. Understanding these aspects may help determine whether the reproductive tasks can be accomplished." Shu Buqing scratched his head, finding Li Jiao's reasoning quite sound. Li Jiao shrugged it off and proceeded. After stepping outside, Li Jiao summoned all of Chu He's 20-odd offspring. "Mother, why hasn't father woken up yet?" Xing Yue gazed anxiously at the slumbering Chu He. "Is it because he was frightened by my abduction last time? It's all my fault for being so easily deceived. You warned me many times not to leave the protective barrier. It's my foolishness." Tears streamed down Xing Yue's cheeks. "Do not blame yourself, dear child. Father would never fault you. He is more concerned for you than himself. You're all aware of how well he treats you, correct? Now, as he is unwell, he needs to hear your voices to know that you love him, to provide him with the courage to combat his illness. Can you do that? As soon as Li Jiaojiao finished speaking, the little ones climbed beside Chu He, gently calling out to him, "Father, father." The smaller ones even nestled against him, seeking a comfortable spot to lay down. "You may play here, but keep your voices low. Spend time with father. He would surely appreciate your company. Sister, come out quickly. Look who has arrived." Feng Xiao's voice rang out. Upon stepping outside, Li Jiaojiao noticed Hu Zhenhai conversing with someone. When Jin Rui saw Li Jiaojiao emerge, his gaze fixated on her, oblivious to what Hu Zhenhai was saying. However, Hu Zhenhai, observing Jin Rui's demeanor, recognized that Li Jiaojiao had appeared and slightly turned aside. Li Jiaojiao finally discerned the figure obscured by Hu Zhenhai. Jin Rui? Why is he here? He hasn't earned enough points yet to return him. Is he that impatient? Upon seeing Li Jiaojiao, Jin Rui's eyes sparkled, suddenly realizing the reason for his recent lack of focus on cultivation and work. Originally, their salt flats had yielded impressive results after 2 months of hard labor. Feng Qi had instructed Feng Qing to deliver the good news and discuss whether they should distribute the salt among the tribes. Jin Rui, upon hearing this, volunteered, stating he had space to store the salt, and after consulting with Jiao Jiao at the Fox tribe, if they decided to divide it, there would be no need for repeated trips. Feng Qi found this reasoning sound, and thus sent Feng Qing to accompany Jin Rui. Jiao Jiao and Jin Rui took a few steps toward Li Jiaojiao. Li Jiaojiao chuckled. Jin Rui was momentarily taken aback, wondering what she found amusing. Before he could inquire, Li Jiaojiao posed a question. "Are you that eager?" "Huh?" Jin Rui was momentarily confused. Li Jiaojiao leaned in closer, lowering her voice. "Opening a transmission channel requires a substantial amount of points. I have yet to accumulate enough. Your urgency is futile." Jin Rui felt a fleeting sense of defeat. Had he truly failed to capture her attention? If Li Jiaojiao could read minds, she would surely chastise him. After all, he was the one who was distracted by thoughts of others and longing to return to the modern world. Would it not be somewhat unethical if he were to consume her? Regrettably, Li Jiaojiao lacked such abilities. "I did not come here for that," Jin Rui patiently explained. "Oh, then what brings you here? Could it be that you simply miss me? After all, I am your beast husband," Jin Rui remarked, half jokingly and half seriously, as he gazed at Li Jiaojiao. "Careful now, or I might take you seriously." Li Jiaojiao teased back, casting a playful glance his way. Jin Rui regarded the ethereal Li Jiaojiao, her bright eyes tinged with a hint of sorrow, which only served to enhance her delicate beauty. Suddenly, he felt a shiver down his spine, as if electrified, rooted to the spot. An unexpected thought crossed his mind. It seemed he had fallen in love. Chapter 154. Chu He awakens. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Feng Xiao waved her hand in front of Jin Rui's face. Jin Rui snapped back to reality. Nothing important. Li Jiaojiao had already asked Feng Qing to inquire about the salt production in the guest cave. Tian knew. Everything is progressing smoothly. You wouldn't believe it. Jin Rui has been meticulous with every step. Of course, Jin Rui isn't the type to cut corners. Feng Xiao pulled Jin Rui towards the beast cave as they heard Feng Qing praising him. "That is thanks to Jin Rui. Tonight, let I prepare a grand feast for you. That is what I ought to do." The Feng clan leader said they needed to discuss whether to distribute the salt now or wait until autumn. Li Jiaojiao pondered for a moment and asked, "How much have you produced?" "I have stored all in my space. Would you like to see?" "Sure." Li Jiaojiao approached Jin Rui, extending her hand, waiting for him to guide her inside. Jin Rui, captivated by her delicate hand, found his thoughts wandering once again. "Hey, Jin Rui, are you all right? You seem distracted." Feng Xiao keenly observed Jin Rui's unusual behavior. "Ah, it's nothing. I might just be a bit tired." Indeed, Jin Rui has been patrolling the salt flats every night and working with us during the day. He must be exhausted. Feng Qing added, "I must showcase my culinary skills tonight. I'll prepare a lavish feast for you both." Feng Xiao declared enthusiastically. "Then you and I should hurry. Together you can accomplish it more swiftly. Let us go." Li Jiaojiao took Jin Rui's hand. With a thought, they entered the space together. Upon entry, Li Jiaojiao was met with a wall blocking her path. "Why are you still building walls in here?" Li Jiaojiao, unaware that Jin Rui was holding her hand, teased him. "It's not a wall, it's all salt." Jin Rui's voice trembled slightly, though Li Jiaojiao remained oblivious, relishing this warmth. "Wow, you produce so much." Li Jiaojiao reached out to open it, only to realize her hand was still enveloped in Jean Rouet's large palm. She shook her hand, and Jean Rouet seemed to just realize, quickly withdrawing his hand with an awkward smile to mask his embarrassment. Li Jiaojiao nonchalantly averted her gaze. After all, she had many beast husbands. She could certainly discern the glances and small gestures of men toward her. Could it be that what he just said was genuine? She decided to wait and see what he intended to do. Jean Rouet opened a beast skin bag, revealing a mound of pure white salt. Not bad. During this period, you have truly worked hard. How come it seems you have lost weight? Li Jiaojiao remarked with a blend of praise and sentiment. A bit of weight loss is beneficial. I was too plump before. Haha, that is not true. You were never overweight in human form. And, as a beast man, you appear quite adorable. You should maintain that. All right, then I shall indulge in a bit more food tonight. Jean Rouet scratched his head, responding in a somewhat foolish manner. How many are there? Let us scan to find out. Scanning initiated, scanning completed. There are 3,000 kilograms of fine salt here. Wow, so much. Li Jiaojiao exclaimed in surprise. Jean Rouet assumed Li Jiaojiao was conversing with him and replied, Yes, I was contemplating the fox tribe and the divine dog tribe. 3 tribes in total, hence I brought 3 quarters here. The phoenix tribe has the remaining quarter. If you wish to send some to the dragon tribe. The phoenix tribe leader mentioned they could spare a little since they have fewer members. Why not send some back to the panda tribe? If there's any surplus after distribution, we can send some back to them. I heard that the Sky Eagle tribe plans to join you. It's us, right? You still hold the title of my 9 beast husband. They don't need to worry. Their numbers are even fewer. I had quite a stockpile before, so it should suffice. As for the dragon tribe, let us wait until we consult Shunpei. Oh, your space has changed dramatically. Moving to one side of the salt wall, Li Jiaojiao noticed that the previously barren space now flourished with flowers and grass. Further away, there were even vegetable patches, alongside a small pond, with a large tree standing by the pond. Ha ha ha. This scene reminds me of a children's song. By the pond, the banyan tree. Cicadas are calling out for summer. On the swing by the playground, only that butterfly remains perched. As Jean Rouet sang, he led Li Jiaojiao to the other side of the tree. There's really a swing. Li Jiaojiao covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes sparkling with delight, illuminating Jean Rouet's heart. Jiaojiao, before he could finish, Li Jiaojiao continued, I didn't realize you had a sentimental side, Jean Rouet. What inspired you to enhance your space? Li Jiaojiao circled the tree. Such a large tree. How did you manage to excavate it? Impressive. Seeing this made me want to plant a couple in my space as well. Sure, I can help you dig. I have my tricks. Sister, how long have you been inside? How much salt do you have? You should let Jean Rouet show you. Come out quickly. Didn't you say you needed to prepare a sumptuous dinner for Jean Rouet? Hu Zhenhai is already bustling about preparing the meal. I think I'll check later. I'll first assist Brother Hai. Just as Jean Rouet intended to approach Li Jiaojiao to continue their conversation, the little ones came rushing over, surrounding him. Jean Rouet, Dear father, we want to play on the swing. Li Jiaojiao had deliberately mentioned the swing in Jean Rouet's space to the little ones, eager to observe his interaction with them. All right, I'll take you to play. He took one little hand in his, while the others, accustomed to holding hands, followed suit, each grasping another's little hand. Once the little ones entered, Li Jiaojiao felt as if the entire world had become tranquil. She pondered whether she should establish a kindergarten for the little ones. Otherwise, having so many around daily would surely test her patience. A fruit platter was presented before her, filled with an assortment of fruits. Without needing to look up, she knew it was Chuyu. You, how did you know I was craving fruit? I sensed it. Upon hearing this, Li Jiaojiao abruptly lifted her head. You're awake. Li Jiaojiao placed the fruit platter on a long bench, leaped up, and embraced Chuhi tightly. How long have you been awake? Why didn't you call me? How did you manage to get out? Sit down quickly. How are you feeling? Are you better? Are you hungry? Brother Hai and the others are cooking. I'll fetch you some. As she spoke, she intended to rise and head to the kitchen. Chuhi held her back, saying he had been awake for a while, and that you had just informed him. She went to Jean Rouet's space to check on the salt. He had gotten up to stretch a bit, assuring her he was fine and looking quite lively now. Oh, Li Jiaojiao suddenly hugged Chuhi again. Nearly overwhelmed with emotion, you scared me. I thought I might lose you. Thank you for taking care of me, Jiaojiao. You've lost weight. Your already petite face appears even smaller after all this worry and stress. Did the little ones wake you? Not exactly waking. Rather, it was a calling. I felt as if I were drifting away for a long time, and then I vaguely saw a shadow. He mentioned that if I were to die, you'd be very sad. Then that shadow said, considering your feelings, he would ensure I returned safely to care for you and the little ones. To be a good beast husband and father, cherishing every moment. Jiao Jiao, do you think I was the beast god? Chapter 155. Is it the main system or the beast god? Li Jiao Jiao as heart skipped a beat. My goodness, is this true? Encountering the beast god? Is there truly a beast god? Then wouldn't my role as a false heavenly maiden be in jeopardy? Yet it doesn't quite add up. If it were truly the beast god, why would he mention sending Chuhi back as a favor to me? The more Li Jiao Jiao thought, the more anxious she became. If it wasn't the beast god, then who was that shadow? Could it be the main system? The implication of those words clearly indicated a familiarity with her. She couldn't shake the feeling that what Chuhi saw should indeed be the main system. Jiao Jiao, what's wrong? Your complexion doesn't look too good. Ah, it's nothing. Li Jiao Jiao forced herself to remain calm. Ahi, did you manage to see what that person looked like? Chuhi closed his eyes, pondering carefully. No, just a shadow of a person. I could tell it was male. But from the voice, he seemed quite young, perhaps around 20. He appeared quite happy when mentioning you. I suspect he must be the beast god. You are the heavenly maiden, and under your guidance, the beast world is thriving, so he must be pleased. Ahi, wait for me a moment. I need to enter the space. Without waiting for Chuhi to respond, she darted inside. How many are there? Upon entering, Li Jiao Jiao called out loudly. What's the matter, host? Did Wang Yikai bite your rear? Why the urgency? Li Jiao Jiao glanced over to see Shu Bu Shu lazily lounging on the lawn. Half asleep. Ignoring Shu Bu Shu's jest, she said, I have something to ask you. Chuhi just woke up. That's great. You need not worry anymore. However, he mentioned a shadow brought him back. It knew me and said it returned him because of my favor. Shu Bu Shu, who is that shadow? Could it be your main system? Does your main system know me? Shu Bu Shu sat up abruptly. Li Jiao Jiao's 3 rapid-fire questions left him a bit bewildered. Who? What are you joking about? How could a little Kalami like me possibly know what the main system looks like? Moreover, does the main system even have a physical form? He himself was uncertain. His little brain was filled with big question marks. After some thought, he replied uncertainly, it shouldn't be, right? I've never heard of the main system appearing in person. Then if it's not your main system, who is the shadow Chuhi spoke of? Is it really the beast god? This answer is clearly more alarming than the main system. Li Jiao Jiao felt a bit uneasy. Shu Bu Shu confidently asserted, that is definitely not the case. As for who it is, I'll need to ask the main system to find out. Don't wait, go now. Hey, don't push me. Host, the main system isn't so easy to find. Before, I could seek it out for work reports, but since the last time it malfunctioned, the main system adjusted the previous monthly meetings to now only requiring one at the beginning of the month. Before, if I wanted to apply for more points, I had to negotiate terms. Now, since it's unnecessary, it's as if points are simply deposited into our accounts. However, it must be said that the main system has become increasingly humanized. Li Jiao Jiao detected a hint of something amiss and looked at Shu Buqing with curiosity, asking how the main system could have changed so drastically. Could have been possessed. Shu Buqing rolled his eyes in exasperation and replied that she should never have introduced her to those chaotic novels. Do you think this is about cultivating immortality? Possession. He chuckled, adding that while it was not entirely impossible, they should not dwell on that. So, is there a beast god in this beast world? No, was Shu Buqing's decisive answer. Li Jiao Jiao was taken aback. How can you be so sure there isn't one? Because this beast world is merely a small realm. It has always been governed by the main system, which oversees many such realms, and this is just one of them. That doesn't seem right. I remember you never denied the existence of the beast god before. At that time, we were not even a small blip on the radar, so naturally, we knew nothing. All right then, what about the modern world I lived in before? Was it also managed by the main system? Li Jiao Jiao was astonished, never having considered this possibility. Indeed, but that was a grand world. The beast world pales in comparison. Then why am I here? Well, that's a rather lengthy explanation. Then make it brief. In simple terms, the main system generally does not interfere with the development of any small realm unless there are special circumstances. For instance, in your previous world, if development became too aggressive and disrupted the ecological balance, the main system would induce natural disasters to restore equilibrium. This small world has remained stable for quite some time, but over the centuries, its development has stagnated and even regressed. Thus, the main system sought individuals from the modern world to stimulate growth in the beast world. So I was one of the lucky ones. Does that mean there are many others like me from the modern world? Yes, according to the data, but each person's arrival is different. Some have systems and some do not. Is that why I am bound to the reproduction system? Indeed, host. You are quite astute. In fact, the ones who arrived before you also bound themselves to different systems, but they did not flourish. Why is that? It may be a matter of perspective, but I'm not entirely certain. Our system is responsible for just one host, and other matters can only be gleaned during occasional conferences. Speaking of which, I have been quite cooperative, haven't I? Li Jiao felt a sense of pride. Indeed, I must thank you. Your cooperation has allowed me, as a subsystem, to hold my head high in front of my colleagues. What about those from a modern world? Where are they now? It would be nice to encounter a fellow countryman. I do not know. They may have perished or returned. You're my first host. Why have you never mentioned this before? There are confidentiality protocols, my host. Are they no longer? Li Jiao raised an eyebrow. Shu Buqing playfully patted her shoulder. I received a notice that they had been lifted. Li Jiao stood up and dusted off her clothes. All right then, since I know this realm is overseen by the main system, I can rest easy. She turned to leave, but suddenly remembered a question. By the way, does the main system recognize me? Of course, host. Just based on your numerous offspring. You must have made quite an impression. Good, then I can relax. It seems that what Chu Yu saw was likely the main system. As Li Jiao stepped outside, Chu Yu was still sitting on the bench, holding a plate of fruit and waiting for her. Ahi, Jiao, where have you been? Oh, nothing much. I just wanted to confirm whether the figure you saw was the beast god. Upon hearing this, Chu Yu became animated. So was he? Yes. You are quite fortunate. It truly is my good fortune to have you as my beast husband. The beast god even mentioned that he sent me back for your sake. Otherwise, I would have perished. Ahi, you are so adorable, taking all the credit for yourself. Li Jiao couldn't help but pinch his cheek. Jiao, I miss you so much. I miss you too. As they drew closer, their breaths mingled, noses almost touching. Jiao, Ahai said he has fried meatballs for you. Hurry and eat. Just as their lips were about to meet, Jean Rue's loud call shattered the intimate moment. Li Jiao quickly pecked Chu He on the cheek and smiled. Let's go. You haven't eaten in over half a month. You need to replenish your strength. Chu He's warm hand intertwined with Li Jiao's as he led her to the kitchen. Sister, hurry and try this. This is our first attempt at making it today. I read that these are fried meatballs. Please tell me how they taste. Feng Xiao said as he blew on a piece before offering it to Li Jiao. She took a light bite, and the tender, crispy flavor made her nod in approval. You two are quite skilled. These are the best meatballs I have ever had. Seeing how much Li Jiao enjoyed them, Hu Zhenhai brought out a small wooden bowl filled with 5 or 6 meatballs. Here, have a few to fill your stomach, but don't overdo it. They are quite oily, and there will be more delicious food later. Ahai, you are so considerate. Saying that, she stood on tiptoe and gave Hu Zhenhai a kiss. All this oil, Hu Zhenhai feigned disdain. Sister, you are so biased. I help too. My hands are sore from grinding the meat. Li Jiao playfully pinched Feng Zhao's cheek. Jean Rue waited nearby, feeling somewhat neglected, and a pang of sadness struck him. He longed for Li Jiao to show him the same affection. After a flurry of activity, once the beast husbands returned, Li Jiao intentionally set the food out in the courtyard. She prepared juice for the little ones while the adult table was laden with wine. Li Jiao suspected that Hu Zhenhai might have been a culinary genius in a previous life. For how else could he have prepared an entire table filled with 108 dishes in just one afternoon? Ahai, your cooking skills are truly remarkable. Zhu Plice. Of course, I have long known my brother possesses extraordinary talents in this area. Hu Zhenhai Didet Hu Zhen Tian. Laughter and cheerful conversations filled the dining table, but Jean Rue sat alone, downing cup after cup of liquor, uncertain of his own feelings. He had been busy with salt production, yet he felt something was amiss regarding his feelings for Li Jiao. He could not pinpoint when it began, but her image lingered in his mind. The more he tried to forget, the harder it became. Slowly, she began to invade his dreams. He wanted to see her, yet feared the encounter. It was an internal struggle. When he saw Li Jiao during the day, his heart raced. However, witnessing her maintain distance only caused him pain. How does one alleviate sorrow? Only through intoxication. He must be drunk. Perhaps that would suffice. Everyone at the table noticed Jean Rue's unusual demeanor, but they were unaware of the underlying reasons, thinking he had upset Li Jiao again. Chu Yu sat beside him with a drink in hand. Don't just drink. Jiao said to eat some food, or your stomach won't handle it. Jean Rue lifted his heavy eyelids. Ayu, do you think Jiao is truly remarkable? Upon mentioning Jiao, Chu Yu's face lit up with pride. Naturally, Jiao Jiao is the most extraordinary little female I have ever encountered. Without exception, I have developed feelings for her. What should I do? Jin Rui, with a tongue-tied demeanor, leaned against Chu Yu's shoulder and whispered, Chu Yu, Papa, Zetponde, you are the beloved beast husband. It is only natural for you to like her. You don't understand. She does not like me. Jin Rui exclaimed with rising agitation. Fortunately, the cubs were occupied, surrounding Li Jiaojiao with their chatter, thus oblivious to the commotion. This is implausible. Knowing Li Jiaojiao, she would never consider a partner if she did not harbor feelings for them. The fact that you two became partners indicates that she must like you as well. However, why does she not approach me? Jin Rui said, tears streaming down his face, occasionally wiping his tears and mucus on Chu Yu. Upon hearing this, Chu Yu was momentarily taken aback. Did you not spend the night together in the Feng clan? She did not touch me. Lo, she does not like me, Jin Rui lamented, becoming increasingly despondent as tears flowed uncontrollably, his cries growing louder. What is wrong with him? Chu He approached to inquire. Chu Yu shook his head, remaining silent. Instead, he urged Chu He to support Jin Rui's head while he went to speak with Li Jiaojiao. His statement was incorrect. She did not refrain from touching him because she had feelings for someone else. It would be unthinkable for me to take someone else's beloved. He has someone in his heart, yet he still became your partner. The flicker of sympathy that had just ignited within Chu Yu was extinguished in an instant. Li Jiaojiao wished to clarify, but did not know where to begin, as there were many things she neither wanted to say nor could reveal. Do not concern yourself with him, Ayu. He is merely intoxicated and speaking nonsense. Let's place him in the beast den to rest. As the most attentive husband, Chu Yu could discern from Li Jiaojiao's expression that their relationship was far from simple. Responding affirmatively, he assisted Jin Rui into the beast den. Unexpectedly, as Jin Rui passed by Li Jiaojiao, he suddenly embraced her from behind. Li Jiaojiao was taken aback, unable to gauge his intentions. Slowly turning around, she adjusted Jin Rui's stance and earnestly inquired, Do you know who I am? Jin Rui wobbled his head, nodding innocently. Yes, you are Jiaojiao. I have a hangover remedy. Would you like some? No. If I take it, you will no longer support me like this, and I cannot look at you so closely. Chapter 157. I do not wish to return. Li Jiaojiao gazed at him, the setting sun casting a warm glow on Jin Rui's flushed face, enhancing his already endearing demeanor. She felt an overwhelming urge to ruffle his hair. Her palms itched with desire. Realizing something was amiss, she awkwardly clasped her hands together, scratching her palms. I will help you inside. Li Jiaojiao took Jin Rui from Chu Yu's hands, guiding him toward the beast den. Jiaojiao. Chu Yu expressed his concern, worried that Jin Rui might take advantage of her in his drunken state. Li Jiaojiao shot him a reassuring glance, signaling that all was well, and urged him to continue eating, promising to call if anything arose. Once inside the beast den, Li Jiaojiao helped Jin Rui sit at the edge of the bed. Without further questioning, she directly fed him a hangover remedy. Jin Rui, his mind sluggish, did not react until the pill had already been swallowed. I do not want to eat, Jiaojiao. Please let me remain drunk. I do not know how to speak to you otherwise. You can express yourself once you are sober. Jiaojiao, Jin Rui mumbled, calling her name in a daze. Li Jiaojiao prepared a basin of warm water to clean his hands. While she was wiping, Jin Rui's intoxication began to fade. Feeling the refreshing sensation in his body, he was momentarily stunned. Observing Li Jiaojiao gently wiping his hand, and then glancing at the water basin by the bed, he quickly grasped the situation. Thank you for caring for me, Jiaojiao. Having overindulged, his voice was hoarse, and his head still felt somewhat heavy, but he had regained most of his senses. Are you feeling better? Li Jiaojiao asked with a smile. Jin Rui blushed at her gaze. Much better. Do you still feel unwell? Not particularly. Li Jiaojiao set the water basin aside and quietly asked, What do you want to say? You are sober now. You can speak. Jin Rui closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Jiaojiao, I do not want to return. Why is that? Li Jiaojiao seemed unperturbed by his statement. You still have family waiting for you. Because I believe I have developed feelings for you. Jin Rui fixed his steadfast gaze upon Li Jiaojiao, displaying no hint of evasion or shyness. Li Jiaojiao silently met his gaze for several moments before breaking into a soft smile, extending her hand. Are you sure? I am certain. You are fully awake? Li Jiaojiao inquired again. Yes, I am awake. You remember that I have 8 beast husbands. You would be the 9th, correct? I remember. Li Jiaojiao, with curiosity, looked at him. Even so, you are still willing to stay and not return to the modern world? Yes, I have considered this thoroughly. I do not wish to leave. I want to stay and be your ninth beast husband. You need not worry about whether I can accept this. I can accept it. This decision is not a fleeting impulse. I have contemplated it seriously during my time in the Phone Clan. While Jinrui spoke, Li Jiaojiao listened attentively. After he finished, neither spoke further, their gazes locked. Suddenly, Li Jiaojiao smiled warmly, extending her hand. Hello, let's get to know each other again. I am Li Jiaojiao. Jinrui extended his hand in return, shyly smiling. Hello, I am Jinrui, your ninth beast husband. The unspoken romantic tension flowed silently between their warm hands. Jinrui gently pulled Li Jiaojiao closer, and she found herself nestled in his embrace. Jinrui's other arm slid around her delicate waist. When Li Jiaojiao looked up, she saw a glimmer of light sparkling in Jinrui's eyes. Unconsciously, she reached out to touch it, and Jinrui suddenly bent down, lifting her effortlessly and laying her gently on the bed. Outside, the evening glow gradually faded, yet the atmosphere within the room grew increasingly heated. The pristine beast skin skirt gracefully fell to the ground, and Jinrui's warm kisses traveled from her earlobe downwards, blooming vibrant flowers wherever they touched. In a daze, Li Jiaojiao felt as if she were lost in a dream, faintly hearing her own soft cries. She could not recall how many times she had pleaded for mercy, each surge of sensation coursing through her body, reaching her very core. It was as if she were floating on soft clouds. Jinrui's approach was unlike that of her other beast husbands. She had never realized her body was so sensitive as he explored her thoroughly. She could not remember how many baths they had taken the previous night, only vaguely recalling Jinrui's hoarse whispers in her ear. Jiaojiao, every moan from you drives me wild. He kissed her incessantly, silencing her intoxicating lips. When Li Jiaojiao finally opened her eyes, her consciousness still drifted. As she turned slightly, she discovered she was still enveloped in Jinrui's arms. Gazing at his fluffy ears, she could not help but stretch out her hand. Sensing her movement, Jinrui awakened. Upon opening his eyes, he found Li Jiaojiao's bright gaze reflecting his figure. Good morning, Jiaojiao. Good morning, Jinrui. After exchanging greetings and hearing each other's hoarse voices, they both smiled. Li Jiaojiao attempted to rise, only to find her body achingly weak. Closing her eyes to recall the previous night, she thought, was it 7 times? Good heavens! Had she and Jinrui been so wild? No wonder she could scarcely lift her arms now. Before Li Jiaojiao could attempt to rise again, an excited voice echoed her mind. Host! Host! Great news! Fantastic news! Jinrui, being considerate, allowed Li Jiaojiao to rest a little longer while he fetched warm water for her to wash up. Li Jiaojiao lay there at ease, listening to the uncountable praises being showered upon her. Host, your beast husband is truly remarkable. What? Have I fallen victim again? Li Jiaojiao brushed it off. Jinrui was not the first beast husband to have her naturally conceive. There was no need to be so excited. Why are you so calm, host? Countless feelings of dissatisfaction linger. Do you know how many you are expecting? Li Jiaojiao pouted. Surely not too many. Last time, Pei had 2 litters, and it truly vexed Li Jiaojiao. At this moment, she held no great expectations. Guess what? Shizijian teased. Come on, say it if you dare. Li Jiaojiao was disinterested in guessing. Shizijian softened her tone. Come on, just take a guess, host. I guess perhaps around 15? This would be her personal record. Surely it could not be higher, right? Ha ha, host, that is why I said congratulations. Your guess is still a bit conservative. Didn't I just say your beast husband is impressive? Last night, you actually conceived 2 litters, and this morning I checked, there are 43 cubs in total. Li Jiaojiao's mind buzzed, and after a moment, she regained her senses. She distinctly heard herself swallow, incredulously asking Shizijian again, how many cubs did you just say? I didn't catch that. Please repeat. Chapter 158. Joyous occasions lift the spirit. Shizijian, covering her mouth, chuckled, and, after enough laughter, raised her voice to repeat, 43 cubs. Host, 43 cubs. Am I dreaming? Li Jiaojiao stood there dumbfounded, unable to move, and asked once more. Ha, then my cubs will break the 200 mark, right? What a joyous occasion. Jiaojiao, finish washing up. Let us go eat. Jinrui brought water and personally helped Li Jiaojiao dress and wash, acting like a diligent steward. As Li Jiaojiao watched him, memories of his various charming antics from last night unconsciously floated in her mind, causing her to cough awkwardly. Are you feeling unwell, Jiaojiao? Jinrui anxiously examined her. No, I meant, where did you learn those movements and poses from last night? Li Jiaojiao shyly murmured. Her voice was too soft for Jean Rouet to hear clearly, prompting him to ask again, "What did you say, Jiao Jiao?" "I said, where did you learn those movements from last night?" Li Jiaojiao tried to control her tone, avoiding his gaze. Yet, Jean Rouet could still see her flushed cheeks, revealing her embarrassment. Suddenly, he pressed his lips against hers. His cool lips carried a faint floral fragrance. Dazed, Li Jiaojiao wondered how he had become so skilled. If she were to rank these beast husbands based on technique, she would only say he was the best, without a doubt. Her hazy eyes could barely discern the person before her, lost in the tremors he had ignited within her. In the brief moment she needed to breathe, Jean Rouet whispered in her ear, "It was too dark last night. Jiao Jiao couldn't see. Now that it's daytime, let me show you again. Pay close attention, all right?" Li Jiaojiao's body softened, wanting to say no, but the words escaped her. She attempted to create some distance between them, but her arms felt too weak to push him away. Before long, she melted like water in Jean Rouet's embrace. Initially, he just wanted to tease Li Jiaojiao, but he found himself unable to stop, drawing on his memories from martial arts films he had watched in his past life, combined with a natural instinct. He could not contain himself. Although Li Jiaojiao had given birth to many cubs, the beauty elixirs and recovery potions allowed her to maintain her admirable figure. Jean Rouet, feeling liberated, found it hard to restrain himself, leading to a series of fervent exchanges between them. They lay together, drenched in sweat, taking a moment to rest. Jean Rouet played with Li Jiaojiao's silky hair while she gently squeezed his small round ears. "Jean Rouet, I have good news to share with you." "What good news?" Li Jiaojiao smiled without responding, placing Jean Rouet's hand on her belly. Is your stomach unwell, Jiao Jiao? I can give you a massage," Jean Rouet offered, not quite grasping the situation. "There are your cubs inside." Jean Rouet looked down at his hand resting on her abdomen, mouth agape. After several seconds, he stammered, "Are you saying we have children?" "Yes, they could be pandas or rabbits. Based on our past experiences, pandas tend to have larger litters." "Oh my, am I really that impressive?" Jean Rouet chuckled foolishly, a hint of pride evident. "Can you guess how many cubs there are?" "I can't guess. Just tell me directly, Jiao Jiao. I want to tell you. I'll give you a surprise when the time comes." "Hey, I didn't expect to be so capable." A sure hit. Once they left the space, Jean Rouet remained in a dazed state. "Jiao Jiao," Chu Yu approached with lunch, glancing between the two of them. Li Jiaojiao understood the inquiry in Chu Yu's eyes and nodded. "Yes, everything has been resolved. From now on, we are a family, a true family." "I understand," Chu Yu replied with an expression of comprehension. "What about Ying Tan?" Li Jiaojiao tilted her head at Chu Yu, puzzled by the sudden mention of Ying Tan. "What about him?" "Ying Tan has come, accompanied by their leader. I gathered he intends not only to continue discussing matters regarding the tribe, but also has further intentions toward you." Observing the hint of jealousy on Chu Yu's face, Li Jiaojiao wrapped her arms around his waist. "You, I told you I wouldn't seek another beast husband. Unless you insist on it." Li Jiaojiao mused silently. "The people from the Eagle tribe have arrived?" "Yes, I initially intended to wait a few more days to discuss your plans. But Ying Mo and the others have already arrived today. They must have departed for the tribe right after we flew back. This morning, I arranged for Chun Pei and Feng Xiao to invite the other tribal leaders. Half a month prior, sensing Li Jiaojiao's sudden departure from the tribe, Feng Xiao and Chun Pei, who were on their way to invite other leaders, turned back. Following that, Chu He fell ill for an extended period, and Li Jiaojiao was worried sick every day, leaving her no time to consider tribal matters. Now that Chu He had awakened, it was time to prioritize those discussions. "Thank you for your hard work, you." Li Jiaojiao was pleased with Chu Yu's arrangements. "This is all part of my duties. You should eat. I've already sent Ying Mo to meet a Fu." At that moment, Li Jiaojiao's stomach grumbled, reminding her of the fatigue after a night of activity. Gazing at the varied breakfast spread, her mouth nearly watered. Jean Rouet was quite attentive, continuously serving food and soup to Li Jiaojiao, which put Chu Yu somewhat at ease. After finishing their meal, just as Li Jiaojiao prepared to head over to Chu Chantian, she heard his hearty laughter echo from the courtyard. "Ha ha ha, Jing Dan. I didn't expect you to be so humorous. Were you discussing that his father's so happy?" Jiaojiao. Upon hearing her voice, Ying Tan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had missed her dearly after not seeing her for over half a month. "Hello, Ying Tan. It's been a while." Observing Ying Tan's infatuated reaction, Ying Mo stifled a laugh beside him. Previously, when Ying Tan expressed his intention to visit the Feng tribe for Li Jiaojiao, Chu Chantian had already sensed the situation. Now, seeing it unfold, he felt even more certain. He wisely chose not to interrupt them, allowing their relationship to develop naturally, and signaled Ing Mo to follow him. With joy in his heart, Ington took a couple of steps toward Li Jiaojiao. It had been 17 days since they last met. Seeing his earnest expression made Li Jiaojiao unable to suppress a smile. Ing Tan felt his heart racing, feeling rejuvenated. How many of you came? Just me and the leader. We moved quickly. If we brought more people, it would take longer on the road. I wanted to see you sooner. You know I promised my beast husbands that I wouldn't seek others. Why do you still hold on to feelings for me? The light in Ing Tan's eyes dimmed slightly as he lowered his head and murmured, but my father and mother told me that if you like someone, be brave. Even if it leads to no outcome, you must stay true to your heart. Chapter 159. Breaking through one by one. Li Jiaojiao refrained from continuing the conversation, hoping that Ing Tan would be astute enough to comprehend her implicit message. Simply strategizing against me is futile. It is imperative to win over those brothers. In the afternoon, Chunpei arrived at the Fox clan with Hu Yitong and Wang Ting. The next afternoon, Feng Xiao returned with Feng Qi. Inside the beast den of Chu Changtian, several clan leaders sat facing each other. Li Jiaojiao occupied the center, with Chu Yu at her side. Dear fathers and clan leader Ing, I have gathered everyone today to announce that my beast husbands and I intend to establish a new tribe. We have two proposals. The first is for you to join us in relocating to a site identified by the Tianying clan at Ingtan. It is spacious enough. But based on our rough estimations, considering the Fox clan's growth rate from the previous year, it may only suffice for about 20 years. After that, we may need to relocate again in search of a more suitable location, especially as hunting becomes increasingly challenging with a larger population. The second proposal is that the Ing clan has agreed to join our new tribe. We reached a preliminary agreement yesterday, and they are willing to move their entire clan to our new tribe. If you choose not to relocate, I will ensure that any new technologies I acquire will be shared through messengers or by sending individuals from each clan to learn. The Ing clan will have representatives stationed in each tribe to convey any issues that arise. You can discuss this with your clansmen. Chu Yu then arranged for Chunpei and Feng Xiao to escort Hu Yitong and Wang Ting back. Feng Qi returned on his own, promising to return in 3 days with the opinions of the clansmen. Ing Mo mentioned that they had already decided before leaving to migrate entirely, so there was no need for further deliberation. Li Jiaojiao found it amusing. They had indeed considered everything thoroughly. Ing Tan had been quite busy these past few days. That evening, he relayed Li Jiaojiao's words to Ing Mo, who, upon hearing them, gasped and patted Ing Tan's shoulder, asking, Do you not think that the celestial maiden meant for you to first win over her beast husbands? Is that what Jiaojiao meant? Ing Tan's mind was a jumble. Indeed, you mentioned she was smiling at you when she said that, and she never stated she disliked you. My analysis suggests she must have feelings for you. However, she is reluctant to hurt the hearts of her beast husbands, whom she initially agreed to. If you can win over her husbands and have them suggest she become your partner, what do you have to worry about? Really? So I just need to win them over? Absolutely. Find out what they like. Thus, Ing Tan busied himself in various ways over the next few days. Ayu, may I assist you in tending to the vegetables? Ahai, could you teach me how to craft items from wood? Ahai, can I learn to cook with you? Atian, do you have any jokes? Akai, how do these items transform from black and yellow to golden yellow? Ayuan, could you instruct me on caring for the little ones? Ao Xiao, can you teach me how to chop and prepare dishes? Alpei, how are these beautiful ornaments strung together? Ingemo shook his head, quietly pulling Ing Tan aside. I meant for you to discover what they enjoy, to cater to their preferences. Yes, I am indeed catering to their preferences. I have observed them closely. Aside from hunting, they engage in their respective skills, finding ways to please Jiaojiao. We are all working to manage this household well. I want them to know that I am earnest in learning and wish to be a part of their endeavors. It seems this young man is using the guise of learning to demonstrate his determination and effort to the seasoned beast husbands. Quite commendable. I always knew that as long as Ing Tan was not in the presence of the celestial maiden, his mind would remain sharp. After several days of industrious work, it was evident that Ing Tan had indeed acquired numerous skills. Ing Mo subtly inquired about the impressions the beast husbands had of Ing Tan, and to his surprise, they held him in high regard. When Ing Tan's name was mentioned, it was associated with diligence, a keen intellect, and a strong capacity for learning, accompanied by many commendations. Ing Mo felt genuinely happy for Ing Tan. If he continued on this path, how could he not gain entry into the realm of the Celestial Maiden? 3 days later, Feng Qi awoke, and Hu Yitong and Wang Ting were brought back. Dear fathers, What is the consensus among the clansmen? Jiao Jiao. Our Feng clan has decided not to relocate. Our current tribe is expansive, and it will not be an issue for our descendants for several centuries. Moreover, we are currently tasked with significant salt production. Hence our clan's determination to remain and safeguard the salt fields. Li Jiaojiao felt somewhat moved. Thank you, Feng Qi, a father. Jiaojiao, our Shinshou tribe also intends to stay. Firstly, they find the relocation cumbersome and are concerned about unforeseen events along the way. Secondly, they have lived there for hundreds, even thousands of years, and are reluctant to leave. Our tribe situation is quite similar to that of the Shinshou tribe. Jiaojiao, who Yidong added. Jiaojiao, Chu Changtian said, gently, we the Fox clan will also remain. After careful consideration, we believe you should proceed on your own. Your suggestion of having the Tianning clan's Beastmen convey messages is quite commendable. Li Jiaojiao had anticipated this outcome. As the saying goes, fallen leaves return to their roots. Aside from a youth who yearn for adventure, the elders are often reluctant to stir. I understand, dear fathers. It is settled then. The positions of each tribe will remain unchanged, with only the Tianning clan accompanying us. During the construction of our tribe, I will arrange for the Beastmen to be stationed at various tribes, so you can communicate any issues at any time. Your considerations are truly thoughtful. Jiaojiao. Jiaojiao. You will require manpower for the construction of the tribe, correct? I can arrange for several strong Beastmen to assist. Chu Changtian proposed. Indeed, Jiaojiao. Our Huxiao clan can also send individuals to help. Li Jiaojiao smiled and graciously declined their offers. Thank you, dear fathers. Au, Atian, Akai, Aoxiao are all quite capable. We do not require many hands or extensive constructions. We can progress gradually without troubling you. Hu Yitong replied, very well, Jiaojiao. If you find you need assistance, do not hesitate to seek us out. Thank you, a father Yitong. How is a mother doing lately? Upon mentioning Xiyun, Hu Yitong's stern face flushed with warmth. A mother is doing quite well, able to eat and sleep soundly. The little ones in her womb are developing well. The shaman has seen her and confirmed there are 3. I find myself rather envious of your A father Bansha. Now, he has more little ones than I do. He chuckled bashfully. Ah, that is wonderful. A mother's due date is in about a month, correct? Indeed. The shaman indicated that all the young females of the tribe are adhering to the schedule you suggested, and the first batch will begin giving birth in about half a month. Chapter 160. Naming the Huaxiao tribe. Li Jiaojiao felt an exhilarating rush within her. Wow. Soon, I shall be able to enjoy a life where I earn points effortlessly. Yet, she maintained a facade of calmness. At that time, I will arrange for the shaman of the Fox clan to be sent over in advance to assist. Thank you, a father. You're always so considerate. Chunpei escorted Hu Yitong and Wang Ting back, while Feng Qi took his leave. Li Jiaojiao commenced organizing her beast husbands to pack their belongings. Everything was neatly stored in large beast skin bags, which Li Jiaojiao consolidated into her spatial storage. Standing outside in the courtyard, she gazed at the pepper tree that had begun to bear green chilies, recalling how he had unearthed it and planted it, saying it would look splendid. Observing the flowers and plants at the base of the courtyard wall, they were splendidly managed by the Beastmen. Initially, I presumed I would reside here for an extended period. However, unexpectedly, after just a year, I resolved to establish my own tribe. Chu Yu, noticing the reluctance in Jiao Jiao's eyes, comforted her, saying, it's all right, Jiao Jiao. Father will arrange for another family to move in. I've already spoken to them about taking good care of these flowers and plants. We can always return to visit. Ah, you are truly considerate. Jiao Jiao exclaimed. Let us depart now. The young ones had already been placed in Jiao Jiao's space. Feng Xiao, Chun Pei, Ying Tan, and Ying Mo each carried 2 individuals, heading toward the new tribe. Since Ying Tan ascended to the celestial tier, his flying speed had significantly increased, although he still could not compete with Feng Xiao and Chun Pei. As expected, they did not arrive that day. Jiao Jiao, the sky is darkening. It seems we won't make it today. Let's spend the night here. Following Ying Tan's Rushang, Jiao Jiao beheld a small hilltop, which appeared flat at the summit, with a cave on the opposite side that could provide shelter from the wind. Ying Tan, experienced in overnight camping, knew well to seek out a safe location. Jiao Jiao, however, felt no worry, as they possessed a protective shield. Upon landing, she enveloped the surrounding flat terrain with it. Ah, what a sense of security. Hu Jinhai swiftly kindled a fire to roast meat, the aroma wafting for miles. As they feasted, a rustling sound emerged from the woods. Though nothing was visible, pairs of glowing green eyes greedily gazed at Jiao Jiao and her companions. Oh dear, such a lack of awareness. Ing Tan and Ing Mo tensed momentarily, while Chu Yu and the others remained calmly seated, continuing their meal. The encroaching beasts, observing the group's nonchalance, felt insulted. The lead beast emitted a low growl, summoning more green-eyed companions from 3 directions. Hey, this audacious creature dares to summon its kin. How uncivilized to attempt to overwhelm us with numbers. Jiao Jiao, quickly retreat to your space. Why are there so many of them? Ing Tan hurriedly stood to shield Jiao Jiao. It's all right, Ing Tan. They cannot breach our defenses. Jiao Jiao replied nonchalantly, continuing to savor her barbecue without sparing a glance at the beasts. The lead beast let out a long roar, sounding the call to attack. Suddenly, a flurry of sounds surged from 3 directions. Ing Tan and Ing Mo prepared for defense, yet the anticipated assault never came. Like cannonballs, the beasts charged forward only to be repelled in an instant. Before Ing Tan could comprehend the situation, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated. He recalled their previous encounter with the Fox tribe, where a similar shield had sent Ing Fei and his companions flying back. The beasts outside the protective barrier were bewildered, yet their fear rendered them hesitant to advance. The leader, realizing they could not prevail, turned tail and fled. Heavenly Maiden, what did they collide with? Ing Mo inquired with curiosity. A protective shield bestowed upon me by the beast god for my safety, Jiao Jiao explained. Just as Ing Mo was about to ask Jiao Jiao for some, she interjected, once your tribe relocates, I will encircle you with it. We must express our gratitude to the Heavenly Maiden on behalf of all our beastmen. No need for thanks. We are all family. Ing Tan blushed suddenly, feeling elated, wondering if Jiao Jiao's words signified her agreement to become his partner. Jiao Jiao pretended not to notice his fleeting thoughts, finishing her meal before pulling Jean Rue into her space for rest. Not wishing to fuss with setting up a tent, several individuals went to the spaces of Chu Yu and Chu He. The following morning, before dawn, Jean Rue coaxed Jiao Jiao awake, saying, Jiao Jiao, let us go witness the sunrise. But I feel as though I have not fully awakened yet. We can return to catch up on sleep afterward, all right? Jean Rue whispered tenderly in Jiao Jiao's ear. Jiao Jiao grumbled, it's all your fault. I told you last night I was done, yet you insisted. You carry me. I am utterly drained. Gazing at the soft figure in his arms, Jean Rue could not resist planting a firm kiss on her forehead, suppressing the heat within. He dressed Jiao Jiao. Exiting the space, they found a large rock where Jean Rue gently embraced Jiao Jiao as they sat down. She nestled her small head against his shoulder, shifting slightly to find the most comfortable position, her eyes fluttering shut, listening to the morning birds flapping their wings. Perhaps in search of insects or startled by their presence, she inhaled the fresh air, and every cell in her body rejoiced. How delightful. Jiao Jiao asked Jean Rue, why do you not wish to return? I have discovered that I have developed feelings for you. What of your girlfriend? Jean Rue paused, letting out a soft sigh. I can only apologize to her. In that world, I have already passed away. After so many years, suddenly reappearing before them may cause them further pain. Once I accumulate enough points for travel, we will return to visit. Jean Rue gently stroked Jiao Jiao's hair, saying all right. As they conversed, they beheld the distant mountain peaks, where sunlight pierced through the dense mist, casting golden rays upon the trees and clouds. So beautiful. You, beneath the rising sun, are even more radiant. They flew a little further, finally arriving. From afar, Jiao Jiao glimpsed the deep blue sea waves lapping at the silver-white sandy beach adorned with colorful starfish, and in the distance, towering mountains cloaked in ethereal mist. Never in her wildest dreams did she envision that one day she would create a unique tribe of her own in such a different world. Accompanied by her beloved beastmen and offspring, standing on this vast land, everyone was filled with excitement. Mother, what shall we name our tribe? The little one, Xingyu, inquired curiously. Jiao Jiao exchanged a smile with Jean Rue before they spoke in unison. Huaxia tribe. Chapter 161. Arranging everything desired excellent, quite in sync. Jiao Jiao could not help but applaud Jean Rue. Mother, why is it called Huaxia? Jiao Jiao pondered for a long moment, finding it challenging to explain the true meaning of Huaxia. They were unaware that their mother hailed from a distant world, and Jiao Jiao had no intention of revealing this, so she vaguely replied, I find it melodious. Do you all think it sounds nice? It sounds nice. It sounds nice. The beastmen had no objections. Jiao Jiao retrieved numerous blueprints from her space, designed for the new tribe that she had sketched while Chu He was unconscious. Upon receiving them, Chu Hie's eyes lit up like light bulbs. Jiao Jiao, is this the blueprint for our new beast den? It's magnificent. The flowing lines and detailed dimensions were instantly comprehensible to Chu He. Do you want me to construct it according to these designs? Yes, Ahi. Assess if it poses any difficulty. You are the most skilled in this area, and your work is the finest and most meticulous. So I will need to rely on you during this period. You can decide who should assist you. There is no need to rush. Let us first build the den where we will sleep, and we can take our time with the rest. All right, I will begin now. Chui turned to the others. Ayu Tion, Kai Ape, come help. Jiao Jiao observed as they obediently followed the arrangements, feeling a sense of satisfaction. One's own husband is so remarkable and so obedient that it is truly impossible to feel any anger. Just yesterday, Jean Rouet remarked on how I consistently maintain my beauty. After pondering seriously, I realized it has been quite some time since I last consumed the beauty-enhancing pills, yet I still look so alluring. Perhaps it is simply because my days have been exceedingly comfortable, devoid of worries, which explains the absence of any signs of time's passage. Chuha took Chenpei on a few flights and chose a sloped rocky area near the mountains. After consulting with Ligia Gio, the location was finalized. Chenpei first employed his wind-based abilities to carve out the basic shapes of the beast dens in the hard rock. 10 beastmen, 10 dens. Ligia Gio remained in the center, with the storage den being somewhat more spacious. Between every 2 beast dens, there were extending storage compartments, interconnected and separated by door panels to create distinct spaces for various items. As Chenpei shaped each den, the others meticulously refined the details. Ligia Gio designed firewalls and heated beds for each den, ensuring warmth during winter. Once everything was constructed and tested for efficacy, should the results prove satisfactory, Ligia Gio planned to invite beastmen from other tribes to learn the techniques, enabling them to replicate the process at their own homes. Last year, the Feng tribe had not managed to produce charcoal, but this year, it was imperative they experienced a warm winter. With the combination of charcoal heating, heated beds, and firewalls, no vulnerable females or younglings would perish from the cold. Each beast den was equipped with a washing area. Shua observed that while constructing the washing area was not the most challenging task, the complexities of water intake and drainage presented a significant challenge. Ligia Gio referenced numerous designs from the architectural compendium, revising them over a dozen times before finalizing one. She opted to carve a natural stone pot above the kitchen, constructing a chimney-like structure below for heating. This grand stone pot connected to the washing areas of each beast den, allowing for water access by simply releasing a stopper from the stone pathway in her room. Chua diligently followed Ligia Gio's blueprints, seeking clarification whenever he encountered uncertainties. Ligia Gio gazed at him with starry eyes, overwhelmed with admiration, reflecting once more on her excellent taste in choosing such a capable partner. Hu Jinhai and Feng Xiaozhao shone brightly in their culinary expertise. Early in the morning, Hu Jinhai roused Feng Xiao, urging, Xiao, let us hurry to the seaside. I spotted an abundance of seafood there yesterday morning. We must gather some for a grand seafood feast. Feng Xiao rubbed her eyes and saw that Chuha and the others were already hard at work. With a flap of her wings, she whisked Hu Jinhai to the beach, where, as he had said, the shore was teeming with crabs, clams, and various shrimp, even yielding a bounty of sea cucumbers. The two filled several large buckets in no time. What a fruitful day it was. We are returning laden with treasures, Feng Xiaozhao exclaimed joyously. Upon flying back, they busied themselves with preparations while Ligia Gio and Wang Yiyuan played with the younglings. While playing, Wang Yiyuan's little one wandered towards the makeshift kitchen. Ligia Gio curiously watched as several younglings moved in unison, sniffing the air. She burst into laughter, clutching her aching belly, and asked, do they really need to be this adorable? Haha, there's no help for it. Puppies have particularly keen noses. Wang Yiyuan smiled at Ligia Gio's delight, his lips curving into a charming grin. Everyone gathered around the table, marveling at the sumptuous spread laid before them. Though fatigued, discussing the progress of their constructions filled them with pride. Ligia Gio showered compliments extravagantly, declaring one thing the best and another the most impressive. Everyone knew that she was sweet-tongued, fond of teasing, yet they couldn't resist her charm. The past few days could be summed up in a multitude of words. Not a single member of the family was idle. Even the younglings were enlisted to help fetch water and tools. On the day Ma and Ingtan arrived, they immediately set their sights on a towering peak that reached the clouds behind Ligia Gio's group. After selecting the site, Ing Mo returned to the Tianying tribe, where Chinpei had already carved out the basic shapes of their dens. The strong males of their tribe merely needed to refine and complete them before moving in. Ing Tan, will you return with me? Ing Tan blushed and shyly replied, Tribe leader, you can go back alone. I wish to see if I can assist Jiao Jiao in any way. Very well, I shall return alone then. I cannot rely on you, he said, not forgetting to giving Tan an encouraging gesture, hoping that by the time they moved in, she would have found a beloved companion. Chuha led several beastmen, laboring diligently for over 10 days to finally complete their dens. Wow, Ligiagio exclaimed, gazing at the spacious and luminous beast den in awe. A wall adorned with vibrant flowers greeted her, and as Chuha pulled her hand to the heated wall, she felt warmth radiating from it. You have constructed the firewall. Chuha nodded and guided Ligiagio to sit on the heated bed, which was equally warm. Experiencing the waves of heat beneath her and against the wall, she was utterly astonished. Although she had heard tales of heated beds in the Northeast, forgive her for being a provincial, she had never encountered such wonders before. On the opposite side of the bed stood the wardrobe Chuha had made for her, along with an exquisitely carved bedside table, complete with a small table for her to read while lying on the bed. Not only had Chuha perfectly replicated Ligiagio's designs, but he had also added luxurious embellishments. Hug me, Ligiagio said, tears brimming in her eyes. Jiao Jiao, do you not like it? Chuha held her tightly, anxious. I love it, I adore it. You are simply incredible. Chuha chuckled. Jiao, please, you flatter me. I feel quite embarrassed. They conducted tests for both water intake and drainage, and everything functioned flawlessly. Chapter 162. The earning of points has commenced. Thus, the first step in establishing their new tribe's beast dens was successfully completed. While Ing Ma and the others had not yet arrived, Hu Jintian and his group assisted Ing Tan in constructing their dens. After 2 busy days, Ligiagio summoned Chinpei and Feng Xiaozhao, explaining that since the Tianying tribe had not yet moved in, she would need their assistance for a few more trips. Chuyu and Chuha needed to return to the Hu tribe, thus relying on them for the task. Will we not see you for a long time? Chinpei asked, somewhat disheartened. Of course not, silly. I will pinch your cheeks, Ligiagio teased, playfully squeezing Chinpei's face. Once the eagle beastmen arrive, I will ensure they return to replace you. I will truly miss you, Jiao Jiao, Chinpei said, pulling her into an embrace. Repay, let me hold you as well. I will miss you too, sister. Chinpei's eyes, previously glistening with tears, were nearly overwhelmed by Feng Xiaozhao's exaggerated display of affection. All right, I'll inform Chuha and Chuyu, Ligiagio replied, ignoring Feng Xiaozhao's antics. Understood, Jiao. We will first take the shaman to the Huxiao tribe, and once she has given birth, we will proceed to the Xinchuan tribe. Yes, I trust you to handle it. Jiao. Chuyu pulled Ligiagio aside and quietly inquired, Jiao, what are your thoughts on Itan? This journey back would certainly take 10 to 15 days. Before departing, Chuyu wished to gauge Ligiagio's perspective, as he had come to admire Ing Tan during their time together. He was decisive, intelligent, capable, and diligent in his studies. If Jiao were to form a bond with him, it would undoubtedly bring the Tianying tribe and them closer together. Quite acceptable, indeed, a bit silly, yet rather endearing. Jiao pretended not to understand the purpose of Chu's inquiry. Do you harbor feelings for him? I have promised you all that we would not take beast husbands. I shall not bring you sorrow. Jiao spoke with great conviction. Chuyu, being exceptionally astute, grasped her meaning immediately upon hearing her words. This was her way of conveying that she indeed had feelings for Ing Tan, yet due to their agreement, she wished to maintain her distance from him. I understand now. I will discuss this with a few of my brothers and ensure they are aware of the situation. Am I being a bit of scoundrel? What does that mean? A scoundrel is someone who loves indiscriminately. Jiao, confidence wavered. I do not perceive it that way. Jiao, you have not neglected us or ceased to love us simply because you have a new beast husband. This does not align with your definition of being a scoundrel. Silly girl, do not think so poorly of yourself. It is perfectly normal to be fond of outstanding male beastmen. You should not feel compelled to make such promises to us. How can you be so kind? If Chuyu were to throw a tantrum, Jiao might have felt it was justified, yet he graciously chose to indulge her wishes. This made Jiao feel particularly guilty towards them. I truly am a scoundrel. 9 already, and still not satisfied. Alas, but there is truly no one like Ing Tan for me. What should I do with this fluttering heart? My greatest wish is to see you smile each day. As long as you are happy, I am willing to do anything. Jiao Jiao found herself at a loss for words and could only embrace Chu Yu tightly. Oh, Ahi, you have come as well. Hu Yitong greeted Chu Yu and his party at the tribe's entrance with a beaming smile. Uncle Hu, we have brought our tribe's shaman and priestess to assist with the delivery of your tribe's little females. Thank you so much, Heavenly Maiden, for arranging everything so perfectly. How is the construction of your new tribe progressing? Hu Yitong inquired with concern. Well, we have started building the beast dens and will gradually work on the rest. Excellent. How are Ahai and Tian faring? They're doing well. Initially, we intended to bring them back. But Jiao Jiao suggested we take this opportunity to check on the growth of the vegetables. So it was just the two of us who came. What a coincidence. I happen to have some questions regarding the vegetables. Your timing could not be more perfect. The following day marked the arrival of the first batch of little females in labor. Thus Hu Yitong arranged for the shaman and priestess Dan Dan to rest, while he took Chu Yu and Chu He to the hillside. The two examined the plants closely and found no major issues. The growth was satisfactory, though some had ripened without being harvested and others had been overwatered, leading to some root rot and wilting. These were minor issues, and the two provided detailed instructions to the male beastmen managing the vegetables. They harvested the edible ones to bring back to the tribe. Uncle Hu, please have your tribe's male beastmen come over. I will teach them how to prepare the dishes. Certainly. During dinner preparation, all the male beastmen from the tribe gathered to watch. The aroma wafted for miles, enticing everyone, young and old alike. Since dining with the Hu tribe, Hu Yitong lamented that he had previously wasted food. After returning from the Hu tribe, he had lost considerable weight. The male beastmen witnessed Feng Xiao tossing various leaves and fruits from familiar trees into the stone pot, and the fragrance that emerged was more than just that of beast meat. Chief Feng, what is it that you're adding to the stone pot? Jiao Jiao explained. This is called seasoning, used for enhancing flavor. When used properly, seasoning can not only eliminate some of the gamey taste of the meat, but also elevate the inherent freshness of the food. Please taste it. How does it fare? As she spoke, Feng Xiao served a piece of tender, boiled meat to the first few in line. Upon tasting, some nearly bit their own tongues in surprise. Observing their expressions, Feng Xiao felt relieved that she had not embarrassed Jiao Jiao. The seasonings provided were merely a fraction of what would have been awarded to Jiao Jiao as a complete set, yet they were sufficient to enhance the flavor. Ultimately, the 2 pots of meat soup were completely devoured. Hu Yitong asserted his authority as chief, ordering everyone to quiet down. Each household should send 1 person to learn. Ah Xiao has promised to teach each step. The next day, the little females began their deliveries. Feng Xiao instructed their beast husbands on how to prepare soups suitable for the newly delivered females. With the assistance of the Hu tribe's shaman and priestess, the deliveries proceeded smoothly. On the first day, good news kept pouring in. Chief, the Erhua family has welcomed 4 cubs. Chief, the Blue Sparrow family has 5 little cubs. Chief, the Huayu family has 4. Blessed by the beast god, may the heavenly maiden protect us. Today alone, our tribe has gained 29 new cubs. With a thud, Hu Yitong knelt towards the tribe's entrance, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 163. The Tianying tribe has finally moved in. Jiao Jiao, finding the announcements too noisy, turned down the volume, only inquiring daily about the number of births and rewards. By the 7th day, the Hu Xiao tribe had welcomed over 140 cubs. Hu Yitong wandered joyfully around the tribe, advising the beast husbands of the little females to take good care of their families and cubs. The atmosphere in the entire tribe was unprecedentedly joyous. Beastmen greeted one another by inquiring about the well-being of their cubs, each face radiating with happiness. Jiao Jiao and her companions were not idle either. Each morning, they took the remaining beast husbands to cultivate the surrounding land. It felt necessary to plant some vegetables for comfort. Hu Zhenhai and Wang Yuan, seeing Jiao Jiao, personally took up the hoe, insisting she let the cubs rest while they worked. No need for that. Ahai, moderate labor is beneficial for the body. Standing or sitting all day can lead to illness. Hu Zhenhai was uncertain of the truth, but dared not challenge Jiao Jiao further, opting instead to work harder himself. Observing the multitude of little cubs, Jiao Jiao was determined not to let them remain idle. Come, little ones, your father and mother need assistance. Who can lend us a hand? I. The cubs leapt with enthusiasm, raising their little paws. The bunny cubs appeared most pitiful, unable to raise their small front paws, instead straining to stand their ears upright. The little floppy-eared bunny cubs, unable to raise their front paws or ears, spun about in anxiety. Jiao Jiao couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight of these adorably clueless little cubs. Mother understands. You all wish to help, correct? Then let us pair up, with each group responsible for one long row. Shall we? Mother, should the pairs consist of 2 large ones, 2 small ones, or one of each? Ningyu inquired earnestly, tilting her little head. Jiao Jiao scooped her up in her arms, asking, what do you think? I believe 1 large and 1 small would be best. Otherwise, the younger siblings might feel bullied. Mother, Ningyu is right. Very well, then, let us form teams with 1 large and 1 small. The little cubs swiftly found their desired partners among their older or younger siblings. Several beastmen observed Jiao Jiao's adeptness at handling the children, surprised by her skill. Once the teams were formed, Jiao Jiao personally demonstrated how to sow the seeds, explaining as she went. These very small vegetable seeds must be sown with care. They should not be too dense, or they won't grow well, nor too sparse, where there won't be enough for a person to eat. After sowing, a thin layer of soil must be placed over them. Otherwise, the wind will blow them away, or the birds will come and eat them. Do you remember? We remember. The innocent voices of the little ones responded cheerfully. Li Jiaojiao picked up a handful of large seeds, explaining the need for spacing and digging holes to plant them, suggesting that 2 or 3 seeds should be placed in each pit. The seedlings required even greater distances between them. Each little one was a curious baby, their eyes wide open, fearful of missing any detail from Li Jiaojiao's instructions. The little creatures imitated her earnestly. Before long, they exclaimed a moo, we are done. We have finished planting. After tidying up the beast den, Ying Tan rested at the entrance and caught sight of Li Jiaojiao basking in the sunlight. Her smile radiant and carefree. That brilliant grin dazzled him, and a singular thought occupied his mind. Having seen such a lovely female, how could he ever look at anyone else? He recalled a phrase taught by Jean Rouet in recent days, with a charming smile and beautiful eyes. He had offered to assist Li Jiaojiao several times, but she had gently declined, urging him to focus on tidying their Eagle Tribe's den instead. Thus, he had no choice but to clean the beast den for a while before seeking opportunities to linger near Li Jiaojiao. He became entranced by her until Hu Jintian and the others grew concerned that she might tire, prompting them to carry her into the den to rest. Reluctantly, Ying Tan withdrew his gaze. When would he finally embrace the beauty he longed for? Caw! Caw! The continuous calls of eagles reminded the people on the ground that the Tian-Ing tribe had arrived. A fu, a moo. Ying Tan spotted his kin from afar and waved eagerly. Oh, the Tian-Ing tribe has finally moved in. Hu Jintian and the others, who had been assisting, also heard the commotion and peeked out to see. Ying Tan, you've worked hard. Upon landing, Ying Mo immediately noticed the well-prepared beast den, a testament to Ying Tan's industriousness during this time. Oh, no need to be polite. I haven't thanked you for taking care of my fu and a moo along the way. Ying Tan, where's my beast den? Ying Su rushed over with his little female. You should ask the tribe leader about that. After not seeing you for so long, why didn't you miss me? Come here for a hug. Ying Su complained like a spoiled child. Go away, or your little female will start thinking too much. Ying Tan playfully scolded. Swatting away Ying Su's outstretched hand, Ying Mo swiftly allocated the beast dens among the tribe members. With so few people left in the entire tribe, the distribution was quick. Ding Dan, why is this stone bed for humans? Ying Su exclaimed in surprise. This isn't just a stone bed. It's called a huakong. The Tian Nu taught me how to build it. Each huakong connects to a fire pit, so when you cook, the heat from the wood won't be wasted, warming the entire huakong, making it cozy to sleep on at night. How marvelous. Let me touch it. Wow. The Tian Nu is truly remarkable. But how does she know all of this? You fool. The Tian Nu is sent by the beast god, so naturally, she knows. A large group of people gathered around the huakong, fascinated by its novelty. Ying Tan had deliberately ignited his huakong to impress them. Listening to the tribe members excitedly praising Li Jiaojiao felt as if he were receiving compliments himself, filling his heart with joy. Ying Tan had also worked hard, single-handedly creating so many beast dens and setting up the huakangs, and he had noticeably slimmed down in the process. He ought to be thanked. But it wasn't just me. Several beast husbands of the Tian Nu helped too. If we are to express gratitude, it should include them as well. Oh, you haven't even seen their home yet, and you're already so protective. Ying Su teased. Don't speak nonsense. Ying Tan blushed, feeling embarrassed. More male beastmen nearby joined in the teasing. Chapter 164. Excitement. Ying Mo stepped in to rescue Ying Tan. All right, enough of the antics. Everyone, go home and tidy up your beast dens. After the tribe members dispersed, Mo leaned closer to Ing Tan and quietly asked, "So, has there been any progress during this time?" Ing Tan let out a heavy sigh. "No. Are you capable? With the Tion new S beast husbands absent, you can't even manage that? Once they all return, you'll feel even more invisible." Mo looked at Ing Tan with a hint of disdain in his eyes. "If all else fails, just show your masculine prowess to the Tion Nu." Ing Su chimed in, having stealthily hidden behind a rock to overhear their conversation. "What?" Ing Tan jumped in surprise and turned to find Ing Su, responding with annoyance. "Oh, that's so crude. Besides, it would surely frighten Jiao Jiao." Imagining Li Jiao's delicate figure, he worried. What if she got scared and cried? "Why not? My little female came to me because of my charm." Ing Su hurriedly defended his idea after it was dismissed. "Huh? Didn't you say your little female was attracted to your looks?" Ying Mo questioned, skeptical. "Indeed. Isn't it great that masculine power is appealing?" Ing Su said nonchalantly, causing both of the others to blush. "Oh dear, why are you two turning red? This is quite normal. If you don't show her your powerful masculine side, how will she believe you can help her bear offspring?" Cough, cough. But how would one go about doing that? Try to strip in front of her? Ing Mo rolled his eyes at Ing Su and turned to Ing Tan. "Don't listen to him. That method would surely frighten the Tion Nu. You should first win over her beast husbands." Ing Tan nodded absently, having already tuned out what Ing Mo was saying. His mind was filled with Ing Su's words. Show her, show her, show her. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to leave. Ing Mo, confused, called after him, "Hey, Ing Tan, did you hear what I said?" I heard," Ing Tan replied distractedly before taking off. Amu. Ing Tan's uncle is looking for you." A little fox cub delivered the message to Li Jiao. Suddenly alert, Ing Tan realized he had been acting impulsively and was about to turn back when he heard Li Jiao's voice. "Oh, Ing Tan, is there something you need?" She was alone, without any beast husbands by her side. I have something to discuss with you," Ing Tan stammered. "Go ahead, I'm listening." "This isn't a suitable place." Ing Tan wasn't one to casually lift the animal hide skirts. "Let us find another location." "Where to?" "I'll follow you." Li Jiao assumed Ing Tan wanted to ask about the timing of helping their tribe advance. Feeling embarrassed to discuss such matters in front of the little ones, she kindly allowed him to choose the location. Maybe it's best to forget about it. Ing Tan felt a sudden twitch in his eyelid. "No, just speak plainly. I don't like vague conversations." Hearing this, Ing Tan paused mid-turn to leave. "Then you can ride on my back, and I'll take you to a more suitable place to talk." Unaware of Ing Tan's inner turmoil, Li Jiao hopped onto his back. Taking flight, Ing Tan spread his wings. The sensation was different from sitting on Feng Shao. Each flight felt graceful and elegant, but Ing Tan's back exuded strength. His broad frame was perfect for transporting goods across the tribes. It would be a shame not to utilize such a capable back for trade. Moments later, Ing Tan spotted a flat area atop a mountain peak and took the opportunity to demonstrate what a rapid descent felt like. A sensation of weightlessness enveloped Li Jiao, reminiscent of a thrilling ride. However, Ing Tan landed smoothly, and aside from the sudden drop unsettling her, it was entirely stable. As they touched down, Li Jiao held on his neck tightly. Ing Tan gently reminded her, Jiao, you can get down now." Regaining her senses, she discovered that she was still clutching a handful of fur, unsure whether to hold on or let go. Embarrassed, she remained seated on the back, hesitant to descend. Jiao, you can come down now." "Oh." Jiao, pouting, awkwardly slid down, still holding the tuft of fur, and whispered an apology to Ing Tan. "I am truly sorry. I was so frightened when you fell that I accidentally pulled out some of your fur." Ing Tan touched his neck, feeling a slight sting. He had been nervous as well, but hadn't noticed the pain. Glancing at the dozen or so strands of fur, he waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. They'll grow back in a couple of days." Hearing that Ing Tan bore her no ill will, Jiao managed to smile and shifted the conversation. "What did you bring me here to discuss?" Now, it was Ing Tan's turn to feel anxious. His fingers trembled as they hovered over the leather skirt strap, unable to loosen it. Curiously, Jiao watched him, wondering what he was up to and why he was silent. Ing Tan was torn within himself. One voice urged him to show her, believing that she might be pleased and agree to be his mate, while another cautioned against acting impulsively, fearing it might frighten her and undo all his previous efforts. As he closed his eyes, caught in indecision, Jiao grew impatient, especially since he remained still, as if inviting her to watch him sleep. She thought of stepping closer to see if he truly was asleep, but failed to notice a vine on the ground and stumbled forward. In that moment, she felt relieved, thinking the distance wasn't too great, and that Ing Tan would surely catch her. However, when Ing Tan heard the noise, he was startled and stepped back reflexively, resulting in Jiao Jiao's hands inadvertently pulling away his not yet unfastened leather skirt. As she fell, Jiao Jiao was momentarily dazed, unaware of what she had just done. After waiting a few seconds without Ing Tan coming to her aid, she felt a surge of annoyance. Where was his usual keen perception? Not wanting to wait for him any longer, she swiftly flipped herself over. Lifting her eyelids, she was met with the sight of his impressive member standing tall, while the bewildered male remained in a daze. Jiao Jiao's cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly covered her eyes, unable to resist peeking through her fingers. Such size! How exhilarating! A gust of wind swept by, and the standing figure finally regained his senses. He contemplated whether to assist Jiao Jiao, but then noticed the leather skirt still clutched in her hand. Unsure whether she had been injured, he hesitated before crouching down beside her. Oh no! There was nothing to see now. Jiao Jiao sighed softly, feeling slightly disappointed. She turned her head, pretending to be shy, and handed the leather skirt back to Ing Tan. He donned it with a few swift motions and quickly asked, "Did you hurt yourself anywhere?" "Let me see." Chapter 165. The tent. Jiao Jiao lay still, and Ing Tan, fearing she had been injured, knelt beside her and gingerly lifted her arm to inspect it, discovering several red marks, as well as more on her legs. His heart ached, nearly bringing him to tears. How could he let Jiao Jiao get hurt like this? Jiao Jiao, however, felt little discomfort. Her fair skin was prone to reddening with even the slightest touch, and after vigorous activity with the Beastman, she might even bruise. If someone were unaware, they might think she had been beaten. Fortunately, she possessed a beauty elixir that made any marks vanish after consumption. Watching Ing Tan's cautious demeanor made her smile inwardly. As he prepared to release her arm, Jiao Jiao turned slightly, her slender arm wrapping around Ing Tan's neck. He was taken aback, gazing at her in astonishment. Jiao Jiao cast a shy glance at him, her bright eyes seemingly filled with hooks that ensnared Ing Tan's heart, leaving him weak-kneed and unable to stand upright. With a soft smile and little words, she gently pulled his head down towards her. Their lips met, and Ing Tan felt as though a ray of sunshine had burst forth in his mind. The sound of his heart pounding was exceptionally clear at that moment, and joy surged within him as he clumsily began to kiss her lips. Jiao Jiao let out a soft moan, feeling exhilarated and liberated as they kissed again and again. Eventually, she felt a bit overwhelmed and attempted to turn away, only to be pulled back by strong arms wrapping around her. In the forest, a chorus of soft whimpers filled the air. After the tide had receded, Jiao Jiao rested her head on Ing Tan's arm, drifting into a sweet slumber. Ing Tan tenderly stroked her delicate face, scarcely able to believe this was real. Yet, the unique fragrance of Jiao Jiao wafted into his nostrils, assuring him of the truth. Jiao Jiao had finally accepted him. He pondered whether it was his efforts that had swayed her or his masculine strength that had conquered her. Regardless, he was now Jiao Jiao's mate. At that moment, Ing Tan felt like the happiest man alive. Just that morning, he had been lamenting when Jiao Jiao might finally see him. Now, the one he longed for lay in his embrace, as if in a dream. After a brief nap, Jiao Jiao felt much rejuvenated. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Ing Tan gazing at her with a tender expression, careful not to disturb her rest. It was not vanity on Jiao Jiao's part. His gaze truly brimmed with affection. Noticing she was awake, Ing Tan quickly looked away, flustered. Jiao Jiao feigned sorrow and asked, "Are you having regrets? Do you not wish to mate with me?" Ing Tan panicked, wishing he could reveal his heart to show her it was filled only with thoughts of her. "Then why won't you look at me? Do you find me too ugly?" "How could that be? You're the most beautiful little female I have ever seen, clever, capable, and the best." Jiao Jiao hurriedly covered his mouth. "All right, enough flattery. I'm blushing just hearing it. I'm simply not of this era. I possess skills that are absent in this time, which is only natural. If they had lived in my time, they would surely have achieved great things. You brought me here today to tell me something, didn't you? I recall that before we connected emotionally, you seemed to have something important to say. Is it about your Tianing clan? You need not worry. You can bring your kin to our place when you return, and I shall fulfill my previous promise. It is not about that. Our clan leader will address that, but it is not for me to discuss." Then what is it about? Ing Tan felt a bit shy, explaining Ing Su said he could show you, just to see if you were satisfied, and then you would surely accept me as your mate. "Show me? What?" "Our masculine strength. Ying Tan said rapidly. Oh, Jiao Jiao understood at once, realizing why they sought a secluded place. Nevertheless, she was indeed quite satisfied. I will tell them when I return. Though she spoke confidently, Jiao Jiao felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that the others might not uphold their promise. Jiao Jiao, do you truly wish to become my mate? Ying Tan's deep eyes sparkled with hope. Yes, I'm very satisfied with you, she replied, casting a meaningful glance. Ying Tan's lagstigtanat. Feeling as if a battle was about to commence, Jiao Jiao glanced at the towering leather skirt, turning her head away and biting her lip, pretending not to notice. Shall we return? They might be worried. In the tribe, Hu Zhantian and the others indeed felt quite concerned, knowing that Li Jiaojiao was taken away by Ying Tan. Any unexpected developments were certainly unlikely. If we were to speak of surprises, the greatest one would indeed be Ying Tan himself, who could ascertain his true intentions. As the sun began to dip towards the west, the two had yet to return. Wang Yikai paced back and forth, while Hu Zhantian's voice, heavy with concern, advised, "Stop pacing. You're making my head spin. If Jiao Jiao truly becomes his mate, what can we do? Can you really drive him away?" Jiao Jiao's promises seemed to hold little weight. She assured us that Jin Rui would be the last. Yet here she is, following Ying Tan. Wang Yikai pouted, feeling a pang of heartache. Jin Rui, beside him, bit his lip in silence, equally disheartened. They had only just begun their journey as true partners, and now this complication arose. Wang Yiyuan and Hu Zhenhai remained silent, quietly preparing food and tending to the children. What good would haste do? They had no wings to fly and catch up. Relying solely on their legs would be futile. It was wiser to wait patiently at home. At worst, a new brother would join their ranks. They should focus on their own responsibilities. On several occasions, Wang Yiyuan had been vexed by the children, but Li Jiaojiao would comfort him during their shared nights, making him happy that his efforts were recognized. Hu Zhenhai shared Wang Yiyuan's sentiments. Their mutual understanding was clear. Neither would strive for dominance. Chu Yu was the first beast husband, holding an unshakable leadership position, while Chu He, the second beast husband, possessed an unmatched tenderness for Li Jiaojiao, evident in her affection for him. The remaining suitors seemed to be treated equally by her. Therefore, the best course was to focus on their own paths. In the distant horizon, the last rays of the sun shimmered upon the water's surface as Li Jiaojiao gently descended onto Ying Tan's broad back, landing softly in the courtyard. "Jiaojiao, where have you been? Why did it take you so long to return?" Jin Rui said, his tone slightly accusatory, his eyes narrowing at Ying Tan. Ying Tan, sensing the scrutiny, felt a twinge of guilt and remained silent. "I was discussing some matters with Ying Tan," Li Jiaojiao replied, her confidence wavering. The nature of their conversation was evident from her rosy cheeks. She placed her hand into Jin Rui's, seeking warmth. "Why are your hands so cold? You didn't wear a cloak, did you? It must be quite chilly flying up there," he chided, glancing at Ying Tan. Ying Tan felt a prickle of guilt for neglecting to provide a cloak for Li Jiaojiao. "Jiaojiao, I'll return to fetch some warming medicine from the shaman." "I'm fine. No need to worry," she said, grasping his hand as he turned to leave. Gathering her courage, she spoke, "You could ask your shaman if they can still help us with the markings." Ying Tan, with a furrowed brow, replied, "That might not be possible. Our shaman's health is quite poor. My father mentioned that he might meet the beast god in just a few days. If that's the case, we will have to wait a few days before we can get the markings done," Li Jiaojiao acknowledged. When Feng Xiao returned to the Feng tribe, Chun Shi entrusted him with a message, expressing his longing to visit. At that time, they were deliberating on establishing a tribe, and Feng Xiao unilaterally postponed the plans. "When Chun Pei returns in a few days, let him bring Chun Shi here so we can all stay together and look out for one another." "Jiaojiao, it's time to eat," Hu Zhenhai announced, seemingly oblivious to the intertwined hands of the two, as he set the table and offered Li Jiaojiao a damp beast hide to wipe her hands. Wang Yuan called the children to wash their hands. Li Jiaojiao was quite pleased with their reactions. If they all behaved so well, perhaps she could rule like an empress with her own harem. Throughout the meal, Wang Yikai and Hu Zhintian shot daggers at Ying Tan, who felt increasingly uncomfortable. Clearing her throat, Li Jiaojiao coughed to signal the need for decorum. The two men lowered their heads, eating in silence. Once the meal concluded, they stood to leave, but Li Jiaojiao called out, "Wait a moment, I have something to discuss." She gestured for them to sit again, while the others remained quietly in their seats. "Ying Tan is now mine. I had previously promised you that Jin Rui would be the last, but today I have broken that vow. If you harbor any resentment, please voice it now. I have no objections as long as it pleases Jiaojiao." Hu Jinhai smiled gently, being the first to express his acceptance. Wang Yuan, too, graciously stated, I have no objections. Since Jiao Jiao is a celestial maiden tasked with the propagation of our kind, it is only fitting that she takes on multiple beast husbands. Jin Rui remained silent, but held Li Jiaojiao's hand tightly, silently affirming his stance. Hu Jintian and Wang Yikai exchanged glances, realizing they were left in an awkward position. Are you two silent because you have no objections? Hu Jintian's face flushed with anger. Attempting to drag Chu Yu, Chu He, Chan Pei, and Feng Xiao into the fray. They haven't returned yet, and we don't know their opinions. Li Jiaojiao nodded, understanding the need to consult them, but turned back to the two men. For now, if either of you has concerns, please voice them. The two exchanged nudges, each hoping the other would speak up. After a prolonged silence, Li Jiaojiao shrugged and declared, since you choose to remain silent today, you will have no opportunity to oppose in the future. Very well. I announce that from this day forth, Ying Tan shall be a member of our family. Though we currently lack a shaman and cannot obtain the markings, once Chun Pei's sister, Chen Shi, arrives, we can proceed. Yes, we will follow your lead, Ying Tan responded shyly. That cave over there is yours. Why not return to inform your father and mother that you will be moving in tomorrow? All right, he replied eagerly. Also, please inform your tribe leader to gather everyone at our tribe's entrance tomorrow. Do not fly directly over the tribe. You know the consequences. Should I stay overnight or return tonight? Our family operates on a rotation. Tonight, it is Jin Rui's turn, and tomorrow it will be yours, so you may return for now. Although Li Jiaojiao felt reluctant to part with her new husband, the rotation system must be upheld to prevent chaos in affection. Ying Tan turned back several times, while Wang Yikai rolled his eyes, wishing he could just turn away completely. Jiaojiao, you are truly fickle. How can you be satisfied with so many husbands? Jin Rui tightened his embrace around Li Jiaojiao, wishing to envelop her entirely. His mournful gaze sent a tremor through her heart. There shouldn't be any more after this. Li Jiaojiao chuckled awkwardly. It's merely a matter of differing styles. She recognized that he had remained silent at the table for a reason, likely awaiting her response. I feel so torn, Jin Rui pouted, squeezing out a couple of tears. You can let go now. The performance is over. I still carry your little panda cub inside me. Why are you feeling jealous? You are the 9th, and he is the 10th. You both are good brothers. Shouldn't you be envious of those who came before? Jin Rui squinted, scrutinizing Li Jiaojiao seriously. You don't intend to follow in the footsteps of ancient emperors, do you? With 3,000 beauties in your harem? Haha, what are you saying? I have no such ability, she replied, though her heart raced with surprise at his perceptiveness. How could he possibly know her thoughts? The following morning, Ying Tan and Ying Ma arrived with the entire tribe gathered at the entrance of Li Jiaojiao's tribe, chatting animatedly. Tribe leader, what do you think that large stone at the Celestial Maiden's tribe depicts? It is impossible to overlook. Li Jiaojiao and her companions discovered a massive stone, upon which Chun Pei utilized his wind-based abilities to inscribe the name of their tribe. Feng Xiao then applied red lacquer midair to add color to the characters. The inscription Red Hua Xia Tribe, as explained by Ying Tan. What a magnificent sight, Chief. Our tribe should have one as well. After a prolonged wait, Li Jiaojiao approached slowly on the back of Hu Zhenhai's tiger. The female members of the Tian-Ying tribe gazed enviously at the graceful Li Jiaojiao. I summoned you today to fulfill the promise I made to you, she declared, producing the prepared loyalty pills, strength pills, fertility pills, and ascension pills. The younglings would consume the loyalty and strength pills, while the adult females and partnerships would take the strength and fertility pills. The tribe consisted of a modest number of Tian-Ying members, 63 younglings, 55 adult females, 50 of whom were in partnerships, and 87 adult males, including 3 at the celestial level, 7 at the earth level, 14 at the mysterious level, 12 at the yellow level, 9 at the universe level, 11 at the space level, 14 at the flood level, and 17 at the wilderness level. After discussions with Ying Mo, Li Jiaojiao decided that no more pills would be distributed to those at the celestial level, with the remaining ones allocated as basic ascension pills. They would first rise 1 level, and thereafter, their monthly performance would determine if further ascensions were warranted. Upon hearing this, everyone eagerly promised to diligently train and perform well. Consequently, the male members of the Tian-Ying tribe were transformed into 10 at the celestial level, 14 at the earth level, 12 at the mysterious level, 9 at the yellow level, 11 at the universe level, 14 at the space level, 17 at the flood level, and none at the wilderness level. In Chapter 167, titled The Beast Husbands Have Returned, among the 50 partnered females, 43 were healthy and suitable for pregnancy. Li Jiao instructed them to form groups of 3 to consume the fertility pills over a span of 14 days, while the remaining 7 would join later once their health improved. Ying Mo admired Li Jiao, acknowledging her exceptional nature. Ying Tan noticed his gaze and subtly positioned himself to block his view. Ying Mo understood his intent and chuckled. Who would compete with you for a female? Ying Tan turned with a smirk. Better safe than sorry. Your female is indeed wonderful, but she is simply not my type. Besides, I have no intention of becoming the 11th beast husband. What's wrong with being the 11th? If my female desires, she could have 20 beast husbands. All right, enough of that. It is clear that in Ying Tan's eyes, even if Li Jiao were as undesirable as Dong, she would still be the most appealing. Once they entered the guest cave, Ying Mo began Qi Fing. Before Li Jiao could respond, Ying Mo interrupted. Let us refrain from titles. Ying Tan and I are good brothers. You may simply call me Ying Mo. Li Jiao smiled. Very well, Ying Mo. Regarding our prior agreement to station 2 male beast members from each tribe as messengers, how has that progressed? Since the Heavenly Maiden has elevated our tribe members, I too must keep my word. Indeed, with 4 tribes, that necessitates at least 2 individuals from each, plus additional members for rotation, totaling 16. I will return to select the individuals and inform you once chosen. Both parties happily reached an agreement. Upon returning to his tribe, Ying Mo inquired about their thoughts. Only 1 male beast member had a single female partner. 7 partnered males stepped forward. You 7 need not go. Your females will soon bear young, so stay to care for them. Those with 3 or more male partners also stepped forward, numbering around 50. The females belonging to the same male stood together, with several from the same household. Ying Mo emphasized selecting from among these individuals and ultimately turned to the 10 at the celestial level and 14 at the earth level, stating, the Heavenly Maiden requires only 6 of the first batch, with 2 or 3 batches of rotations needed, amounting to 12 to 18 in total. Clearly, this group is insufficient and their beast levels are too low. Their flying speed must meet the demands of critical moments. Thus, character and speed are paramount. The chosen celestial and earth-level individuals accepted their responsibilities. Ying Mo swiftly led them to Li Jiao. Qi Fing, your speed is quite impressive. He then glanced at the individuals following him. You know the routes to the respective tribes, correct? We all do, Heavenly Maiden. Thank you for your efforts. In the future, when your females conceive, I shall prioritize the fertility pills for them. You will rotate every half month. Provided there are no urgent messages, you may live normally there. I have arranged for each tribe to prepare beast dens for you, and they will provide additional care in daily life. Should any issues arise, you may directly address the respective tribe leaders. Your first task upon reaching your assigned tribes is to inform the leaders to dispatch 24 individuals to learn written language. This has been contemplated by Li Jiao and her companions. Starting with language education will enable them to comprehend texts, ultimately alleviating the need for Li Jiao and the beast husbands to teach everything individually. We shall ensure its completion. Thank you, Heavenly Maiden. The group took to the skies. The fastest among them was assigned to the Shun Quan tribe. Meanwhile, on the return to oversee the births in various tribes, Chu Yu and his companions fortuitously found themselves in the Shun Quan tribe. Ying Mo selected only the elite, and their speed in flight was remarkable. With no burdens, they competed fiercely, and by the 3rd day, 2 had already arrived at the Hu tribe. By midday of the 3rd day, the 4 at the Hu tribe and Shin Quan tribe had settled in. Observing this, Chu Yu realized their involvement was no longer necessary. They had managed their affairs and resolved the issues concerning produce. With only a few young females left to give birth, the shaman could handle it completely. That afternoon, they eagerly flew toward the Hua Xia tribe. Feng Xiao and Shun Pei summoned their utmost speed and landed just before the last rays of twilight faded. Sister, upon landing, Feng Xiao rushed to Li Jiao's beast den. A Xiao? Li Jiao looked at Feng Xiao in surprise. You returned overnight? Feng Xiao pushed the door open only to find Wang Yikai leaning over Li Jiao, preparing for something unspeakable. In a flurry, she turned away, stammering, I'm so sorry, sister. I didn't realize you were. Li Jiao, noticing Wang Yikai's disheartened expression, willingly offered a kiss, leaving him in a daze before rising. Acknowledging the long absence from Chu Yu, Wang Yikai knew he should at least greet him. Resignedly donning clothes for Li Jiao. Hearing the commotion, Hu Zhenhai got up to prepare a meal for Chu Yu and the others. When Li Jiao emerged, they were in the midst of dining. Jiao, Chu Yu immediately stood to take her hand. Thank you for your hard work. You, Xiao. Repay. It was not arduous, sister. We merely checked on them to see how they were faring. Listening to the shaman's reports to the chief regarding the number of younglings born. Remarkably, the combined births from one tribe have indeed been astonishing. No wonder the Hu tribe has produced over 400 younglings since last year. Sister, you have no idea. The Hu Zhu tribe has given birth to 230 cubs this time, and the Shun Quan tribe has had even more. When we returned today, there were still more than a dozen little females yet to be born. But I heard from Kai's father that there are already 308. Jiao is aware of this. She visits the space every day to check on them. Perhaps it is simply that tigers naturally have fewer offspring per litter than dogs. Look at you. You've lost weight. You should eat more. As she spoke, she personally took a piece of braised meat and fed it to him. Feng Xiao, feeling spoiled due to Jiao feeding him, was quite pleased. Chu Yu and Chu he saw through everything, secretly chuckling and shaking their heads. Chapter 168. Establishing authority. The next morning, Li Jiao called Qinpei over. Repay, would you like to return to the Feng Zhu tribe and bring Shishi back? Firstly, we are now settled here and will be living here long term. And Shishi is your only relative, making it easier to care for her. Secondly, she should have learned enough of her medical skills by now. Our tribe is short a shaman. If Shishi is willing, let her become our tribe's shaman, shall we? Qinpei was excited and somewhat flustered. I'll go fetch her right now. Li Jiao held him back. Can you manage alone? Do you need someone to accompany you? It's fine, Jiao. You have already elevated me to the celestial tier. I can handle it myself. Indeed, Li Jiao suddenly recalled how, in that canyon, Qinpei's eye spikes had pierced that large python. However, it was understandable why Li Jiao was concerned. Typically, Qinpei was like a little white rabbit, innocent and harmless, making even a woman of her nature feel the urge to protect him. Qinpei took flight. Yet, the atmosphere outside the house felt somewhat tense. Upon stepping outside, Li Jiao felt a chill and could not help but shiver. She mumbled, how strange. We're about to enter the height of summer. Yet it's still so cold. Only upon reaching the outside did she discover the reason. The courtyard was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The Beastman likely did not anticipate her coming out so soon while they were discussing matters with Qinpei. Li Jiao glanced around and heard voices coming from the dining hall. She stealthily approached, peeking her head inside, and saw several people in the dining hall, with Ying Tan dutifully pouring water for the Beastmen. Li Jiao couldn't help but smile. These fellows were trying to assert their authority over Ying Tan. A few Beastmen, led by Chu Yu, were seated neatly at the dining table. Li Jiao, feeling mischievous, donned her invisibility cloak and crept behind them, eager to hear what they were saying. Ying Tan finished pouring the water and respectfully addressed them. Brothers, please have some water. I'm not bigger than you. You're quite something. Did you take this opportunity to woo my sister while we were away? Feng Xiao was the first to speak. No, I didn't. Ying Tan attempted to defend himself, but fell silent, realizing it indeed might be his fault. If he hadn't used his masculine strength to entice Jiao, she likely wouldn't have agreed to let him into her home. Therefore, it could be said that he had, in fact, deceived her to some extent. Thinking of this, Ying Tan weakly added, I didn't intentionally wait until you were gone. Originally, he thought that if he performed well, he would be happy to speak well of him in front of Jiao, but he had not expected that he would act first. Ying Tan was at a loss for words. Chu Yu glanced at the others, who were also looking at him, waiting for his response. I have no objections to who Jiao likes, as long as that person has good character. That is the most basic requirement. You can rest assured. I can guarantee that. I, Ying Tan, have never done anything wrong. My character is beyond reproach. Ying Tan, serious and solemn, interrupted Chu Yu. Chu Yu was unsure of what to say, primarily because he had no strong objections to Ying Tan. If it weren't for Wang Yikai and Hu Jintian arriving at his dwelling early that morning claiming that Ying Tan was being intentional and trying to court Jiao while they were away. As the first Beastman, he felt it necessary to give him a talking to. Chu Yu was reluctant to come. He understood Jiao well. Whatever she disliked would be useless, even if stripped bare before her. However, her previous attitude and gaze towards Ying Tan indicated that she indeed liked him. Why should he make things difficult for Ying Tan? The Beastmen were not having it easy either. Throughout the entire process, Chu He remained indifferent, saying nothing. He knew his position in Jiao's heart and was not worried about losing her favor, appearing even more composed than Hu Zhenhai and Wang Yuan. The entire scene was filled with Hu Tian, Wang Yikai, and Feng Zhao's grievances. All right, I did not make things difficult for you when you entered. If you truly feel unsatisfied, go fight it out on the mountain. Just be careful not to let Jiao and the cubs see, lest you frighten them. With that, he turned and left. Yingtan looked at the three who were fixated on him and smiled helplessly, extending his arm. Please, go ahead. As soon as they exited, Feng Zhao was the first to attack, transforming into his beast form and charging at Yingtan. However, Yingtan responded with remarkable speed, swiftly dodging to the side, causing Feng Zhao to grasp at nothing. When he turned back, Yingtan had already transformed into his beast form and flown far away. Just when Feng Zhao thought Yingtan had given up and fled, Yingtan charged back towards him. The two were engaged in a fierce exchange midair. Li Jiao had already removed her invisibility cloak and was sitting there watching the spectacle. Chu He approached and quietly wrapped his arms around her from behind. Li Jiao nestled into Chu He's embrace, playfully saying, "Hey He, I miss you so much." Chu He kissed her hair gently, tenderly murmuring, "A day apart feels like 3 autumns. Jiao and I have not seen each other for half a lifetime." Li Jiao turned in surprise. "Where did you learn that?" Seeing the sparkle in her eyes, Chu He realized that reading more books truly had its merits. "I also know another line. While you watch the fight from under the eaves, those watching the fight behind you add interest to your life. And you add charm to mine." Li Jiao laughed so hard that her shoulders trembled, causing the arms wrapped around Chu He's waist to shake as well. Feng Zhao refrained from using his powers against Yingtan. He did not wish for his life, but he genuinely felt Yingtan's combat prowess. One must say that reaching the celestial tier through one's own efforts was indeed remarkable. Feng Zhao, declaring he was too tired to continue, gracefully descended. Hu Tian let out a roar and transformed, charging towards Yingtan. As soon as Yingtan landed, catching his breath, he was met with Hu Tian's massive beast form, his black stripes and commanding gaze making him appear incredibly imposing. Yingtan dared not be careless, remaining airborne, but his up-and-down movements only fueled Hu Tian's anger, making him think Yingtan was deliberately teasing him. Wang Yikai, feeling anxious, transformed into his beast form and joined the fray. Using Hu Tian as leverage, he sprang up, catching Yingtan off guard, and his wing was scratched by a claw. Instantly, blood began to flow. Li Jiao rushed over to watch, while Chu Yu caught the off-balance Yingtan, casting a sharp glance at the two troublemakers. The two hung their heads, appearing repentant as they stood in the corner, facing the wall in shame. Chapter 169. Love-struck Chen Shi-Chu He assisted Chu Yu in lifting Yingtan, checking his injury. Yingtan looked somewhat embarrassed at the person beside Andy. Jiao. "I'm fine. The wound is not big." When Chu Yu checked, he saw that while the wound was not large, it was indeed deep, with blood still trickling out, suggesting a possible injury to a blood vessel. Li Jiao attempted to hold down the upper part of her arm, but alas, Yingtan's arms were too robust. She could barely encircle one with both hands. Consequently, she had to rely on Chu He's assistance. With deft hands, Chu Yu fetched clean water to wash Yingtan's wound, and upon confirming there was no dirt or grass left, he utilized his wood-based abilities to heal the injury. Li Jiao's expression darkened as she turned to reprimand the 3 individuals for their heavy-handedness and for overpowering the weaker. However, upon turning around, she discovered that the 3 were nearly collapsing, and her words of reproach caught in her throat. Yingtan gazed at his hand enveloped in a shimmering green light, feeling a refreshing coolness. The wound, which had been bleeding profusely moments ago, gradually ceased to bleed, and the gashes began to itch, slowly healing. His eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at Chu Yu. He had suspected that Li Jiao's beast husbands were formidable, but such instantaneous healing was something even shamans could not achieve, was it? Moreover, during his earlier spar with the other 2, he had heard Feng Zhao call out to Wang Yikai, instructing him not to use water. Could it be that they could manipulate water to attack him? Yingtan dared not ponder further. This minor episode swiftly passed, concluding with Feng Zhao and the others apologizing to Yingtan, their heads hanging low. Chun Pei acted quickly. In the afternoon, while Hu Junhai and the others were preparing a meal, Chun Pei returned with the group. Upon entering, he wore a sour expression. Everyone found it curious, as Chun Pei was usually good-natured. How could his arrival bring trouble? Li Jiao, surprised, looked at Chun Pei and asked, "Is Cici unwilling to come?" Before Chun Pei could respond, a voice from outside called out, "Sister Jiao." It was Chun Shi. Li Jiao rose to greet her, only to realize why Chunpei's face was so dark. She had initially thought only Chun-Shi was coming, but to her surprise, Chun-Shi was perched atop a phoenix. The intimate manner between them was evident to any observer. However, since Chun-Shi was still underage, why was this Phoenix clan boy following her home? It was no wonder Chunpei was displeased. Li Jiaojiao stepped forward, linking her arm with Chun-Shi's, subtly creating distance between Chun-Shi and the Phoenix youth. With a glance, she signaled Chu Yu, who naturally led the Phoenix youth to the courtyard. Feng Xiao, drawn by the commotion, paused upon seeing the group in the courtyard. Feng Bai, what brings you here? Did my father send you? Feng Bai, startled at seeing Feng Xiao, forced himself to remain calm and replied, Young clan leader, I'm not here for you. I came to pursue Cici, so I came with her. Noticing their familiarity, Chu Yu discreetly allowed them to converse. Feng Xiao regarded him with suspicion. Feng Bai was infamous in the tribe for his laziness, often shirking responsibilities and only catching the occasional wild chicken to appease the hunting team, then clamoring for a share of spoils. Over time, no one wanted to hunt with him. Despite the numerous hunting teams formed in the tribe, none wished to include him, illustrating just how unpopular he was. Feng Xiao often advised him during their time in the tribe, but to no avail. It was perplexing how Chunpei's sister ended up entangled with such an individual. Feng Bai, under the pretense of needing to speak, pulled Feng Xiao aside to the courtyard. Looking at Feng Xiao with pleading eyes, he whispered, Young clan leader, I genuinely like Cici, and I promise to treat her well. Please, don't disclose my past mistakes. I don't want her to look down on me. Feng Xiao stared intently at him, and while Feng Bai wore a mask of sincerity, Chu He, standing at the entrance, keenly observed the clenched fist concealed behind Feng Bai's back. Hearing his plea, Feng Xiao felt pleased, thinking he had encountered a suitor willing to improve himself for a beloved. He encouraged, recognizing one's mistakes is a significant step towards improvement. Feng Bai looked puzzled, and Feng Xiao coughed lightly, realizing he had forgotten that Feng Bai did not understand the lessons Jiao Jiao had imparted. He continued, It is commendable to acknowledge faults. I hope you genuinely strive for change. Feng Bai repeatedly assured him. The two then entered the cave, where Li Jiaojiao was still conversing with Chun-Shi. Feng Xiao led Feng Bai to the dining table. Feng Bai had no choice but to sit quietly, though his eyes wandered restlessly. Hu Jintian shot him a disapproving glare, prompting Feng Bai to lower his head and behave. Chui discreetly pulled Feng Xiao outside the cave and shared what he had inadvertently observed. Feng Xiao understood that Chu He was not one to meddle unnecessarily. His warning about Feng Bai stemmed from his identity as a member of the Phoenix clan. Should Feng Bai prove to be untrustworthy, it would reflect poorly on their clan. Thank you for the reminder, Ahi. I will keep a vigilant eye on him. If he harms Chun-Shi or anyone else, it would undoubtedly affect my relationship with Chunpei. Chu He saw that Feng Xiao grasped the gravity of the situation and refrained from further discussion. Meanwhile, Li Jiaojiao brought Chun-Shi to her beast den, quietly inquiring about her recent experiences within the Phoenix clan. Chun-Shi blushed and said, Sister Jiaojiao, Feng Bai treats me very well, and I quite like him. I wish to have him as my first beast husband once I come of age. Congratulations in advance. Chun-Shi's face reddened further. However, she soon appeared troubled, her expression crumpling like a steamed bun. Sister Jiaojiao, could you help persuade my brother? He knows Feng Bai likes me, but adamantly disapproves. When Feng Bai said he brought me to find you, my brother's face turned sour, and even scared Feng Bai. Li Jiaojiao had indeed noticed Chunpei's dark expression upon his return. He was not one to easily lose his temper, so something must have prompted such a reaction. In a soft voice, she asked, Does your brother dislike Feng Bai? He said he inquired among the Phoenix clan and found Feng Bai too lazy. He fears I might have to hunt because of him, yet how could that be? I see Feng Bai is not famished to the bone. Does Feng Bai provide you with any game? Not really, because Uncle Feng usually hunts for me. Feng Bai claims he has no role to play. Li Jiaojiao chuckled at this absurdity, realizing such nonsense could only deceive a naive girl like Chun-Shi. What nonsense about having no role? If he truly cared for Shi, shouldn't he bring her more game to lessen Uncle Feng's burdens? So, how exactly does he treat you well? He tells me to quit studying when I'm tired. He expresses concern when I gather herbs on the mountain. When I accidentally get hurt, he blows on my wounds. Chun-Shi reminisced sweetly, while Li Jiaojiao felt an urge to open her head to see what was inside. Taking a deep breath, she patiently asked, When you're exhausted, doesn't he offer to help with chores? I don't want him to tire himself. When you gather herbs, does he accompany you? No. He said he was frightened by a python in his childhood, and doesn't he want to go up the mountain? Li Jiaojiao took several deep breaths, to suppress her impulse to strike something. No wonder Chun Pei's face was as dark as a bottomless pot. She imagined her own expression mirrored his. Chun Shi, let us be honest, is it possible he is just lazy, unwilling to do anything, and merely flatters you to keep you happy? Sister Jiao Jiao, despite everything, I find joy in it. When he comforts me, I truly feel blissful. Li Jiao Jiao, my little sister-in-law is infatuated with love. What should I do? I am anxiously awaiting your guidance. Jiao Jiao, let us dine first. Observing that the two had lingered in the beast den for quite some time, Hu Zhenhai timely entered to ease the atmosphere. Let's eat first, Shi. Before the meal, Feng Bai was curious as to why their family, consisting of only 11 members, required such an enormous dining table. When the dishes were finally presented, he was astonished. Their family certainly possessed an extraordinary appetite. When the cubs returned with Wang Yiyuan, Feng Bai's eyes nearly fell from their sockets. In that instant, his gaze towards Li Jiao shifted. As they sat down to eat, he awkwardly attempted to take a seat beside Li Jiao. The 10 beast husbands of Li Jiao narrowed their eyes at him. He met their scrutinizing stares, each glare piercing him like daggers, particularly from Chu-He, whose eyes were narrowed with a menacing intensity that sent shivers down his spine, prompting him to hastily relocate to beside Chen Shi, unaware of the underlying tension. Chen Shi innocently asked, Feng Bai, do you also think Sister Jiao is beautiful and wish to sit closer to her? Feng Bai feigned ignorance, replying, no, you're the most beautiful in my eyes. I was merely unsure about where to sit at their table. Oh, it's my fault for not informing you in advance. The spot you were about to take is where Sister's first beast husband sits. Just sit beside me. It will be easier for me to serve you. With that, she cheerfully piled several seafood dishes on a Feng Bai's plate. Having never tasted such delicacies, he awkwardly struggled to eat, resorting to biting directly into the food. A crunch echoed as he felt as though his teeth might shatter. In agony, he discarded the crab leg onto the table. Hu Zhentian could not suppress a laugh, and everyone turned to stare at him, some with disdain, others with scorn, a few with amusement, while others remained indifferent. Only Chun Shi patiently guided him, casting a stern glance at the others, apologizing, it's all my fault for not telling you that this needs to be shelled, as she demonstrated while speaking. Chen Pei, feeling somewhat disheartened, averted his gaze from Chun Shi to avoid distress. Li Jiao coughed lightly, signaling everyone to focus on their meal and disregard him. The dining table fell into a hush, with only the sounds of eating echoing. Feng Bai, suppressing his frustration, could hardly savor the food, his mind consumed by the mocking expressions directed at him by the family. After the meal, Chu Yu led the group to the guest beast den without uttering a word, turning to leave immediately. Alone on the heated bed, Feng Bai lay lost in thought, reflecting on his earlier conduct. In a moment of self-reproach, he slapped himself, cursing his carelessness for not concealing his feelings. Nonetheless, he acknowledged the prowess of the beast husbands, particularly Chu-He, whose gaze bore a resemblance to that of wild beasts. Perhaps it was best to avoid provoking the celestial maiden, as even with her remarkable fertility, he would gain nothing if Wang Yi were to meet an untimely end at the hands of those beast husbands. It was far easier to manipulate the foolish dragon. Chen Shi, musing to himself, he drifted into slumber, utterly unaware of the dark figure watching him from the corner. Confirming his slumber, Chun Pei and Chu-He, clad in invisibility cloaks, stealthily materialized in the beast den where Feng Bai rested. Chun Pei held a Zhen Yin Dan in his hand. He approached the edge of the bed, placing a piece of animal hide over Feng Bai's chin, gently prying his mouth open to insert the Zhen Yin Dan. Oblivious, Feng Bai smacked his lips and rolled over, returned to sleep. The following morning, Chun Shi came to rouse him. Upon greeting him, he accidentally transformed from Shi into little foolish dragon in an instant. Alarmed at his own slip, he was taken aback. Little did he know, Chen Shi, being a hopeless romantic, interpreted it as a term of endearment, blushing rather than getting upset. After a moment, Chun Shi bashfully suggested, Feng Bai, how about you accompany me to the foot of the mountain? I want to see if there are any herbs to dig up. Feng Bai initially intended to concoct an excuse to decline, but to his surprise, his words morphed from Shi, I feel a bit unwell and may not be able to join you, into who wouldn't want to frolic across the mountains with you, little foolish dragon. With that time, wouldn't it be better to rest? Confounded by his own words, Feng Bai felt as if his mouth had a will of its own. Chun Shi was momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated such a response from him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she turned to flee. Feng Bai, wanting to pursue her, recalled his failed attempts to woo Li Jiao and resolved to seize this chance with Qinshi. He had promised himself not to speak to avoid revealing his feelings. Yet in a moment of desperation, he called out to her, "Don't run, I will worry about you." Unexpectedly transformed into, "Are you racing off to meet the beast god? You foolish dragon? What an exhausting endeavor it is to comfort you." Qinshi indeed halted, standing frozen in place. Fengbai hurriedly closed the distance, eager to soothe her, yet hesitated to speak further. With reddened eyes, Qinshi inquired, "Were your words just now sincere?" Fengbai shook his head, wishing to deny it. Yet the truth spilled forth. Of course it was sincere. If it weren't for how easily you were deceived, and the fact that you were among the last of the Bailong clan, who would want to play around with you daily. Tears streamed down Qinshi's face as she raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to his cheek. Chapter 171. Kidnapping Qinshi in an instant. Fengbai's face swelled, leaving clear marks of 5 fingers, revealing that Qinshi had struck him with considerable force. The sharp sound of the slap echoed, leaving Fengbai momentarily stunned. Qinshi, feeling a tingling in her hand, turned and fled without wiping her tears or sniffles. Behind her, Fengbai shouted hoarsely, his voice lost in the wind, as Qinshi rushed into the beast den. Li Jiao followed closely behind, gently patting her back in an attempt to console her. "Shishi, you deserve better than to be upset over such a brutish man. Sister, he was so kind to me before. I can't fathom why he suddenly changed." Li Jiao was aware that Qinpei had informed her earlier that he had secretly given Feng by a Zhonyan Dan. Qinshi continued, "Sister, could it be that my brother dislikes him, and that is why he said such things to push me away, so I wouldn't be caught between them? Shishi dear, there is no shortage of beast husbands in this world. If he fails to recognize your worth, we shall find someone better. Oh sister, it still hurts so much. I can't believe you would act like that." Qinshi lamented, sobbing in Li Jiao's embrace like a child who had lost their candy. Li Jiao gently stroked Qinshi's head, softly comforting her, Cry. Tears are merely water from the mind. Once you finish crying, your thoughts will be clear." Qinshi, after what seemed like an eternity of weeping, finally ceased her sobbing and looked up at Li Jiao with swollen eyes resembling walnuts. With great seriousness, she declared, "Sister Jiao, I want to be like you, to diligently fulfill my duties as a shaman. I believe that in the future, many formidable beastmen will be unable to take their eyes off me." Li Jiao, sensing her sincerity, gently pinched her cheek and praised, Very good. You come to terms with it so quickly. I think your idea is splendid. I support you. In the future, we should find 10 or 8 beast husbands. Sister, you are so kind. Every time I see you, it feels as though I'm gazing upon my own mother. It is immensely comforting." Li Jiao, unexpectedly thrust into the role of a mother figure for this young girl, could not help but chuckle. Thankfully, Qinshi had not wandered too far into a dead end. Otherwise, Qinpei would have worried himself to death every day. Listening quietly to the two conversing, Qinpei felt a pang of pain at Qinshi's words. If it were not for his own foolishness leading to such upheaval in their family, Qinshi would not have lost her parents at such a tender age, facing nothing but the darkness of confinement throughout her growth. Upon reflection, it was perhaps this very reason that made her easily swayed by a few kind words. Qinpei silently resolved to be more attentive to Qinshi in the future, ensuring she would not be deceived again. Once Qinshi confirmed that she had indeed been tricked by Fengbai, she did not linger in sorrow any longer, quickly rallying her spirits. Perhaps it was the years of confinement that had fortified her mindset. The following morning, she carried a basket and asked Qinpei to accompany her to gather herbs. Upon reaching the mountain, Qinshi spotted the herbs she sought on a hillside near a wild fruit tree and joyfully rushed over. However, as she began to gather, she caught a glimpse of a shadow darting towards her from behind. Before she could even turn to see who it was, her mouth was covered, and she was dragged down the slope. Qinpei, unaware of the unfolding events, noticed several wild fruits growing in a nearby hollow, their vibrant green catching his eye. He picked one to taste and found it quite delectable, intending to gather a few to bring back to Jiao and Zai. "Cici, come try this. The fruit is wonderfully sweet and sour." No response came, and Qinpei turned around in confusion. After searching in circles for a while without finding Qinshi, his gaze fell upon the basket she had dropped on the hillside, with freshly gathered herbs scattered around. "Cici, Qinpei called out anxiously several times, but silence enveloped him. A chilling stillness that made his head spin. Qinshi had been taken right under his nose. Realizing this, he immediately transformed into his beast form and soared into the sky in pursuit. The location was quite close to the Tianying tribe's territory, and, from afar, Chenpei spotted the Beastmen of the Tianying tribe. He swiftly approached them. Ingma, accompanying his tribe on a patrol around their settlement, was surprised to see Chenpei and approached him, asking, "Chenpei, has Qianu summoned us for something?" With urgency painted across his face, Chenpei replied, "I'm sorry, tribe leadering. It's not Jiao Jiao who seeks you. I'm searching for my sister. She was just in the woods gathering herbs, and in the blink of an eye, she was abducted. Could you assist me in locating her?" Ingma, observing Chenpei's towering figure of nearly 2 meters, noted the fire in his eyes fueled by anxiety. Empathizing with him, he promptly responded, "Of course. Do you know who took your sister?" He aimed to gather as much information as possible about the abductor, whether they were airborne, terrestrial, or aquatic, to discern the general area of their search. Chenpei, his usual gentle demeanor replaced with a fierce glare, gritted his teeth and stated, "If I'm not mistaken, it must be Feng Bai from the Feng tribe." "Well, isn't that a coincidence?" Ingma thought, recognizing the name. He recalled that they had some unresolved tension. To elaborate, it was not truly a feud, but rather his disdain for the individual. The autumn before last, Ingma had led a team to trade with the Feng tribe for food. At that time, Feng Bai had approached him, attempting to barter with a rather diminutive wild beast for salt. Ingma, perceiving his frail physique, assumed he had always been weak and thus unable to hunt larger prey. With a charitable heart, he intended to make a trade, but Feng Bai's actions had drawn ridicule from several young females of the tribe, who whispered among themselves, mocking Ingma for being foolish enough to exchange salt with such a lazy individual. It was evident that his lethargy had resulted in a meager diet, leading to his malnourished state. Wishing to avoid wronging him, Ingma inquired among the male beastmen of the Feng tribe, confirming the women's claims, and thus he declined the trade. This angered Feng Bai, who raised a ruckus within the tribe, only to be placated by the tribe leader, who provided him with a larger beast in exchange for salt. Was this not a case of enemies crossing paths? Chapter 172. Chensi and Ingma's initial encounter. Ingma wasted no time. Once he understood the situation, he dispatched a dozen eagle beastmen to search in pairs, flying off in different directions to locate the missing girl. Ingma and Chenpei headed straight toward the Feng tribe. Eagle beastmen possessed keen eyesight, enabling them to spot prey even from great heights. Thus, while Chenpei focused on the skies for signs of Chensi, Ingma scrutinized the forest below for any anomalies. Meanwhile, Ingma had sent one of his beastmen to report to Li Jiaojiao, recounting the entire situation. Upon hearing the news, Feng Xiao was infuriated. With a cry, he leapt to his feet, exclaiming that Feng Bai, just a few days ago, swore he had changed. Is this how he has transformed? Learning that he had the audacity to abduct Chenpei's sister, he immediately prepared to set out in search of her. Ingtan joined him in this endeavor. The Feng tribe's reputation was at stake. When he caught Feng Bai, he would ensure he faced dire consequences. Chuyu, Jin Rue, Hu Zhenhai, and Wang Yuan also mobilized. "Jiao Jiao, should we not leave a couple of people behind?" Chuyu suggested, noticing Li Jiaojiao had dispatched everyone. "You need not worry about me. Ahei is sufficient company. You all should hasten to help find her." Chuyu did not delay further and, along with Jin Rue, headed in another direction. Ingma and Chenpei were not mistaken in their assessment. They indeed flew toward the Feng tribe. However, Ingma dared not fly for long, as his speed was not remarkable, and carrying Chensi would only slow him further. Thus, after a brief flight, he landed in a small cave, seeking refuge. Gradually, his mind cleared, and he regretted his impulsiveness. Wasn't this a reckless act? Why had he let his emotions drive him to abduct Chensi? Now, leaving her alone was not an option. If Chenpei arrived and found her here, any unforeseen mishaps would surely lead to his demise. Should he return her to the tribe? No, that would be futile. Feng Xiao and the others would undoubtedly return to search, making his escape even more impossible. As he pondered, Feng Bai found himself at an impasse, uncertain of where to go. What on earth am I doing? He glanced at Chensi, whose mouth was covered and limbs bound, tears streaming down her face as she looked at him with a pitiful expression, further aggravating his inner turmoil. They must have already realized Chensi was missing. They would undoubtedly suspect him. Should he return her, sincerely apologize, and attempt to mend things? Attempting to console Chensi, he inadvertently voiced his true feelings. "Why are you crying? If your brother discovers this, he will surely end you." Chensi was so frightened that she dared not make a sound, her tears cascading down silently in large droplets. She could not comprehend what had transpired with Feng Bai. Why had he suddenly become so alien? Just 2 days prior, they had basked in affection. Yet now he seemed like a completely different person. Phoneby himself was equally perplexed, longing to understand why he had been so indiscreet with his words lately. He had never been one to voice his innermost thoughts so openly, so why was he unable to restrain his tongue these past few days? Both of their stomachs rumbled, a testament to their hunger after having gone without food all morning. Phoneby had no choice but to venture out in search of sustenance, to hunt for prey. He dared not stray too far, fearing that he might encounter a formidable creature that he could not conquer. Thus he opted to search within the vicinity of the small cave. Thus, Chincy was compelled to witness a rather comical display of hunting. A small bamboo rat hopped erratically amidst the bushes, while Phoneby transformed into a beast to pursue it, often getting his wings ensnared. Then he shifted back to human form, but could not keep pace with the rat's swift escape. Chincy watched as he flailed about, panting heavily, yet failing to capture even a single bamboo rat. In that moment, she recalled Jiao's earlier inquiry regarding whether what he had told her was perhaps exaggerated, a fabrication. Was she truly foolish enough to believe in his bravado? What nonsense about being formidable, or feeling unwell, or pitying the wild beasts enough to refrain from hunting them? After an hour of relentless struggle, the bamboo rat finally succumbed, losing its life. Reluctantly, Phoneby tore off one of its hind legs and presented it to Chincy. Having grown accustomed to cooked food, she was taken aback by the sight of the bloody raw meat before her, unable to suppress her disgust. Turning her head aside to gag. "Not eating it? I won't offer you anything else," Phoneby retorted, picking the leg back up and devouring it in a few bites right in front of Chincy. She did not wish to witness this and instead curled up in a corner, silently shedding tears. At that moment, Ingma, soaring towards the Phone tribe, suddenly called out to Chinpei. He pointed to a patch of woods below and said, "Something is amiss there." Chinpei glanced down, and indeed, the area appeared unusually flattened. He and Ingma stealthily descended nearby. With keen eyes, Ingma concealed himself behind a tree and spotted a small hiding hole. Chinpei excitedly exclaimed, "I can smell CC's scent. She must be nearby. There's a cave ahead. Your sister should be inside. You distract Phoneby while I go rescue her." "All right, thank you, Chi Fing," Chinpei replied. Upon hearing the commotion, Phoneby poked his head out to investigate, only to be startled and tumble to the ground. "How could you caught up so quickly?" As soon as Chinpei's presence registered, torrents of water surged forth, solidifying into sharp ice shards that swiftly shot toward Phoneby. Desperate to melt the shards with his fire breath, Phoneby found his flames insufficient, only managing to dissolve a small portion. Caught off guard, he was impaled by several shards. Grimacing in pain. "How did you find this place?" "Not many can track prey into the depths of a forest," Chinpei scoffed. Phonby's complexion shifted between hues of green and white. Just as Chinpei attacked, Ingma stealthily maneuvered behind the trees and entered the cave. Inside, he found only a few small bones scattered on the ground, and in the corner, a timid female creature cowered, too afraid to look up. This must be Chincy. Hearing the noise, she retreated further into the corner, whispering to herself, "You cannot see me. You cannot see me." Heavenly, how could such a charming female exist? Ingma's shoulders quivered with suppressed laughter, but he quickly reminded himself that this was not the time for amusement and remained silent. Chincy, hearing the quiet, cautiously turned her head, parting her fingers slightly to see that the newcomer was neither Phoneby nor a beast, and her heart eased a little. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, both were taken aback. Chapter 173. A sound beating before Chincy stood Ingma, his eyes sparkling with warmth as he gazed at her. His thick, well-groomed brows arched slightly, enhancing his handsome demeanor. His bright, deep-set eyes shone like stars. Below his prominent nose, his lips formed a distinct line that curved upward into a charming smile upon noticing her gaze. His dark, lustrous hair appeared slightly tousled, framing a chiseled face with smooth contours and sun-kissed skin that radiated health. Chincy found herself utterly captivated, her heart racing uncontrollably. Her stunned silence led Ingma to believe she was frightened. The wide-eyed, doe-like expression ignited a protective instinct within him. He yearned to pull her into his embrace and reassure her, "Do not be afraid." After a brief pause, he initiated the conversation. "Hello, I am Ingma, the leader of the Tianying tribe, here to rescue you alongside your brother." His deep, magnetic voice resonated like a soothing breeze, instilling a sense of profound comfort within Chincy. She remained speechless, her gaze locked onto him. "Cici, how are you?" Chinpei rushed into the cave, shattering the delicate atmosphere. Upon seeing Chincy unharmed, He strode over and enveloped her in a tight embrace. You terrified me. I thought I was going to lose you forever. His body trembled, the fear evident in his eyes. Chunpei patted Chunpei's back, comforting him. It's all right, brother, I am fine. Chunpei led her out of the cave, with Ingma following closely behind. The sunlight outside was bright and warm. Chunpei inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of survival. Chunpei turned to Ingma, overflowing with gratitude. Thank you. Qifeng, if it weren't for your keen sight, I might have missed Cece. Ingma smiled softly. No need for such formality. Just call me Ingma. Helping you is akin to aiding my good friend, Ingtan. Chunpei's safety is what matters most. Indeed, I am relieved to see that Cece is safe. Chunpei's wrists and ankles bore the marks of being tied too tightly, and Chunpei, filled with concern, scooped her into his arms. As they emerged outside, Ingma caught sight of Phonebai's battered state. The multiple gaping wounds caused him to gasp in shock. He had not imagined Chunpei to be so ruthless in battle. Chunpei's gaze followed Ingma as he looked toward the clearing. Upon seeing Phonebei, her brows knitted together in distress. Ingma, with a swift motion, covered her eyes with his large hand, blocking her view. Realizing his impulsiveness upon witnessing Chunpei's cold expression, he sheepishly withdrew his hand but gently cautioned, Chunpei, close your eyes and do not look. Turning to Chunpei, he said, I will carry him, with one of them cradling Chunpei and the other hoisting Phonebei. They soared back to the Huaxia tribe. In midair, Ingma let out a series of calls, 3 long and 1 short, their tribe's signal indicating that danger had passed. Each male beastman in the vicinity echoed a few calls in response, ensuring no clan member was left behind. Upon landing, Ingma unceremoniously tossed the bloodied Phonebei onto the ground, glancing at him with disdain at the sight of blood on his own body. Chuhi quietly approached with a basin of warm water. Chuhi, you are exceedingly thoughtful. Ingma expressed his gratitude. Meanwhile, Chunpei had already taken Chunpei into the beast den, intent on tending to her wounds. Xiong, I can manage on my own. Chunpei held her down, saying, don't move. It is my fault for not protecting you well. Allow me to tend to your wounds. Chunpei, initially feeling a tinge of sadness, was suddenly filled with a sense of purpose upon seeing Ingmo. She thought to herself that this must be the arrangement of the beast god, intended to provide her with a suitable beast husband. Indeed, there were plenty of dashing and handsome beastmen around. Chunpei resolved to make Ingmo her first choice once she came of age. The others, having received the signal, returned from various directions. Upon entering the courtyard, they spotted Phonebei lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Phone rushed over and kicked him, exclaiming, you scoundrel, you're a disgrace to our Phone clan. Who taught you to kidnap people? Phone was so furious that his hair seemed to stand on end. Calm down, Chuyu said, trying to soothe him. Phone turned to Chunpei and asked, Pei, how do you wish to deal with him? I leave it to you. I've already given him a good beating, but I won't take his life. Hu Jintian looked at Phonebei, who was curled up in pain with wounds all over his body and having just received another kick from Phone. He shivered and gasped for air, realizing that if he wasn't treated promptly, he might not survive for long. Then I shall take him back to the Phone clan and leave him in my father's care. Okay, thank you for your trouble. What are you saying? He is one of our Phone clan members. I should be the one apologizing for this. The two ceased their pleasantries. Phone greetedly Jiao before flying back to the Phone clan. The unexpected incident had finally come to an end. Upon returning, Chuyu helped Chunpei heal her wounds. As a token of gratitude, Hu Zhenhai prepared a lavish feast, and Ingmo, feeling at home, stayed to dine with them. As they settled down, Ingmo gazed at the table full of delectable dishes and couldn't help but swallow hard. It has been ages since I last tasted your cooking. How I have missed this flavor. Then do indulge. These are fresh seafood caught this morning, Hu Zhenhai said, brimming with confidence in his culinary skills. Once Ingmo departed, Wang Yikai, curious as ever, remarked to Li Jiao. It seems there's something brewing between Chunpei and Ingmo. Throughout the meal, Ingmo looked at Chunpei 23 times, while Chunpei glanced at Ingmo 16 times. Li Jiao chuckled at Wang Yikai's enthusiasm. I had no idea you were such a gossip expert. What does gossip mean? And what is a little expert? Wang Yikai was confused. Haha, Jiao means you have too much free time. Perhaps you should spend more time with the cubs. Jean Rue teased as he joined the conversation. Wang Yikai left with a grin, eager to share his discovery with the other beast husbands. Jean Rue placed his hand on Li Jiao's abdomen, feeling the movements within and dramatically declared, Jiao. The cubs are kicking me. Li Jiao Jiao laughed. Is that true? But in about 10 days, you'll be a father, so it's normal to feel that. Jean Rouet sighed with nostalgia. I never imagined I would one day have a bunch of panda cubs. When I first arrived here, the elders urged me to marry quickly, but I took it lightly. After they passed away, I thought of finding someone, but every time I approached someone, I felt unwell, as if I were afflicted with a seizure. I thought I was ill until I met you. The first time I saw you, I didn't experience any of those symptoms. It felt miraculous. I thought perhaps you were the one the beast god had arranged for me. Chapter 174. Contributing to the number of national treasures, I have always wanted a panda Beastman as a husband. You wouldn't believe it, but when I was a child at the zoo, my sister was so enamored with the pandas that she couldn't move. I asked my mother if I could have one as a pet. I adore them so much. After my parents passed away, I never went back to the zoo, but I still love panda plushies. However, I couldn't afford to buy them due to my debts. Now, I find myself pregnant with over 40 panda cubs. Who would believe that in modern times? When you wanted to go back, I felt regret for a long time, thinking I might never have panda cubs. Jean Rouet gently held Li Jiao Jiao's hand, reflecting, actually, I didn't necessarily want to return. It was just that when you mentioned it, I thought it would be nice to visit my parents. I never had the chance to say goodbye before leaving, and I feel quite guilty about that. You wish to return to see your girlfriend and rekindle your romance, don't you? Li Jiao Jiao teased, pouting slightly. Not really. She is now with my good friend, and I worked overtime to distract myself from the heartbreak. Who would have thought I would die so abruptly? My biggest regret is my parents. They always believed I would marry her, and I never dared to tell them I was betrayed. How could you accept me then? With 8 husbands already, people often prefer the strong. Choosing you over an ordinary female was a no-brainer for me. From the first moment I saw you, I felt at ease. Being with you brought no discomfort, which was another reason. And of course, you are beautiful. Li Jiao Jiao firmly believed that all instances of love at first sight stemmed from physical attraction. Just imagine, would one ever consider spending a lifetime with someone deemed unattractive? In the blink of an eye, Li Jiao Jiao's due date arrived. As her belly tightened, she calmly took medication and lay back down. Chun Shi, attending her first birth, was exceedingly anxious. Li Jiao Jiao reassured her, "It's all right, Shi. I have given birth many times. There's no danger." Chun Shi took deep breaths to steady herself, checking the prepared animal skins and ensuring nothing was amiss. She exhaled a long breath and stood by the warming bed, patiently waiting for Li Jiao Jiao to go into labor. Beep. The host has given birth to the 158th offspring. Female, beast form, panda, beast rank, earth rank. Rewards: 320 points, 15 birth pills, 5 high-level upgrade pills, 10 loyalty pills, 500 G of barbecue seasoning, 40 space expansion vouchers, 1,000 cubic meters of defense shield. Beep. The host has given birth to the 159th offspring. Female, beast form, panda, beast rank, heaven rank. Rewards: 500 points, 20 birth pills, 10 high-level upgrade pills, 20 loyalty pills, 1 underwater plant guide, 80 space expansion vouchers, 2,000 cubic meters of defense shield. Beep. The host has given birth to the 160th offspring. Female, beast form, panda, beast rank, earth rank. Rewards: 320 points, 15 birth pills, 5 high-level upgrade pills, 10 loyalty pills, 500 G of barbecue seasoning, 40 space expansion vouchers, 1,000 cubic meters of defense shield. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully giving birth to the 160th offspring, with an additional reward of 716,800 points, 80 birth pills, 80 painless delivery pills, 80 recovery pills, 80 beauty pills, 80 strength pills, 80 milk increasing pills, 80 truth pills, 80 water avoiding pills, 80 primary upgrade pills, 80 intermediate upgrade pills, 80 high-level upgrade pills, 80 loyalty pills, 80 teleportation pills, 163,840 space expansion vouchers, 409,600 cubic meters of defense shield. Beep. The host has given birth to the 161st offspring. Female. Beast form, panda, beast rank, heaven rank. Rewards: 500 points, 20 birth pills, 10 high-level upgrade pills, 20 loyalty pills, 1 paper-making technique, 80 space expansion vouchers, 2,000 cubic meters of defense shield. Beep. The host has given birth to the 162nd offspring. Female, beast form, panda, beast rank, heaven rank. Rewards: 500 points, 20 birth pills, 10 high-level upgrade pills, 20 loyalty pills, 1 paper-making technique, 80 space expansion vouchers, 2,000 cubic meters of defense shield. The host has given birth to the 163rd offspring. Female, beast form, panda, beast rank, heavenly. Rewards: 500 points, 20 Xingzi Dan, 10 advanced upgrade pills, 20 loyalty pills, 1 weaving skill, 80 space expansion vouchers, and a defense shield of 2,000 cubic meters. The host has birthed the 164th offspring, female, beast form, panda, beast rank, earthly, rewards, 320 points, 15 Xingzidan, 5 advanced upgrade pills, 10 loyalty pills, 500 G of barbecue seasoning, 40 space expansion vouchers, and a defense shield of 1,000 cubic meters. The host has birthed the 165th offspring, female, beast form, panda, beast rank, heavenly, rewards, 500 points, 20 Xingzidan, 10 advanced upgrade pills, 20 loyalty pills, 1 papermaking skill, 80 space expansion vouchers, and a defense shield of 2,000 cubic meters. The host has birthed the 166th offspring, female, beast form, panda, beast rank, heavenly, rewards, 500 points, 20 Xingzidan, 10 advanced upgrade pills, 20 loyalty pills, 1 weaving skill, 80 space expansion vouchers, and a defense shield of 2,000 cubic meters. The host has birthed the 167th offspring, female, beast form, panda, beast rank, heavenly, rewards, 500 points, 20 Xingzidan, 10 advanced upgrade pills, 20 loyalty pills, 1 weaving skill, 80 space expansion vouchers, and a defense shield of 2,000 cubic meters. The host has birthed the 168th offspring, female, beast form, panda, beast rank, earthly, rewards, 320 points, 15 Xingzidan, 5 advanced upgrade pills, 10 loyalty pills, 500 G of barbecue seasoning, 40 space expansion vouchers, and a defense shield of 1,000 cubic meters. The host has birthed the 169th offspring, female, beast form, panda, beast rank, earthly, rewards, 320 points, 15 Xingzidan, 5 advanced upgrade pills, 10 loyalty pills, 500 G of barbecue seasoning, 40 space expansion vouchers, and a defense shield of 1,000 cubic meters. The host has birthed the 170th offspring, female, beast form, panda, beast rank, heavenly, rewards, 500 points, 20 Xingzidan, 10 advanced upgrade pills, 20 loyalty pills, 1 weaving skill, 80 space expansion vouchers, and a defense shield of 2,000 cubic meters. Congratulations to the host for successfully birthing the 170th offspring, with an additional reward of 1 for 133, 600 points, 85 Xingzidan, 85 painless delivery pills, 85 recovery pills, 85 beauty pills, 85 strength pills, 85 milk increasing pills, 85 truth pills, 85 water avoidance pills, 85 junior upgrade pills, 85 intermediate upgrade pills, 85 advanced upgrade pills, 85 loyalty pills, 85 teleportation pills, 327, 680 space expansion vouchers, and a defense shield of 819, 200 cubic meters. Chapter 175, Enough Points. Congratulations to the host for successfully birthing the 180th offspring, with an additional reward of 2, 867, 200 points, 90 Xingzidan, 90 painless delivery pills, 90 recovery pills, 90 beauty pills, 90 strength pills, 90 milk increasing pills, 90 truth pills, 90 water avoidance pills, 90 junior upgrade pills, 90 intermediate upgrade pills, 90 advanced upgrade pills, 90 loyalty pills, 90 teleportation pills, 655, 360 space expansion vouchers, and a defense shield of 1, 638 for 100 cubic meters. Congratulations to the host for successfully birthing the 190th offspring, with an additional reward of 5, 734, 400 points, 95 Xingzidan, 95 painless delivery pills, 95 recovery pills, 95 beauty pills, 95 strength pills, 95 milk increasing pills, 95 truth pills, 95 water avoidance pills, 95 junior upgrade pills, 95 intermediate upgrade pills, 95 advanced upgrade pills, 95 loyalty pills, 95 teleportation pills, 1, 310, 720 space expansion vouchers, and a defense shield of 3, 276, 800 cubic meters. Congratulations to the host for successfully birthing 200 offspring, with an additional reward of 11 for 168, 800 points, 100 Xingzidan, 100 painless delivery pills, 100 recovery pills, 100 beauty pills, 100 strength pills, 100 milk increasing pills, 100 truth pills, 100 water avoidance pills, 100 junior upgrade pills, 100 intermediate upgrade pills, 100 advanced upgrade pills, 100 loyalty pills, 100 teleportation pills, 2, 621, 440 space expansion vouchers, and a defense shield of 6, 553, 600 cubic meters. The host has birthed the 201st offspring, female, beast form, panda, beast rank, heavenly, rewards, 500 points, 20 Xingzidan, 10 advanced upgrade pills, 20 loyalty pills, 80 space expansion vouchers, and a defense shield of 2,000 cubic meters. The birthing session has concluded. The system notification has ceased, yet Li Jiaojiao remained motionless for an extended period. Unlike her previous excitement over accumulating points to access the store, this time she did not exuberantly shout out in joy. She had never taken the time to calculate how many offspring she needed to gather 1,000,000 points, and this month she had not considered returning. She no longer cared about the number of points. Later, after meeting Jean Rouet, she thought that earning 5,000,000 points to send Jean Rouet back would suffice. Yet unexpectedly, this time she received a substantial reward. Now not only could she send Jean Rouet back, but she could also return herself and travel freely between the two worlds. What does this signify? It means she can now traverse freely between two realms. Oh my goodness, what a grand narrative for a heroine. She felt an overwhelming urge to weep. A seemingly insurmountable task that she had once deemed hopeless was accomplished in just over a year. Li Jiaojiao pinched herself in disbelief. And it hurt. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, tears streamed down her face, warm and uncontrollable. Jean Rouet, who had been watching from the side, saw Li Jiaojiao suddenly pinch herself and burst into tears. His heart sank, and with a trembling voice, he gently called out to her, "Jiaojiao, Jiaojiao, please wake up. Why are you hurting yourself? What is wrong? Open your eyes and look at me." Jean Rouet felt a tremor in his hands and feet, unsure if it was due to fear or anxiety. If Jiaojiao were to encounter any mishap from giving birth, it would be a burden he could never forgive himself for. Chunxi, quickly find Chuyu. Chunxi, who was organizing the last offspring, panicked and rushed outside. Find Chuyu. We must find him immediately to save Sister Jiaojiao. Li Jiaojiao finally calmed her excited heart and repeatedly confirmed her account balance, perhaps counting 5, 6, 7, or 8 times. Still not at ease, as she pulled out an abacus to count once more, ultimately verifying the amount. Over 24 million points. She didn't even bother counting the trailing 9,000 points. Ha! When Chuyu entered, he saw Li Jiaojiao lying still and Jean Rouet crying like a fool beside her. He swiftly stepped forward and pulled Jean Rouet aside. "Jiaojiao." Chuyu attempted to lift Li Jiaojiao and checked her pulse, relieved to find it still beating. He cautiously checked for her breath, which was normal. Letting out a sigh of relief, he reassured Jean Rouet. "It's all right. She has entered the space. She will be fine shortly." Jean Rouet wiped his face, exclaiming, "You scare me to death." "You scare me too." Chuyu glared at him playfully. Then he added, "I should have mentioned beforehand that Jiaojiao might enter the space after giving birth. She mentioned to me that she would check the rewards given by the beast god. So, next time, as long as she is still breathing normally. The rest no need to worry too much." Jean Rouet nodded, still shaken. "I understand, Rouet." Li Jiaojiao had not yet emerged, and in the space. She was eagerly asking the countless rewards. "Zongzi, with this many points, can I freely travel between the two worlds?" "Apologies, host. 10 million points only allow for a round trip once. Operating this tunnel requires an extraordinary amount of energy. Therefore, based on your current points, you can make 2 round trips. However, let us express gratitude to our dear host. Thanks to your efforts, I have once again achieved exemplary performance this month. How delightful. Congratulations to you. I share in your joy, dear host. I have a few questions. If I wish to return, when can I do so? How much time will the journey take? Will there be any uncontrollable dangers along the way? Please ask your questions one by one, dear host. I was almost bewildered by your inquiries. Let me first address your initial question. You can depart at any time. Return to the main page on the electronic interface. And on the far right, there is a newly added menu option. Click on Set Off, gather those you wish to bring along, and you will enter the space tunnel. However, please be aware of 2 important points. First, you cannot choose the time. In other words, when you decide to return, you will only be able to return to the current time of that world and cannot revisit a time that has already passed. For instance, if you were feeling a bit down before the accident with Jiaojiao, it is understandable, but if you were to go back and prevent the accident, would that version of yourself in this world still exist? Secondly, the number of people you can bring each time cannot be too many. The energy required for traversing is immense. If you attempt to bring your entire family, your current points would not suffice for the journey back. Jiaojiao's lips twitched. So you're saying that the 10 million points for a round trip is for one person? It can't be that unreasonable. To clarify, it is precisely for one adult. If you bring a child, the points required will vary based on their weight. Children do not require the same amount of points as adults. Jiao Jiao's spirits sank. She had just been elated about her abundant points. And now, she felt they were insufficient to take even one child on a trip to the modern world. Why are these points so easily spent? They vanish like joy beans. Perhaps the energy expenditure for traveling between two worlds is simply too great. However, dear host, why do you wish to return? You previously had no such intentions. Initially, I thought this goal was far too difficult to achieve, a mere fraction of a small objective. Now that I have sufficient points, I wonder if I might return to see my younger brother. I miss him dearly and worry he may not have enough to eat or wear. The system, understanding its role, refrain from commenting on familial sentiments, having never been imbued with emotions. You haven't mentioned how long a trip back would take. It is like this. Dear host, since the time here is quite similar to that of the modern world, it is relatively easy to calculate. A one-way trip will take about a day, so a round trip will be approximately 2 days. As for whether there will be dangers along the way, I cannot say for certain, as I have only served you as a host and do not know if other systems have encountered such situations with their hosts. Can you inquire? I will certainly try. Dear host, I shall inform you once I have the information. Thank you, system. Jiao Jiao slowly regained her composure, while Chuyu was still comforting Jean Rue, whose pale face and red, swollen eyes indicated she had been crying. It seemed she had frightened herself quite thoroughly. What to do with these beastly husbands who cry at the slightest provocation? Jean Rue gently called out to Jiao Jiao. Jean Rue's tear-streaked eyes widened in surprise. Oh dear, poor child. Why are your eyes so swollen? You have no right to say that. It was your fault for not waking up for so long after giving birth. I was terrified. There is nothing here. If something were to happen to you, there would be no chance for surgery or rescue. Jiao Jiao did not respond directly, but turned to Chuyu, saying, Ayu, please prepare some meat soup for me. It is already prepared. Today I made fish soup, simmering in the stone pot. Let me serve it for you. Chuyu was as gentle as ever. Thank you, Ayu. Chuyu affectionately brushed her delicate nose before stepping out to serve the soup. Only Jean Rue and Jiao Jiao remained in the beast cave. Jiao Jiao, why would you wake up when I called? Without waiting for Jean Rue to finish, Jiao Jiao grasped his hand and urged him to sit down. Simply stating, Jean Rue, we have enough points. Jean Rue's eyes widened in astonishment. This time, there were many offspring, and the rewards were abundant. Do you wish to return? After pondering for a moment, Jean Rue replied, Jiao Jiao, perhaps I will not return. Do you have enough point for both of us? Yes, I checked. It should be sufficient for a round trip for both of us. Jean Rue had not anticipated such an amount. Jiao Jiao noticed his confusion and explained, each time the number of offspring reaches a whole number, the point rewards are doubled, with 20 million points. It is enough for 2 adults to travel round trip. I thought, why not take a journey to fulfill a long-held wish? But if we leave, will Chuyu and the others, along with the offspring, object? They are aware of your identity as a celestial being. If you express a desire to return to the beast god, it is understandable, but how should I justify accompanying you? Do not worry, if I take you along, I will surely find a plausible explanation. When shall we depart? Jean Rue gazed longingly at the little panda cubs, gently patting each one, a look of reluctance on his face. Fool, it certainly will not be now. The cubs have just been born and require nursing. I must wait until they can eat on their own before we discuss this. Upon hearing the silence within, Chuyu entered, carrying the fish soup. The warm soup brought comfort, prompting Jiao Jiao to let out a satisfied sigh. Ayu, could you prepare some barbecued food for me? I crave grilled meat and would like a drink. Jiao Jiao, that may not be good for your health, Jean Rue cautioned. No worries, Jean Rue, look. Jiao Jiao produced several pills of various colors and consumed them all at once. Jean Rue watched as her skin visibly radiated health. Her hair became smooth, and her figure returned to pre-pregnancy form. How miraculous! Upon hearing that Jiao Jiao desired barbecued food, Hu Jinhai instructed Hu Jintian and the others to fetch fresh seafood. Arriving at the seaside, they shouted towards the waves. Chun Pei, bring up some seafood. Jiao Jiao wants barbecued food. A large bubble emerged from the sea, signaling Chun Pei's response. Indeed, before long, each of Chun Pei's claws was adorned with a large bamboo basket brimming with seafood, all of which were Jiao Jiao's and her husband's favorites. Jiao Jiao appeared on Feng Xiao's back behind them, exclaiming with indignation, Ah, so this is how you usually bully Chun Pei. Hearing her voice, the others turned to see Jiao Jiao, and Wang Yikai, distracted, was pinched by a crab on his toe, causing him to yelp and leap up in surprise. Jiao Jiao could not help but burst into laughter. The others, Amused by Wang Yikai's comical predicament, felt a wave of relief. Feng Xiao landed and singed the crab with a bit of flame, instantly cooking it. I will ensure that I have every type of pill prepared for you when you wish to catch seafood. You can also take the water-avoiding pill and not rely solely on Chunpei. Apologies, Jiao Jiao. We understand our mistake. That should be directed to Chunpei. Chunpei waved his hand, saying, No need, no need. I was originally in the sea, so fetching seafood is expected. Jiao Jiao did not rush to refute him, but instead asked, Did you hunt while on land? Chunpei, confused, nodded. Yes, I did. I need to practice my hunting skills. Exactly. If a male beastman living in water can hone his hunting skills on land, then those in the water should also practice their hunting skills, should they not? Upon hearing this, Chunpei seemed to grasp the underlying truth. His extensive involvement in underwater hunting, when viewed from another perspective, could indeed be perceived as a form of harm to them. Hu Zhentian Wang Yikai also understood Li Jiao Jiao's sincere intentions. The group moved the barbecue equipment to the seaside, where the entire family gathered around the grill. The charcoal blazing brightly and the aroma of grilled meat wafting through the air. They savored the delectable skewers while indulging in joyous libations, laughter and chatter intertwining harmoniously. Li Jiao Jiao's face radiated a relaxed and joyful smile. As night fell, the starry sky sparkled brilliantly. One must revel in life's pleasures and not let the golden goblet remain empty before the moon. The next morning, at the crack of dawn, Chunshi set out to gather herbs, prompting Chunpei to spring up immediately to accompany her. Chunshi, blushing and hesitant, lowered her head, unable to meet Chunpei's eyes, and after a moment, softly murmured, Ah, brother, Ing Mo said he would accompany me. Chunpei instantly understood and nodded in tacit approval. Over the past few weeks, Ing Mo had frequently brought delicious treats or entertaining diversions for Chunshi, and occasionally, when caught in the act, he would blush and use Ing Tan or Li Jiao Jiao as an excuse. However, the other brothers had long sensed Ing Mo's less than pure intentions when he looked at Chunshi, and they were all silently aware of the situation. Even if they did not voice it, they unanimously agreed that Ing Mo was a decent fellow, a good brother of Ing Tan. And since their Tianing clan was not far apart, Chunpei found himself less concerned about him mistreating Shishi in the future. Yet, he still took a moment to remind Ing Mo that she was not yet of age. Ing Mo felt a bit embarrassed, although he was not particularly young. He certainly desired to indulge, especially when he saw she smiling playfully at him. Nevertheless, he was not so beastly as to act towards an underage female. Rubbing the back of his head awkwardly, he assured Chunpei, I understand, she is not of age yet. Rest assured, I will not do anything to her. I truly care for her and will cherish her well. He believed that sincerity was the ultimate weapon. Chunpei nodded, feeling reassured as he allowed Ing Mo to take Chunshi to gather herbs. Li Jiao Jiao, thoroughly entertained by their various flirtations, would often hold a plate of sunflower seeds, observing their interactions from a distance, feeling as though she were secretly watching a romantic reality show. She somewhat regretted having so many beastly husbands, as it seemed she had taken them directly without much hesitation. While Ing Tan was the only one whose timeline had been drawn out. Yet, her interactions with Ing Tan were not nearly as intensely flirtatious. Oh dear, what should I do with this envy? She thought, laughing mischievously. Thus, her beastly husbands experienced a different facet of Li Jiao Jiao, usually uninhibited in bed. She had recently sought out games to enliven the atmosphere, often leaving the beastly husbands exhausted without having tasted any meat. Typically forthright in conversation, she now would start to speak, only to stop short, blinking her large, watery eyes at them, sending silent signals. Jiao Jiao, you seem a bit different lately. Chu, he observed, gently caressing the smooth back of the person in his embrace. The individual beneath him, still slightly panting, paused before asking, Do you like it? I adore every aspect of you. This current demeanor makes you even more endearing. Previously, you appeared calm and gentle, but now you exude vivacity and charm. Truly distinct. Hearing Chu, he complimented her. Li Jiao Jiao felt a surge of joy. Their lips met softly, and their tongues danced as they once again immersed themselves in love's embrace. Jiao Jiao, they resemble little mice. Li Jiao Jiao exclaimed, nursing her young, while Jean Rue assisted nearby. Observing the tiny, hairless bundles, she found the sight amusing. Li Jiao Jiao shot a glare. Are you disparaging them? No, of course not. I'm praising them. They are undeniably adorable. Jing Hui replied, filled with a desire for self-preservation. Silly, They haven't even grown their fur yet. Perhaps it will be a month before their black and white coats are visible. Jiao Jiao. How do you know? Just consider who I am. I'm a celestial maiden, she declared, transforming into a little proud girl. Actually, it's because I used to love pandas and my parents took me to visit the panda park in detail. They had explanatory videos that I watched repeatedly, so I naturally remembered. While they continued their banter, they heard Feng Xiao calling from outside the cave, "Sister, what's the matter? Come in." Upon entering, Feng Xiao was greeted by a rich scent of milk. He cherished the month following Li Jiao's recent childbirth, as he could also partake in the joy of the little ones. Noticing him enter and simply smile foolishly at her, she knew his mind was wandering. "Ah Xiao," she exclaimed, clearing his throat awkwardly. Feng Xiao replied, "There are visitors." "Who?" "From the Xiang clan. They're exceptionally tall, large, and robust." His exaggerated expression sent Li Jiao into fits of laughter. "What brings them here?" "We have no connection with them," Jean Rue wondered. "It seems they have come for you." Jean Rue, pointing at himself in shock, exclaimed, "Me? I have nothing to do with them. Although our iron-eating tribe lives in the same mountain range, we are not connected at all. You'll find out once you go outside." With that, Feng Xiao pushed Jean Rue out, saying, "I'll stay with Jiao." Once Jean Rue exited, Feng Xiao slyly leaned toward Li Jiao and asked, "Can I have a taste?" Li Jiao shot him a glare. "You're asking for trouble." Stepping outside, Jean Rue spotted Chu Yu conversing with two individuals who were indeed from the Xiang clan. One of them, upon seeing Jean Rue emerge from the beast den, excitedly waved and called out, "Hey, Jing Hui, huh? Do I know you?" But he did not recognize either of them at all. Could they have been people he knew before he arrived here? Jean Rue approached the group casually. Just then, an enthusiastic individual with a palm like a fan clapped Jean Rue on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Brother, I never expected that after years apart, you'd have reached such a high beast rank." Jean Rue nearly toppled over from the force. "Hey, take it easy," he protested. "Who are you?" To avoid another hefty slap, Jean Rue quickly stepped 2 meters away. The man looked at him with a stunned expression, as though Jean Rue had wronged him. Jean Rue felt a shiver run down his spine. What was with that look? Was this person an old friend of this body? "Jean Rue, why don't you recognize my brother?" Another Xiang clan Beastman interjected, offering an explanation. Jean Rue, somewhat skeptical, took a moment before saying, "I'm sorry, I truly can't recall. Perhaps I suffered an injury a couple of years ago that affected my memory." "Oh, I see. We heard from the Feng clan shaman that you've taken a mate and that you are now settled here. So we decided to make the journey to visit you after so many years. As guests, they could not simply be turned away." Jean Rue politely invited them into the guest cave. "Oh my goodness." A loud voice startled the little cubs who were snacking, causing them to jump. They all turned to look at the large figure with wary eyes. "Huh, why are there so many little cubs here? Keep your voice down, you frighten my cubs." Jean Rue scolded, his face cold, clearly displeased with the boisterous volume that nearly deafened him. "Are these all your cubs?" The two large figures asked in unison. Looking at Jean Rue, "What? Do you have a problem with that?" Jean Rue crossed his arms, adopting a stance that suggested he would not hesitate to confront them. Before Jean Rue could react further, the two large figures rushed to either side of him, each taking hold of one of his hands, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they inquired, "Does your little female still need more mates? Count me in." The atmosphere shifted dramatically as several beastly husbands simultaneously let out a cold laugh. The two large figures instantly sensed a chilling drop in temperature within the cave. Upon a closer glance, the unsettling gazes of several individuals resembled predatory eyes, instilling a sense of terror akin to that of an elephant. What on earth is happening? Jean Rue's fingers were clenched tightly, producing a crackling sound. "What do you think? We, as young females, have no shortage of beastly partners, so you might as well abandon your daydreams." The burly figure remained unfazed, chuckling cheerfully. "Oh, were you trying to scare? Everyone knows that the choice of mates lies solely with the young females, right?" A few beastly males were momentarily silenced, unable to respond. Previously, Jiao had mentioned that Jean Rue was the last one, yet here comes a new contender, Ying Tan. Perhaps this burly fellow is also of the type that Jiao fancies. Ultimately, let Jiao decide for herself. After feeding the young ones, Jiao, accompanied by Feng Xiao, had just arrived at the entrance of the meeting cave when she overheard this remark. Feng Xiao, irked, ground her teeth in frustration, as the statement held an undeniable truth, rendering her unable to retort. How infuriating! Upon seeing Jiao's arrival, Chu Yu quickly offered her the main seat. The two burly figures, upon seeing Jiao, were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. By the heavens, this truly is the celestial maiden they speak of. This young female is astonishingly beautiful. Cough, cough. Feng Xiao, unable to bear the sight, cleared her throat loudly. Her face flushed, signaling the two not to overindulge. One of the burly figures, unperturbed, wiped his drool, while the other, more talkative, suddenly pinched his long nose and dashed outside. The entire beast cave shook violently with the thundering of his footsteps. Chu Yu and Chu he hurriedly gathered the young ones, fearing the stones of the cave might fall upon them. After a considerable time, the burly figure returned, bringing with him a wave of bloodlust. Feng Xiao rolled her eyes. How pathetic to bleed so easily. The two were utterly unembarrassed, laughing heartily as they bowed to Jiao and introduced themselves. Greetings, young female. I am Qing Tian of the Xiang clan, and this is my brother Qing Zhu, with whom I have grown up. We are relatives of Jin Rue. We initially intended to visit Jin Rue, but now we wish to become your beastly partners. Jiao raised an eyebrow, intrigued by their audacity. What game are they playing? After a moment's thought, she feigned ignorance of the predatory gazes surrounding her and inquired. So you took a liking to me at first sight? Indeed, we are aware of your celestial status and your formidable reproductive abilities. As the young patriarch of the Xiang clan, I wish to contribute to the clan as proliferation. And thus, you are my optimal choice. I share the same sentiment as the young patriarch. Jiao smiled appreciatively at their honesty. How refreshing. The surrounding beastly male sighed in despair. See, I knew Jiao would find them appealing. After all, she has yet to encounter this type of beastly male. However, Jiao's subsequent words took them completely by surprise. You do not align with my preferences. Hence, I cannot accept you as my partners. Qing Tian gazed at Jiao with an earnest expression, devoid of any shyness or jest, and his head, already low, drooped even further in disappointment. After a moment of struggle, he mustered the courage to ask once more, is there truly no chance at all? I believe there is none. If one were to inquire why Jiao felt this way, it would be no jest. These two individuals were so large that standing before them, Jiao resembled a chick in the grasp of an eagle. They must be at least 2 meters and 45 centimeters tall. A reasonable height difference can add a touch of intrigue, as seen when Hu Junhai and Hu Jintian stood beside Jiao. However, this vast disparity would not be delightful in the long run. Moreover, the most crucial point is that merely observing their human forms reveals how massive their beast forms must be. The thought of her a petite rabbit, bearing their offspring, would surely lead to her demise. Such a perilous endeavor is one Jiao would never undertake. While she desired to gather various types of handsome males, she was certainly not willing to wager her life to ensure her long-term enjoyment of a warm hearth with a husband and children. Such life-threatening matters should be left to them. If their kin are not ill-intentioned, she might lend them a hand. After a brief silence, Qing Tian, still smiling, turned to Jiao. May we stay here for a few days? My father sent me to find my ideal young female partner, and I have yet to succeed. So I would prefer to delay my return and avoid his incessant chatter. I feel the same. Qing Zhu chimed in, somewhat dull. Of course, you are relatives of Jin Rue. You're most welcome. Chu Yu guided the two in selecting a beast cave. Recently, whenever they had time, they constructed beast caves based on the young one's preferences, but they had yet to move in, so most were still vacant. The two chose a larger one to reside in. Lying on the Kong, Qing Zhu sighed heavily. Qing Tian had intended to take a nap, but found it impossible due to his brother's incessant sighing. He flicked his long nose, playfully swatting his brother's rear, admonishing him to cease the sighing, as it was bothersome. What shall we do? If we are fated to be without her, we can simply seek another. However, I suspect this celestial maiden is concerned about her ability to bear our offspring, as her beast form is too small, posing a danger in becoming our partner. Initially feeling dejected, he found solace in this possibility. It seems we must return to the tribe to search again. All right, I shall heed your words. Ha. Qing Zhu, can you not muster a few more words? Qing Zhu shook his head. I cannot. I am tired. Qing Tian found his brother's antics amusing, urging him to rest, for they had traveled extensively these past few days. Aromas wafted into their nostrils, awakening their appetites, and even before they opened their eyes, drool began to escape uncontrollably. Feng Xiao, holding 2 skewers of grilled shrimp, waved them near their noses, stifling laughter at the sight of their watery mouths. Since Jiao Jiao did not accept them as partners, Feng Xiao found them much more agreeable. Hu Jinhai had prepared a lavish feast, extending a warm welcome. He called for them to join him for the meal. What is this? How delightful it smells. Feng Xiao, noticing their eyes had opened, waved the grilled shrimp. Rise and dine, brothers. Dine? Qing Tian was puzzled, not understanding what this meal entailed. Food, Feng Xiao explained simply and directly. Exiting into the courtyard, they beheld a table laden with a variety of dishes, starkly different from their usual fare, each pot emanating distinct fragrances. Their mouths watered in disgrace. Chapter 179, The Disheveled-Haired. Vacantly eyed handsome man steamed fish, stir-fried shrimp, spicy crab, garlic vermicelli scallops, kelp soup, and a large pot of sea cucumber porridge. The vibrant colors and enticing aromas were nearly irresistible. Chen Shi and Ying Imo also joined them at the table. Qing Tian's gaze, initially fixed on the delectable food, swiftly shifted to Chen Shi as she emerged from the background. Confused by her calling Jiao Jiao's sister, he pondered whether this was the celestial maiden's sister. He had not heard of her having a sibling. Chen Shi, sensing the penetrating gazes of Qing Tian and Qing Zhu, turned her head away, feigning ignorance. The blatant ambition in their eyes was disconcerting. Retreat, retreat. Ying Imo subtly pulled Chen Shi closer to his side, shielding her from the burly figures. Internally, he mused about their intentions. Just yesterday, he heard Ying Tan mention their interest in the celestial maiden, yet now it appeared they had shifted their focus to Shi. His own position as the first beastly partner had yet to be secured, and he would not allow them to covet Shi. With this thought, Ying Imo shot them a fierce glare. It must be said that these two brothers possessed remarkable audacity. Even with Chen Shi ignoring them and Ying Imo on guard, they carried on as if nothing were amiss, feasting and extravagantly praising Jiao Jiao's culinary skills, showering Hu Zhenhai's talents with compliments that soared to the heavens. Li Jiao observed their every move, showing little interest in engaging with them, merely offering a polite smile in response to their overtures. After dining, the two urged Jin Rui to share their experiences from the years they had been apart. Jin Rui, during our stay in your tribe, your mother was aware of our journey towards the Feng tribe and asked us to convey a message urging you to return home early. After conversing for some time, Jin Rui discovered that their familial connection stemmed from the fact that Qing Tian was the son of his mother's fourth beast husband-esque sister. Indeed, they were genuinely related. Li Jiao contemplated that with the cubs still some time away from weaning, she ought to occupy herself with meaningful endeavors. She recalled that her space harbored various skill books, and remembered that the skills for crafting down jackets and bamboo weaving had only yielded modest rewards of 50,000 points each due to the system's assessment of their limited beneficiary scope. In contrast, the skill of producing fire charcoal had been widely learned by the Beastmen across 3 tribes, earning a substantial reward of 200,000 points. The system was quite discerning, and rewards were indeed substantial. Li Jiao also discerned that the broader the dissemination of skills, the more points she would accumulate. Thus, she convened a meeting with her beast husbands to discuss whether they might impart additional skills to several tribes. Li Jiao presented the various skill books she possessed, allowing the beast husbands to choose what to teach first. Shuhi meticulously perused the volumes, discovering that many were not overly complex. However, the challenge lay in the fact that the beastmen from different tribes were unfamiliar with the written language. This presented a logistical hurdle, as teaching them these skills would necessitate sending representatives to learn each skill individually. After a period of contemplation, he proposed, Jiao, perhaps we should first teach them literacy. Once they can read, we can share the books we have, thereby alleviating the burden of teaching each skill one by one. Shui was also concerned for Jiao, wishing to spare her from exhaustion, hoping to allow her to remain an untroubled female. I wholeheartedly endorse Ahi's idea. Shui concurred, expressing approval of the plan. The Beastmen possessed commendable learning capabilities. However, the concepts Jiao introduced were entirely novel to them, and they struggled to comprehend that what could be transformed into smokeless, flammable charcoal, or that certain grasses could be consumed by the cubs. Indeed, Jiao, how do we not think of this earlier? Jin Rui exclaimed, slapping his thigh in agreement. The others echoed similar sentiments. Thus, the inaugural significant task of the newly established tribe was born. Once the decision was made, Chu sought out Ying Imo to relay their thoughts. Ying Imo promptly dispatched tribe members to various tribes. When Chu Chantian received the news, he could hardly contain his excitement, nearly spinning in place. for he was already aware that Li Jiaojiao and her companions were utilizing mysterious symbols to document various matters. Upon learning that Li Jiaojiao was willing to teach, the others quickly selected 10 intelligent and capable beastmen to prepare for their journey to the Huaxia tribe. Wang Ting and Hu Yitong similarly resolved to send 10 individuals, including themselves. This was a specific request from Li Jiaojiao. It was imperative that the tribe leader be knowledgeable as well, lest any member harbor ill intentions, leaving the leader in a state of ignorance. Thus, the announcement was made, and 10 individuals, including those from the Feng tribe, gathered promptly. The Huaxia tribe became lively and bustling. Among the 10 beast husbands, only Ying Tan struggled with the written characters, while the others faced no issues. They were ready to begin their teaching. Li Jiaojiao assigned each of them the responsibility of instructing the beastmen from their respective tribes. She relished the newfound leisure. Initially, Hu Jinhai and Wang Yiyuan were tasked with caring for the cubs and preparing meals, feeling somewhat discontent. However, just 3 days later, Chu Yu came to her in distress. Jiaojiao, I no longer wish to teach. Chu Yu, usually a gentle and handsome man, appeared disheveled, his hair tousled, eyes glazed, and lips nearly blistered. He looked utterly frazzled, invoking sympathy from all who beheld him. What troubles you? Li Jiaojiao inquired, suspecting that the recent sounds of teachers reprimanding their students were indicative of difficulties in the learning process. Sure enough, Chu Yu lamented, they are simply too slow-witted. Especially my father. Li Jiaojiao couldn't help but chuckle. If Chu Changtian were to hear this, he would likely be disheartened. As if summoned by the mention of his name, Chu Changtian entered, his expression awkward, likely having overheard Chu Yu's complaints. Chu Yu, too, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Jin Rui, unaware of the conversation's content, sensed an odd shift in the atmosphere upon entering. Li Jiaojiao stepped forward to ease the tension, assuring, it's fine, Ayu. When I was learning, my progress was even slower than my father's, albeit I was quite young then. This revelation bolstered Chu Changtian's confidence immensely, realizing he had learned faster than Jiaojiao. Chu Yu, seeking to mend the situation, apologized to his father, acknowledging, I should have been more patient. Just as they resolved the awkwardness, an uproar emerged from outside the cave. As Feng Xiao exclaimed, no, this is pronounced Chu, while that is the placement of strokes in writing alters the characters and their meanings entirely. Moments later, his voice rang out again. This is Yang, as in sun, and this is Yang, as in ocean. Jiaojiao said that despite identical pronunciations, they bear different meanings and distinct forms in writing. Chapter 180. Teaching is challenging. Hu Junhai and Wang Yiyuan felt a wave of relief wash over them, grateful that Jiaojiao and the cubs required their presence, sparing them from this arduous task. Observing Chu Yu's current state, it seemed inevitable that he would soon lose his title as the most handsome among them. The literacy class, on the whole, was performing adequately, with Jin Rui promoting the use of pictographic memory techniques, resulting in rapid progress among the young beastmen of the various tribes. Except for the few tribe leaders, of course. Chu Yu, rubbing his temples in exhaustion, suggested to Li Jiaojiao that they might consider excluding these leaders and appoint an individual to teach them separately. This proposal received unanimous approval. Thus, Li Jiaojiao undertook the formidable task of tackling this most challenging endeavor. On the first day, Li Jiaojiao expressed, I feel utterly drained. On the second day, she remarked, I might, perhaps, still be able to endure a few more rounds. By the third day, she lamented, who am I, where am I? What am I doing? Chu-He, witnessing Li Jiaojiao's waning vitality, felt a surge of sympathy. Gritting his teeth, he took over the adult literacy class. Chu-He was unafraid to adopt a stern demeanor and established numerous motivational rules. For instance, those who recognized 2 additional characters would earn a mark on a piece of charcoal, and upon mastering 100 characters, they could request their favorite dish from him. There were also penalties. The individual who recognized the fewest characters would have to perform a task designated by others in front of the entire class. This strategy ignited a fierce competitive spirit among the participants. Even late into the night, Li Jiaojiao could see the tribe leaders laboring under the last remnants of daylight, diligently memorizing characters. The day before all tribe members were to gather, Li Jiaojiao arranged for the Qing brothers to depart. It was still uncertain whether the Xiang tribe were foes or allies, and such an important matter as literacy could not be entrusted to them. The Xiang tribe resided beyond 3 great mountains to the north, although they could not fly. Their large size and swift movement would enable them to reach their destination in about 20 days, provided they encountered no dangers along the way. Qingtian, following closely behind, inquired, "Are we truly heading back just like this?" "Of course not," Qingshu replied. "Did you not observe?" While they refer to themselves as the Huaxia tribe, they consist of merely 10 individuals, along with a few cubs. Yet they possess a wealth of knowledge. Look at their peculiar items. Those fine grains of salt we saw in the Feng tribe were reportedly procured through the ingenuity of that celestial maiden. We must return and deliberate with Afu and the others, to ascertain whether we should stand as adversaries or allies. Qingzhu, lacking comprehension of these intricate matters, merely nodded in silence. After nearly a month of instruction, all 40 of the formidable Beastmen successfully passed the assessment, with 4 of the Afus, particularly Chu Changtian, emerging as notable contenders, even surpassing some of the younger Beastmen in their achievements. Indeed, regardless of age, the competitive spirit among men remains robust. Li Jiao laid an array of comprehensive texts upon the table, allowing the Afus to select for themselves. The onlookers stared in astonishment at the assortment of books. The Complete Guide to Carpentry, The Complete Guide to Bamboo Weaving, The Complete Guide to Silkworm Farming, The Complete Guide to House Construction, The Complete Guide to Iron Smelting, The Complete Guide to Cold Weapon Construction, The Complete Botanical Encyclopedia, The Complete Zoological Encyclopedia, The Complete Guide to Garment Making, The Complete Guide to Livestock and Poultry Raising, The Complete Guide to Crop Cultivation, The Complete Guide to Charcoal Production, The Complete Guide to Earthenware Production, The Complete Guide to Paper Manufacturing, and The Complete Guide to Handicraft Production. Each individual's eyes gleamed with excitement. Li Jiao herself was taken aback. She had unknowingly amassed such a collection. She selected several books on livestock and poultry raising, crop cultivation, earthenware production, and paper manufacturing to present to them. "Afu, I believe we can commence with these 4 volumes," she proposed, convinced of their current relevance. The group glanced at one another and unanimously agreed. "Afu, shall you deliberate on whether each of you will take 1 book to read in turns? Or should I prepare multiple copies of each for every tribe to experiment with?" Li Jiao suggested. Feng Qi, somewhat bashful, inquired, Jiao, "Would it be feasible to prepare 4 copies of each?" "There's nothing inconvenient about it. It merely requires some points for purchase," replied Li Jiao with a smile. "I will prepare 4 sets for you." She then turned to Ingmo, "Since you are near, you may either take the books back to study or have your group come down for instruction, as you see fit." "Thank you, Jiao," Feng Qi chuckled. "By the way, could you prepare some more of that birthing pill for me? The last batch you left is all distributed." "Certainly, Afu. However, do remind the shaman to thoroughly examine the bodies of the young females before administering it. They should be physically fit to conceive. Otherwise, the quality of the eggs may suffer. In the worst-case scenario, it could even endanger the young females' lives. That would be akin to losing a watermelon while picking up sesame seeds, an utter loss." "Understood. I shall emphasize that upon my return." He turned his face, and the other Afus gazed at him eagerly, clearly also desiring the birthing pill. Li Jiao prepared 200 pills each for the Divine Dog clan and the Tiger Howl clan, while the Fox clan required fewer, having already undergone several rounds of births. The Feng clan, with their limited number of young females, received only 100 pills, and the Tianing clan was not in a rush for the second batch, as the first had not yet been produced. With the pills and books in hand, the Beastmen of the Tianing clan escorted the group back. The Huaxia tribe returned to its previous tranquility. Recently, the weather had become increasingly warm, and those who remarked on being near the sea noted that temperatures were likely even higher than during their time in the Fox clan. Ingtan, concerned for Li Jiao's well-being under the harsh sun, proposed to take her to a nearby pond for swimming. Speaking of swimming, it was actually Jean Rouet who had taught everyone. Jean Rouet, adept in various swimming styles, humorously recalled a past nickname of his, Little White Strip in the Waves. Li Jiao had only recently learned and was brimming with enthusiasm, yet found the lack of trees by the sea left her feeling as though her skin might peel away, were it not for the protective effects of the beauty pill. She feared her exquisite visage might not be preserved. Upon hearing that the pond was shaded by trees and the water cooler than the sea, Li Jiao gleefully climbed onto Ingtan's back. With a flap of his wings, they soared into the sky. Before long, Ingtan slowed his descent, gradually landing. As Li Jiao gazed at the pond before her, she mused that it seemed too grand to be merely a pond. It resembled a lake. Surveying the surroundings, She noted the lush trees, which indeed provided a refreshing atmosphere, and the proximity to the tribe filled her with delight. With a joyful plunge, she began to swim. Upon witnessing Li Jiao enter the water, Ying Tan followed suit, and the two engaged in playful splashes. Li Jiao was utterly enchanted by this place. The lake's clear, cool waters and the serene, beautiful surroundings delighted her, especially as Ying Tan had led her to this area, which was adorned with a thick layer of fine, smooth pebbles that neither stirred up silt nor hurt her feet. She excitedly told Ying Tan how wonderful this place was, and seeing her radiant smile made him beam with joy in return. If you like it, then that is all that matters, Ying Tan expressed affectionately. Was it possible that Ying Tan had crafted this place? With a look of tenderness, he gazed at Li Jiao, a hint of pride illuminating his expression, as if to say, "Aren't I remarkable?" However, upon deeper reflection, one would rarely find pebbles alongside a lake. It must have taken considerable effort for Ying Tan to transport the pebbles from the riverbank, as the area required hundreds of baskets to cover. Touched, Li Jiao swam beside Ying Tan, embracing him and gazing into his eyes with heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Ying Tan." Was a mere verbal thank you sufficient? With a playful glint in his eye, Ying Tan raised an eyebrow at her. "If not, shall I wash you as a token of my appreciation?" As soon as the words left his lips, Li Jiao scooped a handful of water and splashed it at Ying Tan. Caught off guard, he was drenched. He reached out to catch her, but she had already darted away like a fish, giggling as she swam further. Ying Tan swiftly pursued her, catching up and pulling her into his embrace, stealing a fierce kiss in the process. Li Jiao siga, lamenting. Why do all my beastly husbands have such long arms and legs? It makes escaping impossible. She had expected Ying Tan to be brief in his advances. Yet he proved to be quite the contrary, enveloping her in a lingering embrace that left her breathless. As he held her slender waist, his hands began to wander, exploring various regions. The crystal-clear lake rippled with waves, swallowing her soft whimpers. Li Jiao nestled against Ying Tan, who, with his deep-set gaze, found the water unsuitable for extensive movement. He decided to carry her toward the shore. With half-closed eyes, she sensed that they had been walking for about 10 minutes when a soft thud indicated that he had opened a door. Li Jiao lazily lifted head, only to be greeted by the sight of a wooden cabin. How can there be a wooden cabin here? Despite covering her mouth, her eyes sparkled with surprise. Ying Tan looked down at her with a smile, his gaze clearly indicating his intent. "Ah, I see now. This is yet another surprise you have prepared." She realized that Ying Tan possessed a touch of romantic flair. Upon examining the wooden cabin, she recognized it as one of the designs from the construction guide. Li Jiao vaguely recalled that Ying Tan had previously inquired about her preferences, and this appeared to be the one she had casually pointed out. It was astonishing that he had remembered. Inside, the cabin was furnished with a wooden bed, a wooden cabinet, and an abundance of furniture, sufficient for immediate habitation. "Ying Tan, I absolutely adore this place. I cherish all the surprises you have prepared. I feel like the happiest female in the world. I am so fortunate to receive such meticulous care and protection from you." Based on the experiences of Li Jiao over the past year with her various beast husbands, she has come to a profound understanding. Whenever her partners create or discover delightful food or engaging activities, it is essential to provide them with timely positive feedback. This encouragement enhances their motivation to work diligently and inspires them to undertake even more endeavors and prepare delightful surprises. Indeed, upon hearing Li Jiao's affirmation, Ying Tan beamed with joy, resembling a fool in love. He leaned down once more to capture Li Jiao's rosy lips, collapsing onto the lavish bed he had prepared, and a passionate exchange ensued, with Ying Tan transforming into a dream weaver amidst the clouds. Just as they returned home, they were greeted by Pei, who excitedly ran towards her, exclaiming, Jiao, come quickly. Our little ones are about to hatch." Li Jiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. The dragon eggs in her womb had seemed rather unremarkable, with no visible signs of their presence. But on the day of delivery, they had noticeably expanded, making her fear they might burst forth right then and there. However, after the initial swelling, they had fallen silent. The shaman explained that the hatchlings were concerned for their mother, fearing that if they grew too large inside her, they might stretch her belly to the point of rupture. Thus, the saying "growing with the wind" came to be. Li Jiao was deeply moved and shed many tears that day. Every night, Pei would stay up to incubate the eggs, while during the day, he would place them in a temperature control box according to Li Jiao's instructions, allowing him to relax a bit. After more than 3 months, they finally observed some movement. Previously, Chunpei had heard from the elders that dragon eggs took a year to hatch, given that it had only been a little over 3 months. Li Jiao speculated that the incubation in the controlled environment played a role. Thus, when she noticed the eggs stirring, Chunpei dashed forward excitedly, nearly tripping over himself. Li Jiao stifled her laughter and hastened into the cave, eager to see her little dragon hatchlings. Upon entering, she spotted the largest egg, which had developed distinct cracks. Li Jiao couldn't help but marvel at how fortuitously she had returned. Had she arrived any later, she would have missed the hatching. Chunpei and the others followed closely behind, all eager to witness the birth of the dragon hatchlings for the first time. A faint cracking sound echoed as the cracks widened and multiplied. The entire dragon egg trembled, first gently, then with increasing intensity, until at last the top shattered completely. A tiny dragon emerged at last, its body glistening with moisture and covered in a thin layer of slime. Its eyes were still closed, unaccustomed to the world outside the shell. Measuring only about 10 inches in length, its miniature whiskers danced in the air, and its wings fluttered gently, as if attempting to take flight. The little creature emitted a weak chirp, its delicate voice reminiscent of heavenly music. As it called out, the other siblings seemed to respond in kind, intensifying their own efforts to break free from their shells. The eldest hatchling slowly opened its eyes, scanning the surroundings until it locked onto Li Jiao's position. She thought she must be imagining things, for it appeared that the tiny creature was smiling at her. "Chunpei, did you see it smile at me?" she exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. "How could such a little creature smile?" He teased, "You've given birth before, yet you're still so astonished." "I've never had dragon babies before," she retorted. As they spoke, the little one's body began to dry, the slime peeling away to reveal its true skin, glimmering with silver scales. Its wings grew stronger, and it attempted to flap them, surprisingly lifting itself off the ground little by little. The little dragon circled a few times in the air before gracefully landing back down. The sight was utterly enchanting. As the first hatchling touched the ground, the other eggs began to crack open in succession. One by one, adorable little creatures wobbled their heads, mimicking the actions of their elder sibling. In that moment, Li Jiao's vanity swelled. Goodness, having a grand white dragon as her beast husband was already impressive. But now she had an array of little green, white, and golden dragons as her offspring, especially the little golden dragon, whose scales shimmered with a radiant glow. If one were to count the scales, they might think they were gilded. As she watched, Li Jiao's imagination began to wander, picturing a future where, upon stepping outside, she would be surrounded by little dragons, foxes, dogs, tigers, and bears, with a circle of little eagles overhead. The thought was exhilarating. The 10 dragon babies flew around her a couple of times before tiring out, and Chunpei, quick on his feet, caught the wobbling little ones. With his sturdy arms, the hatchlings found it difficult to circle around him, so they clung to his fingers instead. The ones that missed their chance to perch on him struggled to fly back towards Li Jiao. In her embrace, each hatchling found a spot, making her appear as though she was adorned with charming bracelets. Li Jiao gently patted their little heads and wings, her heart melting with affection. She also realized the advantage of laying eggs. No need for nursing. What a relief. Previously, Feng Zhao's phoenix hatchlings required no care after hatching, and these little ones were no different. Glancing at Ying Tan, Li Jiao secretly thought, upon returning from the modern world, she would bear him a nest of eggs. No, 2 nests, 3 nests. Countless voices chimed in unison. "Host, you want to be able to leave next month?" Li Jiao was taken aback. "Why? My points are sufficient," she exclaimed in confusion. "Because you are pregnant," she was informed. Li Jiao protested. "Is this a joke? Can't I traverse 2 timelines while pregnant?" "No, host. As previously mentioned, traveling between 2 timelines carries certain risks. Being pregnant increases the difficulty and likelihood of encountering accidents." "Will I die?" she asked, panicking. She had yet to fully enjoy her life as a queen. Dying midway would be a tremendous loss. "You want to die?" came the reassuring response, "but it may cause the tunnel to distort and transport you elsewhere." Li Jiao fell silent, contemplating whether the risk was worth taking. After a long pause, she decided to wait for an opportunity to discuss this with Jean Rouet before making a decision. "Whose is it?" she inquired. "It belongs to your 10th beast husband and your 8th beast husband." Li Jiao couldn't help but feel amused. She hadn't even been consuming birth-enhancing pills lately, simply enjoying herself until it was time to rest. Despite having so many beast husbands and bearing numerous offspring, only 2 of her pregnancies had been natural. The odds were exceedingly low, and she hadn't considered asking for contraceptive measures or pills. Who would have thought? You truly are inconsiderate, Tong Zi. You didn't tell me I was pregnant. The voice responded, what could I do? I can't terminate it. Whether I inform you sooner or later, you would still have to give birth. Li Jiao replied, that's true, but not knowing I was pregnant initially feels uncomfortable. Yet, she acknowledged the truth in its words. There was no option to terminate. However, this meant her timeline would be pushed back by 2 months. How many eggs am I carrying? Li Jiao pondered, realizing that she had indeed laid fewer eggs for Chunpei. It was a good thing. Their dragon lineage desperately needed more members. 12 dragon eggs and 17 eagle eggs awaited their arrival. The quantity is quite satisfactory. The countless counts indicate that the dragon eggs are indeed a tremendous consumption. If this batch were entirely eagle eggs, there could possibly be 30 or 40 of them. I find myself quite content. This is far better than my first experience with dragon eggs. How many days has it been? The eagle eggs have been here for about 10 days, while the dragon eggs only appeared the day before yesterday. As Li Jiao reminisced about the moment when Chunpei took her into the sea to collect pearls and corals, she realized that perhaps he felt more at ease and wild in the ocean. Regardless, the 2 of them ended up gathering together. It seems destined that he should have this batch. Li Jiao returned to her senses, gazing at the small trinkets on her wrist, feeling a warmth she could not articulate. Chunpei stood beside her, his eyes crinkling with a smile. Li Jiao reached out her hand. He hesitated for a moment, unsure of her intentions. Yet he took her hand. In an instant, he understood her purpose and looked in astonishment at her belly, suddenly feeling the pulse of his own lineage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 12. Jiao was expecting again. She was far too kind to him. Chunpei imagined a scene where Li Jiao deeply loved him and feared that their child would be too few, feeling a twinge of distress, prompting her to conceive once more. If he knew that it was his own prowess that had led to this, he would surely be overjoyed. Fortunately, Li Jiao could not read his thoughts. Otherwise, she would certainly have laughed at his inner musings. Ington, with envious eyes, gazed at the little ones, extending his hand hesitantly, fearing he might be too heavy-handed. Li Jiao proactively offered one of the Qinglong babies from her arm, the soft little dragon squinting at Ington before curling around his hand. Ington grinned widely, like a child. Li Jiao then took his other hand and placed it on her abdomen. Ington, not comprehending the situation, mistakenly thought Li Jiao was in pain and nervously rubbed her belly. Li Jiao gently swatted his hand away, playfully admonishing, be gentle, you might hurt your own child. Ington reflexively withdrew his hand, startled. Jiao, do not jest. I am not joking. If you do not believe me, so be it, Li Jiao replied, turning to leave. Ington rushed forward, scooping her up in his arms. I believe you. Please do not walk. I will carry you. Wherever you go from now on, I shall carry you. Li Jiao laughed, remarking that remaining still might lead to complications. Ington, startled, nearly dropped her in fright. Chu He, observing from his side, scolded, be careful. Ington steadied himself, hurriedly apologizing. I am sorry, Jiao. I did not know this could lead to complications. I mean no harm. I merely wanted to make you comfortable. Ington stammered through his explanation. Li Jiao gently covered his mouth. I understand. I am not angry with you, you fool. In chapter 183, Chu Chantian encountered misfortune. When I was a child, I witnessed a sister from my clan giving birth, losing a great deal of blood. The shaman used numerous herbs to barely save her. Yet she did not last long and could not wait for her child to hatch before she succumbed to another hemorrhage. Therefore, when I heard you mention complications earlier, I was frightened. Jiao, tell me honestly, did I truly hurt you just now? Li Jiao recalled the tale she had heard since arriving, where the most frequent cause of death for young females was complications during childbirth. This world's understanding of medicine seems merely superficial, stopping bleeding at best. Once a fever strikes, or an infection sets in, or if the positioning during birth is incorrect, even a shaman is rendered helpless. It appears that developing this world requires more than just aiding in their reproduction. The task ahead is indeed daunting. No, but it is true that one should not press too hard. Hearing that Jiao was fine, Ington exhaled in relief. If his recklessness had harmed her and their child, even if unintentional, he would have felt an insufferable guilt. Am I truly to become a father? Ington had never dared to think that Jiao would wish to conceive so soon. If he knew that it was his own strength that led to this, would he be elated? Li Jiaojiao had not anticipated that this would turn into such a delightful misunderstanding. May I still carry you? Yingtan asked cautiously, glancing at Li Jiaojiao. Yes, carry me in your arms. That was quite nice. Yingtan prepared to lift her again, but Li Jiaojiao pushed him back. I need to discuss something with Jean Rue. Please go ahead and attend to your matters. Li Jiaojiao took Jean Rue outside, apologizing profusely. I'm so sorry, Jean Rue. I initially said we would return after the panda cub finished weaning, but now we cannot leave. Jean Rue ruffled her hair. It's all right, silly. I am no longer fixated on returning. Perhaps it is just not the right time yet. Li Jiaojiao nodded, accepting that thought for the time being. As they conversed, a cry of an eagle approached from the distance. Looking up, Li Jiaojiao recognized it as an eagle Beastman stationed at the Fox clan. Chuyu also spotted it and hurriedly approached as it landed. Eagle Sway, what brings you here? Young clan leader Chu, your presence is fortuitous. Quickly, come back to the Fox clan. What has happened to clan leader Chu? Chuyu's expression shifted dramatically. Your father has gone hunting and has not returned for several days. Your mother is worried and sent me to fetch you to help search for him. As they spoke, they prepared to take flight. Yingtan quickly urged them to summon Shin Pei or Feng Xiao. No sooner had Li Jiaojiao finished speaking than Feng Xiao dashed out. I will go with you. Brother Chu, Jiaojiao, you are pregnant. You should not run. Chuyu expressed his concern. Li Jiaojiao lowered her voice, speaking into his ear. Ooh, do not rush. Do you not recall that I gave father positioning pill? If I accompany you, I can guide the search. I am fine. You have all been by my side. After all, Chuyu considered this and realized that having Li Jiaojiao's tracking system would indeed make their search considerably easier. He nodded, mounting Feng Xiao's back, with Li Jiaojiao accompanying them as they flew towards the location indicated for Chu Changtian. Eagle Sway returned to the Fox clan to notify others. Throughout the journey, Chuyu remained anxious. Li Jiaojiao checked the positioning system and discovered that Chu Changtian was located in a valley, having remained stationary. This likely indicates he has encountered danger. Otherwise, he would not remain still, she remarked. Li Jiaojiao was reluctant to believe this, but thought of the resurrection pill she possessed. Even if Chu Changtian had encountered some misfortune, she was certain she could save him. Jiaojiao, do you think father is truly in trouble? Li Jiaojiao grasped his slightly trembling hand, reassuring him. Everything will be fine. Do not fear. Father may just be injured, which is why he has not moved. Chuyu nodded slowly, trying to comfort himself. Father is so formidable, a celestial-level warrior with extraordinary abilities. He will surely be fine. Li Jiaojiao tightened her grip on his hand, choosing not to say more. Both silently prepared themselves mentally for the possibility of Chu Changtian's misfortune. Feng Xiao flew swiftly, and soon after nightfall, they reached their destination. Feng Xiao landed cautiously, but before they could assess their surroundings, a strong scent of blood assaulted their senses. The group felt a chill run down their spines. Chuyu immediately prepared to charge towards the source of the stench. Li Jiaojiao swiftly distributed 3 powerful flashlights among them, illuminating the dark night as bright as day. This allowed them to clearly see their environment. Numerous fallen trees as if struck by some immense force. Beneath their feet lay several deceased fox beastmen, trampled and disemboweled, blood pooling around them, staining the surrounding trees and plants. Li Jiaojiao had never witnessed such a gruesome scene. The intense visual shock caused her to bend over and vomit. Feng Xiao hurriedly patted her on the back, forcing herself to suppress her emotions. Although Chuyu had been hunting, witnessing his kin, those who had watched him grow from childhood, falling lifelessly to the ground, their eyes wide open in death, pierced his heart with relentless anguish. Tears, heavy with sorrow, welled in his eyes as he bent over to check for signs of life, but found none. A faint glimmer of hope flickered within him. Perhaps his father was still alive. Li Jiaojiao had regained her composure, and, glancing at the location of Chu Changtian, led Chuyu in that direction. After walking about 50 meters, they stumbled upon a cave, its entrance blocked by a massive stone, surrounded by signs of fire. Chuyu surveyed the boulder obstructing the cave and pushed it aside with all his might. With a resounding crash, the stone fell, and the keen ears of the group caught sounds emanating from within. A beam of light from the flashlight illuminated the corner, revealing Chu Changtian. He dashed forward, shouting, "Father!" Li Jiaojiao followed closely behind. Upon seeing Chu Changtian's condition, they were taken aback. He was not in a better state than those outside. His blood had ceased to flow, and a swarm of flies buzzed around him. The gaping wounds on his body hosted wriggling insects. Li Jiao stifled her grief and administered 3 resurrection pills, followed by 3 detoxification pills, then 3 vitality pills. Yet, there was no sign of improvement in Chu Changtian. In desperation, Chu Yu poured his healing abilities into him, but to no avail. The last flicker of hope in his eyes extinguished. He realized he could not save him, nor could Li Jiao. Panicked, Li Jiao questioned frantically, "What is happening? Why are these pills ineffective?" The voice of the system replied, "Host, the resurrection pills have a time limit. Your first beast father has been dead for over 5 days, and his body has begun to decay. This pill can no longer revive him." Li Jiao was at a loss for words to comfort Chu Yu, who undoubtedly felt the same despair she had felt when losing her own parents. Upon seeing Chu Yu's hands drop in defeat, she understood that his father was truly beyond salvation. He knelt beside Chu Changtian, laying his head gently against him. Reminiscent of the times he would snuggle against his father in childhood, soft sobs escaping his throat. Feng Xiao turned away, her eyes reddened. Li Jiao sat silently beside Chu Yu, tears streaming down her face. As dawn approached, she finally spoke. "Yu, let us take your father and the others back. Your mother and siblings are waiting for us at home." At the mention of his mother and siblings, a flicker of light returned to Chu Yu's vacant gaze. With a hoarse voice, he agreed. Feng Xiao approached to help carry Chu Changtian into Chu Yu's space. As they lifted him, they discovered another corpse beneath him. Startling the two, Li Jiao shone the flashlight over, and Chu Yu recognized it to be a young Beastman from their Fox clan, who had recently come of age and had just celebrated his coming-of-age ceremony. Checking for breath, he found the youth still alive, albeit unconscious from injuries that were not severe. His father had protected him. With a mix of confusion and determination, he administered a resurrection pill and healed the young Beastman. Before long, the youth groggily opened his eyes. In the dim light, he couldn't see clearly and stumbled back in fear. "Who are you?" "By phone. It's me, the young clan leader." By phone, filled with joy, crawled closer, but upon seeing Chu Changtian's condition, his expression turned to one of sorrow, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at Chu Yu. "Young clan leader, the clan leader." Chu Yu bent down to assist By phone to his feet. "Do not rush. Tell me slowly what has happened." By phone recounted the harrowing events of the past few days. "Our tribe had 15 beastmen, along with the clan leader, hunting nearby when we suddenly encountered a group of giant deer beastmen and serpent beastmen. There were many of them, around 40 to 50, and they were enormous. The giant deer beastmen had massive antlers, while the serpent beastmen possessed venomous fangs. The clan leader led us in evading the antlers while distributing detoxification pills, allowing us to counterattack, but the serpent beastmen were too swift. They ensnared us, and the giant deer beastmen attacked our kin with their antlers." Bai Feng's voice trembled as he recalled the painful memories, struggling to continue. "We quickly fell into a disadvantage, and our fellow tribe members began to succumb. Eventually, the clan leader and I retreated into this cave, where he suddenly unleashed a burst of fire to repel the pursuing serpent beastmen. We exerted all our strength to push a massive stone in front of the cave entrance, believing we had escaped disaster. But then I saw the clan leader had been poisoned. I asked if he had any detoxification pills left, but he said he had none, giving me his last one." Though brief, Bai Feng's words painted a vivid picture of the carnage. Chu Yu, trembling with cold, stood nearby. When the clan leader was poisoned, he was too weak to defend himself while the giant deer and serpent beastmen lingered outside. I didn't know how to help him, so I shielded him from outside dangers. Suddenly, the clan leader knocked me unconscious. I vaguely heard the stone being pushed aside and the sounds of combat, but I couldn't open my eyes. Later, I think I heard a young beastman saying spare my life and to tell you that they wanted to marry you. Chu Yu's body radiated an icy chill. "What do they say?" By phone, too frightened to meet Chu Yu's gaze, replied, "They said to make the Tian Nu more beautiful. They would come to seek her hand in marriage in half a month." As Bai Feng spoke, his voice dwindled to a whisper. Chu Yu's expression darkened further. Li Jiao, struck by disbelief, exclaimed inwardly at the audacity of those who sought her. She felt a surge of anger and incredulity. They truly seek death. Feng Xiao, equally outraged, echoed her sentiments. Forcing herself to remain calm, she inquired, "Where are these giant deer and serpent tribes? I have never heard of them before." Bai Feng, with tear-stained eyes, replied, "Tian Nu, we do not know, but I overheard them saying they came from a distant place. Their speech differed from ours, and I had to piece together what I could. Is it possible you misinterpreted their words?" Li Jiao pressed. Bai Feng became agitated. "Tian Nu, I might misinterpret other things, but I assure you, they pronounce Li Jiao Jiao distinctly. I can guarantee that. Li Jiao Jiao reassured him. All right, I believe you. Please calm down. Your injuries are not yet healed. Turning to Chuyu, she urged, Ayu, let us take your father and our kin home. In that moment, Li Jiao Jiao realized that in just a few days apart, they had faced an insurmountable tragedy. Memories of Chu Changtian's gentle gaze and his joy upon learning of her pregnancy with Chu Yu flashed in her mind. She remembered how he had unwaveringly supported her vision for the growth of the Fox clan. Each time she proposed a gathering, he would rally the clan without hesitation. This trust had always made her feel as though he were her father. Chu Yu, suppressing the profound sorrow within, gently assisted Chu Changtian and concealed him within the spatial realm. His reddened eyes betrayed the fury that simmered within. Feng Xiao dared not utter a word. When Li Jiao and her companions emerged from the cave, the sun had risen high. She seized the opportunity to observe the remnants of the battle outside. A vast expanse of grass and small shrubs lay flattened, seemingly trampled by the serpent Beastmen. The group silently gathered the dismembered bodies of the Fox clan Beastmen, piecing them together as best they could. In her mind, Li Jiao cried out incessantly, Tongzi, is there anything that can restore them to their former selves? How can we return them like this? How will their families endure such grief? Host, please wait a moment while I search for a solution, replied the voice before falling silent. The group of over 10 individuals brought out by Chu Changtian were of low beast rank, initially intended for training, yet tragically, they had all met their demise. After a considerable time, the voice returned with a multitude of options. Host, I have found a solution. The main system offers a type of elixir known as the restoration pill, which can mend their severed limbs, but alas, they cannot be revived. I understand. May I inquire as to the fate of their souls? Li Jiao pondered whether, should she perish in this beastly realm, her soul would journey elsewhere or be reclaimed by the main system. Host, it is as follows. Any registered beastman whose life ceases will return to the soul assembly station, awaiting the reassignment of a corporeal form. Is it akin to the supernatural novels I have read, where souls traverse to the underworld, awaiting the decree of Yama to be reincarnated? Indeed, host, you are astute. Will it be the same for me upon my second death? To be precise, you will not be the same as before, nor will your soul resemble others. Being bound to the system renders you a quasi-official entity. Li Jiao paused, contemplating the implications. Then, where shall I go upon my death? In time, you shall decide. You may choose to enter the official ranks or continue binding to the system as an unofficial entity, embarking on new tasks through reincarnation. But fear not, host. Your lifespan is still ample. Do not dwell on such distant matters. As Li Jiao conversed with the voice, Chu Yu and others had already employed the restoration pills to revive the 15 bodies one by one. They now looked less horrific, resembling individuals in peaceful slumber. Chu Yu's eyes reddened uncontrollably once more. The only solace Li Jiao could provide was companionship. Feng Xiao took flight, carrying the trio back to the tribe. The thought of conveying the tragic news to Hua Ying and the families of the 14 beastmen weighed heavily on her mind. After a considerable flight, they finally reached the Fox clan tribe. Upon landing, the guards quickly surrounded them, anxiously discussing the prolonged absence of Chu Changtian and his companions. Chu Yu raised his hand, signaling for silence. He turned to one of the guards, Qing Shi, and instructed, please summon the families of those who accompanied my father to the chieftain's cave. Yes, young clan leader. Qing Shi hurriedly dispersed to notify each household. In the absence of the chieftain, the young clan leader held the authority over the entire Fox clan. Upon entering their home, they found Hua Ying, who fell to her knees with a thud, tears streaming forth before she could utter a word. Realizing the gravity of the situation, her legs buckled, and she tumbled to the ground while cradling her youngest offspring. Li Jiao swiftly reached out, exclaiming, Mother, dear brother, be careful. The little one cried out in pain from the fall. Chu Yu mournfully laid out the bodies of the deceased in the courtyard. As the families of the fallen entered, they were met with the sight of Chu Yu kneeling in despair, while Hua Ying wept, embracing her little ones. They turned to see their own children, brothers, and partners lying still. Several young females rushed over, their tears splattering the ground, mingling with the dust. Their fathers tenderly caressed their heads, sharing in the collective grief. After a long silence, someone finally spoke. Young clan leader, what transpired? How did a simple hunt result in such devastation? Bai Feng, who had been standing silently, recounted the events of the past few days. Instantly, an uproar ensued. With voices rising in indignation, Young clan leader, this is intolerable. They have gone too far, even daring to lay hands on our chieftain. Baifeng, when do they plan to strike? They mention half a month. Given the time that has passed, they should arrive in about 10 days. Young clan leader, I request to lead the charge. I vow to avenge my brother. Count me in as well. Young clan leader, Chuyu, along with the bereaved families, buried their kin on the hillside, selecting a location blessed with water in front and trees behind. Upon returning to the tribe, Chuyu took decisive action, organizing the tribesmen to prepare for the impending assault from the giant deer and serpent tribes. Although the enemy claimed they would arrive in half a month, Chuyu doubted they would afford them any respite. Thus, early preparation was paramount to prevent such calamities from occurring. He led the Beastmen in setting various traps around the tribe, some deep pits filled with sharp stakes. Others were noose traps ready to ensnare any intruder. Still others were poisoned arrow traps that would strike any adversary who drew near. In recent days, Chuyu had inquired extensively of Baifeng, learning of the potency of the serpent tribe's venom. Even a mere scratch from their fangs could inject lethal toxins. Although Jiao possessed numerous detoxifying pills, it was wiser to engage in ranged attacks to minimize casualties on their side. Chuyu also established 4 patrol teams, tirelessly guarding the tribe's perimeter day and night to thwart surprise attacks from the giant deer and serpent tribes. Meanwhile, the giant deer and serpent tribes, en route to their destination, were in high spirits discussing the spoils of capturing Li Jiao. Jianya, we had an agreement. This Li Jiao shall be mine, proclaimed Da Jiao, the leader of the giant deer tribe. The serpent tribe leader, Jianya, scoffed, inwardly thinking, you truly believe you can claim such an impressive female for yourself? Nevertheless, he feigned agreement, saying, of course, brother, as my elder, it is only right that I assist you. They hail from a different continent, having resided in the eastern lands until a year prior when a volcanic eruption devastated their territory, forcing them to migrate westward. The 2 tribes met fortuitously along their journey, realizing their compatibility in plundering other clans, which led to their alliance. They had annihilated numerous smaller tribes along the way, and even medium-sized clans had suffered greatly at their hands. Their path was marked by destruction, and they had fortuitously encountered Chu Changtian and his party while hunting. Initially, they had not intended to venture so far, but upon discovering a herd of plump wild sheep, they pursued them, only to stray too far. Their ill fate was sealed when, during a feast of roasted beast meat, they spoke of Li Jiao and her remarkable feats, inadvertently drawing the attention of their enemies. Chapter 186. A significant lost Jinya was immediately consumed by wicked thoughts, persuading Da Jiao, brother, listen to this, they say that little female is incredibly formidable. Look at you. You currently have no little females. Shouldn't elder brother seize that little female for you to bear offspring? Upon hearing this, Da Jiao felt discomfort in his heart, knowing that there were many beast husbands around Jiao. The Jilu tribe had always operated under the principle that one male beast could possess multiple little females. When did little females become entitled to multiple males? Although he intended to refuse, before he could utter a word, he overheard the fox tribe's beasts discussing. The celestial woman should have over 200 offspring this time, right? Another beast countered, there have long been 200. You should have seen how proud Ingbai was while discussing the celestial woman carrying Ingtan's offspring. Anyone unaware would think the offspring in her womb were his. Laughter erupted indeed. The celestial woman is deserving of her title. I heard this time she has over 40 eggs. Is that true? The celestial woman is truly remarkable. The figures of several fox tribe beasts gradually receded, unaware that in the shadows, Jinya and Da Jiao's eyes sparkled with ambition, demonstrating an unwavering confidence in capturing this celestial woman they had never seen before. Jinya felt some regret, cursing himself for speaking too hastily. Such an extraordinary little female ought to belong to him. Nevertheless, he consoled himself, thinking that he would first deceive this foolish giant into joining him to besiege the fox tribe, and when the prize was secured, he would seize it for himself, playing the role of the cunning yellow bird that catches the cicada. That very night, Jinya and his group launched an assault on Chu Changtian and his companions. Although Chu Changtian was formidable, 2 fists could not contend against 4 hands. Being far from home, he had no time to seek aid. As the poison spread throughout his body, he sorrowfully closed his eyes, realizing he would never see his children again, feeling deep remorse for Huaying. The little ones were still young. How would she manage to raise them alone? He silently gazed in the direction of the tribe, softly murmuring, Inger, if possible, find a few more beast husbands. I hope someone can accompany you through this life. When Dajiao and the others moved the boulder blocking the beast den, they discovered the lifeless body of Chu Changtian and the severely injured and emaciated Bifeng. Jinya stepped on a Bifeng's back, causing him pain, and he groaned. Who are you? We are not acquainted, and we hold no grudges. Why you seek to harm us? Dajiao furrowed his brow, disapproving of Jinya's actions, and was about to speak up when Jinya growled, Let us not beat around the bush. Our Jilu tribe's leader has taken a liking to the celestial woman, Jiao Jiao. Go back and inform her to be prepared. We will soon come to your tribe to claim her. It would be wise for you to comply, or your entire fox tribe will face annihilation. Saying this, he forcefully pressed his foot into Bifeng's back. Then, swaggering away without a backward glance, he led Dajiao and the others. Along the way, Dajiao remarked, Jinya, you shouldn't have stepped on him again. Jinya shot him a glare. What's wrong? You merely lead the Jilu tribe and still wish to act proud before me? Dajiao immediately turned cold. What do you mean by that? I merely believe he needs to relay a message, and now he is gravely injured. It's better to avoid conflict with the fox tribe if possible. Didn't your brothers also get injured? His men were hurt worse than those of the serpent tribe. If the celestial woman could be obtained without conflict, wouldn't that be preferable? Upon hearing this, Jinya immediately changed his demeanor, clapping Dajiao on the shoulder and smiling. So my elder brother is concerned for us. My misunderstanding, please don't take it to heart. As anticipated by Chu Yu, they did not wait half a month. On the 6th day after Chu Yu and the others returned to the tribe, shortly after dusk, they heard rustling sounds and faint clattering from the surrounding woods. Chu Yu and the tribesmen became alert. The Jiulu and serpent tribes had arrived. Chu Yu remained composed, for they were well prepared. The entire tribe's male beasts lay in ambush at the edge of the protective barrier, all gritting their teeth, awaiting their adversary's self-entrapping approach. As long as they dared to come, they would surely find it impossible to escape. He was not concerned about the safety of the little females and young ones in the tribe. With Jiao Jiao South protective barrier in place, these intruders would certainly not breach it. The serpent tribe, twisting their waists, gradually approached the entrance of the fox tribe's stronghold while perched upon the deer beasts. It was unclear who first triggered the mechanism, but hidden poisonous arrows shot forth like raindrops in all directions. The serpent beasts, with their agile forms, heard the whistling of arrows and twisted to evade, burrowing beneath the bellies of the Jilu beasts. The massive Jilu beasts, upon hearing the cries of the leading ones, began to panic, attempting to flee but were blocked by those behind them, resulting in utter chaos. Jinya suddenly emitted a series of sharp sounds, and upon hearing this, the serpent beast slid off the deer beasts and retreated. Dajiao shouted, Calm down. Do not panic. Do not cause chaos. But it was of no use. The deer beasts in the front had already succumbed to the poisoned arrows. A stampede ensued among those in the middle and rear, resulting in heavy casualties. Chu Yu observed from the shadows as Jinya's group attempted to flee, raising his right hand high and bringing it down forcefully. Over a dozen large nets surged from the ground, forming an encirclement that blocked the serpent beast's escape. The deer beasts, unaware of the nets, desperately retreated, only to find themselves caught between the nets and the hail of poisoned arrows, leading to a thunderous crash. They had dug traps beneath, filled with sharp stakes. Now, with a multitude of beings pressing down, the cover they had relied on collapsed. The sound of blood gushing echoed. The casualties among the Jiulu and serpent tribes exceeded half. This group suffered immense losses before even reaching the entrance of the fox tribe. Jinya's eyes narrowed, filled with venomous rage. As he glared at the entrance of the fox tribe, he had underestimated the cunning of these beasts. However, he was not one to wallow in self-pity. Scanning his surroundings, he noted that the casualties for the Jiulu tribe were greater. They had already lost more than half. In contrast, their own losses were relatively minor, thanks to his prior instructions to the tribe members to use the Jiulu tribe as a shield in case of anomalies. Dajiao's foreleg had been grazed by a poisoned arrow, but it had not claimed his life. He was currently issuing commands for the tribesmen to regroup. Jinya murmured, Brother, we have underestimated them. I've long heard of the fox tribe's cunning, but I never expected them to prepare such tactics against us. Chapter 187. Engaged in battle. Dajiao gazed at the bodies of his fallen kin with profound sorrow. With a grim countenance, he declared, Elder brother, we have supported one another throughout our journey. Today, we have suffered a significant setback here, and I find it exceedingly difficult to swallow this indignity. I must ask for your assistance. We must capture them today at all costs. It must be said that Da Jiao was not only slow-witted and easily swayed by Jinya, but also harbored blind confidence. Since their appearance, the Fox tribe had yet to show themselves, yet they had already incurred such losses. Now he dared to audaciously assert they would continue to assault the Fox tribe. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, Jinya had surreptitiously smeared some blood from the deceased kin onto himself. Hearing Da Jiao's words, he feigned agony and replied, "Brother, our Julu kin have suffered considerable losses. And as you can see, I've been injured as well. How about we withdraw for now, recuperate, and return once we are healed?" Jinya was no fool. He excelled at employing underhanded tactics, preferring to employ poison clandestinely. The devastating losses sustained by the Julu tribe had gone unnoticed by them, and it was surprising to see Da Jiao, who typically appeared rather simple-minded, now exhibiting remarkable acuity. It was evident that he sought to incite others to charge forth and exact vengeance for their fallen kin. Contemplating this, his vertical pupils narrowed involuntarily. There was no way he would acquiesce. If it came to that, would his own people not be sent to their demise for naught? The Hu tribe had not even revealed themselves. Who could say if they had further schemes in store? He would not engage in such a ruinous venture. Moreover, there was a personal motive behind his counsel for Da Jiao to retreat. The pit, laden with sharp stumps, was far too wide for them to leap across. And adjacent to the deep pit lay a vast net. Even if he managed to lead his tribe up from the depths, that net would obstruct their escape. It would be far more prudent to deceive the Julu tribe into leaping across. With their antlers, they could easily tear through the net. Da Jiao glanced at the so-called wound on Jinya's jaw, seeing through his ruse, and coldly replied, "Brother, if you are unwilling to remain and confront the Hu tribe together, then you may leave on your own." It was rare for Da Jiao to display such intelligence. Jinya was preparing to argue when his gaze caught sight of Qiyu and his companions emerging. Alarm surged within him as he cursed silently, recognizing he had encountered formidable opposition. Unconsciously, he edged closer to Da Jiao. The array of 15 Beastmen on Qiyu's side dazzled his eyes. Previously, he had relied on his own 15 status, feeling quite superior among the tribe where there were still over 10 DJ members. Thus, he had felt emboldened in the presence of Da Jiao, who was merely DJ. Looking around, he noted that the Julu tribe's highest beast rank was indeed just Da Jiao, while the rest were merely Xuanjia or Huanjia. Were it not for their imposing size and the significant advantage their antlers provided in battle, he would hardly have bothered to acknowledge them, let alone align himself with them. Qiyu regarded this motley crew with a cold and austere demeanor, his voice cutting like ice. "You are the ones who killed my father." Da Jiao staggered, momentarily losing his voice. The oppressive aura emanating from the beast rank bore down upon them. They had never anticipated the Hu tribe to possess such formidable strength, judging by appearances alone. There must be a dozen or 20 Tianjia beastmen among them. Their feet instinctively retreated. Jinya, emboldened, called out, "Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding." He turned to Da Jiao, reproaching him. "See, I offered you a chance to leave, but you refused. With him so powerful, how can we possibly stand a chance?" Da Jiao, filled with regret, trembled as he urged, "Brother, let us ascend quickly. We must seize the opportunity to leap across to the other side of the pit. Perhaps we can escape this calamity." Given the current situation, fleeing was indeed the wisest course of action. Upon hearing this, Jinya immediately signaled with a series of subtle gestures, and Da Jiao responded with rhythmic footfalls. The snake beastmen swiftly climbed onto the backs of the Julu tribe members, and the group began to retreat quietly. Bifeng noticed their movements and shouted, "Chieftain, they are trying to flee." With that cry, Da Jiao and the others wasted no time. They leaped with all their might to the opposite side. The first deer beastmen to land began urgently using their antlers to tear at the net, and to their surprise, it proved quite effective. In no time, the net was riddled with holes, and the expressions of those escaping radiated relief. Unfortunately, Repay had anticipated their escape and unleashed a tremendous column of water as they broke through the net. The first few who leaped over, eager to mock the ineffectiveness of the net, were suddenly confronted by the surging waters and, one by one, resignedly closed their eyes in despair. Time seemed to slow. After several seconds without water cascading upon them, they dared to open their eyes, believing they had evaded disaster. Yet, to their astonishment, the water column hung suspended in midair, seemingly frozen in place. Though puzzled, they couldn't help but rejoice in the fleeting moment of survival. The group remaining by the pit, witnessing the threat dissipate, also leaped to the opposite bank. Repay, seeing them safely across, prepared to unleash the water column once more. Jinya, sensing the impending danger, signaled his kin to take cover and let the Julu tribe members shield them. However, instead of water, they were met with the ominous sound of slicing air. He mustered his courage to glance upward, only to find that the water column had transformed into sharp shards of ice, long and pointed. Before the snake Beastmen and Julu tribe could devise a countermeasure, agonizing cries erupted from their ranks. Jinya, along with a few loyal followers, managed to find a narrow escape amidst the chaos. They had thought that once they reached the open space, their chances of fleeing would improve, but they were gravely mistaken. Chi would not let them slip away easily. The snake Beastmen huddled beneath the Julu tribe members, sustaining minimal injuries, and just as they prepared to flee, thick earthen walls erupted beside them, blocking their retreat. Feng Xiao stood poised in the air, and before they could react, fireballs rained down upon them, igniting their cries of desperation. The sound was so harrowing that the young females of the Hu tribe instinctively covered their offspring's ears. They were experiencing firsthand the stark contrast of ice and fire. The scent of charred flesh wafted far in the wind. Feng Xiao observed coldly, and when the flames had done their work, she extinguished the fire. Chu, alongside his brethren, approached the beleaguered group, surveying the seemingly defenseless snake and deer beastman at his feet, and inquired once more, "It is you who killed my father?" Jinya, still obstinately denying, retorted, "We did not slay your father. It was the Julu tribe who did this, and we snake beastmen are not involved." Chu regarded him with a gaze as cold as death, uttering no further words, and delivered a decisive stomp upon Jinya's already scorched lower half. A pained cry escaped Jinya's lips. Having just deceived Dajiao about his injuries, he now found himself unable to evade the relentless assault. The intense pain ignited his fighting spirit. Realizing he could no longer deny his guilt, he curled his upper body and lunged toward Chiyu, aiming to sink his venomous fangs into the latter's thigh. However, instead of the anticipated metallic taste of blood, he found something amiss with his teeth. Chiyu looked down with a mocking smile. "Do you think a few venomous fangs are sufficient to challenge the Hu tribe? How naive." Upon hearing this, the severely injured Dajiao struggled to raise his head. Attempting to clear his name, "It was not my intention to seize. He claimed he would seize it for me." Feng Xiao was taken aback by this unexpected utterance from a seemingly lifeless body, exclaiming, "Goodness, you are still alive?" It is no wonder that Feng Xiao was startled. Anyone would feel a chill upon witnessing a charred corpse suddenly speak. Jianya was equally astonished, wishing to shift the blame onto Dajiao. Realizing that he had not yet succumbed to death, he quickly retreated a few steps, keeping his distance from Dajiao, fearing that in a moment of desperation, he might rise to confront him. "You are all cut from the same cloth. None of you are virtuous." The usually good-tempered Chenpei was incensed by Dajiao's defense, his face flushing with anger. "You, do not waste words with him. Simply extinguish him." Feng Xiao was eager to silence Dajiao's ramblings. With a wave of his hand, Chu summoned the tribe's warriors, who surged forward. Moments later, the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and the last few serpent beastmen, who had managed to survive through various trials, reluctantly closed their eyes and breathed their last. As he gazed upon the carnage, Chu felt a heavy heart, struggling to comprehend how such misfortune had befallen them, resulting in the loss of his beloved father. Li Jiao, seeing that the battle had concluded, walked slowly from behind the protective barrier to Chu Yu's side, firmly grasping his hand. With reddened eyes, Chu Yu reciprocated the grip, trembling slightly. Yet he understood that the deceased were beyond help, and many tribe members were still awaiting his guidance. Let a few individuals handle the remains, dig a large pit, and bury them after cremation. Yes, Chief. Indeed, the tribe had already acknowledged Chu Yu as the rightful leader of the Fox tribe. Chu Yu discussed with Li Jiao the possibility of relocating the Fox tribe to their current location. Li Jiao suggested consulting with the tribe members to hear their thoughts. Once matters were settled, Chu Yu convened the tribe at the sacrificial altar, stating, "You all must know the reason for my gathering you today. Chief, we wish to relocate our tribe, to be united with you," a tribe member hastily expressed. Chu Yu raised his hand to quell the murmurs, clarifying, "I called you here to discuss this very matter. What do the rest of you think? Are you willing to move to the Huaxia tribe?" One tribe member timidly inquired, "Chief, if we choose not to relocate, will you disregard us?" "To be frank, if you are unwilling to move, I will not be able to remain here for long. After all, I cannot stray too far from my mate. Consequently, I may only return after some time, which would not be beneficial for you. Naturally, You may choose to elect another member to serve as chief. The support from the Heavenly Maiden for the Fox tribe will continue as before. Upon hearing this, several groups formed, whispering among themselves about whether to follow Chu-Yu to migrate or to appoint a new chief to stay. The older members hesitated, reluctant to embark on such a long journey, fearing that their age might lead to unforeseen mishaps along the way. The younger ones, however, did not share such apprehensions, for they viewed Chu-Yu as a paragon of their generation. Apart from him, they felt inadequate to shoulder the responsibilities of leadership and feared they could not protect the entire tribe. In a moment, opinions had divided into two factions. After listening to their concerns, Chu-Yu turned to discuss with Jiao Jiao. After considering, Li Jiao proposed, "Ayu, what do you think of this? We can use space to transport the elderly and the young, while the adult beastmen can migrate at their own pace." Chu-Yu hesitated, "But wouldn't that mean I can no longer keep my ability to travel through space a secret?" Li Jiao smiled gently. "That is a good thing. It adds to your standing as chief." Previously, their family's overall strength was insufficient, necessitating the concealment of their abilities. Now that Chu-Yu's companions were all capable of formidable feats, it was time to showcase their strengths, which would serve to deter any dissenters within the tribe. Understanding her reasoning, Chu-Yu realized that as chief, it was time to exhibit their power, which would instill greater confidence in the tribe members regarding his ability to lead them toward prosperity. With newfound resolve, he shared their decision with the assembly. The tribe members looked at him, bewildered, as they were unfamiliar with the concept of space. There are two types of space, one for storing food and another for growing it. Before he could elaborate further, a young female exclaimed excitedly, "Chief, is it like our vegetable garden? Is that what your space does?" Chu nodded. "Yes, it can be understood as my private vegetable patch." "Wow, Chief, you are incredible. What a skill. This is a blessing from the beast god to my mate, and not every mate is granted such a gift," Li Jiao interjected, leaving the statement unfinished. However, the tribe members understood that such a blessing was beyond their hopes. They marveled at Chu-Yu's extraordinary fortune in receiving the beast god's favor, affirming that selecting him as chief was undoubtedly the correct choice. Li Jiao noticed their admiration for Chu-Yu was rivaling their regard for her, filled with respect. Chapter 189. Migration. Li Jiao felt genuine happiness for Chu-Yu. Suddenly, an unexpected voice spoke up. "Chief, why not place all of us in your space and take us together? Wouldn't that be much more convenient, eliminating any concern for danger along the way?" Chu-Yu turned to see a newly matured male beastman, who appeared somewhat frail, yet was indeed a Huang-level beastman. After contemplating for a moment, Chu-Yu asked the assembly, "Is this how the rest of you feel?" His gaze was fixed on the one who had spoken. The young Bai Miao felt a shiver under Chu-Yu's intense gaze, experiencing the overwhelming pressure of a high-level beastman, almost compelled to kneel in submission. Observing the tense atmosphere, Bai Miao's uncle quickly interjected, "Chief, we believe your proposed solution is excellent. As males, we are meant to venture out and face challenges. Such opportunities are rare. This time, we can seize the chance to hone our skills. Right, Bai Miao?" Realizing his earlier remarks were inappropriate, Bai Miao hung his head in shame, admitting, "Chief, I spoke thoughtlessly. I should not have sought comfort." Chu-Yu withdrew his gaze to address the crowd again, reminding them that continually honing their skills to protect their loved ones, including their cherished mates and offspring, was the responsibility of all male beastmen. Thus, this migration would also serve as a challenge. And he believed that every male beastman in their tribe was a warrior, was it not? Yes. The response was filled with enthusiasm and confidence. After a flurry of discussion, the gloom that had loomed over the Fox tribe for days finally began to dissipate. Li Jiao quietly observed. Recognizing a new side of Chu-Yu, the once gentle and warm-hearted man now spoke with resolute conviction. Indeed, he was her great husband, and he looked exceptionally handsome. With 3 months remaining until the rainy season, she felt this was the optimal time to begin their migration. "Chief, will the Shinshou tribe and the Tiger Howl tribe also migrate?" "I do not yet know. Akai has not returned with news." Just then, Feng Xiao descended from above, accompanied by Wang Yikai and Hu Zhenhai, who had recently returned from the Shinshou tribe. "Ayu, my father said they wish to migrate as well." Wang Yikai began to shout even before he had touched the ground. Once they landed, Hu Zhenhai shared the thoughts of their Hu Xiao tribe. "My father and the others were deeply saddened upon hearing about Uncle Chu's unfortunate incident. They also reflected on the notion that living together as a community would be preferable, considering that the tribes had long been as close as brothers. Thus, cohabiting would likely lead to minimal friction and issues. Indeed, Chu Yu and the others had previously contemplated the long-standing interactions among the three tribes, believing that such a union would pose no significant problems, which is why they proposed migrating together. Unexpectedly, this incident catalyzed a unanimous decision to relocate the tribes. So, does Uncle Wong and Uncle Hu mean that they will convene at the Fox tribe before embarking on the journey together? Yes. My father and the others have already begun gathering their belongings, and they expect to depart in the next few days. Once they reach the Hu Xiao tribe, the orcs will set off together. When I returned, Ahe was already assembling the young females and cubs of our Xinchuan tribe. Chu Yu calmly organized the arrangements. Well, let him take the young females and cubs of the three tribes back to our tribe first. Chief, aren't you going to take our Fox tribe's young females and cubs first? Well, I wasn't certain if they would join us, so I plan to take them first. Now that they're coming along, let Ahe take them as well. Chief, do you mean that Chu also has space? One person asked in surprise. Feng Xiao replied, both envious and excited. Yes. Only you and he possess space, which has left us feeling quite envious. Why is it that all the beast husbands are celestial maidens, yet we have none? After Feng Zhao's words, the positions of Chu Yu and Chu He were further solidified. Jiao pointed out that since everyone would be living together in the future, it would be essential to cultivate two authoritative figures. The fact that both Chu Yu and Chu He possess space gives them a significant advantage over the other male orcs. Not to mention that both are of a celestial tier and possess additional supernatural abilities. Thus, Chu He led the elderly, weak, women, and children of these three tribes, along with Jiao Jiao, Wang Yikai, and Hu Zhen Tian, back to the Huaxia tribe under the protection of Chunpei. Chu Yu awaited the arrival of Wang Yiyuan and Hu Zhenhai, who would unite their respective tribes with the Fox tribe. One must admit that such an arrangement is indeed wise. Having all male orcs has the advantage that their pace cannot slow down. In a fortnight, the Hu Xiao tribe and the Xinchuan tribe arrived at the Fox tribe. Chu Yu allowed them 2 days to rest and recuperate before officially announcing their departure. The higher-ranked male orcs voluntarily positioned themselves on either side of the formation, encircling the slightly lower-ranked male orcs in the center to shield them from encounters with large wild beasts along the way, thus avoiding injuries. Hu Yitong and Wang Ting approached Chu Yu and spoke to him in hushed tones. We share responsibility for your father's situation. It is our fault for moving too slowly and not finding him sooner. Uncle Wang and Uncle Hu, please do not say that. The forest is vast, and you have tirelessly assisted in the search for so many days. It was not an easy task. Moreover, you were so far away that the brothers of the Eagle tribe could not manage so many people. When I heard you had only a few individuals, my heart sank, fearing that something might happen to you as well. Hu Zhenhai chimed in. If it weren't for Jiao Jiao providing us all with positioning pills, a youth and the others would not have been able to locate him. Jiao Jiao truly has a kind heart, Hu Yitong remarked. Chu Yu looked at them. Indeed. Once this matter arose, my mother could not manage living alone with my younger siblings, leading me to realize that it is indeed preferable for a family to live nearby, just as you would surely prefer to frequently see a Kai, a Hai, and a Tian. Wang Ting sighed. Yes, recently I've been feeling unwell all over. It must be due to aging, as my body begins to falter. Hu Yitong added. Yes, we are all growing old. The future belongs to the younger generation. Feng Xiao interjected to lighten the mood. Hey, Uncle Wang, once we arrive at the Huaxia tribe, let a Kai and a Yuan take good care of your health, ensuring you possess the strength of a fierce beast. Who knows, perhaps they could even add a few more brothers for a Kai. You little rascal. Wang Ting pretended to scold the boy, but he flitted away like a bird. Speaking of which, these two uncles appeared somewhat bashful, and after a moment of hesitation, Wang Ting spoke. However, a Kai's mother indeed has given birth. A Hai's mother also has a cub. Hu Yitong blushed, much like a young lad experiencing fatherhood for the first time, and muttered, yes, this time it is indeed his. Chapter 190. Chun Shi forms a bond. Meanwhile, Chunpei returned to the tribe with Li Jiao Jiao and Chu He. As soon as they landed, Chu He released everyone from his space. The sun was setting, casting vibrant hues across the nearby sea. The young females, having never seen the seaside, marveled in awe. Celestial maiden, this place is stunning. As long as you all enjoy it, after all, we will be living here from now on. The young cubs, experiencing such a sudden change of scenery for the first time, were fascinated and clung to Chu He, desiring to play several more times. It was Li Jiao Jiao's cubs that captured their attention. The little ones took on the role of hosts, leading their new friends around their tribe in joyous frolic. Jiao Jiao sister, big brother, you're back. Chun Shi, hearing the voices of Li Jiao Jiao and the others, poked his head out from the beast den, still bearing a slight flush on his cheeks. Li Jiao Jiao was mildly surprised and glanced at the eagle Mo who followed Chun Shi, understanding immediately. So they have already formed a bond. How wonderful. Quite fitting. A teasing smile appeared on Li Jiao Jiao's face. Chun Shi, shy and stammering, attempted to explain, Sister Jiao Jiao, a few days ago, I came of age, and I have formed a bond with Eagle Mo. Li Jiao Jiao smiled knowingly. No need to explain, sister understands. Eagle Mo is a good person. I must congratulate you. I regret missing your coming-of-age ceremony. I feel quite embarrassed. As she spoke, Li Jiao Jiao produced a wooden box and handed it over. This is a gift I prepared for you beforehand, intended to present at your coming-of-age ceremony, but I regrettably missed the opportunity. Now I am giving it to you. See if you like it. Chun Shi opened the box, and golden light instantaneously dazzled her eyes. How beautiful! Chun Shi eagerly tried on the shimmering necklace, and the bracelet fit perfectly, enhancing the whiteness of her skin. Yes, it suits you very well, Li Jiao Jiao praised. I prepared this some time ago. Thank you, Sister Jiao Jiao. Chun Shi bounced up and planted a kiss on Li Jiao Jiao's cheek. Steady now, you are almost a mother. Chun Pei watched his lively sister with heartfelt gratitude to the beast god for allowing him to meet Li Jiao Jiao. I have another piece of good news to share with you. What is it? I'm expecting a cub. Chun Shi's face turned even redder. Your speed is truly remarkable. Li Jiao Jiao could not help but tease. Chun Pei had long been aware of Eagle Mo's feelings for Chun Shi and understood that their bond was inevitable. Seeing their affection for one another brought him comfort, hoping that their parents would forgive a few of his past missteps upon witnessing his sister's happiness. After the excitement subsided, Chun Shi appeared slightly bewildered, noticing the multitude of young females and cubs throughout the tribe. Unsure of what had transpired and why the young females and cubs from several brother tribes had come together, Li Jiao Jiao briefly recounted the recent events. And upon hearing this, Eagle Mo inquired, should we from the Eagle tribe send someone to bring them back? It would save them from the long journey and the hardships they have endured. Li Jiao Jiao waved her hand dismissively, asserting that as a male beastman, he should engage in training when the time called for it, and should not be indulged. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they should arrive here smoothly before the rainy season. Additionally, considering the long journey and the potential difficulties of bringing along the young females and their offspring, they had decided to return them early using spatial manipulation. I will assist them in tidying the beast den. Chun Shi cheerfully ran towards the young females, chattering excitedly as she led them to organize the beast den and clean up, swiftly bonding with them. The others recognized her as Chun Pei's sister and a shaman of the Huaxia tribe, evoking a natural admiration towards her. The shamans and priestesses from the three brother tribes quickly engaged with her, exchanging insights on various ailments and inquiring about the abundance of medicinal herbs in the nearby mountains and forests. Chun Shi, with a generous wave of her hand, assured them she knew where the herbs were plentiful and invited them to explore together when time allowed. Since Li Jiao Jiao and her companions relocated here, Jin Rue had been using his wind abilities every day to create the basic shape of the beast den, which the other beastmen would then refine in detail. Initially, they had planned to gradually allocate the dens for the young ones to sleep alone as they grew older. To their surprise, the dens prepared for the cubs were now proving to be quite useful. In total, Li Jiao Jiao and her companions had constructed around 100 beast dens, each spacious enough to comfortably accommodate over 10 young females without feeling cramped. Although they could not ensure that every family received a den, they could at least protect the females from the harsh elements until their fathers or beastmen arrived at the Huaxia tribe. If necessary, Li Jiao Jiao thought she could allow them to temporarily reside in her space. While she recognized that the provisions might be insufficient, it was impractical to expect her to work overtime to construct more. She was neither a savior nor an altruistic figure, and she believed they should learn to be self-sufficient once their main group arrived. The following morning, Li Jiao Jiao was awakened by the cacophony of hundreds of cubs chattering excitedly. Her own cubs, thrilled to see their peers, had hardly slept the night before, while the cubs from the brother tribes, still adjusting to their new surroundings, were equally restless. Just as dawn began to break, they all emerged from their dens, as if summoned. Li Jiao Jiao, rubbing her aching lower back, glanced at Chun Pei, who had woken up before her, and playfully scolded him with a look. Understanding her unspoken words, Chun Pei leaned down to massage her back, filled with remorse as he said, "Jiao Jiao, I am truly sorry. I lost control and was rather excessive." Li Jiao nestled her head against his muscular chest, her fingers instinctively tracing patterns on him as she replied, "Silly, why say such things? You were not the only one enjoying the moment. I relished the entire experience as well." They fell into a comfortable silence, the atmosphere around them becoming increasingly intimate. The ambient temperature began to rise. Li Jiao slipped her hand under the beast's skin draped over Chunpei's back, tracing a gentle circle before returning to rest on the small rabbit tattoo on his chest. From a previous drunken encounter, Chunpei had held her hand against his chest, recounting how his heart raced the first time he laid eyes on her. Remarkably, whenever Chunpei was aroused, the rabbit tattoo would emit warmth. Whenever Li Jiao saw it, she could not help but plant a kiss upon it. Mother! Mother! Ning Yuan bounced in, interrupting their tender moment, urgency lacing her voice. "Mother! Chunpei father! Come quickly! They are fighting!" Li Jiao exclaimed in surprise, hastily dressing and rushing out. What was going on with these people? Creating trouble so soon after their arrival? It was truly exhausting. As she reached the entrance of the beast den, she spotted two groups of young females gathered at a distance. Chunpei followed closely behind, observing the tightly knit crowd. And realizing that it would be impossible for Li Jiao to squeeze through, he transformed into his beast form, inviting her to climb onto his back. It was easier to see from a height. With a roar, Chunpei soared into the air, and Li Jiao finally discerned the scene below. Rather than a fight, two young females were joyfully embracing each other for reasons unknown. The cubs, small in stature and far away, mistakenly believed a brawl was taking place upon witnessing the embrace and the surrounding crowd. What a false alarm! Li Jiao sighed in relief, but suddenly, the throng of young females below caught sight of Chunpei's dragon form and gasped in surprise. They stared wide-eyed at him, bewildered at his sudden transformation and flight. Realizing the misunderstanding, Li Jiao signaled Chunpei to gently set her down. Approaching the center of the gathering, she asked, "What were you two doing just now?" Everyone misunderstood the situation. The crowd turned their gaze towards the distant cubs, and the two at the center exchanged apologetic yet amused glances. "Ah, Tiannu, I just reunited with my long-lost sister," one of them exclaimed excitedly. The speaker was Sui from the Hushao tribe, the daughter of a female beastman from Hushao and a male beastman from the Shenquan tribe. Li Jiao had met her during her previous visit to Hushao. The one she embraced was a diminutive white-furred female named Fei, who appeared quite youthful, resembling a minor. Li Jiao recalled having seen her among the Tianning tribe. Upon hearing Sui's words, she learned that their fathers were brothers who had followed their mother to the Hushao tribe. Before Li Jiao could ask further, the loquacious Sui began recounting how Fei had accidentally gone missing and how they had fortuitously encountered each other. When they were very young, Fei had wandered out of the tribe in search of adventure, only to become lost and vanish without a trace. The tribe had sent out search parties, but their efforts yielded no results. They had even alerted neighboring tribes to keep an eye out while hunting, but to no avail. Over time, her parents had given up hope. Unbeknownst to them, Fei had fallen into a ravine during her escapade. At the bottom, there was a small river. Although she had survived the fall, she sustained a head injury and had her scent washed away by the water. The current carried her to a bend near the Tianning tribe. By sheer fate, a beastman from the Tianning tribe, who was out hunting, happened upon the riverbank and inadvertently rescued her. Since her parents had already despaired, the young eagle beastman, unfamiliar with the route to the Shenquan tribe, chose to take her back to recuperate before inquiring about her origins. However, Fei could only recall her name and nothing else. Despite several visits to the Shenquan tribe, no answers emerged. Thus, Fei remained living with the eagle beastman. Gradually, he developed feelings for her and pursued her fervently, ultimately showcasing his masculine prowess to secure his position as her first beast husband. While Sui was reminiscing about their childhood adventures, her beastman husband approached, perplexed by her prolonged absence. Upon entering the tribe, he observed his female being hugged by another, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at his female. He was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Li Jiao, surprised to see him, recalled recognizing Fei from her time in the Tianning tribe. Realizing she was the young female from the Eagle Sioux tribe. "Who is the one embracing my female?" he inquired. "If they are not mistaken, she is your female sister." "Ah, my female sister? Did she find her family? Has she remembered her childhood?" Li Jiaojiao shrugged her shoulders and spread her hands, expressing her uncertainty. However, Su was not genuinely interested in her response. Before she could finish her sentence, he had already dashed over to Fei. Fei, is this really your sister? Upon seeing Su, Fei felt as though she had discovered a lifeline. Help! Who can understand me? My sister's strength is quite overwhelming. I feel as if my bones might snap from her embrace. The moment she noticed Su approaching, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, she is my sister. Although I have yet to recall her, the scent she carries is unmistakable. Without needing Fei to elaborate, Su had already detected the familiar aroma shared between the two sisters. Oh, Fei, is this your first beast husband? The lad is quite spirited. The compliment from Sui made Fei blush with embarrassment. Your brother-in-law is migrating with the main group and will take some time to arrive. But you can first meet my little ones. She called out to several small creatures nearby. Debeo, quickly bring your siblings to meet your aunt. 2 little brainy animals and 3 small puppies wagged their tails and scurried over. Annie, the little ones called out in high-pitched voices. The atmosphere quickly became lively. Li Jiaojiao had not anticipated that the migration would inadvertently lead her to reunite with lost family members. A delightful surprise indeed. The little females and the young creatures spent several calm days together, during which Li Jiaojiao contemplated the idea of establishing a kindergarten. She thought it would be beneficial for herself and the other young females to engage in some activities. With such a large group, after meals, they had little to do but wander around, which over time could lead to gossiping. Li Jiaojiao was not being overly concerned, but in just a few days, she had observed the beginnings of such a tendency. A few young females consistently gathered with familiar faces, whispering and gossiping. They would immediately fall silent upon noticing someone approaching. This discord disrupted the harmony that had initially characterized the tribe. Determined to take action, Li Jiaojiao convened everyone the following day to share her thoughts. Goddess, what is a kindergarten? Goddess, are you saying we won't have to care for the little ones ourselves anymore? Goddess, does this kindergarten require supervision? Goddess, do you find our dependence on the tribe's provisions displeasing, prompting you to separate us from our little ones to make us work? Chapter 192. Establishing a kindergarten. As soon as Li Jiaojiao concluded her statement, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of confusion. She felt as if her head were filled with buzzing bees, reminiscent of a time in modernity when she had attended a celebrity concert. Upon returning from a hunt, Chui noticed Li Jiaojiao frowning amid the throng, clearly irritated by the noise. He quickly approached her, enveloping her in an embrace, and turned to the crowd, bellowing, "What is all this ruckus?" Instantly, silence fell, and one could hear a pin drop. The loudest young females buried their heads like ostriches, fearing Chu's gaze, anxious about potential repercussions. Although there was a rule forbidding male beasts from harming young females, who could discern if Chu might be an exception given his frosty demeanor? Li Jiaojiao had not expected Chu's return at that moment, let alone his vocal intervention on her behalf. Nevertheless, the effect was remarkable. Moreover, she felt cherished. Being cared for was an exquisite feeling. Her fingers gently scratched the palm of Chu's hand, causing his body to tense up, and she could sense the muscles beneath his beast skin skirt quivering. Slightly intimidated, she distanced herself, clearing her throat. "Everyone, please don't rush. Allow me to finish speaking, and after that, you may ask your questions one by one, all right?" With a formidable figure like Chu at her side, no one dared to dissent, and they nodded in agreement. Thus, the concept of a kindergarten entails gathering children together and assigning dedicated individuals to care for their daily needs while imparting knowledge to nurture their understanding of the world, literacy, and etiquette from a young age. There's no need to worry about the younger ones being bullied by the older. I assure you, this will not happen. I will categorize all the little ones by age into different groups. This is essential because children of varying ages learn different things, and mixing them could lead to conflicts. I have no desire to engage in daily disputes over who is right or wrong. The primary intent behind establishing this kindergarten is to liberate some of the young females, allowing them to pursue their interests, which you may also refer to as hobbies. I understand that some young females may feel their worth lies solely in their ability to bear offspring, representing a precious legacy. Yet I wish to emphasize that encountering a caring male beast is our fortune. However, what if one day we find ourselves separated from our groups, lost and alone? Being capable of foraging for food, discerning what is edible in the wilderness, and finding our way home could significantly enhance our survival in the wild. Moreover, My exhortation to learn as much as possible is not solely for the purpose of pleasing anyone. It is merely to enrich our own spirits. Life is fleeting, and if our days are spent merely gossiping about others, it would be an utter waste of our precious time. Noticing that her tone had grown somewhat grave, Li Jiaojiao glanced over and saw that the usual gossipers were now too timid to lift their heads. She cleared her throat once more and continued. If there are no objections, I will gradually begin selecting suitable individuals from the male beasts of various tribes to care for the little ones. Of course, this care will not be round the clock. It will only be during the day. I will establish a schedule so that the male beasts responsible for caring for the children will arrive and depart punctually. As the male beasts from various tribes are still en route, the primary responsibility during this period will likely fall upon the Tianying tribe's males. If any young females are interested in helping care for the little ones, they may register their names with Ying Tan, and I will conduct a selection process, notifying those chosen individually. All right, I believe I've conveyed most of my thoughts. If there are any questions, please feel free to ask them one by one now. Ying Mo listened attentively, still somewhat confused. Goddess, if that is the case, who will hunt for the selected male beast families? Li Jiaojiao replied. Therefore, careful selection is crucial. If a young female has only one or two beast husbands and cannot manage her own household, regardless of how exceptional they may be, they will not meet the selection criteria. The first hard requirement is that young females in relationships must have 3 or more beast husbands in their families to qualify. For those unmarried, they must have 3 or more adult brothers to be eligible. Furthermore, it is important to note that this is not a permanent arrangement. Being selected does not mean one must continue indefinitely. We have many potential candidates, and courses will be arranged according to each individual's strengths. For instance, if you excel in hunting, you may teach hunting skills on specific days, while if Chuhi is skilled in woodworking, he can instruct on other designated days. Those interested or selected will need to report their areas of expertise for better coordination. If personal matters arise, arrangements can be made with others for substitutes. There are no rigid requirements. Participation is voluntary, and we will organize the schedule to ensure a balance between work and rest, with 5 days of learning followed by 2 days of rest. After hearing this, Ying Mo found it quite reasonable and nodded in agreement, refraining from further inquiries. A young female of the Fox clan inquired, Tian knew, what requirements must a young female meet to apply? Li Jiaojiao turned to her and offered a gentle smile. Firstly, one must not be pregnant. Secondly, one must have no cubs still in the nursing stage. And thirdly, one must possess good character. Therefore, the most suitable candidates are those who have formed a partnership but have not yet conceived, or those whose cubs are already sufficiently grown and can be temporarily set aside. Another young female's voice chimed in, Tian knew. If we wish to learn the skills you mentioned, who will teach us? I will be one of the instructors. But for wilderness survival skills, we will need the assistance of male beasts. I will arrange for suitable individuals to come, Li Jiaojiao responded. After waiting for a moment without further inquiries, she asked again, are there any other questions? Chunpei glanced around and asked Jiaojiao, if we want to teach the cubs to read and learn other skills, where should we go to study? Currently, we lack appropriate facilities. That is easily resolved. Look over there at that vacant plot. I had intended to reserve it for constructing a classroom. Tomorrow, I will have he take you, along with a few brothers from the Ying clan, up the mountain to gather some timber so we can build a teaching building. Chapter 193. Constructing a teaching building. What is a teaching building? Someone questioned. Li Jiaojiao patiently explained. It is a dedicated space for the cubs to learn. That sounds wonderful. Li Jiaojiao disregarded their discussions and turned to Ying Mo, instructing, let us hold a brief meeting. I will outline what we need. Shortly thereafter, Ying Mo gathered their strong laborers along with Chu He. Li Jiaojiao produced a blueprint of a 3-story building, resembling a modern educational facility, though the materials depicted were entirely wooden, comprising approximately 60 rooms, with around 1,500 cubs from various clans, along with a few half-grown ones. The total approached 2,000, which Li Jiaojiao deemed sufficient for the time being. Should the numbers increase in the future and prove inadequate, they could always construct more later. The eagle Beastman, having never seen anything like it, marveled at the delicate lines on the blueprint. Chu He, possessing an innate understanding of such matters and having prior experience, calculated the quantity of various lengths and widths of timber needed for the first floor within an afternoon. During this process, Li Jiaojiao discovered another eagle Beastman who also excelled in this area. She encouraged him to estimate the timber required for the second floor. While the figures differed slightly, they were close enough to exceed her expectations, leading her to regard him with newfound appreciation. Noticing Li Jiaojiao's gaze on that individual, Chu He felt a twinge of discomfort. Chu He, could you explain why 20 pieces of timber are needed here? To me, it seems like we require food routes, he queried. Chu He, what are you looking at? He had been explaining how to interpret the blueprint, but his mind wandered, and it took several calls to bring him back to focus. Li Jiaojiao, noticing his distraction, approached and whispered, "Hey He, what is wrong? Are you unwell?" Chu He, seeing her anxious expression, felt a sudden wave of grievance wash over him, his gaze toward her filled with melancholy. Li Jiaojiao, alarmed by the tears in his eyes, asked, "What is the matter? Are you feeling ill?" Chu He remained silent, and without further ado, Li Jiaojiao turned to Chun Pei, saying, Pei, please assist them in examining the blueprint and calculating the quantities for the second and third floors. She then took hold of Chu He and led him away. Upon returning to the beast den, before Li Jiaojiao could ask again, Chu He ushered her into his space. Without a word, he pulled her in for a passionate kiss. At that moment, even the most naive of Li Jiaojiao realized the cause of his distress. She tilted her head back in response, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck, and kissed him fervently in return. Feeling her passion, Chu He's anxious heart gradually found solace. They exchanged no words. Only heavy breaths filled the air. After a prolonged kiss, Chu He embraced the weak-kneed Li Jiaojiao tightly. "Jiaojiao, I am sorry." "Fool, why apologize? What have you done wrong? Do you fancy someone else?" Chu He immediately locked eyes with her, raising a finger. "How could that be? I, Chu He, swear to the beast god that I will only ever love Li Jiaojiao in this lifetime. Otherwise, may I?" Li Jiaojiao hastily covered his mouth. "Fool, do not speak such nonsense. I was merely teasing you. I know you love me. But do you realize that neither you nor you can be replaced in my heart?" Although Li Jiaojiao understood that the beast god was a fabrication, she felt it best not to engage in oaths. She had never doubted Chu He. He replied, his voice muffled. "You mentioned that before." Curiously, Li Jiaojiao asked, "Why are you so jealous today?" Seeing that Eagle Beastman's expression gives me a sense of crisis. What expression? When this topic arose, Chu He still felt wronged. That look of admiration. You used to look at me that way, but it has been a long time since you have regarded me like that. Li Jiaojiao lauga fartili. Fool, isn't it good to have another capable person to assist you? But I fear for you. Before he could finish, Li Jiaojiao leaped onto him, wrapping her legs around his waist. Chu He, worried she might fall, quickly supported her. Li Jiaojiao playfully kissed him repeatedly, like a chick pecking at grains, rendering him utterly speechless. "Silly husband, I merely discovered a capable individual and felt pleased. I have no other intentions, I swear. You know, as our tribe grows, we must gradually learn to be managers. If we attempt to handle every matter personally, we shall surely exhaust ourselves. I merely noted that Eagle Beastman possesses a talent for calculations, and we should nurture that ability. In the future, we will have many more houses to build. It would be a burden for you to oversee every task personally, and I would be distressed. Of course, you must learn these skills. Without them, you cannot discern if others are deceiving you. However, once we acquire knowledge, we must learn to delegate appropriately." While Li Jiaojiao continued to chatter, she noticed Chu He gazing at her with bright eyes. "Are you feeling better?" "Yes," he replied, burying his head in her neck. Somehow, hearing Li Jiaojiao express that she wished to nurture that Eagle Beastman out of concern for him filled him with joy, especially upon realizing that she did not even know the Eagle Beastman's name. Li Jiaojiao was unaware that he had already circled through his thoughts, comforting himself. "Jiaojiao, let's go outside. I'm no longer upset." "Really?" "Yes, really." Upon returning to the courtyard, everyone could clearly sense the heavy atmosphere surrounding Chu He had dissipated. With his spirits lifted, tasks became more efficient. Understanding that Li Jiaojiao harbored no ulterior motives toward them, Chu He willingly took the time to teach them. Li Jiaojiao had not misjudged that Eagle Beastman indeed possessed a talent for this work. Chu He needed only to explain 2 or 3 times for him to grasp the concepts. With a few more explanations, he could even apply the knowledge to other situations. Although the other 2 did not possess the same level of insight as the Eagle Beastman, they too could comprehend, saving Chu He considerable effort. After 2 days of diligent work, they calculated the total amount of timber required. On the 3rd day, Chu He led a grand procession of Tian Ing clan beastmen to the distant mountains. Chapter 194. Eagle babies. Li Jiaojiao had decreed that the nearby mountains be reserved for the cubs and young females, facilitating their training in the future. Thus, the members of the Tianying tribe, being able to fly, did not hinder the progress of lumbering even when venturing further afield. For an entire month, A large group worked fervently. In the initial days, Chu-hee accompanied them, instructing them on selecting timber. Once they mastered the skill, he ceased to accompany them, visiting only every few days to collect the neatly stacked wood they had harvested. During the subsequent fortnight, they divided into two groups. One, under Chu-hee's guidance, laid the groundwork for future dwellings within the tribe, while the other continued their tree-felling endeavors. Unexpectedly, on one midday, two members of the lumbering team hurried back. Tian-nu, come quickly. There is a grave matter. Li Jiaojiao, who was engaged in teaching the young females how to write in her reception cave, dashed out upon hearing their frantic cries. What is it? Why are you back so early? What has transpired? Tian-nu, this morning, Chu-hee instructed us to proceed with our usual tree felling. When we arrived, the sun had just risen, and the forest was still shrouded in mist. Li Jiaojiao, feeling a headache approaching, gestured for them to get to the point. What exactly happened? The other individual, equally anxious and fidgeting, saw Li Jiaojiao's insistence for brevity and raised his hand eagerly. The Xiong tribe is on their way, looking quite imposing, and they wish to pay us a visit. Huh? Li Jiaojiao was bewildered, glancing at Chun-pei, who wore a similarly perplexed expression. After some contemplation, she recalled that during their last visit, she had extended the courtesies of a host, even having Jean Rue accompany them for several days. When they departed, she had packed them numerous dried fruits to take home to their families. They had insisted she join them in their tribe. Yet had she not been preoccupied with thoughts of returning to the modern world with Jean Rue, she might have accepted. Why, then, were they suddenly seeking trouble now? She racked her brain, but could not fathom how she had offended them. Upon receiving the news, Ying Tan, who was assisting Chu-hee, immediately soared back. Spotting the two messengers, he sighed in exasperation. Why did you allow these two to return with such alarming news? Speak clearly and do not frighten my young female. Li Jiaojiao had yet to grasp the meaning behind Ying Tan's words when she noticed the two individuals looked somewhat awkward upon encountering him, their voices dropping considerably. She initially assumed they were intimidated by Ying Tan, but when they spoke again, Li Jiaojiao nearly dropped her jaw. We just arrived at the logging area, and shortly after, we spotted several male orc members of the Xiong tribe. Ying Tan's expression remained stoic. And then, they mentioned they wished to come here as guests and asked us to inform you. And then, that was all. Li Jiaojiao glared at the two. I was anxious for ages, and this is all you have to tell me? You were deliberately trying to frighten me. Before she could voice her complaints, Ying Tan interjected with a reprimand. I suggest, next time you communicate, refrain from embellishing your words with excessive rhetoric and unnecessary expressions. Be factual and avoid exaggeration. The two lowered their heads in shame. It dawned on Li Jiaojiao that they were indeed the proverbial hidden talents. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief and instruct Chun-pei to prepare ample food for the impending guests, she felt a tightening in her abdomen. All right, it seems labor is upon me. She exhaled deeply, unconsciously tightening her grip on Ying Tan's hand. Ying Tan immediately sensed something amiss. What is it, Jiaojiao? I am about to give birth. Then do not speak. I shall carry you back to the beast den. Chun-pei, please summon Qin-shi. Jiaojiao is in labor. Ying Tan exclaimed as he swiftly scooped Li Jiaojiao into his arms and dashed back to the den. Chun-shi soon arrived, equipped with the necessary items. Having already consumed a painless childbirth pill, Li Jiaojiao lay on the bed, appearing calm aside from the occasional contraction. Truth be told, Chun-shi felt a twinge of nervousness. This was her first time delivering a baby alone since becoming a physician. Her hands trembled slightly. Do not fret, Shi, Li Jiaojiao reassured her. Delivering my child will be the simplest task, as I shall cooperate fully and my health is robust. You need not worry about any complications. Just focus on ensuring the safety of the little ones. Yes, Sister Jiaojiao, you can trust me. I will ensure the safety of every cub. I have faith in your abilities, thus I entrust our safety to you. With that, she closed her eyes, patiently awaiting the arrival of Ying Tan. Before long, an overwhelming sensation overtook her, and a cascade of notifications echoed in her mind. Ding. The host has given birth to the 202nd offspring. Beast form, Song Ying. Beast rank, heavenly tier. Rewards, 500 points, 20 birthing pills, 10 advanced upgrade pills, 20 loyalty pills, 80 space expansion vouchers, 2,000 cubic meters of defense shield. Ding. The host has given birth to the 203rd offspring. Beast form, K-ing. Beast rank, earth tier. Rewards, 320 points. 15 birthing pills, 5 advanced upgrade pills, 10 loyalty pills, 500 G of barbecue seasoning, 30 kilograms of vegetable seeds, 30 kilograms of fruit seeds, 40 space expansion vouchers, 1,000 cubic meters of defense shield. Ding! The host has given birth to the 204th offspring. Beast form, Chi Fuing. Beast rank, heavenly tier. Rewards, 500 points, 20 birthing pills, 10 advanced upgrade pills, 20 loyalty pills, 500 G of barbecue seasoning, 50 kilograms of vegetable seeds, 50 kilograms of fruit seeds, 80 space expansion vouchers, 2,000 cubic meters of defense shield. Ding! The host has given birth to the 205th offspring. Beast form, Song Ying. Beast rank, heavenly tier. Rewards, 500 points, 20 birthing pills, 10 advanced upgrade pills, 20 loyalty pills, 500 G of barbecue seasoning, 50 kilograms of vegetable seeds, 50 kilograms of fruit seeds, 80 space expansion vouchers, 2,000 cubic meters of defense shield. Ding! The host has given birth to the 206th offspring. Beast form, Jindiao. Beast rank, earth tier. Rewards, 320 points, 15 birthing pills, 5 advanced upgrade pills, 10 loyalty pills, 500 G of barbecue seasoning, 30 kilograms of vegetable seeds, 30 kilograms of fruit seeds, 40 space expansion vouchers, 1,000 cubic meters of defense shield. Ding! The host has given birth to the 207th offspring. Beast form, Shidiao. Beast rank, earth tier. Rewards, 320 points, 15 birthing pills, 5 advanced upgrade pills, 10 loyalty pills, 500 G of barbecue seasoning, 30 kilograms of vegetable seeds, 30 kilograms of fruit seeds, 40 space expansion vouchers, 1,000 cubic meters of defense shield. Chapter 195. Of course, there is hope. Ding! The host has given birth to the 208th offspring. Beast form, Hui Tu Yuying. Beast rank, earth tier. Rewards, 320 points, 15 birthing pills, 5 advanced upgrade pills, 10 loyalty pills, 500 G of barbecue seasoning, 30 kilograms of vegetable seeds, 30 kilograms of fruit seeds, 40 space expansion vouchers, 1,000 cubic meters of defense shield. Ding! The host has given birth to the 210th offspring. Beast form, Yushan. Beast rank, earth tier. Rewards, 500 points, 20 birthing pills, 10 advanced upgrade pills, 20 loyalty pills, 500 G of barbecue seasoning, 50 kilograms of vegetable seeds, 50 kilograms of fruit seeds, 80 space expansion vouchers, 2,000 cubic meters of defense shield. Congratulations to the host on successfully giving birth to 210 offspring, with an additional reward of 22,937,600 points. Along with various elisirs including 110 Zidan, 110 Wutang Femiandan, 110 Huifudan, 110 Miandan, 110 Kiang Shendan, 110 Zinaidan, 110 Zinyandan, 110 Bishidan, and a variety of upgrade elixirs. The host has now welcomed the 212th offspring, a red falcon of the earth rank, receiving rewards of 320 points, 15 Xingzidan, 5 advanced upgrade elixirs, and additional resources such as barbecue spices and seeds. The 213th offspring, a white falcon of the heaven rank, brought further rewards including 500 points and various elixirs and resources. The 218th offspring, a male violet rabbit of the heaven rank, yielded similar rewards. The birthing process was remarkably swift, akin to dumplings being made in quick succession. Fortunately, a number of the offspring were eggs, alleviating the potential chaos for Chensi, who was visibly sweating and disoriented. Upon hearing the notification, Li Jiaojiao opened her eyes to see Chensi, drenched in sweat and still trying to regain composure. She gently reminded him, Shi, I have finished giving birth. Chensi sighed in relief, feeling a sense of completion. At that moment, he appeared more like the one in labor than Li Jiaojiao herself, overwhelmed by a mix of tension and exhaustion. Ying Tan busied himself fetching basin after basin of warm water to clean the newborns, grinning foolishly at the sight of the eggs and baby rabbits, his first litter undeniably adorable. He carefully placed the eagle eggs in a prepared nest lined with soft animal skins to retain warmth and protect the fragile shells. With tender affection, Ying Tan took Li Jiaojiao's hand, kissing it repeatedly, and declared, Jiaojiao, tomorrow I shall begin incubating the eggs. Our eagle eggs take about a month to hatch, and I cannot disturb them during this time. For the next month, I may not be able to care for you as I should. I apologize, Jiaojiao. Fool. The little ones are more important. There are also a yuan and a pay to help, so you need not worry about me. Jiaojiao, thank you for giving me a home filled with love and for blessing me with so many adorable offspring. How will you express your gratitude? Ying Tan, with unwavering resolve, gazed directly into Li Jiaojiao's eyes and vowed, I, Ying Tan, swear to the beast god, In this lifetime, I shall heed only your words and be enamored solely by you. You alone occupy my heart. Li Jiaojiao listened, suppressing a laugh at his unique declaration. Observing the fluffy little ones, Qinzi felt a twinge of envy, realizing she had been too anxious to fully appreciate the moment earlier. Now, gazing at the rosy little rabbits and the colorful eggs, she found herself contemplating how many offspring she might bear and whether they would also exhibit such varied hues. Upon seeing Li Jiaojiao awake, Yingtan promptly followed Chu He's advice and served her a cup of warm water, dutifully complying despite his lack of understanding. Li Jiaojiao felt satisfied, recognizing how well her husbands had trained the others. Jiaojiao, sister, do you think I could also bear as many as you did in one go? That may not be possible. My body is different from yours. It has been specially nurtured by the beast god, allowing me to carry many offspring. However, your bodies have a limit to their capacity. Initially, the number may not be too high, but as time progresses, the quantity can increase. For instance, among our fox tribe, some young females started with 1 or 2, but now they can have 5 or 6 in each litter. Of course, this also depends on the physique of your beast husbands. The stronger they are, the more robust the seeds they provide, resulting in more offspring. Your own race and physical condition also play a role. There are many factors, and it cannot be generalized. Qinzi nodded, acknowledging her impatience. Throughout the beast world, she had never heard of another female as formidable in childbirth as Li Jiaojiao. Jiaojiao's sister, do you believe our white dragon tribe has the potential to thrive? Absolutely. You must have faith in me and in yourself. Inspired by Li Jiaojiao's unwavering confidence, Qinzi felt her own faith rekindle. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the beast cave, Chunpei, waiting for news, felt tears welling in his eyes. Li Jiaojiao truly held a special place in his heart, and the thought of their unborn offspring stirred deep emotions within him, motivating him to love her even more. It seems the male protagonists are all quite fond of their own pursuits. Chapter 196. Is there always one to admire? Outside, Chui overheard Ying Tan's words and smiled subtly. Indeed, these beast husbands were quite perceptive, knowing that Li Jiaojiao was well. He assisted Chunpei in preparing food to welcome the elephant tribe. Although he was uncertain of their intentions, Ying Tan suggested that the remarks from the 2 young ones from their tribe were exaggerated, so it was likely the elephant tribe meant no harm. The Tianying tribe was agile in flight, while the elephant tribe, though limited by their size, retained good speed and endurance. Thus, they were expected to arrive shortly. Reflecting on a last visit, Chunpei decided to catch some seafood, remembering the guest's fondness for it. Chu offered to help in the water, but Chunpei declined, insisting on doing what he excelled at, feeling unproductive otherwise. Very well, I shall wait for you on the shore, Chu replied coolly. Having spent ample time together, Chunpei had come to understand the personalities of the brothers. Although Chu never smiled at anyone but Li Jiaojiao, he was genuinely reliable and hardworking. As soon as Chunpei transformed and entered the water, waves splashed around him. Thanks to his skills in the sea, they quickly filled several large baskets. The 2 young brothers from the Tianying tribe mentioned that the elephant tribe was arriving with a sizable entourage. Chunpei asked, do you think they are here for trouble? Chu replied, I do not know. If they come as guests, we shall welcome them with courtesy. If they seek conflict, we will ensure the safety of Jiaojiao and the little ones first. Chunpei nodded in agreement, as Chu was right. Regardless of the circumstances, Jiaojiao and the offspring were of utmost importance. If the elephant tribe harbored ill intentions, they would not be intimidated. The sun gradually descended towards the west, and Chu swiftly gathered various seafood into his space before making his way back. In the skies above, Chunpei called out, Hey, why don't you ride on my back? No need. It's not a long distance, Chu replied. He cared deeply about such matters. Aside from the long journey that necessitated it, he was reluctant to ride on the backs of Feng Xiao, Chunpei, or Ying Tan. Firstly, he feared that his running speed would diminish due to a lack of practice, and secondly, he, like them, was a delicate beastman. It wouldn't sit well for him to always rely on their backs. If he did it too often, it might become an expectation. Thus, it was better not to form such a habit from the outset. The elephant clan trod upon the last rays of twilight, arriving at the gates of the Huaxia tribe. Their massive forms moved with heavy steps, as if they carried the weight of the earth itself. The evening glow bathed their gray skin, casting a golden sheen and elongating their shadows, enhancing their imposing presence. The young females and cubs, who had long awaited their arrival, gathered at the tribe's entrance. Gazing in awe at these colossal beings, Chu He stood alongside Chun Pei, Ying Tan, and Jin Rue, his nose raised high as he emitted a deep roar. Li Jiao smiled gently at them, welcoming their presence. As Chu He approached to greet them, he heard a booming voice call out, "Brother Chu He, it has been far too long. We have returned." The two exchanged friendly shoulder bumps, relieving Chu He's concerns. It seemed they were not here to cause trouble. "Brother Chu He, I am here too. I have come as well." Qing Tian chimed in from behind, glancing at Li Jiao and then at Chu He. "What brings you here this time?" Chu He inquired calmly. It's something significant," Qing Tian responded, gesturing for his companions to begin unloading their burdens. Li Jiao leaned forward to observe, for members of the elephant clan carried dozens of wooden planks on their backs. Without needing to count, she couldn't suppress her excitement, exclaiming, "Host, we have struck gold. That is Wang Wali and Jinsen and wood." After hearing countless explanations, Li Jiao realized that these woods were exceedingly valuable in modern times. If she could take them back to sell, she might even find herself on the Forbes list. Looking at the other two members of the elephant clan, they were laden with several bags of spices, and even from a distance, Li Jiao could sense a floral aroma that engulfed her senses. Surely, these could be used for perfumes. The last two carried bulging bags, and though their contents were not visible, Li Jiao, with her keen perception, discerned that they contained various colored gemstones. Chu He led them into the reception cave, where Qing Tian and the others unloaded their goods. Approaching Li Jiao, he explained, "Jiao, after our last visit, I shared the impressive qualities of your tribe with my father, who immediately insisted I return with gifts to properly pay our respects. He mentioned that our previous visit was rather abrupt, and these gifts are carefully chosen by him. I hope you will accept them. This isn't appropriate, is it? No gift comes without obligation. You have suddenly prepared such lavish offerings, and I do not have anything of equal value to return. I cannot accept." Upon hearing this, "Insiangstjesli interjected, no. Tian Nu, you have something to offer. Just share your secrets for childbirth with us." So they were here for the Shengzi Dan. How many of those did she have in her space? As Li Jiao examined her inventory, Qing Tian assumed her silence meant refusal and shot an irritated glance at Qing Ji. His eagerness was excessive, demanding someone's secrets outright. Having finished her assessment, Li Jiao was taken aback. She still had several hundred Shengzi Dan left. Perhaps it would not be unreasonable to give them a few, especially since they had brought such commendable gifts. Before she could voice her thoughts, Qing Tian spoke first. "It is my younger brother who lacks tact. We do not intend to pry your secret, but we sincerely wish for your assistance. Our tribe's cub birth rate is alarmingly low. We have barely 10 in a year. My father requested that I ask if you might help us, or if sharing your secret is impossible. Could you select one of us to be a Beastman and bear some cubs? Rest assured, we have brought forth our most handsome and formidable warriors. If you find me or Qing Ji unworthy, surely you will find one among them suitable." The atmosphere grew tense as Chu He's expression darkened. The elephant clan members trembled slightly. This young female Beastman appeared rather intimidating. The eyes of several Beastmen simultaneously turned towards Li Jiao, uncertain of her decision. Surveying the group, Li Jiao noticed one who particularly caught her eye, a striking figure with silvery gray hair that partially obscured his bright, clear eyes. His gaze held an innocent yet dreamy quality, reminiscent of a startled fawn. There was a certain fragility about him that evoked a desire to draw near and protect him. His jawline was subtly defined, and his slightly upturned lips seemed to possess a charm that tugged at Li Jiao's heartstrings. Oh dear, what was she to do? She felt a bit enchanted. Lost in her thoughts, she remained silent for a while. Qing Tian, emboldened, followed her gaze and thought, there's hope. Thankfully, he had brought Qing Liang along. Otherwise, if he had heeded Qing Ji's words about Qing Liang appearing too fragile, they might have missed this opportunity. Clearing his throat, Qing Tian subtly gestured for Qing Liang to move closer to Li Jiao. Qing Liang, confused, asked, "Young clan leader, do you feel cold? Perhaps you should ask the tribe's shaman for some herbs." Qing Tian's subtle maneuver had been awkwardly exposed, leaving him feeling embarrassed as he waved again. "Qing Liang, come here. Let me introduce you." Finally shifting closer, Qing Liang said, "Young clan leader, I understand. This is Tian Nu." With his head bowed, his expression was difficult to discern, but Li Jiao sensed his unease. Qing Tian felt a wave of frustration. This foolish boy knew who she was but failed to consider whether she recognized him. If he continued to provoke her, how could they expect Qing Liang to be chosen as her Beastman? "Come here." Io kafud likely. Kiddering herturoat. Let's discuss the matter of Beastman later. With so many eyes upon us, I must also consider the feelings of Chu He and the others. Upon hearing this, Qing Tian's head drooped in disappointment. It seemed like Jiao Jiao had refused. However, she continued, but we can certainly discuss the secrets of childbirth. The flickering hope in Qing Tian's eyes reignited into a flame. Really? Thank you, Tian knew. Thank you. As he spoke, tears of gratitude streamed down his cheeks. Please, no need for such emotions, Qing Tian. It was understandable. Their tribe desperately needed this secret for reproduction. With the knowledge of this secret, the future of the elephant clan's lineage could be secured. Actually, this is not a secret, but a finished pill, Li Jiao Jiao said, producing one for them to see. Qing Tian and his companions stared in astonishment, unable to believe that such a small pill could grant a female the ability to conceive. Is this for us to consume, or is it intended for the young female? It is meant for the females, and can be taken within a day before or after mating. Qing Tian stroked his chin, summarizing Li Jiao's words. So, you mean to say that if the young female consumes this, she will conceive after mating with the beast husband, or even within a day after mating? She could still become pregnant? Yes, that is correct. Then, how many pills can you provide us? What would you require in exchange? Qing Tian, being the young clan leader, demonstrated his quick wit and responsiveness. Li Jiao did not hide her intentions. I am fond of these two types of wood. Could you procure more for us? Li Jiao contemplated that if possible, gathering more of these treasures would allow her to sell them upon her return to the modern era, enabling her to purchase numerous items. Just a thought made her feel elated. Upon hearing this, Qing Tian responded, then it is rather simple. In our region, we have an abundance of this wood. If the celestial maiden desires it, we will return and chop it for you. We will arrange for it to be delivered to you. Thank you very much. I wonder how many adult young females your tribe possesses? Qing Tian scratched his head. Only around 50. Li Jiao clicked her tongue. That number is indeed quite limited. I will provide you with 150 pills, enough for each young female in your tribe to conceive 3 times. Is that acceptable? Qing Tian was taken aback, as were all the Xiang tribe beastmen, each questioning whether they had misheard. Noticing their silence, Li Jiao reiterated, 150 pills, is that all right? She believed this exchange was fair. Such wood was plentiful in their territory and of no use to them. She was willing to part with so many pills, which was quite generous. As Jean Rouet would say, why were they all acting so dazed? All right. This is simply fantastic. Thank you, Celestial Maiden. Thank you for your willingness to assist us. Li Jiao said little more, feeling somewhat shy at their exuberance. After all, their ability to bear offspring also benefited her, earning her points and grand rewards. But who would dare to speak such a truth? However, as long as your young females consume it, conception is guaranteed. Though I cannot assure how many offspring each pregnancy may yield, but at least one is certain. Understood. Thank you, Celestial Maiden. Having concluded the serious discussion, Qing Tian recalled King Shenliang, uncertain if there was any hope for him. Let's give it a try. With that thought, Qing Tian nudged King Shenliang closer to Li Jiao. Celestial Maiden. Our King Shenliang is quite remarkable. Not only is he at the earth level, but he is also one of the most handsome in our tribe. And he possesses a unique skill. He can produce a delightful melody using his nose. King Shenliang quickly performed for the Celestial Maiden. Li Jiao covered her face, exclaiming for help. Why did Qing Tian suddenly resemble a parent visiting relatives during the spring festival with their child? At this moment, she felt like the relative being visited. King Shenliang, nervously contemplating, thought to himself, should I perform for this relative? Jean Rouet could not help but chuckle, and Li Jiao turned to look at him, both clearly envisioning the same amusing scene. Li Jiao decided against making King Shenliang perform. With so many onlookers, it would indeed be a bit too much for him. She waved her hand and said to King Shenliang, No need. I would like to speak with you privately for a moment, if that is all right. Qing Tian was elated, ignoring Chu He's scrutinizing gaze. He watched eagerly as Li Jiao and King Shenliang departed. King Shenliang obediently followed Li Jiao out of the beast den. Li Jiao turned to him and asked, Are you willing to be my beast husband? Chapter 198. Oh, not yet. Huh? King Shenliang stared at Li Jiao in astonishment. Li Jiao found it amusing to watch him struggle to articulate a response. She pressed her lips together, thinking how this seemingly towering figure could appear so adorably naive. Wang Yuan was the obedient and shy type, and while he had grown less bashful, he still displayed a delightful innocence that sharply contrasted with his imposing exterior. What I mean is, I have developed quite an affection for you. Would you consider being my beast husband? However, you are aware that I already have 10 beast husbands. If you agree, you would be the 11th. But do not worry. In our family, sleeping arrangements rotate, ensuring fairness, and our atmosphere is harmonious, devoid of jealousy or conflict. Thus, you need not fear being mistreated by them. That is essentially the situation. Do you have any questions? King Shenliang unconsciously shook his head. If I were to be your beast husband, could I still return to the Xiang tribe? I have a younger sister who is nearing adulthood, and her health has never been robust. I promise to protect her as she grows up. As he spoke, he looked at Li Jiao with innocent, wide eyes. What sister? A biological sister? Upon hearing Li Jiao's inquiry, King Shenliang shyly shook his head. No, she is my neighbor's sister. Her parents passed away early due to illness, and we grew up together. Li Jiao frowned slightly upon hearing this. Was this not a classic tale of childhood sweethearts? Unable to hold back, she asked, have you considered becoming mates once she reaches adulthood? At that moment, King Shenliang's ears turned crimson. We have never discussed that topic. She probably does not wish for it, right? Does not wish for it? That seems rather unlikely. Observing King Shenliang's demeanor, it was evident that he harbored feelings for the young female, though he had yet to recognize his own heart. Did she know you were leaving on this journey? King Shenliang was puzzled as to why Li Jiao would ask this, yet he answered honestly, yes. What was her reaction at that time? We have never been apart since childhood. She was rather unaccustomed to my leaving and asked if I could stay. Do you have feelings for her? King Shenliang hesitated for a few seconds before shaking his head foolishly. I do not know. Do you have feelings for me? I do not know either. But I am aware that the young clan leader desires me to strive for the position of your beast husband. I see. So it seems that he does not hold any affection for me, as he already has a little childhood sweetheart waiting at home. Li Jiao was not overly distressed. If he did not love her, then so be it. There were countless good men in the world. Yet, gazing at the adorably naive King Shenliang, she suddenly felt the urge to tease him. If you were to become my beast husband now, what would happen to your sister? He suddenly appeared a bit flustered. Could I return to the tribe to wait for her to reach adulthood and then come back to be with you? I promise to accompany her as she grows. Perhaps they have been talking for too long. As he emerged to check on her progress. To his surprise, he found Li Jiao playfully teasing King Shenliang, and he paused, perplexed by the direction Li Jiao was taking with her choice of beast husband. Li Jiao noticed him and waved, signaling for him to approach. What is it, Jiao? Ahi, could you please summon your young clan leader? Has something happened? Chu He's expression turned stern, narrowing his eyes at King Shenliang. King Shenliang instinctively recoiled. I do not know anything. It is not my concern. Li Jiao patted Chu He's hand. Please assist in calling him. It has nothing to do with King Shenliang. Chu He quickly called for the young clan leader to come out. Oh dear, what has happened? Upon seeing King Shenliang with his head bowed, Qing Tian believed that King Shenliang must have done something inappropriate. He felt a wave of despair, fearing that King Shenliang had upset Li Jiao. What if she changed her mind and refused to provide them with the offspring pills? Uncertain whether Qing Tian was simply poor at managing his expressions or genuinely worried. His face was contorted with concern. It is nothing, young clan leader Qing Tian. I merely wanted to discuss the matter of forming a bond with a male beastman of your tribe. I have not found anyone suitable. Qing Tian's mouth fell open in astonishment. Who would believe such a statement? Just moments ago, the way she looked at King Shenliang did not seem so innocent. Li Jiao continued. However, the promise of the offspring pills still stands. You may linger here for a while, and when the time comes for your departure, kindly inform me, and I shall fetch the medicinal pills for you. Oh, splendid, splendid. It is indeed reassuring to hear that. Qing Tian, clutching his chest, gazed at the retreating figures of Li Jiao and Chu He, still bewildered by the unfolding events. He had anticipated that calling Qing Tian out would pertain to matters of courtship, yet the two had conversed at length without reaching any conclusion. Qing Yang, what were you discussing with the Celestial Maiden? He inquired. In response to the young clan leader, we spoke of little. The Celestial Maiden merely asked if I would consider being her beast husband, to which I inquired if she could wait for me. Wait for you? For what purpose? Do you have matters at home? Indeed, I promised my neighbor, Cui to protect her until she comes of age and to safeguard her courtship. Should I become the Celestial Maiden's partner, I would be unable to frequently return and fulfill my promise to Cui. What does Cui have to do with you? But I have made a promise to her. At this juncture, Qing Tian finally grasped why this union had fallen through. It was evident that Qing Liang harbored affections for another female. A person of the Celestial Maiden stature would not need to compete for a beast husband. He wanted to raise his voice to the heavens in exasperation. Foolish Qing Yang. I who have put myself forward am overlooked, and yet you, with the celestial maiden favoring you, remain oblivious to your good fortune. What a pity. Chu He, bearing Li Jiao Jiao on his back, strolled toward the beach. Do you have something you wish to ask me? Li Jiao Jiao observed Chu He's lips moving several times, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Are you not fond of that elephant? Li Jiao Jiao shook her head. No, I am quite fond of it. Then when shall you go and carve your shapes? We shall not go. So you're not to be wed? No, we shall not. Upon saying this, Li Jiao Jiao nestled against Chu He's shoulder, trembling with suppressed laughter. Chu He turned to glance at her, finding her laughter enchanting. You. Li Jiao Jiao slid off Chu He's back, feigning sorrow. They do not fancy me. Chu He was taken aback, pondering for a long time, unable to fathom that Qing Liang would not be attracted to Li Jiao Jiao. Was he blind? Li Jiao Jiao burst into laughter. Why do you not realize that you are the one who is blind? No, my vision is quite keen, for I have set my sights upon the most benevolent, kind-hearted, beautiful, and exceptional little female in the world. Husband, am I perhaps a bit fickle? Not all. Chu He's voice was muffled. Li Jiao Jiao raised her gaze to him, playfully squeezing his face. You are deceiving me. Your expression soured when I called Qing Liang out for a private conversation. Chu He grasped her mischievous hand. That is my own issue. I failed to adjust my mindset. My little female is so remarkable that it would be entirely appropriate for her to have 10 beast husbands. Is that truly how you feel? Of course. My brothers and I can certainly take good care of you. Li Jiao Jiao chuckled heartily. Chu He wrapped his arms around her waist, and the two embraced as they sat upon the stones by the shore, gazing at the setting sun. The distant sea shimmered with rippling waves, and a few rocks were silhouetted in the twilight. Qing Tian and the others observed that Chu He and his companions were quite busy, so they did not linger long. Departing on the third day with a small beast skin bag of Shengzi Dan and several male beastmen. Before leaving, they solemnly swore to the beast god that they would forever treat the Huaxia tribe's beastmen as their most esteemed allies and would never initiate aggression. Li Jiao Jiao, however, was indifferent. How formidable could they truly be? Their Tianjia beastmen were fewer than those of the fox tribe, not to mention that she also had the tiger tribe, divine dog tribe, heavenly eagle tribe, and phoenix tribe on her side. Furthermore, what she had given them was merely Shengzi Dan, allowing them to reproduce. Yet they would not be able to generate many offspring. She had heard that their little females took a year and a half to bear young. When Li Jiao Jiao first learned this, she was astonished, exclaiming, "Goodness, such a lengthy gestation period. How could the little females endure?" At that moment, she felt somewhat fortunate, relieved to be a rabbit with a short gestation period, sparing her from suffering. Merely 2 days after the elephant tribe's departure, Li Jiao Jiao's labor commenced once more. This time, Chenxi appeared much more composed. Upon inquiring, Li Jiao Jiao discovered that several little females had given birth in the past few days, and Chenxi had taken the opportunity to assist. Even the fox tribe's shaman grandmother praised Chenxi for her strong learning ability, good attitude, high comprehension, and considerable strength. Hearing this made Chenxi blush. The reason for her strength was that the little female who was about to give birth had perhaps eaten too well and was particularly plump. The shaman grandmother, Dan Dan, and Hua Hua were unable to lift her, and she could not walk either. They certainly could not allow her to give birth in the wild. So when Chenxi happened to visit them, she promptly hoisted the little female up without hesitation. Li Jiao Jiao was taken aback upon hearing this. That little female must have weighed at least 150 pounds. She marveled at Chenxi's lack of concern for straining her back. Sister Jiao Jiao, it's nothing. Usually, I am still the delicate little white dragon who cannot carry a shoulder or lift a hand. That day was simply too urgent. Please do not mention it to Ing Mo. He has no idea of my strength. Li Jiao Jiao stifled a laugh, remaining silent. Did he not know? If her memory served her correctly, that day Ing Mo was patrolling the tribe. However, it was merely Chenxi's pretense of weakness, while Ing Mo was eager to pamper her, willingly venturing into the mountains to assist her in carrying those heavy, damp medicinal materials. Nonetheless, you must be more cautious in the future, for you are still carrying young. If you were to harm the offspring, you would surely regret it. Chenxi stuck out her tongue. I shall be more careful in the future. I have taken note. It is just that one who is rather plump. Next time, I will summon the Heavenly Eagle Tribe's beastmen for assistance. By the way, aren't their beast husbands arriving soon? Yes, they should be close. A few days ago, Feng Xiao already returned with news, stating that they are not far off. It could very well be within the next few days. Indeed, their speed is impressive. It's only been 2 months. And I had thought they would take 3 months to arrive. Li Jiao wished to say more when suddenly her abdomen tightened and her waters broke, causing the dragon egg to eagerly tumble forth. The system's voice immediately chimed in. Ding! The host has given birth to the 219th offspring. Beast form, White Dragon. Beast rank, Heavenly. Reward, 500 points, 20 Xingzi Dan, 10 Advanced Upgrade Dan, 20 Loyalty Dan, 500 G of barbecue seasoning, 50 kilograms of vegetable seeds, 50 kilograms of fruit seeds, 80 space expansion vouchers, 2,000 cubic meters of defense shield. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully giving birth to the 220th offspring, with an additional reward of 45, 875, 200 points, 120 Xingzi Dan, 120 Painless Delivery Dan, 120 Recovery Dan, 120 Beauty Dan, 120 Strengthening Dan, 120 Milk Increasing Dan, 120 True Words Dan, 120 Water Avoidance Dan, 120 Primary Upgrade Dan, 120 Intermediate Upgrade Dan, 120 Advanced Upgrade Dan, 120 Loyalty Dan, 120 Teleportation Dan, 10, 485, 760 Space Expansion Vouchers, 26, 214, 400 cubic meters of defense shield. Ding! The host has given birth to the 221st offspring. Beast form, White Dragon. Beast rank, Earth. Reward, 320 points, 15 Xingzi Dan, 5 Advanced Upgrade Dan, 10 Loyalty Dan, 500 G of barbecue seasoning, 30 kilograms of vegetable seeds, 30 kilograms of fruit seeds, 40 space expansion vouchers, 1,000 cubic meters of defense shield. Ding! The host has given birth to the 223rd offspring. Beast form, White Dragon. Beast rank, Heavenly. Reward, 500 points, 20 Xingzi Dan, 10 Advanced Upgrade Dan, 20 Loyalty Dan, 500 G of barbecue seasoning, 50 kilograms of vegetable seeds, 50 kilograms of fruit seeds, 80 space expansion vouchers, 2,000 cubic meters of defense shield. Ding! The host has given birth to the 226th offspring. Beast form, Green Dragon. Beast rank, Earth. Reward, 320 points, 15 Xingzi Dan, 5 Advanced Upgrade Dan, 10 Loyalty Dan, 500 G of barbecue seasoning, 30 kilograms of vegetable seeds, 30 kilograms of fruit seeds, 40 space expansion vouchers, 1,000 cubic meters of defense shield. The host has given birth to the 230th offspring. Beast form, White Dragon. Beast rank, Earth rank. Rewards, 320 points, 15 Xingzi Dan, 5 Advanced Upgrade Dan, 10 Loyalty Dan, 500 G of barbecue seasoning, 30 kilograms of vegetable seeds, 30 kilograms of fruit seeds, 40 space expansion coupons, and a defense shield of 1,000 cubic meters. Congratulations to the host for successfully birthing the 230th offspring, with additional rewards totaling 91750,400 points, 130 Xingzi Dan. 130 Painless Delivery Dan, 130 Recovery Dan, 130 Beauty Dan, 130 Strengthening Dan, 130 Milk Increasing Dan, 130 Tour Dan, 130 Roughing Dan, 130 Primary Upgrade Dan, 130 Intermediate Upgrade Dan, 130 Advanced Upgrade Dan, 130 Loyalty Dan, 130 Teleportation Dan, 2097152 Space Expansion Coupons, and a defense shield of 524,288,000 cubic meters. The birthing process has concluded. Chapter 200. The arrival of the troops. Chensi rubbed her eyes and looked several times. It was indeed correct that all 12 of the offspring born this time were dragon eggs. She had worried whether their dragon clan could flourish. But at this speed of Li Jiao, in just over 10 years, the dragon clan would surely restore its former glory. Chensi was astonished. She knew that each time Li Jiao gave birth, there would be cubs of her beast husband, as well as her own beast form cubs. This time, however, all of them were dragon eggs. This delighted Chensi immensely. Li Jiao was also very happy. The offspring born now were essentially either Earth rank or Sky rank, and the system's rewards were astonishingly plentiful. She silently expressed her gratitude to the main system once again. Although Chu Yu and Chu He had a lower starting point with their 2 births, Li Jiao was not worried. She already had several large boxes filled with Upgrade Dan. Once the cubs grew up, ascending ranks would be a matter of moments. Li Jiao glanced at her already 9-digit points, nodding in delight. Look at how powerful this system is. Every 10 births double the reward. Ah, what a day to express gratitude to the main system. With so many points, she could make several trips back to the modern world. She wondered if she would ever have the chance to take the cubs to the modern world for some fun. Sister Jiao. Chensi, shaken from her astonishment, could not contain her excitement as she called out to Li Jiao. What is it, Cici? With a sudden thud, Chensi knelt before Li Jiao. Li Jiao had not yet had the chance to take a recovery Dan, feeling somewhat weak, and could not pull her up. What is it? Do you have something to tell me? We are sisters. You need not do this. With red eyes, Chinsi gazed at Li Jiaojiao, choking back her emotions. Sister Jiaojiao, thank you for being so good to Xiong, for being willing to help him bear offspring. Thank you. Li Jiaojiao sighed with relief. She had thought Chinsi was facing some trouble and needed her assistance. It turned out to be this. Ape is my beast husband. It is my duty to bear offspring for him. Moreover, your brother is an exceptionally outstanding individual, and I cherish the opportunity to nurture the fruits of our love. In the future, I would like to bear him even more children. Li Jiaojiao's heartfelt confession was, unsurprisingly, overheard by Chunpei, who had gone to fetch warm water. In truth, Li Jiaojiao seldom spoke such sentimental words to her beast husbands, primarily out of concern that they would cling to her every day after hearing them. The words she spoke were genuine, and the longer she spent with them, the more she discovered their unique strengths. They were all exceedingly good to her, practically ideal boyfriends. Now, if she were to return to the modern world, she would only want to find one husband to live a stable life, which instinctively did not sit well with her. However, she was not accustomed to openly complimenting them. Chinsi smiled while wiping away her tears. No wonder you said it was not impossible to strengthen our dragon clan. Sister Jiaojiao, I envy you so much. You can give birth to so many at once. Our dragon offspring consume a significant amount of maternal energy, and our gestation takes such a long time. I would be content if I could give birth to 1 or 2 eggs at a time. Indeed, since Li Jiaojiao became pregnant with dragon eggs, she needed a minimum of 10 meals a day, not counting various snacks and fruits. Despite this, she had not gained even a little weight. Every time Chunpei touched her frail body, he was filled with concern that she might not endure. For the past 2 months, Chunpei had returned to the anxious state he had been in when they first met, with swollen eyes every day. No matter how Li Jiaojiao reassured him, he remained on edge. Rest assured, no matter how many you bear, I will ensure your safety. You are Ape's, thus my sister. You need not worry about childbirth. I will certainly protect you. Do you still not know how many there are? I know. I can already sense them. There are 4. But I do not know how many are eagle eggs and how many are dragon eggs. Not knowing is better. It adds to the anticipation. Chunpei entered the room carrying a cup of warm water. Upon seeing his red-rimmed eyes, Li Jiaojiao understood that he had again succumbed to his emotions. Thank you, Ape. How did you know I was thirsty? It is I who should thank you for giving me so many offspring. Li Jiaojiao noticed tears welling in his eyes again and hurriedly said, Stop. Ape, don't cry. If you cry, I will want to cry too. And that would be bad for my body. It won't recover easily. Chunpei's tears immediately halted, swirling in his eyes. Li Jiaojiao, seeing this, pulled him down, cupped his face, and kissed away his tears. Chinsi, witnessing their affectionate exchange, giggled and ran outside. What good boy, my Ape. Don't cry. Look, I'm perfectly fine. I am a celestial maiden, protected by the beast gods. You promised me you wouldn't cry anymore. Think about how many times you've cried recently. Should I punish you? You can punish me however you wish. I was wrong. Chunpei looked like a well-behaved puppy, waiting for Li Jiaojiao's punishment. Li Jiaojiao held his head and gave him a fierce kiss. Chunpei's eyes sparkled, and his lips broke into a wide grin. Jiaojiao, I will always treat you well. Yes, I believe you. As they indulged in their sweetness, a sudden voice from outside called out, Mother, come out and see. Father and the others are back. Li Jiaojiao's face lit up with joy as she prepared to leap off the bed and rush outside. Don't rush. Be careful not to fall. As they stepped outside, they were greeted by jubilant cheers resounding through the air. The little females scattered around searching for their companions, while those without little females sought out their sisters. Chuyu led the charge, rushing towards Li Jiaojiao. Upon reaching her, he came to an abrupt halt, cautious not to collide with her belly. Seeing his movements, Li Jiaojiao understood his concerns and felt grateful that the cubs had arrived at such an opportune time. Li Jiaojiao leaped onto him, and Chuyu then noticed her flat stomach. Have the cubs all been born? Yes. Chuyu tightly embraced Li Jiaojiao, wishing to meld her into his being. Heaven knows how he had endured the past month. I missed you. Jiaojiao, I missed you too. Very much. Gazing at Li Jiaojiao's tender lips, Chuyu kissed her deeply. Chapter 201. How wonderful. The festivities resume. The two, oblivious to the onlookers, kissed passionately, only parting after a while, breathless. Chuyu, in a husky voice, asked, Is it all right, Jiaojiao? Of course. The pills have all been consumed. We can indulge again. Li Jiaojiao blushed and nodded. How strange. Having been apart from Chuyu for just over a month, seeing him now brought forth a sense of shyness akin to that of newlyweds. The two ignited a fiery passion, which continued until the midnight hour. As Li Jiao rubbed her aching limbs, she attempted to rise and stretch, only to discover that her clothes and the beast hide on the bed had been changed. Glancing at the person beside her, though still handsome, he appeared significantly more haggard. They must have been utterly exhausted from their journey. Normally, Li Jiao's slightest movements would alert Chu Yu instantly, yet despite her several turns, he remained deeply asleep. Feeling a pang of concern, Li Jiao tenderly caressed his face and gently kissed him before getting out of bed. The night watch was Jean Rue, who looked surprised upon seeing Li Jiao emerge. Jiao, why are you up? He asked. I'm a bit hungry and thought I'd find something to eat. She replied, bashfully, rubbing her nose. After all, this exercise had truly been physically demanding. Jean Rue understood and hurriedly heated up the leftovers from the afternoon, bringing them out with gratitude for Chu He's foresight. If someone in the modern world had claimed they could exercise all night, Jean Rue would undoubtedly have dismissed it as boasting. However, in this beast world, it seemed that such endurance was not uncommon, especially for those of higher beast ranks, where the duration could even be extended. Just reflecting on his own experiences, he had never imagined that one day he could become a night owl. Knowing that they had not seen Li Jiao for such a long time, it was evident to Jean Rue that she must have been quite fatigued in recent days. It seemed that they would need to leave food for her daily. Observing her relish her meal, Jean Rue quietly sat behind her, massaging her waist and shoulders. Thank you. Jean Rue, she said. He responded with a hint of jealousy. I'm feeling a bit envious. What should I do? Li Jiao turned to glance at him, chuckling. Her mouth still full. She mumbled, You wouldn't TB. How do you know I wouldn't? I like you too. Jean Rue insisted. Li Jiao nodded in agreement, yes. You just admitted it, didn't you? Caught off guard, Jean Rue realized what she meant. Though his feelings for her were not as profound as those of Chu Yu or Chu He too could feel envy. All right, I believe you. So what shall we do? Should I kiss you? No need. You look utterly exhausted, she replied. Oh, my little Rue is truly considerate. Now, could you please massage this side for me? How are Ahai and the others? They're not injured, are they? No, they're just very tired. They must have been rushing to reach the destination. I inquired, and though they encountered a few wild beasts along the way, there were no significant casualties. Some sustained minor injuries, but Ahai assured me it was nothing serious, and the elixirs you left for them are sufficient. Hearing that there were no major casualties brought relief to Li Jiao. Not far away, sounds emanating from the beast den were enough to make one's heart race. All right, I see they're all pent up, she thought. After finishing her meal, Li Jiao quietly returned to bed, pulling Chu Yu's arm and resting her head upon it. She wrapped his other arm around her waist, nestled in comfortably, and drifted into a sweet slumber. The following morning, Chu Yu suddenly jolted awake, exclaiming no. Upon opening his eyes, he realized he was in the beast den, with Li Jiao beside him, and his racing heart gradually settled. Li Jiao, startled by his outburst, rubbed her eyes and asked, Ayu, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? I'm sorry, Jiao, did I wake you? Li Jiao embraced him tightly, reassuring him, It's all right, don't be afraid. It was just a nightmare. I'm here with you. So there's nothing to fear. She thought that perhaps Chu Yu had dreamed of his father. Feng Xiao had mentioned that Chu Yu often experienced nightmares, sometimes waking up with a shout. It seemed that he had not yet recovered from that. Chu Yu, feeling moved, replied, With you here, I'm not afraid. Li Jiao's warm lips lightly touched Chu Yu's chest, igniting a spark within him, as if her mere breath had ignited a barrel of gasoline. What ensued was a passionate fire. When they finally rose, it was already noon. Chu Yu, looking refreshed, sat at the edge of the bed, waiting for her to wake. As soon as Li Jiao opened her eyes, she met his affectionate gaze. Ayu, please help me up. I have something to do. What is it? Is it urgent? He inquired while assisting her with her clothes. Li Jiao, with a mysterious smile, replied, I want to tell you. After steadying herself against the wall, she took a couple of steps, trying her best to walk straight. Upon exiting, she found Shun waiting outside. His teasing expression made Li Jiao blush, and she hurriedly handed him a box of Shengzi Dan, saying, Quick, take this, don't just stand there looking at me. Recently, the younger females had asked if they could receive Shengzi Dan once the beast husbands returned. Naturally, Li Jiao had agreed. It would be wonderful for everyone to have children together. Jiao, we're back. Hu Zhen Tian exclaimed, running over to embrace her. I didn't see you yesterday. Chu Yu took you into the beast den, and I was unhappy. Li Jiao pinched his cheek, recognizing his childishness, and teased, but he is the first beast husband. Why don't you mention that? Hu Zhen Tian pouted, still fuming. Then you should kiss me. Li Jiao wrapped her arms around his neck and gave him a hearty kiss, prompting him to smile. I missed you so much. Jiao. Last time Feng Xiao came back, I asked him to take me along, but he refused, saying I was too heavy for someone my size. How could I not be a burden? He has been bullying me by not taking me back. Li Jiao pecked him twice more. Oh dear, look at how upset my big tiger is. But he returned for a serious matter, to report if you encountered any difficulties on the road, not for leisure. If he took you, it would slow him down considerably. In case of emergencies, any delays could increase the danger. All right, Tian, stop your antics. Hu Zhenhai's authoritative voice caused Hu Zhentian to sulk. I'm not causing trouble, brother. I'm just playing with Jiao. I'm not angry. I still understand the bigger picture. Hey, you big tiger. While I'm away, you're backstabbing me. Aren't you? Oh no, Feng Xiao heard that. Quick, let go of sister. I want to hug her more. As they playfully tussled, Li Jiao found it amusing. Hu Zhenhai sighed, weary of these two lively spirits. With Wang Yikai added to the mix, his ears never seemed to find peace. How wonderful it is to have a lively atmosphere return. Chapter 202. Li Jiao goes missing. Li Jiao approached Hu Zhenhai and embraced him, saying you've worked hard, Ahai. As Hu Zhenhai inhaled the unique fragrance emanating from Li Jiao, he could not help but feel a reaction. Suddenly, Li Jiao felt something pressing against her leg, puzzled by what Hu Zhenhai could be carrying. He instinctively leaned back slightly, creating some distance, and she quickly realized what was happening. With a playful intent, she feigned ignorance of his intentions and abruptly pulled him back, hugging him tightly. Hu Zhenhai felt a bit awkward, just as Feng Xiao approached, exclaiming, Sister, I want a hug too. Li Jiao shot Hu Zhenhai a victorious smile, and he quickly realized that her previous action had been deliberate. This little rascal was in for it later. Feng Xiao, unreserved, grabbed Li Jiao's hand and dashed outside. Once outside, he transformed into his beast form and took to the skies with her. Xiao, where are you taking me? She inquired. Sister, when we returned, we saw a beautiful place and I want to show you. The higher they flew, the more familiar the landscape below appeared to Li Jiao. This was the lake that Ying Tan had brought her to before. Feng Xiao excitedly narrated the wonders of the place, mentioning a quaint little house along the way. Li Jiao smiled dryly, hesitating whether to tell Feng Xiao that this little house was built by Ying Tan. Noticing Li Jiao's low spirits, Feng Xiao mistakenly thought he had done something wrong, and his voice turned cautious. Sister, do you not like it here? I just think this place is beautiful. There is a lake where we can play in the water, and a little house to rest when we get tired. Li Jiao looked at him and, with a smile, asked, Have you ever wondered why there's a little house here, but no one lives in it? Feng Xiao shook his head. I don't know. Do you think this little house looks familiar? After listening, Feng Xiao scrutinized it closely. This house does seem a bit like the one in our books, doesn't it? Indeed. So who do you think built it? Chuhi? Before Li Jiao could respond, Feng Xiao realized it was impossible. It took him quite a while to get here, and it would take Chuhi a day or two. If it's not Chuhi, then is it Chunpei or Ying Tan? Your little brain is quite clever. It's Ying Tan. He often brought me here before. Ah, Feng Xiao exclaimed, looking dejected. I thought I could surprise you. No worries, I truly like it here. Since we're already here, let us go for a swim and see if you've improved your speed. No way, sister. I haven't practiced in ages. I can't possibly keep up with you. Li Jiao had already warmed up and jumped into the water, splashing Feng Xiao playfully. Come on, stop talking so much. After a lap, Feng Xiao, despite claiming he hadn't practiced, couldn't resist his long limbs and soon overtook Li Jiao, feeling quite proud and ready to boast. However, he didn't notice the unusual whirlpool forming about 10 meters behind him. When he turned around, his heart dropped. Li Jiao had vanished. Sister, stop hiding. I can see you. Come out. Feng Xiao dared not imagine the worst. After waiting 2 seconds, he heard nothing but the chirping of birds in the trees, making him anxious. Sister, this isn't funny. Hurry out, or you'll suffocate. As he called for her, he swam back to search for Li Jiao. The strange whirlpool had returned to normal. Panic began to set in. He dove underwater to search, but found nothing. His mind felt like it was about to explode. What had happened? He had lost Li Jiao. How would he explain this to everyone? Where could he find her? Sister, Feng Xiao shouted at the top of his lungs, startling the birds into flight. Thankfully, his mind was still somewhat clear. After searching in vain, he immediately flew back to the tribe. This was likely the fastest he had ever flown, his wings nearly breaking from the effort. Once he landed, He didn't dare to announce that Li Jiao was missing. He simply pulled Chu Yu into the beast cave. A few beastmen were puzzled as to why Feng Xiao had returned alone. Just as Hu Zhenhai was about to inquire, they heard Chu Yu's restrained roar from within the cave. What is wrong with you? How could you lose someone? Feng Xiao had been holding his breath all the way back, and seeing Chu Yu trembling with anger made him even more frightened. He swallowed hard. I don't know what happened. We were swimming together, and in the blink of an eye, she disappeared. Chu Yu's mind was also in disarray, but he struggled to maintain his composure. Could she have entered the space to play? Chu Yu chimed in. That is unlikely. Jiao isn't the type to play around, and she knows her limits. Something must have happened. Chu Yu was aware that the possibility of an accident was high, but he dared not dwell on it, silently praying to the beast god for Li Jiao's safety. Since she went missing in the water, we need someone skilled in swimming. I'll go with a he, along with a Yuan, Jin Rue, and a Xiao. A Pei and Ing Tan are busy hatching eggs. So a Hai, a Tian, and a Kai. You three will take care of the home and the cubs. Upon hearing this arrangement, Chun Pei immediately insisted. I want to go. I'm the only one among us who can still fight in water. The dragon egg can be placed in Jiao's incubator, and a Hai can take care of it. I also want to go. My egg can hatch alongside Chun Pei's without any issues. I can fly, so if something happens, I can return to find help. After some consideration, Chu Yu agreed. Before leaving, he specifically instructed Hu Zhenhai not to leak the news to avoid causing panic. For the next few days, they would have a few beastmen from the tribes digging the beast cave, and any issues could be discussed with Hu Yidong and the king's court. On the way, Chu Yu voiced his doubts. If she went missing in the water, could there be something strange in there? Ing Tan, knowing that Feng Xiao and the others had gone to the lake he had discovered before, added, I found that lake initially in Jiao, and I have been there several times without encountering any danger. Could it be that Jiao cramped up and sank? Jiao has a space. Hopefully, she thought to hide in it during a critical moment. Chapter 203, a major misstep, captured despite having a system. On the other side, Li Jiao felt her head spinning. She wanted to open her eyes, but struggled to do so. A series of incomprehensible voices buzzed around her. In her mind, a frantic voice called out, Host, please wake up. Host, oh no, what should we do? These are not good people. Wake up quickly. Li Jiao found the incessant noise overwhelming, intensifying her headache. Be quiet. You're so loud, she muttered softly, gradually regaining some clarity. However, her eyes remained shut. She could only grumble internally. What's going on? Tongzi? Am I dead? That can't be, I was just swimming. Did I drown? Host, you've been ambushed. The voice hadn't anticipated Li Jiao's predicament, lamenting that just the day before she had returned to level up, and now she faced this situation. If only it had been there to warn her, she might have hidden in the space while she still had consciousness. It felt guilty for the mishap befalling the host, attributing it to its absence and failure to provide a timely warning. This was clearly its responsibility, and now it wouldn't be receiving that month's safety bonus. What is happening? Where am I? Why can't I access the space? You are in the Mermaid Clan's territory. Their altar has a certain interference field. As long as you are on this altar, you cannot access your space. What the heck? I've been captured? Li Jiao felt a bit embarrassed. As a time traveler with a system, how could you be caught by a group of mermaids? It would surely be laughable if anyone found out. Yes, they have likely been observing you for quite some time, waiting for the moment you were alone to strike. No, I don't understand. How could I have fallen for this so easily? What is the Mermaid Clan? The legendary mermaids? You fell for it, because they can emit infrasound waves, which only affect small females in the water. Once they emit this wave, you will instantly faint without feeling any pain. That is why I said you were so careless. Being in the water at the one moment I wasn't around. Li Jiao was left speechless. What do they want with me? From what I gathered, it seems they want you to reproduce. They have been secretly watching you for a long time. Thousands of years ago, their clan was ruthlessly slaughtered by the Dragon Clan, and now there are hardly any male mermaids left with the ability to breed. They believe your presence is their salvation, hoping you can bear them a few offspring to prevent their extinction. If it weren't for my eyes still being unable to open, I would have likely rolled them to the heavens at the sight of their disdainful glances. Why do they wish to procreate with me without the decency to approach me directly? If they found me appealing, I might even acquiesce to their desires. However, they are not foolish. They fear my reluctance would alarm my beastly husbands, thus extinguishing any hope they have. Among your husbands, there are even members of the Dragon Clan, ancient enemies of the White Dragon tribe. Though the latter has few numbers, the conflicts between Chun Pei, Chun Shi and the others have escalated. Yet they dare not gamble on whether the dragons would assist Chun Pei against them. Hence, they resort to the abduction of individuals. Rest assured, my husbands are not naive either. Should they come searching, those would-be abductors will find themselves in dire straits. Unfortunately, I must share some disheartening news. They're currently conducting a ritual, preparing to turn the tide in their favor. Once you are with child, the option of termination will be unattainable. You would have to bear the offspring, and surely, you would not harm your own. Even if your husbands arrive and eliminate them. With your child in existence, they would not walk away empty-handed. Perhaps, in light of your progeny, you might even spare them. What a cunning calculation. This is infinitely superior to the mindless schemes of the serpent Beastmen. If I were not the one ensnared, I might even feel compelled to applaud their machinations. Why can I not comprehend their speech? They converse in the tongue of their own mere folk, which is not universally understood. It is entirely normal for you to be unable to grasp it. Soon, I shall implant a translation software for you, enabling you to read the translated words on the screen as they speak. Why can I still not open my eyes? I yearn to see what this place truly is. I just heard someone, resembling a shaman, mention that you have been given a potion that would render you unconscious for 3 days. The fact that you can converse with me now is a testament to your remarkable self-control. Opening your eyes seems implausible. What shall I do? I cannot allow them to have their way with me. Let us pray. Pray that your husbands will arrive. Li Jiao instantly felt dispirited. Chu Yu and the others had already reached the lakeside, diving in one after another, searching intently. To no avail. After several fruitless searches, the mood began to dwindle. Wang Yuan voiced his concern. Could it be that Jiao has been abducted? However, given her high beast rank, she would likely have no adversaries in a direct confrontation, and with her spatial abilities, she should be safe. Yet, despite these reassurances, Chu Hie's heart raced, as if something terrible were about to befall Li Jiao. He understood that he was merely attempting to soothe the anxieties of his brothers and himself, for the thought of Li Jiao being taken left him in turmoil. Unable to locate her, they prepared to swim ashore and search the nearby forests. Before they could breach the surface, Chu Hie's keen eyes caught sight of an underground current. He rushed over to Chun Pei, pointing out the current. The others, noticing Chu Hie's gesture, swam toward the current's direction. Upon seeing the small whirlpool at the entrance of the dark flow, they exchanged glances. It appeared highly probable that Li Jiao had been swept into this vortex. Chun Pei took the lead, swimming down the current, followed by the others. The underground flow was lengthy, but Chun Pei recognized its direction as heading toward the ocean. Instantly, memories of the Xuanwu clan surfaced. Could this be an act of vengeance from them? He shared his suspicions with the group, who, without hesitation, swam faster. After approximately 1 to 2 hours, they noticed the passage widening. If their assumptions were correct, they were nearing the sea. Fortunately, Chu Yu and Chu He had water-evading pills in their spatial belongings. Otherwise, they would have perished after such a lengthy period submerged. Upon emerging from the underground passage, Chun Pei realized he had misjudged the direction. This was not the territory of the Xuanwu clan. Recalling the elders' warnings from his childhood, a voice echoed in his mind. This direction led to the fabled domain of the merfolk. Chapter 204. Old grudges. Memories of childhood flooded back when the little cubs of the tribe misbehaved. The elders would often threaten to cast them to the merfolk if they continued their antics. Chun Pei had once inquired about the location of the merfolk, and an elder had informed him that it lay west of their tribe, beyond a great statue resembling a fish. As he lifted his gaze to the colossal stone, a multitude of doubts arose within him. The elders had claimed the merfolk had been annihilated long ago. What was the meaning of this? Had another tribe taken residence here? Feng Xiao, perplexed, remarked, "This great stone indeed resembles a fish." Chun Pei dared not ponder further. If this truly was the domain of the merfolk, was Jiao's disappearance a mere accident or a calculated maneuver? Did they know she was his little female? Were they seeking revenge against his dragon clan? Chun Pei's thoughts were in disarray, leaving him momentarily frozen. Chu Yu cautiously surveyed the surroundings. The murky depths of the sea obscured anything beyond short distance. Chu Yu discerned Chun Pei's unease, nudging his arm and inquiring, "What troubles you, Pei?" Chun Pei hesitated before finally admitting, Jiao's disappearance may have been orchestrated. What? Who abducted her? Chun Pei pointed toward the large stone statue, suggesting that this was likely the tribe of the merfolk. Feng Xiao erupted. The merfolk? The ones your dragon clan exterminated? Chun Pei nodded gravely. It seems so. As an old neighbor of the dragon clan, Feng Xiao had heard tales of the enmity between the dragons and the merfolk. It was said that centuries ago, a particularly beautiful female merfolk captured the admiration of many surrounding clans. From birth, her beauty became the talk of the tribes, and many young males aspired to become her mate. Growing up amidst constant praise, the young female's demeanor transformed dramatically. Initially shy and modest, she eventually grew numb to the incessant flattery. She believed herself inherently beautiful, viewing compliments as mere acknowledgement of others' discerning taste. Occasionally, when faced with someone who did not admire her, she would perceive them as lacking vision and would seek to charm others, only to dismiss them once they fell for her. This inevitably bred resentment. When the day of her coming-of-age ceremony arrived, her tribe hosted a grand celebration, inviting the bravest warriors from numerous clans, over 30 in total. Yet, as she surveyed her options, she found them lacking. Unexpectedly, her gaze fell upon a young dragon, strikingly handsome and exuding an extraordinary aura. Instantly, she was captivated, tugging at her companion and exclaiming, "Can you hear my heart racing?" She had fallen deeply in love. In her eagerness, she began to inquire about his identity. Her companion, after much searching, revealed that he was the betrothed of her cousin, delayed in their union due to an injury he had sustained 2 years prior. Their families were aware and had consented, for her cousin and the dragon had mutual affection, a bond stronger than gold. Yet, she believed such a magnificent male should rightfully belong to her, the very reason she had sought out her first mate for so long. Determined, she approached her cousin, hoping to persuade her to relinquish the dragon for her own claim. Her cousin naturally refused, who would allow a Beastman to take the lead. Since her cousin's attempts were futile, she deliberately orchestrated several chance encounters in hopes of captivating that dragon Beastman. However, he paid her no mind, not even granting her a fleeting glance, which infuriated her, a girl who had always been the center of attention. Having witnessed countless Beastmen fall madly in love at the mere sight of her, and many willing to fight for her, she found his indifference oddly amusing and was immediately intent on pursuing him. Unexpectedly, another Beastman from the Serpent clan, noticing her interest in the dragon, sought to secure the position of the first Beastman for himself, as her choices during the coming-of-age ceremony had yet to be claimed. The Serpent Beastman quickly understood the intentions of the mermaid girl. He approached her quietly, offering his assistance, which turned out to be a deceptive gesture. He secretly added a stimulating substance to her water. Thus, she found herself entangled with the Serpent Beastman. The outcome was as one might expect. The serpent achieved his goal of becoming the first Beastman. The mermaid girl was driven to madness by this turn of events. Fortunately, the newly appointed first Beastman did not neglect her. Instead, he provided her with the substance, instructing her on its usage and timing. The serpent's only ambition was to become the first Beastman, and with that fulfilled, he was willing to accommodate the mermaid girl. However, the dragon Beastman suffered greatly. He had been ready to carve a bond with her cousin at the entrance of the shaman's cave when, in a moment of distraction, he was deceived by the serpent and subsequently forced by the mermaid. Upon awakening, the dragon felt humiliated and resolutely refused to bond with the mermaid. This mermaid was quite tenacious. She not only failed to recognize her own misdeeds, but also felt that she had already claimed him and should not be so sensitive. When the dragon attempted to flee back to the tribe for help, the mermaid caught wind of his intentions and imprisoned him instead. Eventually, her cousin discreetly relayed a message to the dragon clan, which then learned of the disgrace inflicted upon their male by a mere mermaid. Ultimately, this incident escalated from a personal affair between two individuals to a conflict involving multiple clans. Upon understanding the full extent of the situation, the dragon clan, in a fit of rage, divided their forces to strike at both the serpent and mermaid clans. The serpent clan, skilled in the use of poison and residing on land, began to flee upon hearing the news. Although they suffered heavy losses, some managed to survive, adhering to their ancestors' counsel to avoid settling near the sea. With the serpent clan in retreat, the mermaid clan became the primary target for the dragon clan's assault. The dragon's might was overwhelming, and the mermaids, despite their beauty, lacked combat prowess and quickly fell apart. Thus, the entire mermaid clan, save for the cousin who had initially sent the warning, suffered an unwarranted calamity. They had long believed that the entire mermaid clan had perished, leading to their lack of attention. The pervasive stench of blood lingered, deterring any further visits to their territory. As time passed, the dragon clan also migrated away from the mermaid's direction. The tales of scaring little ones emerged from that time. After much contemplation, Chunpei and Feng Xiao surmised that if any mermaid offspring existed, it would likely be from that surviving cousin, passed down through generations. However, Chunpei remained perplexed as to why they had targeted Jiao Jiao. If revenge against the Dragon Clan was their intent, they ought to confront the dragons themselves. He and She were no longer of dragon lineage. Capturing their little female made little sense. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he stealthily led Chu Yu and the others toward the tribe. Chunpei had assumed this place was desolate, yet to his surprise, it was not only thriving, but also meticulously organized and beautiful. While they searched for a place, Wang Yuan abruptly halted. Sniffing the water, I detect a faint trace of Jiao Jiao's scent. Instantly, excitement surged among them. This indicated they were on the right path, and that Jiao Jiao was indeed nearby. Chu Yu cautioned everyone. Let us proceed with care, splitting into 3 groups. Feng Xiao will follow me. Chunpei will accompany a He and a Yuan. Yingtan will follow Jin Rui. Should any situation arise, retreat into the space. We must prioritize rescuing Jiao Jiao. Settling scores can wait for another day. The group nodded solemnly and dispersed. Chu He, accompanied by Chunpei, took their time, pausing to attune to the positioning essence within them. Following the sense direction, they moved cautiously. Chu Yu and Feng Xiao went ahead to survey the entire tribe, seeking to utilize their spatial advantage to ascertain the number of inhabitants. However, they found the tribe eerily deserted. Feng Xiao murmured, "A Yu, could it be that no one resides here?" Chu Yu shook his head. It appears otherwise. The tribe does not seem abandoned. They must be dealing with something significant. And as their eyes met, they realized that if the entire tribe was absent from their homes, they were likely congregated in one location. If Jiao Jiao was here, where would be the most appropriate place? The sacrificial altar. Both reached the same conclusion simultaneously. Meanwhile, Jin Rui and her group, perplexed by the lack of encounters, also considered the possibility of the sacrificial altar. The 3 groups resumed their ascent toward the highest point, easily identifiable as the central hub of the tribe, crowned by a circular tower-like structure. At that moment, Jiao Jiao lay there, cursing vehemently, having exhausted her vocabulary of profanities. Countless listeners questioned their existence, having never witnessed such a torrent of words from her. After venting, she realized how foolish she had been and inquired how long she had been bound. Countless replied, "Almost a day. Will their sacrifice conclude?" Countless grimaced, "For what I gather, the clan leader intends for you to remain here for 3 days to demonstrate their sincerity to the beast god. However, the shaman insists that time is of the essence and wishes for the clan leader to finalize matters with you tonight. He is aware that your beastmen are formidable, and if Chu He and the others find you, the clan may face annihilation." Jiao Jiao fell silent, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Only someone lacking common sense would devise such a plan. What were they bickering about outside? Merely to sacrifice for a few days? Chu He, Chu Yu, and Jin Rui's groups approached the sacrificial altar. Indeed, the entire tribe had gathered there. Yingtan squinted and reported, "All ages combined, there are about 100 individuals, but there are a few beastmen, probably only around 40. Even this number includes the elderly and the young." Feng Xiao urged, "It seems our numbers are not overwhelming. Should we charge in?" Chu Yu interjected, eyeing Yingtan. "Have you spotted Jiao Jiao?" Yingtan squinted again. "Not yet. A Yuan, can you sniff again to pinpoint her exact location?" The positioning essence had confirmed Jiao Jiao's presence within, yet her precise whereabouts remained elusive. If they recklessly rushed in, the others might escape with her. In their territory, who knew if they had hidden passages? Wang Yuan inhaled deeply, keenly attuned to his surroundings. To be honest, in the water, his sense of smell had diminished significantly, and the others were even worse off, akin to having nasal congestion. Although Chunpei had spent his life in the sea, their hunts did not rely on olfactory abilities. Just as Wang Yuan was on the verge of surrendering, he finally pinpointed a location, gesturing towards the southeastern corner of the altar, declaring, "It must be over there." Chu Yu followed his zhusheng, observing that the tribe members were clustered in small groups, yet he could discern nothing unusual in that direction. As he prepared to stealthily lead his companions toward that area, they overheard a heated argument among the people inside, divided into 2 factions. Chu Yu and his group could not comprehend the conversation, but fortunately, Chunpei managed to glean the gist of it. He hurriedly translated. They seem to be debating the ritual for Jiao Jiao, discussing when to breed with her. Some insist on waiting 3 days, while others argue that the longer they wait, the more dreams they might have, insisting it should happen tonight. Damn it, They are shamelessly reckless. Jean Rouet couldn't hold back an expletive. Chuhi wore a taut expression, barely containing his fury, ready to charge out and confront them. If Jiao Jiao had chosen someone from the merfolk, he could reluctantly accept it, but this situation was intolerable. Wait, don't you find it strange? Chuyi pulled the increasingly agitated Chuhi back. Jiao Jiao has space. Why isn't Tishi hidden? It was understandable if she was outmatched. But not utilizing her space was indeed peculiar. Had something gone awry with it? Jean Rouet, having read several time travel novels, suddenly recalled a cliché plot. Let me try, Chuhi said, dragging Chunpei into the space. In an instant, they re-emerged. The space was intact, indicating that something was amiss with Jiao Jiao. The group felt a chill run down their spines, their worries intensifying. They did not dare to delay further. Chu Yu and Chu He gathered the others into the space to avoid drawing too much attention. They swiftly made their way towards the southeastern corner of the altar. Jiao Jiao continued her incessant chatter when suddenly countless voices called out, "Host, you have been saved. What is happening? Are they planning to spare me?" Jiao Jiao echoed with delight. "No, your beast husband is approaching, and he is very close." Concurrently, the merfolk's faction reached a conclusion. Naturally, they adhered to the chief's decree. Their current chief appeared to be in his 30s. 15 years prior, a shaman had foretold that whoever became the next chief must not take a mate prematurely, for the tribe's turning point would occur 15 years hence. The present chief, Luo Yu, had assumed office a decade ago and had long remembered the shaman's prophecy. He had endured this year, becoming a quintessential older bachelor. Earlier this year, a patrolling young fish reported spotting a group of beastmen on the shore. Luo Yu had ventured to investigate, fearing it might be the dragon or snake tribes seeking trouble. Much to his surprise, he encountered a dazzling little female by the seaside. Instantly captivated, at that moment, he felt his heart beat solely for her. Regrettably, when he returned the following day, she had vanished. He feared he had merely imagined her until he discovered remnants of food preparation from the day before. Only then did he believe he had indeed seen that enchanting little female. He visited the shore daily, hoping to catch another glimpse of Jiao Jiao. Just as he was about to lose hope, he saw her again, learning that she and her companions intended to settle by the sea. At that moment, he felt a chill on his face, realizing he was shedding tears. Surely it was excitement, although the shaman continually cautioned him against hastily pairing with other females, urging him to wait for the one destined to bring their tribe fortune. His heart ached to see Jiao Jiao every single day. The tribe shaman, noticing his unstable demeanor, inquired about his distress, but he remained silent. Eventually, she learned from the patrolling young fish that their chief had taken a liking to a little female. The shaman could empathize with him. Most males of his age already had several little females, whether they bore daughters or sons, and had embraced fatherhood. He, however, remained solitary from dawn till dusk. Yet, they were merfolk. If they could not wait for the one destined to bring them fortune, their tribe would face extinction. All hope rested on Luo Yu, leaving no room for error. Just as Luo Yu believed his connection with Jiao Jiao was destined to end, the shaman delivered remarkable news. She had performed another divination, and this time, the signs indicated that the awaited individual had indeed appeared, a little female from the Tian-Tu tribe. Luo Yu felt a surge of exhilaration. He declared that Jiao Jiao was the little female from the Tian-Tu tribe. No wonder he had always felt guided towards her. She was indeed the one he had been waiting for. He conveyed his feelings to the shaman, but she cautioned that her recent divination revealed both auspicious and ominous signs. She herself was uncertain of the implications. Luo Yu speculated whether he should approach Jiao Jiao directly to express his feelings and highlight her significance to their tribe, thereby transforming the ominous into the fortunate. However, the shaman disagreed, emphasizing that they were unaware of how the beastmen on land perceived them. If they were still intent on eliminating the merfolk, revealing themselves could lead to disaster. Consequently, the shaman proposed the idea of enticing Jiao Jiao to their location. By then, the die would be cast, and she would have no choice but to remain. Luo Yu found this approach troubling. He felt that such actions would tarnish Jiao Jiao's purity. In his heart, she was akin to a goddess, and he wished for their meeting to be beautiful and romantic, rather than achieved through such manipulative means. Yet, the shaman urged him to act swiftly, as news of a large tribe migrating to their vicinity would complicate their plans. Reluctantly, their scheme required the little female to be in the water to be effective, and they had been waiting for this opportunity. Unexpectedly, just when they thought hope was lost, Feng Xiao brought Jiao Jiao to that lake. Luo Yu was still averse to the idea, But the shaman was determined to see this through. She intended to plant a seed in Jiao Jiao's body before she regained consciousness, believing that, in light of his favor, she would not resist too much. This led to the ensuing argument between the two. Chu He and Chu Yu had stealthily approached the vicinity of the altar. Satisfied, they remained undetected. They quietly released their companions from space. Eagle Tan's narrowed his eyes, spotting Jiao Jiao lying on a stone bed beneath the altar. He felt a surge of excitement. Realizing that Jiao Jiao was still alive, he quickly nudged the others, whispering, "Jiao Jiao is on the stone bed beneath the altar, guarded by over 10 individuals. Their beast levels are not high. I believe we can rush out and save her." Chu Yu, using the large stone pillar as cover, scrutinized the scene. Apart from a chief-like figure with a higher level, the other beastmen indeed had lower levels. However, Chu He noticed something unusual. The chief sat beside the stone bed, awkwardly holding Jiao Jiao's hand. It does not seem like an act of opportunism, but rather an attempt to awaken Li Jiao Jiao. As he sat sideways with one hand resting behind him, his movements were clearly observed by Chu He, who was positioned further back. Moreover, he was engaged in a conversation with the person in front of him, appearing quite impatient and disinterested. Chu He shared his suspicions with the others. Wang Yuan, cautious in demeanor, asked, "Are you suggesting that the one who might be the leader of the merfolk does not wish to harm Jiao Jiao?" Chu He nodded, saying, "Look at his movements. They indicate he is trying to awaken Jiao Jiao. She may have been drugged, rendering her unable to retreat into her space." Chapter 207. The performance. The group whispered among themselves. Ying Tan and Feng Xiao rushed out to draw fire, while Chu Yu and Wang Yuan, wielding wood-based abilities, manipulated the seaweeds from a distance. Chun Pei swam the fastest, tasked with the rescue. Once Jiao Jiao was saved, they would not concern themselves with the others and would return swiftly. Their numbers were few and posed little threat. Just as they prepared to act, they heard Luo Yu shout, "Witch Doctor Sister, I address you as sister out of a modicum of respect, but I must insist. Either awaken her now, or I will bond with her while she is still unconscious. I have made it clear that with this algae juice, once consumed, she will not awaken for 3 days. And there is no antidote. There is nothing more to discuss. I will wait here until she awakens. You may take your kin back. There is no need for you to linger." The witch doctor's voice rose in vigilance. "Leader, you cannot possibly intend to let her go." Luo Yu's eyes flickered with hesitation, reluctance, and a tinge of sorrow. He indeed harbored that thought. Once he had deceived his kin into leaving, he would return Li Jiao Jiao. Upon her awakening, he would seek her forgiveness along with that of her beastly husbands. However, the witch doctor saw through his intentions swiftly. Li Jiao Jiao lay there, unable to move her body, yet her mind was engaged in a fervent dialogue. No way, no way. It seems my charm might be a bit too potent." Initially, Li Jiao Jiao thought she might be doomed, but unexpectedly, she found this turn of events quite rewarding. "Leader, do not be foolish." The witch doctor, perceiving Luo Yu's expression, exclaimed in despair, "You carry the fate of our entire merfolk tribe. Since this little female is the one we have long awaited, and you happen to like her, what is there to deliberate? I truly do not understand. Such a splendid opportunity has been presented to you. Why not seize it?" Luo Yu knew he could not overpower them. Had he not been of the purest bloodline, this position would not be his. Yet, he had no choice but to navigate this situation, as he wielded no real power. "Witch Doctor Sister, how could you suggest such a thing? I genuinely admire her, and wish to afford her the most basic of respect. To bond while she is in such a state is hardly a beautiful process." The witch doctor, momentarily taken aback by his earnest expression, questioned, "You truly do not wish to release her?" Luo Yu smiled innocently. "I am not one to lack appreciation. You have brought her to me, and I cannot be more delighted. Then you must act quickly to avoid prolonging the night. Should her beastly husbands arrive, what chance will you have left?" The witch doctor's tone was laced with impatience. Luo Yu was acutely aware of this, yet he truly did not want to take advantage of the situation. Even if Li Jiao Jiao were to awaken and refuse him, he did not wish to act while she was unaware. Regret gnawed at him for not having expressed his feelings to Li Jiao Jiao sooner. "Witch Doctor Sister, I implore you, do not press so. There are only 2 days remaining. Once she awakens, I will surely bond with her. Please do not force my first time to be so devoid of meaning." Li Jiao Jiao understood the implications of his words, and a flicker of interest in the leader arose within her. The witch doctor rolled her eyes, thinking, a male concerned about his first time being meaningful? How ludicrous! Inwardly cursing, she thought, had it not been for Luo Yu's pure bloodline. Allowing him the chance to bond with this celestial maiden, I would never have permitted him to be the leader. Sighing, she resolved that if he would not act, she could not compel him to do so. Had I known you would be such a bother, I would not have allowed her to consume the algae juice. What a hassle. The witch doctor flicked her tail and led her kin away, leaving 2 individuals to guard Luo Yu and Li Jiao. Luo Yu, contemplating a plan, discreetly flicked a small stone away, catching the attention of the guards. Hidden in the shadows, Chu He and the others witnessed Luo Yu raise his arm, poised to strike one of them. Just as it appeared he would fail, Chu He and Ying Tan leapt from behind a pillar, executing their moves with swiftness and precision, rendering the guards unconscious. Turning back, Luo Yu beheld the fiery-haired Chu He, the sharply featured Ying Tan, and the others emerging one by one, without needing to speak. Upon seeing the lifelike rabbits adorning their chests, Luo Yu realized they were the beastly husbands of Li Jiao. A twinge of envy and admiration stirred within him. The group glared at Luo Yu, and Shenpei swiftly scooped Li Jiao from the stone bed. Luo Yu made no effort to resist, declaring, "Your little female has consumed algae juice. She will remain unconscious for 3 days. I have not harmed her. I apologize. I did not intend to abduct her. Had I known you would come searching, I would have acted differently. This misstep is solely my responsibility. Punish me as you see fit. But please do not take it out on my kin. Our merfolk have struggled to survive until now. All of this was my doing, and they are blameless." Feng Xiao and the others turned to Chu Yu, awaiting his decision. Having observed everything from the shadows, Chu Yu could tell that Luo Yu's feelings for Jiao ran deeper than mere infatuation. He was certain Luo Yu had harbored affection for Li Jiao for quite some time. Li Jiao, cradled in Shenpei's arms, felt secure and listened intently. She wondered how Chu Yu would choose to punish Luo Yu. To her surprise, Chu Yu merely instructed Ying Tan to scratch Luo Yu's back lightly and led the team to wreak havoc upon the sacrificial altar. Luo Yu, momentarily stunned, soon realized that Chu Yu was aiding him, alleviating his suspicions. As they departed, Chu Yu leaned in close to Luo Yu, uttering, "I apologize," before delivering a swift blow that knocked him unconscious. The witch doctor had just settled down to rest when she received word that there was commotion at the sacrificial altar. Swimming over, she was met with the sight of 3 individuals sprawled amidst the chaotic altar. Where had Li Jiao gone? Furious, she shook Luo Yu awake, demanding, "What on earth happened? The person I painstakingly brought back has vanished. Did you let her go?" Chapter 208. Rescued the shaman, upon observing his soft and feeble demeanor, could not resist adopting a lecturing tone. He had repeatedly urged them to take action sooner, yet here they were, having seemingly wasted their efforts in capturing someone. Luo Yu could not help but cough twice, quietly reminding Shaman Elder Sister, if we truly take action, it is likely that everyone in our tribe would already be in the presence of the beast god. Her beastly husbands are particularly formidable. Perhaps they merely rendered us unconscious because that little female was unharmed. Luo Yu was acutely aware of Li Jiao's significance to their tribe. He yearned for offspring and wished to honor his kin, yet Li Jiao was innocent. To put it bluntly, the future of their merman tribe had little connection to her. Moreover, should he commit such an act, not only would his hopes of procreation be dashed, but he might also face the annihilation of his entire lineage. What confidence did he possess to contend with them? Deep down, he wished to keep Li Jiao from being embroiled in this age-old conflict. The shaman, in a fit of despair, collapsed, clutching his head and weeping. Each generation of shamans was tasked with remembering the words of their predecessors, to diligently seek out this individual and urge the chieftain to fulfill the merman tribe's duty of propagation. Now he felt he could no longer face the former shaman. Even in death, after a prolonged bout of tears, perhaps exhausted from weeping, the shaman unsteadily rose and led the 2 awakening male beastmen away. Luo Yu, observing the scattered pearls on the ground, found a small box and gathered them up. He was not concerned that the 2 would report his minor actions to the shaman. After all, there was no evidence, was there? Shenpei had taken Li Jiao back to the shore ahead of the others. Chu Yu and the others followed closely behind after their connection was severed. Sister, please wake up." Feng Xiao shook Li Jiao's hand. Li Jiao inwardly grumbled. "How can I wake up after drinking that seaweed juice? You foolish child. Bring me an antidote pill, will you?" Perhaps sensing her thoughts, Chu Yu produced an antidote pill from his space and placed it in Li Jiao's mouth. "Ah Xiao, hold on a moment. Let me give Jiao an antidote pill." Feeling the medicine in her mouth, Li Jiao praised him. "My dear husband, you are truly clever. Not long after the pill was swallowed, Li Jiao attempted to open her eyes. To her surprise, she succeeded. The sunlight outside was quite bright, and she instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes from the glaring light. Jiao, you are awake. Feng Xiao exclaimed, relief flooding her voice. I was so frightened. I almost became the family's sinner. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as the weight of worry lifted from her heart. Wang Yuan gently patted her shoulder in silent comfort. Jiao, take a moment to assess if you feel any discomfort, Chu Yu said, supporting her as she leaned against him. Li Jiao, somewhat despondent, replied, thank you for rescuing me. I was actually conscious for a while, but couldn't wake up. I heard everything they said before you arrived and understood why they wanted to capture me. Fortunately, that chieftain wasn't entirely malevolent. He kept stalling for time, which allowed you to come to my rescue. Otherwise, they would have truly turned me into a pawn. Sister, it's my fault for not noticing your danger in time. Punish me as you see fit. Hit me or scold me. Just let your anger out, Feng Xiao said, pulling Li Jiao's hand and slapping her own face in self-reproach. Enough, Chu He interjected. We can discuss this later. The three capable beastmen took the group back to the tribe. Jiao, how do you feel now? Chu Yu inquired as he shielded her on Chun Pei's back. I'm fine now, Ayu. I was truly frightened lying there, worried that you might not find me in time, she admitted. Fool, how could that be? Even if we had but a single breath left, I would find you and bring you back, he reassured her. So, you couldn't retreat into the space because of the seaweed juice? No, it was because they claimed their sacrificial altar interfered with our abilities. As long as we were there, we couldn't use our space. Now I understand. Thankfully, there weren't many beastmen, and the chieftain sent them away. Otherwise, if a fight had broken out, you wouldn't have had a place to hide, he responded. I regret causing you worry, Li Jiao said. Chu Yu held her tightly. Do you know? When Ah Xiao returned and told us you were missing, I was terrified. In that moment, so many thoughts crossed my mind. I feared that if something happened to you, I would entrust our offspring to Ahi and follow you. Li Jiao turned to kiss Chu Yu softly. Fool, are you trying to tire out Ahi? Between the two of you, there are over 60 offspring. How could you expect him to manage them all? If he knew, he would certainly refuse. As Chun Pei listened to their conversation, his heart tightened. He too had entertained similar thoughts in that moment. No one dared to imagine what life would be like without Li Jiao. The mere thought of never seeing her again caused a deep, aching pain. Fortunately, the beast god had protected him and allowed him to keep her. Li Jiao felt an overwhelming warmth in her heart. From afar, Ing Imo spotted Chun Pei and the others and patted Hu Zhanhai on the shoulder. They are back. Hu Zhantian rushed out of the beast den. Really? They truly have returned. Brother, is that Jiao on Chun Pei's back? Hu Zhanhai squinted, trying to see. Ing Imo interjected. Indeed, it is the heavenly maiden. All have returned, not a single one missing. You can rest assured. It appears they have not sustained serious injuries. As soon as they landed, she rushed over. Sister Jiao, brother hurried off in a rush to rescue you. We were completely in the dark about what had happened, and I was so worried. Li Jiao patted her comfortingly. It's all right now. I was just a bit careless. What bad luck. She had always believed that with all her elixir's space and her high rank, she could at least hold her own against any adversary. Yet, reality had smacked her in the face. It seemed that one must never be overly confident. Jiao, you must be starving. Come eat, and afterward, you should rest well. As they exchanged pleasantries, Wang Yikai had already prepared the meal. Hu Zhantian called out to the young ones to go play outside, so they wouldn't disturb Li Jiao's rest. Yesterday, when the children hadn't seen her, they had asked where their mother had gone. Hu Zhanhai explained that Li Jiao had gone out for a bit, and they had often not seen her before, so it didn't raise any suspicions. Hu Zhanhai tenderly held Li Jiao and seated her properly, carefully ladling soup into a bowl, blowing on it gently to cool it down before offering it to her. Li Jiao chuckled as she took the spoon. I can manage myself. I'm not injured. There's no need for this. The beastmen who had stayed behind to care for the children inquired in detail about the events of the past few days. Li Jiao waved her hand, indicating she preferred not to discuss it further, asking Chu Yu to recount her earlier words to the others. Seeing the group of beastmen looking at her with such concern, Li Jiao felt overwhelmed and set the bowl down, raising an eyebrow. What's with those expressions? I'm perfectly fine and unscathed. Have you forgotten that I have the beast god's protection? I didn't suffer any losses, so please put away those looks. It's unnecessary. Let us leave this matter behind. Do not bring it up or inquire further. When one person gazes at you with red-rimmed eyes, you might feel a bit touched, but when 10 people do it, it feels more like they wish to consume you. Indeed, these few were now staring intently at Li Jiao, sending shivers down her spine. Perhaps it's best to withdraw. I'm feeling a bit tired and would like to return to the Beast Den for a rest. Who will accompany me? After the main group arrived, Chuyu had already spent the night in company, while Chuhi remained in the tribe. Thus, it was now Hu Zhenhai's turn. As she looked at Hu Zhenhai approaching her, she refrained from being coy and playfully called out a hi, before being hoisted into his arms and carried back to the beast cave. Jiao, to prevent any similar mishaps in the future, you must always have at least 2 beastmen accompany you when you venture out, Hu Zhenhai advised, leaning her soft arm around Hu Zhenhai's neck. Her rosy lips playfully brushed against his cheek. All right, I shall heed your words, she responded. Hu Zhenhai's breath hitched as he replied hoarsely, Jiao. Please don't do that. Just focus on resting. Puzzled, Li Jiao straightened up to look at Hu Zhenhai. What is wrong with you today? Don't you want to sleep with me? I feared you might still be shaken from your fright, and I was concerned for you, he explained. Yes, I was indeed frightened. Hi. Quickly, feel my heart. It seems to be racing abnormally, she said, taking his hand and placing it over her chest. With a swift motion, Hu Zhenhai leaned down and gently nibbled her earlobe, his shallow breaths trailing down her slender neck. In the stillness of the beast cave, the sound of Hu Zhenhai's heart raced uncontrollably. After a month apart, Li Jiao's mere teasing left him nearly unable to bear it. He buried his head deep into her bosom, greedily inhaling her unique fragrance. The cool sea breeze swept through the tribe and into the cave, seemingly wishing to alleviate the rising warmth within. Is my heart racing too fast? Li Jiao murmured. I believe mine races even faster, Jiao. I might be ill. Please help me, he replied. At last, the two reached their pinnacle, with Hu Zhenhai embracing Li Jiao, his heated fingertips tenderly wiping away the beads of sweat that fell from her brow. Her delicate fingers, akin to the gentle touch of a dragonfly, caressed his firm arm, an action slow and gentle, making Hu Zhenhai's heart quiver. Jiao, why are you so enchanting? I heard from Xiao that the leader of the merfolk has had his eyes on you for quite some time. Upon hearing this, he felt that he and the other beastmen had failed in their duty, as someone had been coveting Li Jiao for so long without their notice. Suppressing a laugh, Li Jiao said, You must not say that. I was unconscious for the past 2 days and have no idea what they look like. Do you think we could sneak away one day to take a look? When I lay on their sacrificial altar, although I couldn't see anyone, I could hear their voices. You wouldn't believe it. The leader's voice is quite pleasant. It's a pity I don't know what he looks like, whether he is handsome or not. Hi, have you seen the beastmen of the merfolk? They say they are extraordinarily beautiful. Don't you think? Hu Zhenhai felt a pang in his heart as he heard Li Jiao speak. You wouldn't truly consider becoming the mate of that leader, would you? Seeing his expression, which was brimming with grievance, she was about to speak when he continued. However, I heard from you that the leader, under the pressure of the entire tribe, refrained from taking advantage of you while you were unconscious. That speaks to his character. If you like him, I would not oppose him entering our home. Li Jiao looked at Hu Zhenhai in astonishment. You would really be all right with that, Ahai? It wouldn't be truthful to say I am unbothered. If it were possible, I would wish for you to belong solely to me. Yet, I also understand that this is unrealistic. Therefore, as long as he possesses good character and pleases your eye, I have no objections. Li Jiao intended to express that she hadn't even met the man, so discussing feelings of affection seemed far-fetched. This matter could be addressed at a later time. The following day, Li Jiao appeared as usual, and the incident of her abduction quietly passed without alarming the other members of the tribe, as if it had never occurred. It would have been far too embarrassing to speak of it. All the beastmen were present, and their focus was now on the tribe as a whole. That afternoon, Chuyu summoned several tribal leaders for a meeting. The area was spacious, and before their arrival, Li Jiao and the others had discussed allowing the tribes to choose their own settlement areas once they arrived. Although Li Jiao and Chuyu had been absent for the past few days, Hu Zhenhai was quite industrious. He had not only concluded meetings with the various tribal leaders to finalize their locations, but had also taught the male beastmen from each tribe how to dig and build their shelters. As Li Jiao stepped out, she observed the bustling figures of the tribes from a distance. Now that she had returned, her beastmen were dispatched accordingly. Hu Zhenhai and Hu Zhentian went to the Hu Shao tribe. Wang Yikai and Wang Yuan went to the Xinquan tribe, while Chu Yu and Feng Shao took Li Jiao to the Hu tribe. Meanwhile, Chu He accompanied the beastmen of the Ying tribe to build the kindergarten. With the addition of Jin Rue, Chunpei, and Yingtan. In the midst of a flurry of activity within the tribe, Li Jiao had sent the Beastmen out. Yet Chuhi remained apprehensive. Each day, he insisted on having one of the remaining 3 accompany him, adamant that 2 must remain to care for the young ones and Li Jiao. Feeling bored at home, Li Jiao decided to check on the construction of Chuhi's house. Before she even approached, she could see the impressive structure standing boldly in the distance. This was a properly constructed wooden building, with the 2nd floor already completed and the pillars of the 3rd floor halfway up. Observing the progress, she thought the roof could be finished by autumn, which was quite convenient. Wonderful! This all-wood structure does not pose worries about formaldehyde and requires little ventilation. Once completed, it will be ready for school, a perfect timing for autumn enrollment. Seeing Li Jiao below, Chuhi was pleasantly surprised. This was her first visit to see him. Just as he was about to greet her, a male beastman beside him accidentally dropped a piece of wood, causing a gasp among the surrounding beastmen. Chuhi felt his heart leap. He hurriedly jumped down and pulled Li Jiao away to a safer distance. "What are you doing here, Jiao? That was truly dangerous. Why didn't you move?" In his concern, Chuhi's tone was harsher than usual, and Li Jiao had never heard him speak to her in such a manner before. Feeling wronged, tears streamed down her face. "I just missed you a little and wanted to come see you. Why are you scolding me?" Seeing her tears, Chuhi's heart was in turmoil, and he kept apologizing. Sorry, Jiao. I didn't mean to scold you. I was just a bit anxious. That large piece of wood fell so close to you. You don't know how scared I was. I was captivated watching you work. You don't realize how handsome you looked." Chuhi's face flushed instantly, and he seemed less angry now. Li Jiao's sweet words were so delightful that he felt an overwhelming urge to savor them. "Next time, stand a bit farther back. What can fall unexpectedly. And if it hits you, I do have to face the beast god alongside you. It's all right. I'll remember that." The beastman who had dropped the wood, terrified by nearly harming the goddess, stammered an apology, fearful of Chuhi's wrath. "It's fine. Just be more careful next time. It can be quite dangerous if someone else is beneath," Chuhi advised, waving him off. Li Jiao noticed the beastman's pale expression and, assuming he was shaken, offered a few comforting words. "You look unwell. Perhaps you should take a break. You've all worked hard during this time." Chuhi gestured for him to rest, and the beastman shakily departed. "Why didn't Tijin Rue and the others come with you? I was worried. You don't need to arrange for them to follow me all the time." Li Jiao interrupted Chuhi. "Jiao, it was not my intention to have 2 individuals watch over you. After all, we have the cubs to consider. How could we bear to let you attend to so many cubs alone? Their presence at home is primarily to care for the little ones, so do not overthink it." Sensing the dissatisfaction in Li Jiao's words, Chuhi quickly sought an excuse. Initially, Li Jiao had intended to try her hand at being a virtuous wife and nurturing mother, thinking to alleviate their burdens by taking care of the cubs. However, the beastmen denied her the opportunity, leading her to embrace her role as a carefree and charming beauty, indulging in sleep and play with the cubs each day. Upon hearing her self-description, Chuhi affectionately pinched her nose and smiled, declaring, "You are far from foolish. You are the most intelligent little female I have ever encountered." Li Jiao pinched Chuhi's face and inquired, "Be honest, how many little females have you met?" Chuhi relished the playful intimacy with Li Jiao and, rather than being annoyed by her grasp, bent down to plant a kiss on her, contentedly stating, "You know well how many little females there were in the Fox clan. Yet, I scarcely remembered them, for it was you who captured my heart at first glance. You truly possess exceptional taste." Li Jiao beamed at the compliment. As the two exchanged flirtatious banter, Tan returned. Possessing keen eyesight, he had been tasked with patrolling the sea around their region since returning from the mermaid tribe, keeping a watchful eye for any unusual activity, particularly regarding the mermaid tribe's leader. Observing Tan's hurried approach, Chuhi's heart tightened. The expression on his face indicated something was amiss. There's a situation," he exclaimed breathlessly, plopping down beside the makeshift shelter. Li Jiao quickly poured him a glass of water and handed it to him, saying, "Calm down, drink some water, and speak slowly." Tan gulped down the entire glass and, having caught his breath, looked at Chuhi and said, "I have been patrolling our waters for the past few days without noting any abnormalities. However, today I suddenly remembered an island to the east that is home to a tree bearing golden fruit, which is currently in its ripening phase. I thought to gather a few for Jiao to taste, but as I flew towards it, I spotted a large group of beastmen from the Xuanwu tribe circumventing the Dragon Clan's territory and heading our way. Ah, the Xuanwu tribe? Are they coming for us? Li Jiao asked, her face filled with confusion as she struggled to understand the connection between them and the Xuanwu tribe. Ying Tan scratched his head. The route appears similar, but I cannot be certain. Previously, this area was solely ours, yet now, with the mermaid tribe residing to our west, I cannot ascertain whether they are seeking us or the mermaid tribe. Only we should be aware of the mermaid tribe's existence, right? Li Jiao pondered, growing more perplexed. Aside from her family, only a few tribe leaders were privy to this information. Li Jiao had no desire to involve herself in their past disputes. The matters of centuries past were murky, and regarding her abduction, she felt the leader displayed understanding. She had not suffered any substantial harm, so after much consideration, she decided to let the matter rest. However, should they dare to trouble her again, she would not be so forgiving. Her thoughts turned back. If the existence of the mermaid tribe had not been leaked, then the Xuanwu tribe must be specifically targeting our Huaxiao tribe. Chu He, how many of them are there? He asked. Could it be they seek revenge for the assistance we provided to the Feng tribe? That seems unlikely. It has been nearly a year. Their reaction time is rather excessive, he mused. Ying Tan contemplated the number of individuals he had just observed. There should be around 100, although their beast ranks are not particularly high. Reflecting on their previous encounter with the Feng tribe, it was noted that the Xuanwu tribe had only a handful of celestial-ranked beastmen, with a few at the earth level and more at the Xian level. But it was improbable that they had all ascended to the celestial rank. Moreover, they had suffered considerable losses last time, so they would likely have no more than 20 celestial rank members. Furrowing his brow, Chu He deliberated for a while before concluding, I believe the likelihood that they are here to cause us trouble is greater. Li Jiao's eyes widened in surprise. Have we had any recent conflict with them? If they are here because of our previous aid to the Feng tribe, I have never encountered such a delayed reckoning. Perhaps their long lifespans allow them to hold grudges for extended periods. Chu He chuckled. Ying Tan, noticing the light-hearted atmosphere between them, felt less urgency. Even before the arrival of the other tribes, their Tianing clan had sufficient celestial and earth-ranked beastmen. Now, with the combined strength of the three tribes, they could surely repel any threats. How long until they arrive? Chu He inquired. By my estimation, they should arrive by afternoon. Then you should inform the tribe leaders to assemble all the celestial-ranked beastmen at our tribe square, he instructed. Understood. Ying Tan flapped his wings and took flight. Chu He briefed the working beastmen on the situation, retaining the celestial rank members while sending the others away. After Li Jiao had given birth to her last litter, she had deployed all protective barriers. Now, each tribe remained within its own protective range, while Li Jiao had encircled the Tianing clans separately, as their elevated position made it challenging for them to connect with the lower tribes. The celestial-ranked beastmen gathered swiftly, and Chu He counted 150. Let's rest for a moment and remain on standby. Their trajectory indicates they are headed our way, but we will know more once they arrive. The tribe leaders, along with their beastmen, settled onto the ground in unison, engaging in casual conversation. The atmosphere notably relaxed. Some bold little females had also come to watch the excitement. Li Jiao sighed, realizing that the tendency to seek out lively gatherings was not limited to just one tribe. However, she soon discovered that these little females were not merely there for amusement. They were also on the lookout for potential mates. Shamusha, contemplating her newfound talent for matchmaking. This approach to bringing them together is rather unique, akin to a grand matchmaking event. Yet, many of them were already paired off, with only about 1/5 remaining uncommitted. This made the 30-odd male beastmen particularly desirable, as they transformed between beast and human forms, proudly displaying their physiques. Had the venue allowed, they might have even attempted to showcase their masculine prowess. Indeed, quite possible, Li Jiao thought, entertained by the unfolding spectacle. She seized the opportunity to admire a few handsome faces. After all, who wouldn't want to gaze upon beauty? Yet, she was not interested in those of a similar type. As she pondered, her thoughts drifted to the leader of the mermaid tribe, wondering what he looked like and if he was handsome. Hey, Tunzi, do you know what the leader of the mermaid tribe looks like? I know, but I cannot describe him. He appeared decent enough to me, he replied. Does he have any chest or abdominal muscles? Isn't that standard? How would you rate him? From my perspective, I would give him an 80. Is that good or bad? What's the full score? An 80 is acceptable. From my viewpoint, I would consider him. Laughing, Shu Wu pointedly responded, bringing the conversation to a close. Li Jiao pouted in disappointment, feeling it was pointless to judge someone she had yet to see. She silently resolved to pay a visit soon. If he was attractive, a conversation might ensue, but if not, she would leave quickly. After all, having so many beautiful beast husbands already, she aimed to find only the most exquisite. Mediocre beauty was simply not an option. Thus, she determined her course. As her thoughts roamed freely, she suddenly heard countless voices calling her. Host, your beautiful dream is about to come true. Huh? What dream? Li Jiao inquired, but the voices fell silent, merely suggesting she look for herself before going quiet. Confused, Li Jiao noticed a commotion at the entrance of the tribe. It turned out that Chuyu had arrived with several other tribal leaders and the 15 Beastmen at the large stone by the entrance, which marked the edge of the protective barrier. This group of Xuanwu tribe beastmen was indeed making their way toward them. Chuyu did not rush forward. He waited until they all disembarked before he took 10 individuals to negotiate. He pondered how the Xuanwu tribe, situated so far away, had suddenly chosen to visit their tribe. Chuyu's voice was clear and soothing, like a spring of crystal water. Each time he leaned close to whisper her name, Li Jiao felt her legs weaken. Even though she would try to steady herself in public, hearing his voice was still a delight. Little did she know, the leader of the Xuanwu tribe, an old tortoise, grew impatient and waved his hand dismissively. Bring your leader out to speak. Before Chuyu could respond, Bai Tian erupted in a flurry of words. Are your eyes too blind or too small? Open your beady eyes and see clearly. This is our fox tribe leader. Chuyu, who are you trying to fool? Someone without a beast rank cannot be a leader. Is your fox tribe out of options? Bai Tian was about to say more when Chuyu raised a hand to stop him. He turned back to the Xuanwu tribe. There is no need for doubt. I am indeed Chuyu, leader of the fox tribe. Please, state your purpose for bringing such a large entourage to our tribe. The Xuanwu beastman continued to scrutinize Chuyu with skepticism for a while before reluctantly gesturing for their leader to come forward. Chuyu raised an eyebrow. The Xuanwu leader certainly carried himself with authority, but was he attempting to assert dominance on another's territory? How absurd. He had not anticipated that the Xuanwu leader was not the previous Xianifeng. He distinctly remembered that Xianifeng had not perished. Why had a new leader emerged? Moreover, accompanying the Xuanwu leader was a familiar figure. The members of the Xuanwu tribe split into two lines, creating a welcoming formation. Even Li Jiao could not resist stepping forward to glimpse the celestial figure. To her astonishment, a sharp-faced, monkey-like individual appeared before her, leaving Li Jiao stunned. She could not help but whisper to Chuyu, you, is this their Xuanwu tribe leader? It's quite an eyesore. Frankly speaking, during her time here, she had never encountered such an unattractive male beastman. Chuyu, disinterested, turned his face to Li Jiao and remarked, with such a display of arrogance, it must be him. Strangely enough, the leader's appearance bore little resemblance to the Xuanwu tribe. Instead, he resembled, well, Li Jiao pondered and suddenly exclaimed, he looks just like that character from the 4 movie Alien. She had been terrified by that film in the past, and now she was faced with a real-life version. Feeling a bit frightened, she instinctively swallowed and edged closer to Chuyu. Unfazed, Chuyu extended his arm to shield Li Jiao behind him. He too found it hard to believe this was the leader of the Xuanwu tribe. However, what astonished Chuyu even more than the hideous Xuanwu leader was the small female figure accompanying him. Chuyu exchanged glances with Chu He and the others. They all recognized, through silent communication, that the figure was indeed a shaman from the Merfolk tribe. Assuming there were Merfolk beastmen behind this group, the situation raised many questions. How had these two ended up together? Nonetheless, one certainty emerged. The Merfolk tribe did not seem inclined to live peacefully. Elder Hu Yitong and Elder Wang Ting stood at the forefront, with Chuyu and Ing Mo stationed on either side. Behind them were the Tianjia beastmen from various tribes. It was evident that this display was not to be taken lightly. Yet, some individuals, with poor judgment, dared to provoke trouble. After flaunting their authority, the Xuanwu beastman leisurely began, Ahem, we have come today to demand an explanation for your assistance to the Feng tribe in attacking us. Hu Yitong and Wang Ting exchanged glances, remaining silent. Hu Jintian and Wang Yikai had already informed them of the situation, and they were well aware of the background. It was the Dragon and Xuanwu tribes that had acted shamelessly, yet they now had the audacity to seek an explanation. Indeed, the bestial world was vast, encompassing all manner of creatures. Hu Yitong and the others could hardly be bothered to engage in conversation with them, but in the eyes of the Xuanwu tribe, they appeared intimidated. Li Jiaojiao observed that the Xuanwu tribe leader had not heard their response, and she coldly huffed, "Since you know you are in the wrong, hurry and welcome us inside. Serve us fine dishes and meat." Li Jiaojiao rolled her eyes in exasperation. What kind of audacity did this individual possess? Did he believe his status as a Tianjia made him invincible? Surely, the entire tribe could not be so naive as to overlook the disparity in strength between the two sides. Remarkably, Li Jiaojiao later learned that their vision was indeed poor. More accurately, they were somewhat nearsighted. Yet, at this moment, it was unclear where their confidence stemmed from. As Hu Yitong prepared to reprimand them, he felt Chu Yu tugging at his arm, signaling him to allow Chu Yu to speak. He was uncertain when this newly appointed leader had taken office. Before Xian Tu could respond, a blabbermouth beside him chimed in. "My leader just assumed his position last month. He was just waiting for this opportunity to stir trouble with the Fox tribe to establish his authority." If he recalled correctly, they had aided the Feng tribe against the Dragon tribe around this time last year. Why were they only considering this now? "That is because our previous leader forbade us from coming," the individual continued. The merfolk shaman frowned at the incessant chatter from this loudmouth. Annoyed, he coughed twice to remind Xian Tu that a leader's silence should not be filled with the prattling of mere soldiers. Fortunately, Xian Tu recognized the shaman's cough and reacted accordingly. He had indeed only recently taken office. The former leader, Xian Yifeng, had suffered severe injuries in that battle and had limped back to the tribe to recuperate until his demise last month. Xian Tu was a high-ranking beastman, but he had not developed well physically, and to put it bluntly, he appeared rather lecherous. The female creatures in the tribe were reluctant to choose him as a mate. Eventually, a brother of his suggested that he compete for the position of leader, believing that once he ascended, he would easily attract females. Moreover, once he became leader, he could amend long-standing rules, allowing one male beastman to have multiple female partners. Thus, he could not only have many females, but also ensure that each bore his offspring. Upon hearing this, Xian Tu thought it was indeed a splendid idea, so he conspired with a few others to tamper with Xian Yifeng's medicine. Thus, when Xian Yifeng passed away, his wounds had become festering sores. 3 days prior, the merfolk shaman Luo Yu unexpectedly visited, proposing a partnership. To be honest, Xian Tu was astonished to learn that the merfolk tribe still existed. At the outset, Luo Yu had directly proposed cooperation. "You send troops to deal with that celestial maiden, and I will cure your face, ensuring you become a handsome man." What a joke. Is the Tian Nu so easily taught a lesson? They nearly annihilated our clan alongside the Feng tribe before. I am not jesting. I do not wish for her demise, merely that she experiences some hardship. What kind of hardship? That is of no concern to you. You simply need to create opportunities for me to approach her. And what of the matter you mentioned regarding my face? Xian Tu touched his face, somewhat incredulous. Can you truly make me more handsome? Certainly, but it shall have to wait until after you assist us in battle. That will not do. What if, after we fight, you refuse to acknowledge our agreement? I can swear an oath to the beast god. Thus, both parties reached an accord and set out for the Huaxia tribe. Xian Tu cleared his throat, casting a cold glance at Chu Yu. Our Xuanwu clan's internal matters need not concern outsiders. We are here today to discuss the grievous injury inflicted upon our former clan leader. Upon seeing the Merman tribe's shaman, Chu Yu understood their ulterior motives. They were not merely attempting to steal, but were brazenly seeking to seize. Oh, do elaborate on how you intend to resolve this. Chapter 212. Merman tribe leader Luo Yu Xian Tu, taken aback by Chu Yu's willingness to engage, stammered. It's simple. Just hand over your so-called Tian Nu. Oof. How audacious. You come here demanding a precious one while your own appearance leaves much to be desired. Chu He curled his lips, coldly regarding the jester before him, and retorted, Is it true that if we relinquish the Tian Nu, this conflict shall be averted? Xian Tu vaguely discerned a red-haired beastman speaking. Though he could not make out the details, nonetheless, he was certainly prudent. Yes, all we require is that Tian Nu. Surrender her peacefully, and I shall spare your lives. Luo Yu orchestrated this charade intending to use the situation to her advantage. If she could take away Li Jiao, that would be ideal, but if not, she would ensure her beauty was destroyed. Once she became a hideous creature, abandoned by all, Luo Yu could retrieve her and demand offspring for the Merman tribe. Indeed, provoked by Xian Tu's taunt, Hu Zhintian could no longer restrain himself. Who are you? So grotesque that you dare to frighten? Are you unaware of your own repulsive visage? Go take a look at yourself. Even wild beasts surpass your appearance. How can you bear to exist? You. Xian Tu could hardly tolerate being called ugly, and Hu Zhentian's words ignited the fragile pride he had precariously maintained. The individual who had been interjecting leapt forth. Leader, let's attack. No need to waste words with them. Xian Tu, trembling with rage, roared, charge. The Xuanwu clan rushed forward in a wave. Chu Yu's side did not falter. Hu Zhentian was the first to charge, his form agile as a whirlwind as he plunged into the enemy ranks, followed by a host of Tian Jie beastmen who engaged fiercely with the Merman and Xuanwu tribes. Chu He, seizing a powerful crossbow, ascended a nearby boulder, from which he swiftly and accurately unleashed a barrage of arrows upon the Xuanwu clan. Meanwhile, Luo Yu stealthily navigated to the vicinity of Li Jiaojiao, her mind set on either returning with Li Jiaojiao or ensuring her capture. Just as she neared, a figure obstructed her path. Chu Yu. With an icy gaze, Chu Yu declared, "Do you think I am blind to your intentions? If you wish to seize her, you must first consider your own capabilities. Jiao, you must hide." Chu Yu's command aimed to usher Li Jiao into safety. Observing the chaotic scene, Li Jiao understood that this was not the time for her to be reckless. And in an instant, she vanished. On the battlefield, the clamor of combat grew deafening, and Xian Tu began to falter. The forces led by Hu Yitong gained the upper hand. Observing this, Luo Yu emitted a peculiar sound, prompting her accompanying mermen to respond immediately. Though the sound was not loud, it caused a headache for Chu Yu and his allies. Cursing under his breath, Chu Yu struggled to maintain his composure, activating his powers as seaweed rapidly grew and crawled onto the shore, ensnaring the mermen and dragging them downward. Chu Yu knew that while they could not drown, he wished to see if pulling them back into the water would silence their cries. To his surprise, it proved effective. The mermen ensnared by the seaweed could not ascend, and their voices ceased abruptly. Seeing the effectiveness of his strategy, Chu Yu called for Wang Yiyuan and Jin Rui to assist. Soon, a significant portion of the mermen was pulled under. Chun Pei soared above, distant enough that the sound waves had little effect on him. Observing the mermen's sonic attacks, he transformed the water he spat into ice spikes, piercing the mermen and Xuanwu tribes with lethal precision. After several rounds of assault, the mermen had suffered substantial losses, leaving only a few capable of producing sound, their strength waning. However, the Xuanwu tribe, fortified by their resilient shells, remained largely unscathed. Assessing the situation, Chu Yu shouted to Hu Zhentian, Tian, dig a pit in coordination with the Shao." The unspoken understanding among brothers meant no further explanation was needed. They were in sync. Hu Zhentian pointed toward the Xuanwu tribe while calling out, "Our beastmen retreat," with their forces pulling back. The ground where the Xuanwu tribe stood suddenly caved into a deep pit. Both the mermen and Xuanwu beastmen tumbled in. Witnessing this, Feng Shao waved her hands, unleashing scorching fireballs that cascaded into the pit. The flames roared, warping the very air. Though the Xuanwu possessed tough exteriors, the intense heat rendered them uncomfortable, compelling them to seek refuge. But the pit was too deep, and they were ill-equipped to climb out without the aid of their comrades. As some neared escape, Jin Rui stepped forward, declaring, "Allow me." A whirlwind spiraled around the pit, sending the Xuanwu beastmen tumbling back down as the flames intensified with the wind's assistance. On the ground, several mermen lay incapacitated, beaten to the point of unrecognizability. Luo Yu found herself ensnared by Chu Yu's seaweed, bound tightly within layers of entanglement. Feng Shao descended, glancing at her with a smirk. "I expected you to be formidable, yet here you are, seeking to claim my little female. How amusing. Initially, she considered letting you off the hook, but now you have chosen death. Where's your leader? Has he abandoned you? Truly pitiful. He is indeed a coward. He has been presented with an opportunity and lacks the courage to seize it. Had he acted sooner to capture Li Jiao, we would not have had to seek out the Xuanwu tribe. He is not only cowardly, but also harbors intentions of betraying our merman tribe. Knowing I sought an alliance with the Xuanwu to reclaim what is ours, he still thought to inform them. Fortunately, he shall not live long, for betrayal of our clan leads to dire consequences." Luo Yu vacillated between tears and laughter, her body trembling with emotion. Hu Zhentian continued to berate her. "You truly overestimate yourselves and the Xuanwu tribe. Even without a warning, you are no match for us. Had you approached us amicably, there might have been hope, yet you chose to escalate matters to this point. Now, you find yourselves on the brink of annihilation. Can we not show mercy to our adversaries?" Emerging from the spatial realm to assess the battlefield, Li Jiao overheard this plea. Following the sound, she spotted a figure partially submerged in the water, with long, ink-black hair flowing behind him, his jawline sharp and his face pale. At first glance, he appeared pleasing to the eye, yet the bloodied water surrounding him lent an air of fragility. Upon hearing this voice, Luo Yu was taken aback and turned. Luo Yu? How did you emerge? Chapter 213. Plea for mercy. Li Jiao narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Luo Yu. The young man was rather handsome, yet his immediate appeal for mercy suggested a lack of intelligence. Hu Jintian, initially poised to retort, found himself outpaced by Luo Yu, who spat a mouthful of blood at Luo Yu and disdainfully remarked, "Spare me your false compassion. I do not require your intercession. Who do you think you are? You are nothing but a traitor to our merfolk. How dare you come to deliver news? I truly regret not having killed you on the spot. Do you still have accomplices out there, allowing you to escape? Alas, you are too late. We have already taken action. Had I not been outmatched, the vixen you wish to protect would have been dead by now." Luo Yu, feebly responding, said, "Which sister? Why must you go to such lengths? Our merfolk have struggled to survive for thousands of years. Your actions will only drive us towards extinction once more." Luo Yu's voice sharpened. "What do you understand? How foolish of you to still be the clan leader when your heart holds no regard for our kin. You are a traitor. Cease your delusions. I will plead for mercy from the heavenly woman and her companions, allowing us to escape and live our lives far away from here. Is that too much to ask? Absolutely not. I would rather die than beg for mercy. I do not need a traitor like you to instruct me on what to do, and I will never plead. Do not think you can sway me. I shall not be bewitched as you are. It is you who has feelings for him, not I. They have already decimated so many of our kin. As long as I draw breath, I shall fight to the end." Chu Yu and the others assumed a unified pose with their arms crossed, observing the two as they exchanged words. As the conversation progressed, Luo Yu seemed to reach a breaking point, possibly due to his grave injuries and coughed up blood. After a considerable pause, he lifted his gaze, no longer focusing on Luo Yu, but slowly emerging from the water. Li Jiao noticed that as he stepped onto the shore, his fishtail transformed into legs. Yet his unaccustomedness to walking, coupled with his injuries, caused him to stagger. Approaching Li Jiao, Chu Yu instinctively positioned himself in front of her, shielding her from Luo Yu. It was difficult to discern Luo Yu's emotions at that moment, but his gaze conveyed a mix of admiration for Li Jiao and envy towards her beastly husband, intertwined with guilt and a hint of resolve. Suddenly, Li Jiao felt a pang of sympathy for him. After all, this predicament had little to do with her. Although he bore the title of clan leader, no one in the tribe heeded his commands. In truth, he resembled a puppet, tasked solely with the responsibility of procreation. Muttering in their native tongue, though unintelligible to her, the translation software captured his words. "May the beast god bless you with everlasting happiness and health. In this life, we are fated apart. I hope to see you again in the next." Li Jiao's heart involuntarily skipped a beat. Upon finishing, he shed 2 tears, which transformed into glistening pearls that rolled gracefully to her feet. Lost in thought, she glanced down, marveling at their exquisite quality. With a sudden thud, Luo Yu knelt before Li Jiao, startling everyone. She observed the wounds on his body that oozed blood, the overwhelming scent of iron nearly inducing her to retch. Though she swallowed hard and resisted the urge, Luo Yu, furious at the sight, continued to berate him. "Do not disgrace our merfolk. I do not need your pleas. You should leave at once. What kind of clan leader behaves like you?" While she raged on, Luo Yu ignored her, bowing his head twice before addressing the heavenly woman in a language everyone could understand. "Heavenly woman, I know you are kind-hearted and do not wish to eradicate us completely. Could you spare Luo Yu's life? I promise we will steer clear of this sea and never return. All the males of our tribe have already been led away by her. Only the elderly and the young remain, posing no threat. I implore you, grant her a chance at life, and I will pay for her sins. Can you do that?" Without waiting for Li Jiao's response, he bowed his head again, his already weakened body nearly collapsing. Even the usually brazen Feng Xiao and Hu Jintian could not bear to watch the spectacle, unable to endure the sight. Chu Yu raised his hand, releasing a wave of green energy to aid in healing Luo Yu's wounds, at least staunching the bleeding. In a short while, the area where he knelt was stained crimson. After observing for some time, Li Jiao came to understand that Luo Yu had been imprisoned for attempting to deliver a warning, somehow managing to escape to thwart Luo Yu's actions, only to arrive too late. While she had little concern for the fate of the merfolk, the sight of a handsome man shedding pearls stirred her compassion. Noticing Li Jiaojiao's lack of response, Chuyu turned to her, witnessing the distress reflected in her eyes, and sighed softly. Very well, it seemed Luo you need not perish. With this thought, Chuyu cleared his throat, prompting Li Jiaojiao to offer a solution. Meanwhile, Luo Yu continued her relentless tirade. After some contemplation, Li Jiaojiao spoke, I can spare the elderly and the young of your tribe, and I can spare you as well. However, the life of your witch cannot be spared. I cannot overlook the actions of one who has invaded our tribe. A member of the Tiger tribe attempted to voice his disagreement, but was swiftly silenced by Hu Yitong. They trusted Li Jiaojiao, believing that since she dared to make this decision, she certainly had a plan in mind. Li Jiaojiao had initially considered proposing that Luo Yu become her beast husband in exchange for the safety of his kin, but thought better of it. This was not the appropriate time. Upon hearing that Li Jiaojiao was willing to spare the elders and children of the tribe, joy illuminated Luo Yu's face. Yet he turned bitter upon realizing that Luo Yu was destined to die. He did not blame Li Jiaojiao. Had others conspired to attack them, he would not have let a tiger return to its mountain. The fact that Li Jiaojiao could spare his people spoke volumes of her kindness. Yet, Luo Yu was pregnant. Luo Yu wished to speak again, but caught a subtle shake of Luo Yu's head from the corner of his eye, signaling him to remain silent. Tears streamed down Luo Yu's face once more, knowing he could not save her and her unborn child. Chapter 214. Consideration. He and Luo Yu had grown up together. Although he could not fathom her motives for leading their entire clan to certain doom despite knowing they could not win. Witnessing the lifeless forms of their kin before him was undeniably heartbreaking. Luo Yu solemnly bowed his head twice in gratitude to Li Jiaojiao for her mercy, daring not to glance at Luo Yu again, and turned to leave. Wait, Li Jiaojiao called out to him. Turning back to Chuyu, she instructed Yu, heal his wounds and bring him back to the tribe. After relaying her orders to Chuyu, she turned to Hu Yitong and Wang Ting, my dear fathers. I leave the remaining cleanup to you. They nodded in agreement, already mobilizing the beasts to collect the bodies and dispose of them in the fire pit. This cleanup likely referred to Luo Yu. Once her instructions were complete, Li Jiaojiao climbed onto Chu He's back and departed ahead of the group. As the wind picked up, the lingering scent of blood stirred a wave of nausea within Li Jiaojiao, making her long to retreat into her space for refuge. On the way back, she curiously questioned the countless thoughts swirling in her mind. Tongzi, did I err in some way? Why do I feel nauseous at the scent of blood? Am I on the verge of death? Host, it seems you are experiencing that sensation again. Huh? Are you jesting with me? I haven't consumed any Shengzi Dan, and my frequency has not been high these past few days. Host, there is little we can do. Your beastly husband is simply too formidable. The myriad of teasing voices makes Li Jiaojiao wish to rush in and deliver a good thrashing. With a weary sigh, she retorts, whose is it? It's from Chu Yu and Hu Zhenhai. Li Jiaojiao rolls her eyes, exasperatedly murmuring, can't you procure a contraceptive for me? While giving birth does not cause me pain, the impact on me is significant. I have no desire to bear any more children. It has become overwhelming, and I can hardly remember their names. This feeling is utterly disheartening. I am hardly a qualified mother. Did you not previously mention going with the flow? The several beastly husbands who stayed by your side for some time did not result in any pregnancies, which could imply that Chu Yu and the others are simply too pent up. Thus their success rate is remarkably high. So, please expedite the development of a contraceptive for me. I wish to retain control over my own reproductive choices. Hearing the underlying frustration in Li Jiaojiao's words, the multitude dares not jest further and promptly replies, understood. I will prioritize this. Rest assured, I will have it ready before you give birth, ensuring that the decision of whether to conceive lies entirely with you thereafter. This response is somewhat satisfactory, but Li Jiaojiao remains preoccupied with her predicament. By the time this pregnancy concludes, she will have borne 4 children for Chu Yu, while Chu He and the others have only 2, and Jin Rui has the least, with merely 1. Is this not somewhat unjust? Will they not come to blows over such disparity? Yet, does she truly wish to bear 4 children for each of them? The sheer number is enough to give her a headache. Chu Yu's voice breaks through her thoughts. Jiaojiao, I have brought the person back. Upon hearing this, Li Jiaojiao steps out of the beast den. She lifts her head slightly, signaling Chu Yu to escort the individual to the reception cave. Her great husband is truly admirable. When she requested that he tend to Luo Yu's injuries, he diligently ensured the person was healed. It is well worth the effort she has invested in bearing his children. Her great husband understands her well. Observing Luo Yu, she notices his injuries have improved significantly, making him more pleasing to the eye. It turns out he is not as fragile as he initially appeared. Perhaps he merely seemed so due to his severe injuries. Gesturing for him to sit, Li Jiaojiao carefully examines him. She had inquired about him days prior, and the multitude had assured her of his good character and suitability as a partner. Now, observing him closely, she finds him quite attractive, possessing an ethereal beauty that is both delicate and cold. She wonders if he is also cool to the touch. If so, holding him during the summer would be rather pleasant, even refreshing. Ahem, where have my thoughts wandered off to? Realizing her mind has strayed once again, Li Jiaojiao forces herself to return to the matter at hand and inquires, "Do you think I am a heartless person?" "Not at all. Quite the contrary. I must express my gratitude for your willingness to spare the lives of the remaining members of our clan. Were you involved in the attack against our tribe?" "I was not. 2 days ago, I overheard their plans and intended to inform you, but they discovered me and imprisoned me. After managing to escape, I rushed here, though I arrived too late." As he speaks, he produces a box seemingly from thin air and hands it to Li Jiaojiao. "This is for you, as a token of my apology on behalf of our tribe. Since you were unaware and unable to escape once informed, it would be unjust to place the blame on you, would it not?" Luo Yu gazes at Li Jiaojiao in mild astonishment, taken aback by her clear delineation of reward and punishment. After speaking, Li Jiaojiao disregards him, accepting the box and opening it to reveal a magnificent pearl. "Are these your tears?" Luo Yu's face blushes like a fiery sunset, tinged with a delicate pink, and he nods. Initially, he had collected tears from many tribe members, but upon reflection, he decided that his own would convey more sincerity. Knowing they sought to confront the Huaxia tribe filled him with genuine concern, not only for Li Jiaojiao, but for his fellow clansmen as well. Tears flowed freely, large and abundant. In our merfolk tribe, tears fall as pearls, the greater the sorrow, the larger the pearls formed. What sorrow has befallen you? Li Jiaojiao does not wait for his response, having already deduced the answer. She suddenly gazes at Luo Yu with utmost seriousness and unexpectedly asks, "Would you be willing to become my beast husband?" Luo Yu questions if he has misheard. Surely, he must be imagining things. Just moments ago, she assured him that she would not hold him accountable, and now she is fantasizing about him becoming her beast husband. It is utterly absurd. Seeing him in a daze, Li Jiaojiao smiles wider and continues, "What is it? Are you unwilling? Did you not say you have liked me for quite some time?" At this revelation, Luo Yu dares to believe that Li Jiaojiao genuinely asked him to be her beast husband. "Are you feeling pity for me?" His azure eyes, now filled with sincerity, fixate on Li Jiaojiao. Li Jiaojiao's smile grows more radiant. "Do I appear to be pitying you? You, how can I know? How could I possibly know why I developed feelings for you? However, I can tell you what attracted me to you in the first place. Your good looks are precisely my type. You need only consider 2 points. First, whether you are willing, and second, to devise a reason for your tribe. Of course, the second point hinges upon your answer to the first. You have 5 days to contemplate this. Is that acceptable?" Chapter 2:15, The Upper Beam. After speaking, she glances towards the door, signaling Luo Yu that he may leave. Luo Yu rises, looking back at Li Jiaojiao with utmost seriousness before turning to exit. As he reaches the threshold, he cannot help but glance back once more. The soft sunlight filtering through the window casts a rosy glow upon Li Jiaojiao's fair visage, enhancing her charm with an alluring innocence. Chu He, observing her, feels a dryness in his throat, let alone Luo Yu, who is still unaccustomed to such matters. Luo Yu's throat involuntarily constricts, leaving him in a dreamlike state, struggling to believe the words Li Jiaojiao had just spoken. Upon reaching the seaside, he slowly wades into the water, his mesmerizing blue tail displaying graceful curves, its scales shimmering like countless tiny stars, a riot of colors reminiscent of an underwater rainbow. Li Jiaojiao watches captivated as he sways his tail, creating a mesmerizing arc, light and ethereal. Before plunging into the water, he casts one last glance back at the Huaxia tribe, only to find the little female with a smile playing at her lips. Their gazes meet, and the curve of Li Jiaojiao's smile deepens. While Luo Yu's face flushes with heat, he dares not linger, fearing that should he remain, he might find it hard to leave, at least for now. He cannot stay until he has clarified matters with his tribe. Feng Xiao watches with a pang of jealousy. "Sister, do you truly like that fish so much? How long has it been since you smiled at me like that?" Hearing Feng Xiao's envious remarks, Li Jiaojiao's smile widens further. "You are just being ridiculous. When have you caught me not smiling at you?" Feng Xiao understands that Li Jiaojiao speaks the truth and, with a huff, falls silent. She herself is unaware of why she cannot help but smile upon seeing Luo Yu. Perhaps it is simply that his looks exceed her expectations. Well, how should I put it? Knowing that her beastly husbands will not hinder her from taking on new ones, she feels a sense of liberation. However, in all honesty, Luo Yu is indeed quite handsome. Patting Feng Zhao's shoulder, she remarks, "Go on now. This matter has reached a temporary conclusion. Whether another beast husband can join the harem now rests upon his own choice. As summer draws to a close in 20 days, autumn will arrive, ushering in the time for hunting and food storage in preparation for winter. With so many tasks ahead, life is indeed busy." In the evening, Chuhi accompanied Li Jiao as she drifted into slumber. Li Jiao confided in Chuhi about her pregnancy, and he displayed a fleeting look of desolation in his eyes, which made her heart ache. Unsure of how to explain, she contemplated saying she had taken a fertility pill, but feared it would make Chuhi think she favored Chuyu too much. If she claimed she hadn't consumed anything, and that Chuyu and Hu Zhanhai had planted the seeds themselves, would he then think himself inadequate? As she wrestled with her thoughts, Chuhi seemed to read her mind. He did not question her perceived bias towards sleeping, nor lament his own lack of fortune. Instead, he softly murmured, "Once these two little ones are born, will you grant me another?" Seeing the misty glimmer in Chuhi's eyes, Li Jiao responded with a dreamy hum. Chuyu lowered his head and pecked lightly at Li Jiao's lips, but as she prepared to reciprocate, Chuyi stepped back. Frustrated, she chased him down, grasping his arm and pinning him against the stone wall of the den. Li Jiao rose on tiptoes once more, but Chuyi evaded her once again, a hint of smugness curling at the corners of his mouth. Li Jiao paused, realizing that this dog man still harbored jealousy despite her initial belief that he had overcome it. With a huff, she pouted and released him, turning to leave. Chuyi, unwilling to accept this, seized her arm and pulled her into his embrace. He wrapped one arm around her slender waist, and the other cradled the back of her head. Once again, their lips met softly, as if testing her feelings. Noticing her expectant expression, Chuyi's breath quickened, their tongues entwining and exploring each other's mouths. His grip around her waist tightened, and with a firm motion, he lifted her, causing their breaths to quicken and their bodies to tremble. Li Jiao's hands found their way to Chuyi's neck, her delicate fingers entwining in his hair. Her breathing grew more rapid, her body softening in his embrace. The kiss lingered, and Li Jiao playfully scolded, "You've grown too heavy. Can't you be gentler?" Yet, she often urged him not to stop. In a flurry, she covered his mouth, and upon noticing his silence, playfully slapped him twice, glaring. "Do not speak. I never said such a thing." Chuyi, his voice husky, leaned in and whispered, "Oh, really? Then you must hold back later, my wife." The night was warm, the curtains gently swaying. The den was strewn with disheveled garments, imbued with the essence of spring. The following day, Chuyi resumed his construction work. The progress of the tribes on the beast dens remained unaffected, as only the elite warriors were withdrawn. Li Jiao specifically asked Feng Zhao to take her to see the progress. They had completed a third of it and anticipated its completion before autumn arrived. Last night, Chuyu had informed her of the aftermath, that Luo Yu had been silenced by a claw during the day and subsequently cast into the pit of flames, which Yu Zhentian had filled afterward. The merfolk were left with merely the elderly, women, and children. Li Jiao had resolved that regardless of whether Luo Yu joined her family, she would bestow loyalty pills upon them to prevent any disloyalty. The Xuanwu tribe had left no survivors. Their fate, along with any remaining members, would be left for the tribal leaders to discuss. She preferred to focus on being a charming young lady. Her guiding principle remained, no one shall bully them, as long as they do not provoke her. She would not retaliate, but should anyone dare to offend, she would surely annihilate them. 10 days later, Chuyi brought her delightful news. The teaching building was nearing completion. Early in the morning, he informed Chunpei and Feng Zhao to take Li Jiao to witness the raising of the beam. The tribesfolk, aware of the ceremony, rose early to partake in the festivities. By the time Li Jiao and her companions arrived, the ground was a sea of humanity. The Eagle Tribe's warriors bore numerous younglings from various tribes on their backs. Chunpei's dragon form was immense, carrying nearly all his offspring, who clung tightly from his neck to his tail. Li Jiao felt a tremor of anxiety at the sight of over 100 younglings, fearful they might fall. Chunpei reassured her they would not, easing her worries considerably. Eagle Tan bore over a dozen younglings, and Evening Mo was overwhelmed by the little ones, assisting in carrying over 10 from Li Jiao's family. Thankfully, some eggs were still hatching. Chunpei's first brood of dragons was growing rapidly, already as thick as Li Jiao's arm and soaring joyfully in the sky, while the little phoenixes flapped their colorful wings, closely following their dragon siblings. As the sun slowly ascended above the mountains, Chu called out in a steady voice, "Lift!" Over 40 male warriors pulled on vines, gradually hoisting the massive beam upwards. At the top, another 40 warriors awaited. As soon as the beam was in place, they secured it firmly within the designated slots. The ground erupted with thunderous applause and cheers. Li Jiao was equally exhilarated, clapping along with the crowd until her palms turned red. Simultaneously, countless notifications rang out. Ding! The host has completed the construction of the teaching building, earning 100,000 points. It seemed she truly needed to grant Chu another child. As this building was a testament to his efforts, he deserved a grand reward, the best of which would be to bear him a nest or two of little ones. Feng Xiao led Li Jiao around the teaching building, admiring Chu's craftsmanship. The structure stood 3 stories tall, constructed in a beam column style, with each pillar thick enough to be embraced by a single person, ensuring remarkable stability. Each floor boasted a height of 10 meters, accommodating the male warrior's potential transformation into beast form during lessons. Every detail, from doors and windows to stairs, eaves, and ridges, had been meticulously designed and crafted, showcasing Chu's dedication. Each classroom featured a double-layered window for ventilation and warmth during winter, facing the sea for a refreshing view. In each corner of the classrooms hung bags of large pearls, collected by Chunpei whenever he had the chance to dive into the sea, adding a touch of brightness to the classrooms. The floors were laid with thick wooden planks, exuding a fragrant aroma of timber upon entry. Each floor housed 20 classrooms, where students could learn reading, calligraphy, mathematics, herbal identification, food preparation, and more. Behind the teaching building, a playground was established for archery practice and running to enhance their physical abilities. Chu had also dug a trench to channel fresh water from the mountain, constructing a swimming pool to teach the little ones how to swim. It could be said that Chu had anticipated every need of Li Jiao, both those she had considered and those she had not. Thus, in the future, the little females could learn whatever they wished right there. "You are truly thoughtful. I hadn't even considered this." Li Jiao showered Chu with praises. Reflecting on this, she recalled the hefty stack of skill books in her space. There was much work ahead. However, everything was progressing in a positive direction. With the teaching building completed, the tribal leaders mobilized their male warriors to teach the younglings various skills. Initially, Li Jiao feared there would be few applicants, yet when the gathering commenced, over 100 willing and qualified warriors stepped forward. Many little females also signed up, around 60 to 70 in total. Unfortunately, there were too many. They could not accommodate everyone, and thus would conduct concentrated training followed by assessments to select the best candidates. The Beastmen, apart from Chuyu, were busy assisting the Huzu in battling the beast dens. The rest of the group acted in unison, ranging from literacy to hunting skills, from swimming to archery, and they conducted comprehensive training sessions for all courses in demand. After 10 days, a rigorous evaluation was carried out, assessing skills, attitudes, and character. The role of the young females was primarily supportive, thus the standards for them were not exceedingly high. Nevertheless, Li Jiao selected diligently, striving to identify those with a strong sense of responsibility, good physical endurance, and quick learning abilities. Ultimately, 60 males distinguished themselves, breaking through the ranks, while over 40 young females were chosen. Li Jiao was quite pleased with this outcome. Courses were arranged according to their respective strengths. Given that many of the cubs in the tribe were in their teenage years and possessed some skills, although they primarily sought to learn basic literacy and counting. Due to a significant age disparity, Li Jiao gathered all the cubs wishing to learn and organized classes based on their existing knowledge and aspirations. To be frank, this task was immensely overwhelming for Li Jiao. With 500 to 600 cubs from the 4 tribes, there were about 100 cubs aged 10 to 18, divided into 2 classes, and over 100 cubs aged 5 to 10, divided into 3 classes. The younger ones posed a concern as the males might struggle to care for them, while those under 5 were the most numerous, with Li Jiao's household alone having over 100, leading to a total of more than 300 cubs, necessitating 10 classes. Li Jiao's plan involved assigning 3 males and 1 young female to each class, which meant a need for 45 males across 15 classes. After the first round of arrangements, 15 males remained, who would rotate duties, with one being added every other day while the others rested, mirroring the arrangement for the young females. Parents of the cubs attending school were to provide food for the teaching males, contributing approximately 20 pounds of meat per cub daily. This meant that a single male could receive around 200 pounds of meat each day, equivalent to a small wild boar, while Li Jiao managed the provisions for the young females, supplying them with around 50 pounds of tender meat daily. The tribe members were deeply moved to hear that Li Jiao would be responsible for the young female's sustenance, which implied that her household would need to hunt an additional 2 or 3 beasts daily, as the tender meat from each beast was quite limited. This decision was collectively made by Chu Yu and the others. Jiao, we wish to contribute more and bolster your prestige. Hunting a few more beasts daily is no trouble for us, so do not worry, Chu Yu remarked. Thus, after a summer of preparation, the kindergarten, more accurately described as a primary school and kindergarten, commenced on the first day of autumn. Concerned that the cubs might not adapt, Li Jiao scheduled just half a day for the first session. On that day, the cubs were immensely curious, finding the experience delightful, while her own little ones, displaying a social ease, quickly became leaders in their respective classes. When the males returned to report to Li Jiao in the afternoon, she found herself both amused and exasperated. There was also good news. Luo Yu had arrived. As Li Jiao waited at the school gate for the cubs to finish, she turned and spotted Luo Yu, who had been gazing at her with an almost infatuated expression by the seaside. Upon seeing Li Jiao, Luo Yu instantly broke into a radiant smile. The cubs, following her gaze, beheld an extraordinarily beautiful mermaid. Xing Yue, the clever one among them, urged her siblings. Let us go home. Amu, you should return early too. Initially unperturbed, Li Jiao felt a twinge of shyness as the little ones teased her. Waving her hand, she instructed, you all hurry back and do not run around on the way. Nearby, Wang Yiyuan and Wang Yikai exchanged glances with Li Jiao, but said nothing as they escorted the cubs home. Li Jiao remained still, quietly observing. Luo Yu leaned forward, his shimmering blue-tailed fish form transforming into legs as he approached the shore. Li Jiao admired his long legs, encased in a skirt of blue scales, feeling a pang of envy at their fairness, rivaling her own complexion. She continued to gaze at those long legs until Luo Yu stood right before her. Tiannu, he spoke with a voice as clear as a bell, causing Li Jiao to feel as though her ears were enchanted. It was a voice so melodious that it seemed a waste not to sing. Have you made up your mind? Yes, I am willing. And how do you intend to communicate this to your kin? I have heard that Tiannu possesses a potion that can erase all memories. I dare to request such a gift, allowing my kin to forget everything, including me, so that they may live their lives in peace without thoughts of revenge. Is this truly your desire? Yes, I never thought much of it. These events transpired many years ago, and pursuing blame serves no purpose now. Moreover, our tribe has paid a heavy price, and I believe that forgetting would be a liberation for us. Observing Luo Yu's serene expression, Li Jiao nodded. No words of consolation were necessary. She sensed he did not require them. Li Jiao turned and walked ahead, with Luo Yu silently following. Upon returning, she summoned Qinshi. Could you kindly assist us in carving a shape? Qinshi, surprised to see Luo Yu, whispered to Li Jiao. He is exceptionally handsome. Is there no male among the merfolk? I would like one too. Li Jiao chuckled. I am uncertain. You may inquire with Luo Yu. Before Qinshi could speak further, she thought her voice was hushed, yet Luo Yu's acute hearing caught every word. He replied, if you can wait. You may need to wait 2 more years. There are 3 yet to reach maturity. Qinshi's eyes sparkled. Are they handsome? Indeed, very handsome. Are you as handsome as they are? I am not as handsome as they are. Qinshi's eyes gleamed even brighter. I will wait. I am willing to wait. With the prospect of securing a beautiful merman as a mate, Qinshi felt elated, pouring her focus into the carving process. Luo Yu observed the vivid little rabbit design on his chest, feeling a rush of warmth. Li Jiao inscribed Luo Yu's beast form on his left side, the blue fishtail winding gracefully around his lower back. In the evening, everyone returned home, immediately recognizing the design on Luo Yu's body. There were no objections. Though Feng Xiao pouted slightly, displeased, yet still prepared a grand feast with Hu Jinhai. This had become an unspoken tradition in Li Jiao's household. Whenever a new Beastman joined, a lavish banquet was to be arranged. At the dinner table, Chu Yu announced another piece of good news. The beast dens of several tribes have been nearly conquered, with each tribe claiming one. If further needs arose, they would take action themselves. Chu also taught them how to build a fire pit, emphasizing the cultivation of a few individuals to learn the skill. You are truly capable. They raised their glasses in celebration, marking the most relaxed day in recent months. Li Jiao refrained from drinking strong liquor, opting for fruit wine instead, while the little cubs clamored for juice. Jean Rouet produced several baskets of fruit from his spatial realm, and with a flick of his wind ability, fresh juice was quickly prepared. Luo Yu, having never tasted alcohol, was coaxed by Feng Xiao and others in a drinking cup after cup. Watching this, Li Jiao noted that each Beastman had clinked glasses with him 3 times. Even Chu Yu joining in. Li Jiao chuckled, amused by these individuals. Chu Yu, fearing Li Jiao might feel left out, took a moment to explain, Jiao. Everyone originally intended to challenge him to a contest, but as he is at the Earth level, it would be unfair. Thus, the brothers decided to engage him in drinking instead. Li Jiao, with her soft and delicate demeanor, playfully draped her arms around Chu Yu's neck, her eyes glimmering with allure as she gazed at him. But I can't drink, she pouted. Must you all be so competitive? Regardless, he cannot simply enter our home. Chu Yu, unfazed, began to exhibit a slight sulk towards Li Jiao. She released him and approached Luo Yu, inquiring if he was still coherent. Luo Yu's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, reminiscent of a ripe peach, prompting Li Jiao to swallow hard, tempted by the thought of tasting something so succulent and sweet. Can you still walk? If so, follow me. Luo Yu perceived a slight double vision, as though several Li Jiaos were smiling at him, each more enchanting than the last. Her voice seemed to echo from afar, and he could only discern a single word, come. Stumbling slightly, he pursued Li Jiao into the room. Upon entering, Luo Yu found the space empty, confusion washing over him as he glanced at the bed. He clearly saw the heavenly maiden enter. Why was there no one around? Shaking his head, he pondered whether he had succumbed to hallucinations. Before he could resolve his thoughts, the door creaked behind him. Turning around, he found Li Jiao standing before him. Instinctively, he took a step back, colliding with the stone wall. She pressed one hand against the wall, while her other hand began to wander inappropriately over Luo Yu's body. While he had some muscle, it was not the robust kind like Hu Jintian or Hu Zhenhai, likely due to their habitual lack of physical exertion. Li Jiao mused about whether this delicate creature could handle the encounter. Her hands continued to explore, teasing him. Luo Yu's hands hung nervously at his sides, and he unconsciously clenched his fists, letting out a soft whimper in response to her touch. Li Jiao's eyes sparkled with mischief as she persisted. Luo Yu felt an overwhelming urge coursing through him, a primal instinct to dominate the enchanting figure before him. Her fingers danced like a serpent across his body, reaching his chest and giving a gentle twist. Luo Yu shivered involuntarily, his mind hazy as he focused on the fingers entwined in the blue skirt around his waist. He raised his hand to grasp the instigator of his turmoil. Bending down, he lifted Li Jiao effortlessly into his arms. As she gazed into his dazed eyes, she tenderly caressed his face. Do you still know who I am? Upon hearing her question, Luo Yu's entranced gaze shifted to one of adoration as he replied. You are the heavenly maiden, the brave and kind heavenly maiden. Li Jiao was delighted by his expression, chuckling softly, wrapping her arms around his neck. She pulled his face closer to hers. Does this embrace not show disrespect to the heavenly maiden? The fragrant aroma of fruit wine wafted into Luo Yu's face, further clouding his mind. He struggled to open his eyes, carrying Li Jiao towards the bed. Gently, he laid her down, gazing at her with admiration. But the heavenly maiden permits my disrespect, does she not? Li Jiao laughed melodically, a sound Luo Yu found utterly enchanting. He stared at her rosy lips, trembling slightly as she smiled, until an insatiable desire surged within him, overwhelming his senses. Li Jiao, unable to withstand the intensity, lifted her head and pressed a soft kiss against his Adam's apple. Luo Yu's throat bobbed as he stood in stunned silence. She continued her playful assault, with a sudden movement flipping him under her. Under his gaze, she began to shed her garments, piece by piece. Watching the beads of sweat glisten on his forehead, she leaned down to kiss him. Chapter 218. Do not cry exhausted. Li Jiao sprawled on the bed, reflecting on the truth that appearances can be deceiving. Just moments ago, she had doubted the capabilities of such a slender male, and now she felt as though she had weathered a storm. Luo Yu, now fully awake, replayed the wild events in his mind, and as his thoughts wandered, he felt an uncontrollable urge rise within him. after splashing cold water on his face to regain composure. He glanced at Li Jiao, who lay comfortably on the bed, a wave of indescribable satisfaction washing over him. Not long ago, he could hardly believe that Li Jiao would take an interest in him, yet here they were. Remembering how she had repeatedly called his name, he considered that perhaps she harbored some feelings for him as well. A smile crept upon his lips, and realizing he was acting foolishly, he slapped his face lightly, deciding to draw a bath for her instead. Before dinner, Chuyu had elaborately explained Li Jiao's habits and preferences. Luo Yu was surprised to learn how meticulous her lifestyle was. Observing her delicate skin and stunning beauty, he understood just how much her beastly husbands pampered her. The thought of becoming one of them brought a smile to his face. Li Jiao had educated each of her husbands on gynecological health, insisting that they must bathe daily. She could not bear the thought of them sleeping beside her reeking of sweat, particularly before and after their intimate encounters. Cleanliness was paramount to maintain health and prevent avoidable ailments. The heavenly maiden, the water is ready, Luo Yu said, seated at the edge of the bed, gently massaging her joints. I will take you to bathe. You may call me Jiao. After all, we are now partners, are we not? I still prefer to call you Heavenly Maiden, but that feels so distant. I do not find it distant. To me, that title is sacred, just as you are sacred in my heart. Li Jiao smiled quietly, extending her arms for an embrace. As they entered the bath, the warm water enveloped her, allowing her pores to open and relax. A contented hum escaped her lips, causing Luo Yu's fingers to momentarily pause as unwelcome visions flooded his mind. Li Jiao opened her eyes and tugged at him, and they began to frolic in the water. Just before closing her eyes, she playfully asked Luo Yu, how do you possess such stamina? Feeling a touch of pride, Luo Yu reveled in her compliment, relishing the attention of his beloved. He held her tighter, and Li Jiao shifted to find a comfortable position, soon drifting off to sleep. Upon awakening, the sun was bright, and Li Jiao stretched languidly, feeling refreshed. The little ones had already been taken to school by one of the beastly husbands, leaving the home noticeably quieter. As they emerged from the beast den, they heard Hu Zhentian explaining the various tools and their uses to Luo Yu, stating that each beastly husband should teach him their respective skills. Li Jiao felt a wave of pressure at the thought. Hu Zhentian had already outlined over 10 skills, and she worried it would overwhelm Luo Yu. Jiao, you're awake. Come eat, she called as she approached to assist Li Jiao. Luo Yu, perceptively, went to the kitchen to bring out the dishes. Not bad, Li Jiao remarked, satisfied with the meal. Hu Zhentian raised an eyebrow, beginning to acknowledge Luo Yu's efforts. Jiao, you cannot show favoritism. We have all learned various skills. As your husbands, we must possess these fundamental abilities. It's not as if you will master them in just a few days. It will take time, right? Exactly, Heavenly Maiden. Others might not even have the opportunity to learn. I am grateful that the brothers are willing to teach me. I do not find it exhausting. I wish to be capable of protecting you. Li Jiao regarded him with admiration, nodding in agreement. Very well. Each husband has different strengths. Explore various skills to discover what you excel at, and do not feel pressured. They did not learn everything in a day. Indeed, I am aware, Tian knew, you are truly wonderful. Hu Zhentian, standing nearby, suddenly shivered. The tone of this person's speech had shifted dramatically. He contemplated retorting, but was met with Li Jiao's affectionate gaze, leading him to swallow his words and quietly step outside. If he did not catch a breath of fresh air soon, his leftover meal from the previous night might make an unwelcome return. Upon Chuyu and the others' return, he vowed to unveil this man's true nature. Last night, he had merely thought this fellow was weak and lacking in vitality, but it now appeared he was merely playing the fool to deceive the unsuspecting. After the meal, Li Jiao proceeded to the school, where she had scheduled a lesson every other day to teach the young females to read. It was imperative that while the little ones made progress, their mothers did not remain illiterate. As young females, they should excel in moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor development. Li Jiao was not an early riser. Thus her classes were scheduled for midday. Luo Yu accompanied her, fretting along the way whether the inhabitants of these tribes would resent his presence. To his relief, it seemed his arrival was met with indifference. No one cast him disdainful glances, nor did they gossip behind his back. Seeing his incredulous expression, Li Jiao laughed heartily, asserting that since she wished to take him as her beast husband, she would ensure no one spoke ill of him. This had been a prior arrangement with Chuyu. As long as Luo Yu was present, he would greet the beastmen from each tribe. forbidding any negative discussions that might burden Luo Yu's psyche. Luo Yu gazed at Li Jiao with reddened eyes. Oh dear, my beautiful mermaid is about to drop pearls for me again? He jested, causing a burst of laughter from her. Li Jiao looked at him with gentle affection. Silly. I do not wish for my beast husband to constantly weep. While I do adore pearls, there are ample large shells to produce them. My mermaid need not sacrifice hers. All right? Luo Yu nodded with tenderness. Yes. All right. I shall heed your words henceforth. As autumn approached, Li Jiao diligently instructed the young females. Starting from the basics of counting to the complexities of characters. She had intended to teach them 20 characters each day. Yet these young ones seemed unable to retain even a single character amidst their gossiping. Frustrating. Additionally, due to their alternating class schedule, by the time they returned for their next lesson, very few could recall what they had previously learned. Over the past fortnight, there had been no instance where someone managed to get a dictation entirely correct. Li Jiao found herself in a quandary, while she wanted to chastise them. Their sincere attitudes and serious expressions made it hard to do so. What was the root of the issue? She was perplexed. When Luo Yu came to pick her up, he overheard her murmuring softly, her face contorted in frustration. He stifled a chuckle, prompting her to feign anger and raise her small fist to strike him. How can you laugh when I'm so troubled? She scolded. Luo Yu gently enveloped her fist in his palm, squeezing her delicate hand. If something is bothering you, share it with me. Perhaps I can offer some advice. Li Jiao then recounted her recent teaching challenges, expressing her confusion over their inability to remember. She turned to Luo Yu. Look at you. You learn alongside them and now recognize over 1,000 characters, while they have yet to remember even a fraction of that. How did you manage it? Please share your method with me. The more she spoke, the more disheartened she became, akin to a frostbitten eggplant. Doubting her suitability as a teacher, Luo Yu tenderly cupped her small face and sincerely planted a kiss on her forehead. I strive diligently because I understand that only through earnest study do I deserve to stand by your side. They do not see the necessity of learning these skills. To them, it does not affect their esteemed positions, so they inherently lack motivation, which ultimately hampers your teaching effectiveness. But I believe they are quite attentive. They listen earnestly during my lectures. She protested. I can hardly find a reason to reprimand them. Consider this. Tian Nu, how often do they interact with you during class? Luo Yu inquired. Li Jiao reflected and shook her head. The interactions were minimal. Luo Yu pressed further. When you pose questions, do they respond eagerly? After some thought, she again shook her head. There is little response. I have always believed it was my fault. Perhaps I do not present the material compellingly enough. Recently, Luo Yu had accompanied her to class, and, after several visits, he began to notice these issues. He felt a pang of sympathy, witnessing his cherished Tian Nu's dwindling confidence. Luo Yu took her hands and gazed earnestly into her eyes. Believe in yourself. You are a wonderful teacher. Every word you impart is etched in my memory. It is their issue, not yours. You need not shoulder all the blame. As I mentioned earlier, they lack the drive to learn, and, consequently, their indifference towards memorization and comprehension stems from this. Then why do they not simply tell me they wish to stop learning? That would spare me from coming here every other day. Luo Yu chuckled again, stroking her cheek. You are a celestial being. Even if they do not wish to learn, they may fear that should they not attend, you might not consider them when the time for producing offspring arises. An epiphany struck Li Jiao. I understand. You mean I can use this offspring elixir to motivate them? Luo Yu slightly shook his head, contemplating thoughtfully. The offspring elixir cannot be used again. I have never explicitly linked their learning effectiveness to the provision of the elixir. If I were to do so now, it might provoke resistance. We need a different approach, one that ignites their interest and desire. Li Jiao clapped her hands. I have plenty of similar elixirs. Beauty-enhancing, painless birthing, restorative elixirs. Haha. How about a plan to captivate them? You are quite astute. Luo Yu, recognizing the potential for resistance, she praised. Luo Yu, slightly embarrassed, bit his lip. I have gleaned it from reading. Their home was filled with many books, all purchased by Li Jiao from the marketplace. She had encouraged the Beastmen to choose topics of interest, yet she had not anticipated Luo Yu would delve into psychology. With a joyful laugh, Li Jiao leaped up, wrapping herself around Luo Yu, cupping his face and showering him with kisses. Luo Yu reacted swiftly, supporting her with his arms as she leaped. They both smiled, their laughter softening the sternness of his countenance, warming it with a gentle glow. Recently, when Luo Yu returned to the mermaid tribe to deliver loyalty elixirs, the tribe members could scarcely believe it was him. They were astonished to discover that Luo Yu could indeed smile, that his usually icy visage could express such vibrant emotion. Luo Yu recognized his transformation and relished it. In the brief span of days spent with Li Jiao, he found it impossible to forget her. Previously, he could have let her go despite the heartache, but now the thought of relinquishing her felt impossible. Having never known the warmth of sunlight, he had felt indifferent to his surroundings, but once he had tasted it, he could never wish to return to darkness. Luo Yu, how are you so remarkable? With just a few words, you have helped me resolve a significant dilemma. The effectiveness remains uncertain for now. Perhaps once the heavenly maiden arrives to impart her lessons, I shall be praised. Surely it will succeed. Luo Yu, your clever mind is truly remarkable. Li Jiao, in high spirits, clung to Luo Yu, humming a tune as he leisurely escorted her back. Upon their return, Li Jiao retrieved an assortment of elixirs from her space. Beauty pills, recovery pills, painless childbirth pills, milk enhancement pills, and primary ascension pills, 3 of each, all suitable for the young females. She meticulously packaged them into exquisite small vials. She was resolute. With these elixirs at her disposal, how could they resist? At that time, she planned to reward them with a milk enhancement pill for remembering 300 words, a recovery pill for 600 words, a painless childbirth pill for 1,000 words, a beauty pill for 2,000 words, and an ascension pill for 3,000 words. She was confident that these incentives would pique their interest and ensure their memorization. Now, she awaited the next class to test the results. On the second day of school, Feng Xiao expressed his longing to visit his father, whom he had not seen in quite a while. Li Jiao also realized it had been ages since she last checked on Feng Qi and was concerned about his well-being, so she decided to accompany Feng Xiao and Chunpei for a 2-day visit. Upon arriving at the Feng Huang tribe, they found Feng Qi busy organizing the clan members for a hunting expedition to gather food supplies. Seeing that everything was well, Li Jiao left some elixirs for Chunpei to take back. Feng Xiao wished to accompany Jiao, but she urged him to spend more time with his father, whom he had not seen for several months. Although Feng Qi insisted, "Oh, why are you two running back and forth? I am perfectly fine. No need to worry about me." Li Jiao could still perceive the glimmer of joy in his eyes upon seeing Feng Xiao. Li Jiao left the young phoenix cubs with Feng Qi so they could also keep him company. Feng Qi was delighted, enjoying the chatter of the little cubs without finding it bothersome, responding to their every word with a smile. In contrast, Feng Xiao seemed to fade into the background. Li Jiao observed how, on the first day of his return, Feng Qi expressed concern over Feng Xiao's apparent weight loss, admonishing him to take care of himself and rest more. Yet, by the third day, as Li Jiao prepared to depart, Feng Qi scolded Feng Xiao for being careless while feeding the cubs, chastising him for being rough and for cooking food that was too tough for the cubs to eat. Feng Xiao, feeling wronged, protested, "Father, I was already gentle. The food I prepared is the second best in our family. Please don't be so picky." He tugged at Li Jiao's hand, wanting to leave with her. "Such a drama king. Spare yourself the theatrics, and do take care of the cubs," Feng Qi remarked. Jiao, please take him away. He is quite bothersome. Just let the cubs stay with me for a few days." Feng Xiao exclaimed, "Hey, you old man. Do you wish to be rid of your son? No way. I will stay right here and annoy you every day. Your cooking is so dreadful that leaving the cubs with you will only starve them thin." Li Jiao found their banter heartwarming. In her life with her beast husband, Feng Xiao Jin Rui, she seldom had the chance to see their parents. This rare opportunity warranted a few extra days together. Li Jiao inquired whether Feng Qi would consider moving nearby to live together. Feng Qi gently patted her hand and affectionately replied, "I am of advanced age and prefer not to move about. Let us wait until Feng Xiao becomes the clan leader. If he wishes to relocate the clan, then we shall." Li Jiao nodded, acquiescing to his wishes. Reflecting on Jin Rui, Li Jiao recalled that despite their long-standing partnership, they had yet to visit Jin Rui's parents. Although aware that Jin Rui was from the modern world, he had transmigrated, and it was only right to meet the ones who had given him life. Since autumn had arrived, the weather turned brisk, and the distant trees began to don their golden leaves. Occasionally, one could glimpse robust wild beasts darting through the forest as the season for hunting and gathering food approached once more. Several clan leaders organized their male beastmen for a fervent hunting expedition, and perhaps due to the abundance of male beastmen, their inherent wildness and competitive spirit emerged, leading to daily comparisons, both overt and subtle. Li Jiao finally understood. Men remain youthful at heart until their last breath. Even Hui Tong and Wang Ting began to compare their successes. Chui joined a hunting party from the Fox tribe, while Hu Zhentian, Hu Zhenhai, and the members of the Tiger Howl tribe formed another team. Wang Yikai, Wang Yiyuan, and the members of the Divine Hound tribe constituted yet another group. Each day, clan members would tally the number of prey captured by their tribe and the others, reflecting on strategies if their numbers fell short or boasting if they excelled. Relishing in their triumphs. One afternoon, as Bai Tian descended from the mountain, he spotted the Beastman from the Tiger Howl tribe carrying an impressive haul of prey. Recognizing one of them, he called out, "Hu Feng, how many prey did you catch today?" Hu Feng turned at the sound of his name, smiling broadly. "Oh, not much. Not much." Bai Tian, unconvinced by his cheerful demeanor, decided to pursue the Tiger Howl tribe members to see for himself. Huang Zheng followed closely behind, urging Bai Tian, "Wait for me. Why are you running? We should head back. The clan leader will be counting soon. I just want to see how much you caught." Bai Tian insisted, quickening his pace. "Once the count is done tonight, we will know." Hu Feng intercepted him, saying, "Oh, you are so stingy. I merely wish to see how much you truly caught." Huang Zheng caught up, grabbing him. "Let us return. It will be dark soon." "Indeed. Our brothers need to hurry back for dinner." Who compares with a bunch of kids? Hu Zhenhai, who had been hunting with them daily, had also taught them many cooking techniques, and there were always new dishes awaiting them upon their return, which was delightful. Bai Tian whispered, "I just saw them catch 3 more wild boars than us. I must go back up the mountain to make up for the difference." "Don't. The clan leader will be worried. It will be difficult to hunt in the dark. Just go early tomorrow instead." Huang Zheng pulled Bai Tian back toward the Fox tribe. Along the way, he chided him, "Look at you, so restless. You are already an adult, yet remain so unstable. How will you find a mate?" Bai Tian shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, "I have no interest in finding a mate. What's so good about them? You should have seen it. The other day, I had some business and passed by Jiajia's house. I heard whimpering sounds and curiously peeked in. You won't believe what I saw. Her second beast husband, Wan Er, was being beaten by Jiajia into a sorry state. It nearly scared me to death. I have no interest in females. Let whoever wants to pursue them do so. It's a matter of life and death if one chooses poorly." Chapter 220. A tinge of regret. Huang Zheng could hardly believe it. "No way. I thought Jiajia was quite gentle." "Gentle? She is fiercer than those females from the Tiger Howl tribe. Brother Zheng, please don't fall for her. Haven't you noticed her second beast husband hasn't been seen for days?" To speak candidly, Huang Zheng indeed has taken a fancy to Jiajia, as he has been lingering around her these days. He always perceived Jiajia as a delicate little female. She is a petite white fox, with skin as pale as snow and a figure that is gracefully slender. Whenever she gazes at Huang Zheng, her eyes seem to ensnare him like a hook. However, Huang Zheng's father and mother are ill, and he is currently the only able-bodied one in the family, with younger siblings who are still too small to contribute. If he were to leave at this moment, his parents would struggle to meet their basic needs, so he must pretend not to notice Jiajia's longing looks. Nevertheless, Huang Zheng believes he should observe her more. Perhaps the situation is not as straightforward as it seems, and there must be some misunderstanding in play. Huang Zheng fell silent and returned to the tribe with Bai Tian. Chu Yu had already led the main group to the sacrificial altar. Upon seeing the two, he beckoned them to place their catch in the center. Then, he gathered all the prey into a spatial storage and took a few individuals to the seaside for processing. Ordinarily, the game caught would belong to the individual hunters, but during the autumn season, when the entire tribe participates, the game is pooled together for collective processing and then distributed according to each family's population. Bai Tian followed closely behind Chu Yu, bouncing along. "Why aren't you heading back, Bai Tian? Aren't you tired?" "I'm not tired, Chief. When I was descending the mountain, I spotted the hunting team from the Hu Shao tribe. They caught several more wild boars than we did today. I thought I might venture back up the mountain to see if I could catch a few more." Upon hearing this, Chu Yu halted with a serious expression. "No, it's too late. The sun is about to set. Once darkness falls, nothing can be seen, and it's far too dangerous to go." Bai Tian pouted, saying, "Chief, I don't want to be outdone by the Hu Shao tribe." Chu Yu smiled slightly. "Why? Our tribe boasts the 9-tailed fox. We are now the Shunhu tribe, and I refuse to be overshadowed by them." He patted Bai Tian's shoulder. "Young one, it's commendable to have ambition, but don't be too hard on yourself. A little progress today can lead to greater gains tomorrow. If you wish to surpass them, strive a bit harder tomorrow. It's already late, and it wouldn't be wise to go out now. What would your parents do if something were to happen?" "All right, I'll head back then," Bai Tian reluctantly agreed. Chu Yu nodded, watching as Bai Tian walked away, then crouched down to assist the Beastman in processing the game. Chuyi approached Shuyu and said, "Ayu, let me take over. You should head home. You haven't been back for several days." He then leaned closer to Chuyu, whispering, "Tonight, it's your turn to accompany Jiao Jiao. Hurry back." Chuyu cast a grateful glance at Chu He, patted his arm, and did not insist further, hastening home. Upon returning, he found Jiao Jiao setting the table with food. Seeing Chuyu return, Jiao Jiao beamed with joy, running out to embrace him. "Ah, you haven't been back for days. I missed you so much. Come eat." Indeed, Chuyu had been away for several days, primarily because after hunting each day, he would help process the game, and by the time everything was finished, it was already late. He was also hesitant to disturb Jiao Jiao's rest, so he chose to sleep in the fox tribe. Jiao Jiao placed a meatball in Chuyu's bowl. "Ah, you must try this. I made it myself." To his surprise, upon hearing this, Chuyu hurriedly set down his bowl and chopsticks, taking Jiao Jiao's hand to inspect it carefully. "Who allowed you to do this? Cooking should be left to Jean Rue and Chunpei. What if you injure yourself?" Jiao Jiao giggled, her eyes sparkling. "They chopped the meat. I merely shaped it. I thought you'd be back today, so I made it." Chuyu, concerned, replied, "That is still unacceptable. The grease from the meat will make your hands look unappealing." "It's fine. Don't worry, Ayu. Just try it. It's delicious." Chuyu picked up his bowl again, but before he could take a bite, he turned to Jean Rue and the others. "I do not wish for Jiao Jiao to endure any hardship. Do not let her do such things in the future." In Jean Rue's view, cooking together as a couple is quite romantic, but since Chuyu had stated his preference, he nodded in agreement, albeit reluctantly. Chuyu savored several meatballs, contentedly gazing at Jiao Jiao. Jean Rue observed their connection, feeling a pang of discomfort. He had initially thought Jiao Jiao wanted to cook with him to enhance their bond, but it seemed she had done it for Chuyu instead. Suddenly, he felt a sense of regret for staying here. Every day, he persuaded himself that in their beastly world, a monogamous relationship was impossible. Yet witnessing Jiao Jiao with her various beast husbands sometimes stirred feelings of imbalance within him. Jiao Jiao remained oblivious to Jean Rue's change in mood. After finishing their meal, she returned to the beast den with Chuyu, and as their affectionate exchanges echoed, Jean Rue's unease intensified. The next morning, Chuyu awoke refreshed and, as usual, went hunting. During lunch, Jiao Jiao noticed Jean Rue's demeanor was off. "Rue, what is wrong? You look unwell. Are you ill?" Jean Rue's voice was hoarse. "I'm fine. Your voice sounds terrible. Let me fetch Shun Shi to take a look." Without waiting for Jean Rue's response, she dashed out. Watching her retreating figure, Jean Rue felt a warmth in his heart. She seemed to care about him after all. Shun Shi arrived swiftly to examine Jean Rue. "It's nothing serious, just a bit of heatiness. I'll give you some herbs to cool it down. Drink it for a couple of days, and you'll be fine." "All right," Jean Rue replied, still looking downcast. Jiao Jiao took the herbs to prepare them. But Jean Rue anxiously pulled her back. "Don't go. If you do, Chuyu will scold me again." "I'll handle it," Luo Yu interjected, taking the package of herbs. "Jiao Jiao, when are we going back?" "Are you missing your parents?" "I was thinking of going back soon. I've been delayed by various matters. Once you're better, we'll return and take the little ones to see them. I mean going back to the modern world." "Ah, back to the modern world? You know I'm pregnant again. I definitely can't go back in the next 3 months." "I'm sorry, Jean Rue. I promised you I would return, but I haven't been able to." Jiao Jiao genuinely hadn't expected Jean Rue to bring up the subject again. If he hadn't mentioned it, she wouldn't have thought of returning at all. Jean Rue turned his gaze away, feeling a sense of melancholy. Last night, he had pondered whether if Jiao Jiao returned with him, she would choose to stay and they could lead a good life together. Jiao Jiao continued, "Once this baby is born and I finish nursing, I will definitely take you back. What if you're pregnant again by then?" "That won't happen," Jiao Jiao replied, taking his hand and leaning against his shoulder. "I've arranged for the system to provide me with contraceptives. It will be up to me whether to conceive." "Really?" Jean Rue tightened his grip on Jiao Jiao's hand, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. "Indeed, after these two are weaned, I will absolutely take you back." "All right, then I will wait for you to finish nursing these two. Do you still want to visit the Shurtai tribe? If so, we can go in a few days." Jean Rue contemplated. Having been here for many years, his original parents had not mentioned much to him. If he could return to visit, it would serve as a farewell. So he nodded in agreement with Jiao Jiao's idea. Luo Yu entered with the medicine. "Jean Rue, drink this. It's cooled down." "Luo Yu, please keep an eye on Jean Rue and take care of him. I have to go to class and relay some messages." Chunpei accompanied Li Jiaojiao to the school. where the sounds of the little ones resonated from afar. Some were engaged in outdoor activities, while others diligently studied literacy in the classroom, each busy with their own pursuits. Upon entering the classroom, Li Jiaojiao found several young females eagerly awaiting her arrival. As she stepped inside, she placed the prepared bottles on the table and cleared her throat, announcing, "In the past few days, I have reflected on my teaching methods and realized that perhaps you all lack a bit of motivation. Therefore, I specifically sought divine potions from the beast god." One little female raised her voice with curiosity. "Is it a Shengzi Dan?" Li Jiaojiao shook her head, indicating otherwise. She lifted a green bottle for all to see, asking, "Is anyone curious about how I managed to produce so many cubs and still have enough milk for them?" A chorus of nods filled the room. "This is a Zhongnai Dan, a gift from the beast god, who worries that I may have too many cubs. He rewards me with one or two to ensure the little ones do not suffer from hunger." The eyes of the young females sparkled with excitement. Several among them had recently faced shortages in milk after giving birth to 4 or 5 cubs, and the prospect of a milk-boosting potion thrilled them immensely. Their expressions seemed to convey a singular message: "I want it." Although some young females did not require it immediately, the idea of possessing such a potion was appealing, as they could trade it with others. Li Jiaojiao then produced a small red bottle, explaining, "This contains a recovery potion, as the name implies, which allows for a swift restoration of physical condition. I am sure you have been curious about how I managed to have successive litters." The young females nodded vigorously. "It is thanks to this potion. After each birth, the beast god rewards me with one to aid my rapid recovery, facilitating my next pregnancy." Noticing the fervor in their gazes, she continued by holding up a small blue bottle, stating, "This is a Wutong Fenmian. Consuming it guarantees that you will experience no pain during childbirth. A true miracle for delivering cubs. Who desires this?" A resounding chorus of "I want it" erupted, with several exclaiming, "Every time I give birth, I feel as though I might die from the pain." Li Jiaojiao nodded, but did not engage further. Next, she lifted a small white bottle. "Introducing, this is a Meiyin Dan. Do you find me beautiful? Half of it is natural, and the other half is due to the beast god's favor, granting me this beauty potion." The crowd gazed at Li Jiaojiao's flawless complexion, radiant and enchanting, realizing that her allure was not solely innate, but also influenced by the potion. Instantly, the classroom buzzed with excitement. "Goddess! Goddess! How can we obtain this potion?" They clamored, eager to attain beauty akin to hers. Li Jiaojiao raised her hand to signal for quiet. "Do not rush. Once I finish my introductions, I will disclose the conditions." Lastly, she revealed another vial containing a Shengji Dan, explaining, "You may use this for yourselves or give it to your fathers or mates." The young females were instantly intrigued, wanting to see what the advancement potion looked like. However, Li Jiaojiao held them back, instructing, "Listen to me first. Do you wish to know the conditions?" "Goddess, please tell us." They urged, "These potions are precious. After each of my births, the beast god grants me 1 or 2 based on the circumstances. The vials in my possession are half what I have saved over time, and the other half was bestowed upon me recently after I implored the beast god for more." Li Jiaojiao refrained from revealing that she had amassed enough potions to treat them like candy. "Initially, I hesitated to share, but our literacy cards are here, and it is vital for our progress." Thus, after much pleading, the beast god granted me 2 of each potion once more. "My conditions are simple. 300 words, earn 1 Xingni Dan. 600 words, 1 recovery potion. 1,000 words, 1 Wutong Fenmian Dan. 2,000 words, 1 Meiyin Dan. 3,000 words, 1 Xingji Dan." Upon hearing these conditions, the young females gasped in astonishment. "My goodness, these conditions are quite challenging." One young female was about to voice her concern when Li Jiaojiao continued, "I receive only 1 or 2 potions after each birth. Yet you only need to remember a few words to easily obtain them. Surely, you do not find this too daunting?" With her encouragement, they nodded in agreement. "From today onward, we shall increase our daily vocabulary to 30 words. This will allow you to acquire what you desire sooner. Any objections?" The young females shook their heads in unison. After completing the day's target word count, Li Jiaojiao conducted a quick review, and aside from a few who struggled, the rest had remarkably retained the material. She felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Lu Yu's method proved effective. She marveled at why she had not thought of it sooner. Regardless, the outcome was splendid. She resolved to reward Lu Yu upon her return home. In Chapter 222, Jean Rue grew irritable. Li Jiaojiao surveyed the room, noting the progress made. Indeed, motivation was essential. At this rate, within a month, they could easily learn several hundred words. As she prepared to leave, a young female rushed to her, inquiring if the daily learning quota could be increased to 50 or 80 words. Li Jiaojiao was taken aback by the sudden shift in enthusiasm. Just days prior, she had been pleading with them to study. Now, they were imploring her for more. However, she did not acquiesce, considering the needs of the majority. As she exited the classroom, she noticed someone waiting outside and curiously asked, "Oh, Luyu, why are you here? Where is Qinpei?" "Goddess, Qinpei was called away by Chuyu." What happened?" "I do not know." A Beastman from the Tianyin clan returned with news that Chuyu needed to speak with Qinpei, and Ingtan accompanied him. "Oh, they did not notify us. It should not be anything serious." Upon returning home, only Jean Rouet was present to tend to the cubs. Today, the little ones were particularly fussy and prone to tears. Jean Rouet found himself overwhelmed, managing dozens of crying cubs as they squabbled with one another, his frustration reaching a boiling point. He shouted, "Stop the commotion. Anyone who continues will receive a spanking." The courtyard fell silent. Immediately, Jean Rouet felt a pang of regret for his outburst. Just as he was about to soften his tone, he spotted Li Jiaojiao and Lu Yu standing at the entrance, watching him. Jean Rouet nervously opened his mouth, wishing to explain. However, Li Jiaojiao interrupted, turning to Lu Yu. "Could you please look after the cubs? I need to speak with Jean Rouet." After a moment, she turned to Jean Rouet, saying, "Come with me." Silence enveloped them as they walked outside the tribe. Finally, Li Jiaojiao inquired, "Do you regret your decision?" Jean Rouet had not anticipated such a direct question and was momentarily taken aback. Although he had felt exhausted lately, yearning for more attention from Li Jiaojiao, her gaze seemed perpetually distant. The thought of regret had lingered in his mind for days. Yet, faced with her straightforward inquiry, he hesitated to admit it, fearing that acknowledging his feelings might cause her already scarce attention to vanish entirely. His eyes grew misty as he watched Li Jiaojiao's figure, illuminated by the setting sun. With a gentle breeze tousling her hair, a unique fragrance wafting into his senses, he took a couple of nervous steps forward and encircled Li Jiaojiao from behind. "I'm sorry, Jiaojiao. What I just did was unintentional. I've been a bit fatigued lately, and with the others not around, I've never managed so many cubs alone. I didn't mean to yell at them." Li Jiaojiao still did not look at him, merely asking in a calm tone, "Jean Rouet, you haven't answered my question." I did not." His voice was vague. Li Jiaojiao remained silent, withdrawing his hand and turning towards the tribe. Jean Rouet grew anxious. "Jiaojiao, do you not trust me?" Li Jiaojiao paused for a moment, not turning back, and replied softly, "I do trust you." Hearing her light tone, Jean Rouet felt a surge of despair. "You're lying. If you trusted me, why won't you look at me?" Li Jiaojiao turned to face him. "If I look at you, will you speak the truth?" Jean Rouet felt a pang of guilt. What I just said was the truth. "Do you truly not regret staying?" As Jean Rouet prepared to respond, Li Jiaojiao quickly gestured for him to wait. "Do not rush to answer. I want to hear the truth." Jean Rouet could no longer contain himself and crouched down, weeping profusely. "I do regret it. I should have taken you back with me instead of staying here. I thought I could accept you with so many beast husbands, and I've been trying hard to get along with them, but your gaze never lingers on me." As Li Jiaojiao listened, she began to understand. This fellow was evidently feeling jealous. She realized she had perhaps overreacted and reached out to stroke his head. However, Jean Rouet continued, "Jiaojiao, let us leave. Let us go back to the modern world, shall we? Once we return, we can live our little lives together, just the two of us, away from any disturbances. If we can't revert to our human forms, we can move to a secluded place, just the two of us. If you feel lonely, we could adopt a kitten or a puppy. All I ask is that you look at me more, can you?" Li Jiaojiao was taken aback by Jean Rouet's proposal. She had thought he was merely irritated with the cubs, but now she realized he longed to return to the modern world and never come back. His detailed plan could not have been spontaneous. He must have contemplated it for quite some time. Li Jiaojiao observed Jean Rouet, who was still crouched and crying. Lost in thought, they spent every day together. Yet when did Jean Rouet begin to harbor such feelings? It seemed she had not truly considered his thoughts. Was she in the wrong? Contemplating, Li Jiaojiao crouched down and embraced Jean Rouet's head in her arms. "I'm sorry, I have neglected you a bit lately. It is my fault. However, regarding the beast husbands, I thought you had come to terms with it when you chose to stay. I didn't realize you were still harboring grievances." No grievances. I have genuinely tried to adapt, but after trying, you found it still difficult to accept. Am I right?" "Not exactly. Then you feel I have been a bit distant lately, which has caused an imbalance in your heart, leading to thoughts of returning to the modern world." Jean Rue raised his head and looked at Li Jiaojiao's serious expression, his lips drooping. He held her tightly, burying his head in her neck and sobbing softly. Jiao, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have lost my temper, especially not at the Cubs. My mind was clouded, and I just wanted you to love me more, to care for me more, to look at me more. Upon reflection, he realized he had indeed accepted the presence of so many beast husbands. So where did his recent emotions stem from? Perhaps it was the sight of Li Jiaojiao showing more affection towards Chu Yu and Chu He that he could no longer endure. The slight anger that had risen in Li Jiaojiao dissipated with his tender display of affection. I also made a mistake. I shouldn't have overlooked you. From now on, I promise to treat everyone equally, all right? Jiaojiao, so you're not angry anymore? I truly didn't mean it. Your outburst was indeed unwarranted. Later, you must explain things to the Cubs, and we can put this behind us. Li Jiaojiao continued, we can't return to the modern world for now, but I can accompany you back to the Shurtai tribe to meet your father and mother here, all right? Thank you, Jiaojiao. Jean Rue enveloped Li Jiaojiao in his arms, holding her tightly. Be gentle. I'm still carrying Cubs, she cautioned. I'll carry you back. Jean Rue declared as he lifted her effortlessly. Upon returning home, they found only Luo Yu taking care of the Cubs. Jean Rue instinctively joined in without needing Li Jiaojiao's instructions. In the evening, Ying Tan and Chun Pei returned. Upon entering, Ying Tan didn't even have time to speak before he gulped down a glass of water, visibly exhausted, and Chun Pei looked equally worn out. What happened to make you both so tired? Is there a problem at Chu Yu's place? After downing a glass of water, Ying Tan regained some composure. Don't mention it. One of the male Beastmen from the Fox tribe went hunting at midnight. I don't know what he was thinking. This morning, when you went to gather the group, he found the man was missing. After sending people to search with no luck, he called us to help see if he had wandered too far. Oh, was he found? Fortunately, he was located. You had warned him not to wander at night, and that there was no rush to hunt, but who knows what was going through his mind. Chun Pei cleared his throat and interjected, Hey, let us keep it brief. It might concern me in the future. Li Jiaojiao looked at Chun Pei, curious. How could it possibly concern you? Chun Pei smiled helplessly. It might be Shi's beast husband. She saved him, and they seem to have taken a liking to each other. Li Jiaojiao gasped in surprise. Fate, indeed, cannot be resisted. Ying Tan burst into laughter beside her. Indeed, early this morning, Ying Mo accompanied Chun Shi to gather herbs. While they were at it, Ying Mo noticed Ying Tan and Chun Pei flying above. He approached to ask what they were doing. They explained about the missing Beastman from the Fox tribe and their search efforts. Ying Mo saw that the surroundings were safe and told Chun Shi that he would help look for the person. As it turned out, Chun Shi heard someone moaning in the ravine and rushed over to find Bai Tian, who had injured his foot. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, they became enamored with each other. Just days ago, he had adamantly declared he would never seek a young female. Yet in that single encounter, he was ensnared. In his own words, the moment I saw Chun Shi, my heart nearly leapt into my throat. Li Jiaojiao inquired, How is that Bai Tian? Chun Pei nodded. I asked you. He said the individual is overall quite good, already at the celestial level, and handsome in a pure way. Shi likes him, though he is a bit wild and appears quite playful, lacking Ying Mo's steadiness. However, that doesn't matter. He is not the first beast husband. Well, as long as she likes him, that's what matters. The person should be all right. There are no pests in the Fox tribe now. Chun Pei took Li Jiaojiao's hand. I think the same. As long as his character is good and he treats Shi well, that is sufficient. Li Jiaojiao recalled her promise to Jean Rue and instructed Ying Tan. Could you please fly back once more? Check if they are free tonight. If they are, gather the others to come back for a moment. I have something to discuss with you all. Ying Tan did not question her, but obediently took off. What could it be? Once everyone returns, we shall know. Chun Pei asked Li Jiaojiao, Shall I go get Xiao? After considering, Li Jiaojiao replied, No need. He is too far away. It's not worth the trouble for you to make that trip. Besides, it's not a significant matter. You can tell him when he returns. Ying Tan was swift and returned with everyone within half an hour. Chu Yu and the others, concerned about Li Jiaojiao, did not decline and return on the back of Ying Tan. Upon entering, Chuha hurriedly ran to Li Jiaojiao's side, inquiring, Jiaojiao, is something the matter? Li Jiaojiao, noticing his sweaty brow, handed him a piece of animal hide to wipe his face and replied, Why are you in such a rush? There is nothing wrong. Nearby, Jean Rue seemed to grasp some understanding of the situation. Let us sit down for a meal. It feels like ages since I last saw you all. Upon hearing this, Hu Jintian became animated, exclaiming, Did Jiaojiao miss me? I missed you too. Let me give you a kiss. before Li Jiaojiao could react. He leaned in and planted kisses on her forehead, cheeks, nose, chin, and lips before finally releasing her. Li Jiaojiao promptly raised her hand and gave him a playful slap on the rear. Hu Jintian's eyes widened in surprise as he seized Li Jiaojiao, preparing to retreat into the beast den. "What are you doing, Asian?" she asked, retreating slightly. Hu Jintian, blushing, looked at her and said, "You must be particularly longing for me. I feel the same." Li Jiaojiao, amused by his antics, urged, "Let's eat first." "What nonsense are you thinking?" Hu Jintian finally settled down. "I called you back because I wish to accompany Jean Rue to visit the Shitizu tribe. Among all the beastmen, besides Repay and Luoyu who have no parents, I have not visited the others. It is only right that I see them, especially since Jean Rue has been part of our family for some time." Chuyu nodded in agreement, acknowledging it is indeed time to visit. "I should have thought of this sooner and allowed Jiao Jiao to go earlier." "Jean Rue, please do not hold it against me." "It is nothing, Ayu," Jean Rue replied, having never really considered returning before, and did not blame Chuyu. "So, when do you plan to go? Shall we accompany you? Or will it just be a few of you? I think it would be best if Jean Rue and I take the little ones while you all stay at home. My space can move. We can enter and exit a few times, and we will arrive." Chuyu hesitated, glancing at Jean Rue. "Isn't it unsafe for just the two of you? What if you encounter something formidable? You must also look after the little ones and protect Jiao Jiao." "Do not worry you. Both Jean Rue and I possess space abilities. If we cannot defeat an adversary, we can simply evade. How about I join you?" Chuyu suggested. "Really? There is no need. Jean Rue and I will be fine. I am also at the celestial stage. Have you forgotten?" After much deliberation, Chuyu relented. "How long will you be gone?" With Chuyu's agreement, Chuyu felt it unnecessary to press further. "Not too long, perhaps just over 10 days. Can I not accompany you?" Chuyu asked, pulling Li Jiaojiao into his embrace, his mood somber as he repeated the question. "Rest assured, we will return in just a few days. It is possible that we will be back before your autumn hunt concludes. We will certainly take good care of ourselves and return safely." Li Jiaojiao packed several pieces of clothing into her space, including the little ones. Waving goodbye to the beastmen, the two of them shrank into the space, vanishing before the others. Chapter 224. Departure to the Shitizu tribe. The last time, she was abducted by the Minyu tribe. She had fortuitously upgraded her space to version 30, increasing its movement radius from 50 kilometers to 100. After determining their location, she discovered that the distance from their Huaxia tribe to the Shitizu tribe was just over 800 kilometers in a straight line. Displaying the map on a virtual screen, she allowed Jean Rue to take control. "Shall we play along the way back? Let this be our little adventure," she proposed. "That sounds splendid. I used to travel alone. But with you, this journey will surely be delightful." Not in a hurry to depart, Li Jiaojiao adjusted the teleportation distance to 10 kilometers each time, playing along the way before moving again. They slept peacefully until morning, and when a suitable spot was found, they set up camp, placing a protective barrier to ward off any wild beasts. Thus, they leisurely traveled, having covered only 100 kilometers in 3 days. On the 4th day, as dawn broke, Li Jiaojiao, still drowsy, felt Jean Rue's lips pressed firmly against hers. Just as she was about to open her eyes, she felt his large hand gently covering her eyes. Amused, she wondered what he was up to so early in the morning, yet she cooperatively parted her lips, and Jean Rue's tongue slipped in, exploring her mouth. His other hand grasped hers, moving downward. Li Jiaojiao was curious about his unusual morning behavior. Their slow progress over the past few days was not only due to their leisurely swimming and playing, but also because Jean Rue's desires for her were unabashedly evident. Whether bathing by the river or cooking food, he was relentless, and particularly that first night, after setting up their tent and gazing at the stars. Several pairs of glowing green eyes suddenly appeared, intently watching them. Li Jiaojiao found it amusing and playfully made sounds to tease the wild beasts. However, when they lunged at her, they unexpectedly collided with the protective barrier, leaving the beasts dazed yet undeterred as they continued to pounce at the couple. Eventually, perhaps out of exhaustion or confusion, they all collapsed. Li Jiaojiao thought they would give up after a few failed attempts, but their persistence struck a chord within her, and she couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably. Jean Rue, illuminated by the starlight, observed her joy and leaned down to kiss her. Li Jiaojiao lost track of how many times she fell asleep that night, ultimately succumbing to fatigue amidst the sounds of the beasts colliding with the barrier. As the sun gradually rose, Jean Rue moved with the dawn, appearing particularly alluring against the light, causing Li Jiaojiao's throat to tighten and her mind to scream for relief. Feeling parched, subconsciously licking her lips, she caught Jean Rue's attention, prompting yet another fervent exchange of kisses. As the sun climbed higher, Jean Rue finally ceased his embrace. Li Jiaojiao, her face flushed, nestled closer to him, murmuring, "Ah, Rue, I feel as if my bones are about to crumble from your fervor. How are you so formidable?" Men delight in hearing praise. It matters not in which aspect. At her words, Jean Rue tenderly brushed her hair aside. "It is Jiaojiao who is irresistibly alluring. I simply cannot resist. You are deceiving me. I fell asleep. How could I have tempted you? In your dreams, you professed your love for me." Li Jiaojiao looked up at him, a sweet smile gracing her lips. "Well, that is indeed quite tempting." Jean Rue gazed at her flushed cheeks and hoarsely asked, "Shall we go again?" Li Jiaojiao waved her hand, pleading, "Please spare me. I truly cannot endure any more." After their meal, the two returned to their space to play with the little ones. The little ones had grown rapidly, now able to consume quite solid food. To prevent them from running amok, they had kept them in the space these past few days. Li Jiaojiao had specially planted a bamboo grove within the space, and upon entering, the little ones joyfully dashed about. Moreover, Li Jiaojiao had significantly expanded the space. Although she had not measured it precisely, it was now larger than the combined areas of the Huaxia tribe and the Hu tribe's divine dog tribe, even after sharing half of the expansion vouchers with Chu Yu, Chu He, and Jean Rue. Had she utilized all the vouchers solely for her space, she could scarcely imagine how vast it would have become, likely requiring days to traverse a single lap. Jean Rue's space had also transformed beautifully. Once barren, since he decided to remain, he had cultivated it splendidly. Li Jiaojiao had gifted him several hundred expansion vouchers, and like Chu Yu and Chu He, he had filled his space with a variety of crops, along with raising numerous chickens, ducks, sheep, and other small animals suitable for domestication. As Liao Jiao entered, the little ones were engaged in an endless game of hide-and-seek with Shu Buqing, who was able to locate them with remarkable accuracy every time. Their collective wails echoed, exclaiming how formidable their uncle was, as he always seemed to know their hiding spots. Shu Buqing, with a dismissive toss of his head, remarked, "Of course, we share a telepathic bond." This elicited a hearty laugh from the children. The assertion that Shu Buqing and the little ones shared a telepathic connection was not unfounded. Liao Jiao had administered positioning pills to each child, which were produced by the system and recognized solely by it. Thus, hiding from Shu Buqing was utterly impossible. However, the little ones remained blissfully unaware, simply reveling in their play. Upon seeing the two enter the space, Shu Buqing lamented, "Oh dear sister, are you trying to exhaust me? Once I take care of this child, it feels like a whole day has passed." Liao Jiao retorted, "You are their uncle, and since they seldom come to play with you, I naturally must create opportunities for you to bond." Shu Buqing sulked, muttering quietly, "The one regret I have is becoming corporeal." What did you say? I didn't catch that." "Ah, it's nothing. I merely remarked that the little ones are indeed exceptionally adorable." Flattered by the compliment, Liao Jiao glowed with joy. They meandered along, and on the 10th day, they finally spotted the tribe in the distance. Jean Rue, carrying 2 large baskets of little ones, had just emerged from the space with Liao Jiao when she turned a corner and spotted the tribe members venturing out to hunt. Upon hearing the commotion, the tribe's people initially thought it was a wild beast and prepared to pounce, only to be taken aback by the sight of a small, pinkish-white female standing there, causing them to hold their breaths in astonishment. Noticing their stunned expressions, Jean Rue cleared her throat twice. Only then did the crowd realize that there was indeed a person standing behind the little female. Straining to see, one exclaimed, "Isn't that Jean Rue from Uncle Jin's family?" Chapter 225. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. Liao Jiao was equally astonished by the gathering before her. Goodness, national treasures. So many giant pandas. The last time I saw this many was at the zoo. No, I never saw so many all at once. Liao Jiao inwardly screamed, "I should have come much earlier. Even if I can't pet them, merely watching is delightful. Who could resist such fluffy creatures?" Shu Buqing incessantly urged her into space. "Calm down, host. Stay composed. You see them every day, don't you? Don't be greedy." Jean Rue greeted the others, "Uncle Airtong, Uncle Liao, Uncle Shunfeng, I'm back. This is my little female, and we come to visit my father and mother." Jean Rue had such keen eyes, remarking on the little female's exquisite beauty. "Indeed, she must be from the D2 tribe. Oh my, you brought back so many things." Jean Rouet was indeed impressive, daring to bring the little female back from such a great distance. She exchanged a few familiar pleasantries with the crowd before preparing to leave, saying, "Uncles, please continue your work. I must take my little female home. The journey has been exhausting. All right, you two head home. Your father and brothers have also gone out to hunt in the west, but your mother is at home. She will surely be overjoyed to see you return with a little female. Be cautious. There may still be wild beasts on the road." "Understood. Uncles, we're heading back. Please stay safe as well. I never realized you could chat so well after spending so much time together." "Oh, I can be quite chatty." The two soon arrived at the entrance of their home. Liao Jiao observed the bamboo house, which was modest in size, seemingly containing only 3 or 4 rooms, and curiously asked, "Jean Rouet, when you build houses from bamboo, do you ever feel tempted to eat the house when you're hungry?" Jean Rouet gently tapped Liao Jiao's forehead, replying, "What are you thinking? This bamboo is so old. Who would eat it?" Liao Jiao realized her question was rather silly and smiled sheepishly. Hearing familiar sounds at the door, Lun Yin hurriedly rushed out to investigate. "Mother." She had not yet seen the newcomers when she heard her name called. Upon focusing her gaze, she exclaimed, "Rouet, Rouet, it's really you. You little rascal. You actually came back." Lun Yin was initially thrilled, but immediately followed it with 2 playful punches to Jean Rouet. The sound of the hits made Liao Jiao wonder if Lun Yin intended to flatten Jean Rouet. "Ouch, that sounds painful." Liao Jiao involuntarily shivered. With a light thud, Lun Yin leaned forward and noticed the 2 large baskets on the ground, along with the long ears peeking from behind them. "What is this?" she asked, looking at Jean Rouet with an expression full of inquiry. "Who is this?" Jean Rouet couldn't help but chuckle at her mother's animated curiosity. Lun Yin playfully delivered 2 more punches. "You little rascal, how dare you laugh?" "Ouch, mother, stop hitting me, it hurts." Jean Rouet exclaimed, "You're making me laugh." And another 2 hits followed. "Mother, can you save some face for me in front of my little female?" Hearing the mention of the little female, Lun Yin finally ceased her playful assault. "Where is she? The little one?" "Right here, in the basket." Jean Rouet gasped for air from the playful hits. Her mother was wonderful in many respects, yet she had a penchant for hitting, and her strength was considerable. One slap would surely leave a mark. Lun Yin shot her a glare. "Stop pretending." The basket was a bit too high for Lun Yin to see, and she anxiously urged Jean Rouet, "Hurry and lower the basket, so I can see." Jean Rouet tilted the basket slightly, and, as Lun Yin peered inside to see the little ones, she was astonished to find more than 10. She joyfully clapped her thighs, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, Rouet, Rouet, are all these your little ones? How did you get so many?" Her voice was laced with undeniable delight. "And there's another basket too. Goodness gracious, how many are there? How many litters is this?" "Oh, right. Little female, why don't you introduce yourself?" Jean Rouet walked over to Liao Jiao, tightly embracing her, and proudly introduced, "Mother, this is my little female, named Jiao Jiao. She is from the Tian-Tu tribe, and her fertility is exceptionally strong. The little ones here are just 1 litter." Liao Jiao politely smiled at Lun Yin, saying, "Hello, Aunt." Jean Rouet paused, surprised. "Why didn't Jiao Jiao call you mother?" Lun Yin discreetly scrutinized Liao Jiao, noting her striking beauty, realizing why she had captivated Jean Rouet, who had been away from home for so long. Upon hearing Liao Jiao's greeting, she merely offered a faint smile and nodded in acknowledgement. As Liao Jiao perceived Lun Yin's demeanor, she understood that this mother-in-law was clearly intent on asserting her authority. The previous mothers-in-law had been so amiable that she had assumed all mothers-in-law were easy to get along with. Little did she know that this one, whom she had not previously encountered, would immediately display her discontent. Very well, she would allow her to experience what an unharmonious mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship felt like. The atmosphere grew tense, the air thick with an unspoken rivalry. Jean Rouet, oblivious to the brewing tension, approached, shouldered the 2 baskets, and took Liao Jiao's hand, saying, "Let's go home." Their tribe, the Shurtai, resided in bamboo houses near the bamboo forest during summer, and in winter, they moved to stone caves at the base of the mountain. In addition to his father Jean Si and mother Lun Yin, he had 2 elder brothers, Jean Xiao and Jean Shi, and a younger brother, Jinan. "You have so many family members? You never mentioned them before." "There's not much to say. My relationship with them is average." "Why is that?" "They harbor jealousy towards me due to my exceptional talents. And it is evident that my mother holds a special affection for me, showing less concern for them, which has led to their disdain. Consequently, upon reaching adulthood, I frequently ventured out for extended periods, and after our acquaintance, I never returned. I refrained from informing you, fearing it might be bothersome. Truth be told, I am not adept at navigating such complexities. Li Jiaojiao nodded in agreement, acknowledging her understanding. Jean Rue chuckled at her serious demeanor, remarking, "My Jiaojiao is quite perceptive, isn't she? I also noticed that your mother does not seem fond of me." "Really?" Jean Rue appeared incredulous. Li Jiaojiao shrugged her shoulders, spreading her hands. "My instincts are quite accurate." Chapter 226. A bit disturbing. Jean Rue, sensing her sincerity, grew more serious and declared, "If my mother truly harbors discontent towards you, we should return immediately and not linger here." Li Jiaojiao contemplated this and nodded. If a confrontation were to arise, it would be prudent to avoid it, as she was not skilled in arguments. The recent scrutiny from Lun Yan, as if she were evaluating a product, left her feeling quite uncomfortable. Furthermore, unbeknownst to Jean Rue, after he turned away, Lun Yan displayed a rather significant smile, as if she looked down upon Li Jiaojiao, believing herself to be superior in her connection with Jean Rue. Never mind, she thought. If Lun Yan treated her well, she would reciprocate, but if Lun Yan continued to disdain her, she would simply walk away. The little ones were exploring their new surroundings, excitedly running around the bamboo house. Lun Yan's voice called from behind, Rue, are you hungry? Mother will prepare some food for you." Jean Rue replied, "Mother, we are not hungry. We wish to rest for a while." Upon hearing this, Lun Yan felt displeased, instinctively sensing Li Jiaojiao's interference in her conversation with Jean Rue. She tugged at Rue's hand, ensuring he had said he wasn't hungry due to Li Jiaojiao's influence. Inwardly, she scoffed, thinking, Rue, after such a long absence, you should spend more time talking with your mother." Without waiting for Jean Rue's consent, she headed towards their room. As the door swung open, Lun Yan entered, casting a hostile glance at Li Jiaojiao. Li Jiaojiao met her gaze without fear, maintaining her composure. Lun Yan was taken aback by her audacity, intensifying her displeasure. With a forced smile that lacked sincerity, she asked, "What was your name again?" Jean Rue, wrapping his arms around Li Jiaojiao, reiterated with a hint of annoyance, "Mother, this is Jiaojiao." Lun Yan feigned a light-hearted chuckle. "Look at me, getting older and my memory failing." Observing her poor acting skills, Li Jiaojiao remained silent, simply gazing at her. Lun Yan, noticing that her attempts to provoke Li Jiaojiao failed, grew even angrier. Seeing Lun Yan's suddenly altered expression, Li Jiaojiao opted to avoid confrontation on her first day. She stood and suggested to Jean Rue, "You should talk with your mother. I will step outside to check on the little ones." Without waiting for a response, she exited. Lun Yan glared at Li Jiaojiao as she reached the door, then turned back with a facade of nonchalance. "Oh dear, Rue, do you think Jiaojiao is upset? I truly did not mean to forget her name. Look, she left without even greeting me." She adopted a pitiful expression. Jean Rue, feeling a headache coming on, replied, "Mother, that's not the case. Jiaojiao is just giving us space to talk." Lun Yan, realizing her ploy had not succeeded, lunged into Jean Rue's embrace, exclaiming, Rue, why did you take so long to return? You have no idea how much your mother missed you." Outside, Li Jiaojiao caught a glimpse of the older woman in Jean Rue's arms, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over her. What was happening? This mother seemed excessively affectionate towards her son. Suddenly, an idea struck her. No wonder Lun Yan looked down on her. She must see Li Jiaojiao as a rival for her son's affection. This was unbearable. She felt a chill run down her spine. Observing Jean Rue's nonchalant expression, she realized this must be a common occurrence. Good heavens! Would they engage in more intimate gestures soon? The thought made her cringe. Unable to resist her curiosity, she leaned closer to observe through the gap. To her dismay, she witnessed Lun Yan nuzzling against Jean Rue, even planting a kiss on his forehead. How outrageous! Li Jiaojiao was incensed. How could this woman be so oblivious? Did she not understand that her son was no longer a child? Jean Rue was far too old for such displays of affection. Li Jiaojiao felt as though her entire worldview was crumbling. The worst part was witnessing Jean Rue's complete lack of resistance only fueled her anger. As Lun Yan's lips approached Jean Rue's face, Li Jiaojiao could no longer contain herself and coughed loudly. The two inside the room froze, one tense and the other frowning. Jean Rue thought to himself, surely Jiaojiao did not see that. Lun Yan, on the other hand, believed her earlier concerns about her son forming attachments were justified. Look how disruptive it was. Jean Rouet might never comprehend that he had developed an aversion to small females due to his mother's incessant brainwashing, instilling in him a defensive reaction. Jean Rouet turned to Lun Yin, saying, "Mother, I will step outside to check on Jiao Jiao." Lun Yin, slightly impatient, replied, "She is right outside. There's nothing to see." Jean Rouet regarded his mother with suspicion. "Mother, do you dislike Jiao Jiao?" Lun Yin was taken aback, not expecting him to perceive her feelings. Unsure of how to respond, she prepared to defend herself, but was interrupted by Jean Rouet's next statement. "But I recall you asking me daily if I liked any small females. I have finally found one, so you should be pleased for me, right?" Lun Yin forced a smile. "Indeed, I am overjoyed that you found a small female. With so many little ones now, my happiness has only multiplied. If Jiao Jiao believes you're not liked, she is likely just overly anxious." Hearing this, Lun Yin felt a twinge of wariness towards Li Jiao Jiao, realizing how perceptive this young woman was in detecting her disdain. It seemed she would need to put in more effort to maintain her facade. Meanwhile, Li Jiao Jiao, while playing with the little ones outside, pondered the impending return of Jean Rouet's father. She needed to meet him. She would be leaving with Jean Rouet tomorrow. If she were to witness such scenes a few more times, it might drive her to madness. Departing swiftly seemed the wisest choice. However, did Jean Rouet realize that his mother's behavior was somewhat abnormal, bordering on obsessive? As Li Jiao Jiao reflected on her time with him thus far, she wondered if he had exhibited any peculiarities. Just then, Jean Rouet embraced her from behind. "What are you thinking about so intently? I approached you from behind, and you didn't even notice." Turning around to scrutinize him, she found no signs of abnormality. "Nothing much. I was just contemplating whether your father and the others would like me." "Do not fret, Jiao Jiao. If they do not appreciate you, we shall leave immediately and never return. However, my Jiao Jiao is beautiful and kind-hearted. They will surely adore you." As they conversed, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside, shaking the ground beneath them. Chapter 227. How audacious of you. Soon after, a powerful voice called out, "Ruh?" Before Jean Rouet could respond, the figure swept him into a bear hug, exclaiming, "Ruh, it truly is you. You rascal, you finally decided to come back. Do you have any idea how worried your mother and I have been? Thankfully, a fellow from the Xiong tribe returned a few months back and informed me that you were doing well. Only then could I breathe a sigh of relief. You little scoundrel, you never think to send us a message." As he spoke, a robust hand patted Jean Rouet's back. Li Jiao Jiao was taken aback, but fortunately, Jean Rouet had a robust physique. Otherwise, anyone receiving such a beating would surely be flattened. Jean C embraced his son for a moment before releasing him. Two male beastmen together inevitably felt awkward, even if they were father and son. After parting, he gazed tearfully at Jean Rouet, noticing that he had lost weight. How could he have become thinner after being away for over a year? Was the food not good, or was he simply too exhausted? "Your little female must be treating you well, right?" Li Jiao Jiao silently scoffed at the situation, thinking how fortunate Jean Rouet was not to have been spoiled into a giant infant. Just as she pondered this, she felt a scrutinizing gaze upon her. Turning to look, she saw a panda beastman, strikingly similar to Jean Rouet, staring at her without blinking. The only difference between them was the color of their ear fur. Jean Rouet's was jet black, while this male beastman's had a hint of brown. If one did not observe closely, they might easily mistake one for the other. Li Jiao Jiao politely smiled at him, only to be surprised when he lowered his head and flushed. Curiosity piqued. She wondered who he was. Was he a pure-hearted little baby? Why did he blush merely at a glance? Jean C, still reflecting on the reunion, suddenly felt something tugging at his leg. Looking down, he found several little cubs clinging to him. The scent of Jean Rouet emanated from them, and he couldn't help but beam with joy. "Rouet, are these all your little ones?" His eyes instinctively began to count the cubs on the ground. The little ones were restless, dashing about, and Jean C struggled to keep track of how many there were. Chuckling, he knelt down and addressed the cubs. "Little ones, I am your grandfather. Come over here. I'll treat you to bamboo shoots and carrots, shall I?" A few greedy ones perked up at the mention of food and scampered over eagerly. Jean C's smile stretched from ear to ear. Some of the little cubs approached Li Jiao Jiao, seeking cuddles. Following them, Jean C's gaze shifted to the quietly standing Li Jiao Jiao. Jean Rouet, having gained his freedom, stepped closer to Li Jiao Jiao and said, "Father, brother, this is my little female, Li Jiao Jiao." In truth, Li Jiao Jiao felt quite displeased. Standing here for so long, it was only now that they acknowledged her. Did they intend to intimidate her like Jean Rouet's mother? The mere thought of this possibility darkened her expression. She did not even smile while being introduced. Jiao Jiao, this is my father. Upon hearing this, Li Jiaojiao merely responded with a curt without even addressing him by name. Jean Rue sensed her unhappiness but could not discern the reason. Given the circumstances, he hesitated to inquire further and simply held her hand tightly. Jean C furrowed his brow slightly but remained silent. An awkward atmosphere enveloped them. Jean Rue led Jiao Jiao into the house, urging Jean C to come and see how many cubs there were. In truth, Jean C had heard of Li Jiaojiao before. When Qing Tian and the others returned, they had specifically visited their tribe and informed him of Jean Rue's recent circumstances. He knew Jean Rue had found a little female from the Tian 2 tribe. Jean C had not thought much of it, but upon learning that this little female already had 10 beast husbands, he was left utterly astounded. While it was common for a little female in their world to have multiple beast husbands, having 10 was unprecedented. His once proud third son now ranked 9th. What significance did that hold? Jean C felt a surge of indignation. This troublesome boy had rejected numerous remarkable little females at home. Yet, after venturing out, he became the 9th husband of someone else. Jean C had always believed his son capable of being the first or at least the second husband. Yet, now he could hardly bear to speak of it among the tribe during hunts, feeling utterly humiliated. Now, seeing the proud demeanor of Li Jiaojiao, his impression of her only worsened. What if she was exceptionally fertile? Li Jiaojiao was equally incensed. Having done nothing wrong, she found herself targeted by these two. Wasn't it unjust? She realized they must have heard about her beforehand. Otherwise, how could she have provoked their disdain without even having done anything? Moreover, she was equally frustrated with Jean Rue, who seemed oblivious to the situation, failing to introduce her to his parents promptly, allowing her to be sidelined. Since her arrival, she had never faced such indignities. She resolved to give him a stern reprimand later that evening. Li Jiaojiao had no intention of questioning why they disliked her. She had already decided to leave early the next day, avoiding their eyes and sparing herself further irritation. Once inside, Lunyan sat upright, staring intently at Jean Rue. Li Jiaojiao felt repulsed by her gaze, itching to flee. Sensing her urge to escape, Jean Rue quickly grabbed her arm. Jiaojiao, my father has returned. Let's chat together. Li Jiaojiao shot him a glance before reluctantly taking a seat. Jean Rue broke the silence first. Father, it's still early. Why have you returned so suddenly? I heard tribe members mention seeing you back, so I hurried home. This is Jiaojiao, correct? Li Jiaojiao regarded his feigned ignorance, responding coldly, yes. I heard you are from the Tian 2 tribe? How many litters have you had with Rue? 1. Jean C was taken aback. 1 litter already produced so many cubs, equivalent to the annual birth rate of their tribe. His gaze grew fervent. Is this one in your belly? Also Rue's? Ignoring the intensity of his gaze, she coldly replied, no, this is for my first and third husbands. She had heard that the Tian 2 tribe could bear 2 litters simultaneously, but witnessing it firsthand was still astonishing. She never expected that such a seemingly modest belly could hold 2 litters. Will you have more for Rue in the future? Li Jiaojiao thought to herself, how presumptuous. I am also your daughter-in-law. Is it appropriate to ask me such things upon our first meeting? Jean Rue found his father's awkward attempts at conversation bewildering, unsure of what he truly intended to convey. Noticing Li Jiaojiao's increasingly dark expression, he felt a pang of anxiety. Chapter 228. Averted glances. Li Jiaojiao shot Jean Rue a glance. If he did not speak soon, she would not hold back. Perhaps her look was too poignant. For Jean Rue finally interjected, oh dear, father, are you trying to wear me out? Managing this brood of cubs is already quite taxing. If I have to handle more, I might end up with a sore back. Your little female has 9 husbands, right? How tiring could it possibly be with everyone helping? Jean Rue grimaced. The issue is that everyone has so many cubs. Jean C gazed at Jean Rue in disbelief. Are you implying that each husband has over 30 cubs? Not quite. Some brothers have only over 20, and one hasn't any yet. Even so, Jean C was still thoroughly astonished. Lunyan wore a knowing smile, observing Jean Rue. If you can't manage, leave the cubs with us. After all, Jiaojiao is still young. If you wish, let her bear another litter for you. Mother, how can you say that? No matter how many cubs there are, each one is unique. If you take them away, what will happen to their desire for companionship? Jean interjected to stop his mother. Jean Rue quickly added, indeed, mother, we should tend to our own cubs. If we leave them here, Jiaojiao might devour them. Li Jiaojiao remained silent, softly calling the cubs to her side. After counting, she confirmed the numbers were correct. With a wave of her hand, she sent them into her space. Jean and the others remained in stunned silence. How could so many little ones have vanished at once? She then rose to her feet, casting a slightly mocking glance at Lun Yin. I address you as aunt because you are Jean Rue's mother. Out of respect, I ought to maintain a certain decorum with you. However, you should not set your sights on my young ones. Do you believe that by holding my little ones in your grasp, you will frequently see Jean Rue and ease your longing for him? I am unsure what your affectionate demeanor towards Jean Rue signifies, but let me make it clear. If Jean Rue does not keep his distance from you today, I shall divorce him. Jean Rue was left in a daze, seemingly unable to comprehend what Jiao Jiao had said. He was confused by the implication that her mother's intentions towards him were impure. Lun Yin was already flustered. She had not anticipated Jiao Jiao would be so candid in bringing these matters to light. She hurriedly shifted her gaze to Jean Rue, hoping that he would not perceive anything amiss. Jean C wore a dark expression, glancing between Jean Rue and Lun Yin, feeling even more perplexed. Nian Yin. What does Jiao Jiao mean by those words? He had always known that his little female was particularly fond of Jean Rue compared to the others, but he had never given it much thought. In retrospect, that fondness did indeed seem to surpass the normal affection a mother should feel for her child. Lun Yin's legs trembled slightly, her gaze evasive as she dared not look at them. Jean sensed that something significant might transpire soon, and quickly urged Jean Rue. Third brother, take your little female and leave. You can come back later to find her. Jiao Jiao looked at Jean Rue. Will you come with me, or will you remain with your mother? If you think you can keep my little ones here, think again. If you choose to stay, I shall return and seek a shaman to remove our beast forms, and we shall part ways. In the beast realm, divorcing a beast husband is indeed possible, but it requires both parties to use a potion that burns away their beast forms, a process said to be excruciating, leaving scars where the beast forms were removed. Thus, generally, no beastman would willingly undertake such a thing. She had not anticipated that Jean Rue would be so utterly inept in handling this matter. He did not even notice Lun Yin's abnormal reaction towards him. Such a blind and oblivious individual is better left alone. Upon hearing Jiao Jiao's words, Jean Rue panicked and grasped her arm. Jiao Jiao. You know, it's not what you think. I did not say that aloud, or else it would lead to even greater troubles. This was precisely the point that Jiao Jiao found perplexing. Clearly, Jean Rue was not their biological son. So why did he not display any resistance to his mother's strange behavior? Unable to comprehend, she chose not to dwell on it further. What will you choose? Jean Rue was engulfed in anguish. In mere moments, countless images flashed through his mind. When he had arrived in this body, he was merely in his 20s. Each time he thought of his modern family and the inability to find a way back, he would unconsciously become irate. Lun Yin had always patiently comforted him, and through her, he felt the warmth of a mother's love. His memories of his modern mother were of a gentle woman, who had given birth to him after the age of 40, showering him with affection and always speaking softly. He had always assumed that Lun Yin's various displays of affection were due to him being her child. Had it not been for Lun Yin's constant companionship, he would not have adapted to this place so swiftly. To be honest, after all these years, he had developed genuine feelings for Lun Yin. He had never deeply pondered the reasons behind his mother's peculiar behaviors, nor had he ever deemed them abnormal. He was even more taken aback that what had begun as a simple visit had suddenly turned into a choice between Lun Yin and Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, why? Disappointed, Jiao Jiao shook her head. After pondering for so long, you still have no clarity? Without uttering another word, she turned and walked away. Jean Rue rushed after her, embracing her. Jiao Jiao, please don't leave. At least tell me why. Jiao Jiao sighed. Firstly, your mother's feelings for you are not pure. They resemble those of a little female towards a male. Secondly, she seeks to use my little ones to control you, ensuring you return to see her and the children frequently. Based on these 2 points, I require you to maintain distance from her. If you cannot do that, I will not leave a single child with you, and we shall part ways. Do you understand? Consider it well. I shall return home first. When you have made your decision, come find me. Rest assured, if you wish to return to the modern world, I will honor our previous agreement to send you back. With that, she released Jean Rue's hand and swiftly vanished into thin air, teleporting 100 kilometers away in the blink of an eye. It was best for her to leave. She had no desire to witness their family. Jiao Jiao felt her intuition was right. Lun Yin was undoubtedly not normal. Left behind. Jean Rue contemplated pursuing her, but realized he could not catch up. Jiao Jiao was correct. He needed to clarify the situation first. Chapter 229. Picking someone up along the way, the three individuals in the room remained silent, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Jean attempted to discreetly exit, but just as he lifted his leg, he heard his father's icy voice question Lun Yin. What did Jiao Jiao mean by what she said? Do you truly have feelings for Rui? He's your son. Startled, Jean shrank back into the corner, hoping to avoid the onslaught of accusations directed at him. What were they discussing? Was it something a weak and innocent person like him could bear to hear? And yet, he dared not flee. Lun Yin was visibly agitated. I do not. Then why are you so worked up? Am I not allowed to be upset when you accuse me? Who permitted you to speak to me in such a manner? Jean began to waver in his doubts, feeling swayed by Lun Yin's fervent defense. Surely, Jiao Jiao was merely spouting nonsense. Jean Rui entered the room, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. Lun Yin, seeing the dazed expression on Jean Rui's face, felt a pang of sympathy and instinctively reached out to embrace him. However, as her hand reached halfway, she noticed the three men's eyes fixed on her and abruptly withdrew, patting his arm instead. Mother, is what Jiao Jiao said true? Lun Yin, her facade crumbling, retorted. She is just talking nonsense. Lun Yin's mind raced. Jean Rui was not Jean C's child, but should she continue to conceal this truth? In midair, Shao, can you fly any faster? Stop rushing me. My wings are about to give out. He grimaced. Had I known, I would have invited Chunpei along. Hey, that's not fair. Chunpei's speed is about the same as mine. Besides, I'm already trying my best to fly. He was growing impatient. This little trickster had promised to return in 10 days. It had been 13 days without any word. What if something had happened? Unable to wait any longer, he learned that Feng Shao had returned to the Huaxia tribe a few days prior. Upon hearing Chu He's concerns for Jiao Jiao, he volunteered to accompany him to the iron-eating beast tribe. After flying for only an hour, they had covered half the distance, yet he remained dissatisfied, feeling wronged. Feng Shao's wings were slightly sore, and he spotted a clearing below. Shall we land and rest for a while? No. Once we see Jiao Jiao, you may rest properly. I cannot feel at ease without seeing her. Pouting, he was about to continue flying when he spotted a white figure below. He immediately halted, performing an abrupt stop that nearly sent Chu He flying off. Fortunately, Chu He reacted quickly and clung tightly to his neck. What happened? Do you see that figure below? Is it your sister? Where? Before Chu He could focus on the figure's location, Feng Shao had already dived straight down, excitedly shouting, Sister! As Li Jiao Jiao just entered the space, she heard a sound and poked her head out, wondering if she had heard Feng Zhao's voice. Looking up, she saw a vibrant ball of fire approaching her, which frightened her enough to retreat, fearing they might knock her away. Seeing that she had disappeared, Feng Shao called out even louder, worried that Li Jiao Jiao might not have heard and would run off. In her haste, she landed with such force that it created a deep crater. Hearing the noise of their landing, Li Jiao Jiao finally emerged from the space. What brings you here? Are you looking for me? Chui asked with concern. You said you'd return in about 10 days, but it's already been 3 days and we haven't seen you. I was a bit worried. Where is Jean Rui? What about the little ones? Upon hearing Chu He mention Jean Rui, Li Jiao Jiao took a deep breath. Don't mention him. I'm annoyed. The little ones are in space. Let's head back first and talk later. Feng Shao had just gotten up from the ground when he heard Li Jiao Jiao mention going back, and he instinctively squatted down, waiting for Chu He and the others to climb aboard. This scene warmed Li Jiao Jiao's heart and reminded her of the troublesome day she had at Jean Rui's house. She walked over and grabbed Feng Shao. Today, I won't ride on your back. Instead, I'll take you into my space to experience the teleportation. In truth, there wasn't much sensation inside, and while it was said that one could activate the perspective function to view the fleeting scenery during teleportation, Li Jiao Jiao had tried it on her way to Jean Rui's house and had felt dizzy and nauseous, prompting her to turn the function off. When they re-emerged, they were already over 100 kilometers away. After repeating this process 4 times, they finally exited the space outside the tribe. Feng Shao was ecstatic, and when they reached the entrance of their home, several beastmen were puzzled about how they had returned so quickly. Feng Shao then realized that only a few minutes had passed since they encountered Jiao Jiao. Sister, your teleportation ability is incredible. At that moment, Li Jiao Jiao was too exhausted to engage in conversation, appearing utterly worn out. Chu Yu, noticing her unprecedented weariness, rushed over to embrace her. What happened, Jiao Jiao? Li Jiao Jiao did not wish to speak and merely buried her head in Chu Yu's shoulder. Chu Yu looked anxiously at Chu He. What happened to Jiao Jiao? I don't know. We encountered Jiao Ju midway and did not see Jin Rue. I suspect it has something to do with him. Li Jiao Jiao, wanting to ease their worries, opened her eyes and looked at them. I'm a bit tired and don't wish to discuss it now. You, he, can you both stay with me tonight? The two exchanged glances, realizing they could not recall the last time they had all slept together. Clearly, something significant had occurred with Jiao Jiao. Chu He briefly explained the situation to his brothers, assuring them not to worry before joining them in the beast den to keep Li Jiao Jiao company. Once inside, Chu Yu had already prepared warm water for a bath, and Li Jiao Jiao, utterly exhausted, felt drowsy in the bathing tub. Fearing she might drown in her sleep, Chu Yu quickly lifted her up. Upon groggily opening her eyes and seeing Chu Yu, she reached up to smooth his furrowed brow. I'm fine, you. Don't worry. Just as Chu Yu leaned down to kiss her, she tiredly closed her eyes again. They both quickly washed up, with one lying on each side of her. Chu Yu intended to ask what had happened, but Chu He spoke first. I truly don't know what Jiao Jiao encountered. She was silent the entire way back. And when I brought up Jin Rue, she only said to talk about it later, and didn't want to mention him. I suspect he did something unforgivable. Perhaps hearing Jin Rue's name caused Li Jiao Jiao's brow to furrow slightly. Chu He gestured silently, urging them not to mention Jin Rue again. They remained close to Li Jiao Jiao, soon falling asleep. In the early hours of the morning, Li Jiao Jiao awoke from the heat, turning to her left and feeling a solid abdomen, then rolling to her right and encountering a firm chest. Drowsily, she recalled that Chu He and Chu Yu were sleeping beside her. At that moment, Chu He had already awakened, feeling Li Jiao Jiao's small hand wandering across his body, causing him to tense up. After days of abstaining, he couldn't help but react. However, recalling Li Jiao Jiao's fatigued appearance before sleep, he dared not move. Uncertain whether she was dreaming or being intentional, and simply restrained her wandering hand. Feeling restricted, Li Jiao Jiao pouted, "You stingy boy, even in sleep? You want tea, let me touch." Hearing her voice, he softly asked, "Jiao Jiao, are you awake?" Li Jiao Jiao lifted her face, her bright eyes shimmering in the darkness of the beast den. "Yes. Be a good boy and let go of my hand. I want to touch you. I miss you." Just as their lips were about to meet, Li Jiao Jiao felt a pair of large hands wrap around her from behind, accompanied by Chu Yu's plaintive voice. "Jiao Jiao, do you only want he and not me?" Unexpectedly, the one behind her had also awakened. As anticipated, both men vied for her attention, leaving Li Jiao Jiao to be turned over like a pancake throughout the night. Before becoming too exhausted, she fondled their strong arms, reflecting that these two husbands suited her best. Suddenly, she regretted gathering so many beastmen. Living with just these two would have sufficed. Yet, turning over again, she reminded herself that each beastman has unique qualities. All except Jin Rue. Thinking of Jin Rue made her head ache, unable to fathom how he could be so oblivious. Remembering how his mother looked at him with that greasy gaze sent chills down her spine. How could she have ever found him appealing? If she had merely ignored him, perhaps she could have sent him away once she accumulated enough points, thus fulfilling her obligation to her fellow townsfolk. Had she never entangled herself with him, she would not have to endure this distressing predicament. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Let him handle his affairs. The next day, Li Jiao Jiao slept until the sun was high in the sky. Stretching comfortably, she recalled how delightful her slumber had been. She remembered feeling Chu Yu radiating green light while channeling energy to her, and Chu He constantly massaging her with his warm hands. Hey, this shared bliss can happen more often. Hearing some movement, Chu He entered to help Li Jiao Jiao dress. Upon opening the wardrobe, she was pleasantly surprised to find her clothes had been thoughtfully replaced with autumn attire. Li Jiao Jiao affectionately hugged Chu He. "Did you do all this for me?" Chu He pinched her cheek. "I can't take all the credit. You have so many beastmen, each contributed. Only a few sets are my doing." Following his finger, she saw the styles and colors she adored. After spending so much time together, Chu He had learned that Li Jiao Jiao was fair and would praise him in front of others as well. Nevertheless, he felt pleased. As they stepped outside, several beastmen who had gone hunting in the morning had returned. After inquiring, they learned that Chu Yu had instructed them to return for lunch and to discuss Jin Rue's situation. Everyone was calm, patiently waiting. After leisurely finishing her meal, Li Jiao Jiao finally spoke. "Jin Rue may no longer be my beastman in the future." Huai and the others widened their eyes in shock. Only Chu Yu and Chu He narrowed their eyes. If it weren't for something Jin Rue did that you could not tolerate, Jiao Jiao wouldn't just dismiss him. Feng Xiao was the first to stand. "Sister, did he do something to hurt you? I'll go deal with him." "Indeed, I never expected him to be such a person. Jiao Jiao, you have never treated him poorly. How could he betray you? Hu Jintian was equally agitated. Let us go. A Xiao, a Tian, the three of us should confront him. Wang Yikai chimed in, eager to join the fray. Li Jiaojiao felt a headache coming on. Please, do not rush me. Let me explain. He did not betray me. My decision to part ways stems from his father and mother, and, of course, his own shortcomings in managing these relationships. I granted him time to reflect, initially hoping he could distance himself from his mother and return to our family. However, after careful consideration last night, I concluded that it would be best to avoid further entanglement with him. Hu Jinhai expressed concern, but Jiao Jiao. Terminating a Beastman relationship requires both parties to shed their beast forms, a process that will be particularly painful. The others shared similar sentiments of disapproval. I am aware of that, but I simply cannot bear to look at him any longer. Every time I do, my mind conjures up unpleasant images. Do not worry about me. I possess a potion that can alleviate the pain. Wang Yiyuan gently inquired, has he consented to this? Li Jiaojiao raised an eyebrow. Is his consent even necessary? Chu Yu interjected. Logically, it should be, especially since you have cubs together. This was a matter he only learned after becoming the clan leader. The process of terminating a Beastman relationship is quite complex, without cubs. It merely requires mutual consent and the shedding of beast forms. With cubs, both parties must agree, shed their beast forms, and make offerings to the beast god at the altar. Subsequently, all cubs will take the mother surname. This is likely a tradition passed down to prevent young females from casually taking partners and then discarding them once they tire of the relationship. So complicated? Li Jiaojiao lamented internally, feeling a twinge of hesitation. Yet, the moment she envisioned Jean Rue, with his mother nestled in his embrace, showering him with affection, she could hardly endure it. Oh, for heaven's sake, Li Jiaojiao thought, momentarily tempted to curse. We will discuss this matter later. I merely wanted to inform you, so you do not expend energy guessing. Regardless of the cost, I am resolute in severing ties with him. The room fell silent. After a while, Chu Yu stated, all right, we understand your perspective. We shall proceed accordingly. Once Jean Rue returns, we will finalize the termination. Sensing Li Jiaojiao's desire to avoid further stress regarding this matter, Chu Yu led the group to school, believing it would be beneficial to distract her. Jiaojiao, for the past few days, Ahai has been substituting for your classes. With your encouragement, they have been highly motivated. Just days ago, Ahai conducted a small test, and the results were quite satisfactory. It appears that without rewards, motivation to learn diminishes, she mused. By the way, Ayu, how has the autumn hunt been progressing? Chapter 231. Papermaking progress is commendable. This mountain range has remained untouched by any tribes, teeming with wild beasts. The beast ranks of several tribes have significantly improved, as the beasts within pose no challenge. Moreover, the brothers from the Tianying tribe, dispatched by Ing Mo, have developed a synergy with our tribes. They scout from above, while we coordinate below, capturing every beast with precision. Excellent. I am delighted to witness such harmony among our tribes. Much of this success is attributable to you, Jiaojiao. I also owe my gratitude to everyone for their trust in me. Upon reaching the school, the young females greeted Li Jiaojiao with joy. The goddess has returned. Yes, I have heard that you all have been performing admirably. Are we ready for a test today? Upon hearing Li Jiaojiao's direct approach, their faces fell. I have reviewed your progress. You have learned over 600 characters. If you're not prepared today, we can postpone until the day after tomorrow. A collective sigh of relief escaped them. They would dedicate themselves to studying at home, determined to excel, as they were unwilling to lag behind one another. They were all eager to learn from their beastmen and cubs, feeling that they could not let down the goddess who had so generously supported them. Chu Yu observed that Ing Mo, Wang Ting, and Hu Yitong had noted the absence of gossipy young females in their tribes, resulting in an unprecedented surge in the atmosphere of learning. Li Jiaojiao was pleased with this outcome and planned to impart even more knowledge and skills in the future. After classes, Chu Yu escorted Li Jiaojiao back. En route, she shared her desire to teach everyone about papermaking. Chu Yu enthusiastically agreed. That sounds wonderful. Having paper will provide a practical medium for practice. Currently, using sand tables is quite inconvenient. Indeed, I share your sentiments. Let us wait until after the autumn hunt. With more hands, the task will proceed swiftly. Reflecting on paper led her to ponder pens, prompting Li Jiaojiao to ask, Ayu, do you know of any plants or animals that yield large amounts of colorful sap? Chu Yu thoughtfully replied, indeed. Just days ago while hunting, We encountered a vine that oozes black liquid. Is it toxic? Does it have an unpleasant odor? It is non-toxic and does not smell. In fact, it has a fragrant aroma. Good. Then the next time you come across it, please collect some in a bamboo container for me to examine. By the way, if you happen to hunt any beasts with fine fur, please save the fur for me. Li Jiaojiao intended to craft a brush, knowing that with paper, a brush would also be necessary. Certainly, I will keep an eye out and inform the others. Observing Li Jiaojiao's round belly, he inquired, "Is the cub behaving well?" Li Jiaojiao remained silent, guiding Chu Yu's hand to rest on her belly, where the cub stirred energetically, causing her abdomen to swell and pulse. With the due date approaching, she pondered, perhaps it would be wise to rest a bit longer. She initially intended to dismiss the idea, but recalling how swiftly her previous births had progressed, she realized that venturing out might lead to unexpected labor. All right, I will let Ahai handle the school for now. His temperament is stable, and he is less likely to be agitated. Chu Yu meant to inquire why she chose Wu Jinhai, but realizing the reasoning, he understood. Indeed, within their household, he was far too aloof, only smiling when he saw Li Jiaojiao. Otherwise, his demeanor was akin to an iceberg. Yuan was overly gentle, perhaps due to spending too much time with the cubs. Previously, he would laugh heartily when excited, but now even his laughter had become softer. Luo Yu had just joined and was still in the process of learning. The others were too boisterous and exuberant, and Chu Yu shook his head in disapproval. They were not suitable. Chu Yu was highly efficient. By the third day, he returned with several jars of black liquid and various beast hides. Li Jiaojiao described the desired shape of the brush to the group, and Chu Yu suddenly recalled seeing a similar brush in a book, confirming, Jiaojiao, "Are you looking to create a brush?" "Yes, Ahi, you understand." It was fortunate that someone comprehended her intentions. Chu He quickly fashioned a prototype. Li Jiaojiao examined the brush, which resembled a broom, and beamed with delight. Yes, just like that. However, Ahi, could you refine further? The tip is not sharp enough. A sharper point would create more beautiful characters. After several iterations, Li Jiaojiao admired the brush, which bore a striking resemblance to modern brushes, and excitedly rewarded Chu He with a kiss. Without a doubt, when it came to woodworking, no one could surpass Chu He. Dipping the brush into the black liquid, Li Jiaojiao practiced writing a few characters and found it to be exceptionally effective. 2 days later, Chu Yu instructed Chu He to gather several beastmen to fell trees for papermaking. Considering that only the bark was needed, they decided to cut down the entire tree, which could also be used for charcoal in a few days. Reviewing the method outlined in her book, Li Jiaojiao learned that processing the bark involved soaking in lime, steaming to remove the bark's fibers, rinsing, pounding, adding papermaking agents, and then forming sheets. The complexity and time-consuming nature of papermaking overwhelmed her. She calculated that, following this method and steps, it would take a year to produce the paper. With a relentless persistence, she asked the seemingly endless questions, saying, "Host, your beast husband possesses extraordinary abilities. There is no need to wait any longer." Subsequently, it provided a simplified version of the process, which was indeed very straightforward. A few individuals first stripped the bark from the trees, and then Chunpei utilized his wind-based abilities to churn it into pulp. After mixing in the paper-making medicine provided by the seemingly endless, and then filtering it, they surprisingly succeeded. While the paper was still drying, the rewards from the seemingly endless were already being distributed. Reluctantly, it granted Li Jiaojiao 80,000 points. When she inquired about the meager amount, the seemingly endless explained that the method was simple and the audience was limited. Infuriated, Li Jiaojiao scolded it fiercely. "Are you trying to undermine me? Whose fault is it that my audience is limited? I haven't even promoted it yet, and you're already busy calculating points. Now you dare say my audience is limited? Moreover, just because the method is simple does not mean I sought simplicity. If you have the ability, wait for a year, and I will follow the most complicated steps." The seemingly endless cowered in a corner, trembling and too afraid to speak. After a long pause, once Li Jiaojiao had exhausted her tirade, it timidly asked, "Host, how should we proceed?" "Of course, by awarding points fairly. How much do you think is appropriate?" "At least 150,000. The seemingly endless twitched its mouth and reluctantly went to apply to the main system. It expected to be reprimanded by the main system, but to its surprise, the main system generously waved its hand and awarded 300,000 points. In Chapter 232, it pondered, should I return him? The seemingly endless questioned, "Main system, is this reward not excessive?" The main system replied, "It is what she deserves." Observing the main system's indulgent demeanor, The seemingly endless wondered if it treated every subsystem's host with such affection. It could not help but acknowledge that the main system was becoming increasingly humane. Without further ado, it retreated to share this good news with Li Jiaojiao. Elated, she nearly twirled with the seemingly endless, exclaiming, "System, you are truly my great benefactor. I never expected the seemingly endless to be so reliable. I asked for 150,000, and you managed to secure 300,000 for me. System, do you have any other wishes? Allow me to assist you." Seeing Li Jiaojiao so joyful, the seemingly endless hesitated before humbly expressing, "Host, you see, these points exceed your expectations. I have my eye on a skin set. Could you exchange it for me?" In a good mood, Li Jiaojiao waved her hand. "Sure. No problem. Choose for yourself. Really, host, I love you. You are the best host I have ever encountered." A minute later, as Li Jiaojiao gazed at the dazzling golden skin, she fell silent. "Host, look at how beautiful this skin is." Li Jiaojiao gazed at it with mixed feelings, unable to comprehend why such an impressive system favored such a garish color. However, considering its diligent efforts on her behalf, she decided to indulge its preference. After all, one must cherish their own system. In the main system's office, next to the desk stood a massive electronic screen filled with dialogues reporting the daily schedules and situations of various hosts managed by each subsystem. Among the menu interface was a separate folder, and upon opening it, it was brimming with information about Li Jiaojiao's beast husbands and offspring. The cursor rested on the most recent entry, noting that Li Jiaojiao had found yet another merman beast husband, complete with a photo. Li Tian, with a mixture of amusement and concern, shook his head. Sister, back home, I only knew you occasionally chased stars. I never realized you had the potential to become a sea queen. With so many beast husbands, it is truly remarkable that there hasn't been chaos at home due to jealousy. However, seeing you so happy brings me great joy." Flipping through, he noticed a report from the seemingly endless stating that the host wished to dismiss the 9th beast husband and transport him back to the modern world. With detailed reasons noted, Li Tian's expression darkened. This Jean Rue was truly ungrateful. Did he have no sense? He wondered what the previous main system had been thinking. Had it exchanged his intellect for power and abilities? He retrieved Li Jiaojiao's health records and learned that she was due to give birth in just a few days. If he wanted to send Jean Rue back, he would have to wait at least a month until the offspring weaned. He stroked his chin, contemplating whether he should quietly send Jean Rue back to the modern world to spare his sister another trip. Although the time travel passage was said to be safe, one could never be too cautious. Meanwhile, Li Jiaojiao and Hu Zhenhai had gone to school, and Chu Yu insisted on accompanying them, fearing she might suddenly transform. Li Jiaojiao thought about how today marked the first official test, and was eager to see how well the young females had learned during this time. Whether it had been effective, she was determined to witness it. Ultimately, after the testing, 132 young females passed the 300-character test and were rewarded with milk-increasing pills. 114 young females passed the 600-character test and received recovery pills. Li Jiaojiao was pleasantly surprised by these results that exceeded expectations. The young females who did not pass appeared dejected. Standing on the platform, Li Jiaojiao addressed them. "Those who have put in effort will surely be rewarded. Do not lose heart if you performed poorly this time. We will conduct a test each month based on what you have learned, as well as a review test. Therefore, everyone will have another chance. Just keep pushing yourselves." Exiting the classroom, she observed the little ones on the playground learning from a male Beastman teacher how to dig pits. All of them covered in dirt, yet their expressions were earnest. On the other side of the playground, another group of young ones was learning how to start a fire and prepare food. Inside the classroom above, some were learning simple arithmetic, while others were recognizing characters. None seemed to be slacking. Jiao, look, the entire tribe is developing positively. How wonderful. Yes, indeed, it's truly wonderful. I have not let the system down. I have been given another chance. The two then strolled by the seaside, and Li Jiaojiao suddenly recalled something. "I remember that Chunpei and Luo, you need to stay in the water daily, right?" Chu Yu gently ruffled her hair. "Yes. Isn't it inconvenient for them to come to the seaside every day?" "Well, Chunpei is fine. He can fly over in just a few minutes. However, for Luo Yu, he has to walk over each time." Chunpei offered to take him along, but he was reluctant, claiming it was against the rules. "But he has no legs in water, so walking is slow for him. It takes him a long time to reach the seaside." Li Jiaojiao felt a pang of sympathy, considering that not only was his fishtail likely uncomfortable on land, but also the fact that he had to endure the sun for over half an hour each day to reach the sea. "Hey you, do you think we could dig a large pool for them at our home, or perhaps directly in their beast cave?" If we dig down, we should easily hit water given our low altitude. Li Jiaojiao contemplated channeling water, but realized that would require digging a drainage ditch, making the project quite large. Perhaps simply digging a pool would be the most convenient solution. Shuyu considered it for a moment. Let's return and ask for their opinions. If they agree, we can let them sense where the underground water lies. The dragon and fish tribes have a unique ability. They can simply lie on the ground and hear where the underground water flows. I am genuinely curious about the structure of their ears. When Li Jiaojiao first learned of their unique ability, she had observed them quietly while they slept, but had not discerned anything. All right, let's ask when we get back. As they returned home, they encountered a disheveled Jean Rue. His disheveled appearance revealed that he had been traveling day and night for several days. Li Jiaojiao, feeling a twinge of reluctance, tightened her grip on the hand held by Chuyu. Upon seeing Li Jiaojiao's return, Jean Rue cautiously approached her, his gaze filled with desperation as he implored, Jiaojiao, can we not break up? Chapter 233. The truth unveiled despite Li Jiaojiao's declaration of wanting to sever ties. The beastmen guarding the home dared not drive him away in her absence. However, they did not permit him entry. Li Jiaojiao's heart fluttered. What was happening? Just yesterday, she had scolded him internally countless times. Yet now, seeing him in such a state, she felt an uncontrollable urge to assist him in removing the remnants of grass and leaves from his fur. Chuyu, sensing the shift in Li Jiaojiao's emotions, was about to suggest that Jean Rue clean himself up before discussing matters further when he felt Li Jiaojiao's grip tighten even more. At the same time, a warmth surged through Li Jiaojiao's lower body. You, help me inside, my little one. Without needing further explanation, Chuyu understood her condition and called out to Chun Pei. A Pei summoned Chun Shi. After a flurry of activity, the group returned to the beast den. Chun Shi, residing nearby, arrived promptly upon being summoned. With Li Jiaojiao and Chuyu remaining silent, none dared to attend to Jean Rue, who sat pitifully at the entrance of the courtyard, resembling a forsaken dog. Ever since Li Jiaojiao left, his heart had been in turmoil. He could not comprehend how Li Jiaojiao could so easily walk away from him. He felt deep resentment. As a modern man, he would rather exist in this primitive society, simply wishing to be with her. How could she abandon him so abruptly? Observing his plight, Lun Yin attempted to embrace him when her father was away. But when she pressed her lips against his cheek, Jean Rue realized something was amiss. What mother would engage in such behavior with her own child? In a sudden outburst, he shoved Lun Yin to the ground and accused her loudly. Lun Yin had never witnessed Jean Rue in such a frenzied state and was instantly alarmed, trembling as she recounted that he was not Jean C's child. It turned out that her own child had died shortly after birth while Jean C was away hunting, and in a moment of misguided thinking, she had stolen his child. Normally, each beastman's offspring bore a unique scent that their parents could easily identify. However, the tribe shaman had suggested a method to help Lun Yin, requiring the stolen child to consume the blood of both its biological parents, thus altering its scent. Thus, the enemy's child became hers. Initially, she intended to chastise Jean Rue, but as he grew, her feelings for him became disturbingly possessive. She found herself desiring him, a thought that plagued her daily, leaving her bewildered. Fortunately, for the first 2 years of his adulthood, Jean Rue had not sought out any female. Yet, she understood he could not remain by her side forever. To ensure he stayed, she regularly sprinkled him with a powder before he interacted with any females, inducing a deep-seated aversion to them that persisted until he encountered Li Jiaojiao. When she saw Jean Rue return with Li Jiaojiao, jealousy consumed her. Unbeknownst to her, Li Jiaojiao's keen perception had unveiled the abnormality in their relationship, exposing the secret Lun Yin had guarded for years. Upon hearing the convoluted truths, Jean Rue felt a wave of revulsion wash over him, and without a moment's hesitation, he fled. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. He needed to return to Li Jiaojiao. He could not live without her. Nor could he return to the modern world or the home of this so-called mother. 2 days and nights of relentless running brought him to the Huaxia tribe, where his mind began to clear. He stood vacantly at the entrance, while Luo Yu and Chun Pei exchanged concerned glances, hesitant to let him in. Luo Yu quietly asked Chun Pei whether they should inform him of Li Jiaojiao's decision, but seeing his despondent state, Chun Pei decided against it, realizing it would likely devastate him. Finally, when Li Jiaojiao appeared, he was about to speak when she took the initiative. Inside the beast den, Li Jiaojiao awaited the arrival of her offspring. Chuyu pressed his lips together, then asked Jiaojiao, should we have them call Jean Rue back for a bath? Let him rest before discussing anything further. Yes, you may arrange it, she replied. Chuyu conveyed this to Chen Pei, who promptly brought Jean Rue back. Chun Shi meticulously assisted Li Jiaojiao in childbirth. Ding! The host has given birth to the 231st offspring, a female, beast form. 9-tailed black fox, beast rank, heavenly tier. Rewards: 500 points, 3 advanced promotion pills, 7 loyalty pills, 40 space expansion coupons, 500 G of fine salt, 100 kilograms of coarse salt, 500 G of barbecue seasoning, 1,000 cubic meters of defensive shield, 20 kilograms of fruit seeds, 40 kilograms of grain seeds. Ding! The host has given birth to the 234th offspring. Ding! The host has given birth to the 237th offspring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully giving birth to the 240th offspring. Additional rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully giving birth to the 250th offspring. Additional point rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully giving birth to the 260th offspring. Additional point rewards. Ding! The host has given birth to the 265th offspring, a female, beast form, Chinese white rabbit, beast rank, heavenly tier. Rewards: 500 points, 3 advanced promotion pills, 7 loyalty pills, 40 space expansion coupons, 500 G of fine salt, 100 kilograms of coarse salt, 500 G of barbecue seasoning, 1,000 cubic meters of defensive shield, 20 kilograms of fruit seeds, 40 kilograms of grain seeds. Ding! This childbirth has concluded. Chuyu gazed in astonishment at the multitude of fox, rabbit, and tiger cubs filling the bed, the sheer number overwhelming him. He had anticipated that a high's litter might take a few days to arrive, yet they had all come at once. Chun Shi carefully counted, a total of 35 cubs, 19 from Chuyu and 16 from Hu Zhenhai. Chun Shi remained perplexed as to how Li Jiaojiao's petite frame could accommodate such a large number of offspring. Sister Jiaojiao, you are truly my idol, Chun Shi exclaimed. Understanding what Chun Shi was referring to, Li Jiaojiao retrieved several increase offspring pills from her space and handed them to her. This pill could be taken within 2 days of conception to enhance the number of offspring. Chun Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though the exact increase was uncertain, it could be 1, or perhaps 3 to 5, varying from person to person. Yes, yes. Chun Shi nodded vigorously, indicating her understanding. Once she had her own litter, she would certainly give it a try. Chapter 234. The pills have failed. Li Jiaojiao felt utterly exhausted. The last time she had given birth to such a large number had been when she bore Jean Rue's panda cubs. Jean Rue, thinking of him, brought back memories of his lost and despondent expression upon their last meeting. When she spoke, she discovered her voice was hoarse. Hey you, how are the little ones? Chuyu held Li Jiaojiao's hand tightly, reassuring her, it's all right, Jiaojiao. They're all safe. How do you feel? Li Jiaojiao wanted to say she was fine, but her body felt inexplicably weak. Noticing her struggle to sit up, Chuyu's brow furrowed deeply, as if it could crush a fly. Jiaojiao, tell me what you need. Just say the word, don't move. Why are you so weak this time? Li Jiaojiao found herself in a peculiar situation, fumbling to extract various elixirs from her spatial storage and consuming them all at once. After waiting for a considerable duration, she grew anxious when her body did not revive as it had on previous occasions. In a state of panic, she called out repeatedly, Tongzi, Tongzi, what is wrong with my body? Why can't I recover? Have the elixirs expired? The system, Shu Buqing, chuckled awkwardly and replied, how could that be, host? We have received notification that all elixirs are undergoing an upgrade, rendering the previous ones temporarily ineffective. Strangely enough, just half an hour prior, Shu Buqing had received word from the main system to suspend the efficacy of Li Jiaojiao's elixirs, with a restoration date yet to be determined. What? So these elixirs are useless now? Shu Buqing nodded submissively. Will the upgrade be completed? The little system remained unaware, responding, I'm not sure either, host. Li Jiaojiao felt the urge to curse her misfortune. It seemed too cruel to encounter such an inconvenience at this moment. Host, your luck is still relatively decent. Fortunately, the painless childbirth elixir had not expired when you consumed it. Li Jiaojiao shot him a disdainful glance. So, should I be thanking you? Chuyu was anxiously tending to Li Jiaojiao's wounds, while Chunshi noticed that beads of sweat had formed on Chuyu's forehead and hurried outside to call Wang Yiyuan. Wang Yiyuan joined Chuyu in treating Li Jiaojiao's injuries. Although their efforts were not as effective as the restorative elixir, Li Jiaojiao did manage to regain a bit of strength. As she attempted to sit up, Chuyu rushed forward to support her. Hey you, where is Jean Rue? He is in his room. Jean Rue, having finished his bath, was obediently seated on his bed, waiting for Li Jiaojiao. He was uncertain whether she would still wish to see him, his heart hanging in suspense. When he saw Chun Shi rush out to call Wang Yiyuan, he panicked, fearing something had happened to Li Jiaojiao, and hurriedly followed. Upon reaching the door of her room, he hesitated, retracting his foot. Li Jiaojiao had just given birth. If he were to upset her now, it would surely hinder her recovery. Perhaps it was best not to enter. Time passed, and suddenly, Jin Rue heard Li Jiaojiao inquire about his whereabouts. His face lit up with joy, and he was about to enter when he heard her tell Chu Yu, "Let him stay in his room. I'm not feeling well. I need a nurse. I lack the energy to see him." Jin Rue retracted his leg, glancing back longingly before returning to his room. He longed to see Li Jiaojiao. She had just mentioned her poor health, but why was she unwell? Did she not have many elixirs? A flurry of questions swirled in his mind, yet he had no opportunity to ask. Noticing that Li Jiaojiao's spirit had slightly improved, Chu Yu inquired in detail about the cause of her weakness. Li Jiaojiao answered honestly, expressing her uncertainty about when the upgrade would be completed, and that she might remain weak until then. Chu Yu's heart ached as he held Li Jiaojiao's hand, breathing warmth into it, feeling increasingly anxious. In all their time together, it was the first time he had seen her so frail, her small face pale as she lay on the bed, her hands and feet lacking their usual warmth. Hu Zhenhai, having received news of Li Jiaojiao's childbirth, hurried back. In the pot, he had been simmering tender beef since early morning, hoping to avoid the possibility of Li Jiaojiao going into labor unexpectedly. He had diligently prepared soup for her every day. Upon entering the beast den, he found Li Jiaojiao unlike her usual playful self. Instead, she lay quietly. Seeing Chu Yu's unusual expression, Hu Zhenhai felt concerned. In the past, when Li Jiaojiao had given birth, Chu Yu had always been exuberant. Today, however, he looked despondent. Upon hearing about Li Jiaojiao's condition, Hu Zhenhai was momentarily taken aback before smiling reassuringly. "It's all right, Jiaojiao. It simply means you need to rest and recuperate like an ordinary female after giving birth. There is nothing wrong with that." He added, "My mother just gave birth a few days ago and is also recuperating. I can consult my father on how to care for a female in confinement." Chu Yu, upon hearing this, came to the same realization. Indeed, this was the necessary process for an ordinary female after childbirth. Previously, Li Jiaojiao had always appeared unaffected after giving birth, requiring little extra care from them. He chided himself for being foolish, thinking it better to be by her side, worrying, than to quickly inquire about how best to care for a female in confinement. With this thought, he instructed his fellow Beastmen to be cautious in caring for Jiaojiao before rushing out, eager to ask his mother for advice. In his haste, he called for Ying Tan to accompany him. By evening, the two returned, and Chu Yu produced a notebook, pulling Hu Zhenhai to look at it together. The pages were densely filled with notes and care guidelines. Ying Tan bore witness to Chu Yu's dedication to Li Jiaojiao. That fellow had tirelessly questioned his mother until her throat ran dry. Thankfully, his mother had a good temperament. Upon hearing that Li Jiaojiao could not quickly recover, she expressed concern and wished to accompany Chu Yu to see her. However, he did not permit her. His mother had recently found another beastman, whom he had personally vetted. He had mentioned wanting to bring Hua Ying to live with them, assuring her that he would help care for the younger siblings, to which Li Jiaojiao had no objections. A single sheep could be tended to, but a flock required more effort. However, Hua Ying declined, as it was unreasonable for a son to help raise his own siblings. Thus, Chu Yu contemplated finding 2 more beastmen for his mother. After careful observation, he identified 2 promising young males, one from the Hushao tribe and the other from the Xinquan tribe. Both were quite youthful, and Hua Ying had initially worried they might not find her appealing. But it turned out she had underestimated their interest in her. Over the past 2 years, with Li Jiaojiao's assistance, Hua Ying had been rejuvenating, showing no signs of the weariness that age typically brings. Instead, she radiated a serene and elegant beauty. Noticing Hua Ying's improved complexion, Chu Yu felt assured that her recent life had been pleasant. After inquiring about the care guidelines, he hurried home. Chapter 235. Li Jiaojiao sends Jin Rue away. Each beastman had their own tasks, except for Jin Rue. He attempted to start a fire, and Feng Xiao watched him hesitantly. Then he tried to wash vegetables, only for Ying Tan to approach him again. In the end, he stood there helplessly, turning in circles like a child who had done something wrong. Wang Yuan felt pity for him, several times attempting to plead with Li Jiaojiao on his behalf, but was stopped by Chu He. Chu He understood that Li Jiaojiao had been contemplating how to handle Jin Rue's situation for days and felt it best to allow her to think it through without pressure. Li Jiaojiao, like an ordinary female, sat in confinement, feeling quite unaccustomed. Whenever she thought of stepping outside, Chuyu would carry her back, admonishing, "You mustn't catch a chill." When she desired a sip of wine, Hu Zhenhai would interject, "You mustn't tea drink." Frustrated, Li Jiaojiao chased Shu Buqing, asking repeatedly, "Have the elixirs been upgraded yet?" Shu Buqing was equally perplexed by the main system's intentions and had asked numerous times for clarification, but to no avail. He pondered whether his host had committed some grave error, yet nothing seemed amiss. During these days, Li Tian was exceedingly busy. A severe natural disaster had unexpectedly struck a different realm, significantly increasing his workload, and to make matters worse, the system in that realm had malfunctioned. Li Tian had to endure several sleepless nights to resolve the issues. Just as he prepared to take a break, he received a message from Shu Buqing. "Esteemed main system, may I kindly inquire when my host, Li Jiaojiao's elixirs will regain their efficacy?" It was only then that I remembered, in the flurry of recent days, I had neglected matters concerning my elder sister. He promptly established a connection to Jean Rue. In the blink of an eye, Jean Rue, who had been languishing in the beast den, was jolted into unconsciousness by an electric shock. Jean Rue found himself traversing a realm enveloped in a white halo, utterly oblivious to his surroundings, devoid of people, sound, or anything at all. "Jean Rue," a sudden voice startled him. Who was speaking? Jean Rue cautiously surveyed his surroundings. "You need not know who I am. You simply need to understand that I am here to assist you." "Assist me? You wish to help me?" Jean Rue's heart raced with excitement. "Can you intercede for me with Jiao? Jiao? She no longer forgives me." Li Tian sighed softly. "However, she intends to send you back to the modern era." Jean Rue suddenly shouted, "Impossible! Jiao would never wish to send me back." As he spoke, his voice trailed off, recalling Jiao's words as she departed the Shihi beast tribe. Indeed, it seemed she harbored such intentions. "Take this." A pearly pill hovered before Jean Rue. "What is this? Is it meant to take my life?" Jean Rue accepted the pill with a bitter smile. Li Tian remained silent, observing as Jean Rue consumed the memory-erasing pill. His fingers deftly tapping on the control panel, erasing all memories of the beast world from Jean Rue's mind. If he was to be sent back to the modern era, it would be ill-advised to allow him to recall these memories. Jean Rue stared blankly at the vast expanse of white, momentarily stunned. "Where is this?" Li Tian continued his silent work on the control panel, and suddenly, Jean Rue's body convulsed as if something was being extracted from him. Moments later, he felt an overwhelming heaviness, rendering his limbs nearly immobile. He was bewildered by the loss of control over his own body, as if something vital had vanished from his mind. Shaking his head, he failed to notice that the pair of fluffy black ears atop his head had also disappeared. Li Tian meticulously reviewed his recent actions. All abilities had been retracted. Jean Rue's form had reverted to that of a human, and his memories were erased. He activated the time-space transit system and gently pressed the confirmation button. Meanwhile, Jiao was still in the beast den, playfully coaxing Chuyu, "Please let me go out for a while. I feel like I'm suffocating." Chuyu pondered, "Shall I accompany you to the space to fish? But we fished just yesterday. What about flying kites?" Jiao, exhausted, replied, "We did that the day before yesterday as well." Chuyu cautiously inquired, "Shall I prepare something for you to eat? Let a high handle it." Just then, she felt a tremor. What the an earthquake? The shaking lasted only a few seconds. Just as she was about to ask Chuyu if he had felt it, Feng Xiao rushed in, shouting, Sister, you must come see Jean Rue's beast den. He seems to be doing something strange. It's filled with white light." Chuyu hurriedly shielded Jiao as they raced to the entrance of Jean Rue's den. "What is this light? It seems so familiar." Memories flickered in her mind. Could it be? Is this a time-space transit passage? What is happening? Did Jean Rue activate himself? But he lacks a system. Jiao mentally screamed in confusion. Countless thoughts raced through her mind, and she realized she would not be able to extract answers from the bewildered Shu Buqing. At the entrance of the passage, Jean Rue, sensing something, abruptly opened his eyes. He saw a figure with long ears drooping, and beside her, a person with white hair. He pondered, is this yet another dream? Before he could deliberate further, he was drawn into the vortex with an immense force. Inside the passage, shadows danced, and he experienced a disorienting sensation of weightlessness, as if his very insides were on the verge of expulsion. Fortunately, this sensation dissipated quickly, and just as he felt he could no longer endure it, he finally came to a halt. Uncertain how long he had lain there, Jean Rue could hear a cacophony of sounds nearby, faintly accompanied by the din of traffic. He attempted to open his eyes, but found them stubbornly shut. Suddenly, someone shook him vigorously. "Hey, young man, wake up." Upon opening his eyes, he was met with blinding light. "Where am I?" When he spoke, his voice emerged hoarse and unrecognizable. Fortunately, the person who had shaken him remained close, watching over him. Upon hearing his question, the person teased, "This is a bus station. I've never seen a fellow sleep so soundly. Quickly check your ticket to see if you've missed your bus." Jinrui stared at the ticket and identification in his hand, momentarily stunned. Had he just returned from another world? "Officer, how long have I been here?" "I couldn't say, but you've been here since I took over my shift. Did you fall asleep and dream too deeply?" "A dream?" He rubbed his head, vague scenes flitting through his mind. Glancing at the ticket in his hand, he pondered, is it possible this was merely a dream? Chapter 236. The main system is capable. Jiao Jiao surveyed the empty beast den, about to inquire of Shu Buqing when the system's voice echoed. "Congratulations, host. The pill has been upgraded and its effects restored." Shu Buqing silently exhaled in relief. Finally, the main system had notified him that the use of the pill could resume. If it were to remain inactive any longer, he feared Jiao Jiao would come into the space to tear him apart. Jiao Jiao listened to this notification, her heart filled with astonishment. Was it not a bit too coincidental? Jinrui had just vanished, and the pill's upgrade was complete? Could this be the doing of the main system? But why? Jiao Jiao found herself perplexed. In the days that followed, she had been contemplating how to continue her relationship with Jinrui. Seeing his despondent demeanor pained her. After all, she had invested genuine feelings in him. It was impossible to act as if nothing had transpired. Her heart felt somewhat unsettled. Yet, with his sudden disappearance, a void lingered within her. Had she known this would happen, she would have properly bid him farewell. A few beastmen exchanged glances. "Sister, where is Jinrui?" Feng Xiao still seemed stunned by the shock. Since the white light dissipated, Chuyu had been meticulously scrutinizing the beast den. Everything appeared normal, save for the sudden appearance of the white light and the vanishing of Jinrui. The den showed no signs of alteration, as if everything witnessed moments ago had been a fleeting dream. Noticing Jiao Jiao's expression, which revealed no surprise, it was clear she possessed some knowledge. Though Jiao Jiao understood that the light was a time-space transit passage, she also recognized that it was unnecessary to divulge this to the beastmen. Realizing she could not concoct a plausible explanation for Jinrui's absence, she shifted her gaze. Jinrui must have entered the space, right? Regardless of whether they believed her. She turned to return to her own den, eager to inquire further with Shu Buqing about the situation. However, as she moved too quickly, dizziness overcame her, and she swayed, on the verge of collapsing. Chuyu, who was closest, immediately grew concerned and steadied her. "What is it, Jiao Jiao? Are you unwell? You should rest." Chuyu followed her inside, massaging her shoulders while casually asking, "Jiao Jiao, was Jinrui taken away by the beast god?" Jiao Jiao was taken aback. "How do you know?" Chuyu smiled. "Silly girl. Did you forget I mentioned I had seen such white light? Only the beast god could emanate such a glow." Jiao Jiao came to a realization, responding honestly, "It seems so. I will need to confirm with the beast god for specifics." "Yes, you should rest well." Closing her eyes, Jiao Jiao suddenly recalled the system's announcement and sprang up from her bed. He took out several types of medicinal pills and consumed them all at once. Chuyi observed and seemed to grasp something. "Have your pills regained their efficacy?" Li Jiao Jiao, feeling the long-lost comfort that the pills brought to her body, couldn't help but smile with relief. "Ahi, I feel better." Heaven knows that during this period, she had truly understood the extent of weakness that follows childbirth. Without the rewards from the system, she would have been terrified at the thought of giving birth again. Now, feeling the surging vitality within her, she finally felt alive again. Chuyu pondered for a moment before asking, "Is it Li Jiao Jiao's departure that restored the efficacy of the pills?" Li Jiao Jiao shrugged. "I don't know. Just don't worry about me anymore. I'm fine now. Just wait for me. I will go ask." Chuyi grasped Li Jiao Jiao's hand. "Jiao Jiao, may I accompany you?" The sudden disappearance of Jinrui left he feeling uneasy, and Chuyu looked at Li Jiao Jiao with earnest concern, unable to withstand their gazes. Li Jiao Jiao took one hand from each of them and stepped into the space. Once inside, numerous familiar faces rushed over eagerly. "Sister, how did you get in?" Li Jiao Jiao cut to the chase. "Speak, please." "Speak about what?" The multitude exchanged cautious glances at Chu Yu and Chu He. Li Jiao Jiao led them a little farther away before asking, "Where is Jinrui?" The multitude, unsure of how to begin, received a message from the main system to speak the truth. Immediately, the multitude began to relay everything the main system had done. Upon hearing that the main system had sent Jean Rouet away, Li Jiao found it hard to believe. Wasn't it said that points were required? I see that my points haven't diminished. The multitude beamed with pride. That's because you, the host, are exceptional. The main system even mentioned in our work group that you're the most proactive host in history. Previously, you had expressed a desire to send Jean Rouet back to the modern era. The main system was concerned that if you took him back yourself, you might encounter dangers along the way. So he took the initiative to send him off. During the last conference, the main system praised both the multitude and Li Jiao, and now all subsystems are aware of their relationship with their respective hosts. Li Jiao remarked, I must say, the main system is quite capable. Knowing that Jean Rouet had safely returned to the modern era, Li Jiao felt relieved, even though she hadn't had the chance to bid him farewell. Perhaps it was better this way. Without a farewell, there would be no sorrow in parting. The following day, before the meal, Li Jiao informed everyone about Jean Rouet's departure, though she did not elaborate in detail. Chu Yu and Chu He only understood that this was the arrangement of the beast god, and no one knew where Jean Rouet had gone. Life returned to its previous tranquility. Chu Yu, along with several others, promoted the art of papermaking to other tribes, quickly sparking a newfound passion for writing and painting among both adults and children. Without prompting, each tribe leader took the initiative to ensure their people prepared ample charcoal for the approaching winter. Chu He led the Hu Zhenhai brothers to the Tian Ing tribe to teach them about the eagle Beastman, while Wang Yikai's brothers taught Ing Tan and Luo Yu at home. The emphasis was on ensuring everyone was skilled and proficient in various tasks. Once most matters were attended to, Li Jiao convened a meeting, distributing fine salt and strengthening pills to each household. All the young females also received childbirth pills, and Li Jiao awarded several precious types of pills to a select few outstanding young females based on their performance over the past months. Winter had come once again. On the first day of winter, the temperature plummeted to 0, with snowflakes swirling down to blanket the ground. Luo Yu had never stood on solid ground to appreciate snow before. He had only ever observed it from afar while floating on the sea. He had no idea that snow could be so beautiful and so cold. His skin was quite thin, and he lacked fur, making him the least resilient to the cold in the household. Li Jiao retrieved several extremely warm down jackets from her space. These are the winter garments bestowed upon me by the beast god. Here, take one. Luo Yu accepted it with a smile, his fingers brushing against Li Jiao's. Your hands are so cold. Quickly put on the jacket. A hint of guilt welled up in Li Jiao's heart. If you were in the sea, you wouldn't have to endure this suffering. Goddess, your pout is so adorable. Li Jiao shot him a glare. How could he be so playful when she was trying to be serious? Seeing her impatience, Luo Yu instantly transformed into a well-behaved little puppy. Being able to see you every day, I don't consider it suffering at all. Li Jiao hesitated for a moment before reluctantly suggesting, how about you go back to the sea? When it's your turn, I can come find you. Or you can return. Don't worry, I won't let those few take up your time. Luo Yu looked at Li Jiao, who was filled with concern for him, and his heart softened. Silly goddess, you've already given me this jacket, haven't you? I heard from Feng Xiao that this jacket is very warm. Before he could finish, Li Jiao suddenly remembered something and jumped up in excitement. How could I forget? I have a river in my space. It's neither too cold nor too hot. You can go in there. Luo Yu was momentarily stunned, then chuckled. How could the goddess be so adorable? Her thoughts jumped so quickly. However, he had indeed never visited Li Jiao's space, and having heard so much about it, he was curious to see what it looked like. Can I go take a look? Of course. Without waiting for Luo Yu to respond, Li Jiao took his hand and whisked him inside. Once inside, Luo Yu was captivated by the enchanting scenery that resembled a fairyland. It was simply too beautiful. There were vast stretches of plants and vegetables, many of which he had never seen before. One peculiar plant had fluffy white tufts on the tips of its branches, prompting Luo Yu to curiously ask, Goddess, is this a type of fruit? He touched it gently. It was soft and lacked any distinct flavor. Li Jiao explained, this is cotton, which can be used to make quilts, clothes, and many other items. I'll experiment with planting in my space first, and come spring, I'll distribute the seeds so they can plant them themselves. Turning around, he noticed various trees in the distance laden with dense clusters of fruit. He was no stranger to fruits, as they graced their dining table daily. Li Jiao insisted they eat them every day, claiming it was to replenish certain nutrients. It was simply good for them. His favorite was a spiky fruit. Once peeled, it revealed large chunks of sweet, soft yellow flesh. And he had fallen in love with it after just one taste. In another direction, several enclosures housed small wild beasts. Luo Yu understood these were reserved food supplies. Li Jiao Jiao pointed to one type and explained, "This is a sheep. This one can be sheared to make clothing and quilts, which are quite warm." After touring the space, Li Jiao Jiao led Luo Yu to the riverbank. The river, wide and clear, spanned over 10 meters, and its depth appeared to be 5 or 6 meters, teeming with various fish and shrimp. Luo Yu's face lit up with uncontained delight. "Goddess, may I go in and try?" "Certainly." Bringing him in was precisely the point. No sooner had she spoken than Luo Yu slid into the river, and at that moment, his beautiful fish tail flared up, dancing gracefully on the shimmering water surface. Li Jiao Jiao felt an impulse to touch it. Lost in thought, she was suddenly jolted back to reality when Luo Yu surfaced, joyfully gazing at her. "Goddess, I love it here. Would you like to come down and try?" "Huh?" Now was Li Jiao Jiao's turn to be taken aback. Although she had fished here numerous times, she had never swum, nor had she ever considered it. Hearing Luo Yu's invitation sparked a flicker of interest in her. Swallowing a water avoidance pill, she jumped in after him. As soon as she entered the water, Li Jiaojiao found herself securely embraced by Luo Yu. His dark, charcoal-colored hair floated around him in the water, adding an alluring charm to his presence. Li Jiaojiao felt a wave of warmth enveloping her, bemused by how she could feel so heated while submerged. Luo Yu's deep azure eyes fixed intently on her, resembling a vortex that captivated Li Jiaojiao, rendering her unable to look away. His well-defined chest muscles quivered slightly at her touch, although they had shared such intimate moments before. This was their first experience in the water. Luo Yu's enchanting voice whispered in her ear, "Tian Nu, may I?" Li Jiaojiao could detect a hint of restraint in his tone. "What do you mean, may I?" "Of course you can." He felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Li Jiaojiao might not appreciate his scales. Enchanted, she gazed at him and exclaimed, "Luo Yu, you are so beautiful." Her lips inched closer to his thin ones, irresistibly tempting. Encouraged by her boldness, Luo Yu wrapped an arm around her, deepening their kiss as they continued to tumble in the water. Their breaths grew heavier, and Li Jiaojiao experienced a sensation unlike any other. Their movements were as smooth as silk, perfectly synchronized, with each wave crashing over them, overwhelming her senses. Sweat cascaded down, but it vanished into the water. It was hard to recall how many times they lost themselves in each other, until finally, Luo Yu lifted her, much like a pool of water, onto the shore. On the bank, 2 tents stood, ever ready for Li Jiaojiao to rest within. Gently, Luo Yu dressed her, feeling a pang of regret for having exhausted her so. He nestled close and soon succumbed to slumber. When Li Jiaojiao awoke, the sound of her stomach growling roused her. She reached out, but found herself alone. Opening her eyes, she realized she was in the tent, just as she was about to call out. The savory aroma of grilled fish wafted in, and upon exiting, she was struck by the sight of a handsome man grilling fish amidst curling wisps of smoke. Upon noticing her stir, Luo Yu hurried to help her sit. He meticulously removed the fish bones, feeding her the tender flesh. Their gazes locked, and had it not been for Li Jiaojiao's aching back, she might have been further entranced. Gently, she pecked at Luo Yu, saying, "How about I bear your offspring?" Luo Yu, hearing her words, sought clarification. "Tian Nu, what did you just say?" "I was wondering how your kind reproduces. Is it through eggs, or do they emerge as merfolk?" Chapter 238. Playing Mahjong, Luo Yu found it hard to process the monumental news Li Jiaojiao had just shared, his entire being trembling. Concerned by his reaction, she asked, "What's wrong? Are you scared or unwell?" Li Jiaojiao understood that the merfolk had initially captured her to ensure she would bear children for their tribe. Logically, she thought Luo Yu would be overjoyed by her mention of this topic, yet his reaction was overwhelmingly intense. Luo Yu's enchanting gaze revealed a hint of embarrassment as he confessed, "Tian Nu, my limbs feel a bit numb." Attempting to alleviate the sensation, Li Jiaojiao tenderly took his hand, massaging it gently. "Why are you so agitated?" Luo Yu, still dazed, asked, "Tian Nu, do you truly wish to bear my children?" Li Jiaojiao, almost laughing at his incredulity, retorted, "Do you think I wouldn't?" Luo Yu's lips moved, but he hesitated to respond. "You are my beast husband. It is only natural for me to bear your children. You are so handsome. I must give you a multitude of beautiful offspring, otherwise such splendid genes would go to waste." As she continued to chatter, she noticed Luo Yu had fallen silent, which piqued her curiosity. Turning to look, She was astonished to see him producing pearls, and not just any pearls, but remarkably large ones. Aware she was watching him, he became increasingly bashful, avoiding her gaze. Li Jiaojiao lifted his chin and kissed him, saying, "Silly, don't cry. It pains my heart." Luo Yu composed himself, and for the first time, he truly believed Li Jiaojiao would bear his children. "Now, can you answer my questions? Our merfolk offspring are eggs that must be birthed and hatched in water. Female merfolk can bear around 20 eggs per pregnancy, but due to unstable conditions in the sea, the survival rate for the young is quite low. Less than 30% reach the age of 5, and even fewer make it to adulthood." Li Jiaojiao gasped at the disheartening survival rates. The thought of losing even one of her children was unbearable. It seemed imperative that she strive to create a better environment for them. However, her attention was soon captured by Luo Yu's mention of water births and hatching. She recalled her biology lessons, where she had heard that delivering in water could alleviate labor pains, though she had forgotten the reasons. Nevertheless, it remained firmly etched in her memory. Now, hearing Luo Yu speak of it, she felt a flicker of anticipation, as it promised to be a unique experience. Contemplating this, Li Jiaojiao found herself repeatedly asking, "Am I pregnant with Luo Yu's child?" "Host, there is no sign of Luo Yu's offspring," came the reply from Shububu. Without hesitation, Li Jiaojiao consumed the pregnancy-enhancing pills. Shububu's rapid response was too late to prevent her. Li Jiaojiao nearly choked on the pills, but fortunately, Luo Yu was there to hand her a cup of water, saving her from distress. Once she swallowed, she glared at Shububu, declaring, "You better have something significant to say, or I will ensure you regret it the next time I see you." Shububu chuckled awkwardly. "Host, when did you become so violent? I was about to inform you that you are currently pregnant with Chu Hie's child, having just conceived yesterday. Moreover, when bearing merfolk offspring, you don't even need the enhancing pills, as they naturally have many offspring. Taking those pills may lead to an overwhelming number." Li Jiaojiao, unaware of the gravity of the situation, casually replied, "It would be like giving birth to panda cubs. It wouldn't be overwhelming." Shububu could hardly fathom the implications. She was pregnant with Chu Hie's child from the previous day, and now with Luo Yu's child as well, compounded by the pills, resulting in 2 simultaneous pregnancies. However, he wisely chose to remain silent, realizing that knowing would only cause her undue worry. After enjoying some tender moments with Luo Yu, they exited their space to find the beast husbands teaching the little ones to draw. Hu Jintian and Hu Zhenhai proudly showcased their artistic skills. Their drawings of tigers, though not lifelike, were still quite impressive. However, when the little ones took to drawing, their creations transformed into adorable kittens. Chewy guided the little rabbits in drawing carrots, yet their interpretations were bizarre and unrecognizable. The fox and dog children's artwork left the adults in stitches, unable to discern whether they depicted dogs or foxes. Each drawing elicited laughter and amusement. Watching the little ones giggle and play, Li Jiaojiao approached, admiring their charmingly whimsical creations. After a delightful time, the little ones grew weary and began to whimper for sleep, prompting the beast husbands to soothe them into slumber, for in winter, rest was essential. The beast cave suddenly fell into a tranquil silence. Li Jiaojiao, feeling a tad bored, pondered what she would do to pass the time if she were still in the modern world. A cell phone? Alas, that was not an option. Watching television? That too was impossible. Of course. They could play cards or mahjong. No cards or mahjong. No matter, they could create their own. With a sweet smile, she turned to the beast husbands and proposed, "Shall we play a game together?" The beast husbands looked at her, intrigued by the unfamiliar words that had escaped her lips. Peering out from the cave's entrance, Li Jiaojiao noticed a pile of large timber remnants left over from Chu Yu and his companion's papermaking endeavors. An idea struck her. This sturdy wood would be perfect for crafting mahjong tiles. Without hesitation, she declared that Chu He and the others would take on the task. With the raw materials at hand, Chenpei promptly cut the wood into small cubes as per Li Jiaojiao's specifications. She then painted designs on them, while Chu He and the others each took up a carving knife, diligently etching the patterns onto the mahjong tiles. In no time, Li Jiaojiao had completed designs based on each of the beast husbands. Not to be outdone, the husbands showcased their strength and patience, polishing each tile until it gleamed as smoothly and delicately as Li Jiaojiao's skin. Soon, 2 exquisite sets of mahjong were finished. Chu He scratched his head, looking at the collection of small squares. "How do you play this mahjong?" With enthusiasm, Li Jiaojiao began to explain the rules. Before long, the entire family was gathered around, engaged in the game. Li Jiaojiao skillfully shuffled and arranged the tiles, while the beast husbands watched her every move with curiosity. As the tiles clacked together, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. "Pom!" Li Jiaojiao exclaimed with excitement, her face beaming with joy. The husbands were soon caught up in her fervor, eagerly joining the game. Li Jiaojiao was on a winning streak, continuously forming melds, though perhaps it was due to their unfamiliarity with the rules. Time flew by amidst laughter and cheer, and Li Jiaojiao felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. In just a few days, everyone had mastered the game, and it had become quite addictive. With 2 sets of mahjong accommodating 8 players, the remaining 3 took turns stepping away to tend to the little ones or cook. Everyone adored this new pastime, and Li Jiaojiao jested that this little game could easily ensnare anyone, as it even held international competitions. After several days of play, no face was left unadorned with paper notes. The little one sleeping hours had grown longer with the dropping temperatures, leaving the 3 husbands not at the table with plenty of free time. Li Jiaojiao then crafted 2 decks of playing card from sturdy paper, thinking that one could not do without do di ju during such times. Regardless, do di ju had to be played. Unbeknownst to them, winter had already passed the halfway mark. On the final day of the heavy snow period, Li Jiaojiao once again heard the familiar sound of the system notification. Ding! The host has given birth to the 266th offspring, male, beast form, 9-tailed colorful fox, beast rank, celestial rank. Reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for giving birth to the 270th offspring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for giving birth to the 280th offspring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for giving birth to the 290th offspring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for giving birth to the 300th offspring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for giving birth to the 310th offspring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for giving birth to the 320th offspring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for giving birth to the 330th offspring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for giving birth to the 340th offspring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for giving birth to the 350th offspring. Ding! The host has given birth to the 352nd offspring, beast form, mermaid. Beast rank, celestial rank. Reward, 500 points, 3 high-level ascension pills, 7 loyalty pills, 40 space expansion coupons, 500 G of fine salt, 100 kilograms of coarse salt, 500 G of barbecue seasoning, 1,000 cubic meters of defense shield, 20 kilograms of fruit seeds, 40 kilograms of grain seeds. Due to the Zhengzi Dan, Li Jiaojiao first gave birth to 29 offspring from Chu He on the Kong, then entered the space to lay 57 fish eggs in the river. By the time she heard the notification signaling the end of her labor, she felt utterly exhausted. This Zhengzi Dan was truly not suitable for her. However, it served as a valuable lesson. She realized that it was wise not to consume such pills hastily. Luo Yu had prepared a safe area for Li Jiaojiao in the river, protecting her from the fish and shrimp while ensuring they did not harm themselves in retaliation. As he accompanied her during childbirth, he was left in a state of shock, his mouth agape, gazing at the enormous mass of fish eggs. He rubbed his eyes repeatedly and even pinched himself to confirm he wasn't imagining things. Li Jiaojiao had indeed given birth to an overwhelming number of offspring. Li Jiaojiao also experienced the sensation of giving birth in water. Surprisingly, the fish eggs were incredibly slippery, providing a surprisingly smooth experience, even more so than velvet. Li Jiaojiao felt a profound sense of accomplishment, especially as the system continued to announce rewards that seemed endless. She thought to herself, I can finally relax. In this lifetime, even if I do nothing, I will have enough to eat and drink. Feng Xiao, feeling envious of the multitude of fish eggs Li Jiaojiao had laid, playfully insisted that she must give him a few more offspring. To tease him, Li Jiaojiao covered her mouth and chuckled, I haven't even consumed the Zhengzi Dan. The subsequent births were all accidental. If you want more, you'll have to put in more effort. On the first day of spring, the little ones were weaned. Li Jiaojiao retrieved her meticulously crafted plan from the bookshelf, made during winter, and presented it to everyone. The document was densely packed with various tasks to accomplish in the new year. Hu Jintian leaned over to take a look, feeling overwhelmed. We need to plant cotton, plant jute, smelt iron, forge weapons, refine gold. He hesitantly inquired, Jiaojiao, can we really complete all of this? Li Jiaojiao, brimming with confidence, replied, of course. Success is determined by effort. Only by doing can we ascertain what we can achieve. Just then, Chu Yu returned from outside and, upon entering, overheard their conversation. He nodded in agreement. Jiaojiao is right. Success is determined by effort. We will know the results only by taking action. Li Jiaojiao, noticing his cheerful demeanor, curiously asked, "You merely went for a stroll? What on earth has you so happy?" Chu Yu excitedly embraced Li Jiaojiao, unable to contain his joy, and spun around a few times, exclaiming, "Jiaojiao, you are truly a fortuitous star. Meeting you is the luckiest event of my life. What on earth is going on?" She wondered. This person, bursting with laughter and praise. What good news could it possibly be? "Jiaojiao, I just visited several other tribes, and their leaders asked me to express their gratitude and gifts to you." As he spoke, he retrieved numerous items from his space. "Thank you for what?" "Thank you for your presence, for leading us into a brand new life. We are now happier and more fulfilled than ever before." Li Jiaojiao gently patted him twice, a bit embarrassed, and replied with a smile, "If you keep praising me, I might just blush. Hurry up and tell me." Her curiosity had been piqued to a great height. After all the flattery, wasn't it time to get to the point? It turned out that this winter, due to the promotion of the heated Kong and the maturity of the charcoal technology, all the young ones and female bees had survived well, with not a single offspring lost to the bitter cold. Moreover, several tribes had seen a significant increase in population, with many female bees successfully becoming pregnant without the aid of Zhengzi Dan. Li Jiaojiao felt a sense of relief, as it was evident that a balanced diet had indeed fostered the well-being of the young females. If this trend continued, in 3 to 5 years, their health would be completely restored. By then, even in the absence of a Shenzi Dan, conceiving would no longer pose a challenge. In Chapter 240, titled Silkworm Rearing, Li Jiaojiao convened another meeting, emphasizing this year's plans and rewarding everyone. The crowd, filled with curiosity, bombarded her with questions, all of which she patiently addressed. Understanding that Li Jiaojiao's endeavors were for their benefit, no one voiced dissent. They eagerly found suitable plots of land, forming teams to embark on planting with great enthusiasm. Li Jiaojiao led them in cultivating several large fields, one for cotton, another for sisal, and a substantial area for mulberry trees. It must be said that strength in numbers indeed accelerated their work. Initially, Li Jiaojiao made an appearance, but later, Chu Yu and the others insisted she refrain from joining. The reason being, whenever she stood there, the young single males would gaze at her with unabashed fixation, their eyes seemingly glued to her. This sight made Chu Yu and the others anxious, and for the subsequent days, they forbade her from attending. Just before the first rain of spring, all the plants were sown. The day after planting, the rain fell as anticipated. Hu Zhentian grinned foolishly, exclaiming how wonderful it was that they wouldn't need to water the plants. Indeed, Jiaojiao was remarkable, possessing the ability to read the clouds, praised Feng Xiao endlessly. Luoyu had been at home caring for his offspring, as his little mermaids had begun hatching just a couple of days prior. Apart from himself, the other beast husbands were clueless about caring for the mermaid hatchlings, so he had not ventured outside, thus remained unaware of the happenings beyond. Curiously, he inquired, "What do you mean by reading the clouds?" Noticing Luoyu's interest in the topic, Feng Xiao eagerly approached him, explaining, "We have been planting trees these past few days. After finishing yesterday, Brother Yu organized everyone to water the plants. Then, Jiaojiao said there was no need to water them, as she could tell from the clouds that it would rain in the next couple of days. And look, it really rained today. Truly, my sister is the most extraordinary young female. There's nothing she cannot do." Hu Zhentian puffed with pride, proclaiming, of course, she is the heavenly maiden. She must possess all talents. Wang Yiyuan, who had been quiet, shook his head in disagreement. "I believe Jiaojiao was chosen by the beast god for her diverse abilities, not the other way around." Just as Li Jiaojiao was about to exit the beast cave, she overheard their praises and felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing she had not been selected for her omnipotence. Li Jiaojiao instructed Chu He and the others to construct another building. Chun Shi, upon witnessing the commencement of yet another construction, inquired, "Sister Jiaojiao, don't we already have a teaching building? What is the purpose of this new one?" Li Jiaojiao explained her plans, causing Chun Shi's eyes to sparkle with admiration. "Sister Jiaojiao, how are you so incredible?" She transformed it into a factory, meticulously planning the layout for the silkworm room, silk production workshop, cotton batting workshop, textile workshop, papermaking workshop, and future ironworking and weapon crafting facilities, leaving ample space for each. Everyone who witnessed her plans was left in awe. How could the heavenly maiden possess such foresight? If Li Jiaojiao knew their thoughts, she would surely feel embarrassed. Anyone who had seen a developed society could conceive such ideas. As summer quietly approached, The saplings planted by Li Jiao and the Beastmen had begun to sprout, showing promising growth. Li Jiao procured silkworm eggs from the marketplace and commenced silkworm rearing. Accompanied by Hu Zhenhai, she gathered mulberry leaves for the silkworm room. Upon entering, Hu Zhenhai suddenly screamed, "Ah, bugs!" Startled by his exclamation, Li Jiao nearly dropped the mulberry leaves. She looked at him incredulously, unable to fathom how someone usually so composed could be terrified by the adorable silkworms. Observing him turn a flea, she narrowly avoided being knocked over. "Are you afraid?" "Hi." Hiding his face, Hu Zhenhai replied, his voice filled with embarrassment. "It's just too mortifying to admit." Li Jiao considered teasing him further, but noticed his pale face and decided against it. Comforting him gently, she reassured, "It's all right, don't be scared." With her reassurance, he felt considerably more at ease, reminding himself to uphold his dignity as a husband and not appear foolish before Li Jiao. Yet when he spoke, his word were laced with reluctance. "Jiao, what are these creatures? Are we really going to raise such bugs?" The sight of the numerous squirming silkworms, densely packed and continuously munching, was indeed daunting. The sound they made sent shivers down his spine, and he struggled to muster the courage to step inside. Eventually, he resigned to the idea of abandoning his husbandly duties for the day. Feng Xiao and Ying Tan, who had initially been left behind by Li Jiao, arrived just in time to witness the scene and volunteered to accompany her in feeding the silkworms. However, upon entering, Li Jiao sensed something was amiss as they kept swallowing hard. Eyeing them suspiciously, she asked, "What are you two doing?" Feng Xiao, realizing his behavior, chuckled sheepishly, "Sister, perhaps we should let brother you and the others join you instead." I'm having a bit of hard time." Li Jiao puzzled, queried. "Hard time with what?" Feng Xiao could barely bear the sight of the plump silkworms, continuously swallowing. Ying Tan covered his eyes. "Jiao, we are birds. We can't help but want to eat them upon seeing such bugs." Li Jiao did not give them another chance to speak and promptly pushed them out. How could these two be so frightening? The silkworms were so adorable. How could they even consider eating them? Ultimately, it was Chu, along with Wang Yuan and Wang Kai, who took on the task. Upon returning, everyone incessantly teased Hu Zhenhai. Infuriated, he skipped dinner and returned to his beast cave. Eventually, it was Li Jiao who brought him food, soothing him back to calmness. How could she describe these beast husbands of hers? They were increasingly resembling children. A month later, the silkworms began to spin their cocoons. Li Jiao, having perused a book on crafting silk quilts, decided to create one for herself first. If there was enough silk, she would make a few garments as well. Since the cotton had yet to be harvested, she could not weave a complete set, so she wrapped the silk in thin layers of beast hide. That night, enveloped in the soft silk quilt, Li Jiao enjoyed a delightful sleep, affirming that life was indeed meant for enjoyment. 1 week later, upon awakening one morning, Li Jiao spotted several pristine white dresses neatly folded at her bedside. Overjoyed, she touched them and confirmed they were the silk dresses she had long desired, marveling. "What divine beast husbands I have." No wonder they had been whispering amongst themselves these past few days. It was all to surprise her. In Chapter 241, titled Mining Iron Ore, as He entered, he noticed Li Jiao smiling brightly, unable to resist planting a kiss on her forehead. "Do you like them?" Li Jiao nodded vigorously. "I love them. I adore them." Unable to contain her excitement, she buried her head into He's sturdy chest, pouting. "Ahi, how are you all so talented? How did you manage to create these?" Gently ruffling her hair, He replied, with determination, "Anything is achievable." Li Jiao was utterly enamored with this earnest man who spoke sweetly. In the following period, Yu and his companions imparted the techniques of sericulture, silk extraction, and the crafting of quilts and garments to several tribes of the Beastmen. Once this endeavor reached a temporary conclusion, Li Jiao proposed the next agenda, the extraction of iron ore. After a meeting among several individuals, it was deemed prudent to entrust the household to Wang Yiyuan and Luo Yuzhao. Wang Yuan opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent, accepting the arrangement with quiet resignation. Luo Yu had no objections, reasoning that the young merfolk were still small and would be difficult to care for if taken along. Li Jiao, though not particularly noticing him, was mindful that their household was quite large. Even though the children would attend school during the day, they would return for dinner in the evening, and managing them alone would be quite overwhelming, prompting her to also retain Hu Zhenhai and Feng Xiao. Each tribe selected 20 robust beastmen, and once preparations were complete, Li Jiao mounted Shenpei. soaring ahead to scout the location of the iron deposits and devise a plan for extraction. As they traveled, Chunpei grew increasingly familiar with the route. Jiao Jiao, aren't we heading towards the original Shun Quan tribe's territory? Indeed, she replied. The beastmen of the Shun Quan tribe trailing behind soon noticed and called out to lead Jiao Jiao. Heavenly Maiden, did you not promise to lead us to the mining site? Yes, the iron ore is indeed over there. The winds at high altitude were fierce, and Li Jiaojiao chose not to elaborate further, trusting that they would understand upon arrival. Upon reaching the rear mountains of the original Shun Quan tribe, they hovered above a vast valley, where a sense of unease began to settle among the group. The valley was immense and densely vegetated, enveloped in an eerie silence. Despite the beautiful flora, the stillness instilled a sense of trepidation. Chunpei moved forward, instructing Li Jiaojiao to grasp his neck tightly as he unleashed a gust of wind, causing the liquefied wild grasses to sway chaotically. Aside from some small wild beasts, no large creatures were apparent. Relying on his memory, Chunpei guided Li Jiaojiao to the very spot where they had previously hunted a giant python. Li Jiaojiao dismounted and handed a metal detector to Chu Yu, distributing the other two to Wang Yikai and Hu Jintian. The beastmen followed their respective clan leaders and dispersed to search for the ore, concerned that the Eagle clan might overthink their intentions. Li Jiaojiao purchased an additional detector from the market for Ing Imo Chun Pei remained with Li Jiaojiao, waiting for the results of their exploration. Shortly thereafter, Wang Yikai called out joyfully, Jiaojiao, we've found it in this area. Just as she prepared to investigate, she heard Hu Jintian exclaiming from another direction, Jiaojiao. There's also something here. A glance at Chu Yu revealed he too was beckoning her, confirming that direction also held promise. Ing Mo reported that the detector had activated as well. Although everyone was curious about how this small device could detect or they saw it, they understood this was not the moment for inquiries. It seemed the entire valley was rich with deposits. Without further ado, they retrieved various tools from their supplies and commenced excavation. The valley echoed with the sounds of industrious labor as the beastmen worked with fervor, excitement radiating from their faces with each piece of or unearthed. However, as they delved deeper, an unexpected incident occurred. One beastman from the Shun Quan tribe, while excavating a section of soil, suddenly unleashed a cloud of black mist that surged forth, enveloping the area and causing dizziness among the beastmen. Alarmed, Li Jiaojiao urgently shouted for everyone to disperse. After a considerable wait, aside from the mist, no further disturbances occurred, and as the fog gradually dissipated, they discovered a massive cavernous entrance revealed beneath. Exchanging glances filled with uncertainty, they deliberated before deciding to venture inside. Li Jiaojiao took a step forward, only to be pulled back by Chu Yu, whose eyes bore a look of reproach. There are so many of us. How can we allow you, a mere female, to lead the way? He chastised. Wait outside, Repay, keep an eye on Jiaojiao. We will investigate. After giving his instructions, he cautiously led a sizable group into the cave. Seeing them prepare to enter, Li Jiaojiao hurriedly produced several flashlights for their use. Each step they took was measured and quiet, wary of potential predatory creatures within. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of the cave, walls shimmering with a strange luminescence. As they ventured further, they arrived at a chamber filled with crystalline formations, rich with iron elements. To their astonishment, at the center of this chamber lay a colossal iron mass. The detectors in their hands beeped incessantly, unable to contain her anticipation. Li Jiaojiao called out from outside, "You, what is the situation inside?" "Jiaojiao, everything is fine. Do you wish to come in and see?" As she traversed the path, awe filled her heart at the marvels of nature. "Jiaojiao, look." Following Chu Yu's gesture, she surveyed the area, marveling at the unexpected sight. Not only did the cavern contain iron ore, but she also discovered some sapphires, their luminous glow captivating her attention. What a delightful surprise! Without hesitation, Li Jiaojiao instructed Chu Yu and the others to bring forth all the baskets to collect these treasures. There was simply too much to contain. Chu Yu appeared troubled. "Jiaojiao, should we refine this back home? Wouldn't that be too taxing?" Li Jiaojiao pondered this issue, asking for their opinions. Chu Yu suggested, "Perhaps we should refine it here. Once extracted, we can directly process it. If you and I are absent, how would we transport so much or back?" Nearby, the beastmen quietly concurred. What Chu Yu said makes sense. "Very well, let's proceed here. Shortly, you should gather people to build shelters." Chapter 242. Someone fell ill. He took a few individuals to gather timber for constructing a shelter, while others continued the excavation. Li Jiaojiao requested Chun Pei to escort her to a more secluded location, ensuring no one could observe her. Once concealed, she swiftly pulled Chun Pei into her spatial realm. Her aim was to find methods for smelting iron. The books she had consulted mentioned various techniques, yet many required specific furnaces or torches unsuitable for their current situation. Thus, she opted for the simplest and most widely used method. She first constructed a rudimentary furnace using stones and wood, then attempted to introduce the extracted iron ore along with charcoal. With the iron ore placed inside, she ignited the furnace with charcoal. As the temperature rose, the iron ore began to melt, transforming into liquid iron. Li Jiaojiao used a long-handled ladle to scoop out the molten iron, pouring it into a mold. Once cooled, it solidified into a sturdy iron block. Holding the iron block, she examined it with delight, exclaiming, "Chun Pei, did you see that? I managed to smelt it." Chun Pei, standing beside her, shared in her joy. "Jiaojiao, you are truly remarkable. You succeeded." After thoroughly testing the metal, Li Jiaojiao found its purity to be exceptionally high, making it suitable for crafting tools or weapons. Upon exiting, she discovered Chu He and the others had already constructed a makeshift shelter. It did not need to be elaborate. It merely required sufficient space to shield against wind and rain. Li Jiaojiao explained the process of converting crude iron into wrought iron and the methods of refining it to Chu He. Upon seeing the wrought iron block she had produced, the nearby Beastman gazed at Li Jiaojiao with admiration. Noticing a slight frown on Chu He's face, she discreetly stepped in front of Li Jiaojiao as if to shield her. Following Li Jiaojiao's instructions step by step, when they successfully refined the wrought iron, even Chu He, typically reserved in expression, could not help but smile. Li Jiaojiao then retrieved a book on the manufacturing of cold weapons, requesting Chu He to forge an axe. During the shaping of the axe, the crowd remained oblivious to its purpose. Li Jiaojiao urged Chu He to attempt to chop down a small tree, approximately the thickness of a bowl. With a single strike, the tree fell effortlessly. The onlookers were astonished, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Some skeptics rushed forward to verify whether Chu He had indeed severed the tree, discovering that the point of contact was a remarkably smooth cut, entirely unlike the rough edges typically associated with orc-cut trees. At this moment, belief was unanimous among the crowd. The forging of weapons commenced earnestly. Observing that they had grasped the technique, Li Jiaojiao instructed Chun Pei to accompany her back. Chu Yu and Chu He, along with their companions, successfully crafted a substantial number of blades, spears, swords, and halberds, laboring diligently for over a month. Upon their return, Li Jiaojiao was seated beneath a tree in the courtyard, enjoying a cool breeze while playing mahjong with several other beastmen. One additional individual was tasked with serving tea and offering fruit to her. Seeing Chu Yu and Chu He, now considerably darker in complexion, Li Jiaojiao blinked in disbelief. Once she confirmed their identities, she swallowed hard, pondering when these individuals would regain their former hue and whether a few doses of Meiyan Dan would be effective. Observing her expression, Chu Yu realized they were being unreservedly criticized, and his countenance shifted to one of hurt. Even the young ones, returning from school, hesitated to acknowledge them. "Father? Is that really you?" Xingyue called out hesitantly, uncertain if she could recognize the now darkened Chu He were it not for the blood connection between father and daughter. Li Jiaojiao rose and ushered them into the beast den, administering 3 doses of Meiyan Dan to each, curious about the results. Much to her delight, after consuming the pills, whether due to the potency of the elixir or the absence of severe issues, the group appeared even more handsome than before. Li Jiaojiao nodded in satisfaction, and the young ones, seeing their father restored to his original state, initially thought he was merely jesting and joyfully rushed towards him. Before Chu Yu could settle comfortably, he heard a call from a member of the Tianian clan requesting his presence. "Chieftain Chu, you must return to your tribe immediately." "What has happened?" he inquired while rising, casting a reluctant glance at Li Jiaojiao. "Jiaojiao, I must investigate the situation. I will return shortly to be with you." "Yes, please hurry." Accompanied by the Tianian clan beastman to the Huzhu tribe, Chu Yu noticed a gathering of people surrounding a solitary, elderly male beastman within the tribe. Pushing through the crowd, he overheard a young female beastman chastising a young male. "Isn't he your uncle? He's gravely ill, and you haven't thought to come visit sooner?" The accused young male, feeling cornered, retorted defiantly, "I hunt every day. How can I visit him daily? Besides, being sick is trivial. One can endure without seeking a shaman's medicine." Chu Yu's fists clenched with indignation as he sternly interrupted, "Kelly, Do you hear the nonsense you speak? If you were ill, would you refrain from taking medicine and simply endure? Upon realizing the chieftain had returned, the young male cursed silently, lamenting the timing of Chu Yu's arrival. He had aspired to compete for the position of patrol leader, but that was now moot. He glanced down, noting that it was Dan Dan attending to the ailing elder. Over the past 2 years, Dan Dan had grown increasingly composed. Upon seeing Chu Yu, he recounted the elder's condition accurately. Chu Yu recalled the elder's history. His mate had perished years prior, and their offspring had met with a tragic accident the previous year. The elder, himself injured and now lame, was unable to hunt. Only Kelly, the cousin, occasionally brought him sustenance. However, since Kelly had taken a mate recently, his visits had diminished. The previous rain had left the elder soaked, leading to his illness, which had worsened in Kelly's absence. Dan Dan had only discovered the unfortunate situation when passing by and detecting an unpleasant odor. Kelly hastily arrived, but Dan Dan had scolded him, leading to their earlier exchange. While Kelly's efforts were not entirely lacking, he had his own family to prioritize, leaving the elder in a precarious state. Chu Yu, unable to devise an immediate solution, instructed Dan Dan to attend to the elder and assigned 2 others to assist with care. Chapter 243, Collective Responsibility. Returning home burdened with thoughts, he found Li Jiao Jiao waiting at the entrance to the courtyard. A warmth enveloped his heart. As she rushed into his embrace, concern etched her features. What troubles you? You seem quite unhappy. Chu Yu forced a smile, resting Li Jiao Jiao's head on his shoulder. It is nothing. Li Jiao Jiao pulled back slightly, lifting her head to meet his gaze. If something is amiss, do share. Perhaps I can help alleviate your burden. Looking into her earnest eyes, Chu Yu recounted the plight within the tribe, expressing uncertainty on how to assist. Several beastmen are unable to care for themselves due to disabilities, like today's case. Had Dan Dan not discovered him, we may have heard news of his demise soon. Moreover, numerous young ones are suffering, having lost their parents. While our young ones are in school, those without parental support remain at home, lacking sustenance. At times, Chu Yu felt powerless as a chieftain in the face of such hardship. Chu He and Wang Yiyuan had quietly approached, absorbing the weighty conversation without interruption. Li Jiaojiao noticed their reddened eyes and recalled that both had lost their parents while still young, along with Chun Pei and Luo Yu. Compassionately, she embraced them, softly assuring, "Do not worry. I will ensure that you will never feel helpless as you did in childhood." Typically reserved, Wang Yiyuan found tears streaming down his cheeks, the heat of his emotions warming Li Jiaojiao's neck. "I and Ahe are fortunate. We have an uncle willing to care for us. But Chun Pei and Luo Yu are even more unfortunate." Remembering the scars covering Chun Pei's body from their fishing expedition days prior, he felt a pang of sympathy for the suffering he had endured. Li Jiaojiao, recalling the same, feared he might continue to cry, gently wiping his tears and firmly proclaiming, "No more tears. You will not suffer again. I will protect you." Wang Yiyuan, charmed by her determination, smiled through his tears. "It is we who should protect you." Once their emotions settled, Li Jiaojiao suggested that Chu Yu summon the others to brainstorm solutions. Feng Xiao was the first to speak. "Sister, during our hunting trips, we could fly over there and deliver some game." Hu Jinqian added, "I can fetch some seafood." However, Hu Jinhai shook his head, stating, "This approach only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Even if he recovers, he cannot hunt. What then? We cannot deliver food to them daily. There are at least 100 such beastmen across the tribes." Wang Yikai, feeling disheartened, remarked, "What can we do? We cannot simply watch them perish." Ying Tan suggested, "Doesn't he have a nephew? Once he recovers, his nephew should take responsibility, right?" No one spoke, and they exchanged glances, all understanding that if he had been more attentive, he would not have fallen so gravely ill. Li Jiao leisurely spoke up, suggesting, "Could we not gather them together for collective care?" The group stared at her, wide-eyed as if they had seen a ghost. Managing one individual already posed a challenge. How could they possibly care for several tribes, requiring 2 or 3 individuals daily to supervise, in addition to the orphan young ones? With over 300 offspring of their own, and with Jiao Jiao now expecting the children of Wang Yiyuan and Wang Yikai, even if she bore several more, her husbands would struggle to care for their own, let alone the abandoned and the vulnerable. "Do not look at me in that manner. I speak earnestly." Noticing her seriousness, Chu Yu responded with a hint of gravity. "Jiao Jiao, please elaborate. To care for them, it cannot solely be our family's responsibility. All members of the tribes must contribute." She insisted. The group collectively inhaled sharply. "How audacious of you, Jiao Jiao? To expect every person in the tribe to participate is utterly implausible. Li Jiao Jiao gazed at them earnestly, asserting, who can guarantee that they will live a peaceful and prosperous life without encountering misfortune like theirs? Since no one can assure they won't become like them, then the assistance we offer now may very well transform into our own safeguard in the future. Is that not so? The room fell silent. Her reasoning was sound, yet there remained a fear that the tribespeople would not compromise for a future that seemed unlikely. Seeing their silence, Li Jiao Jiao stood and clapped her hands. Let us rally. We must at least give it a try. The outcome can only be known through endeavor. The following day, Li Jiao Jiao summoned the leaders of each tribe for a grand assembly. Early in the morning, individuals of all ages from the brother tribes gathered, including disabled orcs and the unattended young ones, all brought by the Tian-Ing tribe's orcs. Observing the throng of thousands, she was compelled to purchase a large megaphone from the marketplace for amplification. To ensure her voice reached all, Chunpei took to the air with others. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you have some inkling as to why you have been summoned today. A loud voice interjected. Tian knew. I have heard, but this matter is simply not advantageous for us. The survival of the fittest had always been our creed, harsh as it may sound. Those who are injured or disabled ought to perish rather than burden others. Li Jiao Jiao turned towards the source of the voice, recognizing it as Xiao Tian from the Huxiao tribe, the very orc who had boasted when she first distributed elixirs to them. To her dismay, he continued to speak with such disdain. Leaning slightly, Li Jiao Jiao whispered a few words into Chunpei's ear. Hesitant, he asked, might this incite further conflict? With an air of calm, Li Jiao Jiao replied, let them bring their grievances to me. Upon hearing this, Chunpei took a deep breath, and as he exhaled, a sharp shard of ice shot directly at Xiao Tian. Unprepared, Xiao Tian only reacted when the shard pierced his thigh. The surrounding orcs gasped, astonished by the sudden escalation. Chapter 244. Elderly Care and Nurturing the Young Furious. Xiao Tian struggled to his feet. Chunpei, even if you are the beast husband of the Tian Nu, you cannot attack me without cause. Li Jiao Jiao instructed Chunpei to lower her down, then approached Xiao Tian with an indifferent gaze, articulating each word. It was I who commanded Chunpei to act thus. Now you are injured. If not treated promptly, you too may become crippled. Where then do you intend to go to await death? Xiao Tian fell silent, realizing her intentions. However, he caught the implication of her words regarding timely treatment, leading him to call out, Shaman, come quickly and examine my leg. I do not wish to become a cripple. Save me. Li Jiao Jiao made no move to stop him. Her intention was not to truly harm him, merely to impart a lesson. The shaman of the Huxiao tribe promptly took him away. Observers quickly grasped the message. The Tian Nu intended to frighten Xiao Tian into understanding whether he would prefer to live or die should he become disabled. Following this incident, Li Jiao Jiao proposed a series of measures, and no further opposition was voiced. Very well, since there are no objections. Each tribe shall provide 40 individuals to gather here tomorrow morning. With that, Chunpei escorted her away, leaving the tribespeople to deliberate the feasibility of her plan. Hu Yitong then cleared his throat and remarked, enough. You were silent when the Tian Nu was present, yet now you converse freely. Each tribe's members should seek their leaders to assemble. The leaders must select the 40 individuals required for tomorrow. The next morning, over 100 individuals assembled neatly at the sacrificial platform. Li Jiao Jiao divided them into two groups, one for constructing a rehabilitation center and the other for establishing an orphanage. Following her directives, there were no objections, and the several beast husbands who accompanied her set to work. After half a month of collective effort, the buildings were completed. The beast husbands were busy, and Li Jiao Jiao, too, was occupied, diligently recruiting personnel. The tribal leaders conducted initial screenings, which Li Jiao Jiao then reviewed. She believed that the most crucial quality for those working in these facilities was not merely skill, but a good heart. Encountering someone with ill intentions could lead to disastrous outcomes. The tribal leaders reported that approximately 100 elderly, weak, and disabled individuals needed assistance. Most of the strong orcs had some physical impairment that did not hinder their daily lives but rendered them incapable of hunting. Thus, they primarily required provisions. Only about 10 were completely bedridden and needed special care. Additionally, there were over 20 young females, half of whom were elderly and alone, while the younger ones were solitary orphans unable to fend for themselves. Li Jiao Jiao made it clear she would arrange for their health to be restored. And once they regained strength, they could find husbands and no longer require support from the rehabilitation center. Recognizing the various ailments among them, Li Jiao summoned Chun Shi and Dan Dan to discuss the possibility of uniting all shamans and priestesses to take turns providing medical care for the rehabilitation center and orphanage. Chun Shi, having experienced the rain, could not bear to see others suffer similarly. Upon hearing Li Jiao's proposal, she eagerly responded, "Sister Jiao, I am willing. I recently took on several apprentices, and this is a perfect opportunity for a practical experience." Dan Dan also expressed her willingness, stating, "Tian Nu, I too wish to contribute." On her first day, selected by the elder shaman, she had been informed, "To save lives and heal the wounded is our sacred duty as priestesses. The beast god has bestowed upon us this unique ability, surely with the intention that we contribute to our kin. Beyond that, the medical texts provided by Li Jiao were of immense assistance to them, containing various ailments that even a lifetime of study might not suffice to fully comprehend. Even if it were merely to repay the kindness of Li Jiao for her gift of books, she would undoubtedly agree to this matter and take action. Li Jiao initially believed she would need to exert considerable effort to persuade them, but to her surprise, they agreed so readily, revealing their noble hearts. The orphanage harbored a significant number of orphans, nearly 200 in total. Among them, over 100 were under the age of 10. Fortunately, most were capable of performing tasks within their abilities and did not require extensive supervision. There were more than 60 children above 10 years old, who generally needed little oversight. The only concern was that the tribe forbade any child under 18 from hunting alone and with no parents. There was no one to teach them the skills required for hunting. After discussing with several clan leaders, Li Jiao decided to enroll all the children in school, where they could learn together and the tribe would provide them with food. Upon hearing the news that they could attend school, the little ones were overwhelmed with emotion, some embracing one another and weeping uncontrollably. Before the official move, Li Jiao personally inscribed a name for the hospice on a plaque, Songyu Yijing Yuan, inspired by the saying, "Do not speak of the late mulberry and elm, for the sunset is still radiant." She hoped they would face life with a positive attitude in this beautiful environment. For the orphanage, she chose the name Xiao Muchen Hui, taken from a line who says the heart of the inch grass can repay the spring sunshine. She wished for them to feel the warmth and love akin to that of the gentle spring sun. On the day of the official move, everyone gathered to witness the event. Each pair of children shared a room, and Li Jiao thoughtfully equipped them with various facilities for physical strength. Daily, someone would come to deliver meals and cook for them. When they learned that Li Jiao had arranged for a shaman or wished to be present every day, they were even more touched. They had never imagined they could live such a life one day. Ignoring their physical state, they knelt and expressed their gratitude to the goddess. Just as Li Jiao was about to urge them to rise, she heard countless voices proclaiming, "Congratulations, host, for accomplishing a great deed, awarding you 3 million points." Li Jiao was astonished, never expecting such a reward for her actions. In that moment, her smile became even more radiant and beautiful. What she did not foresee was that an even greater surprise awaited her in the space. Chapter 245. The main text concludes. After such a long period of effort, this matter had reached a temporary conclusion. Chu Yu and his companions escorted Li Jiao back, and upon seeing her humming a cheerful tune, they couldn't help but smile. "Jiao, are you so happy now that this matter has been perfectly completed?" Li Jiao cupped Chu Yu's face and planted a kiss on his cheek, then flitted like a butterfly to kiss each Beastman in turn. "I'm in such a wonderful mood today. Let's go swimming at that lake." The Beastmen were always inclined to indulge her requests, and promptly decided to return to bring along the younger children who hadn't yet started school. After a moment's thought, Li Jiao said to Chu Yu, "You, please excuse the little ones from school, so we can take them along." Chu Yu playfully pinched her nose and teased, "You really are exceptionally joyful today. You usually don't allow them to take leave. I'll have to check if the sun rises from the west today." Li Jiao playfully scolded, "Hurry up, you just love to tease me." After a while, Chu Yu returned, but without the children. Li Jiao leaned to look behind him. "Where are the kids? You didn't bring them back?" Seeing her adorable confusion, Chu Yu couldn't help but ruffle her hair. "They're in the space." Once everything was ready, about a dozen of them set off in high spirits. Because the shape of the lake resembled a crescent moon, Li Jiao named it Crescent Lake. The passage beneath the lake, previously opened by the mere folk, had long been filled in by Luo Yu, so there was no longer any concern about being swept away by undercurrents. Upon arrival, the little ones were released, and they had never experienced such a large gathering for play, bouncing around joyfully. since the little ones would only transform into human form at the age of 3. Luo Yu was able to bring his little merfolk out from Li Jiaojiao's south space to place them in Crescent Lake. Just as Li Jiaojiao was about to discuss what to eat with the Beastman, she spotted the little dragonlings jumping into the water like dumplings. Eager to play with the little merfolk, she felt a twinge of worry and asked Shenpei, Pei, would you like to go into the water to keep an eye on the little ones? I see they've all jumped in. Luo Yu quickly reassured her. It's fine, goddess, I'll watch them. The little dragonlings are grown up now. There's no problem. Satisfied with his response, Li Jiaojiao allowed it. The colorful scales of the little merfolk shimmered in the water, interspersed with the valiant figures of the little dragonlings, creating a picturesque scene. At that moment, Li Jiaojiao wished she had a camera to capture every moment and preserve it. Wang Yikai and Wang Yiyuan were hiding with the remaining little ones in the nearby woods. Playing hide-and-seek, Li Jiaojiao could not fathom why they were so fond of this game. After participating twice and quickly finding the children, she felt disheartened when they complained that playing with a mother was boring. Initially, she did not understand their perspective, feeling a pang of sadness that they might not like her anymore. It wasn't until she observed Wang Yiyuan playing with them that she realized where she had erred. At that moment, she saw Wang Yiyuan blindfolded, instructing the little ones to hide. As he sought them out, he noticed the tails of the little fox and tiger peeking out from behind the leaves, yet continued to feign ignorance, smiling as he called, Where can my little ones be? I can't see them at all. Several little phoenixes and eaglets perched on branches, covering their eyes and proudly announcing, Yiyuan uncle. Yikai uncle, we're well hidden. Wang Yiyuan and Wang Yikai chuckled heartily at their antics, unable to contain their laughter while maintaining a facade of seriousness in their search. The forest occasionally echoed with their call for the little ones. Little ones, make a sound. I truly can't find you. Wang Yiyuan was truly adept at caring for children, and even Wang Yikai was becoming increasingly patient. Watching the little panda cubs play adorably brought Li Jiaojiao much relief. In the early days, the little ones often inquired about where their father had gone. Li Jiaojiao wished to be truthful, but found it difficult to explain. Eventually, she could only say, Your father has passed. From now on, treat the other fathers in the house as your own. I believe they will be very good to you. Initially, the little ones felt a bit upset and sulked, but Wang Yiyuan's extraordinary patience melted their hearts. Reflecting on it, it seemed a long time since the panda cubs had mentioned Jin Rue. Hu Zhenhai and Feng Xiao busily prepared food, as so many little ones required ample nourishment. The two were utterly engrossed in their tasks. Feng Xiao shouted loudly, Eagle Lake, Brother Tan, come help. These skewers are ready. Take them away before they burn. Meanwhile, Hu Zhenhai called for Hu Zhentian. Why aren't you helping? I want to let you eat if you don't hurry. Don't. Brother, I'm coming right now. Chu Yu scanned the surroundings with keen eyes, like a radar, rushing to any area where something seemed amiss. Chu Yu steadfastly remained by Li Jiaojiao's side, never straying a step away. Before long, the little ones grew tired and hungry, especially as the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, leaving them all drooling. Li Jiaojiao could hardly contain her amusement as she took out a piece of beast skin from her bosom, wiping the drool off each of them. How can you endure this? Seeing you like this, I can hardly believe you were once the leaders in school. If the little ones in the tribe saw you, they would surely mock you. Ning Yi chimed in, Mother, if anyone is to blame, it must be Father Zhenhai and Father Fengxiao for cooking such delectable food. It has completely bewitched us. The adults couldn't help but burst into laughter at their whimsical demeanor. After a day filled with feasting and merriment, Chu-Yi gathered the little ones into the spatial realm, preparing to depart. The little ones longed to ride on the backs of the flying fathers and feel the wind as they returned, but were met with Li Jiaojiao's merciless refusal. You should consider how many of you there are. Not only would you not fit, but the weight alone would be too much for the 3 fathers to bear. Witnessing Li Jiaojiao's steadfast defense of herself, the 3 flying fathers felt an indescribable sense of gratitude. As they arrived at the tribe, the sunset cast its final glow, and Li Jiaojiao and her companions sat upon Chunpei's back, watching the little ones frolicking in the tribe, the happy females chatting with their neighbors, and the male beastmen observing prey descending from the mountains. Li Jiaojiao felt a surge of pride within her heart. At last, she had not let anyone down. The book concludes here, but a few epilogues will follow. Thank you, my dear readers, for your support and affection. I also appreciate the companionship you have provided over these past few months. Seeing your eagerness for updates and your comments brings me immense joy, and I am thrilled to have fulfilled a childhood dream. I'm currently contemplating the plot for my next book, so dear readers, do not miss out. Chapter 246. Li Tiantian's Epilogue 1. At this moment within Li Jiaojiao's space, Li Tiantian and an uncountable number of beings were staring wide-eyed at each other. Li Tiantian was aware that the subsystem responsible for his sister had already materialized, but he was unaware that it had taken on her likeness. A wave of indescribable emotion washed over him. Since he had taken over the main system, he had not heard Li Jiaojiao mention him much and had assumed that, with so many handsome husbands, she had forgotten about him. To his surprise, she still held him in her heart. The uncountable beings were bewildered. After finishing his tasks, he had picked 2 fruits and was about to lie down under a tree to rest when this person descended from the sky. Startled, he boldly exclaimed, "Who are you? This is not a place for you." The figure, exuding an imposing aura, merely glanced at him, and his legs turned to jelly. "You are the uncountable one?" Upon hearing this, the uncountable one was even more astonished, especially when this person introduced himself as the main system. He felt as if his CPU was about to overheat. In a timid voice, the uncountable one stammered, "Main system, have I committed some grave error?" His mind raced, recalling whether he had failed in any recent tasks, wondering why the main system had come to personally apprehend him. Li Tiantian found his frightened demeanor somewhat amusing. "I am not here to apprehend you. Or are you up to something nefarious?" "No, absolutely not. Main system, I am dedicated to my duties. If you search the entire system hall, you will find no one more diligent than I." Upon realizing that the main system was not there to capture him, he secretly exhaled in relief, but then wondered if the main system had come to apprehend his host instead. His host was his benefactor, after all, thanks to Li Jiaojiao's efforts. This subsystem had excelled among many others. If his host were taken away, he feared the next host might not be as committed as Li Jiaojiao. Tentatively, he asked, "Main system, are you here to apprehend my host?" Li Tiantian was both amused and exasperated. "Have you not noticed that you and I bear an uncanny resemblance?" "Huh?" The uncountable one's mind spun in confusion. There were no mirrors in the space, and he had no idea what he looked like. Observing his dazed expression, Li Tiantian shook his head, unwilling to speak further. Normally, when he sought reward from Li Tiantian, he appeared quite clever. Finally, the uncountable one grasped the implication of Li Tiantian's earlier words. You're the host, brother?" "I remember when I initially bound to the host. The records included this information, but without a photo, I could not recognize you immediately. So, all this time, the main system is actually the brother of my host." What a shocking revelation. But wait, isn't the host's brother human? How did he transform into the main system? Li Tiantian raised an eyebrow, observing him, and chose not to respond, relieved that he had not lost all sense. Noticing the confusion in his eyes, he refrained from clarifying, "Stop indulging in gossip. Be careful not to overindulge." The uncountable one realized that he had been somewhat presumptuous in pointing at the main system. For a moment, the space fell into an awkward silence. Not entirely, as the distant sheep and ducks occasionally made sounds. Yet, it was still somewhat uncomfortable to be face-to-face with his superior. Stealing a glance, he found Li Tiantian gazing back at him and quietly suggested, "Main system, should I call for the host?" She often forgets she has a system and a space. When she has nothing to do, she typically does not enter. Waiting idly may take quite some time. After contemplating the mountains of work that could accumulate in a day, Li Tiantian nodded. He had hoped to surprise his sister when she entered the space. But after waiting a day, she still had not appeared. If only he could step outside and see where his sister lived. Listening to her laughter and joy as she played with her children and husband, he felt his lips curve into a smile. It was wonderful. His sister was carefree and happy, just as she had been in her childhood. Meanwhile, the uncountable one was calling out desperately, "Host, host, please come in. I urgently need to see you. Host, host, are you listening? This is a matter of utmost urgency." Outside, Li Jiaojiao was having dinner with the beastly husbands. Feeling in high spirits, they had started drinking. After a few cups, she realized she had forgotten to take the anti-drunk medicine and hurriedly consumed one before continuing to drink with Hu Jintian. Chuyu noticed her little action but pretended not to, smiling silently as he watched her insistently coax Hu Jintian to drink. With Luo Yu and Feng Xiao already intoxicated, he rose to escort them back to the beast den. He glanced at Hu Junhai, who was clamoring to sing. Perhaps he was too serious on regular days. After a drink, he would release his true nature, but unfortunately, his singing was rather unpleasant. Not wanting to hear his off-key wails, Chuyu quickly returned him to rest. Wang Yuan was also quite tipsy, snuggling up to Li Jiaojiao, seeking a hug. Knowing she preferred his beast form, he playfully transformed between his beast and human forms. Li Jiaojiao was amused, laughing as she cupped his face and showered him with kisses. Eagle Pond flapped his wings, claiming he would dance for Li Jiaojiao, prompting her to applaud enthusiastically. However, after a couple of spins, he became dizzy, and Shuyu had to assist him back to the beast den. Li Jiaojiao was just about to sing a lively tune when she heard the uncountable one frantically calling her, causing her head to ache. She vigorously tapped her temple. Shuyu supported her. What's wrong, Jiaojiao? Are you feeling dizzy from drinking too much? No, I need to enter the space for a moment. Would you like to join me? Shuyu quickly inquired. Is something amiss in the space? Just a minor issue. With that, she pulled Shuyu, Chu-He, and Chun-Pei into the spatial realm. Upon entering, she immediately began to scold. Li Tian, you better have a truly urgent matter to discuss with me. Otherwise, I shall make you cultivate another 10 acres. Her voice abruptly ceased, and she doubted whether she had indeed consumed too much alcohol. For how could she possibly see two Li Tiantians? Chapter 247, Li Tiantian's Side Story 2. Rubbing her eyes, she confirmed that there were indeed two. Yet one wore a smile, while the other bore a forlorn expression. Ayu, hey, I think I may have had too much to drink. My vision is quite blurry. I shall return to find him after a night's rest. It had been so long since their last meeting, and her sister seemed indifferent to her presence. How disheartening, given that she had rushed over to see her. Li Jiaojiao, staring as if she had seen a ghost, questioned, Who are you? How can you look exactly like Tian? Even your voice is so similar. Goodness, you've leveled up, Tongzi. Host, is it possible that he is truly your brother? Impossible. Tian is in the modern world. How could he be here? The three beastly husbands were perplexed by Li Jiaojiao's words. Wasn't this individual in the space previously recognized as Jiaojiao's brother? How could she now claim he was in the modern world? Where exactly was the modern world? Was it with the beast god? Unbeknownst to Li Jiaojiao, her brief words had led the three beastly husbands to conjure an elaborate narrative. Li Tian, observing Li Jiaojiao's incredulous expression, pondered briefly before conjuring a string of candied hawthorns, as if performing a magic trick. Sister, is this not your favorite flavor? As Li Jiaojiao beheld the heart-shaped candied hawthorns, tears streamed down her face. This person was indeed her brother, the one she had longed to see. Before Chu Yu and the others could comprehend the situation, Li Jiaojiao had enveloped Li Tian in an exuberant embrace. The force of her affection nearly caused Li Tian to lose his balance, embarrassing him in front of his brothers-in-law. Tian, how could you have died? I had intended to return to see you. How could you leave me like this? With one hand clutching the candied hawthorn and the other embracing Li Jiaojiao, Li Tian gently stroked her long hair. All right, no more tears. If you keep crying, you'll ruin your beauty. But I possess a beauty-enhancing pill. I shan't become ugly. I will cry. It is so unfair that heaven took you from me. How did you die? Was it an accident like mine? Seeing Li Jiaojiao in such distress, Chu-He contemplated stepping in to offer comfort, but was restrained by Chu Yu, who shook his head. Although he felt sympathy for Li Jiaojiao's sorrow, the current circumstances were not suitable for their intervention. Enough of the tears. Let's have a proper conversation. I must depart soon. Upon hearing that Li Tian was leaving, Li Jiaojiao panicked. No, you cannot leave. We have only just reunited. How can you leave again? Numerous voices nearby explained, Host, your brother is now the main system, overseeing countless small worlds. If he does not return promptly, the tasks awaiting him will pile up like a mountain. What? The main system? You mean Tian is the main system? Your superior? Li Jiaojiao's tears were now mixed with snot. She sniffed and, in a muffled voice, protested, Do not deceive me. How could Tian possibly be the main system? Li Tian produced a piece of paper to offer her for wiping her nose. Li Jiaojiao shot him a glare before taking the paper and wiping her face. It is true, sister. I am indeed the main system now, interfacing with countless daily tasks. As for how I became the main system, it is quite a fantastical story. Would you like to hear it? Li Jiaojiao nodded vigorously. What luck her brother had to traverse into a new life as a prominent figure, while she merely transitioned into a minor role. Numerous voices echoed the sentiment, eagerly nodding along. Chu Yu, sensing they had much to discuss, positioned himself at a respectful distance, close enough to intervene should Li Jiaojiao need assistance, yet far enough not to intrude. Li Tian glanced at the time. He sighed, realizing he would have to work overtime anyway. He might as well clarify matters for his sister to prevent unnecessary worry later. Do you recall the accident? Li Jiaojiao nodded. How could she forget? A new life beckoned, yet it had been abruptly interrupted. Such an event was utterly unfair. At that moment, I was paralyzed with fear, holding your body and weeping. You lost a significant amount of blood, and passers-by called for an ambulance. When it arrived, the doctor informed me that your breathing was faint. He asked if I wished to continue resuscitation, but if I did, you might end up a vegetable, lying in bed for eternity. I insisted on saving you. After all, you had endured so much to raise me. It was unjust for you to leave this world without enjoying a single day of happiness. I contacted Uncle Zhang and the others, who arrived at the hospital immediately to help cover our medical expenses. The doctor worked for over 8 hours to save you, yet you did not awaken. I watched as you were taken into the intensive care unit, and the doctor continually sent me bills. Uncle Zhang and the others offered to lend us more money, but I declined. I heard from classmates that I could raise funds on a crowdfunding platform, and ultimately, I managed to gather around 100,000, but it was only enough to sustain us for half a month. The doctor repeatedly told me that the chances of you waking up were slim. I did not want to believe it, but I had no choice. Eventually, I begged the hospital to watch over you, claiming I would go out to borrow money, but in truth, I had no means. I contemplated ending my own life and went to a deserted building in the western suburbs, intending to jump off. However, on my way, I encountered a boy in a wheelchair attempting to cross the street. His wheel got stuck in the middle of the road, and cars were about to hit him. Fortunately, I managed to pull him to safety. Li Jiaojiao gasped, and then, you didn't save him only to jump off, did you? Then he smiled at me and sincerely thanked me, offering to grant me a wish. Do you believe it? Yes. Was I foolish? Tears streamed down Li Jiaojiao's face as she tenderly caressed his head, unable to fathom the helplessness he must have felt at that moment. I made a wish for you to wake up. Initially, I had little hope. I merely wanted to confide in that stranger, or more accurately, I was making a request to the heavens. To my surprise, he informed me that your organs were failing and you would not survive in this world. However, he could allow you to live in another world as a form of repayment. Li Jiaojiao was left speechless. Are you saying that because of that boy, I arrived here? Li Tiantian smiled gently. Initially, I did not believe it. I thought he was merely comforting me. However, with a wave of his hand, a screen appeared before me, displaying your image lying in a hospital. He said that if I agreed, he could send you away. So, you witnessed him sending me away? Chapter 248, Li Tiantian's Side Story 3. Li Tiantian nodded, his expression filled with remorse as he gazed at Li Jiaojiao. I am sorry, sister. It is my fault for being powerless and unable to save you. Foolishness. Do not speak such words. If it were not for you, how could I be here, living such a blissful life? Seeing you, so well brings me joy. What happened next? How did you become the main system? I held on to a glimmer of hope and agreed to his proposition. Then I saw you traversing through a time-space tunnel, and, subsequently, I witnessed you attaching to a rabbit before awakening. He waved his hand and ceased to show me more. He informed me that it was the beast world, where you would thrive. When I bowed to thank him once more, he vanished, disappearing into thin air. I went to the hospital to cremate your body, paying the medical fees with the funds I had gathered, repaying Uncle Zhang's family, and then enrolled in university. I initially believed I would lead a mundane life from then on. However, unexpectedly, for years later, I encountered him again. Wait, the timeline doesn't add up, does it? I remember having been here for just over a year or two. You, having seen the previous main system after 4 years, had been the main system for 2 years. This time discrepancy, I learned only after becoming the main system that the passage of time varies in each small world. It's akin to spending a year in your current small world, equating to over 2 years in the modern world. I see, Li Jiaojiao nodded, indicating for him to continue. He awaited me on my return to the dormitory, asking if I would be willing to work for him. Initially, I was skeptical and disinterested, but he mentioned that if I took over, I could look after you. He also spoke of your daily efforts to complete tasks in hopes of returning to the modern world, expressing his desire for you not to suffer so much, which led me to agree. Suddenly, Shu Buqing interjected, so that brief system malfunction was your takeover of the main system. The truth unveiled, as he suggested. How could a perfectly functioning main system experience a glitch? It was indeed a transition. Li Jiaojiao cast a glance at him and nodded, confirming yes. This is how I took over his main system. Why did you wait so long to find me? Li Tiantian asked with a hint of helplessness. I only learned after my arrival that you were bound to a subsystem as its host. To see you, I needed to accumulate 300 billion points here. Li Jiaojiao was taken aback, exclaiming That's outrageous. Such an exorbitant amount of points. Wait, now that they have met, does that mean my points have already reached 300 billion? Yes, thanks to my sister's relentless efforts. Otherwise, I might never have seen you in this lifetime, and would have relied solely on Shu Buqing to learn about your circumstances. Li Jiaojiao felt a surge of gratitude, relieved that her endeavors bore fruit. How fortunate, albeit through a twist of fate. Oh, Tian, I almost lost the chance to see you again. Don't cry, sister. I am now the main system and can protect you. I will ensure you are never sad or distressed again. I want you to be happy for all your days. Li Jiaojiao felt a deep sense of comfort. Her little boy had grown up. Are you well now? What do you eat daily? How do you live? Do you work alone? Are you confined to one place? If her happiness came at the cost of Tian's freedom, she would rather forego it. Li Tian chuckled. Sister, you're asking too many questions. I can't keep track. It's manageable, though. Food is delivered to me daily. The workload is substantial, but it's not physically demanding, and I have grown accustomed to it. Noticing his sister's concern, Li Tian reassured her, I'm not confined. Look, I'm here playing. Glancing at the time, Li Tian said, Sister, it's getting late. I must return. Will you be able to visit me again? Of course. The passage is now open, and I will frequently come to see you, even if it means working tirelessly afterward. Li Jiaojiao observed Li Tian intently, feeling she could never gaze enough. After years apart, Tian had matured into a capable young man. I'm leaving now, sister. I'll come back soon. And then you must introduce me to your beast husbands. Li Jiaojiao blushed at Li Tian's teasing tone, suddenly recalling a concern. If they see you, won't Tia be dangerous? Not at all. I will impose a memory restriction on them. Once they exit your space, they will forget about me, and will only remember me upon entering. Wait, let me go fetch them and bring them to meet you, she exclaimed, and without waiting for their reactions, she swiftly exited the space, bringing in each beast husband, along with the little ones. Chu Yu and his companions watched as Li Jiaojiao exited, then saw several brothers and little ones brought in. Following that, Li Jiaojiao re-entered. Upon her arrival, she instructed Chu Yu to awaken them. As Li Tian was pressed for time, she introduced them one by one, regardless of whether they were awake. Watching the numerous beast husbands, Li Tian felt a pang of sorrow. Her wonderful sister, not only was she a beast now, but so was her husband and even the children they bore. Noticing Li Tian's expression, Li Jiaojiao quickly redirected the conversation. Tian, look, these are my first, second, and eighth beast husbands. Aren't they all handsome? Li Tian obediently greeted each one. Elder brother-in-law, second brother-in-law, eighth brother-in-law. Li Jiaojiao beamed with joy, then introduced Li Tian to those who were still conscious. This is my brother, unequivocally my brother. Li Tian embraced Li Jiaojiao once more. Don't be sad. I will come back in a few days. I promise. Li Jiaojiao fought back tears and nodded. Li Tian waved his hand, conjuring a small vortex. Stepping into it while waving goodbye, Sister, I will return in a few days. Observing Li Jiaojiao's tear-streaked face, Li Tian silently vowed, Sister, you have always protected me. Now it is my turn to safeguard you. Chapter 249. Chu Yu side story. AU, be cautious while hunting outside. The hyena tribe is always watching us closely, and we cannot guarantee they won't resort to underhanded tactics. Chu Chantian warned his son with deep concern. Chu Yu nodded earnestly. Father, I understand. I will be careful and will diligently train to reach the celestial stage as soon as possible to drive them away. Chu Chantian patted Chu Yu's shoulder, feeling proud. Well said. Father, Bo and the others have asked me to explore the back mountain. I'm heading off now. Huang watched Chu Yu run off and shot an exasperated glare at her beast husband. The celestial stage isn't so easily attained. You should at least advise him. Chu Chantian quickly reassured her. It's good for our child to have lofty aspirations. Besides, are you isn't the impulsive type? I just fear he might rush and confront those wild beasts recklessly. You need not worry. There aren't many beasts with crystal cores left on the mountain. Hearing this, Huang felt somewhat relieved. Perhaps all mothers were alike, fearing for their children's safety. Having lost two already, she was especially protective of Chu Yu. If anything were to happen to him, she felt she could not go on living. At the tribe's entrance, Chu Yu met up with a Bo young master. Why are you so late? My father kept giving me advice. Ha ha ha. You're so capable. Yet the chief still worries about you. I'm only at the earth stage. There is still much progress to be made. A Bo gave him a thumbs up, as expected of the young master. So impressive yet so humble. Stop teasing me. Let us go. Chuyu and a bow headed toward the back mountain. Recently, the tribe mentioned a place suitable for training, and today they intended to check it out. However, they hadn't gone far when a bow's father caught up to them halfway up the mountain, panting, "A bow, your sister has gone missing again. Come back with me and help search for her. Your mother is frantic." A bow looked conflicted, glancing at Chuyu. "Young master, I don't worry. I'll go check out alone. It's not far." "All right, I'll find my sister and come back to you." Chuyu ascended the mountain alone and soon arrived at the spot the tribe had described. Indeed, it was perfect. Overjoyed, he rushed over to sit and begin his training. However, before long, he heard a rustling sound. Opening his eyes, he saw the young leader of the hyena tribe and several others attempting to surround him. In an instant, Chuyu assumed a defensive stance, while the young chieftain of the hyena clan nonchalantly continued to encircle him. Observing the overwhelming numbers of his adversaries, Chuyu realized the precariousness of his situation. It was not the time for bravado, and he needed to flee swiftly. Spotting a seemingly frail hyena orc, he aimed to break through, but the young chieftain, noticing Chiyu's intent to escape, leaped behind him to block his path. "Are you merely attempting to take advantage of our numbers?" The young chieftain chuckled as if he had heard a jest. "Did I hear incorrectly? Haven't we hyenas always behave this way? Ha ha, foolish fox, are you a bit simple-minded?" Chuyu was deliberately engaging them in conversation to lower their guard. As they erupted in laughter, he seized the opportunity to dash toward an opening. By the time the young chieftain realized what was happening, Chuyu was already far ahead. Cursing under his breath, "Cunning fox," the chieftain thrust his poison-bone dagger towards Chuyu, who, unexpectedly, was struck. In pain, he plummeted towards the cliff's edge. In his dazed state, he heard voices filled with laughter. Surprisingly, the sound was quite melodious. He struggled to open his eyes but found them heavy. Just as frustration mounted, someone fed him a substance. The soft sensation on his lips and the fragrant medicine in his mouth assured him that he was not dreaming. Someone was indeed rescuing him. Before long, he felt his eyelids lighten. Gradually opening his eyes, he beheld a small female adorned with a floral crown, clad in pristine animal skin. Her skin even whiter than snow, gazing at him with a warm smile. He recognized that the flowers in her crown were the wildflowers he had rarely acknowledged by the roadside. He had never realized their beauty or the fragrant allure they possessed. The aroma stirred his heart, causing it to race, and he pressed a hand against it, fearing it might leap from his chest. Instinctively, he felt compelled to speak, stammering, "Little female, hello, did you save me?" Upon hearing her inquire about his condition, he felt as if he might float away. A singular thought consumed him. This was the small female he sought, and he would do anything to become her mate. He cautiously sniffed, detecting no trace of any male orc upon her, nor any signs of beastly form. A flutter of anticipation arose within him. Would he be worthy enough to be her first mate? When she complimented his appearance, a blush crept across Chiyu's face. He was perplexed. Back in the tribe, the little females would always gather around him, insisting he was handsome. It had troubled him, thinking as a male orc, why should he possess such looks? Wasn't his strength what truly mattered? Yet, hearing her praise, he felt a mixture of shyness and relief. Grateful that his appearance had caught her eye. On the way back to the tribe with the delicate female, he discreetly pinched himself several times to confirm this was not a dream. As he beheld her in the sunset, his heart raced uncontrollably. His cheeks fell to flame, and he dared not look at her again. He scolded himself for his lack of composure. His ambitions and strength had just risen uncontrollably. Thankfully, he had managed to prepare a meal. Otherwise, he would have been mortified. Upon hearing that the little female preferred cooked meat, Chuyu felt a pang of anxiety. The recent rains had extinguished their last embers. Just then, he witnessed her produce 2 blackened items, striking them together to ignite sparks. Chuyu was rendered speechless with excitement. He had heard that only the beast god and its celestial messengers could carry fire, and he instinctively believed she was one of them. As he pondered what to say to deepen their bond, he saw her wrap her arms around him, soft and fragrant. Everything unfolded naturally thereafter. The first time he introduced her to his mother, he noticed her eyes glisten with unshed tears after hearing his mother's words. He had grown weary of hearing those same phrases, but for her to respond so sensitively signified her depth beyond her vivacious exterior. A singular thought resonated within him. He must treat her with utmost kindness, and even more kindness. In a brief interlude, the wise woman approached him. "Young chieftain, yes, what brings you to me? I wish to advise you to take utmost care of your little female. She is extraordinarily precious." Should anyone discover her unique abilities, they may attempt to seize her. Thank you, I understand. I will do my utmost to protect her. Chu Yu remained silent, aware of the gravity of Li Jiaojiao's identity as a member of the Tianda clan. He feared his own insufficient strength might fail to safeguard her, and pondered whether he should seek another mate for her. Who could be? He contemplated the tribesmen, but found no suitable candidates. Suddenly, someone greeted him. Young chieftain, are you off to change posts? Change posts. Indeed, my cousin Chu Ho would be quite suitable. He reflected on his cousin, who was the only one left in his family, possessing a similar strength and good looks. He believed Li Jiaojiao would appreciate him. Yet, a sense of melancholy enveloped him. He lamented his inadequacy, wishing he could protect Li Jiaojiao, for then she would be solely his. Upon arriving at Chu Changtian's, he shared Li Jiaojiao's circumstances and his thoughts with his father. Chu Changtian affirmed, your reasoning is sound. As her primary mate, you must safeguard Li Jiaojiao. Given her unique situation, you cannot manage alone. Chu He is a good lad. He has persevered through hardships and is diligent. Had it not been for his father, he would have been in high demand among the little females. Do you think Li Jiaojiao might hold his past against him? I believe she is not that kind of person. Besides, it wasn't Chu He's fault. It would be unfair to burden him with that. You're right, father. Please mention it to Li Jiaojiao. Chu Changtian nodded in agreement. When Li Jiaojiao declined his father's suggestion, Chu Yu felt a rush of relief. But he knew he must still introduce her to Chu He for her own good. The moment Li Jiaojiao met Chu He, he sensed a spark. Chu He's typically stoic demeanor had softened. Under the pretext of needing to patrol, he secretly followed them. Though he did not overhear their conversation, he soon witnessed them embrace. Chu Yu's heart clenched, but he quickly reassured himself. It was unrealistic to expect any little female to remain loyal to a single mate for life. Rather than sulking, he would assist her in finding the right match. As he turned to head off on his patrol, a voice interrupted him. Young chieftain. Chu Yu frowned at the familiar face. What do you want? This person, a relative of sorts, had been persistently clinging to him, much to his annoyance. Chu Yu, must you always be so harsh with me? Hearing her call him by name deepened his frown. Address me as young chieftain. Seeing her eyes welling with tears tightened his expression further. He simply could not comprehend why they could not converse amicably. Why must one cry? Is it to cultivate a deeper disdain for her? If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave to patrol. Wait. In a moment of urgency, Yunqing grasped Chu Yu's hand. Chu Yu, with remarkable reflexes, stepped back, catching Yunqing off guard. Her footing faltered, and she tumbled to the ground. Raising her face, she gazed at Chu Yu with an expression of feigned innocence, her voice laced with a sweet plea. Brother Chu Yu, could you help me up? I hurt myself when I fell. Chu Yu looked at her with an expression of disbelief. Surely, you must be aware that I am in a relationship? If my little female partner were to discover this, she would undoubtedly be upset. A pang of bitterness surged within Yunqing. Little female partner, how melodious that sounds. Why am I not his little female partner? Forcing a smile, she replied, I understand. But may I ask, what is it that you are doing right now? I merely wish to converse with you. Apologetically, he continued. I distinctly remember telling you that I do not harbor feelings for you, urging you to keep your distance. Why do you persist in confronting me? To be honest, I have yet to even remember your name. Yunqing's face paled instantly. While she could endure his admission of disinterest, she had consoled herself, believing that his lack of affection stemmed from unfamiliarity, and that once he got to know her, he would come to like her. Yet, having presented herself before him countless times, he claimed not to know her name. How could this not wound her heart? Overcome with humiliation, she covered her face, scrambled to her feet, and fled. Chu Yu clenched his jaw, irritated by her antics. What was she thinking? Crying and running away, drawing attention to herself. If Jiao Jiao were here, witnessing the usually gentle and tender Chu Yu display such severity, she would undoubtedly be taken aback. Perhaps this is the exclusivity that accompanies love, indeed. It is exclusivity, not exclusion. A fellow clansman accompanying him on patrol teased. Does the young clan leader often display such fierceness toward your little female partner? Chu Yu shot him a glance, pondering the absurdity of the question, before responding coolly. How could that be? My Jiao Jiao deserves all the tenderness this world has to offer. Chapter 251. Chu He's Side Story Crack. The sound of the whip cracking against flesh echoed in the beast's den, as the frail young boy on the ground gritted his teeth, refusing to utter a sound. His body marred with bruises. The one wielding the whip, noticing the boy's endurance, struck with increasing ferocity, cursing, It's all your fault. You are a harbinger of misfortune. You caused your mother's death. The young boy's eyes brimmed with suppressed pain. His father repeated this accusation daily, punishing him for any perceived slight. He could not fathom how he might have caused his mother's demise, having never even met her. Yet at this moment, Chu-hee dare not question, fearing a more severe beating. His elder brother, too, could not comprehend why their father would suddenly erupt in rage. Moments before, he had seen their father return from hunting, and after playfully asking to be carried, their father had smiled warmly. But upon seeing his younger brother express envy, their father transformed, his gaze icy and filled with malice. That look sent chills down his spine. No, it must be a misunderstanding. Chu-hee was obedient, always striving to please. Their father should not harbor such disdain for him. The whip that struck his brother made even the sound of it seem painfully vivid. Initially, they believed their father's cruelty was excessive, but with time, they absorbed his words, blaming Chu-hee for their mother's death. Gradually, the sympathy that once enveloped him faded, replaced by indifference. Their neighbor, unable to bear the sight of Chu-hee's muffled sobs, stepped forward to chastise. Chu-yiming, I must say, the child's mother's death has nothing to do with him. How can you, a so-called warrior, vent your rage on child? Chu-yiming glared fiercely at the man. What do you know? If it weren't for this brat, my little female partner would still be alive. It's all his doing. With that, he intensified the force of the whip. The neighbor, fearing for the boy's safety, discreetly sought out Chu Chantian. Chu-yiming, what are you doing? Chu Chantian was taken aback upon hearing the report from the clansmen and rushed over, only to find Chu-hee curled up on the ground, his heart aching for the child. What a wretched fate to have such a father. Upon hearing Chu Chantian's voice, Chu-yiming nonchalantly ceased his actions, as if nothing had occurred, and indifferently replied, Clan leader, what brings you here? Chu Chantian's expression darkened. What is this? Have you forgotten our clan's rules against harming children? This isn't my doing. He fell by his own clumsiness. If you don't believe me, ask him, he said, casting a significant glance at Chu-hee. Chu-hee, meeting his father's warning gaze, shuddered involuntarily. Lowering his head, he stammered, Clan leader, I fell by myself. It's not my father's fault. How could Chu Chantian not understand the veiled threat in Chu-yiming's eyes? It was clear he meant to intimidate Chu-hee. If you speak out, you will regret it. Chu Chantian looked on, torn between sorrow and helplessness. After sternly reprimanding Chu-yiming, he instructed a clansman to take Chu-hee to the shaman for treatment. The old shaman shook his head with a heavy sigh as he examined Chu-hee. This child truly suffers, burdened with such a father. Tears glistened in Chu-hee's eyes, threatening to spill over, yet he dared not let them fall. His resilient demeanor only deepened the heartache of those who beheld him. After receiving treatment, Chu-hee limped home. When Chu-yiming spotted him, he ignored him entirely. As night fell, Chu-yiming prepared a meal, distributing portions to each child. Chu-hee, inching toward the wooden post, found a space empty and swallowed hard. Father, what do you want? Your brothers have gone hunting. You do nothing and still expect food? What are you thinking? I cannot go. I can barely walk, he replied. Moreover, his father had refused to teach him. The only skills he possessed were those he had secretly learned by watching his father teach his brothers. As his father's contempt grew, so did his injuries. The desire to hunt felt insurmountable. Unexpectedly, this became the very excuse for his father to deny him food. Chu-hee's second brother, observing his miserable state, bit his lip, wanted to say something, but Chu-yiming spoke first. You all be quiet and eat. Noticing their father's attention was elsewhere, the second brother secretly concealed part of his food, waiting for Chu-yiming to finish before quietly offering it to Chu-hee. Grateful, Chu-hee looked at his brother, tears finally cascading down his cheeks. Despite his gnawing hunger, he pushed the meat back toward his brother. Brother, take it back. I'm not hungry. Just then, his stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. Quick, eat. Father doesn't know I've hidden food. After much hesitation, Chu-hee accepted it. But just as he was about to take a bite, Chu-yiming appeared behind them. Without waiting for their response, he knocked the meat from Chu-hee's hands. You little wretch, you dare try to deceive me out of food meant for my children. Chu-hee gazed at Chu-yiming with hurt in his eyes. How could his father say such things? Was he not his child? Chu-yiming, disregarding Chu-hee's injuries, finally glanced at him as he entered the beast cave, accompanied by a forceful kick and a fierce reprimand. Get out of my sight. The small figure rolled several times before coming to a halt. Sharp stones on the ground had cut into his skin, causing blood to flow profusely. Chu-hee's elder brother felt a pang of guilt. Had it not been for him, Chu-hee might have avoided such a brutal beating. Gripping Chu-hee's elder brother, Chu Yiming entered the cave and warned the other younglings. If any of you dare show kindness to that little beast again, do not blame me for not recognizing you. The younglings fell silent, cowering in the corner. Chu Yiming had made up his mind. Since they forbade him from hitting Chu He, he would let him starve. After 5 days, he stood over Chu He, kicking him a few times, only to discover he was still alive, to which he spat in disdain. A thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he could just throw him away? The following morning, as they prepared to hunt, Chu Yiming unusually carried a beast's skin bag. When a tribesman curiously inquired about its contents, he nonchalantly replied, "Just some jerky." When the tribesman reached out to grab it, Chu Yiming swatted his hand away. "I'm still not full." Pretending to relieve himself, he distanced himself from the group. The tribesman, thinking he was going to enjoy the jerky, stealthily followed him. Unexpectedly, he discovered Chu Yiming discarding something, and the more he looked, the more it resembled the frequently beaten little cub from his family. Though alarmed, he dared not speak out, hiding behind a tree until Chu Yiming had moved on. Chu Yiming believed his actions were unnoticed, unaware that every move was observed. Once assured that Chu Yiming would return, the tribesman leaped into the ravine and found Chu He lying among the rubble. Shocked at the cruelty Chu Yiming exhibited toward his own kin. Bending down, he felt for a faint pulse and, not daring to delay, hurried to the shaman's cave. That day, Huang felt unwell, and Chu Changtian, concerned for her, accompanied her to see the shaman instead of hunting. Just as they prepared to leave after hearing the shaman's diagnosis, they spotted the rushing Amon, who, without time to discern what he was carrying, noticed immediately that it was Chu He. Confused, she wondered why Amon was bringing Chu He for treatment. Perhaps Chu Yiming had refused to take him along, as she had heard about the mistreatment Chu He suffered. The last time he returned injured, she had even seen him on the road, where he weakly claimed to have fallen. Amon was pleasantly surprised to see Chu Changtian. He had planned to report Chu Yiming's actions after delivering Chu He, but fate had brought them together. As Chu Changtian turned to leave, Amon urgently called out to him. After the shaman examined Chu He, it was quickly determined that the child had been neglected and starved due to his injuries, leading to his current state of unconsciousness. The actions of Chu Yiming were truly infuriating. Amon recounted everything he had witnessed to Chu Changtian. Upon hearing this, Chu Changtian felt a mix of anger and disappointment. Despite being cousins, Chu Yiming's behavior made it difficult for him to continue to support him. It appeared that their Fox clan could no longer tolerate him. Suppressing his rage, he instructed the tribesmen to find Chu Yiming and bring him back. While hunting, Chu Yiming felt a twinge of anxiety upon hearing the call for him. Could it be that the clan leader had discovered he had abandoned Chu He? However, upon reflection, he dismissed the thought, having deliberately checked the clan leader's whereabouts that morning, knowing he would not be hunting in the mountains. Following the tribesmen back to the village, he entered Chu Changtian's home to find several respected beastmen standing on either side. Chu Yiming awkwardly approached, attempting to be friendly. "Elder brother, call me clan leader." "There are no brothers here," Chu Changtian corrected him sternly. The shaman had already tended to Chu He and fed him some meat soup. Though still weak, he had regained consciousness. Following Chu Changtian's request, Chu He was brought to his home. "Chu Yiming, do you realize your mistakes?" Chu Yiming's heart sank, but he stubbornly feigned ignorance. "Clan leader, what do you mean? I don't understand." Huang emerged from the inner cave, holding the frail Chu He, who felt weightless in her arms, lighter than her younger sibling, Chu Yu. Her heart ached for this motherless child. Chu Yiming's eyes widened in shock upon seeing Chu He there. Before he could recover from his astonishment, Chu Changtian ordered his men to restrain him. Chu Yiming struggled, protesting. "Clan leader, what are you doing? Why is my cub here? Are you trying to take him from me? If you want him, just ask. If your eldest cub has died, I could give you Chu He to raise. There is no need for such force." His words only served to provoke Chu Changtian further, who could hardly contain his laughter amidst the anger. "Chu Yiming, I have warned you numerous times that your little female's death has nothing to do with Chu He. Yet, instead of reflecting on your actions, you have become more reckless. You are here today to be informed that you have been expelled from our Fox clan. From this moment forth, you are no longer a member of our clan and must not appear among us again." "What?" Chu Yiming felt as though struck by lightning, unable to fathom the severity of Chu Changtian's decree. How could he, as a cousin, dare to expel him from the Fox clan? The gathering of elders was meant to witness this proclamation, as Chu Yiming had repeatedly abused and neglected his own child without remorse. Henceforth, he would have no ties to the Fox clan. "Your other cubs may remain in the tribe," Chu Changtian continued. Realizing there was no escape, Chu Yiming ceased his struggles and scoffed. "Ah, clan leader, you certainly have a cunning plan. You expel me, yet wish to keep my cubs? What are your true intentions? Chu Changtian furrowed his brow. He only wished to protect the younger cubs from the dangers of the wild outside, yet to Chu Yiming, it became a scheme to withhold his children. Not wishing to engage further with someone who had lost their sanity, he gestured for his men to forcibly remove him. Chu Yiming shouted, Chu Changtian, you villain, do not think you can take my cubs from me. One of the men swiftly covered his mouth, leaving him to mumble incoherently. Chu He watched as Chu Yiming was taken away, a flicker of hope igniting in his dim eyes. Perhaps he would no longer be beaten. Truthfully, this so-called father had never shown him an ounce of warmth, and his only wish had been for a kind word. Yet, such hopes were mere illusions, forever out of reach. He never anticipated that the clan leader would expel Chu Yiming for his sake. He silently resolved to train diligently and protect the Fox clan with unwavering dedication. Chu Changtian and the others fell into silence as they observed the plight of Chu Yiming's cubs. No one seemed suitable to care for them, and given Chu Yiming's temperament, a return for revenge was not out of the question. A voice spoke, Zhuzhang, why not let these little ones be under your care for now? In the next few days, we will return to inquire who might be willing to look after them, and then come to collect them later. What do you think? After contemplating for a moment, Chu Yiming realized this was the only course of action for the time being. Following his expulsion from the tribe, his resentment had reached a boiling point. After wandering for several days without finding an opportunity to infiltrate the tribe, he cursed Chu Changtian for increasing the patrols from 1 to 2 shifts, thus thwarting his attempts to sneak back and retrieve the little ones. 2 weeks later, noticing that Chu Yiming had not been spotted, Chu Changtian withdrew one of the patrols, finally affording Chu Yiming the chance he had been waiting for. Under the cover of darkness, he stealthily returned to his home, softly calling out the names of the little ones, but received no response. Realizing they had likely been taken by Chu Changtian, he crept to Chu Changtian's dwelling and, indeed, discovered his fears were justified. The little ones, sensing Chu Yiming's presence, immediately opened their eyes. Cautiously, he gathered them in his arms and made his way out without alerting Chu Changtian and his companions in the beast den. Chapter 253. Chu He's side story. It had been quite a while since they last saw Chu Yiming, and the little ones were eager to reunite with him, for he had always treated them with kindness. Their excitement surged upon seeing him return. Observing Chu Changtian still asleep, Chu Yiming felt a surge of vengeful thoughts. But upon remembering his current status as an outcast, he opted for discretion and left quietly. The following morning, Chu Changtian discovered the little ones were missing. After sniffing the air, he thought he detected Chu Yiming's scent. He quickly deduced that Chu Yiming had taken advantage of the lax defenses to attempt a midnight theft. It was surprising that despite the precautions taken, Chu Yiming had not given up hope. Concerned for Chu He, he hurried to check on him in his beast den, and upon finding him safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Chu He had not been taken. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Yiming had simply been unable to locate Chu He the night before, as his elder brother had been urging him to leave quickly, fearing further complications that could jeopardize Chu He's safety. Chu He, having narrowly escaped disaster, had spent the last month recovering under the attentive care of Hua Ying, and he had regained much of his strength. He was no longer so frail and could walk again. However, he felt increasingly anxious, wondering why his recovery was taking so long. Living in the tribe chief's home, he felt utterly helpless, a sensation that weighed heavily on him. Recently, he had overheard several uncles discussing the tribe's reluctance to take on another dependent. They expressed concern that he would become a burden, unable to hunt for many years, and they worried he might grow to be as heartless as Chu Yiming. This left Chu He feeling bitter, unsure how to distance himself from Chu Yiming's reputation or prove that he was different from him. All he yearned for was to recover swiftly, learn the art of hunting, and achieve independence. One evening, he approached Chu Changtian and, with a thud, knelt before him. Zhuzhang, the chief, surprised, urged him to rise, asking him to speak freely. Zhuzhang, I wish to learn to hunt. He affectionately ruffled Chu He's hair, responding, Good child, your injury has not yet healed. Moreover, you're still quite young. There's no rush. Chu He, feeling a surge of urgency, knelt again and implored, Zhuzhang, I'm already well enough. Please, teach me. Get up, I promise you, but do not kneel. Your wounds have yet to fully heal. Upon hearing Chu Changtian's agreement, Chu He burst into tears of joy, exclaiming, Thank you, Zhuzhang. I will learn diligently. 10 years passed, and Chu He had become one of the tribe's most esteemed warriors, rising from the lowest ranks to the esteemed Huang tier. Many young females in the tribe secretly admired him, yet their parents dissuaded their affections. fearing he might turn out like his father. Gradually, Chuha found himself indifferent to these young females. On the day of Chu Yu's incident, he was patrolling when he learned of what had transpired. He and the other tribesmen immediately set out to search for him. Upon finding his brother, he witnessed Li Jiaojiao approaching with food for Chu Yu. Seeing their joyful interaction left him with little doubt about the nature of their relationship, and he continued to follow them at a distance, vigilant against a potential ambush from the Liego tribe. As he observed their laughter, his heart fluttered, yet he dared not express his feelings for Li Jiaojiao, torn between his loyalty to Chu Yu and his own emotions. To his surprise, just over a week later, Chu Changtian sought him out. "Aha, you are aware that you has found a mate?" "Yes, I know." Zhuzhang, Chuha replied, puzzled by the sudden topic. Did the chief intend to caution him against coveting Chu Yu's female? As he pondered this, Chu Changtian continued, "I was thinking, since you are still in bondage, would you consider becoming her second mate? Relying solely on you may not suffice to protect her, and you two share a brotherly bond." Chuha was taken aback, struggling to comprehend how such a fortunate proposition had suddenly come his way. The very next day, having just returned from patrol, Chu Yu entrusted him with his female, asking him to escort her home. Throughout the journey, Chuha felt nervous, his palms slightly sweaty. As they neared Chu Yu's dwelling, he finally mustered the courage to stand before Li Jiaojiao and utter the words, "If you are still seeking a mate, would you consider me?" To his relief, Li Jiaojiao's gaze held no disdain. Instead, her eyes shone brightly with interest. Chuha's heart raced, and then, in a shocking revelation, she announced her pregnancy. How could this be so soon? This miraculous fertility was astonishing, but made sense. Otherwise, Chu Changtian wouldn't have deemed Chu Yu inadequate for her protection. When Li Jiaojiao asked if he was willing to be her mate, he responded without hesitation, "I am willing." The wait for her answer felt interminable, and he sensed his heart was about to leap from his chest. Perhaps his anxiety was too apparent. For Li Jiaojiao rose on her toes and pressed her lips to his. This kiss was akin to a bomb being dropped in a boiling water, leaving him dizzy. The sweetness of her lips and the fragrant scent overwhelmed him. Once the kiss concluded, he regained a semblance of composure. And as he caressed his chest where a lively little rabbit resided, warmth flooded through him as he thought, how wonderful it is to have someone to cherish and love in this life. Chapter 254, Jean Rue's Side Story in the Sure Tiesho Tribe. Jean Rue awoke in a state of confusion, taking in a lush green bamboo surrounding him. Bewildered, he wondered, wasn't I working overtime? What is this tranquil environment? Who had brought him here? Was he still dreaming? He pinched himself hard on the thigh, causing a sharp pain that nearly brought tears to his eyes. Goodness, this is no dream. But where am I? Before he could ponder further, a robust woman entered the room. Upon seeing Jean Rue sitting up, she rushed toward him, startling him enough to make him retreat several steps, using the bed for support. The woman wore a visage marked by distress, pausing momentarily before disregarding everything and embracing Jean Rue fiercely, her voice choked with emotion. Rue, the shaman foretold your dire fate, and I feared I could not save you. Oh, fret not. I have already punished your brothers. I never anticipated they would act so recklessly in the absence of your father and me. Do not be angry. They shall not trouble you any longer. Jean Rue, bewildered, had no time to process her words, for this robust woman nearly suffocated him in her embrace. He struggled to cough a few times. Could you please let me go? Oh, Lunyan finally released him, her gaze filled with regret as she continued to apologize for her failure to protect him. Once freed, Jean Rue discerned that the tear-streaked face before him bore an uncanny resemblance to his own mother, albeit more rotund. Hesitantly, he spoke, "Mother?" Lunyan froze, uncertain of what Jean Rue had uttered, and tentatively inquired, "Is Rue calling for mother?" Jean Rue, perplexed, wondered what mother meant. What was this terminology? Where exactly was he? Observing Jean Rue's bewilderment as he scanned his surroundings, Lunyan cautiously suggested, "Rue, perhaps we should consult the shaman to see if you sustained a blow to the head." Shaman? That term felt antiquated to him. He remained silent, rising and stepping outside, where a vibrant bamboo grove greeted him, the ground blanketed with a thick layer of dried yellow leaves that crunched beneath his feet. At that moment, he still did not comprehend that this was not a dream. He instinctively believed the woman he had encountered was merely a non-playable character from his dreams. Lunyan trailed behind him at a distance, anxious that he might encounter further mishaps. Jean Rue followed the narrow path through the bamboo forest, encountering several tall men clad in rudimentary animal skin garments, bearing their catches. They glanced curiously at Jean Rue, one of them calling out, "Hey, little Rue, We heard you had an accident, but you seem to be all right now. Unsure of how to respond, Jean-Rouet could only nod vaguely. Continuing his walk, he arrived at a plaza-like area where a massive bamboo structure stood at its center, surrounded by numerous tribespeople. Just as confusion enveloped him, a small hand tugged at the hem of his garment. When he looked down, he saw a charming little girl with fluffy ears atop her head. In a sweet, innocent voice, the girl said, "Brother Jean-Rouet, didn't Aunt Lun Yin say you needed to rest because your body hasn't fully recovered? Why are you out here?" Jean-Rouet knelt to inquire, "What place is this?" The little girl's eyes widened in disbelief as she responded, "Brother, this is our Shihishu tribe. How could you forget this?" A jolt of realization coursed through Jean-Rouet. Shihishu tribe? What kind of game was this? Had he truly entered a tribal world? Was he dreaming? Or had he fallen prey to some elaborate prank? Surely, he couldn't have been transported into a game world. Standing upright, he ruffled the girl's hair and murmured to himself. His head felt dizzy, and he couldn't make sense of what he was witnessing. Perhaps he should return to sleep and awaken to find clarity the next day. As he retraced his steps, he meticulously observed the tribe, marveling if this is a dream. It is exceedingly vivid. The bamboo structures were artfully arranged, and the tribespeople wore genuine smiles filled with warmth. Upon re-entering the bamboo house, Lun Yin approached him, holding peculiar fruits he had never seen before. "Rouet, eat some of these fruits to replenish your strength." Jean-Rouet felt a twinge of resistance. Yet the resemblance Lun Yin bore to his mother, coupled with her hopeful gaze, prevented him from declining. He accepted the fruit, taking a bite, and the sweet flavor exploded in his mouth, compelling him to devour several more. Unbeknownst to him, a flicker of concern crossed Lun Yin's face as she observed his voracious appetite. After finishing the fruit, Jean-Rouet felt his eyelids growing heavy. He collapsed onto the bed, closing his eyes and wishing to linger in this enchanting world a while longer. When he next opened his eyes, 3 days had passed. The bamboo house remained unchanged. Lun Yin, noticing he had awakened, promptly vacated the bedside for an elderly man who examined his eyelids closely and assured Lun Yin, "He is fine. He merely overindulged in the sleeping fruit. Allow him to drink more of the herbal extract." With that, he took his leave. Lun Yin returned to Jean-Rouet's side. "Rouet, how do you feel now?" Jean-Rouet subtly evaded Lun Yin's outstretched hand, having overheard the elderly man's comments about the sleeping fruit. He instinctively felt wary. "Mother, I didn't mean to. I just thought you needed to rest more, so I gave you a couple of sleeping fruits. I had no idea you would consume too many and sleep for several days." Jean-Rouet assessed his body, noting that he felt quite well. Gradually, he relaxed and inquired, "Where exactly is this?" Lun Yin's worry resurfaced. "Rouet, is it possible your head injury from the fall hasn't healed yet? How could you forget your own home?" At last, Jean-Rouet fully embraced the reality of his situation. This was clearly not a place equipped with phones or computers. Would he be destined to reside here indefinitely? Yet, upon reflection, perhaps it was not so bad. He would no longer have to toil endlessly, shouting, "Received." Upon learning that he was now an orc, and specifically a panda, he could scarcely contain his excitement. Good heavens! He was now a national treasure. Who would believe such an extraordinary tale? Thus, whenever he found moment, he transformed into his beast form, touching his ears and paws, utterly enchanted by the experience. However, in just a few days, he began to feel a sense of irritation. The lack of amenities was cumbersome, and he had to rely on his legs for travel. How did that saying go? Going out requires walking, and communication relies on shouting. And he had to be cautious not to attract wild beasts for confrontation. He vividly recalled his first venture into the forest when he encountered a groundhog the size of a piglet, nearly frightened out of his wits. Ultimately, both the groundhog and he fled in opposite directions,